Messy room. Yellowing walls. Blood, hair, and severed limbs all over the floor. The stench of blood woke Gooey up. He struggled to get up from the ground, staring blankly at the palm of his hand. Where am I? Gooey looked around. A cold voice pierced his ears. Welcome to the strange space. Please remain cautious and calm. This will determine whether you can survive in this world. Gooey shuddered, his heart leaping to his throat. I actually ended up in the strange space? This world is a world controlled by the strange space. Every once in a while, the strange space will bring a group of humans into the strange world for an adventure. They will represent their respective countries and challenge the strange world. If the challenge fails, monsters from the strange space will invade the country they represent. Gooey felt his throat tighten, his palms sweating, his mind still a blank. Calm down, calm down. Gooey took a deep breath, trying to calm his anxious and fearful emotions. He had lived in Dragon Country for 20 years and had deep feelings for this country. Even if it wasn't for himself, for his country, for his parents, brothers, and fellow citizens, he had to be brave. Gooey regained his composure and took a deep breath. At that moment, the cold voice sounded again in his mind. As this is your first time entering the strange space, you are eligible for a free talent draw. Would you like to draw? Gooey heard this and gradually calmed down. Every adventurer, upon their first entry into the strange space, can participate in a lottery to receive an initial talent. These talents can either strengthen the adventurer's physical strength, making them move faster, or enhance their mental strength, so they won't be easily scared to death by the monsters in the strange space. It is globally recognized that the talent to enhance physical strength is the most practical initial talent in the entire space, because many levels can be passed by running away. At first, Gooey was so nervous that he forgot this, only remembering it when the space reminded him. Draw talent. Ding-a-ling. A bell rang in Gooey's ears. Congratulations, adventurer, you have obtained an SSS-level talent Infinite Simulation. Infinite Simulation can help the adventurer simulate everything that might happen in the future. Each simulation requires the host to consume a certain amount of mental strength. By silently thinking Start Simulation, the talent can be activated. The simulation will proceed instantly and finish in an instant, and it will not affect the progression of reality. However, your memories and any mental trauma during the simulation will remain. Please maintain a calm mind at all times. Current adventurer mental strength, 50/50ths. Infinite Simulation? Gooey's eyes sparkled. Although he didn't fully understand the specific function of Infinite Simulation, just hearing that it was an SSS-level talent was enough to reassure him. The probability of obtaining an SSS-level talent is 1 in 10 million. The last adventurer who awakened an SSS-level talent cleared 5 dungeons in a row, while the average adventurer could only clear 1 to 2. Before Gooey could study his talent ability, the surrounding scenery changed again, and his body involuntarily moved like a puppet, being controlled. At this moment, Gooey found himself lying on a hospital bed, unable to move. The system's prompt sound echoed in his ears again. The dungeon is about to begin. All adventurers, please get ready. Dungeon name, Renowned Doctor. Dungeon description, every night, you will see your fellow patients disappearing one by one. But when you ask the people around, they all insist that they have never seen that patient. You are very worried, afraid that one day, you too will suddenly disappear. Completion conditions. 1. Perfect level, investigate the truth behind Chongshan Hospital and capture the unspeakable. Excellent level, successfully escaped from Chongshan Hospital. Normal level, survived for 1 month in Chongshan Hospital. Gooey's pressure disappeared, and he regained his freedom. However, he didn't hurry to get up from the bed, instead, he closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart. Start the simulation. Simulation starts. You are excited as you use your talent skill for the first time. You climb out of bed and look around the environment. This is an intensive care unit, with a bed against the wall, a bedside table beside the bed, clothes scattered on the floor, and an empty cardboard box. You turn around and open the window. There is a fence outside the window, and it is very sturdy. It's impossible to escape through the window. You turn around and try to find clues in the hospital room. The door to the room is locked from the outside and cannot be opened. You approach the bed, lift the blanket, sheets, and mattress, but find no clues or hints. You turn your head and look at the bedside table, open the first drawer, and inside are only some pills and miscellaneous items. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door, and someone asks about your condition. You don't answer. The door opens, and a doctor with 2 nurses enters the room. The doctor and nurses all wear beak masks. The doctor looks at you, and checks the first drawer. He takes off his mask, and his head immediately turns into that of a monster. Everything before you turns blood red. You are dead. Simulation ends. Ah! Gooey suddenly opened his eyes and let out a light breath. The simulation was too realistic, even the sensation of the monster piercing his heart was perfectly simulated. He had truly experienced death firsthand. In the first simulation, Gooey didn't even leave the hospital room before being killed by the monster doctor, without finding any useful clues. Damn, why did I die without doing anything? What death flag did I trigger? At this point, Gooey's mental power had become 40-50. It seemed that each simulation consumed 10 points of mental power. That meant Gooey had to find useful clues in the remaining 4 simulations, or else he would be left with no way out. The only useful information Gooey had was that the doctors in the hospital were monsters. Also, he must have missed something crucial that led to his sudden death by the doctor. Calm down. I must have missed something. Let's try again. Start the simulation. Gooey took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. Simulation starts. You summarize the failures of the first time, and instead of wandering around, you focus on finding clues to break through. You don't search the bed, but put all your attention on the bedside table. The bedside table has 3 layers. You've already checked the first layer, so you start checking from the second layer. The second layer is empty. The third layer contains only a folding fruit knife, which you put in your pocket. You didn't find any clues, so you lay down on the floor and finally find a note under the bed, against the wall. You take off your shoes and pull out the note from the corner of the wall. This is a note with some instructions written on it. Patient Handbook. 1. Take the medicine on time every morning, noon, and evening. 2. Please keep the room clean at all times. 3. People wearing beak masks are doctors or nurses. Please follow their instructions. 4. If you see blood dripping from the ceiling in the corridor, don't panic. This is normal. 5. There are always 2 people in the intensive care unit. Please remember this. 6. If you see any broken equipment, immediately contact the person wearing the elephant mask to repair it. You turn the note over, and someone has written a line of text in blood on the back. Do not take any medicine they give you. They are demons, and they will lead you into the abyss. Chapter 2 Contradictory Rules. The note contains contradictory rules, and you don't know which one to believe. The first rule on the front tells you to take medicine on time. But the bloody words on the back told you not to take the medicine. Even more terrifying, the note also said, there are always 2 patients in the special care ward, but from beginning to end, you never saw your roommate. You feel a chill on your back, maybe the unspeakable in the copy is standing right behind you. Could it be the missing roommate mentioned in the background introduction? Dong dong dong. There was a knocking sound at the door. You quickly put away the note and took out the pills from the first drawer and swallowed them. The doctor and nurse saw you didn't respond, so they came into the ward. The nurse glanced at the clothes all over the floor and started cursing loudly. She pulled out a ballpoint pen from the pocket on her chest and stabbed it into your eyeball. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Simulation ended. Gooey exited the simulation, covering his eye, still scared as he recalled the scene of his tragic death just now. This time, Gooey made a big breakthrough in the simulation. He now knew the reason why he suddenly died the first time. The first time he triggered instant death was because he didn't take the medicine on time, so the doctor killed him directly when he found out. The second time, it was the nurse who killed him. Before stabbing him, she glanced at the pile of clothes on the floor. Obviously, it was because he didn't keep the ward clean. It could be seen that the first page of the note was true, and the bloody writing on the back was not to be trusted. To confirm his idea, Gooey used his talent ability again. Simulation begins. You got up. You immediately made the bed, then turned around and picked up the clothes on the floor, folded them neatly, and stuffed them into the second layer of the nightstand. You folded the cardboard box and placed it by the wall. You hid the fruit knife from the third layer on your body, then turned to look at the door. Dong dong dong. The door knocked, and the doctor and nurse greeted from outside. You responded. The doctor and nurse entered the ward. The nurse glanced at the clean floor and said nothing. The doctor opened the first drawer of the nightstand and nodded, then started checking your physical condition. Doctor, did you take your medicine on time? You, morning, noon, and night, once each. Doctor, if you don't take medicine, the illness won't get better. You, yes. A dog barking came from outside the door. The doctor and nurse showed no confusion. They seemed used to hearing dogs in the hospital. You, why are there dogs in the hospital? Doctor, the hospital doesn't keep dogs. Looks like your condition got worse again. We need to increase your dosage. You, can I know what illness I have? Doctor, you have delusions. You think your body doesn't belong to you. A while ago you even said you saw monsters. Have you had similar hallucinations recently? You, no. You feel confused. Could it be that the real reason for sudden death in the previous two simulations was because your mental illness acted up, and you mistook the doctor for a monster? If that's the case, then what about the hints on the note? If you see blood dripping from the hallway ceiling, do not panic. This is normal. This obviously describes hallucinations seen during a mental episode. Why does the hint say it's normal? Could this hint also be problematic? You feel lost. You think the rules on the note can't all be trusted. Doctor, seems like you're in good condition today. Tonight we'll arrange a new ward for you. After the checkup, you can go have breakfast in the cafeteria. Thank you. The doctor and nurse left, not forgetting to lock the door when they went. You leaned against the door, begging the doctor and nurse to let you out, but they ignored you. You went back to the bed and started thinking about what just happened. You began to feel a splitting headache. 10 minutes later, your head hurt too much to bear. Blood started dripping from the ceiling of the ward. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Simulation ended. Why did I die again? I clearly followed all the hints. Guyi's face was pale. At this moment, he had already conducted 3 simulations, but not once did his survival time exceed 10 minutes. There must be some oversight. Guyi took a deep breath and focused his mind, using his talent skill once again. The simulation begins. You hear the footsteps of the doctor and nurse. They are currently checking the room next door, and will be in your room soon. You quickly finish tidying up and take your medicine, just as the doctor and nurse enter the room. You have a brief exchange with the doctor and nurse, and the doctor leaves after saying a few words. You pull a piece of paper from under the bed and carefully read the contents. You are sure you haven't violated any of the instructions. The only violation is the blood-written words on the back of the paper. You decide to spit out the medicine you swallowed. You pick up the spit cup, clear your throat, and spit the pill out. You casually throw some trash to cover the pill. You nervously sit on the bed for a while. 10 minutes later. The ceiling of the ward starts dripping blood. But you quickly realize this is your own hallucination, and the blood droplets disappear quickly. You suddenly understand. The hint is telling you to pretend to take the medicine in front of the medical staff, but afterward, find an opportunity to spit it out. The blood-written words on the back of the paper are not necessarily untrustworthy. Maybe you don't have a mental illness, it's the pills causing hallucinations, and they will disappear once you stop taking the medicine. But this is just a hypothesis, with very few clues to confirm it. Before long, the door to the ward opens. The nurse tells you that you can go to the cafeteria for breakfast. You walk into the hallway, and all the other patients look sickly. Once again, you hear the sound of a dog barking. You ask the other patients why there is a dog in the hospital. The patients remain silent, only showing a puzzled expression, as if they were looking at a fool. You enter the cafeteria and find that the chef serving the food is a strange person wearing a pig head mask. You order a small dish of pickled vegetables, a bowl of plain porridge, and 2 meat buns. The pig-headed chef glances at you. He picks up a kitchen knife and chops open your skull. Everything in front of you turns blood red. You die. Simulation ends. Who? Guyi touched his head, drenched in sweat. After conducting 4 simulations, only the 4th one successfully allowed him to leave the ward, but in the end, he died suddenly in the cafeteria. Just the first 10 minutes of the process had so many instant death flags. If it weren't for his SSS-level talent, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. There must be some rule in that cafeteria that can't be violated, but he had overlooked it. At this point, Guyi only had 10 points of mental power left, with just one final chance to simulate, and there was no need to waste it now. Once he left the ward and reached the cafeteria, he would personally search for the hint note, and then continue the simulation. Knock knock knock. The doctor's knocking from the next room started, the ward rounds had begun. Guyi quickly jumped out of bed, he had no time to waste now. Chapter 3, The Only Hope. In the real world. Another strange space livestream began. The livestream is briefly mentioned here, as it will be relevant later for the Dragon Country Strategy Group. The Dragon Country Strategy Group was watching Guyi's progress in the strange space. At this moment, Guyi lay motionless on the hospital bed. He had a youthful face, looking like he had just graduated from college. His expression was stiff, and he seemed a little nervous. Sai, the adventurer's profile has arrived. The experts from the strategy group looked through Guyi's personal information, which detailed everything about him. A junior in information engineering. He liked long-distance running, detective novels, and escape rooms. From Guyi's basic information, it seemed his hobbies might slightly help him in clearing the strange space. At this point, adventurers from other countries had already started their actions. But Guyi still lay in bed, lost in thought. Knock knock knock. The doctor began knocking on the door of the next room. All the adventurers looked at the door in shock, not knowing what to do. Only then did Gooey climb up from the bed. Why is this kid just now moving? Wait, what is he doing? Has he gone mad? The expert team from Dragon Country stared at the screen, only to see Gooey quickly tidying up the clothes on the floor, folding them fast like thunder and putting them into the second drawer of the bedside table. He opened the first drawer, took out a capsule without thinking, and stuffed it into his mouth. All these actions were smooth like flowing water, as if practiced hundreds of times. No, that's not it. The adventurers from Lighthouse Country found the tip note. The note said to keep the ward clean and take medicine on time. But Gooey never got the note. How did he know these tips? The expert teams were puzzled, no matter how hard they thought. They kept watching the screen. Gooey talked briefly with the doctors and nurses, then sat on the bed and spit out the medicine he had swallowed, then took a fruit knife from the third drawer of the bedside table and put it into his inside pocket. The adventurers from Kimchi Country didn't clean the ward in time, and were stabbed like a beehive by the nurse when the doctor came to check the room. The adventurers from Sakura Country cleaned the ward, but didn't have time to take medicine and were torn into pieces by the doctor who turned into a monster. Other adventurers died in all kinds of strange ways. Some didn't even leave the ward before dying on the spot. Strategy teams from all countries were sweating all over, and they put all their attention on Gooey. After spitting out the medicine, Gooey lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest, while adventurers from other countries were dying one by one. This time, the dungeon's difficulty might be the first since the arrival of the strange, with a death rate close to 100%. In recent years, experts have said the dungeon difficulty in the strange space rises every year. Based on predictions, this year's death rate will reach 90%. Is no one alive? No, there is one left. In the live streams of all countries, only Gooey from Dragon Country remained. He is now the last hope of all humankind. Strange world. The nurse came to Gooey's ward and knocked on the door. It's breakfast time, you can go to the cafeteria. Gooey opened his eyes and got up from the bed. While closing his eyes just now, Gooey's mental power recovered. Now he still had 20 out of 50 mental power left. If I sleep, I can recover 1 mental power per minute. I still have 2 chances for deduction, I have to save them. Gooey thought for a while. Right now, he hadn't found any conflicting hints, so he didn't need to use his ability. At the beginning, he was too nervous and missed a lot of details. At least 2 of the 4 deductions before should not have been used. Gooey picked up the note in his hand and thought carefully. The 5th item among them. There are always 2 people living in the special care ward. Please remember this. This tip concerned Gooey the most. He even once thought this tip was fake. If it is real, why did he never see his roommate from beginning to end? Even if the roommate left for a while, why was there no second bed in the ward? Could the clothes scattered on the ground be the missing roommate's clothes? Could it be that in his own body, there are 2 souls? This cannot be confirmed. Gooey walked in the hallway with the other patients, just like in the deduction, he heard a dog barking halfway. He looked around and indeed didn't see the dog. Is it that he really has mental illness? Or is it hallucination from taking medicine for too long? Still can't be confirmed. Too many unsolved mysteries have piled up now. The minimum requirement for passing is to survive 1 month at Chongshan Hospital. It looks very simple, but it's actually not simple at all. Because no one can guarantee that they won't mysteriously disappear, just like what was written in the background story. Taking the initiative to uncover the truth of the hospital is the approach that fits Gooey's character. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Gooey stopped. He looked around, and finally found the second clue on the trash can behind the main gate. Cafeteria dining rules. 1. The cafeteria service time is from 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, 12 to 1300 hours at noon, and 18 to 1900 hours in the evening. It is prohibited to enter the cafeteria at any other time. 2. Please do not shout loudly in the cafeteria. If you shout, you will be warned the first time, and punished the second time. 3. Please do not consume food outside the cafeteria. If you cause any adverse consequences from eating or drinking randomly, the hospital will not be responsible. 4. When serving food, please ensure that you have 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 serving of staple food, and the total cost must be 12.5 yuan. 5. Unless you are a doctor or staff member, it is prohibited to leave your seat before finishing your meal, otherwise, you will be punished. 6. If you see someone fainting or asking for help in the cafeteria, please choose to ignore them and wait for the staff to handle it. Similarly, the back of this note also has a string of blood-red words. If you ignore someone's death, are you even human? Chapter 4, A Terrifying Breakfast, 1. Once again, there are conflicting instructions. Rule 6 says not to pay attention to someone asking for help, but the back of the note says you will regret ignoring someone's death for the rest of your life. Based on the experience in the ward earlier, Gooey speculated that both pieces of information could be correct. The front of the note shows what you need to do in front of the medical staff, while the back of the note shows what you need to do behind their backs. Both rules are crucial and must be followed, or else you will trigger the death flag. Gooey took the tray and stood next to the menu, calculating in his head. Finally, he ordered a serving of salted duck, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a steamed bun. The pig-headed chef didn't make things difficult for him. Gooey carried his meal and found a spot to sit down. There were several patients sitting around him. They were all focused on eating, not daring to say a word. "Hey, what diseases do you all have?" "Shoo." One of the patients made a shushing gesture and continued eating. Gooey quickly shut up and couldn't help but frown. "Where is this place? This isn't a hospital. Even a prison doesn't have such strict rules." Crash. "What's wrong with you?" Gooey instinctively asked, but suddenly felt a pain in his foot. It turned out that the patient across from him had kicked him, reminding him not to talk too much. The pig-headed chef walked over to him, holding up a no loud talking sign. Gooey curled his lip. He didn't expect that simply speaking one sentence would be regarded as shouting. The patient beside Gooey had dilated pupils, his face gradually becoming pale, his mouth opening and closing as though he was trying to say help. Clearly, the pig-headed chef had to follow the cafeteria rules as well. Even when he saw the patient suddenly fall ill, he did nothing. Gooey immediately closed his eyes and began to think. The thinking begins. You dare not directly help the patient because it conflicts with the cafeteria rules. Doing so would definitely trigger the immediate death flag. You look around, and you see a doctor sitting behind you eating. They are wearing birdbeak masks and haven't noticed that someone has collapsed. You think for a moment. You can't speak, and you can't leave your seat before finishing your meal. Can you attract the doctor's attention using other methods? You pick up your spoon. The doctor was thrown behind you. The doctor's mask was made of ceramic, and when you threw the spoon with too much force, it shattered the mask with a loud crash. The doctor noticed you and the unconscious patient. He walked over and carried the patient away. Just as you were relieved, the pig-headed chef came over and raised the no noise sign at you. The pig-headed chef grabbed the collar of your shirt and dragged you out. You were too weak to resist. You were taken to a small dark room. There were no windows on all four sides, and the space was so cramped that only one person could stand inside. You knocked on the door and shouted, but no one responded. You listened carefully for a moment, and the pig-headed chef had already left. You looked up and saw a ventilation pipe above you. You were tall enough that you could reach the pipe with just the tips of your toes. The grate at the pipe's opening was very secure, so you took out a hidden fruit knife and began unscrewing the screws slowly. It took you a full 10 minutes, but you finally pried open the grate above you. You jumped up and into the ventilation pipe. The ventilation pipe was full of dust. You curled into a ball and crawled through it. You found a suitable spot and continued prying open another grate with your fruit knife. The grate opened, and you jumped down from the pipe. You were in the inpatient area, and the room next to you was a bathroom. At this time, most of the patients and doctors were in the cafeteria, so no one paid attention to you. Your hand itched, and when you lifted your shirt, you saw black fuzz growing on your wrist. You were a bit panicked. You walked to the hall and found the hospital map. You took note of the location of the emergency room. You avoided the doctor's gaze and successfully found the emergency room. The emergency room was full of clanging sounds. You even heard a doctor using a chainsaw, and the patient inside was screaming in agony. The black fuzz on your wrist started spreading toward your elbow. You searched around and found a new note on the bulletin board in the hallway. Doctor's Emergency Manual. 1. When you find a patient injured, unconscious, or ill, no matter what you're doing, please take them to the emergency room immediately. 2. Doctors must wear a beak mask at all times during an emergency. 3. During an emergency, no one is allowed to enter the emergency room. If someone enters during the procedure, call the security department to send the intruder to room 0. 4. If amputation still cannot stop the patient's condition from worsening, send the patient directly to the corpse incinerator. You tore off the emergency manual, and sure enough, you found 2 lines of blood red writing at the back. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm a human. I'm a human. I'm a human. You were shocked. What kind of disease would require amputation for treatment? Suddenly, the door to the emergency room opened. 2 doctors wearing beak masks pushed a transport bed out, with an unconscious patient on it. The patient was mumbling, and his limbs had been completely amputated. You questioned what the doctors were doing. The doctors ignored you and continued pushing the bed down the elevator. You followed them into the elevator. What happened to my friend? Doctor, it's breakfast time. You should be in the cafeteria. Where are you taking my friend? Doctor, that's none of your business. No matter what you said after that, the doctors didn't respond. The elevator stopped on the basement floor, and when the doors opened, you could see the words "corpse incinerator" outside. The doctor pushed the patient into the incinerator room. You tried to stop them, but you were no match for the doctor. You followed them, helpless, as you watched the still-breathing human being pushed into the incinerator. The screams of pain came from the incinerator. You felt deep guilt, and your heart ached like a knife. You noticed that your own face was now covered in fuzz as well. You had turned into a monster. You were no longer human. You were dead. Simulation ended. Poof. Gooey clutched his chest and groaned softly. When he saw the living person being pushed into the incinerator, he felt like his heart was pierced. This time, death came because he saw his companion killed, and his heart was filled with guilt. Inexpressible, using strange powers, turned himself into a monster, ultimately leading to the failure of the game. Gooey glanced at the patient beside him, his expression still filled with unbearable pain. Saving also means death. Not saving also means death. He tried every way to save, but even if he couldn't save, he would still die. Gooey felt a sense of despair. The game rules of this strange world were so difficult. Chapter 5, Breakfast Panic, 2. Gooey sighed deeply and began to run the simulation again. This was his last chance to run the simulation. Simulation starts. You did not act recklessly. You calmed yourself down. Even though the situation is very complicated, you believe you can find a way to clear the game. While quickly stuffing food into your mouth, you also think about the clues you obtained in the previous simulation. 1. Loud noise doesn't just refer to talking loudly. Making any noise unrelated to eating will be considered a violation. After 2 violations, you will be locked in a confinement room, but you can escape by crawling through the ventilation pipe. It's unknown what happens if you are caught during an escape. 2. This hospital cares little for human life. To them, patients are more like prisoners or expendables. If they can't cure them, they simply throw them into the crematorium to burn them. However, it is also possible that the disease in the patients is so terrifying that not burning them could cause even more severe consequences. There is too little information to judge the exact reason. 3. Not only the patient rooms, but all the windows in the hospital are covered with bars. Without better tools, you can't pry them open. Even if you escape through the window, the hospital's outer wall is 3 meters high, and scaling it is as difficult as climbing a mountain. 4. You notice a detail: no staff in the hospital uses phones, and the nurse station's landline only allows internal communication, so you can't call for help. You glance at the patient's wristband and silently note down his patient number. After finishing your meal, you are free to move around. You walk over to the doctor and gently tap his shoulder. The doctor looks up and glances at you. You remain silent and step aside, allowing the doctor to see the unconscious patient. The doctor hurriedly lifts the patient and leaves. You follow him. The doctor sends the patient into the emergency room. You don't stay idle, continuing to explore the hospital. You see a patient's schedule on the nurse's desk. Patient's schedule. 1. 6:30 to 7 a.m., rounds. 2. 7 to 8 a.m., breakfast. 3. 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., free time. 4. 12 to 1 p.m., lunch. 5. 1 to 2 p.m., nap time. 6. 2 to 6 p.m., treatment time. 7. 6 to 7 p.m., dinner. 8. 7 to 9 p.m., treatment time. 9. 9 p.m., lights out. All patients must strictly follow the schedule, as it benefits your recovery. You look at the back of the schedule, but there is no blood writing. You believe that the blood writing is on your side. Since there is no objection to the schedule from the blood writing, just follow it. You don't miss any string of text you find, but still haven't found any valuable clues. Taking advantage of the nurse's distraction, you find a computer, input your patient's number, and pull up his medical record. Patient, Sun Yen. Number. Medical record: severe cognitive disorder, manic disorder. The record clearly lists mental disorders, but the doctor's treatment method is surgical, even to the point of amputation. You input your own patient number. The computer prompts that your access is insufficient to view this patient's medical record. A dog's bark startled you. You put down the mouse and looked around for the source of the barking, but found nothing. You thought for a while. The staff here mostly wear different masks. Doctors and nurses wear birdbeak masks, while chefs wear pig head masks. Maybe wearing different masks gives them different roles? You feel excited about your bold guess. You decide to sneak into the doctor's changing room to steal a mask. You observe the surveillance cameras overhead. For privacy reasons, the camera did not focus on the changing room. You walked into the changing room, fortunately no one noticed. You hid behind a locker, waiting for the right moment. Everyone went to the shower room to bathe, and you ran out, stealing a mask and clothes. You were sure that no one, except the owner, would know about your theft. You rushed into the emergency room. At this moment, the doctor was performing surgery on your fellow patient, Sun Yen. After you put on the beak mask, everything in your field of vision changed. Sun Yen was covered with various labels, with a bunch of meaningless gibberish written on them. Doctor, what are you standing there for? Bring the hemostat. You walked to the operating table. You, what are you doing? Doctor, the patient is terminally ill, we need to amputate. If we can't stop the virus from spreading, we'll have to cremate them. You, can I give it a try? You tore off the labels from Sun Yen's body. Sun Yen indeed returned to normal. The doctor praised your medical skills in all kinds of ways. You were worried that your theft might be discovered, so you made an excuse to leave. At the emergency room door, you met the owner of the mask. The owner cursed at you, accusing you of stealing. You remembered Rule 2 in the First Aid Manual. If someone enters the ward during an emergency, call the security department to send the intruder to room 0. You immediately picked up the phone by the door and dialed the security department. The owner's expression turned to panic, and he quickly turned to leave. People from the security department appeared at the emergency room door, wearing dog head masks. They grabbed the owner and took him to room 0. You pretended to stay calm and walked out of the emergency room. You were afraid your theft would be discovered, so you quickly went to the trash room on the basement floor and threw the mask and clothes into the trash chute. You turned your head and found security standing behind you. Security, someone reported you for stealing. We've already checked the surveillance, and the evidence is conclusive. You, I didn't. Security, come with us. Security grabbed your collar, restrained your limbs, and took you to room 0. Room 0 was empty, with only white walls on all sides. You looked up, and a giant spider descended from the ceiling. You tried to dodge. The spider moved swiftly and caught you. You were torn to pieces by the giant spider. You died. The simulation ended. Gui opened his eyes again, a cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His mental energy was completely drained, yet he still hadn't found a way to successfully save his fellow patient. He noticed a small patch of black hair growing on the back of his hand. If he didn't take action soon to help the ailing patient, he would soon turn into a monster due to his inner guilt, triggering the instant death flag. He had no choice but to take a risk. Chapter 6: The Billboard in the Square. In the real world, an indescribable force had begun to invade other countries, and many patients in hospitals inexplicably died in their beds. People around the world were suffering unbearably. Now, all eyes were on Longwa's challenger, Gui. If Gui could perfectly complete the challenge, not only Longwa but also all the ghost story hospitals around the world would disappear at the same time. In the live broadcast, Gui was focusing on his meal, while his fellow patient was almost suffocating. Why isn't Gui saving anyone? The cafeteria rules don't allow random movement. But the note on the back says it's also wrong not to save a life. I'm so angry, it's better if we all die and the whole world perishes. The bullet comments were in chaos, while the Longwa experts were nervously discussing. This is almost an unsolvable situation. We don't know where the limit for loud noise is. Would creating other noises to attract the doctor work? It's too risky. Gui has already violated the rules once. If he breaks them again, he will be punished. It's fine, I guess Gui has already found the correct solution. Gui quickly finished all the food. He walked behind the doctor, patted his shoulder, then silently stood to the side. The doctor noticed the fainted patient and immediately picked him up, heading toward the emergency room. Why didn't he just go call the doctor? People like you deserve to die. You wouldn't last a minute in the strange world. Please remember the cafeteria rules before speaking, okay? The experts from Dragon Country directly ignored the bickering comments and carefully analyzed every move of Gui. He's really too calm, and his thinking is incredibly sharp. He might truly be humanity's last hope. I guess he's already figured out the meaning behind the note's hint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found a solution so quickly. People all around the world were glued to their screens, their hearts already connected with Gui. In the strange world. Gui, of course, didn't know what the people in the real world were discussing. He was simply following the conclusions from his calculations and quickly arrived at the locker room door. During his previous deduction, Gui discovered an interesting phenomenon. When the doctor found out the birdbeak mask was stolen, he didn't immediately report it to the security department. Instead, he searched around frantically and even ignored the rules of the first aid manual, barging into the emergency room. This could only mean one thing. In the doctor's eyes, the mask being lost and discovered was more terrifying than violating the first aid manual. They didn't dare admit they lost the mask, so they could only rely on their own strength to find it. Therefore, as long as Gui was not discovered before the doctor, he was safe and didn't need to worry about being caught by the security department. As long as he could quickly steal the mask, save the patient, and return the mask to the locker room, he would successfully complete the mission without a hitch. He had wasted a lot of time in the corridor during his last deduction, but not this time. Gooey moved swiftly into the locker room, expertly stealing a set of doctor's clothes. His natural demeanor made it hard for the doctors to tell. His heart was pounding in his throat, but he still walked into the emergency room with a calm expression. The two emergency doctors glanced at Gooey and quickly explained the situation. "Teacher Gooey, this patient suddenly fainted while having breakfast. We're preparing to perform surgery on him." Before the doctor could finish speaking, Gooey had already completed the surgery, and the patient was almost out of danger in the blink of an eye. "Holy crap, what technique is this? Never heard of, never seen before. Teacher Gooey, where are you going?" Gooey didn't want to hear the doctor's praise. He had to quickly return the mask to the locker room. The two doctors followed him from behind. Gooey quickly dodged into the locker room, threw the clothes carelessly into the next room, and randomly opened an empty locker to hide inside. Inside the cramped locker, all Gooey could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. "Where's Teacher Gooey? He must have gone to take a shower. Why is he so impersonal? Forget it, with his personality, don't mind him. Let's just send the patient back to his room." The two emergency doctors left, shoulder to shoulder. Gooey leaned against the locker, letting out a long sigh. The black hair on his hands finally disappeared. At this moment, a strange voice echoed in his ears from the bizarre space. "The adventurer has successfully resolved the crisis of the patient and feels pleased. His mental power level has increased. You can choose one of the following two rewards. 1. You can restore mental power even when awake, recovering 10 points of mental power per hour. 2. Your mental power limit increases by 20 points. Gooey thought for a moment and immediately chose the first option without hesitation. His mental power had already been exhausted. If he could only recover by sleeping, it would be too inefficient. Gooey waited until there was no one around. He had just left the doctor's changing room. When he was rescuing someone in the emergency room, Gooey had torn off the label on Sun Yan's body and tucked it into his pocket. Only now did he have time to take it out and look at it. At this moment, Gooey looked at it with his naked eye but found that all the labels had turned into decaying worms. Gooey could barely suppress his disgust and instinctively threw the worms to the ground, crushing them into mush. Why did the worms turn into jumbled labels after he put on the bird mask? Gooey couldn't understand. He speculated that if he put on other animal masks, he would see a different world and gain different clues. These clues might be related to the truth behind the hospital. It is now exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. All patients are asked not to stay inside the hospital. Please go to the front square for free activities. The broadcast sound echoed. A large group of footsteps came from behind Gooey. The patients rushed down the stairs in a swarm, not speaking to each other, just walking silently toward the main entrance. Gooey dared not take it lightly and immediately followed the crowd. He was worried that even during free activity hours, there might still be rules that couldn't be broken. Gooey arrived at the front square of the hospital. A huge sign was placed on the east side of the hospital entrance, recording the square usage rules. Square usage rules. 1. The front square is open from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. It is forbidden to enter the front square during other hours. 2. You can do anything in the square, but you are not allowed to leave the hospital. 3. There are many entertainment activities in the square. You can try them all, but if there are any injuries or deaths, the hospital will not be responsible. 4. This hospital does not keep dogs. If you hear barking, please contact the security department of the square or a doctor in the hospital immediately. You may have been infected. 5. There is a small shop at the southeast corner of the front square, but do not try to gamble with him, or the consequences will be at your own risk. Below the square usage rules, there was still a string of blood-written words, but this time, the content made Gooey's hair stand on end. The dog is at #UN% humanity's friend of friends. Everyone RF human nature XK, human nature UI survives UN *********. I'm not human anymore, crossed out. I'm still human. I am human. Chapter 7, A Bet. In the past, the blood-written words had clear logic, and they didn't even forget to mark the punctuation. But this time, the blood-written words were not only blurred and heavily scratched, but the content also became fragmented, like rambling in a dream. Gooey could barely make out a few words. It was clear that I was on the verge of a mental breakdown when leaving these words behind. I seemed to have started to doubt my own humanity. The dog is a human's friend. This was the first part of the blood-written words. Given the blurred and sloppy handwriting, Gooey remained skeptical of this clue. The barking of the dog was non-existent to others. But it was also possible that they could hear the barking, but due to the force of the rules, they dared not admit its existence. The barking was definitely a key clue in uncovering the truth behind the hospital. I's identity was also something worth investigating. In the hospital room, there was a rule: there are always two people in the special care room. Perhaps the patient Gooey couldn't see was I. So, am I playing the role of someone with schizophrenia? But as it stands, I don't show any symptoms of schizophrenia. It's also possible that my second personality has been separated from my main body, becoming the unspeakable in this replica? Gooey stood in front of the notice board, muttering to himself, carefully analyzing all the clues he had gathered. So far, he still didn't know what kind of disease the hospital treated or what the specific treatment methods were. However, by the afternoon, Gooey would have the chance to experience the hospital's treatment process. Gooey ran to the side of the square and walked up to a strolling machine, swaying along with the other patients. There were many security guards patrolling around the square. Each of them wore a dog head mask and worked with strict discipline. Anyone who dared to look at the hospital gate would be harshly scolded by them. Don't think about escaping yet. It's not the right time. Gooey shook his head and chatted with a fellow patient while walking on the treadmill. He found that these fellow patients were very cold. No matter what Gooey said, they ignored him. Not only that, all the other patients were playing by themselves, with very little communication. Even the two patients who were playing frisbee together never spoke to each other from beginning to end. Sometimes they laughed, but it quickly disappeared. These patients must also have problems. Gooey used all kinds of fitness equipment and spent a full 2 hours. Now his mental power had reached 20 points. Once he had enough mental power, Gooey immediately started a new round of deduction. Deduction begins. You tried all the sports items in the square, but found no useful clues. You stepped down from the treadmill. You found the small shop in the southeast corner of the square. The shopkeeper was a person wearing a pig head mask, but his body was slimmer than the chef in the kitchen. Shopkeeper, what do you want to buy? You, what do you have? Shopkeeper, daily goods, snack foods, everything. You, everything? Then can you tell me the truth about this hospital? Shopkeeper, I don't understand what you're talking about. You sneered and pointed to the sign next to the shop, which showed the gambling rules. Gambling rules? 1. You can gamble with the shopkeeper. The bet can be anything, but your bet can only be your life. 2. The gambling contract binds both sides. No one can break it. 3. The shopkeeper only accepts gambling invitations from 10 to 12 o'clock in the morning. Shopkeeper, so you want to gamble with me? Fine, but I'll say this first. I don't know the truth you're talking about, but I can tell you how to find the truth. Even so, you still want to gamble with me? You, I'm willing. When the others heard someone was going to gamble, all the patients gathered around. They kept shaking their heads at you, signaling you not to do it, but you ignored them. The shopkeeper took out 3 playing cards. 2 were aces, 1 was a joker. Shopkeeper, find the joker, and you win. If you lose, you give me your life. You, bring it on. The shopkeeper showed the 3 cards briefly, then placed them face down on the table and quickly shuffled their positions. You couldn't see the shopkeeper's movements at all. You couldn't tell which card was the joker. Shopkeeper, guess. You pointed at the card in the middle. The shopkeeper turned it over. It was an ace. Shopkeeper, you lost. The shopkeeper pulled out a gun and shot through your head. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Deduction ends. Gooey exited the deduction state. He had died so many times that he was no longer surprised by death. I must have lost focus just now. I'll try again. Deduction begins. This time, you went directly to the shopkeeper and said you wanted to gamble. The shopkeeper gladly accepted. This time, you didn't blink. You were sure you had tracked the joker. You picked the card in the middle. The shopkeeper flipped it over. It was an ace. The shopkeeper took an axe from under the table and chopped open your head. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Deduction ends. How could I be wrong again? Gooey shook his head and carefully recalled every detail from the 2 previous simulations. Finally, his eyes lit up, and he immediately understood the shopkeeper's trick. He must have been cheating. Gooey swaggered to the entrance of the small shop in the southeast corner. What do you want to buy? I want to gamble with you. Gamble? Have you read the rules? Of course. What do you want? I want to know the truth about the hospital. I can only tell you how to find the truth. Even so, you still want to gamble with me? The shopkeeper took 3 playing cards from his pocket and placed them on the table. The other patients around saw Gooey wanting to gamble, and they all gathered around him, continuously shaking their heads and waving their hands. Gooey shook his head, insisting on gambling. The shopkeeper, just like before, began rearranging the cards again, his movements and techniques exactly the same as in the simulation. Pick the ghost card, and you win. Gooey extended his hand and pointed to the third card, this one. The shopkeeper reached out to flip the card, but Gooey immediately stopped him. Wait, I'll flip it. Gooey said, this one isn't the ghost card. Then, Gooey flipped over the third card, which was an ace. This one isn't either. After saying that, Gooey flipped the first card, which was also an ace. So, the one in the middle must be the ghost card. The shopkeeper blinked, secretly hiding the switched ghost card in his sleeve. He reluctantly nodded at Gooey and pointed to the shop behind him. Follow me, I'll give you something. Gooey followed the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper rummaged through drawers and cabinets, finally pulling out a pair of 3D glasses and handing them to Gooey, along with instructions for use. Clearly, this was another one of those unspeakable rules of the Twisted Tales. Instructions for use. 1. You can use these glasses to watch the 3D movie Monster Siege. 2. If you see a monster step out of the screen through the glasses, immediately take them off and step back 3 steps. 3. Do not wear the glasses casually. Gooey flipped the instructions to the back, where there was a string of blood-red characters. Trust me, don't look. They're all fake. Chapter 8, The Way Out of the Treatment Room, 1. After reading the blood-red characters, Gooey felt even more confused. From the very beginning until now, the blood-red words had been helping him get through the challenges, but this time it was telling him not to use the glasses. If he followed the usual pattern. In front of the doctor, he must obey the rules on the front of the paper, behind the doctor, he must follow the rules on the back. The hospital probably didn't want him to uncover the truth, so the rules on the front should be the ones that restrict the player's freedom. I should long to leave the hospital, and I also want the player to understand the truth behind the hospital. Therefore, I would write helpful blood-red hints on the back of the paper. But the rules on this piece of paper clearly contradicted the function of the 3D glasses. The 3D glasses were tools to uncover the truth of the hospital. So, the front of the paper should be the rule preventing or limiting him from using the glasses, and the back should tell him how to use them secretly behind the doctor's back. But now, these two sides were completely swapped. The front told him how to safely use the glasses, while the back told him not to trust them. It was too strange. Which side should he believe? Now, he couldn't deduce or prove anything. Gooey could only continue searching for more clues and use his innate skills, making small mistakes to gather information and summarize later. Gooey looked around the shop and saw all kinds of strange products, including live snakes and toads for sale. Why do you have these kinds of things in your shop? Someone wants them, so I buy them. Alright, I have some other questions. Go ahead. Where can I watch the movie Monster Siege? In the archive room. Where is the archive room? You already know enough. Get out, don't disturb my business. The shopkeeper waved his hand impatiently, pushing Gooey out. Gooey tucked the 3D glasses into their case and hid it away, continuing his exploration in the square. There were still 2 hours left until lunch, and Gooey kept exploring but didn't find any significant clues. Time passed quickly, and after 1400 hours, Gooey and the other patients finished their lunch and returned to their rooms. He hid the 3D glasses under his pillow. After the nap, everyone queued up to enter the so-called treatment room. Before entering the treatment room, the doctor gave each patient some medicine. Gooey took the chance when the doctor wasn't paying attention and hid the pill under his tongue. After the doctor left, he secretly spit the pill out. Everyone, please enter the treatment room. Gooey nodded and turned to walk into the treatment room. There were 10 treatment pods in the room. The pods looked like big coffins, making Gooey feel a sudden wave of nausea for no reason. With the nurse's help, Gooey climbed into the treatment pod. After the nurse pressed buttons on several machines in the room, she left. There was a glass window on the other wall of the treatment room. If something happened, the nurse could come in right away. At this moment, Gooey had saved up 50 points of mental power. As soon as the nurse left, he used his innate skill. Simulation begins. You try to push open the treatment pod in front of you. The switch is outside. For now, you can't open it from inside. You look at the other patients. They all have their eyes closed and are sleeping. You hear barking from far away. You turn your neck to look at the glass window. A group of people wearing deer head masks walks past the window. They are all wearing suits and don't look like hospital staff. Not only that, but there are also 2 people with pig head masks walking beside the deer head people. They stop at the door of each treatment room and observe the patients inside. When they pass your treatment room, your eyes meet theirs. The deer head person points at you. The nurse immediately comes to your treatment room and opens your pod. Nurse, congratulations. You, congratulate me for what? You are taken by the nurse to the deer head person. The deer head person touches your head. You try to avoid it. Dear head person, come with me. You, where are we going? Dear head person, don't you dislike it here? I'll take you out. You are shocked. The dear head person grabs your arm and walks toward the door of the treatment room. Black hair starts to grow on your arm. You try to break free from the dear head person's grip, but he easily pulls you back. You try to speak, but only barking comes out. You become a monster. You are no longer human. You are dead. Simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes, staring blankly. This time, he somehow triggered an instant death flag again and reached the bad ending of becoming a monster. Just as Gooey had guessed before, the characters in this world all wore masks. The world they saw must be different depending on the mask they wore. Gooey closed his eyes again. Simulation begins. This time you do not open your eyes. You choose to pretend to sleep and carefully analyze the information you have. The dear head person is a newly appeared character. After you make eye contact with him in the treatment room, he will take you away, and you will end up becoming a monster. The dear head person clearly is not from the hospital. He walks around in the treatment room, as if selecting someone. He will take away patients who meet a certain condition. Maybe staying awake inside the pod is one of the conditions? You keep your eyes closed and carefully listen to the footsteps outside. Only after confirming that the dear head person is gone do you open your eyes. The dear head person took away another female patient. You don't know this female patient well. She was half squinting her eyes like she was sleepwalking. The dear head person had to hold her arm to help her walk. From this, you guess that staying awake in the pod is not a necessary condition for being chosen. The dear head person left with the female patient. You never saw them again. You have solved the mystery of patients disappearing one by one. All the patients were taken away by the dear head person while receiving treatment inside the pods. But why are they taking the patients? What happens after they are taken? These questions are still unanswered. At this moment, another deer-headed person came in. You closed your eyes. You heard the deer-headed person speaking at the window of your treatment room. He seemed to take an interest in you. A nurse walked in. You felt a bit nervous. After all, this was just a simulation. You decided to be bold and give it a try. The nurse helped you open the treatment pod door. You jumped out while the nurse opened the door. You quickly escaped from the treatment room. The nurse shouted behind you, and a few other nurses ran to stop you. You realized you couldn't defeat these nurses at all. You took out a fruit knife to threaten them. The nurse raised a nearby chair and smashed it on your head. Everything turned blood red in front of your eyes. You died. The simulation ended. Gu Wai replied, opening his eyes with a frustrated sigh. He couldn't defeat the security department, couldn't defeat the male doctor, and couldn't even beat the female nurse. Clearly, everyone in this hospital was stronger than him. It was impossible to get through the copy relying solely on his physical strength. Forcibly escaping would mean death. Being taken away by the deer-headed person would also mean death. More importantly, Gu Wai still hadn't figured out why he attracted the deer-headed person's attention. If he didn't solve this riddle, he would still be taken away. Did he have to die in the treatment room today? Chapter 9, The Way to Escape the Treatment Room, 2. Gu Wai calmed down again and started the simulation once more. The simulation begins. You closed your eyes. You carefully summarized the clues you just obtained. The deer-headed person did not choose based on whether eyes were open or closed, but if you made eye contact with the deer-headed person, you would likely attract his attention. Moreover, the group accompanying the deer-headed person were pig-headed people. The merchants in the hospital, like the cooks selling food and the shopkeepers in the small store, were all wearing pig masks. So, the hospital was in the business of selling living people. Those deer-headed people were clearly picking out goods. And the pig-headed people were the sales consultants helping the hospital sell living people. As long as doctors couldn't cure patients, they would burn them, which proves that in their eyes, patients are just commodities, not lives. Except for the patients, everyone here are monsters, while humans are the goods they trade in. You believe your reasoning is getting closer to part of the truth. But just figuring this out isn't enough to achieve perfect clearance. Why do monsters trade humans? What do they do with them after buying them back? How did I become unspeakable in this world? What is the illness of the patients? You don't rush to reason. Your top priority now is to find a way to avoid today's crisis and not get taken away by the deer-headed person. You closed your eyes. You heard the deer-headed person passing by your window. You peeked out and saw the deer-headed person leading a female patient away. You tried to analyze your similarities with the female patient. 1. You are both patients. 2. The female patient sleeps with her eyes open, and so do you. 3. Both of you are relatively good-looking. You can't find any other common points. You quietly noted down the female patient's bed number. You decided to find a chance later to investigate her medical records for more information. As you have no ideas for now, you decided to try a different approach. You took out a fruit knife and attempted to break through the treatment pod from the inside. You poked a small gap. You slid the fruit knife in the gap of the door, prying open the lock of the treatment pod, but the fruit knife broke as a result. You glanced outside. For now, no one seemed to notice you. With all your strength, you pushed open the pod door. You jumped out of the treatment pod. The treatment pod set off an alarm. Panicking, you hid at the bottom of the treatment pod. The nurse came in to check, but she just happened to not see you. You hid at the bottom of the treatment pod, waiting for the nurse to leave. After a while, an announcement about your escape began to broadcast, and you saw the security personnel searching for your trace outside the glass window. A strong man walked into the treatment room. He bent down and lay on the ground, locking eyes with you. He was wearing an elephant mask. You recalled the hint on the first note. If you see any damaged equipment, please immediately contact the person wearing the elephant mask for repairs. The elephant man should be the hospital's repairman. He pulled you out from the bottom of the treatment pod and smashed your head with a hammer. Everything in front of you turned blood red. You died. Gooey closed his eyes and frowned. Being smashed in the head twice during simulations made him a bit frustrated. If he continued to stay here, he would eventually be taken away by the deer-headed man, leading to a dead end. He didn't dare to gamble on luck. There is another way. Gooey's eyes lit up as he thought of a new method. The simulation begins. You lay in the treatment pod, taking out a fruit knife. You forcefully cut your own throat. Blood gushed out. You gritted your teeth, constantly banging on the pod door, shouting for help. The nurse heard the noise and hurried over, pulling you out of the treatment pod. Your consciousness became a bit fuzzy. You felt you had cut too deeply. You were pushed onto the operating table, and the doctor began emergency treatment on you. Everything in front of you turned pitch black. You lost consciousness. Upon waking again, you found yourself in a special care ward. This room had only you in it, and there wasn't even another bed beside you. You didn't know how long you had been in this ward. You felt an immense panic inside. You climbed up from the hospital bed, feeling your body suddenly lighten. You discovered that there was another person behind you, identical to yourself. You screamed loudly, your pupils dilating. You were scared to death. The simulation ends. How could this happen? Gooey covered his eyes in despair. Self-harm could attract nurses, so they would send him to the emergency room, but he had fainted from severe injuries, and unwittingly ended up in the special care ward. There is a rule in the special care ward: a room must have 2 people. Because of this, after he was placed in that single room, another version of himself split off, and was then scared to death. Gooey gritted his teeth and rubbed his temples. He must have missed something. Think about it, why didn't the room he entered at the start of the instance also have a second bed, but he didn't trigger the scared to death by his own duplicate ending? Let's try again. Gooey closed his eyes, ready to restart the simulation. This was his last chance to simulate. He had to make progress. The simulation starts. You keep your eyes closed, recalling every little detail from when you first entered the instance. A special care ward must have 2 people. This information doesn't necessarily mean there must really be 2 people in the ward. As long as it creates the illusion of 2 people, it can still deceive the rules. At the beginning, although there wasn't a second bed in the ward, there were many other people's clothes on the floor. Perhaps this was the unexplainable reason you hadn't been killed. Currently, you didn't have more clues, so you could only make such a judgment. When you self-harmed the first time, you cut too deeply, causing you to faint before you even got on the operating table. You took a deep breath and drove the knife into your chest. Blood stained your clothes. You shouted for help. The nurse hurriedly rescued you and sent you to the emergency room. The doctor performed emergency care on you while you remained conscious. Doctor, why would you commit suicide when you were fine? What's wrong with you? You, don't give me anesthesia. Doctor, how can we perform surgery without anesthesia? You, I don't want to sleep. Doctor, don't pay attention to him, give him the medication. You were fitted with a mask. Everything in front of you turned pitch black. You fell asleep. The surgery was completed, and you were pushed out of the operating room. You struggled to wake up. You felt intense pain in your chest, and your limbs were weak and unable to move normally. You were pushed into the special care ward where you had stayed before. You lay on the bed. You felt your body becoming lighter, struggling to get up from the bed. You discovered your doppelganger was slowly forming. You had no time left. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. You struggled to get up from the bed, pulling out those clothes from the second layer of the bedside table, casually spreading them on the floor. Your heart was pounding. You turned your head. Your doppelganger had fully formed. He smiled at you. Your pupils dilated. You were scared to death. The simulation ended. Ha! Gooey gasped, holding his fluctuating chest, his brows tightly knitted. Died again like this, without knowing why. At this moment, Gooey had used up all his simulation chances, unable to try again. What had he missed? Gooey clenched his teeth, closing his eyes and continually pondering every detail, wondering what clue he had still not considered. The deer-headed person's footsteps passed by the window. Gooey opened his eyes, gritting his teeth and pulling out a fruit knife. There was no time to hesitate, death was certain anyway, only leaving the treatment room could offer a glimmer of hope. In the real world. The audience stared at the screen, watching Gooey like a god, leaping over all fatal flags. When Gooey cleverly unraveled the shopkeeper's tricks, the entire livestream room erupted. This kid is too smart. I watched the replay 3 times to notice the shopkeeper's small moves. How did Gooey discover them all at once? He's like a prophet. Gooey smoothly transitioned to the afternoon treatment time, everyone glued to the screen, unwilling to miss any detail. At this point, Gooey had already lain down in the treatment pod. The deer-headed person took away a female patient, while experts from Longwood discussed fiercely. What exactly is Gooey's ability? Has anyone figured it out? It should be a cognitive type ability, right? He can distinguish details that ordinary people cannot. I think it's very likely, and not just cognitive ability, it might even be precognitive ability. Don't you remember? At the beginning, he couldn't even find the hint notes, yet he was able to identify the correct way to pass almost instantly. The experts frowned tightly. According to their analysis, the deer-headed person was the most dangerous group in the entire instance. Once taken by the deer-headed person, it was a dead end. Gooey hadn't awakened a power-based talent, so escaping from the treatment pod was impossible. I'm afraid, this is Gooey's limit? Wait, what is this kid doing? Oh my god, he is committing suicide. Gooey lay in the treatment pod, stabbing a fruit knife into his chest. The comments were filled with sorrow. Sigh, this adventurer can't hold on any longer. We are going to be invaded by the bazaar again. Rest in peace. Let's emigrate to Lighthouse Country. I've heard they have developed technology to fight the bazaar in reality. Experts from Longwell all began to take off their hats in tribute. Gooey was not the first adventurer to commit suicide in the bazaar world, nor would he be the last. The team leader of the strategy group stared at the screen, pounding the table hard, shouting. You bunch of useless fools. Gooey hasn't given up. Why are you giving up? He is risking it all to survive, he is not committing suicide. In the bazaar world. Gooey forcefully stabbed into his chest, blood gushing out. He groaned, gritting his teeth. Even though he had experienced this once in the simulation, feeling this pain in reality still nearly made him faint. Help! Gooey pounded on the pod door with all his strength. Just like in the simulation, the nurse rushed over quickly and saved Gooey. The doctor flusteredly lifted Gooey into the operating room. This time, because Gooey had stabbed himself too hard, he fainted before even reaching the emergency room. The surgery was very successful. When Gooey was pushed out of the operating room, he had already been taken to the entrance of the intensive care unit. Gooey's eyes widened, and he immediately grabbed the doctor's arm. Doctor, wait a moment. What's wrong? There is only me in this ward. How is that possible? Before tonight, this ward had 2 people, you must be mistaken. Then, could you let me change to another ward? Gooey pleaded, my roommate has some issues. The hospital has its rules, if you want to change wards, you have to wait until after dinner. Go in and rest for now. The doctors lifted Gooey into the ward and tossed him onto the bed. They briefly asked about Gooey's post-operative condition and then left the ward. Once the outsiders left, Gooey clearly began to feel something was wrong. The temperature in the ward started to drop, and his weight gradually felt lighter, as if he were about to float away at any moment. At this moment, the effects of the anesthetic were still present, and he swayed unsteadily as he rolled off the bed. On the bed, a transparent shadow was slowly taking shape. Based on experience, if he could not solve the puzzle within 3 minutes, he would be scared to death. In the operating room, Gooey had been in a coma, his mental strength not recovering at all. Relying on his deduction ability to get through this was simply impossible. Now, he could only rely on himself. Calm down, think about what you have missed. Gooey closed his eyes and recalled carefully. The gifted ability not only granted Gooey the power to foresee the future, but also gave him an incredible memory. Every detail during deduction, he could recall perfectly. On the hospital bed, his doppelganger became clearer, and the features on its face were gradually forming. Gooey suddenly opened his eyes, took out clothes from the bedside table. He spread the clothes on the floor like when he first entered the instance, even trying to recreate the wrinkles of the fabric. The doppelganger's limbs gradually formed, and Gooey could even see its fingers moving. What else is missing? Gooey gritted his teeth and shouted, staggering to the ground, kneeling in front of the hospital bed, staring blankly at the corner of the wall. Was there still something else? Right. A cardboard box was still in the room, wasn't it? Hadn't he stuffed it into the corner? Where did the cardboard box go now? Gooey suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he understood where the key problem lay. That's right, it was the cardboard box. It must be the cardboard box. Gooey struggled to stand up from the ground, searching every corner of the ward. But at this moment, the doppelganger's legs finally formed. The doppelganger slowly opened its eyes, sat up straight from the bed, a strange smile hanging on its lips. Chapter 11, the second person in the intensive care unit. Over here. Gooey found a trash can under the bed. He pulled it out and discovered a folded cardboard box inside. He unfolded the cardboard box and spread it on the floor as fast as he could. Footsteps approached from behind. Gooey's heart raced, his throat tightened, and his palms began to sweat. Was the cardboard box the wrong answer too? Gooey slowly turned his head, and there was nothing behind him. He shivered all over and squatted down on the floor. Cold sweat had drenched his back. I made it. Gooey shook his head, lay on the ground, gasping for air. At this moment, a strange voice from the world echoed in his ears. You have relied on your wisdom and strength to resolve the crisis. Your mental strength has been exercised. Your recovery speed of mental strength has increased. You can now terminate the deduction at any time. Gooey smiled bitterly, clutching his chest, crawling back onto the hospital bed. There must have been cleaning staff who, without him knowing, had put the cardboard box into the trash can. If he hadn't discovered this blind spot, he would have likely died. Gooey's body was soaked with cold sweat. He felt not fear, but an indescribable thrill. He patted his own cheek, trying to calm down quickly and analyze the situation he had just encountered. Gooey should have realized long ago that the clothes were not the key. When he first entered the instance, he had hidden his clothes away, but at that time, he did not trigger the scared to death by a doppelganger ending. This already indicated that the key to solving the problem lay in the cardboard box. So, why is it a cardboard box? Gooey stared at the cardboard box, his brow furrowed tightly. In order not to violate the rule of the ward must be kept clean, Gooey tidied up the clothes and placed the cardboard box neatly in the corner against the wall. Gooey took out the first note, reading the rules written on it over and over again. There are always two people in the special care ward, please keep this in mind. So, according to this logic, could this cardboard box actually be a person? Moreover, this cardboard box must be taken out and placed on the ground. It cannot be placed under the bed or in the trash can, or it cannot be identified as human. Gooey could think of no other explanation. After excluding all possibilities, no matter how absurd the remaining answers were, they could only be the truth. The cardboard box must have some special meaning in this world, which is why it is considered a resident in the special care ward. The ward was locked from the outside, and Gooey's fruit knife, which he always carried for self-defense, was confiscated. Gooey could only lie in the ward, closing his eyes to rest and recover his mental strength. Once inside the special care ward, there was no way to leave unless at a special time. He leaned against the window, looking outside. The square in front of the hospital was empty, with only security personnel patrolling the square. The shopkeeper at the convenience store was playing solitaire with himself, carefree and relaxed. Outside the high walls of the hospital, there was a barren land, with a long, straight road stretching endlessly to the north. Even if he could successfully climb over the hospital wall, surviving in this desolate land would not be easy. Woof, woof, woof. Once again, barking echoed in the square. Gooey poked his head out, searching for the source of the barking from behind the fence. He saw a bus stopping at the hospital's gate. The sound was evidently coming from the bus. Are there really that many dog owners in this world? Gooey leaned by the window, continuing to observe patiently. After a while, several deer-headed people led the patients he had just chosen onto the bus. Another round of barking followed, as if the dogs on the bus were welcoming their owners back. The bus drove away. At this moment, the announcement sounded again. Today's treatment time is over. Please, all medical staff, assist the patients in leaving the treatment chamber and return them to their respective wards. Dinner time is approaching. Patients should not run around and should remember to take their medicine on time. Hearing this, Gooey sighed softly. He had managed to get through today's treatment time, but what would happen when he healed and was sent back to the treatment room? There was no time to waste. He must figure out how to leave the ward. Gooey sat on the bed, thinking for a while, when finally, the ward door opened. The nurse urged Gooey to leave the ward and go to the cafeteria for dinner. Gooey nodded, picked up the 3D glasses, and hid them on him. Today's dinner time was quite fortunate. No patients had sudden illnesses. To avoid having long dreams at night, Gooey was the first to finish dinner and leave the cafeteria, casually stealing a fork to keep on him. Gooey sat on a long bench outside the cafeteria, closing his eyes. The deduction begins. You decide to steal the key from the nurse's station, preparing for tonight's escape. You walked to the nurse's station. The nurse scolded you loudly upon seeing you, even coming over to check your belongings. Your self-harming behavior in the treatment room has made medical staff even more vigilant. Nurse, it is dinner time now, why don't you go to the cafeteria? I have already finished eating. Nurse, then go sit outside the cafeteria to rest, or you can go to the security office to rest. The nurse's attitude is terrible, and you no longer argue with her. You avoid the nurse's gaze and come to the hospital map. There is no mark for the records room on the map from the first to the third floor. You guess the records room should be in the basement like the cremation room. Entering the basement requires a medical elevator, and without a staff ID card, you cannot enter the basement for exploration. You feel you need a doctor's mask. As long as you have the bird beak mask, you can move freely in the hospital. You think for a while and decide to steal a doctor's mask first. To avoid the surveillance, you choose to sneak through the ventilation pipe from the restroom into the changing room. You use the fork in your hand to pry open the cover of the pipe. You have successfully arrived at the changing room. You hide behind a locker and quietly wait for an opportunity. You see Dr. Gouet again. He is changing out of his work clothes. It must be time for him to finish work. You take the chance to run out while Dr. Gouet goes into the shower room. The lock on the locker is old and broken, and you can easily damage the lock cylinder with the fork. You quickly take out the mask and the ID card. Dr. Gouet, what noise is that? Your noise is too loud, causing Dr. Gouet to run out from the shower room. You hurry back into the locker and hide again. Dr. Gouet comes to his locker and discovers his mask has been stolen. He panics and yells, putting on a random piece of clothing before rushing out of the changing room to search for his mask. You wait a little while before running out again. You turn around, only to find Dr. Gouet standing right behind you. Dr. Gouet, why are you in the changing room? You are holding Dr. Gouet's mask and ID card. You are speechless. Dr. Gouet grabs your head and slams it hard against the wall of the changing room. Your head is smashed into the wall. Your vision is filled with blood red. You are dead. Damn. Gouet gets startled and hits his head against the wall behind him. Having died so many times, dying by hitting the wall is still a first. This Dr. Gouet looks so gentle, yet when he strikes, he is more ruthless than those nurses. Again, this time I need to be more careful. The simulation begins. You sit on the bench, reflecting on the lessons learned. You decide to change your approach to stealing. You have already navigated around the cameras and people multiple times, so your actions are very proficient. Like last time, you hide behind the locker and quietly await your chance. Dr. Gouet goes to the shower room just like before. You cautiously pry open Dr. Gouet's locker, taking out the mask and ID card. Knowing that Dr. Gouet will surely come out looking for you once he notices something is missing, you decide to find a place to hide the items. You take off your clothes and wrap up the things. You go to a corner of the changing room, lift the drain cover, and hide the items at the mouth of the drain. You take the opportunity to escape the changing room. You hide in a blind spot, watching Dr. Gouet. He comes in and out in front of the changing room, growing increasingly anxious. After a long while, the security arrives beside Dr. Gouet, possessing the ability of instant movement. Security, where is your mask? Dr. Gouet, I'm looking for it. Security, you have 3 minutes left. Dr. Gouet covers his face. Dr. Gouet, I can't find it, my locker has been pried open, someone stole my things. Security, we checked the surveillance, no one has entered the changing room during this time. You shouldn't argue, come with us. Dr. Gouet, you can't treat me like this. Security, according to the rules, whether you lost it or it was stolen, you must be punished. Come with us. Dr. Gouet, no. No. Don't. Dr. Gouet's scream echoed in the corridor. You waited outside the changing room for a moment, confirming that no one was around, before sneaking inside to grab the mask and access card. You put on the doctor's uniform, wore the mask, and hid in the restroom. You found the mask usage manual in the pocket of your uniform. Mask usage manual. 1. Please keep your mask safe. If the mask is lost for more than 10 minutes, the security department will send you to room 0. 2. The paint on the mask is water-soluble. If it gets wet, it will lose its shine within 3 days. If your mask starts to peel, please find a staff member wearing an elephant mask to repaint it for you. 3. Each person can only apply for a mask once, no loss reporting or replacements will be made. 4. The mask is your identity, please do not violate your duties as a doctor. After seeing the instructions for the mask, you finally understood why Dr. Gouet was so anxious after losing his mask. Losing the mask is like losing your life. Another thing to note, if you appear in front of others while wearing the mask, you might very well be exposed. Doctors here may have the ability to recognize people through masks. Last time, when you borrowed Dr. Gouet's mask to save a patient, the paramedic directly called out Dr. Gouet's name. You can only deceive those who are not familiar with Dr. Gouet using the mask. Also, you just hid the mask in the sewer, which already got it wet. In 3 days, the paint on the mask will completely peel off. But even so, the functionality of the mask is still very strong. After putting on the mask, you can observe the world from a doctor's perspective to gather more clues. You put on the mask and walked out of the restroom. You decided to test the mask's abilities. No one questioned or stopped you anymore. You gained great freedom. You confidently walked up to the computer. You recalled the patient number of the female patient taken away by the deer-headed man in the afternoon. You entered the number into the computer. A prompt said insufficient permissions, unable to access. You nodded, finally finding the connection between yourself and the female patient. You struck up a conversation with a nearby nurse. Why can't the medical records of this patient be accessed? Nurse, I don't know, you can go ask the archives room. Okay. You wore the mask and walked into the elevator. You used the access card to go to the basement level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, security personnel instantly appeared before you. They stared at you intently. Security, Dr. Gouet? Shouldn't you be in room 0? How did you escape? You have mistaken me. The security personnel rushed in and pinned you to the ground. They uncovered your mask and discovered you were an imposter. Security, how dare you steal? Go think about it in room 0. You were sent to room 0 by security. You were bitten to death by a giant spider monster. The simulation ends. Gouet opened his eyes and carefully contemplated. The encounter with security after exiting the elevator was not coincidental, they must have tracked him down somehow. The masks are registered with real names, and the access cards are certainly the same. It must have been the use of Dr. Gouet's access card that led security to find him. Gouet decided not to continue the simulation, since he had already found a safe way to obtain the mask. The purpose of his simulation was achieved. He didn't rush to the basement for now, he needed to utilize the mask well and find a way to move freely and explore at night. Gouet stood up, left, and walked straight into the restroom. Reality. When Gouet successfully used the ruse to fool the doctors and nurses, successfully escaping the treatment room, the audience erupted. Oh my gosh, Ishan is amazing. Those who want to immigrate to Lighthouse Country, hurry up, I still want to live in Dragon Country where the strange stuff doesn't arrive. Can we not celebrate with champagne midway? The death rate in this dungeon has been 100% so far. Up until now, this kid Gouet has not discovered any key clues. The strategy team of Longway is reviewing Gouet's gameplay videos over and over again, summarizing strategies to clear the game. This kid Gouet is much smarter and braver than we imagined. The way he hurt himself to attract attention was truly brilliant. But what should he do next? The first time he could use this painful trick to avoid treatment, so what should he do the second time? Once his injury heals, he will still have to go into the treatment room. That's right, you see how the doctor's security measures have become stricter now, every patient entering or leaving the ward must be searched. Even fruit knives are not allowed in the ward. The audience in the real world can see more details, and they also find that the hospital's management of patients has become stricter. Gouet's painful trick can only be used once. But what should he do next? No one knows. Chapter 13 Night Stroll 1. In a strange world. To prevent the mask from getting wet in the sewer, Gouet found a plastic bag in a clean trash can in advance and then hid to ambush Dr. Gouet in the changing room. Gouet had already stolen the mask from Dr. Gouet several times during his simulations, like a habitual offender, successfully obtaining Dr. Gouet's mask and witnessing again the terrible sight of Dr. Gouet being taken away by security. Tisk tisk. Gouet watched as Dr. Gouet left, retrieved the mask, and hid it in the restroom. From various doctors, Gouet learned that Dr. Gouet was a socially withdrawn person. This was also one of the reasons why Gouet stole the mask without hesitation. Most people would not talk to Dr. Gouet, even when Dr. Gouet was sent to room 0, no one would notice. Gouet hid in the restroom and used his talent ability. Simulation begins. You put on the mask and leave the restroom. Everyone sees you and does not question you anymore, you feel an unprecedented freedom. You arrive at the nurse's station and steal the keys to the ward. You hide the keys in your pocket. The nurse's station is bustling, and someone has started to pay attention to you. Worried about being exposed, you quickly hide in the restroom and pack the mask and clothes into the trash bag, hiding them at the vent. 1900 hours, all patients have gone to the treatment room. You are injured, and the doctor has allowed you to rest for a week. When you enter the special care ward, you are searched by a nurse. She finds the fork and ward keys you hid. The nurse calls security. You pause the simulation. The moment Gouet saw the security personnel, he immediately stopped the simulation. After boosting his mental power, he could now terminate the simulation at any time, which helped reduce the mental impact of the death scenes. Looks like this will work. I need to change my approach. Simulation begins. You steal the keys using the same method as before. 1900 hours, you swallow the keys and throw the fork into the trash can. The nurse thoroughly searches you. Nurse, you must never hide contraband on you again. What are you thinking? I'm sorry, I was confused for a moment. Nurse, here's your medicine for tonight. Hurry and take it. You swallow the pills in front of the nurse. Nurse, tonight you will be moved to a new ward, I'll take you there. The nurse brings you to the ward, and you discover that your roommate is Sun Yen. Sun Yen is still in a coma. You sit by the bedside, spitting out the keys and pills. You wait for a moment, try to unlock, and find that it doesn't fit the keyhole. You picked the wrong key. You terminate the simulation. Fortunately, I simulated it in advance, otherwise, I would have almost forgotten this detail. Gui patted his forehead and remembered that the doctor had said early this morning that he would change his room, but when he stole the keys, he still took the keys for the old room. Moreover, because he had attempted suicide once, the nurse increased the intensity of her search suddenly. The mask and that 3D glasses were very sensitive items. The nurse would definitely confiscate them, so Gui could only hide them all inside the ventilation duct. Gui successfully obtained the key using the method he deduced. It was 1900 hours. Gui obediently moved into the new ward, and as soon as the nurse left, he immediately spat out all the pills and the key. Wow! Gui hugged the spittoon and vomited his dinner completely out. He searched through his vomit and finally found the key. This time, he did not make a mistake. Gui glanced at his roommate, who kept his eyes closed and slept deeply. No matter how much he teased him, he wouldn't say a word. Let's rest for a while. Gui lay on the bed and took a short nap. However, he didn't lie down but instead leaned against the wall to doze off. He planned to rest up for a while and, after midnight, use his special ability to explore. The clock struck 12 o'clock. Gui opened his eyes. Sun Yen was still sleeping deeply, and outside the hospital, it was pitch dark. Only a few security guards stood at the entrance. This was the time when everyone was most exhausted, which suited him perfectly to go out and explore. Start deducing. Gui closed his eyes. Deductions begin. You crawled out of bed. You successfully opened the door with the key. You cautiously pushed the door open. The nurse at the nurse station was dozing and didn't notice your little actions. You tiptoed out and headed straight to the bathroom. You took out the hidden mask and clothes and put them on. With the mask to cover you, you swaggered around the hospital, and no one paid attention to you. You walked into the fire escape and went to the basement. The basement door was locked, and you didn't dare to use your access card to open it. You needed to find another way to enter the main door. You sat at the stairway for a while, and it seemed room 0 was in the basement. This might be your only way to access the basement without the access card. Since you couldn't go to the basement, you decided to head upstairs. The first floor was the inpatient department, the second floor was the treatment room, and you had never been to the third floor. The third floor's door was unlocked, so you pushed the door open and entered. On the third floor, from east to west, there were the following offices: General Affairs Office, Finance Department, Security Department, Specimen Room, Conference Room, Director's Office. You crouched at the entrance of the General Affairs Office and looked for a while. The light in the office was on, and there were a few elephant masks, but no one inside. You came to the Security Department. It was pitch dark in the Security Department, and you couldn't see anything. You arrived at the entrance of the Specimen Room. There were many cabinets inside, dark and unclear what specimens they held. You tried turning the doorknob and found that the Specimen Room was the only room that could be opened. You walked into the Specimen Room, and the moonlight outside shone in, allowing you to see clearly without needing to turn on the lights. The room was filled with various animal specimens, and every one of these animals was much larger than real-life ones. You found a toad specimen placed in the center of the room. The toad was about the size of a palm, and beneath it were some words. The toad is the natural enemy of. In the middle was a string of gibberish, and you prepared to take off your mask for a better look. At that moment, you suddenly heard a strange noise. You turned your head and found a tall monster standing in front of you. Every time you closed your eyes, the monster got a little closer. The monster roared. Your mask cracked because of it. You hurriedly rushed into the fire escape. You found the monster blocking your way in front of you. The monster reached out its hands toward your neck. Everything went black before your eyes. The monster snapped your neck. You died. Deductions end. Chapter 14 Night Walk, 2. Hiss. Gui took a sharp breath and stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. The speed of that monster was too fast. Gui didn't even have a chance to end the deduction early. There was a humanoid monster hidden on the third floor. He was completely black, with eyes shaped like hearts. There must be some important secret there. That monster is likely the guardian, ready to strangle anyone who illegally enters without hesitation. Is there some hidden clue on the third floor that I missed? Gooey squinted and thought for a moment, deciding to try exploring the third floor again. The simulation begins. You sit on the edge of the bed, thinking carefully. You think you might have been killed by the monster for breaking the rules. You return to the entrance of the third floor. You search the corridor, but find no notes or any trace of people or monsters. You suspect that when you open any door, the monster will suddenly appear. You have 5 simulation chances left, and you decide to use a trial and error method to determine the monster's weaknesses and behavior patterns. You open the door to the specimen room. You step into the specimen room. You lean against the wall, looking toward the entrance. The monster appears. Its movement resembles that of a penguin, swaying side to side, but it is incredibly fast. You realize it's hard to track the monster's movements when you open your eyes. You can only see its silhouette by blinking rapidly. The monster enters the specimen room, deliberately avoiding the specimen cabinets. You use the specimen cabinets to outmaneuver the monster. The hearts in its eyes turn into 2 black forks, and it disappears into darkness. You can no longer observe the monster. You feel a tightness in your throat. The monster has broken your neck. Everything goes black before you. You are dead. The simulation ends. Gooey opens his eyes and touches his neck. Another instant kill. His physical strength in this scenario is too weak. If it were an adventurer with stamina or strength, they might be able to confront the monster head-on. At least I managed to last a minute this time. I'll try again. The simulation begins. You take out a note and write down all the information about the monster. 1. The monster has invisibility. You must blink quickly to see its figure. If the monster's eyes turn into black forks, it becomes completely invisible. 2. The monster is slightly faster than you, and its strength far exceeds yours, making escape or direct confrontation unrealistic. 3. The monster does not dare to damage anything in the specimen room, and you can use this to your advantage. 4. The monster is tangible. You must make physical contact to harm it. 5. You have confirmed that it only appears when you enter the specimen room and does not show itself otherwise. You think for a moment. You used the previous method to escape the hospital room, making your way to the laundry room at the corner of the first floor, where you find some bed sheets. You tear the sheets into long strips. You go to the cleaning room and steal some wax for mopping the floor. You return to the third floor. You spread the wax across the floor, creating snares in the corridor with the long strips. You open the specimen room. The monster quickly appears before you. You hurry to escape. The monster gives chase but trips over the rope. You continue to run down the stairs. The monster stumbles on the waxed floor, and you keep sprinting. You reach the ground floor. You take out your access card and swipe it for the elevator to the basement. Security personnel immediately appear before you. Security, why do you have Dr. Goy's access card? You remain silent, blinking rapidly, realizing the monster has come up behind both of you. The security personnel turn around and catch sight of the monster. Security, what are you doing here? Go back to your specimen room. The monster and the security personnel become entangled in a struggle. You turn and step into the basement. You feel a chill all over. In the darkness, it seems like countless eyes are watching you. You hear low growls from animals. A monster covered in black fur rushes out from the shadows. The barking of the dog rang out. You swiftly dodged. At the doorway were the security and the monsters. You could not retreat. You could only continue to move forward. The surrounding black-furred monsters were increasing in number. You felt that these monsters were transformed from patients. Their physical abilities were similar to yours, but there were far too many of them. Soon, you were captured by a group of black-furred monsters. Your body was covered in black fur. You felt your consciousness gradually fading away. You stopped the deduction. Huff. Gooey leaned back on the pillow, letting out a long sigh. The stronger the defense of the specimen room, the heavier Gooey's curiosity became. When he first entered the basement, he didn't have time to explore before being surrounded and gradually assimilated by the monsters. In that kind of environment, he would surely become a monster and die. Could the dog barking during the day be coming from the basement? It shouldn't be, it's obviously from a closer place. Last time during the deduction, I went to the crematorium. It seemed there were no monsters in the basement during the day, only at night would they emerge. The safe exploration time in the basement is during the day. Gooey rubbed his temples and wrote down his hypotheses and the known information about the monsters on a piece of paper. He read it twice, tucked the paper away, and began the deduction again. Deduction begins. You are certain that there must be crucial clues in the specimen room. With such weak defenses at night, you could wander around wearing a birdbeak mask without anyone questioning you. There was no one on duty in the security office, yet monsters guarded the specimen room. You think using the security to turn against the monsters isn't a good plan. Whichever side survives will ultimately turn around to chase you. You feel like you're being pushed into a dead end. You realize you have no way to bypass the monsters in the specimen room. Maybe you should give up on investigating the specimen room? You feel very unwilling. You found the breakthrough but cannot find a way to break through. Holding the paper, you think carefully. You are sure there are no gaps in your information about the monsters. You silently recall the last deduction. You feel you've caught something crucial. The security personnel expressed surprise and shock at the first sight of the monsters. And he even said, "Go back to your specimen room." This sentence reminded you. You realized you had overlooked one point. Where did the monsters come from? Chapter 15, Night Walk, 3. Every time, you think the monsters are hiding in the corners outside the corridor, yet the security personnel say the monsters are in the specimen room. Before you opened the door, the monsters were quietly inside the specimen room. It must be your action of opening the door that activated the monsters. If you don't open the door, can you use other methods to enter the specimen room? You feel you've summarized the correct method to enter the specimen room. You return to the third floor. You arrive at the bathroom on the third floor and pry open the vent cover above you. You came to the specimen room through the ventilation duct. You stayed quietly for a moment and found that indeed no monsters came to attack you. You found the light switch. The specimen room was as bright as day. In the corner of the specimen room, you saw a monster curled up, hugging its knees, crouching on the floor. Its left eye was heart-shaped, and its right eye was a black cross. You found a card in front of the monster. Moonlight Giant. After exposure to moonlight, it gains incredible power and has great hostility toward humans. So, this monster only becomes a living creature and chases humans after basking in moonlight. You were shocked. Because this monster turned out to be one of the specimens. You continued to explore in the specimen room and found that all specimens had some ambiguous explanations. You felt curious as to why the medical staff didn't study medicine but came to study these monsters' habits. You are more certain that this world does not follow the blueprint of the real world, it is another parallel universe filled with monsters. You cannot understand everything in the instance with the worldview of reality. Perhaps in the real world, these specimens are monsters, but in the instance world, these are common creatures. Instead, you and the group of patients are rare animals. You continue to make bold speculations. This hospital is not a hospital, but a research institute, and everything they do is to study beings like humans. Healing is just an excuse to gain human trust. The deer-headed man buying humans from the hospital may also have some special intentions. Humans may hold high economic value to the local natives, so the hospital engages in human trafficking. So far, this is the most logical explanation you can think of. You take a long breath. Up to this point, the information you have gathered has already cost you a lot of effort and sacrifice. If it were an adventurer without SSS-level talent, it would be impossible to reach this step. Clearly, the difficulty of the instance in this strange world has risen to a nearly fatal level. Even if you can deduce infinitely, there are still countless dangers. You continue to search in the specimen room. You focus your attention on the toad in the center of the hall. The label in front of the toad is still garbled. You take off the mask and finally see the words on it clearly. The toad is the enemy of the spider. As a doctor, you cannot see the label, but as a patient, you can see it. You think this is a very obvious hint aimed at the patients. Throughout the whole hospital, you only see one spider, that is the large man-eating spider in room 0. Could the toad be used to deal with the spider? You try to move the toad specimen, but find that it doesn't budge an inch. You give up on taking the specimen. You suddenly remember that there are live toads for sale in the playground's small shop. Could that live toad be prepared for room 0? You have found a direction to move forward. You decide to stop exploring the specimen room, crawling back into the vent to explore the 2 rooms next door. You first go to the principal's office. The principal's office is full of dust, with only a set of desk and chairs, as well as a bookshelf full of books. The bookshelf is filled with incomprehensible professional books. There is a computer on the desk, but you don't know the password to turn it on. You then climb into the next room, the security office. Inside, there is only a row of lockers and a simple desk, with a dog-headed mask in each locker. Finally, you arrive at the general affairs office. You try to pick up the elephant mask on the table, but find it incredibly heavy, and you cannot use it at all. You feel that you have found enough information on the 3rd floor. You stop the deduction. Gooey lies on the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. Tonight, at last, he didn't work in vain, he finally got some useful clues. He lies on the bed, closes his eyes, and finally falls into a dream. The next day, Gooey receives a visit from the doctor, just like the first day. Everything in the ward is unchanged, but Gooey has already wandered around the entire hospital during his deductions yesterday. The only place he hasn't visited is the basement. If there is something to say, it will be long. If there is nothing to say, it will be short. After quietly finishing breakfast, Gooey goes to the playground with all the patients for free activities. Gooey does not waste any time. After arriving at the playground, he immediately goes to the small shop. Upon seeing Gooey, the shop owner immediately takes out a fire axe from under the table and slams it down on the table. Calm down, I didn't come here to fight. Gooey quickly takes a step back, scared that he nearly had to use his talent skill. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone, the shopkeeper said. I just want to tell you that I won't accept your bet anymore. Gooey pouted. He had originally planned to gamble with the shopkeeper to get a free live toad. Well, I'm not here to bet with you. I want to buy something from you. Go ahead, what do you want? A live toad. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with a strange light. What do you want that for? That's none of your business. Then do you have money? Is this enough? Not enough. What should I do? I can give you a task, but it's very dangerous. Are you willing to do it? What task? The shopkeeper turned and walked into the back room, carrying out a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. The girl had no mask on, looking innocent and naive. This is the principal's daughter. Your task is to play with this little girl until free playtime ends. Just taking care of a child. Taking care of a child is not a simple thing. The shopkeeper handed a work manual to Gooey. Gooey took a look and was met with another page of confusing rules. Nanny's work manual. 1. Do not play hide and seek with the little girl. 2. Do not refuse any of the little girl's requests. 3. Do not let the little girl leave the backyard. The back of the note still had a string of blood words. She is a devil. Crossed out. She is adorable, like a little angel, isn't she? Chapter 16, Angel? Demon? 1. No hide and seek with the little girl. And also, can't refuse any of her requests? What if the little girl wants me to play hide and seek with her? Seeing the nanny manual, Gooey immediately realized the trap. Clearly, what he needed to do in this task was to keep the little girl entertained and not let her ask to play hide and seek. The blood words on the back of the note seemed to provide no useful information. Gooey found that the blood words discovered in the square had this bizarre style, which was hard to believe. Seeing Gooey fall into silence, the shopkeeper finally spoke. So, what do you say? Will you take the task? Is this a chance for me to save my progress? Gooey did not respond but closed his eyes and began to visualize. Visualization started. You accepted the shopkeeper's task. The shopkeeper sneered, handing the little girl to you. The shopkeeper pointed to the backyard, instructing you to play with the little girl there. You took the little girl to the backyard. The little girl pointed at a doll on the ground. Little girl, brother, play dolls with me. You, okay. You thought playing dolls would be fine. You played house with the little girl, holding the doll. The little girl suddenly tilted her head and pointed at a tree. Brother, I want you to get that bird's nest for me. You didn't refuse and immediately climbed up. The little girl was very happy holding the bird's nest. The shopkeeper brought out a plate of stir-fried pig liver and placed it in front of the little girl. The little girl loved pig liver and finished it in just a few bites. Little girl, not enough to eat. You, I'll ask the shopkeeper to fry another plate. Little girl, no, I want to eat yours. You, what? Little girl, I want to eat your liver. You shivered all over, cold sweat dripping down your forehead. Little girl, I want to eat your liver. Dark shadows appeared on the little girl's head. She opened her mouth, and her white teeth turned into sharp, crimson fangs. Little girl, I want to eat your liver. You, impossible. The little girl reached her hand into your gut. Everything before your eyes turned blood red. You died. Visualization ended. Gooey returned to reality, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just because she ate a plate of stir-fried pig liver, she wants to eat human liver? Who can bear that? Gooey still did not rush to agree to the shopkeeper's request, but continued to visualize. He had to find the perfect way to complete the task before accepting it from the shopkeeper. Visualization started. You did not immediately agree to the shopkeeper's request. You first went to the kitchen. You threw all the pig liver prepared by the shopkeeper into the trash can. The shopkeeper was so angry that he stamped his feet. You took out your last 200 yuan and asked the shopkeeper to buy other food, preferably vegetables. The shopkeeper was confused, but still did as you said. You breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the money was enough, the shopkeeper could fulfill some of your small requests. You officially accepted the shopkeeper's task. You took the little girl to the backyard. You continued to play with the little girl and her dolls. The little girl got bored with the dolls. She pointed at the big tree and asked you to dig a bird hole for her. You fulfilled the little girl's request. The shopkeeper stir-fried a plate of vegetables and placed it in front of the little girl. The little girl took 2 bites and didn't want to eat anymore. Little girl, it's not tasty, throw it away. You, okay. You dumped the vegetables into the garbage can. The shopkeeper complained to you, the little girl only loves eating entrails, she will never eat vegetables. You ignored him. You turned back and continued to play with the little girl. Little girl, I want to ride a horse, you come over and be the horse. You lay on the ground, carrying the little girl around for a walk. The little girl jumped off your back, picked up a branch, and said to you, you bad horse, I'm going to hit you. You, go ahead. The little girl swung the branch, hitting your face hard. There were many blood marks on your face, and you almost fainted from the pain. A smell of barbecue wafted in from outside the wall. Little girl, I want to eat lamb kidneys. A cold sweat dripped down your forehead. You could never climb the wall to buy barbecue for the little girl, you also didn't understand why there were people selling barbecue in such a remote area. You, sister, we can't leave the hospital, how about we change the request? You tried to negotiate with the little girl. Little girl, no. I want to eat lamb kidneys. The little girl's head started to show dark lines, revealing her crimson teeth. You knew if you didn't satisfy this little girl 3 times in a row, you would die suddenly. You, don't get excited, I'm not saying I won't let you eat, I'm saying can we trade for something else? Can we not eat lamb kidneys anymore? Eating that would cause heat in your body, and you will get pimples on your face. The little girl touched her cheek, turning back into a human. Little girl, eating lamb kidneys will give me pimples? You, yes. Little girl, then I won't eat lamb kidneys. You sighed in relief. Little girl, I want to eat your kidneys. You, what? Little girl, I want to eat your kidneys. You, wait a minute, let's discuss this. I'm not trying to refuse you, I'm just discussing with you. Little girl, give me to eat. Your kidneys. The little girl transformed into a monstrous form. You terminated this simulation. Gooey furrowed his brow, his body quivering constantly. In the last part of the simulation, the little girl's shape became even larger, her teeth jagged, like a shark. Although Gooey failed in both simulations, he summarized some rules. 1. The little girl will repeat her request 3 times. If you still refuse on the 3rd time, she will force you to agree. 2. The little girl is not unpersuadable, as long as you give enough reasons, you can change her mind. 3. The little girl really craves food, and you must find a way to curb her desire for entrails, otherwise, if she doesn't get enough, she will eat your entrails. Gooey closed his eyes tightly and entered the 3rd simulation again. Simulation starts. You went to the kitchen as before, collected all the entrails, and asked the shopkeeper to wait by the door. If anyone was selling barbecue, buy as many lamb kidneys as you can. The shopkeeper agreed. You accepted your task and took the little girl to the backyard to play. The little girl pointed at the treetops just like last time. Before the little girl could speak, you climbed up the tree and dug down the bird's nest. You want to play with the bird's nest, right? The little girl sniffed and pointed to the outside of the wall. Once again, before she could say anything, the shopkeeper came over with a skewer of lamb kidneys. You took the lamb kidneys and handed them to the little girl. You want to eat lamb kidneys, right? Little girl, how did you know? You, don't worry about that for now, just go ahead and eat. Little girl, you must have the ability to foresee the future, right? You, not really, I guess that you love to eat lamb kidneys. Little girl, so you have mind-reading skills? Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? If you answer correctly, I'll reward you. If you get it wrong, I'll scoop out your brains and cook them in hot pot. You feel a chill down your spine. Little girl, hurry up and say it. The little girl begins to reveal her true nature. You're thinking about how to eat my brain? Little girl, you're wrong. The little girl opens her bloody jaw and bites towards your neck. You stop the simulation. Damn. So anxious. Gooey shakes his head, not expecting to have predicted the plot prematurely. It not only didn't give him an advantage but ended up being a self-inflicted injury. No, this isn't the right way to get through the game. Start over. Simulation begins. You take on the task, discard the kitchen's entrails, and arrange for the shop owner to buy as many lamb kidneys as possible. You carry the little girl to the backyard to play. You obey the little girl. The little girl is having a great time. Little girl, I smell barbecue, I want to eat lamb kidneys. I'll get them for you right away. You go to the door and take the lamb kidneys from the shopkeeper. You hand them to the little girl. The little girl takes a bite of each one, but can't eat any more after 2 sticks. Little girl, you eat the rest. You comply. Little girl, so boring, why don't we play? You think it's boring? How about I do a magic trick for you? Little girl, okay. You perform the trick of fingers going through ears. The little girl is very excited, and she insists on knowing the secret behind the magic. You patiently teach her. Little girl, I think magic isn't interesting anymore, I still prefer hide and seek, otherwise. You shiver all over. It's not boring, I'll show you another magic trick. You perform the elongated finger trick. The little girl appears less interested. Little girl, I've seen this trick already, it's not interesting at all. What about this one? Little girl, boring, no meaning. I don't want to do magic anymore, I want to play hide and seek. You grit your teeth. Now it's just the first time the little girl is making requests, you still have a chance to convince her. Hide and seek is too dangerous, there are many germs on the patients here, and they could infect you. Little girl, no they won't. My dad said those people's illnesses won't infect us. This place is too big, hide and seek is somewhat dangerous. Little girl, then we just need to limit the area. We can play in this backyard, just not go to the outside square. But this place is too small. Little girl, are you making excuses? You don't want to play with me, do you want to refuse me? No, I'm just discussing with you. Little girl, play hide and seek with me, play hide and seek with me. Request made 3 times. You do not agree. The little girl turns into a monster and swings her claws, chopping off your head. You die. Simulation ends. 4th simulation. It still ends in failure. Gooey takes a deep breath and starts the simulation again. Simulation begins. You suspect there may be false rules in the nanny manual. You have already proven that refusing the little girl will certainly lead to death. Moreover, no matter how you satisfy the little girl's requests, she will eventually still propose the request to play hide and seek. Hide and seek is unavoidable. In this strange world, there can't be a dead-end game, there must be a way to get through safely. With the experience from the previous 4 attempts, you perfectly fulfill all the little girl's requests. The little girl looks at you, revealing an innocent smile. Little girl, let's play a game, how about hide and seek? Okay. You nod helplessly, if you refuse, you'll die immediately, maybe hide and seek could offer a glimmer of hope? Great, then you be the monster, okay? Okay. Then hurry and hide. I'll count to 100 and then come find you. The little girl smiled brightly, her mouth stretching wide. You nodded and found a place to hide. Suddenly, you felt a chill run through you, as if you had fallen into an ice cave. Everything around you became transparent. You turned back and discovered your body lying on the ground. You really became the monster. You are dead. The simulation ends. Gooey was drenched in sweat. He kept silently chanting, "Start the simulation," but nothing happened. Gooey felt a headache, it was the result of his exhausted mental energy. Gooey opened his eyes, cold sweat dampening his back. He had used up 5 simulations, yet still had not found a perfect way to pass. Could it be that he would really die here? Gooey clutched the nanny manual, staring blankly. The manager grew a bit impatient, he gently tapped the table and asked loudly, "Hey, what's going on? Do you want to take this task or not?" Gooey pondered for a moment. "If I come tomorrow, can I still get this task?" "Huh? What are you thinking?" the manager said, "she's going home tomorrow. Then can I come back in an hour? I'm super busy right now, that's why I called you to help me take care of the kid. After an hour, I'll be done, so why do I need you to take care of the kid?" Gooey sighed helplessly. He couldn't delay any longer to regain his mental energy. If he wanted to obtain the live toad, he had to complete the manager's task now. The toad might be his only clue to defeat the spider in room 0. Only by taking down that spider could Gooey successfully enter the hospital's basement without using an access card. Dealing with this little demon was an everlasting hurdle. "Hey, are you taking it or not? If not, then forget it." "Yes, I'll take the task." Gooey gritted his teeth and nodded. He couldn't just rely on his own abilities. Sometimes, he had to face difficulties head-on. The little girl blinked at Gooey, her eyes shining with innocence. She opened her arms and said in a childish voice, "Big brother, will you play a game with me?" "The manager uncle won't play with me, only you can play with me." "Big brother, will you play a game with me?" "The manager uncle won't play with me, only you can play with me." The little girl blinked her big eyes, her gaze pure and innocent. Yet, who would have thought, this little girl's true nature was that of a bloodthirsty cannibal. "Okay, I'll play with you." Gooey held the little girl's hand and walked to the backyard. The little girl pulled Gooey to a small table, picked up a doll, and handed it to him. Let's play house, who do you want to be? I'll be the brother. Then I'll be the mother. Gooey smiled awkwardly, not challenging the little girl's choice. The little girl busily pretended to cook in thin air, having the time of her life. But Gooey was distracted, running through every detail of the simulation in his mind repeatedly. However, no matter how he thought, there was only one ending. Death. He couldn't play hide and seek with the little girl. He couldn't refuse the little girl's wishes. Both of these rules were true. So, as long as the little girl suggested playing hide and seek, it meant he would certainly die. Brother, the meal is ready, quickly call sister out to eat. Okay. Gooey nodded, holding the doll and sitting at the table. The little girl held a plastic bowl with a leaf inside. This is your food, you must eat a balanced diet. But this is a leaf. What leaf? This is vegetables, the little girl said with hands on her hips. Can you even play house? Oh, sorry. Gooey waved his hand to calm the little girl's emotions. He went along with her demands, pretending that what was in the bowl was vegetables. Gooey suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He suddenly discovered a hint he had been ignoring. The blood letters on the back of the note. The real world. On the screen, Gooey stood in front of the store manager, accepting a task. The audience was in a flurry of discussion. No one knew why Gooey had come here. What does this mean? I don't understand what God is doing. I always feel that God's thinking is centuries ahead of us. Has he gained a clue that we don't know about? God's actions must have great significance. The strategy team, unlike the masses, had been watching the live broadcast from morning till night. Last night, Gooey had been sleeping in the hospital room, not going anywhere. But today, as soon as it was free activity time, Gooey purposefully came to the shop in the square, which was very unusual. It has now been confirmed, Gooey must have unlocked a cognitive talent, and it is likely one that can foresee or discover hidden clues. That's amazing. This must be an SSS-level talent ability, right? People from Lighthouse Country always say that power-type talents are the way to go, but Gooey's emergence tells us that cognitive talents are the strongest. In a puzzle-solving type of instance, no matter how strong the power is, it is useless. Gooey must have discovered some hidden clues. He aims to achieve perfect clearance conditions. Hearing the team leader's words, everyone was stunned. If Gooey could achieve perfect clearance, then all the strange and unspeakable things that ran out of Chongshan Hospital in the real world would automatically disappear. He really is a savior. After a while, Gooey picked up the nanny manual, resolutely accepting the task. The strategy team immediately spotted the must-die flag in the rules. So, the key to this task is to not let the little girl request to play hide and seek? It's not that simple. What if the little girl asks you to commit suicide? Normal people wouldn't suddenly say such a thing, right? And the red letters on the back of the note are too concerning. Team leader, I feel we should avoid the red letters, they might lead our thoughts astray. The red letters found in the square are all disordered and hastily written, so. Brother, I want you to eat your liver. The little girl suddenly said something that sent chills down everyone's spine. No one had the heart to continue discussing strategies, all their eyes were focused on Gooey. Okay, I will give you some to eat. Has he gone crazy? Shouldn't he at least try to fight back? Damn. The little girl suddenly opened her big mouth, revealing countless sharp teeth. The strategy team urgently cut off the signal to prevent the audience from seeing any bloody scenes. The bullet comments were filled with question marks. This time, even the strategy team leader couldn't bear to look at the screen. Team leader, Gooey. Don't say anything, quickly study how to deal with the weirdness in reality. No, Gooey, he is not dead. What? The team leader was stunned for a moment and looked back at the screen. The little girl opened her bloody mouth, pretending to bite Gooey's stomach. Gooey also cooperatively rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, playing dead. This works too? The strategy team members stared at the screen, astonished, unable to close their mouths for a long time. In the strange world. In the backyard of the small shop in the square. Brother, I want to eat your liver. Okay, I will give you some to eat. Gooey opened his arms, smiling at the little girl. The little girl grinned widely and turned into a monster, rushing forward. But Gooey did not dodge or evade, he opened his embrace. The little girl pounced into Gooey's arms, pretending to gnaw on him. Ah! Gooey rolled his eyes back, lying on the ground and playing dead. The little girl suddenly transformed back into a normal human, lying in Gooey's embrace, giggling foolishly. You're so fake. Ha ha ha. But if you do that, you really will bite me to death. I want to eat your brain. No. Ah woo. The little girl opened her big mouth and took Gooey's head into her mouth. Gooey patted the little girl's cheek and pleaded loudly for mercy. The little girl released Gooey, wiped her mouth with satisfaction. This is not up to you. Gooey rolled his eyes and raised his hands. The little girl screamed in fear and looked at Gooey with terror. What's wrong with you? I've been eaten by you, I've turned into a ghost. Oh my. I'm going to catch you. No. The little girl got up from the ground and quickly hid behind the big tree. Gooey let out a deep roar and ran after her. Ah ha ha. The little girl's screams and laughter echoed in the backyard. The store manager poked his head out of the window and looked at Gooey with curiosity. This kid really knows how to take care of children. Chapter 19, Angel? Demon? 4. I can't run anymore, don't chase me, brother. The little girl plopped down on the ground. Gooey grinned and sat beside her. The little girl jumped up in a flash, riding on Gooey's back, not looking tired at all. Brother, hold me. Okay. Gooey turned around and held the little girl in his arms. The little girl turned her head and glanced at Gooey, cheerfully asking, Brother, my name is Yao Yao, what's your name? Gooey was stunned for a moment. My name is Gooey. Brother, why are you in this hospital? I don't know. I think you are not much different from us, I think you are not sick at all. Really? I will definitely tell my dad, he can let you leave the hospital early. Where's your dad? He is very busy, I don't know what he is busy with, he never plays with me. As Yao Yao spoke, she pouted her lips in grievance, then fell asleep in Gooey's arms. Gooey let out a long sigh. Children are this tired, Gooey must be exhausted too. This kind of exhaustion is not just physical, but more so mental. The nanny manual was actually completely misleading, or maybe they just misunderstood a child. Yao Yao, although a monster, is still essentially a child. She may make some terrifying requests like eating your brain, eating your liver. But this is all part of her game. Just like playing house and treating leaves as vegetables. All one has to do is agree to her and play along. She would never really eat one's brain and liver. She always just wanted to play a game with me. That's why the 2 sentences written on the back of the nanny manual. She is a devil. Crossed out. She is cute, isn't she? Don't treat her as a devil. Treat her as a lovely girl. In 5 simulations, Gooey never opened Yao Yao's heart, she never once asked what his name was. Only this time. The 2 of them not only exchanged names, but also gained friendship. Even when Gooey played without strictly following the rules, he still survived safely. Gooey held Yao Yao and silently pondered. This mission gave Gooey great insight. In this copy, perspective and mindset are very important things. If Gooey sees himself as an ordinary child of Yao Yao, then the nanny manual has no meaning for him, he can safely play with the child. If Gooey sees Yao Yao as a man-eating monster, then the nanny manual is a guide that sends him into the abyss, and he will die no matter what. Let's also consider the doctor's mask. In the eyes of the doctor, a living toad has no value, so in the specimen room, Gooey couldn't recognize the hints on the specimens while wearing the mask. But as a patient, Gooey could see the key hints. The toad eats the spider. In the doctor's world, toads do not eat spiders. Yet, these 2 contradictory rules can exist simultaneously in this copy. Perhaps this is the true power of the unspeakable. At this thought, Gooey suddenly felt a sense of clarity, faintly believing he had found the key technique to decode the mystery. To prove this point, Gooey only needed to experience it personally. Time is up. The shopkeeper came to the backyard and gently patted Gooey's shoulder. Gooey stood up and handed the sleeping Yao Yao to the shopkeeper. What is your relationship with Yao Yao? Gooey asked. I am her uncle. So, the director is your brother? Yes. I don't think I have ever seen the director in the hospital. He's busy making big money. How could you possibly see him? The shopkeeper bitterly shook his head. Gooey felt that perhaps the director's identity and whereabouts might also be one of the clues to clear the copy. Forget it, don't mention that bastard. The shopkeeper gestured to Gooey, follow me, I'll take you to get the toad. Gooey followed the shopkeeper's rear end into the store. The shopkeeper rummaged through boxes and found the liveliest toad to hand to Gooey. The toad was put inside a glass jar. The glass jar had strong soundproofing, so no matter how the toad jumped or called inside, no sound could be heard outside. Keep it safe. It's best to stir-fry this thing with bean paste, you can borrow some from the kitchen. Gooey was stunned for a moment. So these monsters treat toads as ingredients? Thank you, shopkeeper. Gooey hid the toad in his arms. He returned to the square, found a patch of grass, lay down, and closed his eyes to restore his exhausted mental energy. The noon bell rang at 12 o'clock. All the patients rushed into the hospital. Gooey did not immediately go to the cafeteria, instead, he turned and went to the bathroom, where he took out 3D glasses, an access card, and a bird beak mask from the ventilation pipe, then hid in the bathroom to activate his talent skill. The deduction begins. You have hidden several important items in your arms. You hold the access card and walk straight to the front door of the underground level to swipe the card. The security department immediately appears in front of you. Security, why do you have Dr. Goe's access card? He should have been expelled by now. You, expelled? Shouldn't he be dead? Killed by the big spider? Security, I don't know what you're talking about. Security didn't say anything more. He directly grabbed you and instantly teleported you to room 0. The security even neglected his duty as a room doctor, he didn't bother to search you. You were thrown into the room. From the ceiling came the sound of oh at it crawling. You hurriedly took out the live toad from your arms and smashed the jar hard. The toad crawled out of the jar. It hopped and jumped, hiding in the corner. You called out loudly, wanting the toad to help, but the toad could not possibly understand human language. The spider's compound eyes flickered with red light in the dark. The spider scuttled towards you like the wind. You kept retreating until you hit the wall. Your heart raced. Could it be that the toad was useless? The spider's venomous fangs were already pressed against the tip of your nose. Everything went black before your eyes. Chapter 20, Underground Floor, 1. You open your eyes again. You find that you are not dead. The spider's venomous fangs are stuck at the tip of your nose, unable to fall. You move away, sticking close to the wall. It turns out that little toad is biting the spider's thigh, slowly devouring it. Bang! The spider suddenly shrinks, being swallowed into the toad's mouth in an instant. The toad eats the spider and lies still in the corner. You let out a long sigh of relief. You look up, seeing an entrance to a ventilation duct. In the corner of the room, there is a pile of clutter, looking like the spider's usual food supply. You move the clutter over. Piled at your feet, you successfully climbed into the ventilation duct. You are crawling in the ventilation duct. You find that there are security personnel wandering everywhere on the first underground floor. They have a dull expression and do not speak to each other. Occasionally, a few people suddenly disappear from their spots, perhaps to handle some affairs. You crawl carefully, making sure not to make any noise. You found the so-called file room, which is right behind the incinerator. Taking advantage of the absence of people, you jump down from the ventilation duct and sneak into the file room. You first approach the patient file cabinet and find your own file. The file is full of garbled characters, and you cannot see clearly. You put on the bird beak mask. Patient file. Number. Name GUI. Gender male. Admission time day of the Starfire in the harvest month of the year of the Western 3. Participated in experiments social rehabilitation, language adaptation, brain modification. This file has confirmed your suspicion. Chongshan Hospital is not a traditional hospital, but a research institute. This world is not a reflection of reality but another parallel universe. The calendar used by the natives is completely different from Blue Star. Social rehabilitation, language adaptation, brain modification. These 3 experimental projects seem dubious, and you do not understand what they mean at all. Social rehabilitation and language adaptation can be guessed somewhat. Social rehabilitation should involve prison-like management at Chongshan Hospital to adapt to this society. Language adaptation likely means being able to understand the native language. You noticed a detail early on: patients here cannot speak, and you can only communicate with the medical staff. It seems this is because you underwent the language adaptation experiment. Brain modification sounds very frightening. You do not know what they have done to your brain. The only thing you can be sure of is that your current role is just a lab rat in the research institute. In the depths of the file room, there is a locked door that you cannot open no matter how you try. You feel this door requires a special access card to enter. You search other file cabinets for clues. You finally found a tape of Monster Siege at the research materials counter. You look around and find a projector deep in the file room. You decide to watch the tape on site. You put on 3D glasses. Monster Siege tells a very cliched sci-fi story about monsters invading the world and people rising to resist. The movie tells the story of the human world. The male lead is from Long Country and has a very smart dog that played a vital role in the movie. For now, you did not find any useful information from the movie. It looks just like a very ordinary popcorn film. You think for a moment and decide to wear the bird beak mask to watch the movie. When the first frame of the movie starts, the entire visual style feels wrong. It looks like a spilled paint box. The content is completely unclear. A monster covered in black fur extends its hand from the screen. You remember the instructions for the glasses. You quickly take off the glasses. You find that the black fur monster is still struggling to crawl out from the screen. You hurry back 3 steps. You feel the ground beneath your feet empty and fall down. You get up from the ground. You look up, there is no hole above you, you just fell through the wall. As it turns out, the hospital has a second underground floor. You feel a bit surprised. To reach the second underground floor, you must simultaneously have the bird beak mask in 3D glasses and encounter the monster while watching the movie. You feel this condition is rather harsh, there should be another way to reach the second underground floor. You calm down and think for a moment. You believe your method of entering the second underground floor today cannot be replicated in reality. If someone discovers the spider in room 0 is dead, you will certainly be caught by the security personnel. You don't have time to dawdle, you must explore quickly. You take off the bird beak mask and walk down the corridor in front of you. The further you walk, the more the walls are mottled. You roughly determine your location, you think you should be directly below the crematorium. This is a huge boiler room, filled with pipes, and you find several people wearing elephant masks working inside. Deep in the boiler room, there is an elevator, and it does not require a keycard to use. You sneak away quietly. You continue to explore forward. You walk for about 20 minutes, clearly beyond the original area of the hospital. The underground part of the hospital is far larger than the above-ground part. On both sides of the corridor are tightly closed doors, every 5 steps, you can see another door. The deeper you go, the stranger the style of the hospital corridor becomes. The door handles are made of bone, the doors are painted with blood, and the walls have muscle textures that quiver with your heartbeat. The ceiling starts to drip blood. You don't know if this is an illusion or reality. You notice black hair starting to grow on your arm. You continue to move forward. Your consciousness begins to blur, and strange murmurs fill your ears. You reach the end of the corridor. Everything around you returns to a normal appearance. But your arm is now covered with black hair, like a monster that has crawled out of a movie screen. Your mental strength is stronger than at the beginning, you can barely maintain your sanity. At the end of the corridor is only one office, with a sign that reads Director's Office. You cannot open the door. You look left and right, choosing to explore to the left. Your breathing begins to quicken. You arrive at the room on the left. The door is not locked, you open it and find a storage room, filled with rows of cardboard boxes. You pick up a cardboard box and find that this box is exactly the same as the one in your hospital room. The black hair has extended to your chest. You cover your head and think. But you find that you cannot calm down at all. A voice keeps echoing in your mind. You are no longer human. Chapter 21 Underground Floor, 2. You grit your teeth and hold on. You finally push that voice out of your head with great difficulty. Your legs also begin to grow black hair. An unspeakable power becomes exceptionally strong here. You put the bird beak mask back on. Your transformation process slows, but cannot be completely stopped. You feel it is because you have yet to find more crucial clues or tools, that it is so difficult to explore on the B2 floor. You continue to grope around here. You hear someone humming a tune here. You hide in a corner and observe closely. It turns out to be a person wearing a kangaroo mask who has come to the storage room. He pulls down his pants and pulls out a pile of fresh ingredients from his groin and places them on the shelf. You feel a wave of nausea. So that's how the ingredients in the hospital are transported by the kangaroo people. You stealthily follow him. The kangaroo person walks in front of an elevator, which he is able to open without a key card. After the kangaroo person leaves, you rush forward. You press the elevator button. The elevator can only go to the first floor, the basement 1, and the basement 2. You press the button for the first floor elevator. When the elevator opens, it is the back kitchen of the cafeteria. It just so happens to be lunchtime, and only one chef is peeling potatoes. Chef, why are you here? You dare not speak, the moment you open your mouth, you will bark like a dog. Chef, why aren't you talking? You lower your head and walk away. The chef blocks your way and uncovers your mask. Chef, there is an infected person here. Doctors arrive at the back kitchen, and they capture you. You are taken to the emergency room. The doctors use a chainsaw on you. You lost your limbs. Doctor, there's no hope, send him to the crematorium. Everything in front of you is pitch black. You are dead. The deduction ends. Gooey opened his eyes again, he leaned against the toilet, carefully thinking about all the details he just experienced. He took out paper and pen, writing down the newly gained clues. 1. The hospital has not only a basement level but also a sub-basement level. The deeper you go, the more indescribable the power becomes, while the birdbeak mask has a certain ability to resist spiritual pollution. But relying only on the birdbeak mask is not enough for exploring the sub-basement level. 2. There are ways to enter the hospital's underground floors besides room 0. The elevator from the kitchen's back area and the crematorium can be taken without needing an access card. However, the safe access methods to the back area and the crematorium are still unknown. 3. There is now sufficient evidence to prove that this is a research institute rather than a hospital. They will modify humans. The medical staff, workers, and security personnel in the hospital are all monsters. The monster siege in the archive is just an ordinary movie. It only shows its bizarre side after you put on the birdbeak mask, which can help you enter the hospital's sub-basement level. But perhaps this is not the true purpose of Monster Siege. The main characters in Monster Siege are all human, which sufficiently shows that this movie is made for humans, not for the indigenous people. The monsters in Monster Siege will have hostility towards the medical staff in the hospital, so after you put on the mask, the monsters will chase you in the movie. Therefore, Monster Siege might be a tool to kill the local indigenous people. 5. Using Room 0 to enter the first basement level is not advisable. The toad should have a more important role, and perhaps there is more than one large spider in the hospital. You must come up with a more reasonable method to enter the underground levels. Gooey stopped his deduction. He hid away all his tools and went to the cafeteria to eat. If there is something to say, it will be long, if not, it will be short. Gooey, still not healed from his injuries, did not go to the treatment room for therapy. He returned to his ward, and his roommate Sun Yen was still unconscious. Outside the window, the sounds of barking dogs and honking cars could be heard. Another group of bosses had come to the hospital today. This time, the group included not only deer-headed people but also bull-headed people, kangaroo people, elephant people, and pig-headed people. Gooey believed that these people wearing different masks must have different professions and identities in this alternate world. Sun Yen let out a groan. Seeing this, Gooey quickly turned his head to look at his roommate. What's wrong? Sun Yen opened his mouth but said nothing. Speak up? Sun Yen's mouth slowly opened and closed, but Gooey still couldn't hear him speak. What's that? Do you want some water? Gooey pointed to the water bottle behind him, and Sun Yen squinted and nodded. Gooey poured a cup of water for Sun Yen. Sun Yen took a sip. Gooey furrowed his brows. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps it is not that the patients in the hospital don't speak, but that his ears can't hear them speaking. Sun Yen was obviously trying to communicate with him just now, but why couldn't he hear anything? Does this have to do with the various experiments the hospital is conducting on him? You lie down and rest for a bit. Sun Yen obediently lay down, staring blankly at the ceiling. Gooey returned to his bed. He suddenly felt an itch on his wrist. Gooey rolled up his sleeve, and he saw black hair starting to grow on his wrist. Oh no. The unspeakable power began to strengthen. He had already started to mutate. If he didn't quickly figure out a way to clear the game, he would surely end up becoming a monster. Gooey immediately shut his eyes and used his talent skill. Deduction begins. You spit out the room key from your mouth. Sun Yen, seeing your action, opened his mouth in surprise. You made a gesture of silence towards Sun Yen. You quietly opened the big door of the ward, observing carefully. You took the chance when the nurse was dazed and ran out, quickly hiding in the bathroom. You put on Dr. Gooey's outfit. Most of the doctors and nurses in the hospital are concentrated in the treatment room on the second floor. Many unfamiliar guests, led by Pighead, arrived on the second floor. You mingled behind the group of doctors, eavesdropping on Pighead's conversation with the guests. Pighead, welcome to Chongshan Hospital. If you want to choose, Chongshan Hospital will be your best choice. Pighead said a strange word that you couldn't understand at all. You guessed that refers to humans. Deerhead, I want to pick A. Pighead, what do you mainly want to use it for? To look at and hashtag, or to accompany hashtag at hashtag? Deerhead, I'm bored at home, just something to play with. Pighead, then I suggest you choose a female. They are usually more gentle. Pighead said more technical terms as he took the first customer into the treatment room, and they looked through the glass at each patient who was sleeping. You feel very confused. The Deerhead wandered around outside, finally choosing a female patient, and he led her away from the treatment room. You secretly followed. As soon as the female patient stepped out of the hospital building, she instantly transformed into a monster covered in black fur. Her personality was very docile, completely unlike the fierce black-furred monster you saw in the basement. You successfully blended in with the Deerheads group and squeezed onto the bus. The driver on the bus was a person wearing an elephant mask, and he waved at you. Driver, where's your ticket? You, I'm sorry, I forgot it. You slipped off the bus. The guards at the entrance were staring at you, and your actions caught their attention. You hurriedly covered your mask and left. You speculated that disguising yourself as a customer and taking the bus might be a way to get through, but you didn't know how to get a ticket for the bus yet. You considered whether you could get a Deerhead mask, but ultimately dismissed the idea. You have too many band items now, and adding such a large mask would make it difficult to hide things in the bathroom. You returned to the hospital. You went to the third floor. You discovered that the guards were holding a meeting upstairs. You turned to leave and found a guard standing in front of you. He was the same one who was on duty at the entrance before. Guard, where's your access card? I didn't bring it. Guard, come with me. I think your mask looks familiar. It seems to be our missing mask. No, you must be mistaken. Guard, no, you need to come with us. You tried to run away. The guards caught up with you and grabbed you. You terminated the simulation. Gooey opened his eyes. This time, the simulation only yielded one piece of information: the bus might be one of the safe ways to leave the hospital. Next, your task is to figure out how to obtain a bus ticket. Deerheads seem very friendly. Maybe I can extract some information from them? Start the simulation. You followed the method from the previous simulation and arrived at the treatment room. This time, you tried not to wander in front of the guards. You seized an opportunity to chat with a deerhead. The deerhead was wearing a finely tailored suit, with a blue badge hanging from his chest. When you looked closely, it read Chongshan Hospital Access Pass. This badge is not even available to the doctors and nurses in the hospital. Could it be a complimentary item after buying a bus ticket? The medical staff all lived in dormitories nearby, and like the patients, they could not leave the hospital's sphere of influence. Brother, I see you've been wandering around for a long time. Haven't you found a suitable one yet? Deer-headed person, the quality these days is getting worse than before. The last time I bought one, it caught a plague and died in less than 3 days, so now I only look for regular hospitals. You were silent for a while. It seems that in the eyes of the natives, hospitals are just places that buy and sell humans? You imitated the accent of the deer-headed person and pronounced the word for human. So many people come to hospitals to buy pets now? Deer-headed person, yes, it's very popular now. Maybe it's because of that movie, what was it called? Monster Siege? Deer-headed person, yes. I think that's just a popcorn movie. Deer-headed person, are you sure we watched the same movie? This is a widely discussed art film. You were shocked inside but kept calm on the surface. I might be mistaken, can you introduce it to me? Deer-headed person, this film talks about our relationship with pets. It's very thought-provoking, and that's why I decided to buy one for myself. By the way, how did you know about our hospital? The pig-headed person often asks this question when flirting with clients, so you imitated them and took this approach. Deer-headed person, of course, it's through TV advertisements. So where did you buy your ticket? Deer-headed person, online shopping is very convenient now, you can order it online. You silently nodded. The hospital network is all internal, and you need to find a public internet access point. The director's office has a computer, but you didn't know how to unlock it, and you weren't sure if that computer could access the internet. Deer-headed person, however, the country now has real name registration for the internet. Without an ID card, you can't buy anything online. Yes, that's rather inconvenient. You felt very depressed. Even if you knew how to buy a ticket, you still couldn't get an ID for online shopping for now. The clues to pass through are interlinked, and if one step is missing, knowing the answer would be useless. You continued to chat with the deer-headed person and even imitated the pig-headed person, enthusiastically recommending products. The security department was patrolling the hallway. You excused yourself to go to the restroom. You hid in the front square of the hospital. You noticed that the kangaroo people parked their car at the entrance, and 2 kangaroo people were carrying a large box of goods into the hospital building. The pig-headed chef led the kangaroo people to the basement to deliver the goods. You thought getting into the kangaroo people's delivery box seemed like a way to escape the hospital. The kangaroo driver was sleeping in the driver's seat. You stealthily crawled underneath the car, turning upside down, and surprisingly went unnoticed. You felt a rush of delight. After a while, the kangaroo people finished unloading, and the car drove away. You successfully escaped the hospital while clinging to the bottom of the car. When the car stopped, you immediately looked for an opportunity to jump off. You were ecstatic. You didn't expect to leave the hospital's boundaries so easily. You turned your head, only to find the security department standing right behind you. Despite having traveled more than 20 minutes with the car, the hospital gate was still just 10 meters behind you. Why? Security, where's your access permit? What permit? Security, come with us. You were taken away by the security department. You halted the simulation. Damn, it really is impregnable. Gooey opened his eyes and hit the bedboard hard. Almost no way to take shortcuts to pass the level. Using a delivery truck to leave seems feasible, but actually, it's not. The hospital gate definitely has unspeakable rules for protection. Without the so-called pass, even if you slipped out the gate, you could only walk a few meters at most. The passengers on the bus have passes. Gooey speculated that only those who bought tickets could have the permit. Gooey felt his wrist itching more and more, so he rolled up his sleeve to check the situation. The black hair had become even denser. Who? There isn't much time to waste, let's see if I can find clues about the dean's office computer password. Gooey thought for a while and decided to follow the hints methodically, step by step to decrypt. The deduction starts. You sneak out of the ward as before. You decide to look for Yao Yao, to ask about the dean. You sneak to the playground. You avoid the security department's site and arrive in front of the small shop in the square. The shopkeeper sees you and pulls out a gun from under the table, aiming it at you and pulling the trigger. Chapter 23: The Shopkeeper's Invitation. Bang! The gunshot sounds. You check your body and find no wounds at all. The shopkeeper puts down the gun and waves you over. Shopkeeper, according to the rules, if you enter the shop outside of opening hours, I must shoot you dead. At this moment, your mask shatters. Shopkeeper, now, you are dead, come on in. You nod and follow the shopkeeper into the shop. For the people here, the mask is life. The shopkeeper destroying your mask is like killing you. It seems the shopkeeper had known your identity for a long time. Shopkeeper, Dr. Gue often buys cigarettes from me, I knew you were pretending the first time I saw your mask. He was already expelled and cannot appear in the hospital. You, then why didn't you turn me in to the security department? Shopkeeper, it's not written in the rules, so I don't have to do that. Who wants to live in a world where any little mistake means death? You feel very surprised. You realize you have overlooked one thing, the psychological feelings of others. You are trapped in the hospital, but aren't these medical staff also trapped in the hospital? You need to obey bizarre rules, aren't they also doing the same? The shopkeeper makes you a cup of tea. Shopkeeper, sit here for a while, and play some cards with me. Don't worry, this time I won't cheat, and there's no gambling. You nod in agreement. You play a few rounds of zhao with the shopkeeper, indeed, he didn't cheat, and you even won 7 rounds in a row. The shopkeeper didn't get angry, instead, he smiled. Shopkeeper, you aren't the first person who wanted to escape, nor the first person who wanted to eliminate the unspeakable. But so far, I haven't seen anyone successfully escape the hospital. You, when did the unspeakable arrive at the hospital? Shopkeeper, ever since my brother officially became the dean, all the medical staff in our hospital could not leave. Since then, we have to work according to a strict set of rules and manuals, any little violation will get us killed by the power of the unspeakable. I've had enough of this life. You nod. You and the shopkeeper have communicated many times, and the shopkeeper has developed a fondness for you, which is why he confides in you. You, what exactly is the unspeakable? Shopkeeper, I think it's my brother's greed. In order to gain huge profits, he went into the business of selling Pete's. You, what does Pete's refer to? Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper says some things, but you can't understand at all. You decide not to dwell on this anymore. You, is there a way for me to leave the hospital? Shopkeeper, I've said it before, neither you nor I can leave here. You, what exactly is the movie Monster Siege? Shopkeeper, sorry, I can't disclose that, otherwise, I will be punished by the unspeakable. You think for a while. You, do you know your brother's computer password? Shopkeeper, I'm not sure, but he often uses either his own or his daughter's birthday as a password, which are and. Oh, also, just to mention, his wife's birthday is, he sometimes uses her birthday as a password too. You silently take note of this. You, how does one get a permit in the hospital? The manager, according to the rules, it must be a pass stamped by the dean to be effective. If you forge a pass, you will be sent to room 0. Believe me, room 0 is the most dangerous room in this hospital. You frowned. The clue hit a dead end. Compared to obtaining the pass, getting a bus ticket turned out to be the easiest step. You felt there were still other clues in the hospital's underground floors, and you needed to know a safer way to enter those floors. You, is there a way for me to enter the hospital's underground floors? The manager, I don't know, I don't have permission to enter there. It was hard to get more information from the manager, but you still gained a lot. 1. You know that many people in the hospital, like you, are filled with fear of the unspeakable and feel disgusted and scared by the rules. 2. The manager could be an ally to help you, he might play a more important role in your quest. Perhaps gaining the friendship of others could provide more conveniences and important information for passing the obstacles. This was a place you had never paid attention to before. You suddenly remembered the usage rules of the 3D glasses. The front of the rules helps adventurers, while the blood letters on the back actually stop them. At that time, you thought this was a very contradictory place, but now you feel it is actually quite reasonable. Everyone in the hospital does not wish to live under the shadow of the unspeakable, they also hope for an adventurer to change this world. The blood letter hints from me are sometimes good and sometimes bad, indicating that I may have already been contaminated by the unspeakable, or perhaps I am very likely the unspeakable. A series of footsteps came from outside the store. The manager shook his head, pointing outside. The manager, the security department is here, you better think of a way to escape. Thank you for the information you provided. Yu quickly left the store. Yu locked eyes with the security personnel. Yu halted the deduction. Huff. Gui lay on the bed, lost in thought. After a brief exchange with the manager, he realized he needed to adjust his previous line of thought. Before, he had always viewed the doctors, nurses, and all staff in the hospital as his adversaries, but in certain situations, they could actually help him. When he attempted suicide, if it weren't for the doctors saving him, he would have certainly died long ago. To prevent him from trying to end his life again, they even checked for contraband every day. Under the control of the rules, they had to imprison and control patients, but maybe they still harbored the conscience of saving lives and healing the wounded deep down. Gui lay on the bed, daydreaming, and gradually fell asleep. Sun Yan gently knocked on the hospital bed. Gui woke up, turned his head to look, and saw Sun Yan's mouth moving, seemingly showing concern for him. It's okay, I'm fine. Sun Yan's brows furrowed tightly, and finally, he made a gesture of thanks using sign language. Gui was taken aback. It seemed that not only could he not hear Sun Yan, but Sun Yan also could not hear him. He regarded himself as a deaf mute. Gui raised a finger and mimicked Sun Yan's gesture of thanks. Knock. 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 A knocking sound came. Sun Yan closed his mouth. Gui frowned slightly. This detail made him feel very puzzled. Chapter 24, Chatting in the Bathroom. In fact, Gui had discovered this point of doubt long ago. Patients rarely spoke to each other, or perhaps they had spoken, but he could never hear them. Only when he communicated with the medical staff and workers could he do so without hindrance. Was this merely because he was just a special test subject? Or could it be that the role he was playing was not actually human, but rather akin to the local natives like the staff? The door opened, the nurse took a glance at the two people in the ward. It's almost dinner time. Sun Yan, can you go by yourself? Sun Yan tilted his head and thought for a while, then nodded. Sun Yan could understand what the doctor said, but he couldn't speak in front of the nurse. Then Gui, you take him to the cafeteria. Okay. Gui borrowed a wheelchair from the nurse station and pushed Sun Yan to the cafeteria. Sun Yan was very grateful, excitedly nodding his head to thank Gui. Gui patted Sun Yan's shoulder, calming his emotions. After dinner, Gui ran to the restroom. Just as he was about to start another exploratory simulation, a voice suddenly came from the stall to his left. Brother, do you have any paper? Pass me some. Wait a second. Gui's heart was pounding. He turned around, tore off a piece of toilet paper, and handed it under the stall. Thank you. Gui heard the sound of the person fastening his belt, then he heard the sound of unbuckling it again. He sat back down on the toilet. Put. Gui frowned and covered his nose. Did you have diarrhea? Sigh, there's no helping it. The person said, I almost have diarrhea every day. I can't eat meat, every time I do, I have to run to the toilet. But the rules of the hospital require me to order one meat and one vegetable. It makes my life a torture every day. Why does the cafeteria have such a strange rule? Who knows? The foolish director is obsessive compulsive. Every time he buys food, it's like doing a math problem. It's really troublesome. Brother, can you pass me another piece of paper? Here you go. Gui handed over the paper. Gui thought for a moment and decided to chat a bit more with the person next door, but he worried he might accidentally break some rule, so he used his special ability. Simulation started. You are Dr. Lee, right? Dr. Lee, how do you know? You check on me every day, I remember your voice. Dr. Lee, yeah, I thought your voice sounded so familiar. Dr. Lee, do you know Monster Siege? Dr. Lee, where did you hear that word? I heard it from the shopkeeper. Dr. Lee, let's talk about something else. You nodded silently. Clearly the staff at the hospital also had their own rules, and could not discuss Monster Siege too much. Why can't I understand what other patients are saying? Dr. Lee, that's because they are sick, but your condition is lighter. Actually, I want to know, what exactly is the illness we have? Dr. Lee, didn't I tell you? It's a mental illness. If it's a mental illness, then why does Sun Yan have so many scars from surgeries? You are a mental hospital, why do you have the qualifications to perform surgeries? Dr. Lee's tone clearly became cold. Dr. Lee, Gui, it seems your condition has worsened, you need to increase the dosage. Dr. Lee, I know your difficulties, you just need to say yes or no. If you can't even speak, then knock on the stall. 1 knock means yes, 2 knocks mean no. Dr. Lee, what do you mean? You use unconventional treatment methods on the patients. It's clearly a mental illness, yet you use surgery, like amputations. Is it influenced by rules? Dr. Lee was silent for a long time, then he knocked on the stall. As you expected, the doctors, like the shopkeepers, are also controlled by rules. They are not unpersuadable or unusable. However, the rules only limit their ability to speak, but do not limit their ability to communicate. You can't directly say these things, otherwise, will you die too? Dr. Lee knocked once. You don't want to be trapped in the hospital either, right? Dr. Lee knocked once. Do you know how to leave the hospital? Dr. Lee knocked twice. You pondered for a long time and asked a very bold question. Do you see me as the same as the other patients? Dr. Lee knocked twice. In your eyes, am I your kind? Dr. Lee knocked once, then twice more. Yes and no. You clenched your fists, some unexplainable places got answers. The hospital's treatment methods are all aimed at turning you into a monster, becoming a monster just like them. However, in your eyes, doctors and nurses are just humans wearing masks. If you don't break the rules, these people won't become monsters. In the blood words of I, it repeatedly says I am human. This is a very clear hint. If you want to succeed in the game, you must maintain your humanity, always telling yourself, you are a human. But the current situation is not optimistic. In the eyes of the doctor, you are already different from other humans, and you can only communicate with doctors, but not with patients. The unspeakable power has begun to infect your cognitive system. Dr. Lee, I've talked enough, I have to go. Dr. Lee left the bathroom, letting out a fart as he went. You ended the simulation. Gooey sat silently on the toilet, waiting. Dr. Lee was next door, making a racket and asked Gooey for toilet paper 4 times. By the time Dr. Lee was finally done, dinner time had already ended, and Gooey gave up the chance to sneak around in the bathroom, returning to the ward. Just like on the first day, Gooey got up at midnight, continuing to use his gifted ability to explore the hospital. The simulation begins. You skillfully escaped from the ward. With the experiences from previous times, you were now familiar with the patrolling doctor's movements. In the night, exploring without using a door access card, it was nearly impossible to be caught by security. You went directly to the 3rd floor. You reached the director's office through the ventilation duct. You opened the computer, entered the director's name and his daughter's birthday, but still couldn't unlock the computer. You felt very frustrated. Suddenly, you heard footsteps outside the door. You quickly pulled out the computer's plug and hid behind the bookshelf. Chapter 25, Facing the Unspeakable. The director walked into the office. He looked at the dust on the desk, appearing somewhat puzzled. He turned to look at the bookshelf. You noticed the director wasn't wearing a mask. He smiled at you. Director, I see you. You had no idea if the director was friend or foe. After some hesitation, you stepped out. Director, what are you doing here? Why aren't you on duty? I wasn't doing anything. Director, is it your first day at work? You dare to intrude into my office? You froze for a moment, then remembered you were wearing a beak mask, and the director mistook you for a hospital employee. I'm sorry. Director, it seems I need to set some rules again. The director took out a pen from his chest, wrote a line of words on paper, and then posted it at the office door. You suddenly heard a low murmur by your ear. You saw a dark figure appear behind the director. For the first time, you faced the unspeakable. Director, from now on, no one is allowed to enter my office without my permission. The power of the unspeakable activated, and you were forcefully pushed out of the office. On the office door, it read, "No one can enter the office without the director's permission." You tried to turn the doorknob. The doorknob was extremely hot, burning your palm. Clearly, the director had merged with the unspeakable, and he could temporarily establish rules using its power. Within the hospital boundaries, the director is God. No wonder the 3rd floor office area was empty at night. It was because the director might be in the office at night. He didn't want to encounter other staff around the office. Sneaking into the office would raise the director's alertness, leading to new rules being set. Forbid anyone from entering the office. Therefore, you should not attempt to crack the computer password until you are 100% sure. You need to master the dean's pattern of movement to avoid encountering the dean in the dean's office. Additionally, there is another dean's office on the -2nd floor, who knows what other clues might be there. Now, you have finally found the ultimate boss in this copy. You feel that there is nothing else left to explore. You terminate the simulation. Gui's consciousness returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. In the bizarre world, the unspeakable is divided into 2 types. One is concept. This unspeakable has no entity and cannot be defeated. It is the most troublesome boss. The other type has an entity attached, similar to the dean in this copy. As long as you find his weakness and destroy him, you can achieve a perfect clearance. Gui felt fortunate. Although this copy is difficult, at least the final boss has an entity attached. This makes passing through much simpler than with a conceptual boss. Gooey felt a bit tired, and he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. The next day he woke up. Gooey felt an unbearable itch in his hand. He rolled up his sleeves and saw that the black hair had already started to extend from his wrist to his elbow. It was now 6 in the morning, the doctor had not yet arrived, and he had to figure out how to deal with his wrist, or he might be sent to the operating room for amputation. Gooey went to the hospital's washroom and used a razor to cut off the black hair on his hand. As the black hair fell into the sink, it immediately turned into grayish-white maggots and swam down the drain. Gooey finally shaved off the black hair, but he still felt the itch in his hand. Just 3 minutes after shaving, stubble had already grown back. At this growth rate, the black hair would soon cover his entire arm, and by then, he would definitely be sent for amputation. Before long, the doctor came in for rounds. Gooey managed to pass off the situation quite easily. When Sun Yen saw Gooey spit out the pill, Sun Yen was stunned. Gooey waved his hand and said, "You must not tell anyone about this." Sun Yen hurriedly jumped off the bed, lifted Gooey's sleeve, touched the stubble on Gooey's hand, and pointed to the pills in the sputum cup. "Are you saying that the pill is to treat my illness?" Sun Yen nodded. "But I can't take it." Gooey frowned. It was only at this moment that he discovered the biggest difficulty in the rules of the copy. The pill must be taken. If he does not take the pill, he will be corroded by the unspeakable, gradually turning into a monster. But if he takes the pill, he would violate the rules of I, leading to instant death. Gooey felt that I was likely a spirit tortured to death by the unspeakable. Therefore, when Gooey plays I, he needs to relive the process of I gradually losing humanity. The greatest difficulty in the copy is to leave the hospital or eliminate the unspeakable before I completely turns into a monster. Among the conditions for clearing the game, one condition is to survive in the hospital for 30 days. But in reality, this is the hardest condition to clear. Either you will accidentally trigger an instant death flag within 30 days. Or you will be amputated and turned into a human stick due to the illness, and with bad luck, be sent straight to the furnace to be cooked to medium. Or, before you last till 30 days, you will turn into a monster covered in black hair. Breakfast time arrived. After eating, Gooey went to the front square of the hospital to get some fresh air as usual. Gooey did some simple exercises. Just as he stepped onto the treadmill, the manager personally came to his side and handed him a cigarette. "Want one?" Thanks." Gooey copied the manager's actions and stuffed the cigarette into his mouth. The manager smiled, picked up his own cigarette, and crushed the pop ball in the filter. This kind of cigarette has pop balls. After being crushed, it will have a fruity fragrance. "Oh, I'm sorry, this is the first time I've learned that." Gooey took out a cigarette again and crushed the popping capsule. The store manager smiled and lit a cigarette for Gooey and himself again. "It's really troublesome, my niece hasn't left yet, and I have to hide in this place to smoke. She can't stand the smell of cigarettes. Hee, she really is a lovely child." The two took a puff of their cigarettes. During the earlier deduction process, Gooey had shared a conversation with the store manager and had already figured out the store manager's temper. As they chatted, the store manager even felt a sense of regret for not meeting Gooey earlier. The store manager pointed behind him and smiled, "How about you come with me for a moment?" "What's wrong?" "That little troublemaker is leaving the hospital today, and she specifically said she wanted to see you." "Oh, really?" Gooey blinked, following the store manager. In the backyard, Yao Yao was squatting on the ground playing in the mud. Seeing Gooey, Yao Yao rushed over and wrapped herself around him tightly like a monkey. "Gooey brother." "Oh." Gooey's cheeks turned red. "You're too strong, hugging me like this will suffocate me." "Ah, sorry." Yao Yao quickly let go of Gooey, looking embarrassed at him. Gooey squatted in front of Yao Yao, fondly petting her head. "You called me here on purpose, is there something you want?" "I came to say goodbye, I am leaving today and don't know when I will come back." "We'll be good friends for life, right?" "Of course. Before I leave, I want to give you something, I bet you'll find it useful." As she spoke, Yao Yao pulled out a pair of blue overalls from under her skirt. Gooey was stunned and stared wide-eyed. "That overall looks exactly like what the kangaroo transporter wears." Chapter 26, Kangaroo Pants. "How could you pull out such a big thing from under your skirt?" "Why not?" Yao Yao looked at Gooey with wide innocent eyes. Gooey took the overalls and examined them closely. He confirmed that these overalls were identical to the ones the transporter wore. "I really like these pants. Put them on quickly. Now." "Yes, hurry up and wear them." Gooey nodded and put on the pants. Once worn, the pants felt completely weightless, as if wearing a layer of thin gauze, completely unnoticeable. Before Gooey could react, Yao Yao opened his pants and quickly slipped inside. "Hey!" Gooey looked at Yao Yao in surprise. His pants were like a bottomless pit. Once Yao Yao went in, she disappeared. Suddenly, Gooey felt a tickle on his back. Yao Yao popped out from behind him. Ding ding ding. Yao Yao happily grabbed Guyi's shoulders. See, this is real magic, your skills are useless. These are the kangaroo pants I stole from Uncle Store Manager. Kangaroos use these to carry goods. They can hold at least 10 cubic meters of stuff, and others can't even tell. After speaking, Yao Yao emerged from Guyi's pants. She patted Guyi's waistband. The overalls immediately disappeared, even Guyi couldn't see them. You just need to tap twice more, and the kangaroo pants can be used again. Yao Yao demonstrated again. Guyi mimicked Yao Yao's actions, practicing repeatedly, his face filled with joy. With this thing, wouldn't he be able to carry all useful items on him? This was simply a magical artifact. Guyi looked at Yao Yao excitedly and hugged her tightly. Thank you so much, Yao Yao, you really helped me a lot. You are my friend, of course, I should give you something. Yao Yao looked at Guyi seriously. Guyi brother, you must live well, if possible, you must save my dad. Don't worry. Guyi nodded. Yao Yao hugged Guyi's neck and gave his cheek a kiss. Then left the backyard of the shop. Guyi watched Yao Yao leave and got into a black car. If he hadn't completed his task as a babysitter, if he hadn't gained the little one's friendship while babysitting, he would never have obtained such a magical item. Guyi turned to leave, passing by the shop manager. Good luck on your way. The manager nodded at Guyi and continued to arrange the goods on the shelves. Thank you. Guyi smiled broadly. Of course, aside from dealing with the little one, the manager was the same. If his 1,000 tricks hadn't impressed the manager in the past, he would not have turned a blind eye to Yao Yao stealing. With these work pants, Guyi could work much more conveniently. Guyi continued to exercise in the square. When lunchtime came, Guyi finished his meal as quickly as possible, then ran straight to the restroom. Birdbeak mask, white robe, 3D glasses, live toad, key to the ward. These were the 5 important tools Guyi currently possessed. Every time he entered the ward, Guyi had to swallow the key and then spit it out once inside the ward. This was to avoid being searched by the medical staff. Now Guyi could hide all these things in the kangaroo pants. This greatly improved Guyi's efficiency and safety in action. Guyi put away the items and returned to his ward. Afternoon treatment time. Guyi did not take a nap with Sun Yin. He leaned by the window, carefully observing the vehicles coming and going. When the delivery truck parked in the front square, Guyi immediately started the simulation. Simulation starts. You took the key out of your kangaroo pants. You put on Dr. Gui's outfit, secretly opened the ward door, and walked through the fire exit to the front square. You tried to avoid the gaze of the security department. 2 kangaroo workers came down from the truck. You stealthily approached them. You heard the kangaroo driver in the truck snoring. You carefully sneaked into the driver's seat and successfully stole the kangaroo mask. The kangaroo was fast asleep, completely unresponsive. You took off Dr. Gui's clothes, wore the mask, and pretended to be a kangaroo. You boldly walked into the hospital building. The kangaroo finished delivering the goods and swaggered away. You waited for a while and went to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. The chef looked puzzled at your arrival. You lied and said you lost something in the basement and wanted to go downstairs to check. The chef stopped questioning. You walked into the chef's private elevator and easily reached the basement without using a key card. The indescribable power was clearly stronger than upstairs. You felt your emotions becoming more restless. You went straight to the archive room and successfully stole the tape and projector of Monster Siege. You hid the Monster Siege in your kangaroo pants. Your disguise did not raise any suspicion from the security department. You took the chef's private elevator again to the -2nd floor. You felt surrounded by whispers of monsters, making it hard to concentrate. You arrived at the same fork in the road as last time. This time, you chose to explore to the right. As before, the deeper you went, the more bloody and terrifying the wall paintings became, and the indescribable pollution worsened. You found you could no longer make a human voice. At the end of this side, there were some medical tools, most of which were discarded large medical devices. The instruments were covered with red rust, like blood. The air was filled with the smell of formalin. As you walked further, you found a pile of specimens made from humans. The first specimen jar contained a whole human, the second jar contained a human with limbs covered in black hair, and the third jar contained a human completely transformed into a monster. You felt a wave of suffocation. You put on the bird beak mask and saw labels under each specimen. The social experiment of the first phase is basically complete, but it still has some self-awareness ability. The second phase experiment subject's appearance undergoes change. If the subject cannot adapt to the change, it may go berserk and attack the staff, at which point amputation treatment may be necessary based on the actual situation. The third phase experiment subject, once fully converted successfully, only needs an injection of the appropriate medicine to instantly become the pets you desire. You feel a sharp pain in your heart. You see your fellow beings turned into specimens, soaked in formaldehyde, gradually losing their sanity. Your entire body begins to sprout black hair. You are about to lose control of yourself. Chapter 27, The Origin of Pets. You forcefully break your own index finger. The intense pain instantly wakes you up. The specimens here prove the true nature of the hospital's research. They are transforming humans into those black-haired monsters known as the pets. You continue to walk forward. You find a pile of certificates and photos. You discover the dean holding a pets on a leash, just like walking a dog. He stands on a large podium. The dean is the only one not wearing a mask. Others wearing various animal masks are excitedly clapping below the stage, and the dean's proud smile makes you physically uncomfortable. You vaguely guess why the natives want to buy pets. You speculate that they only want to play and have fun, just like humans buy cats and dogs. However, human pride does not allow such things to happen. Thus, the hospital uses this method to transform humans, turning them into pets that fit their society. In the eyes of the natives, humans are just a bunch of lowly creatures. The dean tamed humans in this inhumane way. Is this the truth of the matter? You kneel on the ground, feeling everything around you start to twist and deform. You shake your head. In the negative second floor, your mind remains in an unstable state. It's hard for you to tell if this place is real or an illusion. What if those photos and specimens are fake? Or perhaps, what if everything you've seen in the world above the hospital is fake, and the underground world is the real one? You cannot judge for a moment. The unspeakable creates a great restraining effect on your thoughts, making it impossible for you to reason in a normal way. You can no longer bear the pressure. You are about to collapse. You stop your deduction. Gui opens his eyes, supports himself on the windowsill, and vomits violently. Sun Yan stands up wanting to help him, but Gui waves his hand, indicating he is fine. In the second half of the deduction, Gui can no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. He feels he has developed a serious cognitive disorder on the negative second floor, where what he sees and hears cannot be used as clues for reasoning. Gui believes that the negative second floor may not be real. Many things here are illusions, and they must be alluding to something in the real world. There must be other props in the hospital that can break the illusion. Gui is convinced that he has figured out a way to uncover the truth of the investigation copy, that is to collect all the animal masks. Sun Yan, stay here quietly, don't run around, and don't make a fuss. Trust me, everything I do is to save all humanity. Gui pats Sun Yan's shoulder, then takes the ward key and Dr. Gui's outfit out of his kangaroo pants. Disguised, he skillfully opens the door, adeptly avoids surveillance, and skillfully dodges the eyes of medical staff and security. With the help of the previous deduction, Gui easily arrives at the driver's seat of the transport vehicle, steals the driver's kangaroo mask, then smoothly heads to the basement to obtain the videotape for Monster Siege. 10 minutes later. Gui hides by the window, looking at the transport vehicle downstairs. The driver in the cabin remained completely still, while the driver's two colleagues appeared somewhat flustered as they rushed to seek help from the hospital staff. The hospital staff brought various emergency tools and attempted to rescue the driver, but ultimately, they could not save him. As expected, everything was just as Gui had imagined. The mask meant life. If one took away someone else's mask, it meant that person would die in a very short time. However, Gui felt no guilt about this. These natives treated humans as experimental tools, as lab rats, as consumables, and he did not need to feel any sympathy for them. For Gui, they were merely usable tools. Now, Gui had obtained a new prop, the Monster Siege videotape. Gui decided to use it for an experiment to verify if his thoughts were correct. He hid in the second-floor restroom and began to simulate again. Simulation begins. You changed into Dr. Gui's clothes in the restroom. At this moment, it was time for the deer-headed people to come and choose pets. With the experience from the last simulation, you could communicate very naturally with the deer-headed people. You could even distinguish different individuals from the subtle differences in their masks. You found the deer-headed person you had chatted with last time. You, sir, I don't think pets number 1557 is suitable for you. The deer-headed person turned to look at you. Deer-headed person, I heard number 1557 is very strong, and it even won an award? You, although 1557 looks robust, it actually has many hidden injuries. You might bring home a plague. Deer-headed person, I've never seen someone promoting their products like this before. You, I wouldn't earn money through dishonest means. Deer-headed person, you are very special. With the experience from the last simulation, you quickly bonded with the deer-headed person. Deer-headed person, so, are you sure there are better quality pets in the hospital? You, of course, do you want to come with me to take a look? Deer-headed person, sure. You took the deer-headed person to the inpatient area on the first floor. You brought him into your own hospital room. Sun Yan looked a bit flustered upon seeing the deer-headed person, but he was seriously ill and had no strength to escape. You calmed Sun Yan's emotions and let the deer-headed person sit by your bed. Deer-headed person, is this the superior breed you spoke of? Whether it's a superior breed, you can judge for yourself. I have a special device here that can test pets' physical quality. You deceived the deer-headed person into wearing the 3D glasses. You turned on the projector and began playing Monster Siege. Before long, the deer-headed person showed a look of terror. The monster burst out from the screen and knocked the deer-headed person to the ground. Within 3 seconds, his neck was twisted. Sun Yan covered his mouth to avoid screaming. You quickly turned off the projector and hid the projector and tape in your kangaroo pants. You pulled off the deer-headed person's mask. You turned to look at Sun Yan, only to find him with a face full of terror. You hurriedly turned your head. The security personnel suddenly appeared behind you. Security, you killed a guest. Security yelled angrily, choking your neck. You could not break free. Your vision went completely dark. You were tied up and sent to room 0. A giant spider descended from the sky. You terminated the simulation. Chapter 28, The Loophole in the Rules, 1. Here we go again. Gui let out a long breath, leaning against the toilet bowl with a furrowed brow. Once again, he had been caught by the security personnel at a critical moment. How did they find out he killed a guest? Gui shook his head and began the simulation again. Simulation begins. You sat on the toilet, summarizing the new clues you just obtained. 1. Monster Siege indeed has the ability to kill natives, but the conditions are very harsh. Just tricking them into wearing the 3D glasses is very difficult. After killing the deer-headed man, the security team will arrive at the scene immediately. Is this the effect of the rules, or does the security team have some special abilities that I haven't figured out? You have always kept a distance from the security team, which led to your insufficient understanding of them. You decided to investigate the capabilities of the security team before stealing the deer-headed mask. You thought carefully and discovered a detail. In the hospital, everyone is extremely violent. Doctors can grab your head and smash it against the wall, nurses can poke through your eyes with a ballpoint pen, chefs can chop you with knives, and shopkeepers can shoot you in the head. The security team, however, is the only group that doesn't use violence. When you break the rules, they do not kill you on the spot, but rather lock you up in room 0. If you hadn't been knocked out during the last simulation, you could have used the power of a toad to escape after entering room 0, but doing so would inevitably cause more chain reactions. Is there any loophole in this? You thought for a long time, but gained nothing. You feel it's crucial to understand the abilities of the security team and the rules to follow. You decided to boldly try and pretend to be a job applicant. You walked out of the hospital room, went to the 3rd floor, and put on the kangaroo mask. When the security team saw you, they showed a puzzled expression. Security team, where's your employee card? I'm new here. Security team, new here? Yes, but I got lost in the hospital. I don't know how to get to the human resources department. Security team, can you help me with directions? Security team, it's on the basement floor. I'll take you there. The security team clearly didn't believe you. He personally took you to the basement floor via the elevator. A security team member passed by you, stood still, took out a small booklet from his pocket, wrote something in it, and then instantly vanished. You guessed that this item was the tool for the security team's instant teleportation. Security team, this is the Human Resources office, you can go in. You walked into the Human Resources office, and your actions caught the attention of the staff there. Human Resources, what are you here for? For an interview. Human Resources, I don't think I received your interview appointment? My brother was a doctor in the hospital, I was referred by him. Human Resources, what is your brother's name? Gue ***. You answered calmly, without a hint of nervousness. Numerous simulations had sharpened your mind, and you could now lie without a change in expression or heartbeat. Human Resources, what position are you applying for? Security team. Human Resources, I feel like you might be more suitable for a transportation job? We've always outsourced material transportation, but we now have the opportunity to establish an independent transport team. Are you interested? I still want to choose the security team. Human Resources, alright then, do you know what the security team actually does? Can you tell me about it? Human Resources, wait a moment. You excitedly clenched your fists. This really works. Human Resources found a paper from a pile of files and handed it to you. You opened it to find it read Security Team Work Manual. Security Team Work Manual. 1. You need to memorize the work manual of all employees. If any employee violates their manual, you need to arrest them immediately and send them to room 0. 2. You are the guardian of the rules, so you cannot violate any rules. 3. You must protect all hospital guests. Once a guest is attacked in the hospital, you need to rush to the scene for rescue. If you cannot rescue them, you need to control the person or thing that caused the harm promptly. 4. Within the hospital, the mask is life. Please do not remove your mask during working hours. You need to protect the safety of all hospital property, it is even more important than your life. You can appear in every corner of the hospital instantly through the hospital's floor plan, please master and use it skillfully. As expected. You suddenly understood why the security guard appeared in front of you in an instant. Indeed, it is the power of rules that made them aware of the guest's misfortune. You carefully looked at the security department's manual and immediately thought of a feasible plan. You looked at the personnel's face and smiled. I think the security department may not be suitable for me. If I want to be a repairman in the hospital, what are the requirements? Personnel, impossible, you're too weak. Also, our repairmen are all hired externally, we won't recruit by ourselves. You nodded, you had gathered enough information from personnel. You ended the simulation. Gui reopened his eyes. Now, he had 20 points of mental energy left, enough for his last 2 simulations. During the last simulation, he had already devised a plan, and he could use the remaining 2 simulation opportunities to verify whether his plan could be realized. Gui returned to his hospital bed and closed his eyes. Simulation begins. You came to Sun Yen's side and woke him from his deep sleep. You communicated with Sun Yen, asking him to cooperate with your plan. Sun Yen was shocked by your crazy plan, but he still decided to help you. You changed into a doctor's outfit and went to the first floor. You arrived at the emergency room and hid the projector and the videotape of Monster Hunter. You returned to the second floor and found the deer-headed person you had encountered earlier. You successfully tricked the deer-headed person's trust. You brought the deer-headed person to the emergency room and asked him to hide in the corner. Deer-headed person, why are we hiding here like thieves? Because this way, we can see the most true side of pets. Don't you want to find the best quality pets? This is the most suitable place. Deer-headed person, really? Why would I lie to you? Oh, put on these glasses. You personally put the 3D glasses on the deer-headed person. You checked the time. After a while, Sun Yen indeed arrived at the ward, looking pale, with his limbs twitching. 3 doctors pushed Sun Yen to the operating table. You secretly smirked and immediately pressed the play button on the projector. Chapter 29, The Loophole in the Rules, 2. The monster burst out from the screen and instantly killed the deer-headed person. You quickly took off your birdbeak mask. The monster scanned the area and focused on the 3 doctors performing surgery. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 doctors turned into corpses. You turned off the projector. The monster disappeared. As you thought, the security department people indeed did not barge into the emergency room. There are rules in the emergency room, no one is allowed to enter during the emergency treatment, so for the sake of following the rules, the security department naturally could not force their way into the emergency room to save anyone. Sun Yen climbed up from the bed, excitedly grabbing your hand. You calmed Sun Yen's excited emotions and let him lie down on the operating table. You collected the projector and tape, and conveniently ripped off the deer-headed person's mask and hid it in your pocket. You lay down on the operating table next to Sun Yen. The cries for help in the emergency room caught the doctor's attention, they pushed open the emergency room's big door and saw 4 corpses lying on the ground. The doctors, seeing this, quickly used remote control to turn off the lights in the emergency room. You rolled up your sleeve, revealing sparse black hair on your wrist, pretending to be ill. Seeing this, the doctors hurriedly performed surgery on you and Sun Yen. Fortunately, your infected area was not large, and the doctors did not resort to amputation measures, they only used an exaggerated razor to shave off your hair. The razor nearly scraped off a layer of your skin. But you forced yourself to hold on. You can't show any signs at this moment. After bandaging, you were sent out of the sick room. According to your judgment, even if 4 people died in the emergency room, the security department would not investigate at all. The manual of the security department does not include the responsibility of tracking down the murderer. As long as they are not caught in the act, they wouldn't care at all. Just like Gui stole the birdbeak mask and access card, as long as he doesn't flaunt it in front of them, they won't mind at all. The manual even states things like you need to protect all hospital property, it is even more important than your life. So, it sounds like these people don't care about human life, they don't even care about the lives of hospital staff. You and Sun Yen returned to your sick room. It was already night, and nothing dangerous had occurred. You successfully obtained the 3rd mask. You stopped the simulation. Gui opened his eyes, walked straight to Sun Yen's side, and gently nudged his friend awake. Sun Yen opened his sleepy eyes, looking blankly at Gui. Sun Yen, do you want to regain your freedom? Sun Yen frowned, he completely could not understand what Gui was saying. Gui sighed, picked up paper and pen, and started to draw, finally helping Sun Yan understand his plan. Sun Yan's mouth moved constantly, but Gui couldn't understand him at all. Gui held Sun Yan's wrist, said seriously, "Trust me, it will work. You also don't want to stay in this prison forever, right? As long as we cooperate, any problem can be solved." Sun Yan's emotions finally calmed down. Although he couldn't understand what Gui was saying, he trusted Gui's character. Without Gui, he might have died in the cafeteria long ago. Besides, Gui was just asking him to play sick. How hard can that be? Gui changed into a doctor's outfit right in front of Sun Yan. Sun Yan was already used to it. He had long realized that Gui was not an ordinary person. Following the last simulation, Gui arranged the emergency room and then left to find the deer-headed person on the second floor. "You like number 1557? I wouldn't recommend buying it." "Oh? Why?" "I can tell you are someone who truly values quality of life and elegance. Your taste is exceptional. The goods here are all very ordinary. Do you want to see something truly exquisite?" The deer-headed person looked at Gui with curiosity. In his life, he had seen countless salespeople, but this was the first time he had met a salesperson as confident as Gui. While leading the deer-headed person toward the emergency room, Gui skillfully avoided the patrol route of the security department. After many simulations, Gui's eloquence had been thoroughly honed. The deer-headed person remained absorbed in chatting with Gui, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being led in circles. Gui brought him into the emergency room. The deer-headed person looked at the emergency room and immediately expressed confusion. "Is this an operating table? Where can I see pets?" "Don't worry, don't you trust me?" Gui patted his chest, looking very confident. The deer-headed person had little doubt. He had been to this hospital before. Each time he came, there were some strange rules to follow, so when Gui had him doing all these unusual things, he didn't feel much suspicion. He just thought it was part of the hospital's odd rules. Sun Yan arrived at the sick room on time. Gui immediately put glasses on the deer-headed person and pressed the switch of the projector. Gui took off the birdbeak mask and once again witnessed the monster-killing doctors and the deer-headed person. Watching it in reality was far more thrilling than watching it in the simulation. Gui could even clearly hear the sound of the necks of those four people being twisted. "Ugh!" Sun Yan excitedly let out a meaningless mumble on the hospital bed. Seeing this, Gui quickly turned off the projector and comforted Sun Yan's emotions. "Lie down, keep pretending to be sick." Gui arranged Sun Yan, then skillfully took off the deer head mask. When he put the deer head mask into his pocket, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "You have collected 3 special plot items in the instance: birdbeak mask, kangaroo mask, deer head mask. Your plot exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 17%. You can choose one reward from the following 3 options. 1. Your mental recovery speed increases by 10%. 2. Your resistance to mental infection increases by 10%. 3. Your sensitivity to supernatural events increases by 10%. Gui looked at the 3 options, lost in thought. In his previous simulations, his talent ability had not predicted the system's voice prompt. It was clear the system's level was a bit higher than his talent, so he could not calculate the system prompt in his simulations. A chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed the doctors were coming to check the emergency room. Gui was not in a hurry to claim the system reward. He turned around, lay down on the operating table, and closed his eyes. What's going on? Did they all die? Don't worry, turn off the emergency light first before going in, or it will break the rules. Is it off? Hurry in and save people. Chapter 30: The Third Mask. Gui returned to his hospital bed. To cover up his crime, Gui pretended to be infected and lay on the operating table. For this, he had to endure physical pain. A large piece of skin had been cut off his wrist by the doctors. However, after the flesh was cut off, Gui's spirits clearly improved. But in the latter half of the night, when the anesthesia wore off, Gui began to feel intense pain in his wrist. Sun Yan gently patted Gui's shoulder with concern, but Gui smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, I feel great. Ugh. Gui still could not understand what Sun Yan was saying. When the lights out time came, Sun Yan fell asleep in bed. Seeing that there was no one around, Gui once again communicated with the system, thinking about how to choose his reward. The first reward, to increase mental recovery speed, actually didn't have much effect on Gui for the time being. Because the pace of this instance was not very fast, Gui did not need to use his abilities very frequently, so the mental recovery speed was the first option he eliminated. The second reward was to enhance resistance to mental infection. It was clear that the indescribable forces behind Chongshan Hospital had extremely strong mental infection capabilities. Just the exaggerated mental pollution on the underground floors was enough to know how powerful its abilities were. This reward could greatly enhance Gui's immediate combat power. The third reward was to improve what was called inspiration power. Gooey had heard from experts from Long Country that inspiration power was a double-edged sword. People with high inspiration power could discover many hidden elements in the instance, but it would also increase the likelihood of encountering mental pollution. Gooey possessed the talent of infinite deduction, allowing him to gather instance information through constant trial and error. For him, inspiration power was not something he urgently needed to obtain. After some deliberation, Gooey immediately chose the second reward. Gooey's brain felt suddenly clear, and even his vision became much brighter. Indeed, I chose the right one. Gooey clenched his fist tightly. For these past few days, Gooey's spirit had been in a tense state, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. He initially thought this was caused by too much pressure. However, after gaining resistance to infection, Gooey finally understood. His pressure was entirely from the indescribable. In fact, this was the hardest part of the entire instance: how to survive under the mental infection of the indescribable. Still keeping a clear and calm mind, Gooey decided not to explore any further tonight. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Gooey woke up at 6 o'clock, as usual, on time. He opened the curtains and looked outside. A luxury car was parked in front of the courtyard, and he noticed that the person inside was not wearing a mask. In the entire hospital, there was only one staff member not wearing a mask, and that was the director. The last time the director went to the office was in the middle of the night. Today, he came to the hospital early in the morning, which was completely irregular. Gooey did not dwell on it for long. He pushed his wheelchair to the cafeteria for a meal. After finishing, he went to the courtyard to hang out and played cards with the shopkeeper for a while. Gooey realized that he should try to cultivate friendships with the people in the hospital as much as possible. This could help him gain more convenience. Do you know? 3 doctors were fired from the hospital again. Oh? Why? Unknown reasons. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Who knows what rules they broke? What happens if they get fired?" The shopkeeper smiled broadly. "Getting fired is like dying. I think it's a kind of liberation." Gooey nodded. The shopkeeper's statement aligned with his own suspicions. "I saw the director come over today?" "Yeah. What did he come for?" "Who knows? Maybe collecting dirty money," the shopkeeper sighed. "Only he can come and go freely in the entire hospital. We are just the canaries in his cage." "Your appearance has nothing to do with canaries." "Nothing to do?" "Sorry, I'm a straight flush. I won this round." "Hey. Are you sure you're not cheating? If you didn't catch me, it doesn't count as cheating." The shopkeeper only played cards with Gooey and did not gamble money, so neither of them needed to follow the rules of gambling. Gooey played cards with the shopkeeper for a while, and soon a kangaroo transport truck parked in the parking lot. Gooey said goodbye to the shopkeeper and hid in the restroom. Start the deduction. Deduction starts. You put on the kangaroo mask. You stealthily followed 2 delivery workers and successfully reached the underground second floor. Your mental strength is stronger than before, and you are not mutating immediately as you did before. You have arrived deep in the underground second floor. The corridor here is still long and unbearable. You feel your heart stir restlessly again, and you notice blood starting to drip from the ceiling. You put on the deer head mask. At this moment, the atmosphere of the corridor is no longer strange. Sure enough, everything is just as you thought. When you equipped the new mask, the basement environment changed. Walking down the corridor, you still feel uneasy. Occasionally, you can still see the corridor filled with flesh and blood. Even though you are wearing a mask, the unspoken can still occasionally affect your perception. You reached the end of the corridor and found the location in front of the director's office on the previous underground second floor. A bunch of chains hang on the door, with a golden padlock dangling from them. However, when you take off the deer head mask, the padlock becomes invisible. The computer password in the director's office on the floor is still unsolved. Mysteriously, there is now an additional padlock in the underground director's office. You calm your mind and think for a moment. Now, you have 3 masks, each with different functions. The birdbeak mask allows you to move freely in the hospital's 1st to 3rd floors. The kangaroo mask lets you safely sneak into the underground 1st and 2nd floors. The deer head mask enables you to resist mental invasion on the underground 2nd floor and see part of the truth. If you want to unlock this padlock, the clues are likely only on the elephant mask and the dog head mask. The person wearing the elephant mask is a maintenance worker in the hospital, and you rarely interact with them. You once tried to pick up the elephant mask, but the weight of the mask is simply too heavy to lift. Your next target can only be the dog head mask. You already know the rules of the security department quite well, but you are not sure if there are any hidden rules or user manuals. Maybe you can continue to use the rules and successfully obtain a dog head mask. You don't have a good idea for now, so you turn left to continue exploring. You arrived at the storage room from last time. You find the storage room filled with folding beds. You remove the mask, only to discover the folding beds have turned into cardboard boxes. You feel very confused. After thinking for a while, you feel you misread the patient manual before. Chapter 31, The Blood Diary. In your eyes, a cardboard box is just a cardboard box. In the eyes of the deer-headed people, a cardboard box is a folding bed. The patient manual states there are always 2 people in the special care ward, but it does not emphasize that they are patients. Thinking carefully, when would a hospital add folding beds in the ward? That would certainly be when there are patients needing family members to take care of them. Therefore, the role you play is actually that of a family member, and this family member is a deer-headed person. You take a sharp breath. Could it really be as you guessed, that you are not human but an indigenous being of this world? But how to explain that you can contract human diseases and stay in a hospital designed specifically for humans? No, the thought process is wrong. You immediately dismiss your reasoning. Since entering this copy, every animal mask has its symbolic meaning, and this symbolism relates to the culture of the real world. The job of a dog is to guard the home, so the security department people wear dog head masks. During the time of the Black Death, doctors wore bird beak masks symbolizing the warding off of evil. Deer are graceful and noble, pigs are greedy and lazy. Thus, deer became buyers of humanity, while pigs became merchants. So, the intention behind the cardboard box must also connect with reality. You ponder for a while. You previously speculated that the deer-headed people bought humans to keep as pets. The only way to connect pets in cardboard boxes is that cardboard boxes can serve as cozy spots for cats and dogs. Isn't the dog barking that only you can hear in the hospital hinting at this point? Exactly, it should be understood this way. In my eyes, indigenous people like the deer-headed should be pets living in cardboard boxes, while I am the master of these indigenous beings. Now, I have turned from a master into a pet, and even under the influence of the unspeakable, become a small white mouse that can be easily slaughtered, losing all freedom. The entire copy tells the story of how I escaped the hospital from the unspeakable. You feel a clarity in your mind. You have completely grasped the truth behind the hospital and your identity. Only one last step remains to achieve perfect clearance. There is no way forward, and you arrive at a fork in the road and take the right path. The original human specimens have disappeared, replaced by biographies of the hospital directors. You discover a wooden door that you did not see before during your exploration. You kick the big door open with force. The room is filled with dust, and you cough incessantly. You see nothing in the room. You try to take off the mask in the room, and the entire room is a blood-red meat wall, with chaotic murmurs filling your ears. You turn to look behind you, and the wooden door has vanished. Dark hair is rapidly sprouting from your arms. You bite your lip hard to maintain your sanity with the pain, continuing deeper into the room. In a pile of writhing flesh, you find a small box. You hold the box in your hands and put the deer-headed mask back on. The room returned to its normal state, and you let out a long sigh of relief. You held the box and left this secret room. You opened the box. Inside was only a stack of paper slips, all covered in bloody words written by me, looking like pages of a diary. 1. Star Water Day of the month of ice melting. Today, Mom taught me a new word. Freedom. I told Mom, I am not free. 2. Star Gold Day of the month of ice melting. Math is really hard, I don't want to learn anymore. But Mom told me, if I don't learn, I can't grow up. To grow up, I must study well. 3. Gold Shine Day of the month of blossoming. Mom said I have grown up, it's time to find a boyfriend. Mom told me, I used the wrong word. I should find a spouse, not a boyfriend. 4. Watershine Day of the month of blossoming. Mom showed me photos of a few people. I think they are too old, not suitable for me. Mom said, finding a spouse is a long process, you don't need to be in a rush. 5. Star Water Day of the month of harvest. Recently Mom seems very busy, she hasn't come to see me for a long time. What is she doing that she has to hide from me? 6. Star Fire Day of the month of harvest. They asked me a lot of questions, even though I already answered them, they were still very harsh to me. Did I give the wrong answers? 7. I also have dignity. 8. I am a person. I am a person. I am a person. I am not an animal. I am not an animal. I am not an animal. Don't let them imprison me, I beg you. Mom, tell them, I am a person. Tell them. 9. I am a person. 10. It told me, as long as I cooperate with it, I can return to freedom. I have no other choice. Now I know, heave-ui. Am I still person? It poked ***u and % at it is using me. So I am not a person. Mom I love you, crossed out, Mom I hate you. Another new clue. The first 7 pages of this diary have clear handwriting, but the last 3 become very blurry and messy, not even the dates can be read. The 10th page is completely a chaotic draft. From this handwriting, you can deduce this information. 1. I am a female, I have a mother, and I have reached the age to look for a spouse. 2. Mom told me I should find a spouse and not a boyfriend. Maybe in Mom's heart, I have never been a human. 3. From the 5th page on, Mom seemed to do something strange, and this strange thing was likely sending me to the hospital. Because the date of the 6th page, Star Fire Day of the month of harvest, matches your admission date, it's a very obvious hint. 4. The it in the 10th page likely refers to the unspeakable. That's why after I cooperated with the unspeakable, the blood messages could carry the power of rules. But from the second half of the 10th page, it shows I was the one being used, and I had already lost my sanity. 5. I was likely the first pets, and the mother was the first one to invent and raise pets. But from the previous hospital posters, the director is shown as the one who invented pets. Maybe this is why I was used. The mother's research was stolen by the director, who made a lot of dirty money, and even created this rule-controlled hospital. You feel emotionally suppressed. Your heart stings. I have never thought of myself as a pet. I am a person who has serious doubts about my own identity. Let's switch positions. If on Earth, you are a smart chimpanzee, your mother teaches you to write, teaches you dignity, freedom, love. You begin to think like a human, you feel that you and your mother are both humans. Until one day, your mother sells you. Humans tell you that you are not a person, you are just an animal, a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees have no dignity, freedom. You are just a toy for humans. You are just a test subject for humans. Your mother does not love you, she just wants to know if humans can train a chimpanzee that can understand and speak human language. In the end, you can only grow old alone, being used, becoming a tool for others to show off their research results. Because of you, your fellow beings may have to endure the pain you once suffered. This is the story that the entire replica world wants to convey. Humans in the replica world are like chimpanzees on Earth. And the indigenous people are the rulers of the replica world. You, like me, are just a slightly smarter chimpanzee in the eyes of the indigenous people. You finally calm down your emotions. You continue to search in the small box and find a box of pills at the bottom of the diary. There are no labels on the box, just a blood-written hint left by me. Take it. You open the box, and inside are only 3 red pills. You take one pill and swallow it. You feel a heat all over your body, and in an instant, you become a black-haired monster. You do not lose your reason, you feel your strength and speed greatly enhanced. You run wildly. You encounter a member of the security department. You struggle with the security department. You actually subdue the security department, but you are also greatly injured. You take off the security member's mask. Soon, more members of the security department appear around you. They punch and kick you, even using electric batons to hit you. You fight back desperately, but your fists cannot compete with 4 hands. You want to test your limits. You are injured all over but manage to escape the encirclement. The security personnel call for the elephant mechanic for help. The mechanic raises the big hammer in hand and smashes it onto your shin. You fall to the ground, grappling with the mechanic. You cannot contend with the mechanic, but your strength is at least twice what it was before. Suddenly, you feel a wave of weakness. You turn back into a human form. The mechanic's hammer falls down, shattering your head. Everything in front of you turns blood red. You are dead. Simulation ends. Gooey opens his eyes, quietly rubbing his temples. In the underground level 2, there is a potion that allows him to temporarily transform into a monster, but there are only 3 pills at most, and each is effective for about 3 to 5 minutes. This is a non-renewable resource, Gooey needs to allocate it wisely. He just obtained the potion and used it during the simulation to test its performance. Alright, it's starting. Gooey's eyes shine as he walks out of the bathroom. After so many simulations, Gooey successfully reaches that hidden small room in underground level 2 in less than 10 minutes. After obtaining that bottle of medicine and my diary, the system also issued a prompt. You have found an important item, blood diary. Your plot exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is at 31%. Your talent skill level has increased. You have gained a new ability, simulation rewind. You can select any time point from the last simulation to rewind, and the mental energy consumption during the rewind period is halved. Simulation rewind? This seems like a nice ability. Gooey did not have time to test his new abilities, he hurriedly left the basement and returned to the first floor. When free activity time ended, Gooey went to the cafeteria to eat, just like usual. Gooey glanced at the pig-headed chef, wondering if he needed to get their mask, but in the end, he gave up on this idea. The chef had always been wandering around the ground floor, the pig-headed mask might not be very useful while exploring the basement. Rather than focusing on the pig-headed mask, it would be better to focus on the elephant mask and the dog-headed mask. As long as he had these 2 masks, Gooey would not be suspected no matter where he appeared. Now, with the red pill, he should have enough strength to pick up the elephant mask from the office on the 3rd floor. The best time to get the elephant mask was at midnight. Gooey quietly stayed in the patient room until midnight when he finally opened his eyes. Start the simulation. Simulation starts. You climbed out of bed and woke up Sun Yen. Sun Yen expressed concern for you, you comforted her a bit and skillfully changed into the doctor's outfit. You passed through the corridor and arrived on the third floor. The light in the dean's office on the third floor was off, clearly, the dean was not at home today. You entered the utility room through the ventilation duct. There were 2 unattended elephant masks on the table. You took out a red pill and swallowed it, transforming into a monstrous appearance. You successfully picked up the elephant mask and put it on your face. You felt that the mask did not have much weight on your face. Wearing the mask, you rummaged through the office and finally found the maintenance worker's manual. Maintenance Worker Handbook. 1. Please wear the elephant mask at all times while working, it will greatly enhance your strength. 2. Sometimes, you may see various strange creatures on the equipment, if discovered, please kill them immediately. 3. If you encounter malfunctioning equipment, hit it a couple of times with a hammer. 4. There is a universal key behind the crematory on the first basement level, please return it promptly after borrowing. 5. Please leave the mask in the office after work every day, and do not disclose any work-related details after leaving the workplace. 6. Every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday is payday, please go to the dean's office on time to collect your salary. Chapter 33, The Doll in the Secret Room, 1. The maintenance worker's manual was very short and had no strange or strict rules. The hospital's HR had previously mentioned that maintenance workers were all outsourced, so the rules set for them were minimal. Moreover, this handbook hinted at the dean's patterns of behavior. Every Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, the dean must appear in the dean's office. Tomorrow just happens to be Sunday, and the dean will definitely be in the hospital. You speculated that the dean might always be hiding in the corners of the hospital because you had only seen his car enter the hospital but never seen it leave. Wearing the mask, you left the office and walked straight down the stairs. Your clothes nicely concealed your black hair, no one questioned why you were wandering around the hospital. You arrived at the first basement level and found the universal key behind the crematory. The effect of your red pill was wearing off quickly, you removed the mask and noticed that since putting it on, it had not weighed much. You easily concealed the elephant mask in your kangaroo pants. You changed into the deer-headed mask, took the key, and arrived at the end of the second basement corridor. You stood at the door of the dean's office. You used the key to unlock the golden lock at the entrance of the dean's office, successfully opening the door. A groan came from inside the office. You bravely walked into the room but could see no one. The office was arranged exactly like the office on the third floor. But the bookshelves around were completely empty. You took off the deer head mask. The scene in the office instantly changed. Many books appeared on the shelves, but all the covers were made of human skin. The floor was painted with blood, the table and chairs were made of human bones, and the walls were adorned with decorations made from human heads. You forced yourself to stay calm, resisting the unspeakable mental onslaught. You walked to the desk. The computer on the desk was still on, displaying a few words in blood-red letters. Welcome. The keycaps of the keyboard were all made of human teeth, and you didn't dare to move carelessly. Painful moans echoed again. You looked in the direction of the sound, it seemed to come from behind the bookshelf. You swallowed your nausea and checked the bookshelf. All the books were written in English, except for one book that was in Chinese. You tugged at that book. The bookshelf opened to both sides. A secret room appeared in front of you. A woman was tied up in the secret room, struggling non-stop. The woman's eyes were hollow, and she had no jaw. She kept her head down, her snow-white hair dragging on the floor. In front of the woman was a doll, sitting obediently on her lap, from which the painful moans were emitted. Doll, save me. You, who are you? Doll, save me. You, mother? Upon hearing this address, the doll immediately shut its mouth. The woman behind suddenly lifted her head, staring at you with her hollow eye sockets. Doll, are you Toto? No, you are not. You, I am Toto's friend. Doll, how is Toto now? You, considering your current situation, I think you can guess how Toto is now. Doll, it's all that man, he ruined Toto and ruined me. The doll screamed hysterically, and the woman behind joined in her madness. She pulled out her hair with her hands and threw it on the ground, but soon her hair would grow back. You, I am here to help you. Doll, you can't help me, you will only harm me and my daughter. You, I can, as long as you can tell me the truth. Doll, you must be the devil's spy sent to continue harming us mother and daughter, right? The doll let out a piercing scream, and you suddenly felt a sharp pain in your heart, as if you were about to die. You quickly took the deer head mask out of your pocket and put it on. The screams ceased. When you looked up, the secret room was empty, with only a worn-out rag doll on the ground. You reached out to pick up the rag doll. You died. The simulation is over. Gooey opened his eyes, his face twisted in pain as he clutched his heart. Even though he had exited the simulation state, he still felt suffocated. The power of the doll was not even less than the unspeakable mental pollution. Even after just seeing that doll, he still couldn't calm down. This death came too suddenly. Gooey didn't even understand why he died. Is this another new puzzle? Gooey lay on the bed, calmly pondering. The office of the underground principal must be a reflection of the real office. The secret room in the office contained a strange woman, who was clearly my mother, and this mother was already deceased, living as a wrong spirit in the underground level due to unspeakable forces. The mental pollution in the underground level was so severe that perhaps half of it was due to the mother. Moreover, only when he didn't wear the mask could he see his mother. If he wore the deer head mask, he couldn't see his mother, but if he tried to pick up the rag doll on the ground, it would immediately trigger a death flag. Could it be that wearing different masks would trigger different endings? Gooey pondered for a while. He had just gained the ability to rewind the simulation. This would be a good opportunity to experiment. Begin rewind. You are standing at the door of the secret room. You push the door and enter. The doll is screaming hysterically. You put on the birdbeak mask. Doll, doctor? Are you Dr. Gooey? You, yes, ma'am. Doll, how is my daughter? Is she okay? Your daughter has a serious illness and psychological problems. She needs to be hospitalized immediately. Doll, psychological problems? Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? You know what she is, you're lying to me. I don't understand what you mean. Can you explain a bit clearer? Doll, she doesn't look like us. We are the high and mighty rulers, and she is a soulless animal. How can an animal get sick? And especially with mental illness? She is not a human? Doll, of course she is not. Why are you pretending to be confused with me? Where is that man? I want to see that man, I want to kill him. The doll lets out a furious roar. She jumps down from the woman's thigh and lunges at you. You struggle desperately. The doll punches your rib cage, crushing it, and digs out your heart. Your vision turns blood red. You are dead. End of rewind. Chapter 34, The Doll in the Secret Room, 2. Guessing charades again? Gooey opens his eyes, scratching his head in distress. The doll's speech has no logic, often answering questions that are not asked. Gooey has basically guessed the whole story of me and my mother, but even so, he can't dig more information from her. Only the kangaroo head and the elephant head have not been tried yet. Maybe this time there will be a different harvest? Gooey's mental power is now 35/50ths, and he only spent 5 points of mental power on the second rewind, greatly improving his efficiency and saving his mental power consumption. Rewind. Begin rewind. You are standing at the door of the secret room. You push the door and enter. The doll is screaming hysterically. You put on the kangaroo mask. Ma'am, please calm down. Doll, are you here to deliver something to me? Yes, may I ask your name? Doll, I forgot. Do you know Toto? Doll, Toto? Toto is my daughter. So where is Toto now? Doll, she. No, you are not the delivery person. Who are you? I am the delivery person. Here are Toto's letters. Doll, who sent them? Chongshan Hospital. Doll, how is that possible? How is that possible? She has long been dead, who would deliver her things? Ah! The doll lets out a piercing scream. Blood flows from your ears. You gradually lose consciousness. You are dead. End of rewind. Gooey opens his eyes and thinks carefully for a while. The kangaroo person is just an ordinary delivery worker, and there wouldn't be much interaction with his mother. Communicating with the kangaroo mask will definitely yield little success. If it were the elephant mask. Begin rewind. You are standing at the door of the secret room. You push the door and enter. The doll is screaming hysterically. You put on the elephant mask. The doll becomes even more agitated upon seeing your face. Doll, it's you. You killed my child. You have mistaken me. Doll, there's no mistake. My daughter was hiding under the treatment pod and was crushed by you like a little bug. You have no compassion, you are a monster, just like everyone at Chongshan Hospital, a monster. The doll lunges at you and snaps your neck. Your vision goes dark. You are dead. End of rewind. Gooey pinches his nose and sighs, feeling lingering fear. Now, the doll's identity is confirmed, this creature is my mother. The true cause of my death is also roughly confirmed. I was smashed to death by the elephant mechanic, thinking of me as a bug. Just like the scene of his own death in a previous rewind. However, there are still some untrustworthy parts. Indeed, it is like this. Gooey clenched his fists, feeling he had uncovered the entire truth about his identity. Although he didn't know what this conclusion would mean, Gooey was certain it would be useful in the future. Gooey decided not to explore the underground secret chamber anymore. The doll in his mother's hand must also be an important tool, but with the clues and tools he currently possessed, it seemed insufficient to obtain the doll. Now there was no rush to think about his mother's riddle, it was first necessary to steal the elephant mask. Gooey followed the route he had deduced earlier and successfully arrived at the third-floor office. He took out a red pill and swallowed it, successfully picking up the elephant mask and placing it in his kangaroo pants. Previously, Gooey had conducted an experiment. As long as he could pick up the elephant mask, even if he did not transform into a monster again, he could still continue to wear the mask. Gooey hid in the corner of the office, searching all around. At the back of the office, he found a large bag of toolboxes. There were 10 toolboxes in total, all hidden in the farthest corner of the office, covered with dust, as if they had never been used before. Inside, there were various tools, but each one was incredibly heavy. Even if he turned into a monster, it would be hard to lift them. Gooey put on the elephant mask. Only then did he manage to pick up the tools from the toolbox. Gooey pondered for a moment, ultimately taking everything out of the toolbox and hiding it in his kangaroo pants. No one knew if these things would be useful in the end, but having them on him was certainly better than not having them. Gooey restored the toolbox and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He leaned against the wall, gasping for a while, waiting for the effects of the medicine to pass, returning to his human form. One of the 3 red pills had already been used. Gooey felt a pain in his chest, he unbuttoned his shirt and looked down. A patch of black hair had appeared on his chest. Clearly, taking the red pill had severe side effects, accelerating his mutation process. TCH. If I'm not mistaken, if I take the 3rd red pill, I'm afraid I'll completely turn into a monster and never come back? The elephant mask was a tool Gooey was determined to obtain, and besides taking the pills, he could think of no other way. The remaining 2 red pills could only be used in extremely urgent situations. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Gooey's face turned pale, quickly hiding in the corner and listening carefully. At this time, there were at least 2 people passing through the hallway outside the door. Could it be that the repairman had arrived? No, today is not payday, they should have left the hospital long ago. Brother, let it go. A muffled voice came from the hallway outside. Gooey's heart tightened. That voice was clearly the voice of the little shop owner. Chapter 35 Brothers. Gooey gritted his teeth and immediately used his innate ability. The deduction begins. You crouch on the ground, eavesdropping on the conversation outside the door. The director remains silent, the shop owner's voice is somewhat trembling. Shop owner, your ambition is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone in the hospital can't leave because of you. How long are you going to keep this up? Director, you don't understand. The director opens the office door and walks inside. The shop owner follows him in. You can no longer hear any sounds. You crawl through the ventilation duct into the office above, carefully lying in the duct, not daring to make any noise. The director sits at the computer, operating the keyboard, while the shop owner stands opposite him. Shop owner, how long has it been since you visited Yao Yao? She came to the hospital looking for you, and you won't even play with her for a while, making me take her? Director, alright, don't say any more. Shop owner, I no longer want to help you with your pet's business. Director, why? Shop owner, I feel like this has gotten out of our control. Your research itself goes against the laws of nature. Director, that's not for you to comment on. Shop owner, in short. I don't want to do this anymore, unless you kill me. Director, you are my brother, so I've never wanted to use that kind of power against you. Don't force me. The shop owner sneers, pulls out a gun from his pocket, aims it at his jaw, and pulls the trigger. You widen your eyes in shock, covering your mouth to avoid crying out. The director kneels beside the shop owner in fear. Blood spills all over the ground, the shop owner's limbs spasm for a moment, then he becomes still. The director touches the shop owner's mask, seemingly checking for anywhere. He quickly takes out paper and pen, writing down new rules. An unutterable shadow appears behind the director, the power of the rules takes effect, and the shop owner resurrects and climbs up from the ground. Shop owner, what did you do? Director, don't do foolish things. Within the range of my hospital, as long as the mask isn't damaged, my employees won't die. Shop owner, you. Director, since you don't listen to me, I can only use the power of the rules to restrict you. I just added a rule in the hospital: suicide is forbidden in the hospital. Shop owner, damn it. Director, leave my office. Don't think you can threaten me with death. I will not give up my purpose. The shop owner screams hysterically, but the director remains deaf to it. The shop owner seems a bit desperate, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and leaves the director's office in a miserable manner. You terminate the deduction. Gooey hides next door to the director's office, silently waiting for something. Gunshots come as expected. Gooey covers his ears, closes his eyes, and his mind recalls the scene of the shop owner's brain bursting, as well as the sight of the shop owner rising from the ground after being resurrected. Within the range of the hospital, as long as the mask is not damaged, one will not die. This rule, Gooey had deduced long ago, and the director's own words had confirmed this inference. In the hospital, anyone wearing a mask has a huge weakness. As long as the mask is destroyed, they will die. However, the director's daughter, and the patients, just like them, do not wear masks. This detail has always puzzled Gooey. According to previous conclusions, in his eyes, different masks represent different species. So, the director's daughter, and the patients are actually the same species? Gooey's mind became chaotic again. The conclusion he had just established not only did not clarify his thoughts but instead brought him more complex puzzles. The sound of the shop owner slamming the door echoed. Gooey sat in the corner, thinking for a while. He felt that the pig head mask might not be as useless as he thought. Sure enough, he could not skip any steps and had to collect all the masks that appeared in the hospital. Gooey waited in the corner for a long time, until the director turned off the lights and left, then he returned the same way, lying in the ward. A night without a word. Gooey had begun to adapt to the regular life in the hospital. Rounds, taking medicine, throwing up medicine, breakfast. If it weren't for the constant pain in his chest, he might have almost forgotten that he was still in this bizarre world. This is not a real world. This is a bizarre world controlled by the unspeakable. Gooey rubbed his temples, almost losing himself. Even now, if he didn't take medicine, he could still see hallucinations in the corridor, blood dripping from the ceiling and the barking of dogs everywhere had nearly driven his mind to the brink of collapse. Gooey went to the bathroom to wash his face, and he unbuttoned his clothes when no one was around. In the mirror, his chest was already covered with black hair. Last night, it was the size of a palm, and now it had grown to the size of 2 palms. He touched his chin. It seemed that his beard had grown faster than usual. Repeated simulations had accelerated the erosion of his mind. He estimated in his heart that if he couldn't solve all the mysteries within a week, he would completely lose himself. Calm down, Gooey, calm down. Gooey put on his clothes and gently patted his face. Now his plot progress had unlocked 30%. What was difficult about unlocking the remaining 70% in a week? He could definitely do it. Gooey stabilized his emotions and came to the square in front of the hospital. Other patients were doing their own favorite things, and only Gooey came to the shop's entrance. Good morning, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at Gooey, nodding with little interest. Gooey pointed at the shopkeeper's chin and asked with concern, how did you get that injury? Don't ask, there's nothing to say. Okay. Gooey nodded and said, I want to buy a mask today. A mask? What kind of mask? A pig head mask. I think I just saw you bring in a new batch of goods that includes pig head masks. What do you want this for? Just give it to me. You can't afford it. Then let's make a bet. Gooey slapped his hand on the shopkeeper's box, his eyes shining with confidence. I want to bet with you, the wager is a pig head mask. I can refuse you, I don't want to bet with you. The shopkeeper pushed Gooey aside, preparing to move the boxes. Gooey waved his hand and grabbed the shopkeeper's collar. Don't you want your brother to stop? Bet with me, and let me win back that mask, I can save everyone. Chapter 36, Rock, Paper, Scissors. The shopkeeper blinked. What rumors have you heard? You don't need to worry so much, just bet with me. If we're really going to bet, I won't let you off. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled. If you lose, I will kill you. Are you sure you want to bet with me? Gooey closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Simulation starts. You open your eyes and nod vigorously. Shopkeeper, alright, then let's bet. I'm busy now and don't have time to gamble cards with you, let's bet on something simpler. You, what are we betting on? Shopkeeper, rock, paper, scissors. Best 2 out of 3. You, so, simple? Shopkeeper, you don't have time to back out now. You, okay, let's do it. You and the shopkeeper played rock, paper, scissors. You lost 2 rounds in a row. The shopkeeper pulled out a gun and blew off your head. Everything before your eyes turned blood red. You died. Simulation ends. What the hell? Could it be that his luck was just too bad? Are you going to accept or not? Wait. Gooey ignored the shopkeeper's urges and continued the simulation. Because his previous simulation was too short, he couldn't activate the rewind simulation feature, so he could only spend 10 points of mental energy to run the simulation again. You accepted the store manager's bet invitation. Store manager, I am very busy right now and don't have time to bet cards with you. Let's bet something simpler. Rock, paper, scissors, best out of 3. You, okay, let's do it. You threw paper, the store manager threw scissors. A drop of cold sweat ran down your forehead. You, wait a minute. Store manager, what's wrong? You wear a blindfold to cover your eyes. Store manager, ugh, fine. But to be fair, you have to cover your eyes too. You, no problem. You and the store manager both put on blindfolds. You thought the store manager must have better hand-eye reaction skills than you, so he could punch out at the last moment and defeat you every single time. You, store manager, rock, paper, scissors. Store manager, are you ready? You, yes. Store manager, then let's take off the blindfolds. You threw rock, the store manager threw paper. The store manager let out a cold laugh and pulled out a pistol, shooting your head off. Everything before your eyes was blood red. You died. Simulation ended. Gooey suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the store manager in surprise. The store manager looked at him with equal surprise. What's wrong? You look so pale? Nothing, it's fine. Gooey shook his head and continued the simulation. Simulation begins. You closed your eyes and thought for a moment. Rock, paper, scissors is basically a game of luck. If there is any skill, it is just the speed of hand and eye. However, during the previous simulation, both the store manager and you kept your eyes closed, which eliminated that possibility. Could it be that the store manager's luck is just that good? Store manager, what's wrong? You, it's nothing. I want to bet with you. Store manager, since you insist, let's bet something simpler. Rock, paper, scissors, best out of 3. You, wait, I want best out of 5. Store manager, it's the same no matter how many rounds. Are you sure? You, sure. You nodded. You had to play a few more rounds to figure out how the store manager was cheating. You lost the first 2 rounds. Store manager, you only have 1 chance left. You, do you have mind reading skills? Store manager, what could you do if I did? Your mental strength was strong enough. You cleared your mind and again played rock paper scissors with the store manager unconsciously. You still lost. Store manager, sorry, little brother, you used to be a very good card buddy. The store manager pulled out a pistol. You ended the simulation. Gooey opened his eyes and stared hard at the store manager in front of him. The store manager blinked, looking at Gooey in confusion. I don't think I offended you, right? Why do you look at me like that? I understand your tricks now. What? Come on, let's get to the point. I want to bet with you. If I win, I want to take a pig head mask. Alright, I have other things to do, so I don't have time to play cards with you. Let's bet something simpler. Rock, paper, scissors, the best out of 3. No need for 3 rounds, let's just do 1 round to determine the winner. Are you sure? The store manager looked at Gooey in surprise. Sure, let's do it. Okay. Gooey threw scissors. The store manager threw paper. 1 round determined the winner. The store manager looked at Gooey in astonishment, asking in a daze, how is this possible? You clearly wanted to throw rock. You can see through my thoughts the moment I throw my punch, right? Even if I clear my mind, as soon as I punch, you can immediately judge what I intended to throw. That's right. So, I hypnotized myself. Gooey made a scissors gesture. I told myself this isn't scissors, it's rock, and you indeed fell for it. How is this possible? Normal people won't change decades-long habits so easily. Because I'm not a normal person. Gooey smiled broadly. With the ability of infinite simulations, Gooey's mental strength was already beyond what normal people could match. This technique of self-suggestion was something he could accomplish almost in an instant. Gooey's 1-round winner-takes-all was because he worried that the store manager would instantly change strategy once he learned about his trick. As long as one successfully steals a chicken once, there is no need to take risks again. The store manager sighed, his eyes revealing deep admiration for Gooey. You are really amazing. It's just good luck. Come with me. The store manager pulled Gooey into the store's warehouse, where he found an unopened pig head mask among a pile of clutter and handed it to Gooey. Gooey took the mask and curiously asked, why doesn't this mask have a manual? It is not an ordinary mask, it is the first mask personally made by Toto. Who is Toto? Gooey pretended not to know. She is an unspeakable existence in this hospital, but remember, she is your kind. I can only say this much. Hurry, open it and take a look. Gooey nodded and opened the packaging of the pig head mask. The pig head mask was lifelike, looking as if it were actually sewn from a pig's head. Gooey looked left and right, finally finding a line of bloody words in the lining of the pig head mask. When I take off the mask, I finally see everything clearly. Remember, there is no free lunch in this world. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil, is the only principle you need to follow. Chapter 37, The Director Takes Action. You have found the important item, Toto's handmade mask. Your story exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 51%. You can choose one reward from the following 3 options. 1. Maximum mental power increases by 10 points. 2. Mental power recovery speed increases by 10%. 3. Mental erosion resistance increases by 10%. When Gooey heard the system prompt, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A single mask provided 20% exploration progress, showing just how extraordinary this mask was. As for the 3 options, Gooey chose the third one without hesitation. He had already experienced the importance of erosion resistance deeply. He would definitely need to face the unspeakable at the end of the dungeon, and he could not stack up resistance without it. Thank you. Gooey nodded at the store manager and left with the pig head mask. After free activities, lunch, and returning to the hospital room, Gooey hid in his room and put on the mask. This mask was obviously different from others. Just putting it on made Gooey hear some meaningless murmurs. It seemed that the pig head mask still retained the will of me. Gooey lay on the bed, wearing the pig head mask, and began to deduce. Deduction starting. You walked out of the hospital room. You are freer than ever, walking on the road. No one questions or interrogates you. You can even swagger down the staff elevator from the kitchen. Whenever you concentrate, you can see a person's current thoughts. It turns out that the store manager's mind-reading ability relies on the pig head mask. The pig head excels in sales due to this special ability. The mind-reading ability can be used once every 10 minutes and can only be consecutively used 3 times. You must ask specific questions to activate the mind-reading ability, otherwise, it won't succeed. After thinking for a while, you decide to use the mask to first trick someone into getting a dog head mask, completing all the masks in the hospital. You found a security department employee. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the hospital map, and you immediately activated the pig head mask's function, asking what the security department fears the most. The ability of the pig head mask activated. A large door of room 0 flashed through your mind, along with a giant spider hanging upside down from the ceiling. You thought for a moment. Security department personnel will not violate the rules, so trying to make them commit a crime to be sent to room 0 is impossible. So, you must use another bait to lure the security personnel in. When the deer-headed person is threatened, the security personnel will appear immediately. If you can trick the deer-headed person into room 0, wouldn't that capture the security department? You went to the underground level to steal the master key, then headed to the treatment room on the 2nd floor. Using a pig's head mask, you easily deceived a deer-headed person into trusting you. You brought him to the underground level, to the door of room 0. Once you go in, you will see the best pets in our hospital. The deer-headed person nodded and entered the room. You quickly closed the door and hid outside to watch the fun. Screams echoed from inside the room. Then, another man's scream came from within. You hurriedly opened the door and walked in. The giant spider had already devoured the deer-headed person, and the security staff had been chewed apart significantly. The spider turned its head when it heard your voice. You smashed a glass bottle and released a live toad. The toad flicked its tongue, wrapping it around the spider. The giant spider instantly shrank to normal size and was swallowed by the toad. You took off the mask from the face of the security staff. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. You turned around, and 4 or 5 security personnel appeared behind you. Security, you actually damaged room 0? The security personnel looked at you in shock, unable to utter a word. You suddenly remembered something. The security personnel regarded room 0 as the only means of punishment. Now that the spider in room 0 had been destroyed, the rules did not clarify how to handle offenders after the spider's death. Thus, the security personnel were left stunned and helpless. You stored the mask away, swallowed a red pill, and transformed into a monster, scattering the obstruction from the security staff. Your mental strength became more powerful. Even your strength after transforming into a monster became stronger than before. You had gathered all the masks, feeling like you were just one step away from the truth. You wanted to directly go to the 2nd underground level to solve the secret room problem. More security personnel rushed out, blocking your way. You easily resolved the blockage. An elephant person also approached, holding a hammer. You put on the elephant mask and easily dealt with the elephant person. You arrived at the doorway to the 2nd underground level. You found the dean appearing before you. The dean took out paper and pen and wrote 2 lines. Your vision faded into nothingness. You died. The deduction ended. Damn, I actually forgot about this guy. Gooey opened his eyes and slapped his own head hard. From start to finish, the Dean and the Unspeakable had always kept a low profile, never showing themselves, yet this time he actually took the initiative to stop you. The paper and pen in the Dean's hand were like a death note. As long as he wanted to kill you, he could simply move the pen. With your current strength, it was impossible to fight the Dean. However, one thing had to be clarified. Did the Dean come to stop you because he knew you had gathered all the masks, or because of the massacre you caused in the basement? Gooey thought for a while, believing both were very likely. But regardless of which reason, you needed to find a way to guard against the Dean personally capturing you. Relying on brute force to break through the encirclement was impossible. You should have a better solution: to obtain the masks in the most covert way. Gooey took a deep breath and began the deduction again. Deduction starts. You summarized your lessons and decided to change your action strategy. From the last deduction, you roughly understood the action efficiency and personnel scale of the security staff. When the deer-headed person met an accident, the security staff probably noticed the anomaly about 3 seconds later and quickly rushed to the scene. After the security personnel died, the reinforcements arrived in an even shorter time. You encountered 3 groups of security personnel in the basement, each group having about 4 to 5 people, meaning the entire security team was at most 15 people. Their combat strength was not very powerful. Just eat the red pill, and you can easily deal with a group of security guards. Chapter 38, The Manager's Sudden Death. When the security guards cannot solve the problem, the elephant mechanic comes to help. Originally, there were 2 elephants in the hospital, but one elephant lost its mask, so now there is naturally only one left in the hospital. To deal with the elephant mechanic, you must wear the elephant mask. Using brute force to break through is a last resort. You cannot use this trick until the final showdown. You think for a moment and decide to use a fire to attract the attention of the security guards. In the security guard's manual, there is a duty to protect the hospital's property. If a fire occurs, the security guards will definitely go out to rescue. The fire can distract the security guards, but at the same time, you must also deceive the deer-headed person to trust you, letting him be attacked in room 0 to lure the security guards to the scene. You are only one person, how can you complete this task? You look at Sun Yen but quickly dismiss the thought. If Sun Yen sets a fire, it might end up harming him, which goes against the rules, and you would certainly die as well. Since you can't set a fire and lure the deer-headed person to room 0 at the same time, would it be feasible to let the spider in room 0 leave the room? You are amazed at your bold idea. You go to the underground level and steal the master key. You sneakily arrive at room 0. The giant spider is glaring at you. You take out a live toad. The spider curls up in a corner, scared. The toad stretches out its long tongue and easily sticks to the spider's head. The giant spider immediately shrinks. The toad retracts its tongue. Just as the toad is about to swallow the spider, you quickly reach out and pull the toad's tongue, taking the spider off and putting it into a glass bottle. The spider in the glass bottle is about to enlarge. You press the toad against the wall of the bottle, and the spider immediately shrinks back again. Your experiment has succeeded. You tie the toad and the spider together and put them into a kangaroo pouch. You take the staff elevator to the underground 2nd level. You enter the warehouse and ignite some flammable materials. You return to the 1st floor kitchen, throw a match into the oil smoke duct, and the flames instantly engulf the entire duct. 2 fires blaze up into the sky. Everyone in the hospital is thrown into chaos. Within 2 minutes of the fire breaking out, all the security personnel rush to the scene, and they quickly start firefighting efforts. You hurriedly run to the 2nd floor. The deer-headed person and the doctor have not heard the fire alarm yet, and when the broadcast rings out, everyone panics. A security guard suddenly appears in front of everyone, directing the guests to evacuate in an orderly manner, while doctors and nurses have to stop treating patients. You hide in a corner, free the toad from the outside of the bottle, and throw the bottle into the crowd behind. You quietly watch the scene. The spider instantly enlarges, causing panic everywhere. The security guards want to call for help, but they can't get anyone to come. Everyone is downstairs putting out the fire, and no one can help them. The spider bites and kills the security guard. Taking advantage of the spider not having eaten the guard's body, you release the toad again. The toad devours the spider. You rush up and swiftly take off your dog mask. You hear footsteps coming from upstairs. You stuff everything from your body into your pants, disguising yourself as a patient and blending into the patient crowd. The dean arrives late. He scolds the security guards for being useless and runs downstairs to help fight the fire. The fire is quickly brought under control. You let out a sigh of relief. You sneak back to your hospital room. You hear arguing outside the square. You lean on the windowsill to look outside. You see the dean aiming a gun at the manager's head. The dean killed the manager. You died. Simulation ends. Why did I die like this? Gui sits up from the bed. Covering my head, I recalled carefully. Could it be that I unknowingly broke some rules? Could it be the rule of not ignoring someone's call for help? That's it. The principal must have found out that the spider suddenly disappeared because someone used a toad to lure the spider, which is why he went to the store to question the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper didn't want to reveal his name, so in a fit of anger, the principal killed him. The shopkeeper had already taken Gui as a partner, and when he died because of Gui broke the not ignoring someone's call for help rule. If the shopkeeper hadn't died and said he bought the toad himself, then I would definitely face the principal again, and in the end, I would still meet a dead end. This path won't work. Gui took a deep breath and began to deduce again. Deduction starts. You lie on the bed and think. Currently, it's obviously not the right time to use the live toad. There must be some other way to lure the security team into room 0. Once the principal joins the fight, the whole event process will become very difficult. You think maybe you've been too hasty. Now might not be the best time to get the dog head mask. Maybe you should check the situation in the secret room on the second underground level. You put on the pig head mask and went to the office on the second underground level. This office is slightly different from the last one. The keyboard on the desk is being tapped loudly by a pair of invisible big hands. You change into all the masks but still cannot see the owner of these big hands. You speculate that this office is a shadow of the third floor office, and the principal is currently working in the third floor office, so this office is making the sound of keyboard tapping. Since there is a secret room in this office, could there also be a secret room in the third floor office? You decide to wait until midnight to explore the third floor office again to verify your speculation. Following the same method as last time, you open the secret room in the office. The doll is screaming hysterically. You put on the pig head mask. The doll suddenly stopped crying and looked at you in confusion. The woman behind the doll also raised her head, her once traumatized face surprisingly returned to its former brightness. The woman spoke personally and made a sound. Woman, who are you? Why do you have my daughter's things? Where have you taken my daughter? You think quickly. Your mask is Toto's handmade mask. This must be very significant for the mother in Toto. The woman opens her mouth, and the doll says nothing, which clearly suggests that the mother's rationality has regained control. If your answer has even a slight mistake, not only will you not get new clues, but you might also trigger an instant death flag. You activate the mask's ability and ask the woman for what she desires most, but you receive no answer. You guess that the woman's strength is too strong, preventing the mask's mind-reading ability from working. You can only try to stabilize the woman's emotions. Your daughter is safe. Woman, you're lying. Chapter 39 Mother's Request. Your daughter is now at Chongshan Hospital, and the principal is keeping her captive. Woman, really? Is she in pain? What does he want to do with my daughter? You just guessed casually, but unexpectedly, the woman really believed it. However, from the beginning until now, there have been no clues in the script indicating that I have died, which is why you boldly said this information. He is using your daughter to complete some cruel experiment for his own selfish desires and ambitions. Woman, he is a madman, a devil. Your daughter gave me this mask and asked me to find you. Can you help me? Woman, I have lost my body, leaving only this lingering soul here to struggle on. I need you to help me find my body. Where is your body? Woman, in the principal's office. But it's hard for me to get in there. Woman, that man comes to find me every day at 3:26 in the morning. You can sneak into the principal's office at that time. Remember, you must find my body in 5 minutes, or the principal will come back. I got it. You stopped the simulation. Gui opened his eyes and quietly thought for a moment. What will happen if I follow my mother's instructions and get that so-called body? Although my mother's appearance this time seemed very normal, I vaguely felt that after getting her body according to her instructions, I might not get the clues I wanted, and might even attract a series of troubles. From my diary, it's not hard to see that my mother is one of the culprits who sent me into the fire pit. So far, the blood-red hints in my diary have played a very key role, while my mother has triggered countless death flags. Gui would rather believe I than his mother. Thinking of this, Gui took out the handmade mask of Toto and carefully thought about the blood-red hints behind the mask. When I took off the mask, I finally saw everything clearly. Remember, there is no free lunch in this world. Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. This is the only principle you need to follow. The first two sentences seemed to hint at something, but I didn't understand what it meant for now. The last sentence, however, made Gui suddenly enlightened. His entire process of clearing challenges had been proving this sentence. Because he sincerely devoted himself to Yao Yao, he got the kangaroo pants. Because he became friends with the store manager, even if the manager was killed, he still wouldn't betray him. Because he saved Sun Yen, he played a key role in several plans. On the contrary, Gooey stole Dr. Gooey's mask, and although it seemed to make progress, he was impeded everywhere, needing to obtain more props to compensate. Designing to kill the dear headman only led him to suffer, even hastening his infection progress. Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. This sentence hints not only at the evil principle and the unspeakable ultimate outcome but also at how to clear the challenges. Using violent means, stealing, robbing, or even murdering would only increase the difficulty of clearing the challenges. The first theft attracted the security department. Even if he got the props, he couldn't use them. The second murder drew the principal's attention, and the principal's time in the hospital obviously increased. If he used violent means again for the third time, the principal would directly mobilize, triggering a certain death outcome. Even if he made progress using violent means, in the end, there would only be a dead end. Perhaps in my eyes, killing the innocent is also evil. The doctors and security guards in the hospital are also innocent victims and prisoners. He cannot continue to cause destruction in the hospital. Gooey calmly analyzed the blood-red hints and decided to change his thinking, choosing to promote the storyline through a more harmonious method without using violent means. Now, Gooey's only clue was the principal's office on the third floor. There was no need to try anything else, just wait until tonight to sneak into the principal's office at the designated time. With words, there is length; without words, there is brevity. At 3 a.m, Gooey was awakened by the alarm clock. He immediately sat up from the bed and used his gifted skill. Simulation begins. You put on the elephant mask and entered the third floor. You quietly hid next door, and when 3:26 arrived, you immediately entered the principal's office through the ventilation duct. You opened the secret room door using the method for entering the underground secret room. Sure enough, there was a secret room in the corresponding position of the third floor office. On the ground, there was only a black urn. You packed the urn into your pocket. You heard the elevator bell ring outside. The director must have noticed something strange. You hurriedly ran away along the same path. You hid in the specimen room next door. You heard the sound of the director opening the door. Moonlight shone on the specimen. The moonlight giant opened its eyes, staring hard at you. You stopped the simulation. No way. Gooey shook his head. Just now, Gooey took less than a minute to steal the urn. According to his mother's instructions, the director would at least need 5 minutes to come from the basement. Why did he arrive at the scene in 2 minutes? Not right. Rather than thinking about why he could arrive, it's better to think about why he could find me. Rewind. Rewind simulation starts. You hid next to the director's office. You found a box and hid it in your kangaroo pants. You estimated the time, and after hearing the director's footsteps leave, you sneaked into the director's office through the ventilation duct. You entered the secret room using the previous method. You did not touch the urn, you simply took the ashes and placed them in the prepared box. You left the secret room. You returned the same way. You heard the director's footsteps, and now only 2 minutes had passed, and the director had returned early. You immediately hid in the toilet through the ventilation duct. You hid in the toilet stall, waiting quietly. Suddenly, you felt a chill run down your back. You looked up and found the director's head appearing above you, smiling and looking at you. Director, finally caught you, little mouse. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Simulation ends. Gooey took a sharp breath. This time, the director returned to the office in less than 2 minutes and successfully caught him. In the death scene just now, even the cause of death was not simulated. It was likely that the director used the power of rules to forcibly kill him. Clearly, the urn was not the key to the problem. He must have overlooked some detail. Chapter 40, Retrieve the Body. Rewind simulation. Gooey decided to try again. Rewind simulation starts. You hid next to the director's office. You thought carefully. Maybe the director didn't find out because you touched the urn, but because you entered the director's office, or entered the secret room, you were discovered? This time, you decided to explore thoroughly, so as not to miss any important details. The director left. You came to the director's office. You stayed here for 2 minutes and found that the director had not returned. Clearly, you were not discovered because you entered the office. You opened the door to the secret room and walked in. You waited for 2 minutes, and the director still had not returned early. You stopped the simulation. Gooey rubbed his chin, taking a long breath. It seems that the director could find him not because he broke into the office in the secret room, but because he took the ashes. As long as he touched the ashes, the director would immediately rush back to the office. The director had unspoken assistance. Returning to the office in 2 minutes was just a finger movement. As long as he had the ashes, no matter where he hid, the director would immediately find him. This was nearly an unsolvable situation. Gooey felt a cold sweat on his forehead, a sharp pain in his chest, the degree of abnormality deepening again. Gooey looked up at the ceiling, blood dripped like rain, and it took 3 minutes for this illusion to finally disappear. Ha, calm down. Gooey took a deep breath. If the mood was low, the possibility of clearing the level would be even lower. He must remain calm to complete the task in the end. Think carefully now. You must have missed some important information. Backtrack and deduce. Backtracking begins. You are hiding next door to the principal's office. Your current situation is terrible, you can't think calmly in reality. You can only rely on your innate ability to come up with a plan. As soon as the ashes leave the office, the principal will appear immediately, and you won't have enough time to hand the things to your mother. Did you set a trap for your mother? If you steal the ashes, it might trigger a certain death ending? You thought for a moment and felt that it was unlikely. Right now, the process of the scenario has completely stopped. The only clue is your mother. Only by connecting with her can the process continue. If you try to forcefully continue the process, it will only lead you to a dead end. You carefully thought through every detail, afraid of missing a single step. You remembered something your mother said. She needed you to retrieve the body, not the ashes. Ashes and body are clearly two different things. You found the blind spot. When you entered the principal's office, you were always wearing the Elephant Man's mask. If you wore a different mask, perhaps you would see a different scene. You felt enlightenment. The principal left the office on time. You entered the office. Before opening the door to the secret room, you put on Toto's handmade mask. You walked into the secret room. At this moment, the entire room turned blood red, with the floor made of wriggling flesh. In the midst of all this flesh, you found your mother's body. You hid the body in your kangaroo pants. You left the principal's office and returned to your ward. You waited quietly for a while, and the principal did not appear. You felt mentally exhausted and couldn't help but want to sleep. You terminated the deduction. Finally found the right way to clear the game. Gooey waved his fist. This time, it only took 20 points of mental energy to successfully deduce the correct way to clear the game. Backtracking greatly improved his efficiency. Following the route in the deduction, he successfully hid next door to the principal's office. When he truly walked into the secret room wearing Toto's mask, he was still shocked by the scene. The walls of the secret room pulsed and emitted a terrifying thump-thump sound, resonating with his heartbeat. Gooey felt chest pain and suffocation. He endured the discomfort, took out his mother's body, and quickly left the office. He hid back in the ward, tiredly closing his eyes. Early the next morning, Sun Yan woke Gooey. Gooey opened his eyes to see a doctor and a nurse looking at him angrily. Gooey's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively reached into his pants for the red pill. "What are you doing, Gooey?" Dr. Lee asked. "Did you forget to take your medicine this morning again?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Gooey immediately realized, obediently taking the morning medicine. Dr. Lee and the nurse briefly asked about Gooey's condition before directly leaving the room. Gooey sat in front of the bed, panting. Even now, his heart felt like it was stuck in his throat. Sun Yan walked over to Gooey, gently patting his shoulder with concern. "It's okay, I'm fine now." Gooey smiled widely and slipped into the washroom. He looked up at the mirror and was shocked to find that he had turned into a monster covered in black hair, with blood and meat at the corners of his mouth. He covered his mouth in terror, barely stopping himself from screaming. After a while, his reflection returned to its original appearance. Repeated deductions and indescribable mental erosion had made Gooey's symptoms increasingly apparent. He immediately gagged and spat out the pills, then picked up a razor to shave off all the black hair on his chest. This time, I was lucky. The doctor didn't do a full body check during rounds. If not for my words, I would have spent this morning in the operating room. Gooey shook his head in helplessness. The human spirit has its limits, and under such intense pressure, Gooey has begun to feel exhausted and even make mistakes. However, this was also due to the tremendous mental shock he faced in the president's office last night, which caused him to oversleep inadvertently. Gooey ate as usual. During free time, Gooey hid in the restroom and began the simulation. Simulation starts. You put on Toto's handmade mask. You smoothly arrive in the kitchen of the cafeteria and take the staff elevator down to the 3rd underground level. You arrive in the office secret room on the 3rd underground level. The woman lifts her head as soon as she sees you. "Woman, who are you? Why do you have my daughter's mask? What do you want?" You had only met the woman during the last simulation, so she does not recognize you. "You don't mind who I am. I have your body. I can return it to you, but what can you offer me in exchange?" Chapter 41, The Deal with Mother, 1. You activate the mind-reading ability of the mask, but it still doesn't work. You feel this is because you asked the wrong question. "Woman, I don't believe you. How would you know where my body is?" You pull out the woman's shriveled corpse from your kangaroo pants. The woman's expression changes dramatically. Woman, give me my body back, and I can tell you a secret. You, what secret? Woman, I can tell you the president's weakness. I can tell you how to kill him. You activate mind reading again, questioning whether the woman is lying. The mask tells you the woman is not telling the truth. You, I know his weakness, I don't need that information. Woman, then what do you need? You think for a moment and point at the doll on the woman's knee. The woman is shocked. Woman, this is my daughter's relic. I cannot give it to you. You, everything is about equivalent exchange. Woman, let me think for a while. The woman holds the doll and gazes at it for a moment. Woman, I agree to trade with you. You, good. You place the woman's corpse on the floor. The woman gets off the chair and hands the doll to you. As you examine the doll, you suddenly hear a sound that makes your teeth ache. You look up. The woman opens her mouth and devours her own corpse. Her body turns pitch black, with only her eyes shining with red light. She transforms into a monster covered in black fur, resembling a pet's but much larger than a typical pet's. Woman, give me the doll back. The woman lunges at you. You immediately swallow a red pill while putting on the elephant mask. You are no match for the woman. You are torn in half by the woman. Your vision turns blood red. You are dead. Simulation ends. Gooey sat on the toilet, rubbing his belly. This time, it was probably his most tragic death in the simulation, as the woman turned into a monster and ripped him apart like tearing a chicken leg. Transforming into a monster and donning the elephant mask were the strongest forms Gooey could achieve at present, but he was still no match for the woman. I sensed something was off about this woman long ago. Gooey slapped his thigh in frustration. Since this woman was so unreasonable, he had no choice but to use some unscrupulous means. Backtracking simulation starts. You stand in front of the secret room door. You put on Toto's handmade mask and come before the woman. The woman lifts her head as soon as she sees you. Woman, who are you? Why do you have my daughter's mask? What do you want? You, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Woman, negotiate terms? What terms? You, I can give you your body back. You pull out the woman's corpse from your kangaroo pants. The woman, upon seeing her body. Excitedly, you stand up and quickly hide the corpse. Woman, give it to me. You, I can give it to you, but you must give me the doll in your hand. This is a fair trade. Woman, first, give me the corpse, then I'll give you the doll. You, no, you give me the doll first, then I'll give it to you. Woman, you have no right to bargain with me. If you don't give it to me, I can still kill you and take back my corpse. You, if you dare kill me, I'll smash the mask on my face first. You take out a hammer from your kangaroo pants and place it on the mask. The woman screams in surprise. Woman, don't you dare do that. You grin. Just as you guessed, I haven't died, so as long as you smash the mask, the real me will perish too. Woman, don't do something so extreme. My daughter still has a chance to survive. Please don't hurt her. You, then follow my demand, give me the doll first. The woman compromises. She looks at the doll in her hand and uses her hair to pass the doll to you. After losing the doll, the woman's face withers at a visible speed. You examine the doll from all angles, but find nothing special. However, you notice a zipper on the back of the doll. You unzip it and find a red access card inside. Woman, you, quickly give me my corpse. You, give it to you? Oomph, give it to you and let you kill me? Dream on. You keep the doll and leave the secret room. The woman's heart-wrenching scream echoes throughout the entire office. You leave the room with the doll in your hand. Everything in front of you turns blood red. You take off the mask. The mask is shedding blood tears, and you find that the same words are written all over the mask. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Your heart is beating so fast, it feels just like when you picked up the woman's corpse on the third floor office. You, why punish me? Why not punish your good mother? Wasn't she the first one to commit evil? If I didn't deceive her, she would have killed me. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Evil deeds are rewarded with evil. Evil rewards. Your mind collapses. You completely turn into a monster. You are dead. The simulation ends. Damn it, whose side is Toto on, really? Gooey opens his eyes again, cursing softly. The mental shock he suffered during the simulation had deepened the corruption in reality, and he noticed that black hair had started growing on his left wrist. Gooey shook his head in frustration, closed his eyes again, and began thinking about his strategy. Simulation starts. You sit on the toilet, summarizing your previous experiences and lessons. Clearly, this time you were punished by my rules for not keeping your promise, turning into a monster. The so-called Toto seems to have a kind of mental cleanliness. She established this red-letter rule, seemingly cursing the dean, but in reality, it restricted your actions. If you keep doing evil, breaking promises, and watching death without helping, the difficulty of the mission will significantly increase, even directly triggering a death flag. You frown, thinking. You think that you may not have triggered evil deeds or rewarded with evil. Because this rule subtly affects the difficulty of your mission, it will never immediately trigger a death. You think that the real reason you died was that you didn't follow the pighead man's principles, your actions didn't meet the merchant's standards. The pighead mask represents a merchant in the mission world. The shopkeeper of the small store is your best example. Cheat, use hacks, but absolutely don't break the rules. Even if he gets caught cheating, he won't regret it or become angry, he will still keep his promise and give you what he previously promised, intact and unaltered. When you trade with the woman, you clearly agreed to take the doll first, then give her the body. But in the end, you backed out. That is why you are being punished by the rules. You find yourself once again caught in a dilemma. Giving the woman the body will drive her mad, ultimately leading to her own death. Not giving the woman the body means you cannot obtain the crucial item. Deceiving the woman would directly cause you to die due to breaking the rules. You tug at your hair, frowning as you think. You shift your thinking. Is there a way to complete the trade without getting killed? Giving the woman a fake? Impossible, the woman would never mistake her own body, and you cannot create a fake body on site. Poisoning the body? Your eyes light up. After the woman receives her own body, her first reaction would be to swallow it. If you can poison the body beforehand, she will definitely fall for it. If you can poison the woman, then you won't have to worry about being killed by her. Your trade only requires the woman to receive her own body, but if she insists on eating it and ultimately dies from the poison, that's not your concern. But what kind of poison can kill a woman? She is already a ghost, do ghosts fear poison? You make a bold hypothesis. After the woman eats the body, she might turn into a creature like a pet's. If you give her a patient's medication, wouldn't that prolong the transformation? You suddenly understand. You put on a bird beak mask and sneak out a box of pills from the hospital pharmacy. This is what you take 3 times a day and vomit 3 times. You stuff all the pills into the body's mouth, shaking the neck of the body to let the pills fall into the body's abdomen. You put on Toto's mask and return to the secret room on the 3rd underground level. The woman raises her head immediately upon seeing you. Woman, who are you? Why do you have my daughter's mask? What do you want? You, I'm here to negotiate terms. Woman, what? You, I found your body, and I want to make a trade, your body for the doll in your hands. After some communication, the woman finally agrees to trade with you. You place the body on the ground. The woman hands the doll to you. Before you can even put away the doll, the woman has already swallowed the body. The woman emits a painful groan, and she instantly transforms into a black giant monster. You instinctively take out the red pill and the elephant mask. The woman's body suddenly collapses, returning to human form, struggling on the ground. Woman, you liar, you poisoned me? You, how was I supposed to know you would eat it? I thought you were going to burn it for firewood. The woman rolls her eyes, foaming at the mouth. You worry she might resurrect again. You take a hammer from the toolbox and smash the woman's head. You exit the secret room. You wipe the blood off your body and take out the doll from your kangaroo pants. You unzip the back of the doll, pulling out a red access card from inside. The front of the access card features a half-red, half-black clown face, the logo of the Bizarre World live streaming channel. You swallow hard, flipping the card over to reveal red blood writing. With this, you can go anywhere, including the 3rd underground level. You are shocked. You thought having only 2 underground levels was already outrageous. You never expected this hospital actually has a 3rd underground level. The mental pollution in the 2nd underground level has become very strong. What will the deeper 3rd underground level be like? You think for a moment, pick up the red access card, and head to the elevator. The control panel of the elevator only goes down to the 2nd basement. There is no button for the 3rd basement at all. You place the red access card on the sensing area. The entire elevator turns bright red. Only one floor remains on the control panel, the 3rd basement. You press the button. The elevator opens. Outside is a pitch-black void. You take off the mask. The blackness outside the elevator dissipates, revealing a clean and narrow hallway with a red wool carpet on the floor. You step onto the carpet. The hallway grows narrower. Eventually, you must turn sideways to get through. You finally exit the hallway. In front of you is a huge movie theater. There are 10 rows in the audience section, but not a single person is sitting inside. You turn to look at the projection room, the projector is flashing continuously, and you faintly see a shadow standing next to it. You walk to the projection room. Sitting next to the projector is a long-haired woman with a high ponytail, staring intently at the blank silver screen in front of her. You, Toto? The woman turns her head. You discover that this woman's face looks extremely similar to yours, as if you were lost siblings. Toto, that's right, it's me. It seems you followed my hints very well. Did you write all the blood-written hints? Toto, indeed, but many were written when I was not conscious. I don't know whether those messy words affected you. Toto's tone sends chills down your spine. She is as out of place in this world as you are. Who exactly are you? Toto, according to the rules, I cannot tell you. You came here just to seek the truth, right? That's correct. Toto, you know what movie I'm going to project, right? Without hesitation, you pull out the film reel of Monster Siege. Toto places the film reel into the projector, then picks up a new pair of 3D glasses from the workbench and hands them to you. Toto, go out and watch carefully. You nod and sit down with the new glasses. There are no instructions on the glasses, you simply put them on your nose. Your vision is pitch black. Your vision is pitch black. You can perceive nothing. You wait in the void for half an hour, but nothing happens. You stop the deduction. Gooey opens his eyes, frustrated, and rubs his head. What is going on? Gooey supports his chin, thinking carefully. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation during a deduction. Normally, even if he triggered a death flag, his talent would still deduce images of death. But this time, he lost all perception, as if he had fallen into the void. He waited in the emptiness for half an hour, yet nothing occurred. Calm down, think about the reasons. Gooey takes a long breath, silently reflecting and summarizing the clues he just gathered. 1. His mother can be killed, he has just deduced the safest and most effective way to kill her. 2. After killing his mother, he can take a red access card from the doll. 3. Using the red access card, he can go to the hospital's inner world, to the 3rd underground level. 4. He will encounter me there, namely Toto, her appearance is a copy of himself. 5. After watching Monster Siege in Toto's cinema, he will fall into a void. That cinema doesn't seem like a safe place. Gooey recalls everything he has encountered before and considers what clues he may have overlooked that have hindered his advancement. There's nothing else, only this final path remains. Gooey confidently shook his head. He had recalled all his experiences, all the scenes of deduction, and finally confirmed that the cinema in the basement of the hospital's 3rd floor was the only clue. But why would he fall into a void while watching a movie? No. It wasn't a void he was falling into. Gooey suddenly understood the key point within it. In recent days, Gooey had relied too much on his talent for infinite deduction, to the extent that he forgotten that this talent also had significant limitations. Infinite deduction cannot deduce anything related to the strange world system. Whenever he made progress in the instance process and the system rewarded him, the infinite deduction could not compute any of these. It was inevitable, after all, the talent for infinite deduction was originally given to him by the system of the strange world. Just recalling the style of that red access card made it clear. The front of the access card had the logo of the Strange World Livestream, which was a very obvious hint. In that underground cinema, Gooey might not only be collecting clues from the instance world, but might also learn about the entire strange world, so he was unable to utilize his talent to deduce the details. He had to personally explore that underground cinema. It's no big deal. Gooey sighed deeply, putting on the bird mask as he walked out of the bathroom. He first sneaked out a box of pills, then hid the pills inside his mother's corpse. Then, he put on Toto's handmade mask and skillfully made his way to the secret room on the 2nd basement floor. This time, Gooey saw his mother in reality. Despite having interacted with her many times before, facing her in person still made him feel a suffocating sensation deep in his soul. Who are you? Why do you have Toto's mask? Who I am isn't important. Gooey cut straight to the point. I can give you your corpse back, but the prerequisite is that you must give me your doll. What nonsense are you talking? His mother looked confused, even her hair floating eerily behind her. Gooey felt no fear. As long as he wore Toto's mask, his mother wouldn't harm him. Bang! Gooey took out his mother's corpse from his kangaroo pants, causing her to panic immediately. This is my shell, I can feel it. So can we talk about the terms now? I have nothing to discuss with you. Gooey let out a cold laugh, stomping down on the corpse, and raised the hammer over his mask. I don't want to waste time talking. Do you want to make the trade or not? Wait, I agree. His mother quickly retracted her imposing aura, returning to her human form. She felt very strange. Clearly, it was the first time she encountered this man, but he seemed like he had seen her before. He always seemed to predict her actions in advance, even knowing her innermost thoughts clearly. The mother sensed deception in this. But she had no choice but to agree to his request. If she didn't get her shell back, she would be trapped here forever. Cash for goods. The mother tossed her doll. Gooey caught the doll, then casually placed the corpse on the floor. Gooey shoved the doll into his pants, coldly watching as his mother swallowed her own shell. Ah, I finally regained my strength. I want to kill you. His mother suddenly transformed into a monster, stretching out black claws towards Gooey. Gooey stood calmly in place, looking into his mother's eyes, revealing a mocking smile. Why? Did you poison me? His mother clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground, gradually losing strength. She foamed at the mouth, convulsed all over, and lost consciousness. Gooey took out a hammer, preparing to smash his mother's head just like during the simulation. Good will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. She wanted to kill me, but in the end, she died from the poison. She has already received her due retribution, there's no need to be so ruthless again. Gooey recalled the words on the mask and finally put away the hammer. In this simulation, one must never go to extremes with evil. Gooey tore open the doll and took out the red access card, and indeed heard the system's prompt. You have collected a special plot item in the simulation, red access card. Your exploration progress has increased. Current exploration progress is at 67%. You can choose one reward from the following three options. 1. Your strength increases by 10%. 2. Your agility increases by 10%. 3. Your stamina increases by 10%. Seeing the reward, Gooey's face immediately fell. What bad luck. This is a puzzle simulation, what good is improving physical quality? Why can't I get a reward to enhance my mental strength? Gooey thought for a moment, and ultimately chose to increase his stamina by 10%. In the next second, a flash of white light passed before Gooey's eyes, and he felt his body refresh, as if he felt much more comfortable all over. Gooey lifted his shirt to take a look, and surprisingly, the black hair on his body had decreased. So that's how it is, increasing stamina can also boost my resistance to illness. After all, my current state is similar to being sick. It seems I made the right choice in boosting my stamina. Gooey sighed in relief, holding the red access card in his hand as he made his way to the nearest elevator. Chapter 44, Underground Level 3. Gooey arrived at the elevator, using the red access card to reach the underground level 3. He removed all the masks from his face and walked again into the narrow corridor. When Gooey truly entered the corridor, he realized the simulation was not 100% correct. There was a faint scent of orchids in the air, and the corridor was not as cramped as it had been in the simulation. He didn't need to walk sideways at all. The floor was not covered with red wool carpets, but with red marble tiles. Gooey felt that the power of strange world must be present here, which was why the results of the simulation differed from reality. Gooey arrived at the end of the corridor. He pushed open the large door in front of him. Inside was an empty screening room, with only the projection room above Gooey still lit. Gooey walked into the projection room with ease and found Toto. Hello. Oh, you've come. Toto turned and said, you must have followed my hints very well to arrive here. Gooey looked at Toto, feeling very uncomfortable all over. It felt like a struggling author finally getting famous, only to be forced by fans to wear women's clothing and take photos in front of a mirror. You are Toto, right? Yes, it's nice to see you again. Why again? Gooey quickly caught the detail in Toto's words. Gooey was sure that he had not met the real Toto during the simulation. How could she say the word again? Toto calmly replied, there is a part of me in the mask, seeing it is the same as seeing me. What conflict do you have with my mother? She sold me to this hospital, and in the end, the director played her, turning her into something neither human nor ghost. I think, since you managed to get that access card, you already know her fate. Gooey frowned slightly. What Toto said was basically consistent with Gooey's investigation and assumptions, but he always felt there was something unreasonable about it. Her tone felt more like reciting lines than sharing her own story. Gooey used his special skill. Simulation starts. Everything before your eyes goes black. You stop the simulation. As expected. What do you mean, as expected? It's nothing. Gooey shook his head. Just as he speculated, the underground third floor of the hospital no longer completely belonged to Chongshan Hospital, it was a world beyond Chongshan Hospital. If he did anything against the rules here, he could easily fall into an irretrievable situation. He had missed the chance to use his gifted ability to avoid the danger. You came here, do you have nothing else to say to me? I want to know the truth. I can't tell you directly, according to the rules, you must reason and explore on your own. Toto wiggled his fingers, since you're in the theater, you can't just sit here without watching a movie? You brought that thing, right? Monster Siege. Gooey took out Monster Siege from his pocket. Toto took Monster Siege and handed Gooey a brand new pair of 3D glasses. You can sit down and continue watching. Thank you. Gooey sat down in the theater seat and put on the 3D glasses. The movie began to play. This movie had completely turned into something else. The main characters in the story were all bizarre-looking aliens, but Gooey could clearly understand every word they said. He found that the plot of this story was mostly unchanged, only the actors' identities became aliens. It's worth mentioning that the male protagonist still had a pet, but this pet had turned into a human. Humans wore collars like dogs, with bare bottoms, looking completely undignified. Gooey unconsciously identified with that pet's role. Halfway through, he couldn't watch anymore and directly took off the 3D glasses. Why? Why aren't you watching? It's unnecessary to keep watching. Gooey said, I already understood the implication of this film. Chongshan Hospital is not a hospital on Earth, it comes from another parallel universe. In this world, aliens dominate the world, and humans are merely their pets, just like cats and dogs on Earth. Like you, I have a cognitive disorder, so I can't see the truth of the world. Am I right? Hey, that's right. You got half of it correct. I also know the other half. Toto grinned, then why don't you say it? I could say the rest, perhaps it would lead me directly to a certain outcome, but I don't know if such an outcome would be considered a perfect completion. Of course not. Gooey shut his mouth, looking at Toto with a sly smile. How do you know I'm in a game? Toto touched his face, smiling. Is this considered revealing a confession? In the strange world, no matter how the players acted or spoke about the bizarre world, the local residents could never understand. Gooey repeatedly mentioned completion and outcome in front of Toto, but Toto perfectly understood. This itself was an unnatural thing. Gooey stared into Toto's eyes, boldly questioning, are you the behind-the-scenes director of the entire bizarre world? Did you trap all of us humans in fear? Toto said nothing, just stiffly maintained his smile. Gooey continued, right, it's impossible. You've turned into a form similar to mine, this must carry some meaning. Are you trying to tell me that you were once an adventurer like me? Toto's face suddenly became blurry, looking like a palette filled with various colors. You are exactly right. Why have you turned into this? You will understand in the future. Toto smiled widely. The surrounding scene suddenly changed, a huge wooden door appeared before Gooey. In fact, if you say the essence of this world in front of me, I can let you go. Then, you will achieve a normal completion of the game. You don't have to worry about the risk of weirdness coming in your country. But the people of other countries will still live under the shadow of the revival of the weirdness, the monsters and the copy will still descend upon the world. If you go out of this wooden door now, you can return to the real world. I choose the second path. Gooey said firmly, I want to achieve the perfect clearance achievement. Do you really think you are the savior? I don't even need to guess to know that the difficulty of this copy has already surpassed all previous copy worlds. If the whole world is invaded by weirdness, our country cannot escape disaster. The weirdness from other countries will still find various ways to spread into Long Country, only by achieving perfect clearance can all humanity be spared from the persecution of the weird world. I might be the last hope for the entire world. As long as there is no perfect clearance, it is a failure. And I do not like failure. Chapter 45 Talking to Reality. As long as there is no perfect clearance, it is a failure. And I do not like failure. Gooey spoke with righteousness. There are still many puzzles in Chongshan Hospital that have not been solved. For example, the password to the director's computer, the weaknesses of the director, how to eliminate the unspeakable. If these difficult problems are not solved, Gooey would absolutely not be willing. More importantly, Gooey feels that the path left for him by Toto may not be the correct way to clear the game, it could very well be a trap. After all the effort and risk taken to get to the underground third level, to only receive an ordinary level clearance evaluation? That just seems wrong. Toto tilted his head, his palette-like face turned only red. I can assure you, there is no problem with this door. Once you pass this village, there will be no shop left, this may be your last chance to leave Chongshan Hospital. No one has successfully cleared Chongshan Hospital since it started, whether in your world or in other worlds. Do you really think you can clear it? Gooey frowned. Toto's words revealed a large amount of information, and he had some bold guesses. Gooey decisively shook his head. No matter what, I will not choose to clear that door, I must achieve perfect clearance. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Fine. Toto wore an unwilling expression and snapped his fingers. The small wooden door in front of Gooey disappeared into thin air, and soon the entire cinema shattered along with it. Gooey floated in the void like he was drowning. It's over. Gooey's heart raced to his throat, and he couldn't even make a sound. This strange phenomenon lasted a full minute before Gooey finally landed on the ground. Toto was gone. It was pitch black here, and he could see nothing. Gooey took out a flashlight from his kangaroo pants and shone it around. There were only 3 black brick walls, while behind him was the long corridor he had come from. As expected, everything was as he had guessed. The so-called Toto was the host of the weird world, and he was not the real me. If he had truly agreed to her demands, it would have certainly triggered an instant death flag. Everything he had just seen was an illusion. Gooey searched around on the ground and finally found a small coffin. The coffin was square, only about half the size of a person, and it seemed to be a coffin prepared for a child. Gooey took out a crowbar and forcefully opened the coffin lid. Inside lay a vividly lifelike female corpse. The female corpse had her hands placed on her chest, her posture serene, and her face skin had been torn away, making her appearance unrecognizable. Gooey dared not act rashly. He activated his deduction ability again, but still could not deduce anything. Then I can only try it. Gooey took out Toto's handmade mask and placed it on the female corpse's face. The mask fit the female corpse perfectly. Her hands, placed on her chest, suddenly dropped, and her head tilted to the side. Gooey Chang calmed himself and looked at the dead woman's chest, where a silver whistle hung. He reached out to take the whistle, and the dead woman turned to ashes, leaving only a pig mask behind. You have collected a special plot item in the instance, dog whistle. Your plot exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 74%. You have gained the opportunity to communicate with the real world. You can talk face to face with anyone in the world for 3 minutes. Do you wish to proceed with the call? Gooey put away the dog whistle and the mask, crouching silently by the coffin in deep thought. In Chongshan Hospital, Gooey felt an unprecedented pressure. This opportunity to communicate with the real world was rare, but unfortunately, he only had 3 minutes for this conversation. Of course, Gooey would not waste this precious 3 minutes. He needed to contact the strategy team of Dragon Country and share some of his speculations about Weird World. Gooey took out paper and pen, writing down everything he needed to say. He repeatedly recited it to ensure he wouldn't run out of time. Requesting communication. I want to connect with the leader of the Dragon Country strategy team. Adventurer, please hold on, we will connect shortly. A white light flashed before Gooey's eyes. He returned to the previous cinema, but this time the movie screen displayed the experts from the Dragon Country strategy team. Upon seeing Gooey, the leader of the strategy team immediately showed a shocked expression. Hello, leader, I am Gooey. Gooey, are you okay? Did you clear the level? Why can't we see you on the live screen? How are you speaking to us? No time for small talk, I only have 3 minutes to speak. I've gathered a lot of information in this instance, so hurry up and find a way to record what I say. Quick, what are you standing there for? The leader shouted to his subordinates, I've called for someone to record, keep talking. Gooey nodded and took out his notes, reading them at an incredibly fast pace. 1. I can confirm that all instances in the weird world have a reflective relationship with the real world. However, the prototypes of each instance may not necessarily be from our real world, they could come from other parallel spaces. The adventurers in the weird world include not only us but also people from other parallel worlds. 2. I can confirm that people in the weird world can communicate with people in the real world, but the conditions for communication are very harsh. You must have a sufficiently high plot completion rate to gain the chance to communicate with reality. 3. This is my speculation. Each instance contains an inner world where we can meet the NPCs of the weird world. I remember you mentioned that there is a director behind Weird World, and today I might have met that director. 4. This is my speculation. Every adventurer who dies in an instance does not truly disappear into the void, they are likely to reappear in some form within the instance world and become an NPC. Perhaps the director and NPCs in the weird world were once adventurers themselves. Having finished reading his notes, Gooey stared intently at the screen. The strategy team members recorded everything Gooey said. This was their first communication with an adventurer in the weird world, and each of their faces wore expressions of excitement. We have noted everything, Gooey, the leader said while adjusting the camera. We have 1 minute left. Do you have anything else to say? Nothing more. Don't you want to connect with your family? Gooey clenched his fist and said seriously, no need, it's not necessary. Gooey didn't dare to see his family. He feared that after seeing them, he would lose the courage to face the many dangers of the weird world. How many surviving challengers are still left at Chongshan Hospital? You're the only one left. Chapter 46, The Diary of Chongshan. As expected, I actually guessed it early on. The death rate in this world is absolutely 100%. Gooey forced a smile and shook his head. His first copy was of such high difficulty, not only filled with dangers and puzzles, but also brought him endless mental pressure. With his SSS level talent, he could reach this point. If it were other adventurers who had not unlocked powerful talents, they would have long since become cold corpses. Captain, you're right. The death rate in this eerie world is gradually rising. Sooner or later, it will be fully occupied by them, and humanity is heading towards extinction. Gooey, don't feel so much pressure. We are your strongest support. Did you encounter any problems in the copy? Yes, Gooey nodded. I still haven't found the power-on password for the director's computer. Do you have any clues? Forget it, it's fine. I will figure it out myself. Please take care of my parents and family, and also. Gooey looked up at the big screen. It was pitch black. Gooey sat in his seat and let out a long sigh. The cinema crumbled, and Gooey once again returned to that state of drowning in the void. This just gave Gooey a chance to think deeply. Earlier, the two guesses Gooey made were not complete. He had one question he had not figured out. That is, why would the person who called themselves a former adventurer impersonate Toto to communicate with him? Did he have any other intention besides framing him? Why did the Eerie world appear, and why did it torment humanity like this, making people struggle for survival in various Eerie copies again and again? Gooey's encounter with people from Eerie world and the inner world was completely unexpected. He vaguely felt that one day he would also become an NPC in Eerie world. The feeling of weightlessness and drowning finally disappeared. Gooey returned to the small coffin side. There was no doubt that the Trumi lay inside the small coffin. At the moment he met Gooey, she completely lost her vitality, and all hopes of revenge were placed on Gooey. Gooey played with the whistle in his hand and blew it hard. The whistle did not make a sound. No matter how much Gooey blew, turning red in the face, it was useless. By the way, this thing is a dog whistle, only dogs can hear it. Gooey frowned slightly and hung the whistle around his neck to keep it safe. This must be an important tool for the strategy to defend the department. Gooey gathered all his belongings, put on Toto's mask, and returned to the first floor of the hospital. Now, Gooey had the red access card, allowing him to freely enter any room, including Room 0, the isolation room, the director's office, and any other place. Gooey remembered that there was a door in the archive room that could not be opened, so perhaps the red access card in his hand could allow him to explore deeper within the archive room. Not only that, but he also needed to test the true function of the dog whistle while considering how to crack the computer password in the director's office. This was one of the few secrets left in the entire copy. It was nearly morning treatment time. Everyone left their wards and headed to the treatment room. To avoid raising suspicion, Gooey obediently lay in his own ward, using his talent ability to explore. The deduction begins. You put on the pig head mask and sneak out of the ward. You wander in the corridor until you encounter a member of the security department. You blow the dog whistle. The security personnel seem to have been hit with a pause button, unable to move. You think about taking off the dog head mask, but ultimately choose to give up. Taking off the mask might kill the security department member, which would violate the rule of good begets good, evil begets evil. Increase your own challenge. The dog whistle can pause the actions of the security department. This tool's function is already strong enough. You have arrived at the first underground level. You used the red access card to open the door of the archives room. You found the door that couldn't be opened last time and easily opened it with the red access card. You walked into that room. There are 2 shelves in the room. On the left shelf, there is a huge spider egg. You put on the birdbeak mask and finally found the instructions under the spider egg. This is the egg of a giant spider. It needs a little stimulation to break out of its cocoon. Your eyes lit up. You brought the glass cup containing toads close to the spider egg. The spider egg immediately shook left and right, making strange noises. You quickly put away the glass cup and placed the giant spider egg into your kangaroo pants. You moved to the right shelf. This shelf was filled with various research materials, and even with the birdbeak mask on, you couldn't understand the specific contents. You put down this roll of research materials. On the second shelf, you found a diary. You couldn't understand any of the words on it, no matter how many different masks you tried. You sat on the ground, thinking carefully. You took off the mask. You flipped to the front page of the diary, where the owner's name was written, the only name you could understand. Chongshan. This is the diary of the director of Chongshan Hospital. It seems you have grasped some details you have never grasped before. In the hospital, there are no characters with masks, only you, the director, the director's daughter, and the patients. Anyone without a mask will either die or turn into a ghost. The patients do not wear masks because they are not native people. But why do the director and his daughter not wear masks? You have been unable to resolve this confusion, having proposed several hypotheses, yet you still found yourself in a dead end. The diary is not an important prop, it is a hint that can help you solve the mystery. Even the strange NPC pretending to be Toto is a hint. Their hint is, there is not just you as a traveler in this instance world. The director is also a traveler, just like you. He is not a native of this world, so in your eyes, he is also without a mask. Although the director's daughter does not wear a mask, she has the ability to turn into a monster, hinting that she is a hybrid of a traveler and a local native. You can clearly see the name Chongshan because the two of you are both travelers, and this is the hint given to you by the system rules. You can't see the specific content of the Chongshan diary because you come from different civilizations. You flipped to the last page of the diary. You found that the diary was strangely generating text on its own. The shopkeeper once said that the director likes to use birthdays as passwords. But you were calculating birthdays using the calendar of Earth. This was your biggest oversight. You opened the first page of the diary and found the date written in the upper left corner. You took out a pen to record the date, while also taking out the research report to correspondingly calculate the calendar. You boldly speculated. The first day of the diary is the day Toto first came to the hospital, which is also the day your character was admitted. With a reference point, calculating the dates becomes easy. 0307, 0910, 1205. These three groups of numbers are the three dates you calculated, using the calendar from the director's diary. The three dates are the birthdays of the director's daughter, and the director's wife. You left the archives room and walked straight to the third floor. Several members of the security department stopped you. You blew the dog whistle, and the security department all stopped in place, motionless. You used the red access card to open the director's office. The director is temporarily not in. You hurriedly entered three sets of dates. 1205 was the correct password. The dean actually used his wife's birthday as the startup password. You checked the computer. You discovered some incredible information. On the dean's computer, there were first-hand research materials left by your mother, along with chat records between the dean and big clients. Your mother's materials differed significantly from the information in the basement, but you felt that the basement's information was seen while you were not fully conscious, so it was not worth believing. You decided to trust the information on the computer. After reading the materials, you immediately summarized all the clues. 1. The local indigenous people call themselves heavenly people. Their planet is completely different from yours. 2. Pets is indeed made from a humanoid being known as Shiva, a species introduced from another star system. The role you play is that of a Shiva person. 3. Heavenly scientists believe that Shiva people are creatures with very low intelligence. However, a biologist named Fisher cultivated the first Shiva with cognitive abilities, naming it Toto. For Fisher used Toto as a sample for research. She believed that all Shiva people could be transformed into a new species through socialization, hypnosis, and surgical operations. She named this new species pets. 5. Once they become pets, the appearance of Shiva people changes dramatically and ultimately evolves into that of heavenly people. Shiva people have a natural ability to mimic. With training and learning, they can perfectly blend into the social environment of heavenly people. This explains why you can wear a mask and perfectly imitate a heavenly person. 6. The chat records between the dean and clients show that the big clients purchasing pets were not simply looking to keep pets. They utilized the powerful mimicking abilities of pets to cultivate living organs. They dissected pets, not for the so-called healing, but to cut off their limbs or organs for the treatment or organ transplant surgeries of heavenly people. Based on this information, you made the following deductions. 1. Fisher brought all the research materials to Chongshan Hospital, wanting to cooperate with the dean, but ultimately got imprisoned by the dean, dying in the secret room of the office. 2. The dean of Chongshan embezzled all of Fisher's research results and also reached a deal with the unspeakable. He took Toto captive and established and transformed the hospital controlled by strange rules. 3. You are a person under hypnosis. Everything you see may not be real, and you must find a way to end this hypnotic state. When you awaken from the hypnosis, you will become the one who breaks the rules. You sense that if you found a way to break the hypnotic state, the power of the unspeakable rules would immediately crumble. You connected the computer to the external internet. You tried to expose what was happening here online to attract help from the police or media. You discovered that there were urban legends all over the internet about Chongshan Hospital. They were only interested in those strange rules, and no one cared about the human rights and dignity of pets. In their minds, pets were nothing more than little white mice. The lives of heavenly people come first. No matter how precious little white mice are, they are not as valuable as the lives of heavenly people. Everyone will get sick one day. Pets are their backup living organ bank, so why would they destroy this plan that seeks benefits for all heavenly people? You gave up on seeking help through public opinion. There was a sound of the door opening outside. The dean angrily walked into the office. Dean, what are you doing here? You, understanding the truth of this world. Dean, you're dead meat. The dean took out paper and pen, ready to write down the new rules. You put on the elephant mask. You swallowed the red pill. You decided to confront the director head-on and understand his specific abilities. You became a monster. You charged forward, snatching the director's pen and paper. The director was shocked and called for security. You blew the dog whistle, and the security personnel froze in place. You wrestled with the director. You had the upper hand. The director fought back while running, the black figure behind him becoming clearer. The elephant mechanic stood before you. You took out the spider egg and activated the spider with the toad. The giant spider emerged from its cocoon, heading straight for the elephant mechanic. You held the toad in your hand, and the spider dared not approach you. The giant spider rampaged through the hospital. You caught up with the director. Director, wait, don't come closer, I am willing to surrender. You noticed the director was doing something behind his back with one hand. You didn't dare give him any chance, not speaking to the director, and lunged directly at him. The unspeakable burst out from behind the director. The unspeakable lightly touched you. You froze in place. Your vision went completely dark. You tried to terminate the projection. But you failed. The unspeakable appeared before you. The unspeakable, you shall be trapped here until you die. You fell into an endless abyss. You could not break free. Your consciousness was gradually torn into pieces by the void. You died. The projection ended. Gui opened his eyes and returned to reality. Phew. Gui pressed his temples. The pain from being torn apart by the void still couldn't ease even now. Not only that, but Gui also heard the cold notification sound from the system. You faced the unspeakable, complete body, directly, and your mental power was shattered. Your mental power limit is reduced by 20 points, and it can only be restored once the mission ends. Gui closed his eyes, feeling deeply frustrated. A reduction of 20 points in mental power limit meant he could only perform 3 projections consecutively, greatly reducing his margin for error in action. Trying to find the weakness of the unspeakable through exhaustive methods was a daydream. Every time he encountered the unspeakable, complete body, it caused tremendous damage to his mental power. If he continued to fight him unprepared, his mental power limit would eventually drop to 0. It's the final step, I can't give up now. Gui did not dwell on his disappointment for long. Through the previous projection, Gui had summarized all the director's moves. 1. Writing notes to change the rules. This move could be completely interrupted by transforming to disrupt the director's casting. It was not a concern. 2. Calling for security. Gui had the dog whistle, so security was not a concern at all. 3. Summoning the elephant mechanic. Gui had the spider egg, so he could still deal with him. 4. Summoning the unspeakable. This was the most difficult to handle. With Gui's current strength, he had no way to resolve it. The unspeakable only needed to glare at him to immediately banish him into the void, and it could even reduce his mental power limit. Without thorough preparation, Gui absolutely couldn't attempt a direct confrontation with the unspeakable. Moreover, the recently found battle location was also not suitable. That was the director's office, where the unspeakable's power was strongest, leaving Gui no room to maneuver. What clues have I overlooked? Think. Gui racked his brain but still had no ideas. He sat on the edge of the bed for a while, no longer entangled, and decided to go to the archives to fetch the giant spider egg and the director's diary. After obtaining the items, the system did not provide any notification about advancing the mission progress. It seemed he was left with only the final step, to defeat the director and eliminate the unspeakable. Gui returned to the ward, lay on the hospital bed for a moment, and decided to use his innate ability to think, maximizing the use of time. Starting projection. You lie on the bed, thinking carefully. You realize that there is one important role you have not investigated, that is the dean's wife. You have only learned about the dean's wife's information from the store manager, and you only know her birthday. The dean uses his wife's birthday as the computer's password, which shows how much he values her. You decide to start the investigation from the dean's wife. You do not dare to go to the dean's office anymore. As long as you stay in the dean's office for more than 10 minutes, the dean will appear. 10 minutes is simply not enough for you to conduct your investigation. You put on Toto's mask and leave the ward. You discuss the dean's wife with the surrounding doctors. The doctors look at you with fear and avoid the topic. You try to talk to the pig-headed salespeople, but they are equally tight-lipped. The dean suddenly appears in front of you, pulling out paper and pen. You stop the deduction. Can't we even talk? Gui opens his eyes, heart pounding. Fortunately, the dean is only planning to use the power of rules against you. If he directly summons the unspeakable, your mental limit would drop again. The dean's wife is also a taboo in the hospital. You must find another way to obtain information. The deduction begins. You sit on the bed, thinking. You remember there is also an office on the underground second floor, which has a computer. The office upstairs has a reflective relationship with the office downstairs. Maybe you can find some information there. You return to the underground second floor. The secret door of the office has been opened, and you find that your mother in the secret room is gone. You come to the computer. You take off your mask. The computer turns into that eerie look. The teeth keycaps on the keyboard make you tremble all over. You turn on the computer. The screen displays blood-red words saying welcome. The computer asks for a password. You enter 1205. The computer displays a password error. You have 2 chances left. You pause for a moment and enter 0307 and 0910. Suddenly, blood gushes out from the computer keyboard. The screen shows a ghostly head image. It crawls out of the screen and bites your throat. Everything before your eyes turns blood red. You die. The deduction ends. Gooey stares wide-eyed, touching his throat. The computer in the basement only allows 3 password attempts. If all are wrong, you will be killed. Gooey never expected that this computer had a different password from the one on the 3rd floor. Stuck in a dead end again. Gooey sits on the edge of the bed, holding his head. He can no longer find any clues to deduce from. Sun Yan walks over, gently patting Gooey's shoulder. Gooey looks up. Sun Yan points to Gooey's neck, showing an anxious expression. What? Gooey instinctively touches his neck. The black hair has extended to his neck. Gooey quickly runs to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Now, his upper body is completely covered in black hair. This isn't something a razor can solve. He looks at his reflection in the mirror, even his pupils are starting to dilate. I've been deducing too much in the basement these days, and my mental power has been severely eroded. At this rate of erosion, I'll be sent for cremation by tomorrow. Gooey clenches his fists. Time is running out for him, and he must quickly solve the last puzzle. Gooey grits his teeth and uses a razor to shave off all the black hair exposed outside his clothes. The hair is so thick and dense that in some places it grows faster than he can shave. Gooey ruins 3 razor blades. In some stubborn areas, he even scrapes off a layer of skin. That skin is already completely necrotic. Gooey feels no pain. Not even a few drops of blood float out. The situation of mental infection has become so severe that it is beyond measure. At least it's a bit better. Gooey felt exhausted. He returned to the hospital bed, but found Sun Yan already sitting up, looking eagerly at the door of the ward. What's wrong with you? Sun Yan pointed towards the direction of the cafeteria. Gooey was stunned for a moment, and then immediately heard the announcement that the cafeteria was serving meals. To deal with the black hair on himself, Gooey had actually wasted an entire afternoon. Forget it, let's eat first. Gooey rubbed his belly and walked into the cafeteria with Sun Yan. Distracted, Gooey stood in line until Sun Yan reminded him. He then remembered to order food. What do you want to order? Rice, braised pork with radish, stir-fried vegetables. A total of 12.5 yuan. Thank you. Gooey handed over cash and walked to a seat with his food tray. He suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He recalled a detail he had never noticed before. 12.5 yuan? Why does the total for ordering in the cafeteria have to be 12.5? Does it have some connection with 1205? Gooey squeezed the spoon and whispered to himself. The pig-head man walked up to Gooey, raising a sign that prohibited noise. Gooey smiled and continued to eat with his head down. Who would have thought this foreshadowing was buried so deeply? Chapter 49 3 Questions. Actually, during Gooey's process of passing the levels, many small details hinted him to explore the cafeteria. Toto's handmade mask was a pig head, and the chef in the cafeteria was also a pig head. The principal's computer password was 1205. The principal's wife's birthday was December 5th. When ordering, the total price had to be 12.5 yuan. The rule stated that the cafeteria was off limits during non-mealtime, which made Gooey keep his distance from such a place, overlooking the exploration in the cafeteria. However, not only the cafeteria, which basement, which principal's office was not a forbidden zone in the hospital. Wasn't he still free to come and go? As long as the method is right, any place can be accessed. The cafeteria's forbidden zone was only targeted at non-cafeteria personnel. If he wore the pig-head mask, wouldn't he be able to smoothly break into the forbidden area? Thinking of this, Gooey reignited his fighting spirit. Gooey quickly finished his meal. The sky was getting dark. Unable to wait until midnight, Gooey immediately began to simulate. Simulation begins. You crouched by the door and listened for a while, until everyone in the hallway went to the treatment room. You ran out of the room. You came to the kitchen. The pig-headed chef was washing the dishes. Chef, you're leaving soon, why aren't you going? I lost something inside, I'm looking for it. You casually made up an excuse. The chef did not suspect anything. You checked the kitchen and the storage room, finding nothing. You went to the cold storage room. There was a restricted access. You opened it with a red access card and squeezed inside. The temperature in the cold storage room was extremely low. Various pork, beef, and lamb were stored here. You found nothing. You wanted to exit the cold storage room, but found the door had been locked. You knocked hard on the door, no one responded. The pig-headed chef turned off all the lights. It was already off duty. You shivered all over from the cold. You put on the elephant mask and after much effort, opened the walk-in freezer door from the inside. You took a sip of ginger tea to warm up. You continued to explore in the cafeteria while no one was around. You arrived at the chef's break room. You still found no useful clues. You lay in the break room in despair. You realized you couldn't find any breakthrough. You mentally broke down and wreaked havoc in the kitchen. You pulled out your own hair, throwing away the mask on your face. You found yourself starting to mutate. Your vision became blurry, you were about to enter a state of mental collapse. The ceiling began to drip blood. Your vision turned completely red. You noticed a woman's phantom in front of you. You followed her. She brought you to a warm place. You fell asleep. You completely turned into a monster. You are dead. The deduction ends. Gooey opened his eyes and looked at the hospital ceiling, his throat tight and his lips dry. Immediately, his heart raced, as if his whole body was on fire. Calm down. Calm down. Gooey bit his lip hard to stabilize his emotions again. The indescribable corrosion made him collapse during the deduction. Because he had given up hope during the deduction, the indescribable took advantage of the opportunity, causing him to go mad in the process and even turn into a monster before his death. This spiritual corrosion even affected Gooey in reality. However, Gooey's resilience had been forged through countless trials. He forcibly resisted the indescribable erosion with his willpower. Think about it, what else have I not noticed? Gooey pinched the bridge of his nose to calm himself down. Just as his mind was about to succumb, he saw an illusion, one he had never encountered before. Could it be that the puzzle in the kitchen must be solved only after he becomes a monster? Try again. The reverse deduction begins. You are standing in the kitchen lounge. You take out a red pill and swallow it. You turn into a monster, and you put away your mask. The ceiling begins to drip blood. There are shadows in your vision, but you can still maintain your sanity. You find the woman's silhouette. You follow behind the woman. The surrounding environment continues to change until you finally arrive in an empty room. The woman sits in the room, smiling silently. You feel your consciousness gradually drifting away from you. You, who exactly are you? Woman, I am the director's wife. I can answer you 3 questions, the last one was the first question. You pause for a moment. You have 15 points of mental power left, you can use reverse deduction continuously, allowing for 3 reversals, meaning you can ask 9 questions. You, what is the password for the computer in the basement office on the 2nd floor? Woman, I don't know. You, what is the indescribable weakness? Woman, when you can see through all lies, you can defeat him. You, how did you die? Woman, you have already asked 3 questions. You were kicked out of the room by the woman. You terminate the deduction. Gooey opened his eyes, carefully analyzing the conversation just now. 1. It is impossible to learn the password from the director's wife. 2. The key to defeating the indescribable lies and seeing through all lies, in other words, finding a way to break free from his hypnotic state. At least it wasn't in vain, let's do it again. The reverse deduction begins. You stand in front of the woman. You, how did you die? Be specific, including cause and time. Woman, I died of illness. I had congenital heart disease, and I didn't get the heart transplant in time, I ultimately died in my home kitchen. If I remember correctly, that day should be the harvest month, Starfire Day. You, what did the director do for your illness? Woman, he called the best doctors and nurses to try to cure my illness, but the results were not obvious. My disease only had one treatment, a heart transplant. A month before I died, he told me he had found a way to treat me. You, how did you meet the director? Woman, we were university classmates, just like any ordinary campus romance. His grades were excellent, I met him during a campus knowledge competition. The woman paused, staring at you. Woman, how do you know who I am? Why did you immediately ask me these 3 questions? You pause for a moment. You, because I already knew, you can only answer 3 questions. Chapter 50, The Final Battle, 1. Woman, let me give you a piece of advice. In your eyes. Everyone seems like puppets, this attitude will eventually kill you. The woman disappeared. You returned to the kitchen lounge. You regained your calm. You ended the deduction. Ahem. Gooey reopened his eyes and couldn't help but cough twice. He gasped for breath, covering his mouth, and found that he had sprayed out a tuft of black hair. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water came from above Gooey's head. He looked up. The entire ceiling had turned red, blood was continuously dripping down, like a waterfall cave. Sun Yen had already fallen asleep on the bed, completely oblivious to Gooey. It's over, the erosion is getting worse. Gooey pulled back the blanket and rolled up his pant legs. The black hair had spread up to his knees, and more black hair had regrown on his chest. Gooey pondered for a moment. The psychological trauma accumulated during the deduction was just too much. If he were to deal with the director's wife again, he would probably turn directly into a monster. The information obtained from the director's wife was already enough, he didn't need to go again. Now, it's time to resolve all of this. Gooey sighed deeply and decided to personally go explore. Right now, he only had 10 points of mental strength left, just enough for one deduction, but the psychological trauma he had accumulated was already too much, he couldn't delay any longer. The mental trauma suffered in infinite deductions would not disappear, it would feed back to the body once it accumulated to a certain extent. Now was the time for Gooey to face the backlash. Calm down, I can do this, just like during the deduction. Gooey took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. The blood-dripping illusion finally disappeared. Gooey put on the pig head mask and gently opened the hospital room door. Dr. Lee happened to pass by the corridor and saw Gooey at a glance. Gooey felt a chill all over, with cold sweat continuously oozing from his palms. Dr. Lee took a deep look at him and then turned to walk towards the nurse station. Sun Yen was startled awake by his action, he came over and gently patted Gooey on the shoulder. Shoo! Gooey made a silence gesture to calm Sun Yen's emotions. He finally understood the advice the director's wife had left him. He always put all his energy into decoding and exploring, but forgot a very big loophole. How many times had he sneaked out of the ward in reality? And how many times did he sneak out of the ward in the deduction? Out of those times, when was he ever discovered by the doctors and nurses? Or rather, they discovered him but never captured him? It was not the doctor's duty to catch patients wandering at night, so when Gooey unlocked the door, even if they saw him, they acted as if they hadn't seen anything. They probably already knew what he was doing. Like the shopkeeper of a convenience store, quietly helping him. Thank you. Gooey whispered this to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee did not respond and continued to walk toward his office. Gooey turned to look at his ward mate, Sun Yen. Sun Yen said nothing, just gave Gooey a thumbs up. Gooey thought for a moment, took the ward key from his pocket, and stuffed it into Sun Yen's hand. There might be a big commotion in the hospital soon. If you encounter any danger, use the key to open the door and leave the ward as soon as possible, got it? Sun Yen silently nodded, watching Gooey leave. Gooey took the elevator to the underground second floor. The corridor here became narrow and long again. Gooey's mental state had already started to show problems, even wearing the mask could not ease the hallucinations. Gooey pushed open the door to the underground office. At this time, the decor style of the director's office became even more bizarre. A twisted deer head decoration. A blood-red wool carpet. Blood-soaked real leather seats. Animal specimens soaking in formalin. And the scorching smell of sulfur in the air. The entire office was like a scene from hell. Who? Gooey took another deep breath, but the illusion of the office still could not dissipate. He sat in front of the computer, a sticky liquid oozing out from under the genuine leather seat. He didn't dare to look down, fearing that if he did, he would go mad. Creak, creak. Before Gooey's hand touched the keyboard, the keys began to tremble uncontrollably. The teeth of the keycaps became sharper and sharper, and the computer screen turned completely blood red. Gooey could barely see the input box. 0716. Gooey entered this string of numbers. This was the day Tua Tua entered the hospital, and also the anniversary of the director's wife's death. The computer screen began to shake. Blood surged out from the bottom of the screen, and Gooey instinctively moved away from his seat. A ghostly head emerged from the computer screen, a bone-cutting knife clenched in its mouth. Gooey braved himself and walked over, gripping the knife's handle. The system immediately issued a prompt. You have collected a special story item in the instance, memory. Your story exploration has increased. Current exploration progress is 87%. You have gained a temporary buff. Your strength, agility, and stamina have all increased by 10%. Boom! Gooey felt as if fireworks had exploded in his head, filling him with power. He held the knife upside down and walked into the elevator. As he gripped the handle of the knife, the director's previous memories surged into his mind like a tide. Just as he guessed, the director's real name was Chongshan. He, like Gooey, had crossed over from a planet similar to Earth. On this lonely planet, Chongshan had lived for over 20 years. It wasn't until he met his wife in college that his life began to gain color. However, the moment his wife passed away, Chongshan completely collapsed. He had already found a way to save his wife, but she could not wait. Unspeakable power took advantage of the gap. Driven by extreme twisted desires, Chongshan established this living organ trading house. Memory ended here. Chongshan, with the help of the unspeakable power, sealed away all his humanity and memories in the basement where reality and illusion intertwined. Gooey held the knife, not searching for Chongshan in the office, but returned to the kitchen of the dining hall. Gooey raised the bone-cutting knife and struck the door of the cold storage. The knife passed through like a ghost. Memory is like a knife. Clearly, this thing can only be useful against Chongshan himself and some special items. A chilling wind blew from the ice room. Gooey couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, his mental power was down to just 12 points, and he decided to use one infinite simulation. This might be his last simulation in the instance. Simulation, start. Simulation started. You stand in front of the ice room door. You suspect that the director's wife's corpse might be hidden in this ice room, and the bone-cutting knife in your hand is the key to opening her tomb. Once the tomb is opened, the director will undoubtedly appear. You must be fully prepared. If you can kill the director in an instant, then all problems will be easily resolved. You set up a tripwire trap at the dining hall door and placed a giant spider egg behind the door. As long as you throw out the toad, the spider will hatch immediately. You hold the dog whistle in your mouth, ready to blow at any moment. You swallow a red pill and put on an elephant mask. You prepare everything and push open the ice room door. You walk into the ice room. You hold the bone-cutting knife and slide it casually against the wall. The knife penetrates the wall like a ghost. When you slide it to the wall directly opposite the door, the knife suddenly gets stuck. You pull out the bone-cutting knife and wildly hack at the wall in front of you. The wall cracks open. Inside is a huge ice chamber, and in the center of the chamber lies a crystal coffin, with the director's wife's corpse resting within. You used a bone-cutting knife to split open the crystal coffin. The corpse turned into snowflakes, dispersing and merging into your bone-cutting knife. You heard a chaotic sound of footsteps behind you. The security personnel had arrived at the cafeteria entrance. The first person to rush into the cafeteria was tripped by a trap. You took out a toad and smashed it on the spider eggs. A giant spider broke free and began a killing spree. The security personnel scattered in panic. You whistled. The security personnel were all frozen in place, suffering heavy casualties. The Dean stepped out from the end of the line, directly summoning the unspeakable shadow. "Dean, are you looking for death?" You felt very surprised. Your actions completely enraged the Dean. He used his most powerful skill as soon as he appeared. The unspeakable rushed in front of you. You waved the bone-cutting knife in your hand. The bone-cutting knife could inflict damage on the unspeakable, but it would soon recover. The unspeakable pointed at you. You immediately dodged. The unspeakable lunged at you and grabbed your neck. "Unspeakable, can you escape?" Your vision went dark. You fell into nothingness. You swung the bone-cutting knife with all your strength, trying to fend off the assault of the void, but it was of little use. Your consciousness gradually faded away. You died. The simulation is over. Ha! Gooey took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. Why did this happen? Is it because I did evil again? Gooey did not feel despair for losing all of his simulation opportunities. On the contrary, he felt more focused and calm than ever. By using the memories in his hand to find the Dean's wife's corpse, the Dean would indeed appear at the first moment. This guy is very cunning and will let the security personnel step on landmines first. The traps he set were useless. Good deeds will be rewarded, evil deeds will be punished. I only see your evil retribution against me. Where is my good retribution? Gooey clenched the knife handle in anger. He used the giant spider to kill the security personnel, and as soon as the Dean appeared, he used his strongest skill, leaving no room for buffer. According to me, the dog whistle was already the strongest tool against the security personnel, so he didn't need to kill them at all. Although the elephant repairman's attack power is high, his movements are not as quick as his, so he also didn't need to kill him. There was only one damned person in Chongshan Hospital, and that was the Dean. All of his attack methods could only be used on the Dean. Think carefully, think carefully. Gooey squinted his eyes, recalling every detail from his last simulation. The security personnel deployed more than 30 people at once. Last time he had estimated, there should only be 15 to 20 people in the entire hospital security. This meant that in order to catch him, the Dean even mobilized the security personnel who were guarding the entrance of the hospital. The power of the unspeakable was restricted within the hospital. As long as he could leave the hospital, the power of the unspeakable would be greatly reduced, and his chances of survival would increase. That's right, the correct way to clear the game should be to escape the hospital first, then find a way to kill the Dean outside the hospital. Gooey opened his eyes, understanding everything. He took a long breath, walked into the ice room, and swung the bone-cutting knife to break open the wall in front of him. The coffin of the Dean's wife appeared before Gooey. A chilling aura blew out from the ice room, making Gooey shiver. He took a red pill, donned the elephant mask, and entered the ice room. Let's go. Gooey raised his knife and struck, splitting open the crystal coffin. The body of the dean's wife touched the blade and transformed into a blue flash, merging with the bone-cutting knife. Behind Gooey came a sound of footsteps. He quickly took out the dog whistle and blew it hard. The security personnel were blocked at the door, unable to enter or exit. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and go inside to catch him." The director Chongshan's voice came from behind. Gooey held a bone-cutting knife and leaped over the guards' heads, running outside. "Bastard! What did you do?" Chongshan cursed loudly and followed Gooey outside. Gooey looked back. Chongshan was surprisingly fast, and the commotion in the hallway attracted the attention of all the medical staff. When they saw Gooey coming out, all the medical personnel quickly stepped aside. "Thank you." Gooey nodded to the medical staff and bravely continued running forward. Chongshan was stunned and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you stop him?" "We don't have that responsibility," Dr. Lee stepped up and said. "We are only responsible for treating patients." "Bastards." Chongshan took out a pen and paper from his pocket, preparing to write. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from behind Chongshan and snatched the pen and paper away. "What?" Chongshan screamed in shock and turned around to look. Sun Yen broke Chongshan's pen while eating the note from his hand. Chongshan kicked Sun Yen in the head. Sun Yen fell to the ground, bleeding. "Quick, take him to the emergency room." Seeing Sun Yen on the ground, all the doctors hurried over, lifting Sun Yen and running towards the emergency room. Chongshan was momentarily stunned and angrily said, "Forget the patient for now, go catch that escaping patient." The doctors completely ignored Chongshan. In a whisper, Yu Jian leaned close to Chongshan's ear. "If you see a patient injured or getting sick, you must set aside your work and go to help. This is a rule written in the emergency manual for doctors." "Damn it, I want to change the rules." Chongshan screamed loudly, running to the hospital nurse's station and grabbing a pen. Smack! A nurse suddenly grabbed Chongshan's wrist. "What are you doing? This pen is for filling out forms. You said, a pen for a specific use. As the director, you can't break the rules first." "Screw you." Chongshan cursed, shaking off the nurse's grip, and randomly grabbed a piece of paper to write the rules. However, the pen refused to cooperate, and he could not write on the paper at all. "Damn, a bunch of useless people." Chongshan angrily broke the pen. He had established the pen for specific use rule to prevent medical staff from writing random things, leaking the hospital's secrets. Who knew it would now become a shackle for himself? Chongshan turned to look into the distance. Gooey had already crossed the corridor and was about to run out of the hospital building. Chapter 52, The Final Showdown, 3. So good? Gooey looked back and found the medical staff not only did not help the director but also inadvertently blocked his way, stopping him from moving forward. So this is what it means to have good rewarded with good and evil punished with evil? These medical staff's obstruction was very passive, but at least it slowed down the director's pace. Gooey guessed that if he hadn't killed those innocent doctors, perhaps all the doctors would be actively helping him now. "Stop right there, you little brat." The director burst out of the hospital doors, not slow at all, only 2 or 3 paces behind Gooey. As Gooey ran, he took out spider eggs and toads from his pants pocket. Crack! The spider egg cracked open. Gooey quickly smashed the spider egg onto the director. The director instinctively opened his arms, cradling the spider egg to his chest. What the hell? The spider egg wobbled 3 times. A giant spider emerged, its venomous fangs, as thick as arms, lunging at the director. The director's face paled in shock. Yu Jian quickly responded, throwing a punch that sent the giant spider flying. Screech! The spider screamed in pain, flying out of the hospital walls. Gooey had no interest in watching the fight. He continued sprinting toward the exit. "Stop him!" The director's voice came from behind. Gooey looked up and saw the store manager standing at the door with a double-barreled shotgun. Click! The bullet was loaded. The shop owner raised the shotgun, aiming at Gooey. Gooey broke out in a cold sweat, but he couldn't stop at all. Bang! The gun muzzle spewed flames. The bullet grazed Gooey's face and flew back, hitting the unspeakable chest accurately. The unspeakable staggered for 2 steps, reaching out to dig the bullet from the wound. Crack! The shop owner reloaded the ammunition, pointing at the door and said, "Go out. As long as you go out, his powers will fail. I'll help you hold him back." No sooner had the words left his mouth. The large iron door of the hospital slowly opened. It turned out the shop owner was holding a remote control for the door. "Thanks." Gooey swung his arms and ran faster than Bolt. Finally, he burst out of the hospital's big door. The air outside was humid and muggy. Gooey was soaked in sweat after running only a short while. Gooey gasped for breath, his strength gradually fading. The effect of the red pill was about to wear off. No. Gooey gritted his teeth and pressed on, running forward wildly, pulling out another red pill to shove into his mouth. Strength returned to its peak. Gui continued to run forward. He faintly sensed an air wall in front of him, blocking him from moving any further. Creak creak. A series of teeth-gritting sounds came from behind him. Gui instinctively turned his head to look. The unspeakable walked towards him step by step. He looked calm and leisurely, yet moved faster than Gui could run. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Gui's forehead, his heart racing to his throat. Just a little more, just a little more. Gui shouted loudly, reaching out toward the transparent air wall in front of him. Ah! Gui's throat tightened. The unspeakable's dark hand grabbed his throat. At some unknown time, the unspeakable appeared in front of Gui, his whole body black, with only his eyes flickering with red light. You think you can leave my prison? Let go. Gui raised the bone knife and struck it hard against the unspeakable's face. The unspeakable let out a wail, slamming Gui to the ground, causing Gui's elephant mask to shatter into 8 pieces. Ah! Gui's vision went dark, as if 2 of his ribs had broken. You're finished, the unspeakable said coldly, repent in the void. Gui felt a chill all over. That sensation of weightlessness, swallowed by the void, hit him again. The void surged towards him like an endless tide, and the surroundings gradually faded away, turning into nothingness. Calm down. Calm down, Gui. Gui held his chest, struggling to get up from the ground. The tide of the void rushed toward him. He raised the bone knife, temporarily blocking the onslaught of the void. However, the void relentlessly continued to erode Gui's body and soul. There must be some information I haven't noticed, there must be a way to deal with the unspeakable. It's not a dead-end situation yet. Think about it. Think, Gui. Don't give up. Click. Gui's kangaroo pants were the first to crumble under the pressure, turning into nothingness, causing all the masks in his pockets to fly out. The tide of the void consumed Gui's lower body. Toto's handmade masks landed on the water surface, the red blood letters on the back of the masks shining brightly. When I took off the mask, I finally saw everything clearly. Remember, there are no free lunches in this world. Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished, this is the only principle you need to follow. Why? Why did Toto write when I took off the mask in the first line instead of when you take off the mask? From start to finish, Toto used the second person to hint at the adventurer. Only when expressing emotional turmoil or writing a diary does he use the first person. Here, the use of the first person is particularly significant. Gui shivered all over, immediately picturing Toto's lifeless body in his mind. She had no face. She had been skinned by someone else. No. It's not like this. She cast aside her own face, just to see the truth. That handmade mask is made from Toto's own face. In the hospital, everyone wears masks. In fact, even the patients wear masks, their masks are just their own faces. The purpose of the face is to hypnotize the patients, to socially transform them and deeply hypnotize them, causing them to live in cognitive obstacles, forever unable to see the truth. Tearing off one's own face can reveal the truth. I understand. Gui gripped the bone knife backward and stabbed it into his own face. Without the block of the knife, the void's tide instantly engulfed Gui's body. The real world. Gui's actions moved the hearts of billions of humans. They were astonished as they watched Gui break through one danger after another, successfully running to the hospital's gate. Hurry, run. Go for it, Gui. Gui, you are my god. The Dragon Country Strategy Group stood in front of the monitor, holding their breath, while Gui's family gathered behind him. Gui is really amazing. The team leader tightly clenched his fist, shattering the desk. When Gui dashed out of the hospital door, he also jumped up in excitement. Did it work? Did it really? In a dungeon with a death rate of 100%, Gui succeeded. Wait, Captain, look. It seems something is blocking Gui? Everyone refocused on the monitor. Gui was blocked by a transparent wall of air, unable to move forward. Something unexplainable appeared before Gui, raising a black fist to push him into the endless void. The entire strategy group fell silent. Gui's family embraced each other and couldn't help but cry. No adventurer who was pushed into the endless void ever survived. In the livestream's bullet comments, there was a chorus of sorrow. The team leader couldn't believe it, he clung to the monitor, unwilling to leave. Captain, just announced the failed strategy. The team leader said nothing. The anomalies will soon come to our country, we must quickly find a way to deal with them. The Lighthouse country has already transmitted the latest anomaly news, we are about to join the research. Gui is not dead, and you all start to surrender? The team leader coldly looked at his subordinates, as long as the live stream is still on, there is still hope. Chapter 53 The Final Battle, 4. As long as the live stream is still on, Gui is not dead. The team leader's voice was strong and powerful. But everyone knew this was just a comforting statement from the team leader. Captain. Wait, you all look at the livestream, something seems wrong. Everyone put down their work, focusing their eyes on the livestream screen. A twisted void passage appeared out of nowhere. Gui's arm, covered in black hair, struggled out from the void passage. He again created a miracle. In the strange world, something unexplainable turned around and walked toward Zhongshan. At this moment, Zhongshan had trampled his brother underfoot, his eyes filled with anger. You dare to betray me? You dare to point a gun at your own brother? The store manager stubbornly clenched his fist. You are no longer my brother, you have been controlled by that monster. You don't understand what I want to do. It's not it controlling me, but I control it. Zhongshan beckoned to something unexplainable. Something unexplainable nodded and walked toward Zhongshan. Creak, crackle. A sound of glass shattering echoed. Zhongshan and something unexplainable both looked back at the same time. The void passage appeared again. A black arm stretched out from it. Gui crawled back from the void, his face covered in blood, clutching his own face, looking as fierce as a devil from hell. Zhongshan, you look really ugly. Gui, blood all over his face, looked at Zhongshan. At this moment, everything before his eyes changed dramatically. Zhongshan is a skinny monster with a black hole in its chest. The shopkeeper is a real monster with a pig's head, and he is chained with a pair of black shackles on his feet. The doctors and nurses in the hospital all came out, each with bird heads, looking like woodpeckers that have come to life. As for the unspeakable thing behind Zhongshan, it is just a mass of black flesh that keeps pulsating, like a twisted heart. You, how could you? It's time to end this. Gui unleashed all his wildness, raising the bone knife in his hand and stabbing it towards Zhongshan. The unspeakable thing automatically shielded in front of Zhongshan. The bone knife effortlessly pierced through the unspeakable thing. That mass of flesh fell to the ground, wriggling continuously until it turned into a pool of blood. Zhongshan screamed in shock. He never expected Gui to have such courage, such wisdom, and such bravery. Even when caught in the void, he could remain clear-headed and come back. It's your turn, Dean. Gui walked towards Zhongshan, knife in hand. Zhongshan struggled desperately, lunging towards the body of the unspeakable thing. No one can kill me in the hospital. The unspeakable thing reconsolidated and merged with Zhongshan, filling the huge hole in his chest. Zhongshan's withered body became full again. Die. Zhongshan punched Gui away. Gui felt a sharp pain in his chest. Zhongshan's fist broke at least 3 of his ribs. He struggled to get up and looked up to see Zhongshan standing high above him. The completely monstrous Zhongshan was now unbeatable. Do you think you can stop me? Impossible. Zhongshan grabbed Gui by the neck. Gui's vision blurred. He saw a swift figure flash by. Zhongshan suddenly froze, standing like a statue. A huge black hairy monster appeared behind Zhongshan, barking like a dog. Roar! You killed my daughter, you took my research, and even imprisoned my soul. You must go to hell. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished. Your punishment has come, Zhongshan. As the black hairy monster roared, it restrained Zhongshan's limbs. Gui's eyes lit up, gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and plunged his knife into Zhongshan's chest. Zhongshan's eyes gradually lost their light, he exhaled his last breath and fell limply into Gui's arms. The black hairy monster let out a roar and dissipated like dust in the air. Clearly, she was the vengeful spirit transformed from his mother. If Gui had killed her completely back then, she wouldn't have appeared at the last moment to help him. Is he dead? The Dean is dead. The Dean is dead. Cheers erupted in the hospital. The gloom that had shrouded the hospital finally dissipated. The shackles binding the medical staff's feet automatically loosened, they breathed the air of freedom for the first time. In the treatment room on the 2nd floor, all the patients leaned by the windows. Each of them had fuzzy faces, looking like cute little furballs, seemingly unaware of why the doctors were so excited. The bone knife in Gui's hand gradually turned into white light and vanished, and he returned to the original room filled with the smell of blood. Pictures of his adventure flashed before Gui's eyes, and the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, adventurer, for successfully achieving the perfect level of completion. Your storyline exploration degree is 99%. All bizarre events related to Zhongshan Hospital will no longer appear in your reality. Your mental strength limit has increased, now at 60/60ths. You can choose one of the following 3 options as your completion reward. 1. Mental protection. The mental trauma you suffered during simulations will no longer affect you. Which one should I choose? Which one should I choose? Gui thought for a moment and finally chose the first option, mental shelter. Whoosh! A white light flashed before Gui's eyes, and he found his mental strength had grown much stronger than before. The system's voice rang out again. Adventurer, you have earned the opportunity to return to the real world to rest for 3 days. Will you return to the real world immediately? Gu felt a great sense of relief. Yes. Transmission starting. Gu felt his body lighten and he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, Gu found himself in a strange environment. He looked around and saw several men in uniforms gathering around his bed, looking at him excitedly. Hello. Gu sat up in bed, nervously looking at the people in front of him. He recognized those uniforms, they were all agents from the strategy team. Gu, you're awake. Good job, young man. It's normal to feel a little discomfort during your first return to the real world. The agents helped Gu get out of bed, but he felt a bit uncomfortable and hurriedly pushed them away. Everyone, I feel good right now. I want. You are our last remaining adventurer. One agent smiled and said, next, we're going to arrange a physical checkup and psychological counseling for you. Okay. Gu nodded, feeling dazed as he followed the agent out of the lounge. After some adjustments and checks, Gu finally obtained the rare free time. The strategy team's Chu Kongping personally came to Gu and asked about his well-being. Gu seemed a bit resistant, his social anxiety reaching a peak in that moment. Gu, what wish do you want us to help you fulfill? The wish I want to fulfill, I doubt you can achieve. Why don't you tell me? Can you lower the house prices? No? Then how about getting the national soccer team into the World Cup? Chu Kongping awkwardly scratched his head and coughed, well, tomorrow we will bring your parents to see you. I think you must miss your family a lot, right? Gu nodded and pondered for a moment. Are they doing well? Don't worry, since you entered the strange world, we have protected your family and friends. You know, there are always some crazy people in this world. I trust you with my family, so I don't have to worry anymore. By the way, maybe you could give everyone a speech or something. I'm sorry, I just want to rest. Just let me know that I'm back safely, that's all I need. I just want to be alone for a while. All right. Chu Kongping nodded and left Gui's resting room. He sighed gently. Gui was still too young, it seemed he had yet to realize he was the savior. However, Gui was not thinking about that. His mind was completely blank, he just wanted to have a private space of his own, nothing more. For 3 days. Gui spent a brief time with his parents. As the last remaining adventurer, his whereabouts were well protected, and he could only move within the territory of the strategy team. He did not wander around, nor did he talk with his parents, he just lay alone in the resting room and slept deeply. For an introverted person, solitude was the best way to recharge. One afternoon, Gui was enjoying lunch with his family when a familiar and cold voice echoed in his mind. Adventurer, the 3 days of rest are over. Please leave the indoor building in 5 minutes and head to the open area. Gui smiled bitterly. He set down his chopsticks and bowed to everyone. Mom, Dad, and all my comrades, the time has come. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. They knew Gui was about to represent all of humanity in that terrifying reality show. Gui left the room and stood on the empty playground. In the sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. After a blinding flash of white light, Gui finally vanished from his spot, heading back to the strange world. Clunk, clunk. The sound of glass marbles dropping was heard from the ceiling. Gui opened his eyes and found himself in a strange bedroom. From the furniture to the walls, everything was wooden, looking like an old house from the Republic of China era. At that moment, he was lying on the bed, the sunlight outside was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. Information about the scenario flooded into his mind. Scenario named the family of 3. Scenario description: our family of 3 has moved into the old house for almost a year. In a week, it will be my birthday, and my parents and younger sister seem a bit nervous. My parents keep reminding me not to leave this small town, but I have discovered that this small town is far from simple. Completion conditions. 1. Perfect level, uncover the truth of the town and successfully eliminate the unspeakable. 2. Excellent level, successfully leave the town. 3. Normal level, successfully survive until the birthday. Gui shivered as he read all the background information of the scenario. There were 2 major doubts just from the scenario description. 1. The scenario name is the family of 3, and the beginning states I also call myself the family of 3, but the latter part mentions parents and younger sister. Does this mean that among me, the younger sister, the father, and the mother, one of them could be a ghost? 2. The scenario has very strict time and space locks. There seems to be a deadly danger in the town, so leaving the town quickly is necessary. It seems that there will also be danger on my birthday, and the scenario only leaves 7 days for investigation. Boom! Thunder exploded in Gui's mind, and he regained control of his body. Start the simulation. Gui dared not act rashly, he decided to first use his innate skill to investigate. Simulation start. You climbed out of bed. You walked to the bedroom door, trying to open it. Something seemed to be blocking the door from behind. The character you are playing has thin arms and a weak body, making it impossible to push the door open. You temporarily give up. You return to the bedside to search. You find a mobile phone in the bedside table, with a red countdown on it. 6 days 23 hours 57 minutes. This is the countdown to your birthday. You manipulate the phone but cannot access any other functions. You hide the phone close to you. You continue searching for clues and finally find a diary in the wardrobe. The diary reveals only 2 pages, the rest of the words are veiled in a layer of mist, making it impossible for you to see them. May 11, 2021, sunny. Mom said that my sister had a car accident, suffered serious injuries, and was receiving treatment in the hospital, so she could not reunite with us. But I know my sister has been dead for a long time. Because I witnessed my sister's head being crushed by a truck. The diary entries from May 12 to May 17 are not visible. May 18, 2021, cloudy. Today is my birthday. My father and mother celebrated it for me, but I do not want to celebrate. I still cannot accept the fact that my sister has passed away. Yet they insist, because today is also the day my sister is supposed to be discharged from the hospital. I saw something that looks exactly like my sister. Is she really my sister? You turned around and found a calendar hanging on the wall. Now it is May 11, 2022, this diary was written last year, which is the year before I moved to the old house. You received a few pieces of information. 1. In my view, my sister has already died in the car accident, and the ghost in the 3-person family is my sister. 2. My birthday is on May 18. 3. The parents do not believe that my sister is dead. There is always a cognitive barrier between me and the parents. You continued to flip through the diary and found a note. Old house rental instructions. To help you have a great year in the old house, please follow these rules during your stay. 1. The doors of the old house are old and damaged. If the door won't open, please kick the lower right corner and push quickly. 2. If you hear 2 footsteps while going upstairs, please immediately stop and wait until the other footsteps disappear before proceeding. 3. Please go to sleep before 10 p.m. every night. If you hear your mother calling you in your sleep, do not open your eyes, that may not be your mother. 4. Never go to the 3rd floor. 5. The almond drink sold at the small shop 10 miles east of the old house is very delicious, please be sure to try it. You turned over the note but found no extra writing on the back. Clearly, this old house is also a place affected by strange forces. You followed the note's instructions and opened the big door. You saw your mother flash by in front of you. Mother, where is your sister? You, I don't know. Mother, go wake your sister up, it's almost time for school. You looked around, confused. Mother, go wake your sister, hurry up. Mother pointed upstairs. You stepped onto the stairs. You heard 2 footsteps. You hurriedly stopped walking. Mother, go call your sister, can't you hear? Mother suddenly appeared in front of you. She was bleeding from 7 holes, hanging from the ceiling, looking at you. Your pupils dilated, your heart stopped. You were scared to death. The deduction ended. Gooey opened his eyes and touched his nose. Here comes that face jump scare again? So boring. With the protection of mental shelter, Gooey didn't care about the psychological harm caused by the vengeful mother. Gooey got out of bed, putting away his phone and diary, while pondering the deduction he just went through. Why did mother suddenly turn into a vengeful ghost? Was it because he did not act immediately according to her requests? But the rental instructions clearly stated that if you hear 2 footsteps on the stairs, you must stop. Moreover, mother can transform into a vengeful ghost. Then in the family of 3, who exactly is the one excluded? Chapter 55 Breakfast. Rewind. Gooey closed his eyes, once again entering the deduction state. Rewind deduction begins. You came to the living room and encountered mother. Mother, where is your sister? You, she should still be sleeping upstairs, right? Mother, go wake your sister up, it's almost time for school. You walked to the foot of the stairs and shouted loudly upstairs. Mother frowned. Mother, can't you go upstairs and knock on the door? You, I'm too lazy to go. A footstep came from upstairs, but you saw no one. Soon, father came downstairs. You sat at the table having breakfast, with one seat always empty, you felt this was your sister's seat. Father, let's go, I will take you both to school. Mother, how about I drive? Father, who do you and your sister want to ride with? You did not say anything. Father, who do you want to ride with? You, it doesn't matter. Father, no saying, it doesn't matter. Father held the chopsticks, piercing through the table. Clearly, father, like mother, was not an ordinary human. You, then I'll ride in your car? Father nodded. You followed father out. You got into father's car. The car suddenly caught fire. You tried to open the door to escape. Father's face was burned to a crisp. Father, why didn't you fasten your seatbelt? Father helped you fasten your seatbelt. You couldn't break free, nor could you open the door. You struggled and screamed. You were burned to death. End of deduction. Unlocked a new way to die again. Should I ride in mother's car? Gooey frowned. This time, the script's pace was clearly much faster, and it gave you no obvious hints. So far, Gooey had only obtained a phone, a vague diary, and an old house rental notice. Once he entered the living room, the plot immediately started, leaving no chance to search for clues. No matter how he looked at it, the last hospital script would at least leave clear rule hints when switching scenes. You have to know. He possessed the ability to deduce infinitely. If it were other adventurers, they would encounter 2 death flags as soon as they entered the living room. How would they have a chance to survive? Gooey took a deep breath. The difficulty of this script clearly jumped up a notch. Too little information. Too many dangers. Too short a time. Too fast a pace. This time, let's try writing in mother's car. Rewind deduction begins. You sit at the dining table. Father, who do you and your sister want to ride with? You, let's ask Mom to take us to school. Mother nodded. You finished breakfast. You got into Mom's car, and she reminded you to fasten your seatbelt. Mom started the car, stepping hard on the gas, rushing towards a small pond by the roadside. You, Mom, the car is heading into the water. Mom ignored it. You tried to control the steering wheel, but your body was too weak, not even equal to your mother. The car fell into the water. You struggled desperately, banging on the window. The car was submerged. Mother still remained as if nothing had happened, holding the steering wheel. You felt suffocated. You died. Deduction ends. Both sides are wrong? Gooey stood still, not daring to open the door. He did not rush to deduce again but carefully thought through every detail of what just happened, analyzing the reason he triggered the instant death plot. First of all, he could not see his sister. There was an obvious contradiction. According to the wording in the diary, I should be able to see my sister, but why could he not see her during the deduction earlier? Furthermore, the rental notice mentioned that when going upstairs, one would hear another person's footsteps. Could this sound refer to the invisible sister? Then, aside from himself, could the parents also hear this footstep? Did the rules mentioned in the rental notice only limit him or everyone in the house? Or perhaps. In fact, both parents could not see the sister, but they pretended to see her? If the sister truly did not exist, why would the parents still take her to school? Could it be that others in town also could not see the sister? Impossible, this assumption is too exaggerated, so, the one with cognitive impairment in this family of 3 is me. Gooey momentarily denied his thoughts. Now, there was not enough evidence to prove all this. Gooey could only temporarily assume that he had cognitive impairment. Once this assumption is made, then the problem can probably be solved. I never let my sister get in the car. That should be my mistake. To confirm my thoughts, Gooey began to replay the scenario again. The retroactive simulation starts. You are sitting at the dining table. Father, which car do you and your sister want to ride? You look at the empty spot to your right. You, which car do you want to sit in? You pretend to see your sister, but never receive a response. Mother, forget about your sister, today you will ride in my car. You finished breakfast. Mother starts the car. You didn't sit in the passenger seat but opened the back door, waiting for a while. You hear a series of footsteps, and you look at the air in the back seat. You, hurry up and sit down, remember to fasten your seatbelt. Mother, you can get in the car first, it doesn't matter if you wear a seatbelt in the back. You, okay. You got into the car. Mom dropped your sister off at the elementary school and you at the high school. You got out of your mom's car. You halted the simulation. Phew, finally found the key issue. Gooey stuffed his phone into his pocket and put the diary into his backpack before opening the door and leaving his bedroom. Mother looked at Gooey with impatience, complaining in a low voice, "Why are you getting up so late?" "I couldn't find my socks, it took a little while." "Where's your sister?" "She should still be asleep upstairs?" "Go wake your sister up, it's almost time for school." Gooey nodded, walked to the stairs, and shouted loudly, "Get up! Otherwise, you'll be late for school." Gooey's voice was very penetrating. Mother covered her ears, looking at Gooey with disgust. "Can't you just go up and wake her?" "Too lazy to go." Gooey shook his head and sat at the dining table. Bang bang. Footsteps came from upstairs. Gooey turned his head to look, but no one came down from upstairs. Mother furrowed her brow looking at Gooey and said unhappily, "You just sit there, can't you go get the bowls and chopsticks?" "Yes, coming right up." Gooey took 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the table. Just as he and his mother sat down, Father came down from upstairs and sat next to Mother. The seat to Gooey's right was empty. Gooey secretly glanced at the bowls and chopsticks. They lay alone on the table, untouched by anyone. "Why aren't you eating?" "Huh?" Gooey picked up the bowls and chopsticks looking at his mother, but found that she wasn't looking at him at all. She was talking to the invisible sister. "Forget it, if you don't want to eat, then don't." Mother shook her head and continued to eat breakfast. Cold sweat trickled down Gooey's back. This little episode had never happened in his previous simulations. Although it wouldn't affect him at all, it made him feel cautious. Before leaving the bedroom, Gooey took a few seconds to organize his props, causing the plot to change due to the butterfly effect. "Looks like I need to be more careful from now on." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Father looked at Gooey strangely for a moment, sipping millet porridge and asked, "Which car do you and your sister want to ride?" Gooey turned his head to look to his right. "Which car do you want to sit in?" Just as in the previous simulation, his sister did not say a word. Mother impatiently shook her head. "Forget about her, she's like a tight-lipped gourd. You two should just ride in my car." "Okay." Gooey nodded. Mother's temperament was a bit more irritable than Father's, while Father seemed more stable. However, his parents didn't seem like they were kind-hearted either. They both had latent, strange powers. Breakfast was finished. Gooey followed his mother out of the old house. Gooey looked back. The old house had 3 floors. He lived on the first floor, while his parents and sister lived on the second floor. The lease agreement of the old house mentioned not to go to the 3rd floor, but Gooey felt even more curious about it. The 3rd floor was definitely dangerous. But there were also definite opportunities and clues. If he avoided going because of danger, that would be the silliest thing. "AE, what are you daydreaming about?" "I'm coming, Mom." The protagonist's name is also Gooey, which should be the result of the system's manipulation. Gooey opened the car door, first letting his invisible sister in, then he climbed into the car. "Hurry up and check your backpacks, don't lose anything that I'll have to bring to school later." "Yes." Gooey opened his backpack to take a look, and he pulled out his practice book. Name, Gooey. Class, Senior 3, 2. The protagonist is a student about to take the college entrance examination. June is the time for the exam, and in just a month, it will happen. His mother drove in silence the whole way, not saying a word. Gooey leaned on the window, gazing at the scenery outside. This small town is called Huandao Town. From its name, it should be a seaside town, but in reality, it is surrounded entirely by mountains. The pedestrians on the road had expressionless faces, as if they were cheap dolls, only able to walk stiffly. Gooey occasionally locked eyes with those pedestrians, but every time he did, he felt a chill down his spine. These people are not living beings, their eyes hold no light at all. "We've arrived." His mother stepped on the brakes. Gooey snapped back to reality, looking at the campus in front of him, Huandao High School. "Goodbye, Mom." Goodbye." Gooey waved to his mother and walked into the campus. He didn't know any students or teachers at the school, so he could only keep his head down, too timid to greet anyone, but everyone seemed to ignore him anyway. Clearly, the role he was playing was that of a reclusive person. Gooey found the classroom for Senior 3, 2. At that moment, the students had just entered the class, as usual, turning in homework and cleaning up. Gooey didn't rush to enter the classroom but quietly stood at the door. He didn't know where he was supposed to sit. "Why are you standing at the door?" A classmate came up to Gooey. "Stop talking nonsense, quickly take out your homework and let me copy it." The classmate pulled Gooey to the last row of the classroom and easily took the practice book out of Gooey's backpack. Gooey sat down at his desk and picked up the book inside to take a look. This was indeed his seat. Gooey glanced at his deskmate. This kid was named Shendong. Like the pedestrians on the road, he always stared with deadfish eyes, lacking any energy. Gooey took out his phone and checked the time. 6 days 23 hours 23 minutes. It took him about half an hour to get from home to school. Gooey looked around the classroom and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He discovered a very unusual detail. There was no clock hanging in the classroom. The blackboard had no countdown for the college entrance examination, it was always blank. The only way he could know the time was the countdown on his phone. Why isn't there a clock in the classroom? What do we need a clock for? Shendong said while copying homework, "The school bell is very accurate, you can just listen to it to know the time." "Did you bring your phone?" Why?" "Let me see it." Shendong didn't think much about it and handed his phone to Gooey. Gooey opened it and, just as he expected, there was no time or date on his deskmate's phone, only a countdown. It seemed that there was an unspoken desire not to let him know the real time. When he first entered the game, he only saw that calendar. That was the only thing that reminded him of the date. Could the calendar be misleading? Am I really celebrating my birthday in 7 days? And in 7 days, will I really face a disaster? What exactly is that disaster? The more Gooey thought about it, the more confused he became. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Gooey's phone rang. Gooey opened it and saw. It turned out to be an unsigned text message. At that moment, Gooey's phone had a new function to check messages, and he opened the text to find himself as if falling into an ice cave. Sister's Diary. May 11, 2021, Sunny. Brother is dead. To save me, he pushed me away and got caught under the big truck's wheels. His head was crushed. I am really sad. How nice it would be if he hadn't died. May 18, 2021, Cloudy. Today is my brother's birthday, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the chance to blow out candles anymore. Mom and Dad suddenly brought my brother in front of me, and I was so scared that I cried out. Mom, that's not my brother. What exactly is he? Mom said, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you say that about your brother? I can't believe all of this. Gooey put down his phone, his mind in chaos. Whose diary is real? Between me and my sister, who is the ghost? Who really is the person who died in the car accident? Chapter 57, Picking Up My Sister from School, 1. Gooey gradually calmed down. He opened his phone and sent a message to this anonymous user. Who are you? The other party did not respond. Gooey exited the inbox and checked the countdown. 6 days 12 hours 20 minutes. What the hell? Gooey looked up in surprise, realizing the sun was beginning to set and his classmates were packing their bags, preparing to leave school. He had only looked at his phone for a moment. How could it suddenly be time to leave school? Is it an illusion? No, it's the doing of something unspeakable. Gooey closed his eyes to check his mental energy. 45/60ths. He had used it once for deduction and twice for regression, consuming a total of 20 points of mental energy. Now, his mental energy recovery speed when he is awake is 10 points per hour, which means it has only been half an hour since he left home. He has only been at school for at most 10 minutes, how could he have suddenly vanished for 11 hours? Gooey felt a sense of helplessness. In the last scenario, Gooey was always confined to a limited space. But this time, Gooey was trapped in an extremely bizarre flow of time. If he can't unlock the secret of the time flow, he will likely die without accomplishing anything, without solving any puzzles. Even if he has infinite deductions, what good would it do? Calm down, don't rush. Gooey wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this moment, Gooey's phone rang. It was his mother calling. Gooey answered the phone. Mom? Your dad and I are working overtime today and will come home late. You go pick up your sister from school. Got it. Gooey hung up the phone and walked out of the campus, only to find the road was strange. Everyone had turned into pixel puzzles, wandering randomly on the road. Even Gooey, with his strong mental energy, was almost scared to faint. Gooey took 2 steps back, standing inside the school gate. Start deduction. Deduction started. You feel very scared. You worry that there might be strange attacks on the road, so you use your talent to explore. You are walking on the street. You notice that when you brush past a passerby, they will return to their normal appearance, but as long as they are more than 10 meters away from you, they will turn into pixel puzzles. You walk while looking at the time on your phone. When you stop, time will stop passing. When you are walking towards your sister's school, the countdown will restart. Whether you walk fast or slow, the countdown will still count at its own speed, but you have a vague feeling that the countdown is far faster than your perception. You choose to turn back. The countdown is still counting. Countdown, 6 days 12 hours 10 minutes, you look up. You find yourself standing at the entrance of your sister's school, but you clearly walked the opposite way. You terminate the deduction. Why is this happening? Gooey frowned, picked up his phone, and thought carefully. His mental energy is now 35/60, he decided to test the countdown with his mental energy recovery speed. Gooey stood still, the countdown never started. But Gooey's mental strength had already recovered 5 points, indicating that he had been standing still for half an hour. Gooey looked at his phone and suddenly understood the meaning of the countdown. This thing is not a real countdown, it is more like a payment tool for taking actions. Let me give 2 examples. The action of going to school requires 11 hours. As long as you sit in the school, no matter what you do there, as long as you stay for 10 minutes, the countdown will deduct 11 hours at the end, and the time in the instance will advance 11 hours into the evening, but it won't affect your personal time. The action of picking up my sister requires 10 minutes. As long as you walk on the road, no matter which direction you go, you will eventually reach your sister's school gate, and the countdown will deduct 10 minutes. Gui also speculated that actions cannot just be casually defined, they must be actions recognized by his parents to count. During the day, it was his parents who required him to go to school. In the evening, it was his mother who called to ask him to pick up his sister. This countdown is not a tool to limit oneself, it is something that can be utilized. As long as it is properly arranged, Gui can almost have unlimited time. Just like the current situation. As long as Gui stands still and does not walk, he can keep the countdown frozen in place. Interesting, I understand now. Gui finally relaxed his brow, he found the right way to explore the island town. He walked out of the school gate and took a stroll. 10 minutes later, Gui instantly appeared at the gate of the island primary school. Gui picked up his phone to check. 6 days 12 hours 10 minutes. The countdown had paused. Gui guessed that as long as he did not step into the primary school, time would not continue to pass. To be safe, Gui started to simulate again. Simulation started. You didn't rush to enter the primary school. You casually took a few steps, but every time you walked out of the school gate area, you returned to the starting point. Although the countdown was frozen, your range of movement was still limited. Regarding the rules of action, you still need more experiments to verify. You entered the primary school. All classrooms in the school were closed, except for the lights in Class 2 of Year 3. You pushed the door open and saw a female teacher sitting at the podium. Female teacher, are you Gu Yao's brother? You, yes. Female teacher, your sister has been waiting for you for a long time. Yao Yao, hurry up and pack your things. You heard another set of footsteps. The female teacher held an invisible hand and extended it in front of you. You pretended to receive it. Female teacher, you and your sister look so much alike. You, thank you. You nodded and held the air as you left the school. Your phone rang again. You opened it, and it was another message from that anonymous user. Run fast. You were at a loss. A gust of wind swept by. You suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. A truck sped past. You could not move. You were run over by the truck. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Simulation ended. Gui opened his eyes, and scenes from just now flashed in his mind. That street was familiar, it was clearly the school gate. Gui turned his head and looked around, and surprisingly saw the truck that had killed him at the street corner. How is the death flag triggered? In fact, Gui already has a bit of an answer. When he received his sister, he did not interact with her at all. Just like when he was at home, he did not ask her anything, and as soon as he left the house, the death flag would trigger. However, Gui really did not know how to interact with nothingness. If his interaction with his sister seemed completely unrelated to others, would the problem become even worse? This question, he was about to verify through deduction. How to see his sister. The second point is very urgent. If he does not know how to interact or speak with his sister, there will be more and more death flags like this in the future, and one day he will die due to negligence. So far, Gui had never discussed his sister's situation with any plot characters. He must understand his sister's condition from multiple aspects next. How to use and interpret anonymous user's information. First, before encountering the death flag, the anonymous user had sent him an escape prompt. From this point, the anonymous user can temporarily be considered on his side. Second, the anonymous user can only communicate with him unidirectionally, he cannot interact with them at the moment. Gui believes the anonymous user will be a key figure in the scenario. Third, finding a way to communicate with the anonymous user is one of his upcoming goals. That's all the information for now. Gui looked at the draft on the paper and let out a long sigh. Without finding the hint paper in the scenario, he can only rely on his exploration to summarize all the rules in the scenario. Let's start the deduction. Deduction begins. You walk into the elementary school. The countdown starts recalculating. You arrive at the classroom where your sister is. The female teacher sees you and immediately stands up to greet you. Female teacher, oh? You are Gu Yao's brother? You, hello, teacher. Where is my sister? Female teacher, she is right here. She's been waiting for you for a long time. The female teacher waves her hand towards the empty space, leading the air to you. You, was Yao Yao good today? The female teacher glanced at the emptiness. Female teacher, hee, of course, she is very good. You, that's good. You chatted with the female teacher for a while, and she gradually opened up to you. Female teacher, has something happened in your family recently? You, why do you ask that? Female teacher, come with me. Yao Yao, wait here, the teacher will be over shortly. The female teacher brought you to the office and took out a piece of drawing paper from a pile of homework. Female teacher, this is her artwork from art class today. I feel she may be having some psychological issues recently. You need to talk to your parents. You pick up the drawing paper. On it, a man lies on the ground, his head smashed like a watermelon, with a big truck parked beside him. Your phone rang. You opened it to check. An anonymous user sent a photo, the composition of which is strikingly similar to your sister's drawing. You trembled as you turned off your phone and put it in your pocket. Female teacher, oh? Yao Yao, how did you get here? You turned to look at the office door, seeing nothing at all. Female teacher, looks like Yao Yao couldn't wait anymore. You, teacher, then we should leave now. Female teacher, goodbye. You walk out of the office, reaching out your hand towards the emptiness. You felt a chill wind blow by. You were silent for a moment. You, let's go home. There was no response. You, did you learn anything at school today? You still couldn't hear any sound. Your phone rang again. You took it out and saw that an anonymous user had sent you a message again. Be careful. You looked up. You flashed back to the school gate, where a big truck was rushing towards you. You stopped the simulation. Is it my way of interacting that is wrong? Gui shook his head with a furrowed brow. A photo sent by the anonymous user sent a chill down Gui's spine. Gui pondered for a moment and made a bold hypothesis. The anonymous user is someone from another parallel universe, even she is the sister from the parallel universe. Sister's diary. A photo of me being hit by a car. Both of these items prove one thing: in the anonymous user's world, the one who died is me. Useless, even if my hypothesis is correct, it is of no use to the current situation. The important thing is, how should I interact with my sister? I have tried my best to communicate with her. Gui gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. Think about it, why didn't the previous interactions trigger the instant death flag? And why did this one trigger? Could it be? The reason is this? I understand now, backtrack. Backtracking simulation started. You are holding your sister's artwork, standing in the teacher's office. Female teacher, huh? Yao Yao, can't you wait? You turned around and waved your hand at the air. You, come here, Yao Yao. You heard footsteps. You held the artwork and displayed it to your sister. You, why did you paint this picture? The female teacher's expression changed, and she quickly squatted in front of your sister, pretending to wipe tears. Female teacher, okay, your brother is not scolding you, he is just concerned about you. You squatted in front of that bundle of air. You, okay, I didn't mean it that way, please don't cry, alright? You glanced at the female teacher, and her tense expression finally relaxed. Female teacher, Yao Yao, don't be afraid. The female teacher opened her arms and gently hugged that bundle of air. You noticed the female teacher's clothes, which had no wrinkles at all. In your eyes, your sister doesn't seem to have a body, it's not merely that you can't see her. You have a severe cognitive impairment, you can't even confirm whether your sister exists through a third party. This question can't be understood for now, it's better to solve the pressing issue first. You reached out towards the air. You, come here. You paid attention to the female teacher's gaze, judging your sister's position to determine if she returned to your side. Female teacher, it's getting late, you should take Guyao home. You, yes, Yao Yao, do you want to go home now? You looked at the air beside you, but your peripheral vision was on the female teacher. Unfortunately, she didn't pay any attention to you. You couldn't judge your sister's reaction through the female teacher's expression and language. You took your sister to the school gate and greeted the security guard at the entrance. You, Yao Yao, aren't you going to say goodbye to Uncle? The security guard turned to look at the air beside you. Security guard, goodbye, be careful on the way. You, isn't Uncle off work yet? Security guard, hi, we all work until 7 o'clock. After saying that, the security guard turned and ignored you. You felt a chill down your back. Your phone rang. Your palms were sweaty as you took out your phone to check. Run. The anonymous user sent another message. You couldn't control your limbs, the truck sped past you. You were hit by the truck and knocked to the ground. Your vision turned blood red. You died. Simulation ended. Gui opened his eyes. I seem to have overlooked something. This time, Gui still couldn't manage to leave the elementary school, but he found the correct method to communicate with his sister. That is to judge your sister's response through the reactions of the people around. When leaving the campus, with no third party as a reference. My sister must have asked me something, but I didn't respond in time, which triggered the instant death flag. As long as I know the method, it will be easier. This time, I must take the initiative. Gui now had 15 points of mental energy left, enough for 1 deduction or 3 backtracks. To ensure room for error, Gui simply leaned against the school gate for a short nap. After all, as long as I don't enter the school gate, time and the script won't move forward. Gui opened his eyes, fully restored in mental energy. He took out his phone to check, and the countdown still showed 6 days 12 hours 10 minutes. Backtrack, this time it's my turn to take the initiative. Backtrack deduction begins. You are standing at the door of your sister's classroom. Female teacher, huh? You are Gu Yao's brother? You, yes, hello, teacher. You turned to look at the classroom and walked toward a desk in the corner. After you walked in, you finally noticed a red backpack. This is what you had been ignoring all along. Since your sister is real in the eyes of others, she must interact with other people or things. But what if you touch her belongings before she does? There is only one backpack in the classroom. You didn't notice this detail during your previous deduction because you denied your sister's existence from the bottom of your heart, so you didn't observe the classroom at all. You help your sister organize her backpack. You heard the sounds of chairs moving and footsteps. You can now limitedly sense your sister's presence. You help your sister tidy her backpack, and you find a finished bottle of almond drink inside. Did you finish your drink? Are you thirsty? You hypnotize yourself, telling yourself you are a caring brother, and your tone becomes very gentle. You didn't hear your sister speaking. The female teacher came up behind you. Female teacher, Gu Yao seems to be a bit down lately. Is there something wrong at home? You fell silent for a moment. You noticed another detail: whenever you actively asked your sister questions, the third party's reaction seemed strange, as if your sister had turned into a closed-off person. Just like when you asked your sister for her opinion at the dinner table, your mother also complained about her not speaking. It might be because my parents are quite busy with work. They take my sister to school during the day, but I am the only one who can pick her up at night. Female teacher, when can you bring your parents to school? My sister is basically under my care, I help her with her homework. Suddenly, you feel your sleeve tighten. You turn around and see something transparent pulling on your clothes. You feel a surge of relief, you can finally sense your sister's existence. Female teacher, well, come with me. Yao, wait here for a moment. No need, let her come along too. You put on your sister's red backpack and followed the female teacher to the office. The female teacher took out your sister's strange artwork, and at the same time, your phone rang, but you didn't check it. You held the drawing, contemplating for a moment, then squatted down to look at the air in front of you. Yao, who did you draw? You heard no response. Female teacher, Gu Yao, your brother is asking you something. Why aren't you speaking? You suddenly felt a chill on the back of your hand, as if some liquid was dripping onto it. You tasted it, it was salty, probably tears. You felt a sudden jolt throughout your body. You drew your brother, right? Your sister's image suddenly became clear before you, she looked at you in fear. Sister, no, it's not brother. The void's tide spread around you. You felt a wave of suffocation. You were consumed by the void. You died. Deduction ends. It seems another instant death flag has been added, but why? Gui rubbed his chin. Now, Gui could basically confirm that the person with a cognitive disorder in this three-person family is me. Even I might be unspeakable? No, that should not be the case. The condition to clear the copy is to eliminate the unspeakable. It makes no sense for I to be the unspeakable. The anonymous user on the phone is likely sister from a parallel universe, not this island town's sister. Did the memories of the two sisters overlap? The reason for triggering the instant death flag is because I spoke the true meaning of my sister's painting. It is very likely that in my sister's perception, I am the one who was hit by a car. If that's the case, is this copy telling the story of two intersecting parallel worlds? Does the sister in the other timeline also have an unseen brother? Why did I trigger the instant death flag instead of uncovering the truth? Isn't one of the conditions to clear the game to solve the truth? Chapter 60, Picking Up My Sister from School, 4. Something's not right, this assumption is unreasonable. It makes no sense that after I solve the puzzle, the system doesn't reward me, but instead triggers the instant death flag. The information from the anonymous user can't connect with this world, that's what the system means. Is the anonymous user actually throwing me a smoke bomb? Gui pondered for a moment. Currently, this contradiction cannot be solved temporarily, nor does it need to be. Future progress will certainly provide more clues to resolve this contradiction. For now, let's find a safe way to leave the school. Rewind. Rewinding deduction starts. You hold your sister's bloody painting, thinking for a moment. You crouch in front of the air, using the gentlest tone to communicate with your sister. Why did you draw this? The female teacher came over, patting the air's head. Female teacher, maybe she has had a bad dream lately? You all need to pay a bit more attention to Gu Yao. Alright, should we go home? Or should I take you out to eat something? Suddenly, the red backpack in your hand opened. A bottle of almond water flew out, swaying in front of your eyes. You suddenly remembered the convenience store mentioned in the old house rental instructions. Do you want to go to the convenience store to buy a bottle of almond water? You didn't hear any speaking, but the bottle swayed up and down. Okay, then you be good and don't make a fuss, I will take you there. You greeted the teacher. You held your sister's hand and left. The two of you took the bus and arrived at the town's convenience store. The countdown consumed another 10 minutes. You stopped the deduction. That's enough. Gooey stood up from the ground and patted his face. Gooey came to the classroom and saw the teacher bent over grading papers. The female teacher raised her head, wearing a pair of thick, bottle-bottom glasses. Through the lenses, Gooey saw a pair of lifeless fish-like eyes. Are you Gu Yao's brother? That's right. Gooey nodded with a smile. I came to pick up Gu Yao and take her home. Once Gooey finished speaking, he walked straight to his sister's desk and effortlessly helped her pack her bag. The female teacher stood curiously behind Gooey, praising him. You are really quick with your hands and feet. I see many parents are not as considerate as you. My sister is basically raised by me. My parents don't care for her much. Gooey looked at the air before him affectionately, as if there really was a lovely sister in front of him. He suddenly felt his sleeve being grabbed, finally feeling relieved. It seems this is the right way to communicate with my sister. He must sincerely acknowledge his sister's existence and truly take care of her. You are really a good brother. You flatter me. However, there is something I need to tell you. You should really bring your parents over. My parents are very busy, they don't work in town. I'm afraid there's no chance for them to come over. Usually, I take care of my sister's daily needs, and I help her with her homework. Sigh. The female teacher hesitated for a moment. You should come with me, Gu Yao. You wait here for a moment. No need, I will take her with me. Gooey followed the female teacher to the office. Just as he had imagined, the teacher pulled out the bloody painting. Gooey took the painting, and a system prompt rang in his ears. You have found sister's bloody painting. Story exploration increased by 1%. Only 1%? It seems this item doesn't have much digging value. It likely only serves as a hint or clue. Teacher, what do you think about this painting? I'm not an expert. I think you need to take the child to a big hospital for psychological help. I understand. Gooey folded the bloody painting and put it in his backpack, then turned around and squatted in front of his sister. Are you hungry? Gooey didn't see any response from his sister, but he confidently communicated with her. I just saw that your almond water was finished. Do you want to drink more? Gooey took out the almond water bottle. The almond water bottle floated in midair before Gooey's eyes. I'll take you to the small shop in a bit, how about that? The bottle swayed up and down. You be good, and I'll take you there right away, okay? Gooey grinned, gently patted the air in front of him, then took her hand and walked towards the school gate. The small backpack floated beside him, tightly clinging to his side. Gooey felt a chill in his palm, but his mind was still pondering the puzzle in the story. What exactly is the sister beside him? Or rather, what am I? Gooey sat on the bus, dozing off for a little while. When he opened his eyes, they had already arrived at the entrance of the small shop. The shop owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with a slicked-back hairstyle. Beside his counter was a semiconductor radio playing a story. It seemed to be about water margin. What do you want to buy? Almond water. Gooey paused. 2 bottles. $5. Gooey bought 2 bottles of water, one for his sister and opened one for himself. The taste of the almond water was a bit strange. Gooey couldn't get used to it and wanted to throw the bottle away after just one sip. Just as he capped the bottle, a system prompt sounded in his ears. You drank almond water. You entered the spiritual vision state, lasting 5 minutes. Gooey blinked, suddenly feeling a chill behind him. He looked towards the village entrance, where it seemed an endless tide of void was rushing towards him. As long as he stepped out of the town, he would be swallowed instantly by the void. What the hell? Gooey murmured, suddenly feeling his sleeve tighten. He turned to look, only to find he could actually see his sister. I finished. His sister raised the empty bottle, her eyes pure and innocent. Gooey was stunned for a moment. Do you want more? No. His sister shook her head. Let's go home, I still have homework to do. Okay, wait a moment, I'll buy a few more bottles of almond water to keep. Gooey nodded and bought a full dozen almond waters from the owner. With these, Gooey could communicate smoothly with his sister. I was really careless, the rental agreement already had hints, but I didn't pay attention and was always distracted by the family of three's puzzle. But, why is it almond water? Why do I have to drink a specific beverage from the story to see my sister? What secret could there be in this? Gooey quietly pondered, standing with his sister at the bus stop waiting for the bus. The shop owner changed the channel. This time, he wasn't playing a story but telling a horror ghost story. The narrator's voice was very captivating, and Gu Yi's thoughts were immediately drawn in. Chapter 61, The Executioner and the Death Row Inmate. Once upon a time, there was a prisoner about to be executed at the execution ground. The prisoner knelt on the ground, trembling. The executioner approached him from behind, whispering, "Do not be afraid, I will not chop off your head, I will only cut the ropes on you." Gu Yi followed the female teacher to the office. Just as he had imagined, the teacher pulled out the bloody painting. Gu Yi took the painting, and a system prompt rang in his ears. "You have found Sister's bloody painting. Story exploration increased by 1%. Only 1%? It seems this item doesn't have much digging value, it likely only serves as a hint or clue. Teacher, what do you think about this painting?" "I'm not an expert, I think you need to take the child to a big hospital for psychological help." "I understand." Gu Yi folded the bloody painting and put it in his backpack, then turned around and squatted in front of his sister. "Are you hungry?" Gu Yi didn't see any response from his sister, but he confidently communicated with her. "I just saw that your almond water was finished, do you want to drink more?" Gu Yi took out the almond water bottle. The almond water bottle floated in midair before Gu Yi's eyes. "I'll take you to the small shop in a bit, how about that?" The bottle swayed up and down. "You be good, and I'll take you there right away, okay?" Gu Yi grinned, gently patted the air in front of him, then took her hand and walked towards the school gate. The small backpack floated beside him, tightly clinging to his side. Gu Yi felt a chill in his palm, but his mind was still pondering the puzzle in the story. What exactly is the sister beside him? Or rather, what am I? Gu Yi sat on the bus, dozing off for a little while. When he opened his eyes, they had already arrived at the entrance of the small shop. The shop owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with a slicked-back hairstyle. Beside his counter was a semiconductor radio playing a story. It seemed to be about water margin. "What do you want to buy?" "Almond water." Gu Yi paused. 2 bottles. $5. Gu Yi bought 2 bottles of water, one for his sister and opened one for himself. The taste of the almond water was a bit strange. Gu Yi couldn't get used to it and wanted to throw the bottle away after just one sip. Just as he capped the bottle, a system prompt sounded in his ears. "You drank almond water. You entered the spiritual vision state, lasting 5 minutes." Gu Yi blinked, suddenly feeling a chill behind him. He looked towards the village entrance, where it seemed an endless tide of void was rushing towards him. As long as he stepped out of the town, he would be swallowed instantly by the void. "What the hell?" Gu Yi murmured, suddenly feeling his sleeve tighten. He turned to look, only to find he could actually see his sister. "I finished." His sister raised the empty bottle, her eyes pure and innocent. Gu Yi was stunned for a moment. "Do you want more?" "No." His sister shook her head. "Let's go home, I still have homework to do." "Okay, wait a moment, I'll buy a few more bottles of almond water to keep." Gu Yi nodded and bought a full dozen almond waters from the owner. With these, Gu Yi could communicate smoothly with his sister. "I was really careless, the rental agreement already had hints, but I didn't pay attention and was always distracted by the family of three's puzzle. But, why is it almond water? Why do I have to drink a specific beverage from the story to see my sister? What secret could there be in this?" Gu Yi quietly pondered, standing with his sister at the bus stop waiting for the bus. The shop owner changed the channel. This time, he wasn't playing a story but telling a horror ghost story. The narrator's voice was very captivating, and Gu Yi's thoughts were immediately drawn in. Chapter 61, The Executioner and the Death Row Inmate. Once upon a time, there was a prisoner about to be executed at the execution ground. The prisoner knelt on the ground, trembling. The executioner approached him from behind, whispering, "Do not be afraid, I will not chop off your head, I will only cut the ropes on you." After the knife fell, you quickly ran outside, as far as you could. Remember to never look back. The prisoner was very surprised, but still believed the executioner's words. The hand raised the knife and fell. The prisoner suddenly felt the ropes on his body fall to the ground, and he quickly buried his head and ran out, running for dozens of miles. Finally, he breathlessly ran back home and saw his wife. His wife said, "Why are you back?" The prisoner said, "I escaped back, someone saved me." Years later, the executioner passed by the prisoner's house on a business trip, and he was surprised to find the prisoner's wife holding a child who had just been born. Upon seeing the executioner, the prisoner immediately knelt down and bowed. The prisoner said, "Thanks to you, my benefactor, who saved me back then, otherwise I would have lost my head by now." The executioner was shocked and took a long time to say, "Didn't I already chop off your head back then?" The prisoner said, "Didn't you say, benefactor, that you helped me cut the rope and let me run forward without looking back?" The executioner replied, "Back then, I was just comforting you, I had already chopped off your head." The prisoner exclaimed, turning to dust. The prisoner's wife, child, and the new house he built also disappeared into the air. Gooey listened to the story with a frown, feeling a chill down his spine, as if he had vaguely grasped some key. Yow yow, wasn't this story interesting? MMHM. Wusong is really amazing, he can even kill a tiger. Wusong killed a tiger. Yes, what's wrong? Gooey was stunned for a moment, realizing that he and his sister had completely different stories. This must be the system's hint to him, it's introducing the worldview of life and death in the instance. In the story, the prisoner was already dead, but if no one exposed his lie, then the prisoner could keep living. Understanding this strange tale in connection with his current situation. The island town is actually an illusion. The pixel signs of passers-by. The hollow dead fish eyes. The invisible sister. The bizarre flow of time. Everything in the town proves this point. During the last deduction, he asked his sister whether the painting was of himself. This action was like the executioner piercing the lie, which is why he triggered an instant death flag on the spot. In other words, I am actually the ghost of a family of 3, I have long died, just like the prisoner, living in an illusory lie. Photos and diaries sent by anonymous users are the real events happening in the real world. As long as I show these evidences to others or let something slip, then I will trigger the instant death flag. If this reasoning is true, then the anonymous user may not be from my camp. Do they want me to die? If the town is truly an illusion, then if I escape the town and return to the real world, will I die? Am I not reliant on the illusory world of the town to survive? Why does the system instead require me to escape this town? Gooey felt a chill down his back. According to this logic, leaving the town means I will die, staying in the town means I can't clear the instance. This is a dead end with no way out. Where did my reasoning go wrong? There is no problem in the reasoning process, so the problem must lie in the premises. 1. The premise that I am a ghost is wrong, so the conclusion will naturally contradict itself. The definition of ghost needs to be redefined. 2. The mention of leaving the town in the instance does not refer to the island town where I am currently located. In summary, the island town is likely the inner world. My first task should be to find a way to escape from the inner world and return to the real world. Besides that, I must not expose the lie that I have already died. Brother, are you feeling unwell? The words of my sister interrupted Gooey's thoughts. Gooey turned his head, glanced at his sister, and found that she was gradually becoming transparent. Gooey quickly took a sip of almond water and said with a smile, "No, I was just thinking about something." "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." The bus quickly arrived at home, and Gooey spent a total of 40 minutes on the way. The countdown now read, 6 days 11 hours 30 minutes. In the kitchen, there were leftover dishes from his parents. Gooey casually heated them up and settled for dinner. Gooey sat in front of his desk, staring blankly at his phone. In the small town, his time flow was out of sync with the countdown's time flow, but when he stayed in the old house, the time flow synchronized again. It seems like I need to add another rule to the countdown. Gooey took out paper and pen and added this new discovery to the countdown's rules. If outside the town was the inner world, then the old house was likely the place connecting the inner world with the outer world, which is why the time flow would synchronize. After thinking for a moment, Gooey decided to explore the 3rd floor of the old house. The simulation begins. You drank a bottle of almond water and left the room. You walked straight up to the 3rd floor. At the end of the 3rd floor staircase, there was a decaying wooden door. You kicked the lower right corner of the door but still could not open it. You took a detour and climbed to the 3rd floor windowsill from outside. You leaned out the window and pried it open. You arrived on the 3rd floor. The room was full of dust. You turned on your phone's flashlight. The hallway on the 3rd floor was empty. There was nothing, only 2 lonely guest rooms. One guest room was locked, and the other was not. You walked into the unlocked guest room. There was a desk in the room, and 2 redwood chairs were placed across from each other by the desk. The redwood chair facing away from you was slightly lower and had simpler decorations. The redwood chair facing you was slightly higher and was very ornate, with a golden dragon carved on the back, lifelike. You touched the desk, and its temperature was close to that of a living creature. You suddenly felt your phone start to heat up. You looked at it, the countdown now displayed 0. Everything around you began to distort. The tide of emptiness swallowed you. You turned into nothingness. You died. The simulation ends. Hey, there is indeed something in this old house. Gooey opened his eyes and wrote down the 3rd rule of the countdown on paper. In the unlocked room on the 3rd floor of the old house, the countdown speed will increase 100-fold. There is nothing on the 3rd floor except for a set of desks and chairs. That should be a plot device to be used later. The other room is locked and must have a different key to open it. Gooey closed his eyes and re-entered the simulation mode. Chapter 62, the 3rd floor of the old house. The simulation begins. You drank a bottle of almond water and left the room. You came to the 2nd floor. Your sister was in her room doing homework. You arrived at your parents' room next door. You sat in front of your mother's vanity, searching for clues, and found a note in the jewelry box. It was filled with many phone numbers but no names. You took out your phone and dialed each number, but they were all disconnected. You felt puzzled, but you still quietly memorized all the numbers. You opened the drawer of the vanity and found some medication. You noticed that they were all for cancer treatment. Could it be that my mother's health is in trouble? You put the medication back in the drawer and turned to search in the nightstand, finally finding a key at the bottom of the drawer. You hid the key in your pocket. You couldn't find any valuable clues anymore. You left the room, but found your sister standing by the door looking at you. Sister, brother, did you just steal something? You, no, I didn't. Sister, I saw you steal Dad's key, you need to return it. You, I didn't steal anything. You looked wrong. My sister's hair flew up, and her eyes sparkled with a red light. Sister, if you go back now, I can still pretend I don't see you. But if you don't go back, then don't blame me. You have terminated the simulation. Huh, another rule has been added. And, my sister seems to be a monster. Am I the only ordinary person in this house? Gooey took out the old house rental agreement and added a note below. Do not steal your parents' things. Gooey pondered quietly for a moment. He had made too much noise just now, and his sister would definitely notice. But the doors in the old house all required 2 kicks to open, which was hard not to attract his sister's attention. His parents also didn't know when they would come back. By the time they got home, it would be even more impossible for him to take things inside. Let's try a different way. Simulation starts. You take a sip of almond water. You go to the bathroom and grab a bar of soap. You leave the old house and climb through the window into your parents' room. You crouch by the door and listen for a while, and your sister doesn't notice you at all. You take out your father's key and press it into the soap to make an imprint of the key's teeth. You take the soap and return to your own room. You wait for a while, your sister hasn't discovered you. You go back to your room and take out your student ID, cutting it into the shape of the key according to the soap imprint. You go back to the 3rd floor. With the forged key, you successfully open the large door on the 3rd floor. You stand at the door for a moment, checking the time flow with your phone. When you pass that unlocked room, the time flow noticeably speeds up. You try to avoid the unlocked room. You successfully used the key in your hand to open that locked room. You stand at the doorway for a moment. The countdown hasn't sped up, so you walk into the room. The room is empty, with only a black box. You open the box, and a huge python jumps out. You are tangled by the python. You feel suffocated. Everything goes dark. You die. Simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes and pondered for a moment. The danger on the 3rd floor is not just the high time flow rate but also hidden monsters. What is hidden in the black box on the 3rd floor? He just couldn't take it out for now. However, he still needed to find a way to get his father's key. Gooey followed the route from the previous simulation and successfully created a counterfeit key, and at the same time, the system issued a prompt. You have obtained father's key, counterfeit. Your narrative exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is at 2%. Gooey frowned. In the last scenario, every time he obtained an important narrative item, he could at least gain over 10 points of exploration. This time, however, he could only gain a mere 1%. The level of complexity far exceeds my imagination. Gooey furrowed his brows and rubbed his temples. After a while, Gooey heard the sound of a lock being opened from outside. He quickly cleaned up the table to avoid raising his parents' suspicion. His mother came to your room and looked at you with concern. Are you doing your homework? Aha. Where's your sister? Upstairs. Oh. His mother nodded and went to his sister's room. Gooey put down his pen and observed through the crack in the door. Both parents were talking at the door of his sister's room, seemingly trying to avoid him. He faintly heard his sister sobbing, and it seemed like his parents mentioned something about her drawing. It's likely that the teacher told them about the bloody artwork. Gooey returned to sit at his writing desk. Clearly, his parents didn't want me to die, so when his sister drew that insinuating death picture, they became so anxious, even scolding her. Now it could basically be confirmed. His parents were on my side, while the anonymous user on the phone was on the opposite side of me, and all his messages were leading me astray. Anonymous user, the executioner who exposes lies. Knock, knock, knock. Mother knocked on Gooey's door. What is it? Gooey opened the door. Outside, Mother had already changed into her snug pajamas, and she pointed to her empty wrist and said, "It's almost 10 o'clock, hurry and go to sleep." Ah. Gooey blinked and took out his phone to take a look. 6 days 9 hours 23 minutes. Time had slipped by without him noticing. Quick, go take a shower, then get into bed. Okay. Gooey nodded and obediently went to the bathroom to wash up. There was one more rule regarding the countdown that needed to be added. Parents' time flow influences the countdown on the phone. This could actually be inferred since picking up his sister from school. His parents assigned Gooey the task to pick up his sister, believing he could arrive at her school in 10 minutes, which caused the strange time flow phenomenon before. This is a significant discovery. The flow of countdown time is actually shifted by the will of the parents. They think it's time for bed, so I must go to bed. After washing up, Gooey lay on his bed and drifted into dreamland. The next morning, Gooey's phone suddenly rang, yet another text from the anonymous user. May 12, 2021, light rain. Brother is gone, I feel so lonely. If brother were here, he would definitely protect me. There's always a strange person outside the house with clown makeup. He suddenly appeared at my window last night. You should know, we live on the 20th floor, how did he climb to my window? And I've seen that clown. This morning, a wedding procession came to our community, the bride looked like a cat, and the groom looked like a mouse. That clown was there handing out balloons to the kids. I told Dad and Mom about the clown, but they said I was just having a nightmare, but I wasn't dreaming at all. Dad said no one has been getting married in our community lately, I must have seen the clown somewhere else. Chapter 63, The Wedding Procession, 1. A new diary? Gooey was stunned. He got out of bed and took out my diary. Sure enough. The diary for May 12, 2021, was unlocked. May 12, 2021, light rain. Last night, I dreamed again of my sister getting hit and killed. I feel very regretful. If I had moved a little faster, maybe I could have saved my sister. I should always hold my sister's hand, otherwise, she wouldn't run all over the place. This morning, a wedding procession came to our community, the bride looked like a cat, and the groom like a mouse. There was a clown in the procession handing out balloons to the kids. My sister loves balloons. If she were there, she would have run to the clown to ask for a little dog balloon. What the hell? Gooey put down the diary. He hadn't even had time to analyze the diary when he heard a cheerful swana sound coming from outside. Gooey felt a chill down his back and immediately closed his eyes. Inference begins. You heard the swana sound outside. You worried that the weird events recorded in the diary might occur, so you didn't dare to act rashly and could only use your gifted ability to explore. You opened the window and looked outside. A wedding procession appeared. The groom, dressed in a bright red robe, rode a tall horse, followed by a big flower palanquin. You looked closely at the groom. He was not human at all, but a monster with a rat's head. Your mother's urging came from outside. You opened the door and looked at your mother. Mom, is someone getting married outside? Your mother's face changed dramatically, and she covered your mouth. Mother, no one is getting married here. Then what is the swana playing for? Mother, don't say any more. You noticed the happy swana suddenly played a funeral tune, and you looked outside through the window. The wedding procession transformed into a funeral procession, and the big flower palanquin turned into a coffin. The groom walks on the ground, holding a portrait, which surprisingly is your photo. Your vision fades to black. You realize you are lying in a coffin. You gradually lose consciousness. You are dead. The simulation ends. I think I understand. Gooey opens his eyes, muttering softly to himself. Just as he had guessed before, the small town has been acting as the executioner, constantly looking for ways to expose its own lies. What is passing outside is actually a funeral procession, but in his eyes, it becomes a wedding procession. If he speaks out about what he sees, his parents will remember that he is already dead, triggering the instant death flag, just like last time. Gooey opens his phone to check the countdown. 5 days 23 hours 58 minutes. The swana continues to play, and the wedding procession gets closer. If I ignore that wedding procession, will I die? Gooey uses his ability again. Backtrack simulation begins. You pretend not to see the wedding procession. Your mother comes to knock on the door, and you walk out. Mother, hurry up and tidy up, after breakfast, we have to take you to school. You got it. You wash up normally, taking a sip of almond water, the sound of the swana outside grows louder, and you can hardly hear anything else. You sit at the dining table and have breakfast with your parents and sister. You hear footsteps coming from upstairs. You look up and see a woman in a red veil coming down. A chill wind blows through. You realize this woman actually has a fuzzy cat face. Mother, what's wrong with you? Someone. Your throat feels as if someone is choking it. The wedding procession arrives in your yard. Your parents still cannot see the procession, your sister appears somewhat restless. The cat bride walks past you, and you see her eerie smiling face beneath the red veil. Your pupils dilate, your heart stops. You are scared to death. Simulation ends. Even if I pretend not to see, I will still die. Gooey opens his eyes and calmly contemplates. In the previous simulation, it was clear that his parents could not see the procession, but his sister made a startled expression at the last moment. Maybe he could rely on his sister to escape this crisis? Backtrack simulation begins. You hear the sound of the Swana outside. You take a sip of almond water. You go out to greet your mother, and you head upstairs to wake your sister. Sister, bro, let me sleep a bit longer. I saw a wedding procession outside. Sister, no one in our town is getting married. Can't you hear the sound of the Swana outside? Sister looks puzzled, her eyes suddenly widening as if she has just woken from a dream. Sister, you must be dreaming, no one is getting married here. Look outside. Sister looks out the window. Sister, there's nothing outside, nothing at all, nothing. Sister pulls you outside. Your parents see this and stop you both. Mother, where are you going? Sister, I'm going out with my brother. Mother, at least finish breakfast before you go. Sister starts to cry. You look behind your parents. The cat bride is coming down from upstairs. She lifts her red veil and shows you an eerie smile. Your heart stops, your pupils dilate. You die. Simulation ends. My sister can't save me either? Gooey's brow furrows tightly. The sound of the Swana grows closer, and he has no time to think, continuing the simulation. Backtrack simulation begins. You hear the sound of the Swana outside. You take a sip of almond water, relaxing your mind. You summarize the rules about the wedding procession. 1. You cannot directly tell your family there is a wedding procession outside, or it will turn into your funeral procession. 2. If you tell your family there is a wedding procession, they will deny it, and you cannot argue back. 3. The wedding procession will inevitably reach the old house. The cat bride is on the 3rd floor. No matter what, you will see the cat bride and trigger the instant death flag. Neither your mother nor sister has the means to deal with the current situation. You can only try to seek help from your father. You push open the door and rush straight to your father's room on the 2nd floor. Your father looks at you in great surprise. Father, why are you so flustered? There are some strange people outside. Father, what? A group of people is playing Swana and carrying a bridal sedan chair. I don't know what they are doing. Your father's mouth drops open. Father, are you talking nonsense? There's nothing outside. Chapter 64, The Wedding Party, 2. You pinch your thigh hard. I'm not dreaming, there really are a group of strange people outside. Father, this. You hear footsteps coming from outside the house. You know the cat bride is coming down from the 3rd floor. You try to hide under your parents' bed and don't go out. Suddenly, you feel a warm current on the ground, and the cat bride's head pops out from under the floor, showing you a weird smile. Your heart stops, and your pupils dilate. You have died. Simulation ends. Damn. Is there no one reliable in this family? Gooey opens his eyes, biting his lips tightly. If no one else is reliable, then you can only rely on yourself. Rewind. Rewind simulation begins. You hear the sound of Swana outside. You take out the forged key and walk straight to the 3rd floor. You unlock the door and come to the attic on the 3rd floor. Your father hears the noise and scolds you from the 2nd floor. You pretend not to hear. You listen to the sound of Swana outside. They are getting closer. From the unlocked room on the 3rd floor, there is a sound of oh at it. You stand by the door and look over. The cat bride's figure gradually appears on the chair in the room. She is slowly turning her head to look at you. You feel a wave of palpitations and tightness in your chest. The cat bride walks towards you, gently lifting her veil, revealing the beard on her chin. You force down your discomfort and open another locked door. You rush into the room and pick up the black box. The black box starts vibrating continuously. You throw the box at the cat bride with all your might. A large python climbs out of the box and entangles itself with the cat bride. Taking the chance, you escape through the window. The wedding party stops in the yard in front of the old house, lingering for a long time. You hear the cat bride let out a scream. The large python has one. The sound of smashing and crashing comes from inside the house, followed by the screams of your parents and sister. You fall into an endless void. Your consciousness gradually fades away. You have died. Simulation ends. Driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf is not only dangerous but will also endanger your parents and sister. It seems this scenario has another hidden rule: you cannot allow your family to get hurt, or you too will be consumed by the void. Using your family as cannon fodder is not an option. Calm down. The sound of Swana is already very close. Gooey can even see a few whiskers on the mouse groom's face. He sits calmly by the bed and closes his eyes. Simulation begins. You sit on the edge of the bed thinking. The crisis of the wedding party cannot be overcome purely by brute force. You must have missed some key information, the system must have left you some hints that you ignored. You simultaneously pull out your phone and diary, flipping back through the diary entries from May 12th. You finally discover the problem. Both your sister's diary and your own have mentioned a character called the clown. But there is no clown in the wedding party at all. Moreover, the wedding party is obviously styled in classical Chinese fashion, while the clown has a more modern style which would certainly clash if following behind a grand sedan chair. So, where is the clown mentioned in the diary? The sound of Swana gets closer and closer. You push the door open and happen to see your parents and sister sitting at the dining table. They all look at you with strange expressions. Mother, why are you just getting up? Footsteps come from upstairs, you know the cat bride has appeared. A drop of cold sweat drips down your forehead, the mouse groom is already on his horse standing in the yard of the old house. Father, come and sit down to eat. You nod, pick up the bowl and chopsticks, and feel a cold breeze blowing behind you. Since there is no clown, will you pretend there is a clown? You grit your teeth and point outside with your chopsticks. Why is there a clown outside blowing balloons? Sister, huh? There really is a clown. Mother, don't move around. Sister, I want the clown to make me a dog balloon. Mother, you're a big kid now, still wanting balloons? The Swana outside suddenly stops. You look outside, and the wedding procession has disappeared, leaving only one clown and a group of elementary school students. You stop the speculation. Gui opens his eyes, feeling completely relaxed. Not only have I solved the riddle, but the remaining task is to find out why. Gui gets dressed and walks out of the room. Parents and sister are already sitting at the dining table waiting to eat. Gui sits down nonchalantly and points outside, saying, "How can there be a clown outside?" Clown? Where's the clown? Sister stretches her neck to look outside. Mother impatiently pulls her back and knocks on the table, "Sit still, eat your meal." Mom, the clown is blowing balloons, I want a dog balloon. You're a big kid now, what do you want balloons for? Eat first. Oh. Sister nods, a bit dejected as she picks up her bowl and chopsticks. Gui lets out a long breath. The clown is playing games with the children, completely ignoring their family. Gui eats while thinking. The diary from the first day said I had a car accident, so yesterday when I went to pick up my sister, I triggered the flag of being hit by a car. The second day wrote about a strange wedding procession and a clown, so today I encountered these bizarre beings during breakfast. According to this logic, on the seventh day, my birthday, I will see my sister turn into a monster and kill me? Could the diary be some kind of prophetic item? It may not be a diary of the past, but rather a diary of the present? This world has no clocks, I can only rely on the countdown to estimate time. There is a calendar for 2022 in the room. Could this be a trap set by the copy to mislead my sense of time? No. This contradicts the background introduction in the copy. A family of 3-inch moved into the old house a year ago, a 2022 calendar should not be misleading. Gui bites his lip, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation for the moment. Since I can't think of a reason for now, I'll set it aside. Gui relaxes his brow and looks at his mother. Mom, how have you been feeling lately? Me? Mother looks at Gui in surprise, why are you suddenly concerned about me? Because I noticed you don't seem to be in good health lately. Yesterday, while searching their parents' room, Gui discovered cancer treatment medications hidden under his mother's vanity, so he is testing her. You don't need to worry about me, I'm doing just fine. Exactly. Father nods and says, you're about to take your college entrance exam, don't ask so many questions about family matters. Gui nods. From what I can tell, my parents should be on my side. To avoid distracting the children, the mother keeps her illness hidden. When the children encounter the strange wedding procession, they will do their best to delay the danger. So as long as Gui doesn't anger them and tries to listen to them, his parents can still communicate. Dad, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. What is on the third floor? The third floor is just a storage room, nothing there. Father pauses before saying, it's very dirty up there, you shouldn't go. Oh. Gui nods, indeed, Father is unwilling to reveal information about the third floor. Father looks at his wrist, though there is no watch there. I need to go to work. Today is Saturday, why are you still going to work? Overtime. After saying this, Father takes the car keys and leaves. Mother scratches her head, tidying up the dishes and says, you should hurry to your tutoring class now. I am going to take my sister to the city to buy some things today. Okay. Gui nodded, picked up his backpack, and walked out. The clown was still playing with children at the street corner. Gui brushed past the clown, who didn't exchange any words with him. Gui took out his phone to check the time. 5 days 23 hours 24 minutes. According to previous deductions, as long as Gooey stepped outside, no matter which direction he walked, as long as the time was right, he would automatically arrive at the tutoring class location. Gooey certainly wouldn't waste this time. This was a great opportunity for free exploration. Gooey squatted at the street corner, and the timer indeed paused. About 5 minutes later, his mother drove away. Pedestrians came and went on the road, ignoring Gooey. Their flow of time wouldn't affect his flow of time. Deductions. Gooey closed his eyes. Deductions start. You approached the clown. The clown inflated a dog balloon and gave it to a child. You patted the clown's shoulder. You, who are you? The clown stared at you, and you felt a chill all over. You, why don't you speak? The clown exaggeratedly laughed out loud, leaving you at a loss. You realized the clown couldn't communicate at all, and you gave up trying to talk to him. You turned to leave, but the clown patted your shoulder, indicating you to play a game with him. You agreed. You patiently played with the clown for a while. The clown pulled out 2 bottles of water from his pants and handed one to you. The clown motioned for you to imitate his actions. The clown tapped his head with the bottle, then opened the cap and took a sip. You followed suit. The clown puffed his cheeks and made a funny face. You did the same. The clown pouted, spraying the water he had in his mouth. You had already swallowed your water, so you couldn't spray anything. The clown exaggeratedly laughed, used his hand to mimic a gun, and aimed it at his head to pretend to shoot. You uncontrollably imitated him. Bang! You got shot by your own gun. Deductions end. Damn, I can't believe I was tricked by such a lowly method. Gooey scratched his head. However, this also indicated one thing, that clown indeed had some effect. Reverse. Reversal deductions start. The clown pulled out 2 bottles of water from his pants and handed one to you. He motioned for you to imitate his actions. The clown drank the water. You were prepared, holding half the water in your mouth. The clown did various silly actions. You imitated all of them. The clown pouted, spraying the water he had in his mouth. You also sprayed the water you had in your mouth. The clown clapped in surprise. You also clapped. The clown rushed over and hugged you, indicating the game was over, then made a balloon sword for you. You took the balloon sword. The clown waved goodbye, walking with his big clown shoes towards the river, pinching his nose and jumping into the water without making a splash. Holding the balloon sword, you had a bold idea. You returned to the old house, ran up to the 3rd floor. You opened the locked secret room. You opened the black box. A python flew out from the box. You stabbed at it with the balloon sword. The python split into 2 and fell to the ground, writhing until it turned into a cloud of black mist. You picked up the box and found a note and an eye mask inside. The note was an admission certificate. The patient's name was Han Chunju, aged 67. You remembered your mother's surname was Jean. You suspected Han Chunju could be your grandmother or maternal grandmother. You pondered for a moment. Now there was one more person in your family, who was the family of 3 mentioned in the title of the copy. You neatly folded the admission certificate and placed it in your pocket, then picked up the eye mask. This was a black eye patch. When you put it on, there was no reaction. You didn't know what this thing was for, but you still carefully hid it. The hospital mentioned in the admission certificate was not far from your home. You decided to explore it now. You ran wildly to the hospital. In front of you, everything was void. You stopped the deduction. Gooey frowned and silently thought. The hospital was shrouded in emptiness, and Gooey had encountered this situation in the last instance, which was when he entered the underground 3rd level of the hospital, where his talent could not deduce the scene of the underground 3rd level. This indicated that the hospital was enveloped by a higher power, and the talent abilities could not function. Even if they did, there would be significant errors. Gooey had to explore that hospital himself. I hope there is no danger in that hospital. Gooey let out a long breath. Talent skills were not invincible. Sometimes one must take risks personally. Gooey patted his face, forcing himself to be spirited, and arrived in front of the clown. Hello. Gooey waved his hand at the clown. The clown exaggeratedly laughed heartily and started playing a game with Gooey. Having experience in deduction, Gooey was not fooled by the clown and successfully obtained the balloon sword. Beep. The clown blew a whistle, and the kids around scattered and ran away. He waved goodbye to Gooey and jumped into the river without making a splash. With such skills, why not join the national diving team and gain fame instead of being a silly clown in a small town? Gooey shook his head and took the balloon sword to the 3rd floor of the old house. Gooey opened the secret room on the 3rd floor, calming himself as he opened the black box. A big python flew out of the box, and Gooey gritted his teeth, stabbing the python's head with the sword. The python hissed and split in 2, falling to the ground, and the balloon sword in Gooey's hand also deflated. Gooey wiped the blood off his face and picked up the black box. He glanced at the hospital admission certificate. There was no system prompt, but when he picked up the eye mask, the system spoke. You have obtained the one-eyed mask. Your story exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 12%. Gooey blinked, looking at the eye mask in surprise. This broken thing can actually boost 10% of exploration? What on earth is it? The author said, last night there were over 1,000 comments, and I really couldn't look at them one by one. I'm sorry to everyone. I am an author who has failed for nearly 10 million words, and writing mystery novels was just an impulse. I never expected to be loved by so many people. At the same time, I am surprised at everyone's reading volume. The puzzles I wrote can be traced back to their prototypes, and some even guessed the plot development, which puts a bit of pressure on me. However, I will keep working hard. Chapter 66, The Sick Grandmother. The sister's painting and the father's key, these two plot items can only increase the story exploration level by 1%. But this one-eyed mask surprisingly provided a 10% boost to exploration. Based on the experience from the previous instance, the one-eyed mask might play a decisive role. Gooey put on the one-eyed mask again, and still, nothing happened. Gooey dared not be careless. He hid the one-eyed mask closely, as no one knew when it might become useful. Gooey left the old house and headed straight to the hospital. All the way, Gooey did not hold back, basically running as fast as he could because he did not know when he would be forcefully teleported to the remedial class. Huff. Gooey leaned on his knee, breathing heavily. He looked at his phone to check the countdown, 5 days, 23 hours, 04 minutes. It took him 20 minutes to run from the old house to the hospital. Gooey rested for a while before walking into the hospital. It was just the beginning of summer, and the weather was not too hot, but the hospital had already turned on the air conditioning, causing Gooey to shiver involuntarily. He glanced at his phone again. The countdown was still ticking. The flow of time here was the same as in the old house, and he had to hurry. Hello, may I ask where Han Chun-ju is? Inpatient department, 3rd floor, a ward. Thank you. Gooey clarified the location, and immediately climbed the stairs to the ward. Though it was a small town in the mountains, it was unexpectedly crowded, and the eyes of the patients and doctors in the ward were not like the dead fish eyes of the town residents. Gooey speculated. This place, like the old house, is a boundary between the outer world and the inner world, but it is closer to the outer world, so my deductive ability cannot be utilized. The hospital in front of me, although located in a circular island town, is likely a top-tier hospital in a big city in reality. Hello, where is Han Chun-ju's ward? Han Chun-ju? Are you her family? Yes. No one has paid Han Chun-ju's medical fees since she was admitted, and it's nearly a month overdue. You must be her grandson, right? Where are your parents? Gooey was confused and could only perfunctorily say, they will come soon. Can you tell me where the patient is first? No one paid for her bed. She is lying in the corridor over there, directly facing the door of the hot water room. Thank you. Gooey nodded and ran toward the direction the nurse pointed to. Opposite the door of the hot water room was a lonely bed. An emaciated old lady lay on the bed, her wrists covered in bruises, likely from too many 4 drips. The old lady had become so thin that she was unrecognizable, and Gooey didn't know whether she was his grandmother or his maternal grandmother. He could only guess by feeling. Grandma? Gooey softly called out, touching the back of the old lady's hand. The old lady struggled to open her eyes, looking blankly at the ceiling. It's me. The old lady turned her head to look at Gooey, and the gray white in her eyes suddenly sparkled. Shaoyi, you finally came to see Grandma? What happened to you? Han Chun-ju struggled to raise her hand, touching Gooey's cheek. Child, what happened to you? Have you suffered a lot? Gooey's brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that he did not appear healthy in the old lady's eyes? Haven't you gotten out of there yet? Han Chun-ju suddenly grabbed Gooey's hand, speaking word by word. Child, you must leave. Leave? Where to? Your parents are no longer your parents. Han Chun-ju's eyes glistened with tears. They have long sold their conscience. You need to leave them as soon as possible. What do you mean? Can you explain clearly? I tell you, Gu Jianjun is not. Han Chun-ju spoke halfway when Gooey suddenly felt a palpitation. He turned his head to look behind him. The void tide surged toward him. Gooey held his breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was already sitting in the classroom of a tutoring class. He blinked again. The sun outside had already tilted to the west, and his classmates were all shouldering their backpacks, ready to go home. 5 days 13 hours 07 minutes. It was now evening. Gooey did not rush to carry his backpack home. He sat in his seat, carefully pondering the experiences from the hospital earlier. Grandma said that my parents have sold their conscience, that they are no longer my parents, and told me to leave them so. The 3-person household refers to me, my sister, and my grandmother? Grandma's sudden inclusion made Gooey overturn his guess about the 3-person household. Neither I nor my sister were ghosts, neither of them were the excluded ones. It was the parents who were the excluded too. Grandma was seriously ill but could only sleep in the hospital corridor, and the doctor said Grandma still owed the hospital medical fees. If all this were true, then his parents were indeed the bad guys who sold their conscience. In addition, Grandma also said, "You haven't come out of there yet." This directly confirmed his suspicion that the circular island town was an illusory world. But were Grandma's words really trustworthy? So far, his parents hadn't done anything to harm him. Just like ordinary parents, there was not much difference. The only thing that Gooey cared about a little was that they all had strange abilities, just like his sister. In the inner world, parents and sister all had strange abilities, so did they also have such abilities in the outer world? What Grandma said at the end should have been a hint on how to escape from the inner world, but in the end, she didn't explain clearly due to lack of time. Gooey vaguely heard Grandma mention his father's name. Maybe he should start investigating from his father's side? Gooey pondered for a moment and decided to go to that hospital again. When Gooey arrived at the hospital, he found that this hospital had turned from a top-tier hospital into a small clinic. He took out Han Chunju's admission notice, and it immediately turned into a pile of flying ashes. So that's it, the admission notice was just a one-time ticket. It allowed me to temporarily leave the Huandao small town and go to the hospital where Grandma was. Beep, beep, beep. Gooey's phone rang. It was his mother's call. "Why haven't you come home yet? Today's bus is a bit hard to catch. Hurry home. I'll be home in about 10 minutes. We are waiting for you to have dinner." Gooey hung up the phone. Instead of going home, he wandered around casually for 10 minutes nearby. After 10 minutes, Gooey immediately flashed back home. As Gooey suspected, his parents were indeed the factors that decided the flow of time. This was another rule that could be utilized. It could greatly improve his efficiency in movement and reduce energy consumption. Back home, the family was already sitting at the dining table. Gooey picked up his bowl and started eating. At this moment, he was still unclear about his parents' attitude toward Grandma, so he decided to use his gifted ability to inquire about Grandma. Chapter 67. Today we took care of a few sheep. The deduction begins. You look at your mother. You, Mom, how is Grandma doing recently? Mother, Grandma is in good health. Are you missing her? You, today I heard the neighbors say that you left Grandma in the hospital uncared for, causing her to sleep in the hospital hallway. Mother frowned tightly, and Father tapped your head with his chopsticks. Father, you don't even believe your own parents, but choose to believe outsiders? You, I heard that. Father, enough. Do you think we are heartless people? The veins on Father's forehead throbbed, seeming on the brink of exploding. You dared not continue to anger Father. He, like Mother, had the ability to kill you in seconds. Parents refused to admit it. You did not know whether parents really did not do such things or were just acting. Perhaps the situations in the inner world and outer world were different. You secretly glanced at your sister. She was focused on dealing with a chicken leg, seemingly not paying attention to your conversation at all. You, tomorrow is Sunday. Dad, do you still need to go to work? Father, yes, the company has been quite busy lately. You, I want to go to the city with you to have a look. Parents, you can't go. Parents spoke in unison, and you were so frightened that your chopsticks nearly fell. Father, wait until you finish your birthday, then you can go out. You, why? Father, no reason. Father angrily slammed the dining table, causing all the food on the table to fall to the ground. Mother did not blame Father, instead, she pointed at you. You halted the deduction. Gooey chewed on his chopsticks, silently pondering. Father's last furious appearance brought Gooey some unfavorable impressions. Gooey vaguely felt that his parents not letting him go out was not because he would die outside, but because they would die if he went out. Parents restricted their son's freedom for their own interests. Brother, that's a pair of chopsticks, not a chicken leg. Huh? Sister interrupted Gooey's thoughts. Gooey stared blankly at his sister, realizing that he was almost chewing through the chopsticks. What are you thinking about? Muddled thoughts. Are you feeling unwell? Is the food not to your taste? Parents simultaneously put down their bowls and chopsticks, looking at Gooey. Gooey awkwardly shook his head, smiling as he said, It's nothing, nothing. I just remembered a math problem from this morning. I should have a better solution. As Gooey spoke, he buried his head in his food. The concern from his parents was genuine, not a facade. If they were pretending, Gooey could only praise their acting skills. Shouldn't he trust what his grandmother said? Gooey finished his dinner with a heavy heart, returning to his room. He took out his paper and pen, writing down new clues on the unsolved puzzle. 1. Is the seriously ill grandmother trustworthy? 2. The clue to leave the inner world might be with Father. Creak, the door suddenly opened. Gooey hurriedly crumpled the note into a ball and stuffed it into the trash bin. Brother, can I come in? His sister, wearing pajamas, looked at him through the crack of the door. Is there something? Gooey grinned. At home, his sister might be the most trustworthy person to him. His sister frowned and walked into the bedroom. She stood in front of Gui, saying with confusion, "Are you really my brother? How could I not be? You seem so strange today." "What's strange?" "Everything is strange." His sister shook her head. "I feel like you've become a different person." Gui wore a smile, but his heart was beating like a drum. He had been playing the role impeccably, and even his parents hadn't noticed anything wrong. He never expected his sister to see the oddity. This proved that his parents didn't care about him at all. They weren't even as sensitive as his sister. "You're overthinking it." "Then why were you like that today? You didn't say a word at the dinner table and kept staring into space." "That's not like you." "The college entrance exam is coming soon. I'm a bit nervous." "Is that so?" "Yeah, of course." Gui nodded seriously. After all, his sister was just a third-grade elementary school student. Gui easily made up a reason to send her away. His sister looked at Gui with suspicion and turned to leave the room. Gui turned his head, ready to continue thinking about the puzzle, but he suddenly heard a new prompt from the system. "Your sister has begun to doubt your identity. Your sister's favorability toward you has decreased." Gui frowned. This sudden alert made Gui's heart clench in worry. His sister also possessed strange powers. If she found out that he was just pretending to be her brother, would she tear him to pieces? What a hassle, having to figure out the puzzle while also pretending to be a kid's brother. Gui sat at his desk, pondering for a moment. The clues he had gathered so far were still too few to advance the story. Now, all he could do was wait for the arrival of the third day and see if the newly unlocked diary provided more information. His mother knocked on his door, signaling that it was time for him to go to bed. Gui nodded, washed up, and got into bed. So much had happened today. Lying in bed, Gui kept remembering his grandmother's emaciated figure and couldn't fall asleep. "Gui! Gui!" His mother's calling sounded out. Gui instinctively wanted to open his eyes but suddenly remembered the reminder on the rental agreement. So he pretended to be asleep, ignoring it, while silently beginning to deduce. Deduction started. His mother called a few more times. He heard the sound of the door closing. He jumped out of bed and peeked through the door crack. His parents were sitting in the living room, whispering about something. He pressed against the door, listening closely. "Father, are the kids asleep?" "Mother, yes." "Father, how many sheep did we handle today?" "Mother, be quiet." "Father, sorry." "Mother, today." He could no longer hear what his parents were saying. He leaned against the door crack to look outside. His parents were in the living room. Whispers lowly. After a while, Mother walked to the kitchen, and you heard the sound of something being sawed. Mother came back holding a bloody lump. "Father, lamb meat." "Mother, they have come." Father and Mother turned their heads simultaneously to look outside the door. The cat bride and the mouse groom you saw in the morning came into your living room dressed in black suits, shaking hands and greeting each other. The cat bride picked up a chunk of meat from the table, licked it, then turned to look at your bedroom door. You were startled and quickly ran back to bed. You lifted the blanket and found the cat bride hiding under the covers. Your heart stopped, and your pupils dilated. You were scared to death. The deduction ended. Chapter 68, The Increasingly Strange Diary. Gui lay on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, trying to breathe evenly. "Gui? Gui?" Mother called a few times, then left the bedroom. Once Mother completely left, Gui finally felt relieved. He lay still in bed, afraid his parents would discover he wasn't asleep. The sound of a door opening outside. At this moment, the cat bride and mouse groom were probably making some kind of deal with his parents. What kind of deal had to be done only when the children were asleep at night? Was the lamb meat his parents mentioned really lamb meat? Gui closed his eyes and waited for half an hour until he heard the sound of the cat bride and mouse groom leaving. His parents finally went upstairs. Gui's mind was a jumble until he finally managed to fall asleep in the early morning. The next morning, Gui woke from his dreams, and the first thing he did was check his phone for messages. Sure enough, an anonymous user had sent him another message. May 13, 2021, Sunny. The clown has not come to find me again. I think it was my brother who drove him away. Last night, I heard my parents talking with strangers. I couldn't understand anything they said. Mother has been giving me some special training. I completely do not understand the meaning of this training. She made me soak in hot water until my skin turned red, then jump into an ice bucket. She said it would strengthen my willpower. I simply can't endure this stimulation. It makes my head hurt immensely. Brother, it would be great if you were here. Gui frowned. Making someone soak in hot water and then jump into an ice bucket, how could that not be torture and abuse? Wouldn't doing this lead to illness? Mother even called it strengthening willpower? This only confirmed Grandma's words, your parents are no longer your parents. Where is my diary? Gooey took out his diary from his backpack. May 13th was already unlocked. May 13th, 2021, sunny. Recently, my parents have become increasingly strange. Last night, when I walked past my mother's bedroom, I found her in front of the mirror, bleeding tears. She was digging her nails into her own face, leaving deep blood trails, the blood spraying and dyeing her vanity table red. Dad saw me standing at the door and rushed over to pull me aside. I said something was wrong with Mom, but Dad insisted Mom was in great shape. I was terrified, and after a while, Mother came out of the room with no injuries on her face. Tonight, my parents made braised lamb, and it had been 3 or 4 years since I last ate lamb. The lamb had a strange taste. I thought it might be spoiled, but my parents still ate it with great delight. What is wrong with them? Gooey repeatedly compared the two diaries, falling into deep thought. Whether it was his sister's diary or my diary, starting May 13th, his parents' behavior had become strange. In his sister's diary, although parents' actions were odd, they still seemed to be in reality. In my diary, Mother had transformed into something eerie. Did this mean that I had already entered the other world a year ago? However, from these two diaries, there seemed to be no danger for the time being. Today is the weekend, and I just happened to have time to go out and explore. Gooey left the bedroom and had breakfast with his family. His mother held the bowl and chopsticks, calmly looking at her children. Do you have any plans for today? His sister raised her head. I'm going to my classmate's house to play. Have you finished your homework? I've finished it. His mother nodded and looked at Gooey. What about you? I'm going to a gathering with my classmates. A gathering? Forget it, you should stay home and review your studies. The college entrance exam is coming soon. Gooey secretly cursed in his heart, but unexpectedly, his father suddenly spoke up. Son, studying every day will make you silly. It's okay to relax a little for a day, don't be so strict. His mother frowned and thought for a moment. So where are you going for your gathering today? Just in town, not going far. That's good, don't leave the town, understand? Got it. Gooey quickly finished breakfast, grabbed his bag, and ran out the door. 4 days 23 hours 18 minutes. Today, there are no classes, and his parents did not assign any extra tasks. This whole 24 hours is completely for him to use freely. At this moment, the time flow of the small town finally synchronized with the countdown. However, the residents of the small town still stared with dead fish eyes. If they got too far from him, they would turn into pixel blocks. Gooey went to the house next door and knocked on the door of his deskmate, Shandong. After some negotiation, Gooey successfully borrowed a bicycle. Gooey rode the bike and made a circle around the small town. The small town isn't very big, cycling around the outskirts only took about 2 hours. So far, Gooey had only explored the high school, elementary school, and clinic. There was nothing exciting to explore in the high school and elementary school. The clinic, like the old house, is a special place. Under certain circumstances, it can even directly connect to the world outside. Gooey thought that if the small town only had one exit, it would either be the clinic or the old house at home. So, Gooey rode his bike to the clinic. Suddenly, Gooey remembered something. His mother had always been taking medication for cancer. Was it possible that it was prescribed from this clinic? Gooey walked to the pharmacy in the clinic. This is a small town, the residents almost all know each other. When Gooey appeared, the doctor in the pharmacy immediately recognized him. Hey! Aren't you the eldest of the Goo family? Gooey glanced at the doctor's name tag and smiled. Hello, Dr. Lee. How come you're at the clinic? Not feeling well? No, I'm just here to help my mom get her medication. Your mom was just here last week for her medication. Why does she need it again? Oh, is that so? Gooey smiled innocently. Maybe mom got it wrong. She seems a bit off lately. It's okay, as long as your mom rests well, her condition can be managed. She's still young and recovers quickly. When did my mom get sick? You don't know? They never told me, until a few days ago when they couldn't hide it anymore. She finally told me. The heart of parents is so pitiful, they must be worried it would affect your college entrance exam. Dr. Lee sighed. Actually, I'm not very clear on when she got sick, probably last year? May? Seems like a little earlier? Can you give me a specific date? How can I give you a specific date? Don't you have prescription records or medical records here? Can't you help me check? Dr. Lee looked at Gooey with some confusion. Right, these things are the patient's privacy and cannot be shown to anyone outside the patient. Sorry, little Goo, I really can't help you with this, I don't have that authority. Why not go back and ask your mom? Oh, alright. Gooey shrugged, pretending to be unconcerned, and walked into the restroom. He sat on the toilet and began to think. There must be specific information in the clinic. However, for the sake of protecting patient privacy, the doctor does not allow inquiries from anyone other than the patients. Gooey currently has too little information, and he does not want to miss any opportunity to investigate. In that case, I can only use some special methods. The deduction begins. You leave the restroom. Dr. Lee is in the office seeing patients, people come and go, and you can't sneak into the office to investigate the computer. You think for a moment and decide to drive the outpatients away in an extreme way. You leave the hospital and buy white liquor and a lighter at a nearby convenience store. You set fire near the entrance of the outpatient department, worried that the fire is not big enough, and even throw garbage on the fire. Sure enough, people in the hospital are attracted, and they rush out to extinguish the fire. You take advantage of the chaos to return to the hospital and sneak into Dr. Lee's office. The health center is connected to the city's top hospital, so you can easily find all of your mother's medical history. You input your mother's name, Jean G. You find your mother's medical record. Diagnosed on March 12, 2021, she started taking targeted medication in early May. You also check the medical records of yourself, your father, your sister, and your grandmother. Neither your father nor you have had any major illnesses in the last 2 years. Your sister was diagnosed with cancer on February 1, 2021, but was declared misdiagnosed on March 14. You were injured on May 11, 2021. The medical record shows a car accident resulting in a fracture of the left arm. Your grandmother was hospitalized for heart disease on May 11, 2021. The noise outside is getting louder, and you hear the sound of fire truck sirens. You terminate the deduction. Gooey opens his eyes again, sitting on the toilet, carefully recalling the previous details and finding several doubts. 1. Your mother was diagnosed with cancer on March 12, 2021, and your sister's cancer was declared a misdiagnosis in March of the same year. It is difficult not to make connections between these two events. 2. On May 11, 2021, I was injured, which is also the day the diary begins. 3. At the same time, your grandmother was hospitalized for heart disease, possibly unable to bear the news about me and my sister's car accident. However, neither me nor my sister mentioned grandmother's hospitalization in our diaries, which is very abnormal. For, strangely, the hospital's medical records and prescription records can only be seen up to May 18, 2021, and that afterward, no information is accessible. Gooey touched his nose and reasoned about the 4 doubts. The first doubt. After my sister was misdiagnosed with cancer, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and 2 months later she started taking targeted medication. If this is not just a simple coincidence, it is very likely that an unspeakable power is at play. Is it possible that the unspeakable transferred my sister's cancer to my mother? If that's the case, could the unspeakable actually be a helping good person? Not certain, this can only be considered a guess. The second doubt. On May 11, I fractured my arm. Combined with my diary, it can be inferred that the situation on the day of the car accident is basically clear. After the accident, I was injured and my sister tragically died. What the true situation in the real world is remains unknown, but the inner world must reflect certain events in the outer world to some extent. The third doubt. The matter of my grandmother being ill and hospitalized was not mentioned in either my diary or my sister's diary. Perhaps from that day on, my parents began to conceal grandmother's illness. According to grandmother, parents had sold their conscience from that time on. In addition, there is another detail. When I went to the hospital to find grandmother yesterday, a nurse mentioned, Han Xuanju's medical expenses have not been paid since her admission and are nearly a month overdue. This indicates that only a month has passed in the real world. The flow of time in the outer world must be different from that in the inner world. Moreover, from grandmother's tone, it is not hard to infer. In the world outside, I may be suffering so much that I have always appeared unhealthy in my grandmother's eyes. The fourth doubt. After May 18, all records of purchasing medicine are inaccessible, because in the timeline of the outside world, my mother did not make any purchases, so it naturally cannot reflect back. Damn it, I was indeed tricked by the system. The 1-year time mentioned in the introduction actually means I have been trapped in the inside world for a year, while only a month has passed in the outside world. Aside from the bedroom, I can't find any clocks or calendars here. This is to confuse my sense of time, and I can only rely on my phone's countdown to judge the time. Also, the car accident may not really refer to a car accident, just like the weird existence of cat brides, mouse grooms, clowns, and lamb, all of which likely have their own metaphor. If I infer like this, the car accident could refer to some event that is enough to change the fate of the 3 family members? All the information just now was obtained by Gooey using unconventional means. If I follow the progress of the copy's plot, I might need to go through more twists and turns to find clues about the time flow in the outside world. Having gathered enough information, Gooey immediately left the hospital and continued to ride around the town exploring. Suddenly, Gooey heard a sound of suona, a traditional Chinese musical instrument. Gooey's heart shivered, and he quickly rode his bike to hide in a neighbor's yard. The neighbor looked at Gooey with a tilted head. Gooey ignored it, hid behind the gate, and closed his eyes. Simulation begins. You peek your head out and observe carefully. The wedding procession passes on the opposite bank of the river, moving quickly. The parents drive away from the old house casually, following the procession out of town, soon disappearing from sight. You feel a burning sensation in your chest. You lift your collar, only to find that the monocle is heating up. You put on the monocle. Your vision is completely dark, nothing else happens. You do not take off the monocle, you ride your bike, following the procession from a distance. The wedding procession passes the convenience store, disappearing into the void outside the town. You jump off the bike. You speculate that last night, your parents must have reached some agreement with the cat bride and mouse groom, and today they are likely going to complete the transaction. Chapter 70, Lamb 1. You take off the monocle. Your left eyeball is red and swollen, and you notice a black gleam not far away. You approach the whirlpool and reach out to touch it. The burning sensation in your eyes immediately disappears. To your surprise, you find yourself standing in front of the convenience store. Shopkeeper, what do you want from me? I think I just saw something here, maybe it was just my illusion? The shopkeeper didn't speak, only nodded. You try to leave, but find that as soon as you move away from the convenience store, your eyes will burn again. You know this is the monocle giving you a hint. You return to the convenience store. Shopkeeper, what do you want to buy? Almond water? You think for a moment. Shopkeeper, do you know where lamb is sold? Shopkeeper, go buy lamb at the vegetable market, I only have a convenience store here. I mean that kind of lamb. The shopkeeper shakes his head. Shopkeeper, I don't know what you're talking about, just leave. What exactly is lamb? Shopkeeper, if you don't leave, I'll call the police. Why does a young person like you want to buy such things? Hurry up, or I'll call the police to catch you. The shopkeeper waves his fist. You pout and leave, covering your left eye. You rest a bit by the roadside, and the swelling in your eyeball gradually subsides. You speculate that lamb is a coded word, and the shopkeeper is likely involved in some shady dealings. In some places, lamb and beef represent different kinds of goods. If this is true, then your parents engaging in the lamb business is actually doing illegal things, which also supports your grandmother's claim that your parents have sold their conscience. You wait for a while. The sound of Swona rose again. You quickly found a place to hide. The wedding procession appeared again, but this time the parents' car was not among them. The mouse groom looked around while riding on horseback and walked toward the small shop. The mouse groom dismounted, asked the owner, and bought a bottle of almond water, then the wedding procession completely disappeared. You were stunned for a moment and took a sip of almond water. You once again saw the mouse groom and the wedding procession. The mouse groom did not leave but dug a hole under the poplar tree next to the small shop. Surprisingly, there was a wooden plank under the tree, and he lifted it and jumped in. After a while, the mouse groom ran out holding a small leather suitcase and covered the wooden plank with dirt again. The wedding procession set off again, leaving the small town. You hurried to the poplar tree and dug out the wooden plank again. The wooden plank became blurry in your eyes, and you took another sip of almond water. You lifted the wooden plank, and below was a bottomless tunnel. You gritted your teeth and jumped down. Before you was pitch black, and after searching for a while, you finally found the light switch nearby. This was a huge cellar, about the size of a classroom. In the cellar, there were rows of shelves filled with bloody chunks of meat. The pungent smell of rotten blood made you frown. These were what they called lamb. You carefully examined the patterns of the meat chunks, and they looked no different from ordinary lamb. You couldn't determine if this lamb had any other symbolic meaning. You walked to the end of the cellar and found an office desk. On the desk, you found a document covered in thick fog, and you could only make out part of the text. Contract. Price is. Contractor, goo. This should be a contract, covered in fog, possibly indicating it is controlled by something unspeakable. The cat bride and the mouse groom might be this scenario's unspeakable beings. The contents of the contract were currently unknown. You guessed the contractor was your own father. You opened the desk drawer and found another single-eyed mask inside. Suddenly, you felt a wave of dampness above your head. You looked up and saw a large piece of writhing lamb on the ceiling, blood dripping from it. The lamb on the shelves all fell to the ground, crawling toward you. The lamb fell from the sky, covering your mouth and nose. You felt suffocated. Your vision turned black. You died. The deduction ended. Gooey opened his eyes and locked eyes with his neighbor. Isn't this little Goo? Ah, hello. Gooey awkwardly waved to his neighbor. I'm hiding here for a while, can you not tell my parents? Sure. The neighbor blinked, pretending not to see Gooey. Gooey squatted behind the door, listening to the sound of the Swona slowly fading, then ran out from the neighbor's yard. Under the poplar tree behind the small shop, there was a cellar that contained the other half of the single-eyed mask, which would heat up when approaching the small shop. The mask couldn't serve its purpose temporarily, probably because it was incomplete. The cellar held strange lamb, and he must find a way to deal with that strange lamb before entering. So, what does the lamb really refer to? Gooey rubbed his nose and whispered to himself. The neighbor tilted his head and looked over, smiling. Little Goo, do you want to eat lamb? Ha! We are cooking lamb for lunch, do you want to try some? No, it's fine. Gooey waved his hand. Just then he smelled a strong, gamey odor coming from the house. He had been deep in thought about the images, so he hadn't noticed this detail earlier. What a pity. The neighbor shook his head. It's so rare to have a market in our town, it's not easy to buy lamb. Market? Where is the market? Don't you know? It's at the north side of the vegetable market. Those vendors will leave by tomorrow. Gooey nodded. There were currently no clues in the village. Why not go take a look at the market? Gooey rode his bike and quickly arrived at Babian Vegetable Market. At the market, there were many vendors, and the crowd was so thick that Gooey could hardly move his feet. There was a strong, fishy smell in the air. There weren't many stalls selling local specialties, but there were so many vendors selling lamb that it was shocking. You could see one selling lamb every couple of steps. Ba ba. One vendor was even leading 2 live sheep, and a long line had formed of people coming to ask for prices. How strange. Ba ba. A small lamb broke free from its rope and burst through the crowd, running away. Residents of the town rushed over and surrounded the little lamb, grabbing it and pinning it down. The vendor, cursing, came over with a whip and struck the lamb twice. Ba ba. You noisy little thing, I won't let you eat for 3 days as a punishment. Ba. The lamb was bound tightly and struggled desperately. Gooey locked eyes with the lamb, feeling a surge of compassion. It was as if he had a deep connection with the lamb in that moment. How much is this sheep? Chapter 71, Lamb Meat, 2. How much is this little lamb? Ha? The vendor looked up, puzzled, at Gooey. What does a little kid like you know? Hurry back home. If you want to buy it, you should call your parents. Do I really need my parents' permission to buy a lamb? Gooey froze for a moment and looked around. Everyone asking for prices here was a bit older than him, so Gooey was silent for a moment before running out of the market. Looks like I need to change my approach. Gooey bought a duckbill hat and a mask at the market and squatted by the roadside, waiting quietly. There might be neighbors in the market. Since the adults in town were so wary of buying lamb, if his parents saw him at the market, they might very well find out. Although he didn't know what the consequences would be, it would certainly make his mission harder. Gooey boredly took a sip of almond drink and spotted a family leading a small lamb away. If he wasn't mistaken, that little lamb was the one that had just tried to escape. Gooey closed his eyes. The simulation begins. You put on your mask, lowered your hat, and followed them. The buyers stuffed the lamb into their trunk and drove away. You hurriedly followed on your bike. The buyer's home was near your school. After parking, they lifted the lamb out of the trunk. The lamb landed on all fours, bleating loudly as it struggled to break free from the ropes on its legs. The wife yelled angrily and was knocked to the ground by the lamb. The husband grabbed a shovel from the yard and smashed it against the lamb's head. The lamb pushed back hard, breaking its horns and knocking the shovel away. The lamb lifted its front hooves, kicking the husband in the chest, and jumped out of the yard. The couple screamed loudly. The lamb ran blindly towards you, and you quickly moved your bike aside. The lamb was fast. If you weren't on your bike, you probably wouldn't have been able to catch up. The couple saw you and scolded you for not stopping it. You didn't say a word and rode your bike around them. You took a shortcut and caught up with the lamb. The couple's car blocked the lamb's escape route first. The lamb skillfully jumped over the front of the car and ran towards the town entrance. The husband rolled down the car window and yelled for help. Nearby neighbors heard the commotion and rushed over on electric scooters to help catch the sheep. Before long, half the street's residents were out. You felt surprised. Why was a lamb worth causing such a stir? The lamb ran into a small grove, and the residents followed closely behind. You didn't hesitate and rode your bike into the grove. The bike struggled in the mud, so you left it behind. Residents were shouting. A, you go that way. B, this grove isn't big, it can't escape. C, the west side leads out of town, you few go block that exit. The remaining people go into the small woods with me to hunt. You chase the sheep tracks in search of the lamb. When you reach the center of the forest, you find the sheep tracks difficult to follow. The sounds of the surrounding residents have also faded. It seems they are not planning to search anymore. As long as they block the exit, the lamb has nowhere to escape. You do not give up and continue to search. About 10 minutes later, you discover the lamb behind a thicket. It is covered in wounds, and one of its horns is broken. You attempt to approach the lamb. The lamb immediately stands up, facing you with its broken horn. You take 2 steps back. I am here to help you escape. The lamb tilts its head and looks at you. I will take you away. The lamb seems to understand your words and nudges your calf with its head. You lead the lamb to the edge of the woods and notice that 4 or 5 adults are standing at the entrance of the town, including the buyer's husband. You, wait here for a moment, I will draw those people away. The lamb makes no sound. You run out of the woods, saying you saw the lamb leave the woods heading north. Everyone believes you without doubt. You turn back, leading the lamb to the town entrance. You also want to step out of the town, but you are instantly pushed back by an invisible force. The lamb leaves the town. The void storm outside the town surges in, instantly tearing the lamb to pieces. You are shocked and take 2 steps back. The residents are now standing behind you, and the buyer's couple glares at you with anger. Husband, you actually let the sheep escape? Wife, kill him. You are struck on the head with a shovel. Your vision turns blood red. You die. The simulation ends. Gooey opens his eyes, just in time to see the buyer's couple pass by with the lamb. The lamb bleats, and the couple works together to stuff it into the trunk of the car. It's just another rule, losing a sheep, and they decide to kill a person? Gooey scratches his head and takes out paper to note down the new rule. When a lamb tries to escape, it must be stopped, it cannot be allowed to leave the town. The residents of the town are simple and honest, rivaling Gotham City. Of course, Gooey would not really treat the sheep as sheep. There must be a deeper metaphor behind it. Gooey has no time to think when the phone rings. It is another call from his mother. Mom. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? Yes, I will come back. Tonight we are having braised lamb, come home early. Okay. Gooey nods and glances at the sky. There is nowhere else to explore now, so Gooey has to go home. The town offers no additional clues. After today, new diaries will unlock, and only then will he gain new clues. Gooey picks up his sister, and after strolling for a while, they return home. His mother places a plate of braised lamb on the table, her cooking is excellent, and Gooey does not smell any gamey odor at all. Gooey holds up his chopsticks but does not dare to eat the lamb, he remembers the content in the diary, the lamb may have gone bad. Gooey closes his eyes. Simulation begins. You pick up a piece of lamb and put it in your mouth. Although it tastes a bit strange, it feels okay to eat. You continue to pick up another piece. You feel a terrible pain in your stomach. Your whole body goes numb, and your breathing becomes rapid. Your parents look at you with confusion. Your vision goes completely black. You die. Simulation ends. Son, why aren't you eating lamb? Your mother smiles at Gooey, it seems like you haven't had lamb in a long time? No, I have been having heat lately, so I will not eat it. Gooey forces a smile and does not dare to look at the plate of lamb anymore. Alright, what a pity. His parents sigh and begin to eat the meat. His sister tastes a couple of bites, finds the lamb hard to chew, and stops eating. After dinner. Gooey fills the paper with dense rules and reasoning, he adds a new rule, do not eat lamb products. Gooey is beginning to understand the intent of this chapter. This is a copy that requires one to reason, judge, and summarize the rules themselves. If one is careless, it might trigger the death flag. The greatest difficulties in the copy are the information gap, time locks, and space locks. The only source of written information in the whole copy is text messages and a diary, and both of these written forms are vague, requiring adventurers to fill in the gaps and reason things out. During the day, Gooey was busy exploring the small town, and had no time for careful thought. Now that he has free time, he can slowly reason and think. Lamb, what does this thing really represent? Does it refer to drugs? Gooey stroked his chin, no, it shouldn't be, a lamb is a living being, not a dead thing, so, lamb refers to people? Oh wow. Upon thinking of this, Gooey couldn't help but cover his mouth, his stomach churning violently. No wonder after he ate the lamb, it directly triggered the death flag. Gooey knew a friend studying forensic medicine, who told him that cooked human flesh would have a sweet and fishy taste, similar to lamb. In ancient times of war and famine, people were also called two-legged sheep. If we regard sheep as living people, then everything he encountered during the day makes sense. The sheep dealer is actually a human trafficker. When the couple buying the lamb saw it run away, they mobilized all their neighbors to chase it, because this was a living person they had paid for. Once the lamb leaves the town, it will be ripped apart by the void storm, because it is unfamiliar with the area and cannot leave the mountains alone. Human trafficking is illegal, all the residents of the town have participated in it, either as buyers or sellers. As long as one family's sheep escapes, everyone will help catch the sheep. They are essentially committing collective evil. If he lets the sheep go, in the eyes of the other residents, it is no different than betraying the entire town, which is why he would be beaten to death by everyone. The lamb that his parents cooked may not be real human flesh, the underlying metaphor is, his parents used money earned from trafficking people to support him, so it's like he is eating human flesh. By the time he reached this reasoning, Gooey's inner anger had reached its peak. In Gooey's eyes, the greatest evil in this copy is not unspeakable, but those residents who collude and traffic people. Forget it, let's sleep and see what kind of diary will be unlocked tomorrow. Gooey put away his paper and pen and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Gooey first opened his phone to check for new messages from anonymous users. May 14, 2021, Sunny. I have many frostbites on my body, and Mom put rat oil on my wounds. She said these strange things can treat frostbite. I have a fever, and my temperature only slightly lowered by evening. I don't want to write anymore, I'm so tired. What is rat oil? Oil made from rat fat? So disgusting. In yesterday's diary, the younger sister was tormented by their mother, and by the next day, she not only had frostbites but also caught a cold and fever. However, the mother not only didn't take the sister to the hospital but used such a strange remedy as rat oil to treat her. The sister's life began to become hellish. Gooey felt that the anonymous user had become a bit strange. Previously, Gooey thought the anonymous user was on the opposite side, wanting to trigger his death flag, but now Gooey feels that this is the anonymous user's plea for help. Let's see if there are any new clues in my diary. May 14, 2021, Sunny. Last night while dreaming, I once again dreamed of my sister. I saw her suffering terribly. I still can't let go. I always feel that it is my mistake that caused my sister to lose her life. My parents left early in the morning, saying they had urgent matters. When I asked what they were doing, they refused to say anything. During school today, I noticed that my classmates and teachers had become very strange. The sparkle in their eyes gradually faded away. Shindong stares at me every day with dead fish eyes. I don't even know what I am thinking. During gym class, I heard the sound of whips and whistles from next door. Could it be that someone hired clowns to perform again? Since May 14th, I realized the illusion of the inner world. And on this day, clowns would pass by the school. Obviously, the clowns in this version served a similar role to the pig-headed shopkeeper from the last version. This was a rare opportunity, and I must find a way to avoid going to school, otherwise, the flow of time today would speed up. What to do? Can I trick my parents using that method? Gooey gently tapped the table and closed his eyes. The deduction begins. You slap yourself in the face in front of the mirror until your cheeks turn red. You hold a thermometer over a light bulb for a while until it reaches 38 degrees. You lie on the bed and pretend to be dead. Mother is knocking on the door. You, Mom, I have a fever. Mother enters the room, looking at you with concern. Mother, you have a fever? What's the temperature? You hand the thermometer to your mother. Mother, how about I take you to the hospital? You, no need, I still want to go to school. Mother, this won't do. I'll ask the teacher for leave and take you to the hospital. You, I just need to rest at home for a bit, I don't want to go to the hospital. Mother, this. Father walks to the door, urging Mother. Father, we agreed not to be late, why are you hesitating? Mother, our son is sick. Father, there are fever-reducing medicines at home, let him take some. Your mother and I are leaving first. Mother said nothing. She helped you cover with a blanket and turned to leave. Your sister stood at the door, wanting to say something but hesitating. You lay on the bed and heard the sound of the car starting. You ended the deduction. Gooey opened his eyes and lay on the bed. Using a light bulb to heat the thermometer was a trick he used in childhood, but it never succeeded. Because after his parents found out he had a fever, no matter how urgent it was, they would always take him to the hospital first. But looking at the parents in this version, Gooey shook his head and found the thermometer from the drawer, doing the same as before. Before long, his mother, just as predicted, came into the bedroom. Son, what's wrong? Gooey drooped his head and looked at his mother, feeling that her concerned gaze had become fake. Gooey suddenly remembered what his grandmother said before she passed. What she probably wanted to say was, Gu Jianjun is not your father. Chapter 73, The Dark Moon Circus, 1. I am sick. Gooey said weakly. His mother walked over and took the thermometer from Gooey's hand. She hesitated and asked, Sick? Should I take you to see a doctor? Gooey remained silent and just closed his eyes. His mother held the thermometer, unsure of what to do. Should I help you ask for leave? Gooey still did not speak. His mother touched Gooey's face and forehead, really hot. Let me take you to the hospital. Wait here, I'll ask for leave from work. Gooey's heart was calm without any waves. His sister stood in the doorframe, looking at her silent brother, wanting to say something but hesitating. What leave? It's just a cold and fever, we have fever-reducing medicine at home, just give him some. Father stopped. Mother, you already arranged this, are you going to let them down? Mother hesitated for a moment, fixed his blanket. I'll get you a glass of water, you rest well at home. His parents left the room. Gooey turned his head and glanced at his sister. His sister wanted to say something but then turned and followed father. She still had to go to school. Gooey lay in bed and heard the sound of his father starting the car, while Mother, who said she would get him water, never came. Gooey climbed out of bed, took out his notebook, and wrote down a new deduction. I am not my parents' biological child, I might have been abducted. Gooey took out his phone and glanced at the time. 3 days 23 hours 39 minutes. This countdown flickered before him like a death warrant. Gooey changed his clothes and went to the school next door. Before leaving, his parents did not assign him any tasks. So the time flow in the copy is normal. Gooey walked on foot to the school gate, taking half an hour. He rested at the gate for a little while, and indeed heard a whip cracking sound next door at the school. Gooey walked towards the direction of the sound. Here was an open area, nothing at all. Do I need to drink water here too? Gooey took out some almond water from his backpack and took a sip, the almond flavor filling his nostrils. Hiss. Gooey inhaled deeply, and suddenly the empty space in front of him began to twist and reshape. A door surrounded by a storm of void appeared before him, with a clown symbol hanging above the doorframe. Finally found you, let's start the deduction. Deduction begins. You walk to the strange door and push it open. You are swept into the void. 1 minute later, you land back on the ground. You find yourself in a lively circus, but there is not a single guest apart from you. Clowns are joyfully performing acrobatics in front of you, they do not speak but communicate with you through body language. You continue walking forward and encounter the clown diving away. The clown happily waves at you and blows a balloon crown to put on your head. The clown takes you to a large tent. In the center of the tent, there is a dwarf wearing a black and purple suit. Dwarf, hello, guest. Welcome to the Dark Moon Circus, I am the ringmaster, Dark Moon. I must say, your crown is truly beautiful, I hope you have a great time in our circus. Thank you. Dark Moon, oh, by the way, to enjoy the circus better, please be sure to follow our audience code. Dark Moon snapped his fingers, and a rulebook with black and white text landed in your palm. Dark Moon Circus Audience Code. 1. Please do not chase or fight in the audience area, as it will affect the viewing experience of other guests. 2. The ringmaster will invite the audience to interact at any time. If you win in the mini-games, you will receive a Dark Moon voucher. 3. You get what you pay for, everything we sell in the circus is absolutely genuine. 4. There are no free lunches here, do not randomly pick up things from the roadside to eat, as that may harm you. You ponder for a moment. The audience code of Dark Moon Circus is the second rule you found in the copy. The clowns were also mentioned in the diaries of me and my sister. From the current plot development, it seems the circus should be in a neutral position like the shopkeeper from the last copy. You feel that you can trust them. Thank you, can I watch the performance here? Dark Moon, of course, as long as you have a ticket. You were taken aback for a moment. Dark Moon stomped on the floor, floating in front of your eyes, waving his small hand and took the half-eyed mask from your arms. Dark Moon, Isn't this your ticket? Purchaser Guyao, who is she to you? You were stunned for a moment. She is my sister. Dark Moon, oh, I see. Hold on to your ticket stub and hurry to your seat. Dark Moon scratched a line on the eye mask with his nail before handing it back to you. You put away the mask and sat in your seat. The circus performance began. 10 identical-looking men appeared at the edge of the stage, performing various juggling acts. Dark Moon held the microphone, looking around. Dark Moon, audience friends, we are about to start today's interactive session. Does anyone want to come and participate? You immediately stood up. Dark Moon, great, this audience, what is your name? Gooey. Dark Moon, great, Mr. Goo, please come down. The music began, and you jumped down from the audience seats. The scene on the performance stage immediately changed. Beneath your feet appeared an obsidian track, and before you was filled with all kinds of obstacles. Balance beams, hanging ropes, climbing walls. Underneath those obstacles, there was all boiling lava. You were dazzled by the heat. Dark Moon, Mr. Goo, this is our interactive mini-game. Soon, I will send one of my subordinates to compete with you. As long as you reach the finish line before him, you will win our Dark Moon voucher. Dark Moon clapped her hands. Another gnome with large ears fell from the sky and landed in front of you. Dark Moon pointed to the starting line. Dark Moon, on your marks. You and the gnome stood at the starting line at the same time. Dark Moon, ready, go. You dashed out from the starting line. The gnome was much shorter than you, his speed couldn't compare to yours at all. You felt confused. Did Dark Moon choose such a subordinate because she was afraid she couldn't win? You raised your guard. You reached the first obstacle first. It was a log bridge. You looked back, the gnome was still 3 meters away from you. You stepped onto the log bridge. You took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, your shoelace came undone. You stepped on the shoelace, your foot slipped, and you fell into the lava. You turned to ashes. You died. Simulation ended. Chapter 74, Dark Moon Circus, 2. Gooey opened his eyes, looked at his shoes, and said gloomily, "How could such bad luck happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have worn shoes with laces." Gooey looked at the big door before him, his heart filled with excitement. The Dark Moon Circus had given him too many clues. First, the eye patch in Gooey's hand was a ticket to the circus, and the purchaser was his sister. As long as he passed the circus's test and obtained the Dark Moon voucher, it could basically be inferred what reward his sister obtained from the circus. Second, speculation about the rules. There are only two places in the entire instance with clear rules where adventurers do not need to summarize the rules themselves. One is the Dark Moon Circus, and the other is the Old Mansion. These two places must have some inner connection. Rewind. Rewind simulation starts. You and the gnome are standing on the same starting line. You squat down, take off your shoes and socks. After thinking for a while, you simply took off your shirt and pants, leaving only your underwear. Dark Moon, what are you doing? You, reducing wind resistance. Dark Moon, it seems Mr. Goo takes the competition very seriously, so let's officially start the race. On your marks, ready, go. You ran out, the gnome could not keep up with your pace at all. You jumped onto the log bridge and carefully crossed it. The second obstacle was a jumping platform, needing to swing across using the rope above your head. You grabbed the rope and swung across. In midair, the rope snapped, and you flailed around, almost falling into the lava. You held onto the high platform, barely climbing up. Your physical fitness is not great, and you rested for a long time before catching your breath. At this moment, the gnome had successfully crossed the log bridge and was in front of the jumping platform, easily grabbing the rope and swinging to the other side. The third obstacle was a climbing wall. The gnome's short arms and legs made him slow. You rested enough and turned to climb. You quickly reached the top. You had too much sweat in your hands, slipped off the handrail, and fell down. You fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. You heard a whistle. The gnome had climbed over the climbing wall before you. You lost the race. Dark Moon, I'm sorry, Mr. Goo, you lost the race and will have to accept our punishment. Your whole body was in pain. A clown mask grew on your face. You gradually lost yourself. You died. Simulation ended. Gooey opened his eyes. Did these guys tamper with my race? Gooey shook his head and rewound. Rewind simulation starts. You and the gnome stand at the starting line. You took off your shoes and clothes. Dark Moon, What are you doing? You, what? Am I breaking the rules by running naked? Dark Moon, then let's start, on your marks. You, wait, I asked to change the raceway. Dark Moon, what? You, I want to switch places with him, I don't want to take this route. Dark Moon, no problem. You and the dwarf exchange tracks. The race begins. You are the first to reach the narrow bridge. Suddenly, lava surges forth and splashes onto the bridge. The bridge ignites in an instant, and you crawl to the other side with all your limbs. You jump up and grab the rope. Your palms are sweaty, and you almost slip, so you quickly swing back and wrap the rope around your wrist twice. You finally swing to the other side. You turn your head to look at the dwarf and find that he has already climbed halfway up the rock wall. You hurry over. The rock wall collapses with a loud crash, hitting you on the head. Your vision goes dark. You are dead. The simulation ends. How could this happen? Gooey stroked his chin, deep in thought. If the first failure was due to an accident, and the second failure was due to sabotage, then what was the reason for the third failure? This makes no sense at all. So, I can only be punished by the rules. What is wrong? Gooey recalled the audience rules of the Dark Moon Circus and saw nothing wrong. This was almost the basic quality of every spectator. Gooey closed his eyes and carefully recalled every detail of the challenge. No, it's not during the challenge, but when I first entered. Gooey rubbed his nose. When he first entered the circus, the clown had given him a balloon crown, and Dark Moon even praised him for it. The fourth rule in the audience code. 4. There are no free lunches at the circus, so don't pick up and eat random things you find by the road, as that may harm you. Here, lunch refers not just to food. The balloon crown given by the clown, could it not be considered a free lunch? Last time, the balloon sword made by the clown could directly kill a python monster. So, did this balloon crown not have any strange power? He accepted someone else's favor without a second thought, unaware that he had fallen into someone else's trap. That balloon crown was very likely a cursed item that would bring him misfortune. I understand. Gooey silently played it out again, and indeed the problem lay with that balloon crown. He twisted his neck and strolled into the giant teleportation portal. The cheerful music of the circus played in his ears. Just as in the previous simulation, the familiar clown hopped over to Gooey, blowing up a balloon crown to place on his head. Oh. No need. Gooey pulled his head back. Take me to see your leader. The clown froze for a moment but said nothing, grabbing Gooey and heading towards the circus's biggest tent. Gooey finally met Dark Moon, and he felt a chill run down his spine. In the simulation, Dark Moon wore a black and purple suit, while in reality, he wore a pure black suit. The Dark Moon circus comes from a higher dimension, and his simulation had some discrepancies with reality. Oh, welcome to the Dark Moon circus. Dark Moon said with a smile, if you want to spend a joyful day at the circus, please follow these rules. As Dark Moon spoke, he handed a rule card to Gooey. Gooey unfolded it to take a look. The card had black words on a white background, but fortunately, the content was the same as during the simulation, only with some minor details differing. Thank you. Then, dear spectator, may I ask if you have your ticket? Of course. Gooey took out the one-eyed mask from his pocket. Dark Moon took the mask, scratched a mark on it with his nail, then pointed to the audience seats. The Dark Moon Circus welcomes your presence, please find a seat quickly, the exciting circus performance is about to begin. Gooey nodded and went to the audience stands. At this moment, he felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The entire scene of the circus turned upside down in his eyes. When Gooey sat in the audience, everything around him changed dramatically. It turned out that this circus was not empty. The audience seats were filled with strange and unusual spectators. Some had yellow skin, muscular lumps, a lightning-shaped tail, and two round cheeks like red balls on their faces. The muscular man next to him, wearing a red hat and a blue jacket, seemed to be his guardian. Some were square-shaped, covered in holes, wearing a fishbowl as a helmet, and walking a snail as a pet. The creature next to him, resembling a sea star and wearing only beach shorts, seemed to be his good friend. Some spectators were even more exaggerated. Was that actually a pot of dogtail flour? Could these creatures be from other parallel universes? The circus show is starting. And you raised the microphone, a strange smile on his face. Gooey had no mind to enjoy the show, he was waiting for the interactive game to begin. The performance of the octuplets ended, and you walked back onto the stage. Next, we will hold an interactive game. Is there any audience member who would like to try it? Gooey stood up from his seat, and all the audience's eyes turned toward him. Gooey awkwardly twisted his neck. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being stared at by a dogtail flower. Come on, friend, please come on stage. What's your name? Gooey. Gooey calmly jumped onto the stage. Gooey stood, panting, at the finish line, looking back. The dwarf had only run half the distance, while he had already finished the race. Without the misfortune curse of the balloon crown, Gooey had not encountered any surprises during the process. He had practiced this in the simulation many times. Despite his poor physical condition, he still successfully won the game due to his skill. And you clapped while flying to Gooey's side. Mr. Goo, you are amazing. I have never seen such agile skills. I always feel like you have run on this track countless times. In my dreams. Ha, then you are incredible. As you spoke, he took out a prize ticket from his pocket and handed it to Gooey. The ticket was purple, with a black moon drawn on it. You successfully completed our interactive game, and now you can take the ticket to find our fortune teller to exchange for a gift. Although he looks very ugly, he is definitely a good person. Thank you. Gooey nodded and left the big tent, holding the ticket. The clown remained at the tent entrance, tiptoeing to point northeast. There was a small purple tent, with a white crystal ball painted on the curtain, which obviously was the fortune teller's tent. Thank you. Gooey waved his hand and arrived in front of the small tent. He closed his eyes and tried to simulate. Simulation starts. You lifted the curtain and walked in. Before you is nothingness. You terminated the simulation. Poof. Don't tell me I'll run into that guy again? Gooey frowned, took a deep breath, and walked into the tent. The top of the tent was painted with various complex star charts, flickering with strange purple fluorescence. In the center of the tent stood a long table, with two red wooden chairs placed opposite each other. The red wooden chair facing Gooey was lavishly decorated, resembling a throne. Along the edges of the long table were neatly arranged crystal balls, tarot cards, pendulums, quills, and parchment, with purple incense candles wafting a light lavender scent. Gooey could not help but wrinkle his brow. This set of tables and chairs was exactly the same as the ones on the third floor of the old house. Is anyone there? Gooey pulled out a chair and sat down. Here. A deep voice came. The fortune teller lifted the curtain and walked into the tent from across from Gooey, wearing a black robe, his hood covering half of his face. He sat in front of Gooey, slowly revealing his hood. The other person looked exactly like him. Gooey, long time no see. I feel like I'm looking into a very tasteless mirror. Gooey waved his hand and said, stop being mysterious, it's disgusting to me. You really don't understand humor. The fortune teller snapped his fingers, and his face instantly transformed into a palette, blending various colors together. So, show me your token? Gooey nodded and tossed the token in front of the fortune teller. The fortune teller examined the token carefully, then tore it into pieces and burned it to ash with a candle. Now there are two paths in front of you. I can let you leave the dream directly, allowing you to meet the basic completion condition. Or I can read your fortune and offer you some important hints. Which do you choose? Of course, the second one. You are really stubborn. The fortune teller pouted, and the palette on his face turned blue as he caressed the crystal ball. Stare at it. Gooey turned his head and looked at the crystal ball. Suddenly, he felt a wave of suffocation, and the surrounding scene abruptly changed. He found himself standing back in the cellar near the convenience store. The scene shifted again, and he returned to the small woods behind the elementary school, where there was a poplar tree, identical to the one behind the convenience store, even down to the patterns on the trunk. Splash! Gooey heard a sound of water, and then his consciousness returned to the small tent. Congratulations, you have successfully explored Dark Moon Circus. Your plot exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 24%. Gooey loosened his collar, took a deep breath. The system prompt was undoubtedly the best proof of the fortune-telling result. The Dark Moon Circus played a crucial role in the plot exploration progress, so its contribution exceeded 10% for the exploration progress. Do you have any more questions? Even now you're still trying to tempt me to make mistakes? Gooey sneered. There are no free lunches in the Dark Moon Circus. The fortune-teller's eagerness is definitely not normal. Snap. The fortune teller snapped his fingers, and the palette on his face changed to red. Gooey felt a wave of suffocation again, and then he and the fortune teller simultaneously traveled through space to the secret room on the third floor of the old house. Gooey instinctively glanced at the countdown on his phone, and it was actually in a state of pause. We are not in the circus now, and I have also helped you lift the strange power of the third floor of the old house. I have shown my sincerity. Now you can ask me 3 questions. I can only answer yes or no, and the questions must revolve around this script. Gooey rubbed his nose, pondering for a moment. Did my sister become unspeakable through the Dark Moon token? Yes. Are there clues to leave this town early in the secret room of the third floor of the old house? Yes. Does the Dark Moon Circus only exist in this world? No. Gooey nodded, remembering all the clues in his heart. Alright, my task is complete. Now we can talk about personal matters. The fortune teller smiled at Gooey. Gooey, the director is very fond of you. This time's script was personally selected for you, and he has given you special care, which shows enough of his affection for you. What do you mean? Gooey, you are a smart person. Gooey felt a chill down his back, as if someone had been watching his every move. What is the director's purpose? To create a great work. The price is to torment humanity? To let them fall into deep water and hot fire? Heh, don't say that. The fortune teller shook his head. Let's be straightforward, don't you want to become a god? Stop talking, I cannot have a pleasant conversation with you. Gooey stood up, looking down at the fortune teller. I would rather die than become like you. Gooey turned and left the secret room. The palette on the fortune teller's face constantly changed until it turned a melancholic blue. He picked up the tarot cards, skillfully shuffled and cut them, then drew one card. The death card showed a figure in black armor, riding a black horse, with countless corpses lying beneath its iron hooves. At the bottom of the card, a line of English was written. Death. Gooey walked out of the secret room, the countdown timer finally returning to normal. He turned around to look back, and the diviner had already disappeared without him noticing. Through the first 2 questions, Gooey had basically confirmed the direction of his next strategy. The first question. His sister must have made some agreement with the Dark Moon Circus, becoming an unspeakable, otherwise, her name wouldn't be on the circus ticket. Gooey didn't foolishly ask if his sister was unspeakable, but instead asked, did my sister become unspeakable through the Dark Moon ticket? This solved 2 doubts with 1 question. Additionally, the diviner had mentioned dreams, suggesting that his sister's strange powers might be related to dreams. The second question. Like the first question, Gooey used 1 question to solve 2 doubts. One was a question of time, could he leave the town early? The other was a question of space, was there a clue to leave the town on the third floor of the old house? The third question. This was Gooey's speculation about the strange world, which nearly confirmed his view that all the replica worlds in the strange world have their prototypes, or are even the very essence of a parallel world. The Dark Moon Circus is one of them. Gooey had a bold idea. He decided to use this replica world as an experiment, but the premise was that he must quickly advance the process and raise the exploration degree of the replica to over 70%, gaining the chance to communicate with reality. Furthermore, the diviner's last casual chat was also thought-provoking. The strange world also needed to recruit new hands, and their targets for recruitment were obviously those who performed well in the strange world. There had been several exceptionally talented adventurers who died in the strange world, and the reasons for their deaths were extremely perfunctory. Most people couldn't withstand mental erosion or immense pressure and committed suicide. Now, Gui could be 100% certain. These people didn't really die in the strange world, but instead helped the forces of evil, turning into a part of the strange world. Hey, it's getting more and more troublesome. 3 days 14 hours 21 minutes. He had already spent a lot of time in the Dark Moon Circus, with no time to wander about. Following the instructions in the crystal ball, he finally found the strange poplar tree in the small woods behind the school, and he didn't rush to open the cellar but closed his eyes. Deduction starts. You drink a sip of almond water. You dig out the cellar door beneath the poplar tree. You open the cellar and crawl in. This cellar is similar in structure to the one at the town's entrance. In the depths of the cellar, you find a desk and discover a whip in the drawer. The lamb meat in the cellar starts to move. You crack the whip forcefully. The lamb meat trembles continuously, falls to the ground, and gradually turns into a puddle of dead flesh. You ponder for a moment. The blindfold and whip are meant for little lambs. The blindfold covers their eyes, making it impossible for them to find their way home. If the little lambs misbehave, punishing them with the whip is the penalty. The two plot items, including the metaphor of lamb meat, accuse the evil truth of the entire island town. You ensure there are no dangers in the cellar. You terminate the deduction. Gui opened his eyes, drank a sip of almond water, and entered the cellar just as he had in the deduction. A cold, dark cellar. Bloody air. Dim light. Gui gazed at the shelves full of lamb meat, his heart aching. Each piece of lamb meat on the shelf represented a woman or child who had been trafficked, represented a shattered ordinary family, represented a lonely soul lost deep in the mountains. Gui took out the whip from his desk, and the system's prompt sounded in his ears. You have found the special story item, Bloodstained Whip. Your story exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 34%. The whip emitted a faint red light, and the smell of blood filled the air. The lamb meat in the cellar began to stir. Gui swung the whip with force, and the lamb meat fell off the shelf, losing its life. How ridiculous it was. He clearly wanted to help the trapped souls find freedom, yet he needed to use the weapon of the murderer to deal with them. I'm sorry, just wait for me. Gui put away the whip and hurried to the cellar of the shop at the town's entrance. This time, as soon as Gui entered the cellar, the lamb meat lunged at his face. Gui drew the whip and lashed out, causing the lamb meat to immediately drop to the ground. Ha! Gui regained his freedom and steadied his breath, then approached the table and found the other half of the eye patch. You have found the special story item, eye patch. Your story exploration level has increased. Current exploration progress is 44%. The exploration contribution of the eye patch was 1%, and it seemed to be another clue item. However, Gui could now confirm that the name in the contract section was not his father Gu Jianjun, but his sister Gu Yao. Taking the contract and eye patch, Gui left the cellar and headed straight for the old house. Gui stood at the old house's door and wore the eye patch. The golden flash indeed remained at the third-floor location. Gui rushed inside, ascending to the third-floor secret room. He wore the eye patch and searched around, discovering that the golden glow came from the floor beneath the lone table. Gui removed the eye patch, crawled under the table, and tapped on the floor, which was hollow. He returned downstairs to get a hammer and struck the floor with force. Crack! The floor split open, and amidst the dust, Gui found a pallet. You have obtained the special story item, pallet. Your story exploration level has increased. Current story exploration level is 55%. Chapter 77, Escape from the Inner World. Pallet? Why is it this thing? Gui examined the pallet, which looked more and more like the one attached to the face of a fortune teller. Gui touched his nose. In the last quest, the host played the role of a fake Tua Tua, and when leaving in frustration, the pallet on his face turned red. In this quest, the host played the fortune teller, and when returning from the circus to the old house, the palette on his face also turned red, and while divining, it turned blue. Could it be that the different colors on the palette unleash different bizarre powers? Red is space travel? Blue is foresight into the future? Let's try and see if it works. Deduction starts. You take the palette and go to your sister's room. You find paint on your sister's desk. You first apply the blue paint to the palette. The paint is absorbed by the palette until it becomes bright white again. The blue paint has no effect on the palette. You pick up the red paint and squeeze it onto the palette. The palette begins to heat up and shake violently. You quickly drop the palette. A door of void appears before you. You step into the door. Before you, there is a vast emptiness. You have stopped the deduction. There shouldn't be any problems. The deduction stopped because I left the inner world and went to a higher level. Gooey held a palette, putting all the found plot props into his backpack as he entered his sister's room to find paint. He took out blue paint, and just as he opened the lid, he heard a sound of oh at it coming from around him. A chill ran down Gooey's spine, and a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Deduction. Deduction begins. Before you, there is a vast emptiness. Before you, there is a vast emptiness. Before you, there is a vast emptiness. You are dead. Deduction ends. Gooey quickly grabbed the palette and turned around to look. His sister's room began to blur and twist, pixel blocks collapsing one by one. Gooey took a sip of almond water and indeed saw his sister floating in the air behind him. She came from a higher dimension, unspeakable, so he couldn't use his talent to deduce. If he mishandled it, it could directly trigger a death flag. ZZZZ. His sister's hair floated up, with strands flashing blue electric light, slowly opening her eyes. Who exactly are you? His sister did not open her mouth, but Gooey clearly heard her voice. Gooey's heart raced to his throat, his fists clenched, palms full of sweat. Don't you recognize me? I'm your brother. No, you are not him. Who are you? Gooey's feet hung in midair, his body out of control, even breathing became difficult. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that I can relieve your pain. Gooey squeezed out a voice from his throat, don't do this. I'm suffocating. You? What the hell do you understand? It was you who killed my brother, you killed him. Your brother is not dead, he is trapped in a dream. It's time for you to wake up, Gooey-ow. You are lying to me. I want to be with my dad, mom, and brother forever. If I kill you, I can bring my brother back. Gooey's eyes turned red, stars flashing before him. They are not your parents, fool. At these words, his sister froze for a moment. Gooey felt a rush of relief, and he continued with the forceful words. If you want your brother to live, let me go. They are doing cruel things to your brother. You don't want him to be tortured like you, right? You want him to live freely with mom and dad, right? What are you talking about? You know nothing. His sister completely did not believe Gooey's nonsense, and Gooey felt intense pain throughout his body, his fingertips gradually transforming into pixel blocks. Uncle Dark Moon told me. He sent me to fulfill your last wish. Uncle Dark Moon? He's a good person. He even taught me how to blow a little dog balloon. Brother, help me, save me. His sister laughed and cried, her body gradually twisted, turning into a pile of pixel blocks that dissipated in the air. Cough cough. Gooey knelt on the ground, gasping for air, as the surroundings began to turn into blurred pixel blocks. The inner world created by his sister was on the brink of collapse, and her mental state also seemed abnormal. Everything Gooey just said was nonsense, it was only when he mentioned Dark Moon that his sister finally let go. The only conclusions he could confirm so far were 4. 1. The me in reality is in a coma or sleeping, which leads to the time flow being out of sync with the real world, allowing his sister's dream power to manifest. 2. Before his sister became unspeakable, she had suffered abuse from her parents, which could be inferred from her diary. 3. The latter part of my and my sister's diary must introduce her tragic past in the family and how my parents have gradually become strange. For his sister, me, and the parents might not have any blood relationship at all, the siblings are both children abducted by their parents. As long as I return to the surface world, I can find a way to investigate and verify this. From my sister's earlier behavior, it can be seen that Gooey's conclusion is basically correct. After the car accident, my sister thought I was dead, and I thought my sister was dead, but in fact, both siblings were alive. My sister, out of longing for her brother and fear of our parents' abuse, became an unspeakable existence after contacting the Dark Moon Circus. The brother was eroded by the unspeakable and remained trapped in this illusory island town. In this light, the true name of the island town should be Isle of Illusions. Crack, crack. The old house is gradually collapsing. Gooey quickly took out a palette and sprinkled red paint on it. The palette shook violently, and Gooey immediately threw it away. The palette shattered into pieces, transforming into a void portal, and Gooey, holding his head, dove into it. Ha! Gooey took a deep breath, as if a drowning person finally gasped for air. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on a hospital bed. Gooey struggled to climb out of bed, feeling utterly weak. Awake? Son, you're awake? His mother's voice came. Gooey turned his head to see his mother holding his hand, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Wait a moment, I'll go call the doctor. His mother dashed out, even forgetting to take her phone that was left on the bed. Gooey picked up the phone and looked at the date. June 11, 2021. Just as he had guessed, he had spent a year in the inner world, but only a month had passed in the outer world. Gooey's head buzzed. After a while, he realized the buzzing was the system's notification. You have escaped the unspeakable illusion. Your plot exploration level has increased. Current plot exploration level is 70%. Your spirit has become tougher, your spiritual power limit has increased, now it's 90/90ths. You have obtained one chance to communicate with reality, please choose the communication target after finding a public phone booth. Chapter 78, Communicating with Reality, 1. Director's son, come quick, my son is awake. His mother rushed back with the doctor. Gooey squinted to glance at the doctor's name tag, it seemed he was the chief physician at the neurology hospital. Dr. Sun approached Gooey, checking him from side to side, do you feel any discomfort? Headache, ringing in my ears. You might need to be observed for a while. Dr. Sun looked at Gooey in surprise, your willpower is really strong. Gooey frowned and pretended to be confused, asking, can I know what happened to me? A month ago, you were in a car accident and fell into a vegetative state. Your mother took care of you by your bedside for a month, finally waking you. Huh? Gooey looked at his mother. Her eyes were filled with tears, continuously choking back sobs, and her expression seemed genuine. But, according to the inner world's events, his mother shouldn't care about him like this, right? Where is my sister? Sister? Which sister? Gu Yao. Child, are you silly? His mother looked at him with confusion, you are our only son, where would you have a sister? His sister is missing? This sister had never appeared in reality, or were his parents pretending to be ignorant? Or, his sister's parents and his parents were not the same? Gooey remained silent, simply staring blankly ahead. His mother worryingly looked at the doctor, Director's son, why is our son starting to mumble nonsense? It may be due to a severe brain injury causing memory discrepancies. It should recover in some time. His mother held on to the doctor, carefully asking about Gooey's condition. Gooey maintained a foolish expression, but secretly observed every subtle expression of his mother. With an increase in mental power, Gooey's observation ability heightened further, if he concentrated, he could even hear his mother's heartbeat. Mother was indeed very anxious and deeply concerned about her illness. However, Gooey felt that his mother was not caring about his illness out of love for him. Director's son glanced at Gooey and pulled his mother to the office for a discussion. Gooey picked up his mother's phone, recalling the list of numbers he found on her vanity. He entered one number after another, but all he got were disconnected lines. Could it be? Gooey had a bold idea, he grabbed a pen and paper and wrote down all the numbers. 30 minutes later. After his mother finished talking with Dr. Sun, she returned to Gooey's side, smiling as she took his hand softly and said, Son, the doctor said you don't have any major problems anymore. You can go home to rest today, but you need to come back for checkups to prevent a relapse. I want to get up and walk. Gooey lifted the blanket and jumped off the bed but suddenly felt his legs go weak. His mother rushed over just in time to catch him. You've been lying in bed for a month, how can your legs have any strength? Don't rush, I'll get you a wheelchair. Mother helped Gooey back onto the bed and then assisted him into the wheelchair. Can you take me out for a stroll? I want some fresh air. Sure. Mother wheeled Gooey to the square in front of the hospital. Gooey's eyes turned, and he noticed a public phone booth at the hospital supermarket's entrance. Mom, can you help me buy a bottle of drink from the supermarket? I want almond water. Haha, you're still the same as before. Wait for me here for a moment. Mother stopped the wheelchair by the roadside and turned to walk into the hospital. Gooey hurriedly moved the wheelchair by himself, using all his strength to reach the phone booth. He picked up the receiver, and time around him instantly froze. You have gained a chance to communicate with the real world, you have only 3 minutes. Who do you want to talk to? Leader of the Dragon Nation Strategy Group. In the real world. The Dragon Nation fell into chaos. After Gooey completed the first dungeon, the live broadcast signal completely cut off. No new adventurers appeared in the Dragon Nation, and Gooey had not returned to the real world. This was extremely abnormal. Has the Strange World's rules changed? I don't know, I have no clues at all. Gooey's lost Livestream signal had everyone in the country worried. While everyone was anxious, suddenly signals from other countries' broadcasts came in. Leader, the broadcasts from Lighthouse Nation, Pickled Vegetable Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation have started. Gooey's signal has still not been received. Is it a technical issue on our side? I don't know, we have tried various methods, but once connected, we only see a black screen. The leader came to the screen, which was filled with, as everyone was baffled by the situation. Leader, what should we do now? This is the first time we've encountered such a situation, it may be related to the rising difficulty of the Strange World's dungeons. What about the conditions in other countries? The Lighthouse Nation has already found the first plot device. An adventurer named Chris seems to have awakened the talent skill of strengthening inspiration, allowing him to control evil spirits. Damn it! The leader pinched the bridge of his nose. Buzz buzz buzz. A noisy sound came in. Everyone turned to look. Gui's live stream camera started to shake, and a thin, pale face appeared in the center of the frame. I am Gui. Is there anything unusual on your side? Gui, are you okay? Your live stream signal has been cut, we have no idea what you are doing. Why do you look like this? Are you sick? The live stream signal has been continuously cut off? Could this be special treatment from the director? Gui quickly thought and spoke quickly, saying, I will solve the problems one by one. The character I am playing has become a vegetable, and I just woke up from a deep sleep. What about adventurers from other countries? What? Do you mean, this dungeon is a dream? Adventurers from other countries are still in the Eerie town, and the one with the highest progress is only at 13%. Gui vaguely sensed something was wrong. What is the dungeon like for other countries? Be more specific. They are born in an Eerie town, and the background seems to be a medieval western town. There is a terrifying legend about a music box in the town. Wait. The dungeon I went through is different from others? So the director's special treatment was referring to this? Gui closed his eyes, repeatedly recalling every detail of his conversation with the host. Even the constantly changing colors on the host's face became his reference. Gui? What's wrong? Director, what exactly are you thinking? What are you trying to tell me? Is this the flaw you deliberately sold to me? Or are you deliberately playing with me? Gui, you. Team leader, listen. Gui interrupted the team leader, his eyes sharp as knives. Next, I need you to help me with something. This might directly affect my dungeon progress. If we succeed, we might even uncover the truth behind the Eerie world. Chapter 79, Talking with Reality, 2. The team leader nodded, don't worry, no matter what request you make, we will do our best to fulfill it. Good. You immediately use all resources to investigate. After saying that, Gui took a piece of paper from his pocket, on which was a list of numbers from his mother's jewelry box. Can you read the numbers on this? I can read them, what's the matter? Investigate these numbers immediately, they are likely connected to human traffickers. The team leader didn't ask why, but seriously wrote down every word Gui said. We've noted everything down, do you have anything else? Gui pondered for a moment, then said quickly, the host might be one of us, from Dragon Country. Maybe we are done for, time's up. Beep beep. The phone line went dead. Time started flowing again. Gui hung up the phone, pushing his wheelchair out of the phone booth. The director had taken an interest in him, so he arranged such a special dungeon for him, even forbidding the live broadcast of his dungeon progress. Gui had long suspected that every copy world had its real prototype, even truly existing. This time, the copy world was completely created with Dragon Country as the background. Gui had the strategy team find the real island town to confirm whether there was a mapping relationship between the real world and the strange world, and whether changes in the real world would affect the strange world. If there was, it would mean that the survival probability of adventurers around the world would increase, and humanity would have more ways to fight against the strange world. Son, what are you thinking about? His mother came over with a bottle of almond water. Gui reached out to take it, twisted the cap, and took a sip. The taste of this almond water was not the same as that of Island Town. Gui looked at the bottle and realized his mother had bought the wrong brand. The taste is off. What's wrong? The brand is wrong. But you've always drunk this brand since you were little. His mother looked at him with worry. What's the matter? You seem like a different person. Oh, maybe I'm just a bit confused. Gui forced a smile and brushed it off. His mother didn't delve deeper. After all, he had suffered a head injury. Who knew what might happen? Your dad will be coming to pick you up soon. Let's go home first. In the afternoon, his father finally arrived at the hospital. His father in reality was stern and even harder to approach than the father in the inner world. Gui glanced at their residential community, which was called Island. Mom, how is Grandma? Grandma is doing well. I had an accident. I don't know if Grandma will be affected. After all, she's getting old. Oh, you really are a filial child. His mother sighed and took out her phone to make a video call to Grandma. Gui turned his head away. On the video, the elderly woman's hair was gray, she wore a pair of reading glasses, and her figure was plump, completely different from Han Chunju. Hello, Grandma. Hello, grandson. Gui pretended to communicate with Grandma for a while, then used a headache as an excuse to hang up the call. Sure enough. He and his sister were indeed sold. Han Chunju was his true grandmother. Now, his first priority was to find Han Chunju and his missing sister. Son, don't push yourself. It's okay, I can walk by myself. Gui leaned against the wall and slowly walked, gradually adapting. Once in the surface world, Gui no longer encountered any strange events. He temporarily let his guard down and got a good night's rest at home. The next day. The house was empty. Gooey only found a note from his parents on the refrigerator. Your mom and I went out to run errands, we'll be back before noon. Oomph, making business, huh? Gooey sneered and searched the house. He first went to his parents' room and indeed found his mother's cancer medication there. At the same time, he also found his mother's hospitalization receipt. The hospital where his mother was being treated was the same one where he had just woken up. In the dressing table, there was his mother's medical insurance card. Gooey quickly noted down his mother's social security code. Gooey returned to his room and found his backpack at the back of the closet. Inside the backpack, he discovered an eye mask and a whip. Where's my phone? Did it break when I crossed over? Gooey continued searching in the backpack. He felt a hard object. It seemed to be a phone. So he took out a small knife, cut open the backpack, and indeed found the phone and a pile of ashes in the inner compartment. The ashes were likely from a notebook, burned during the crossing through the void. The content was all about the surface world's reflection on the inner world. Once he arrived in the surface world, the notebook had turned to ashes. After Gooey took out all the items, the backpack slowly began to decay, turning to a pile of garbage in less than a minute. Without the protection of strange powers, the backpack turned to ashes. Gooey turned on the phone. The countdown was still ticking. 2 days 20 hours 31 minutes. What the hell? Does it mean if I can't catch my sister within 3 days, I'll die? Gooey took a deep breath, not expecting that even after leaving the inner world, he still had to bear this annoying time lock. He opened his phone and indeed found his sister's latest diary inside. May 15, 2021, Sunny. My injuries have worsened, but Mom keeps insisting I jump into the ice bucket to train my will. Last night, I was in unbearable pain and wanted to shop for Mom to take me to the hospital. When passing the kitchen, I finally understood how Mom's rat oil was made. She found a bunch of little mice from somewhere, all hairless, just born, and she put the mice in sesame oil to drown them alive, then ate them. That sesame oil that drowned the little mice is what is called rat oil. I screamed in fright. Mom saw me and walked to me with a plate, asking what was wrong. I said I needed to go to the bathroom. Mom said she had just made a fresh plate of rat oil, which would help me get better faster if applied externally and ingested. The plate was floating with the blood of the mice, showing a light pink color. Mom pinched my mouth and poured all the sesame oil into my throat. Mom is crazy, brother is dead, will I be next? Chapter 80, Provincial People's Hospital, 1. Now it was certain that the phone in his hand belonged to his sister, that's why it remained intact, just like other plot items, while crossing the void door. This diary's timeline is approaching its end. It's time to summarize and reason through my sister's plot. Gooey closed his eyes and sat by the desk, carefully recalling every detail from his sister's diary. The first day, brother passed away. The second day, encountered the wedding procession, strange clown. The third day, mother abused sister. The fourth day, sister was injured, had a fever, mother treated sister with rat oil. The fifth day, sister was severely injured, witnessed mother eating mice and making rat oil. After arriving in the outer world, Gooey didn't find any rule notes or encounter any strange events, indicating that at least within the range he could access, there were no bizarre powers. This world was relatively normal. That being said, it was impossible for his sister to see a clown appear outside the window in a room over 20 floors. This indicated that his sister had already gone mad, or had been corrupted by bizarre powers and turned into something unspeakable from the second day. From the third day onward, sister encountered mother's abuse, and Gooey speculated that his sister's mother and his own mother were not the same person. Sister's mother eats mice. In the wedding procession, the bride is a cat. Is this hinting that the cat and mouse couple are sister's buyers? Sister can't tell who her real parents are anymore. Now the key to the problem is how to find sister. The only clue Gooey has is the hospital where Han Chunju is. I remember the name of that hospital is. Gooey tapped his head. In the inner world, Gooey had not seen the name of the hospital, he could only remember the layout of the hospital. Han Chunju has heart disease, and there are only a few well-known heart disease specialty hospitals in the city. The ones that can reach top-tier levels won't exceed 3. Gooey immediately went to his father's study, opened the computer to search, and finally confirmed the target hospital, Provincial People's Hospital. Gooey took out a new backpack, put all the plot items inside, and also brought a fruit knife for emergencies. He left home and hailed a taxi. Where to, brother? Provincial People's Hospital. Gooey sat in the back seat of the car. In less than 20 minutes, Gooey arrived at his destination. Gooey walked into the hospital's inpatient building, looked around at the environment inside, and finally felt relieved. This is the place he was looking for. Suddenly, Gooey felt his backpack heating up, a signal from the eye mask. For safety's sake, Gooey closed his eyes. The simulation begins. You take the eye mask out of your backpack and put it on your eyes. You see a red light flickering upstairs. You take off the eye mask and go upstairs. You find the cat bride and mouse groom appearing in the hallway, both turning to look at you at the same time. Your pupils dilate, and your heart stops. You are scared to death. The simulation ends. Truly a lingering ghost. Gooey clenches his fists and quickly leaves the hospital building, hiding in a safe place. The eye mask serves as an early warning and alert system. When there are plot items within range, you can see golden light. When there are dangerous people within range, you can see red light. Seeing the cat and mouse here basically means he has come to the right place, but he can't just wait here for them to leave before exploring, right? Who knows how long they will stay here? And who knows if they will do anything extreme to Han Chunju? Thinking of this, Gooey closes his eyes again. The simulation begins. You decide to take the initiative and find a way to distract the cat and mouse couple. To trigger the instant death flag, you need to make eye contact with the cat and mouse couple. As long as you cover your eyes, you are very safe. You take out your phone and call the police, saying you are being chased by a woman who looks like a cat. You make your body remember the escape route and measure the distance from the hospital building to the hospital entrance with your feet. You return to the hospital building, and the eye mask starts to heat up. You put on the eye mask and feel your way up the stairs. Your vision is pitch black, but you can use the red light to judge the position of the cat and mouse couple. You arrive upstairs. You hear the concerned voices of medical staff, and you see the red light coming towards you. You stumble and run, covering the eye mask, not giving the cat and mouse couple any chances. The red light gets faster. You lead the red light out of the hospital building. You scream loudly, urging the pedestrians in front to get out of your way. You hear footsteps behind you getting closer, and the eye mask is burning hot. You finally run out of the hospital gate, gasping for breath. You hear the sound of police cars approaching. You are pinned down to the ground by the cat and mouse couple. You cover the eye mask, shouting for help. The police rush over and rescue you. The cat and mouse couple are taken away in a police car, and because you were injured, you are escorted to the hospital by the police. You end the simulation. Feasible. Gooey nods, immediately calling the police. The police will arrive at the hospital in about 15 minutes, which gives him just enough time to familiarize himself with the escape route again. He walks to the front of the inpatient department, closing his eyes and feeling his way toward the hospital exit. What they say about skill coming from practice is true, like typing on a keyboard. Once you are familiar with it, you can do it even with your eyes closed. Gooey's mental strength has greatly improved. His memory is already more than 10 times that of an average person, so as long as he walks the route twice with his eyes closed, he can remember the escape route firmly. No problem. Gooey nods again and returns to the inpatient department, putting on the eye mask and heading to the second floor. Hey! Gooey shouts in the hallway, and the two red lights in his vision are indeed drawn toward him. Meow. Gooey hears a cat's meow and can't help but shiver. He covers his eye mask and turns toward the fire escape. Everyone get out of the way. Gooey runs down the stairs skillfully. The pedestrians around see Gooey and all jump to the side in fear. Damn, how is this kid running so fast with his eyes covered? Before the words are finished, a man and a woman chase out right behind him. This pair has a very strange appearance. The man is short and looks like a mouse. The woman is slender and looks like a cat. The two chased the blind kid at a mad run, fast as lightning. Help! Quick, move aside. Someone wants to kill me. Stop him. That kid stole our wallet. Gooey and the cat-mouse couple each had their own story, while the surrounding bystanders dared not act, only stepping aside. Gooey gasped for breath, feeling as if fire was burning fiercely in his lungs, his heart ready to burst out. He was already physically exhausted. His weak body left him unable to run any longer. The eye mask felt intensely hot. Gooey felt a great force from behind, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 81, Provincial People's Hospital, 2. Gooey fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. The cat-mouse couple climbed on Gooey's back, reaching for his eye mask. Gooey was caught off guard, and the eye mask was instantly ripped away. You look into my eyes. The cat bride's voice rang in Gooey's ears, and he tightly shut his eyes, refusing to open them. The cat bride's appearance floated in Gooey's mind, a strange power eroding his mental world. Even with his eyes closed, the cat bride still had a way to kill him. Quick, open your eyes. Come see how beautiful I am? Eat shit. Gooey's mental strength was different from before. He kept his eyes shut, battling the cat bride in the mental world. The cat bride's face showed a hint of panic. She did not expect Gooey's spiritual barrier to be so strong. Stop it, police. The cat-mouse couple turned back to see 3 police officers rushing over. They exchanged a glance and quickly let go of Gooey. The police separated the cat-mouse couple from Gooey. One officer helped Gooey up and noticed he was covered in bruises, his face pale and weak. Officer, this kid is a thief, Mr. Mouse said. He stole our wallet. Bullshit, you guys wanted to kill me. Gooey pointed at his eyes and said, I'm just a blind man. How could a blind man steal anything? Look at the injuries all over me, I'm dizzy right now because of them. Officer, he's faking it. Ugh. Before Mr. Mouse finished speaking, Gooey leaned on the officer's shoulder and vomited. Witnessing Gooey's frail appearance, the bystanders were filled with pity. That kid didn't steal anything at all. Yes, I've seen it. That kid was just chased and beaten by that couple as soon as he entered the hospital. Right, he's been running the whole way. Two normal people bullying a disabled person, have some shame. The cat-mouse couple was stunned, realizing public opinion was not on their side at all. Gooey exaggerated, biting his own tongue to simulate vomiting blood, collapsing into the police officer's arms. What the hell, kid, what's wrong with you? Quick, take him to the hospital. The police carried Gooey into the hospital building. The cat-mouse couple tried to follow, but the other two officers stopped them. You can't go. Why? He's a thief. How can you let him go? We have someone watching him, he won't run away. Didn't you see the kid is covered in injuries? First, he needs treatment. How can you do this? Whatever it is, talk about it at the police station, hurry and leave. The police took the couple away. Gooey continued to play dead, ignoring the officers' and doctors' inquiries, until he was taken into the treatment room, then he finally opened his eyes. Pa! Gooey spat out a mouthful of blood and climbed up from the bed. Everything was going according to his plan. He had successfully shaken off the cat-mouse couple's pursuit, and once the police captured them, they would be unable to disturb him for at least a day. Clearly, the cat-mouse couple's strange powers were limited, they could only affect him but had no effect on others. Gooey slipped out of the treatment room and ran back to the hospital ward building. Following his memory, Gooey arrived at the corridor where Han Chunju was located. The corridor was empty, and there was no sign of Han Chunju. Gooey paused for a moment and stopped a passing nurse. Where is Han Chunju? The nurse looked up and down at Gooey. Who are you to her? Grandson. Where are your parents? They are dead. I'm sorry. The nurse awkwardly scratched her head. Your grandmother passed away this morning. She is now in the morgue on the basement level. The police can't even contact her family. If we can't find someone to retrieve the body within 3 days, we will have to hand it over to the police. Thank you. Gooey nodded and turned to walk down the stairs. Han Chunju died in a plot trap. Gooey speculated that no matter if he came early or late, he would ultimately not be able to see the living Han Chunju. Her only help to him was that half-spoken last word. However, Gooey still wanted to see Han Chunju's body, perhaps there were clues still undiscovered. Gooey arrived at the morgue. The air conditioning here was very strong, and Gooey unconsciously wrapped his clothes tighter. Han Chunhua lay quietly on the flat bed, one eye open and one half closed, her mouth open and her face gray. I'm sorry, even though I am just pretending to be your grandson, I still feel very guilty. You have suffered, grandmother. May you rest in peace. You will surely go to heaven. Gooey clasped his hands together, bowed, then reached out to close his grandmother's eyelids and mouth. Whether it was the dim light's illusion or psychological effect, Gooey felt that Han Chunju was smiling. She didn't seem dead, just asleep. Suddenly, grandmother's arm slipped off the bed, and a crumpled paper fell from her palm. Gooey was stunned for a moment, not rushing to pick up the paper but instead placed grandmother's arm back and covered her with the quilt again. Grandma, is this your letter? Gooey bent down to pick up the paper ball, which had a few crooked lines written on it. The false lie will eventually be shattered. The price of power is something no one can bear. Price? Seeing these two words, Gooey couldn't help but frown. In the copy of Chongshan Hospital, under the Toto mask, this sentence had been written, remember, there is no free lunch in this world. In the audience rules of Dark Moon Circus, it also appeared, the circus has no free lunch. Grandmother's letter also mentioned the word price. Of course, Gooey could not treat all this as an ordinary coincidence. Weird World had always been making hints about the price. One pays, one gains. Price is the most fundamental rule of Weird World, the cornerstone of all copy world rules. Price can also be seen as retribution, so in the last copy, the fundamental rule was good brings good and evil brings evil. In this copy world, what is the price? My parents are human traffickers, living very well, and even able to live in a high-end community. If this is considered retribution, then that is too fake. So, to understand the price of this copy, a different way of thinking is needed. The price here should simply refer to the cost of transactions. The mini-games in Dark Moon Circus are particularly difficult. For kids like my sister's age, it is impossible to complete. Now she has become unspeakable and must have paid a huge price. Grandma, your hint should be this, right? Gooey looked at his grandmother's face, muttering to himself. However, there is still one strange thing. Why did the cat and mouse couple come to the hospital? Are they possibly coming for Grandma? Chapter 82, Provincial People's Hospital, 3. Gooey felt that there should be other clues on his grandmother, so he put on a black eye mask. There was a weak golden flash on Grandma's chest, and Gooey loosened her collar, finding a fortune bag. As soon as Gooey picked up the fortune bag, he immediately received a system prompt. You have found a special plot item, Grandmother's fortune bag. Your plot exploration degree has increased. Current plot exploration degree, 71%. Gooey scratched his head, and for now, he didn't know what this fortune bag was useful for. But he still hung the lucky bag around his neck. Alright, this is where the clues end. The cat and mouse couple must be looking for Grandma, right? She is very likely the real relative of my sister and me. What role do the cat and mouse couple play in this script? According to Gooey's guess, Miss Cat is the adoptive mother of his sister, who, after buying the sister, abused her in all sorts of ways to satisfy her perverted desires, or perhaps used the sister's strange powers to carry out evil plans. My parents are also human traffickers, so could it be that they actively sold their daughter to the cat and mouse couple? Is the car accident in the diary actually a symbolic meaning, indicating that the sister was trafficked? No, it's wrong. The car accident should just refer to the car accident itself. After all, I was hit and turned into a vegetable, wasn't I? So, where exactly is my sister? Gooey scratched his head, not knowing how many hairs he had pulled out. Beep beep beep. Gooey's phone rang. The sharp ringtone echoed in the morgue, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Gooey took his phone and walked out of the morgue. The name displayed was Gu Jianjun. Dad? Where are you now? I haven't seen you at home. I'm at the provincial, municipal people's hospital. His father was obviously stunned for a moment. How did you end up there? Not feeling well. Why didn't you call me? I'll come to pick you up right away. Okay. Gooey hung up the phone and removed the SIM card from his phone. He deliberately misrepresented the name of the hospital for two main purposes. 1. Test the parents. If his parents, like in the underworld, were really colluding with the cat and mouse couple, then they would definitely realize he was lying about going to the provincial people's hospital. 2. Caution the snakes. By lying, Gooey was also telling his parents he already knew their true colors. If the cat and mouse couple learned of this, they would definitely take other measures to capture him, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to gain more clues. This was an extremely risky plan, but if he didn't do it, Gooey had no way to break the deadlock. He only had 3 days left, and he had to take a ruthless approach. Gooey quickly left the hospital and changed into a new set of clothes and a duckbill cap at a nearby sporting goods store, disguising himself. He hid in a restaurant across from the hospital, staring intently at the hospital's main door. About 10 minutes later, his father's car stopped at the intersection in front of the hospital. Gooey let out a cold sneer. His parents were indeed on the opposing side against him. Simulation. Simulation begins. You come out from the fast food restaurant and walk into the hospital. You hide in a corner and observe. Your father's car enters the parking lot. 10 minutes later, your parents and the cat and mouse couple come out of the garage and walk straight towards the hospital building. Your mother keeps making phone calls, probably trying to contact you. You follow them from a distance. The four arrive at the outpatient building, and after staying inside for half an hour, they run out again, and you notice Miss Cat is missing. You put on a black eye mask. The red dot representing Miss Cat is moving inside the outpatient building. In the northeast corner of the third floor, she obtains a golden object. After Miss Cat obtains the golden prop, she immediately goes downstairs to meet with her 3 partners. You arrive at the hospital entrance. 10 minutes later, your father drives away. You stop a taxi and instruct the driver to follow. Your father's car reaches the south of the city. You notice 2 black sedans appearing on both sides of the taxi, driving parallel to you. They deliberately block the front of the taxi, preventing the driver from keeping up with your father's car. The driver complains and is forced to stop by the 2 sedans. Clearly, your tracking has been discovered. You pull open the car door, trying to escape. The people in the sedans get out, pulling out knives from their pockets and pressing them against your neck. You are taken away by the drivers. You are knocked unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, you find yourself lying in the middle of a pitch-black coffin. You touched your chest and found that the lucky bag was already gone. Miss Cat's face pierced through the coffin lid and appeared in front of you. Cat, meow little follower, are you here to find me? You tried to resist Miss Cat's strange power with your mental strength. You finally failed. Your pupils dilated, and your heart stopped. You were scared to death. The deduction ends. Gooey opened his eyes. Father's car was still parked at the intersection waiting for the red light. Gooey guessed that his parents left early in the morning to find the cat and mouse couple, intending to sell him to them. Not only that, but the power of the cat and mouse couple was obviously stronger than he had imagined. After discovering that they had rented a car to follow him, they quickly called in thugs to deal with him. Grandma's lucky bag should have the ability to resist Miss Cat's mental intrusion, so at the last moment, they took away his lucky bag. Gooey shook his head. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. The plot exploration degree was only 29% left, yet there were still so many unsolved mysteries in this last 29%. What kind of props did Miss Cat get in the hospital? Where did they go after finding the items? Gooey decided to explore again. The deduction starts again. You arrive at the hospital entrance, and your father happens to drive into the garage. You rush into the outpatient building's third floor northeast corner. You find yourself alone at the flashing red light, discovering it's a self-reporting machine. You look around and casually sit on the bench next to you. You put on the eye mask and observe. After a while, the red dot representing Miss Cat got on the elevator, and you quickly got up and hid in the shadowy corner. You take off the eye mask. Miss Cat didn't notice you, she walked straight to the self-reporting machine to queue. You queue behind Miss Cat. Miss Cat inputs a string of medical record numbers, finishes the report, and leaves. Clearly, that report is a clue to push the plot exploration forward. You walk to the reporting machine, input the medical record number and password you just saw. This is Guyao's medical record, stating that there is a malignant tumor the size of an egg in Guyao's brain. The record says the patient has been in a deep sleep for nearly a month and is in imminent danger. The day Guyao fell into a deep sleep and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment was exactly May 11, 2021, the very day the diary began. You recall Grandma's will, everything has a price. Perhaps Guyao became the unspeakable price, which is to get cancer. You terminate the deduction. Gooey opened his eyes, thinking for a moment, it was time to consider how to track these bad guys. Chapter 83, Tracking. Gooey sat across the street, quietly waiting for the car to stop in the underground garage. He walked into the hospital entrance, confirming that everyone had entered the hospital, and then headed to the underground garage. Soon, Gooey found his father's car. He took out his phone and firmly taped it under the car, then quickly left the hospital. The third floor could investigate his sister's medical records and medication situation while also getting a clue-related plot device. However, Gooey already knew the clue from the deduction, so there was no need to take the risk to get it again. Gooey returned to the Kaifeng restaurant across from the hospital, waiting until he confirmed that his father's car had left before going home. As soon as he got home, he took out the tablet computer and activated the phone locating feature. The map marked the location of the phone. It was located at the southern dock of the city, surrounded by warehouses. The phone's location capability was not very precise, but Gooey only needed to know a rough range. Gooey emptied all the savings at home, packing a portable charger, lighter, mosquito spray, a bottle of liquor, folding knife, flashlight, emergency food, and commonly used medicine into his bag. After leaving home, Gooey checked into a hotel across from the community. He was not sure if his parents would pose a threat to him, but staying away from them was definitely not the wrong choice. It was not until the evening that his parents' car returned to the neighborhood. Gooey took out his binoculars to watch. It seemed like his parents argued for a while after getting out of the car, then went upstairs. Less than 20 minutes later, the police arrived downstairs at their home. They probably saw that all the money was stolen from the house, so they called the police. Of course, it could also be because I am missing that they called. All the way, Gooey wore a baseball cap, specifically choosing back alleys to walk, and sometimes even wore his clothes backward to confuse the police tracking him. The police should not find it so easy to track him down. Gooey sat by the window waiting for a while, and only after the police left did he leave the hotel to get his phone back. I always feel something is not right. Furrowing his brows, Gooey thought for a long time and decided to check out and leave to find another place to stay. After returning to the surface world, the danger became less and less as long as he did not confront the cat and mouse couple. It was almost like walking on flat ground. This was in sharp contrast to the director's special treatment. The calmer the outside world became, the more uneasy he felt inside. The red countdown on his phone kept ticking down as he walked to the city hospital. It was already nighttime, and only the emergency room was still open. Gooey casually found a self-service report machine and entered his mother's social security code to check her medical records, but found that his mother had set a password. He tried his birthday, his mother's birthday, and his father's birthday, but all failed. Oh no. Do I have to use the same method as last time again? Gooey looked around. This was a hospital in a big city, not like the clinic in a small town. The security was always on guard, and the fire safety facilities were complete. There was no chance for him to use violent means. After thinking for a moment, Gooey decided to give up on the investigation. His mother's medical records were not the most critical clue, they could only assist his thinking to understand the plot from the side. Finding a way to explore the South Pier was the real deal. Gooey took a taxi to the vicinity of the pier and casually found a budget hotel to stay in. Let's begin. Gooey lay on the bed and closed his eyes. You leave the budget hotel and head straight to the pier. It is completely dark here, and you turn on your phone's light. The pier is piled with various containers, and you notice that the further you walk towards the center of the pier, the more rusted the containers become. You hear some unusual sounds ahead, like something eating through mulberry leaves. You turn off your phone's light and hide in the shadows to look ahead. Ahead is a rusty container, the rust flaking off little by little, then slowly recovering. The eerie sound is coming from here. You observe for a while, confirming that there is no one around. You take out an eye mask and put it on. Under the container, there is a large area flashing red, filled with danger. You put away the eye mask and check your grandmother's lucky bag. You open the container, and it is pitch black inside. You turn on the flashlight. Ahead is a straight staircase leading down, and you walk down. After about 40 minutes, you finally reach the bottom, and the underground base is much larger than you imagined. In front of you is a huge blast-proof door. You do not have an access card and cannot open it. You hear footsteps coming from behind the door. You hide around the corner of the stairs. The blast-proof door opens. A woman in uniform walks out from inside. She is smaller than you and should not be your match. You hide in the shadows, taking advantage of the woman's unpreparedness to pull out a knife and stab her in the back. The woman showed a sinister expression, her head turning 180 degrees, opening her mouth to bite your neck and begin to suck your blood. Everything goes black before your eyes. You are dead. Simulation ends. So there are all sorts of strange creatures under the containers? It seems I have come to the right place. The woman's strength was comparable to that of an adult man, and she herself was a patient, unable to win in a direct confrontation. However, she seemed to be a strength-based monster, unable to use psychic attacks, and her perception wasn't strong. She greatly enjoyed consuming human blood. This was good news for Gui. Additionally, the explosion-proof door required a keycard to open. If he could figure out a way to deal with the woman, he could obtain the keycard. Come again. Simulation begins. You walk out of the inn. You arrive at the entrance of the Eerie container. You take a look around and notice a crane not far away. You walk up to the crane's control panel, familiarize yourself with the controls, and then use the crane to lift a box of cargo. You estimate the time, and the woman is about to come out. You return to the container entrance, cut your palm with a knife, and drip blood at the entrance. You spread the blood all the way to beneath the crane and place a black eye mask on the ground. You bandage your wound, hide beside the control panel, and wait silently for the woman to take the bait. Sure enough, the woman follows the trail of blood and picks up the eye mask from the ground. You immediately press the switch. The container crashes down with a loud noise. You lift the container again. The woman is crushed into a pile of flesh. You find the keycard and the blood-soaked black eye mask from the body. You return to the entrance of the secret base and use the keycard to open the gate. You walk into the base. As you walk down a long corridor, you see a sign. To the left is the living area, and to the right is the breeding area. You choose to head toward the breeding area. The deeper you go, the faster your heart beats, the more whispers fill your mind, and the indescribable power grows stronger. You take a short rest, focus your mind, and successfully resist this wave of mental erosion. You continue forward. You hear mechanical sounds, mixed with human groans of pain. The indescribable mental erosion strikes again. The indescribable mental erosion strikes again. This time, you exert more effort to maintain your sanity. You mentally prepare yourself and walk in the direction of the sound. In front of you is a hall the size of a basketball court. The hall is brightly lit, and a faint smell of blood fills the air. In the hall, nearly 100 hospital beds are neatly arranged, with young women and children lying on them. Their heads are pierced by branches as thick as a finger, wriggling like worms. The wounds around them are oozing pus and bleeding, looking pitiful beyond words. The branches rise straight up, intertwining with each other until they form a massive root system that pierces through the ceiling. You take a closer look at the roots and branches. They are half bone and half flesh. You hear a voice calling for help beside you. A girl about 7 or 8 years old opens her big eyes and reaches out her hand. You instinctively grab her hand. Girl, please save me. White liquid is dripping from her nostrils, and there is a faint almond scent in her mouth. The branch on her head is twitching incessantly, making a disgusting creaking sound. You feel an intense anger. You begin to lose your sanity. You uncontrollably pull out your knife and hack at the branch. The branch spurts a mixture of red and white liquid. You get contaminated by the liquid. You completely lose your sanity. You go mad. You swing the knife and cut your own throat. Everything goes dark. You are dead. Simulation ends. Hey, unlocking this kind of death method for the first time, what a novel experience. Gui opened his eyes. Because Gui had unlocked a mental talent, his resistance to mental erosion was higher than that of regular adventurers, so he had never committed suicide due to mental collapse before. The Eerie force in the breeding area was the most powerful in the secret base. Even though Gui's mental power had reached 90, he still couldn't maintain mental stability in the breeding area at all times. The victims drained of their brains should be the food for the Eerie giant tree. It is clear that the tree is the form your sister has taken after becoming unspeakable. In the outer world, your parents and the cat and mouse couple are engaging in the trafficking of women and children, using the abducted children as fertilizer for the giant tree in the breeding area. They nurture the giant tree, using its strange power to achieve some unspeakable goals. You are getting closer and closer to the truth. Retrace. Gui closes his eyes. The retrace simulation begins. You stand at a crossroads. You choose to explore the living area. You pass through a short hallway and arrive at the employee dormitory. Everyone is asleep, a few are playing on their phones, and they don't notice you at all. You take a careful look and find that these people are all part of the wedding procession. You tiptoe through the hallway. At the end is the employee cafeteria. The employee cafeteria is closed, and the sign by the door indicates that ahead is the working area. You continue to explore down the hallway. The lights in the working area are still on. You peek through the doorframe and see an employee in the duty room dozing off like a chick pecking at grains. You gently push the door open and slip into the working area. Even though it is already late at night, everyone in the working area is busy. All these people have mouse heads and are swiftly working in the production workshop. You sneak to the end of the assembly line, taking an item from a box while the employees are distracted. You take a careful look. It is a box of unlabeled almond water. You open the cap and taste it, discovering it really tastes like the almond water from the inner world. You feel a bit dazed. You see stars. Various illusions appear before your eyes. You close your eyes and drift off to sleep. When you open your eyes again, you find Mr. Mouse standing in front of you. Mr. Mouse, young man, it seems you have been quite naughty. Do you know how much effort you wasted? You, what exactly are you doing? Mr. Mouse, humph, let's talk about it in the next life. Mr. Mouse snaps his fingers, and a white branch falls from the sky, piercing your forehead and sucking out your brain. Everything before your eyes turns blood red. You die. Simulation ends. Gui opens his eyes. This death gives him new clues. The almond water produced in the underground base has strange powers. It can cause people to fall asleep and experience illusions. The victims in the breeding area also seem to emit the aroma of almond water. These people were all fed almond water before becoming fertilizer. Gui re-enters the simulation. The retrace simulation begins. You hide in a corner of the assembly line. The sound of the factory machines is very loud. Workers are busy working late, and no one pays attention to you. You move upstream of the assembly line, hiding behind a shelf. Mr. Mouse is supervising the workers, holding a notebook, writing and drawing, and after a round of inspections, Mr. Mouse leaves through the side door. You wait for a while and follow him. The noise here is a bit quieter. This should be the office area. The offices on both sides of the hallway are all closed, with no one inside. You move through the office area. At the end of the hallway is Mr. Mouse's office. You lean on the window to look inside. On Mr. Mouse's desk sits a bottle of almond water, and Miss Cat beside her is looking at her phone. Next to her is a plate of small white mice that she bites into as snacks. Mouse, how is the tree doing? Cat, sleeping soundly. Mouse, what about that little brat who ran out of the dream? Cat, don't worry, that brat can't run far. Mouse, can't you clear things on your side? Cat, I cleared it long ago, did you need to tell me? Mouse, true, my wife is just that amazing. Cat, of course. The cat and mouse couple smile at each other, embracing. You quietly leave the hallway and continue walking to another place. You keep thinking about the metaphor of the cat and mouse. The cat does not catch mice, but instead marries the mouse. This is a metaphor for the collusion between officials and bandits. The cat and mouse couple are trafficking people on a large scale, and even building such a huge factory underground, without a protective umbrella. How could they accomplish this? The cat and mouse couple can use strange powers in the outside world, likely influenced by the giant tree. Having sacrificed so many living people as nourishment, they will surely gain something in return. They hold on to you tightly, likely because you are an important offering to the giant tree. Miss Cat needs to use strange powers to scare you to death, while Mr. Mouse needs to suck your brain marrow with the branches of the giant tree. This shows that it is necessary to use strange powers to kill you in order to successfully complete the sacrificial ritual. You continue to explore the base, and you must find a way to destroy the giant tree. Chapter 85, Strange Giant Tree, 2. You continue to explore in the office area. It is now night, and the staff have all left work. Only the workers on the production line are still on overtime. This greatly facilitates your exploration. At the end of the office area, you find a staircase leading up. You climb up the stairs. It is pitch dark here, and you take out your flashlight to illuminate the way. Directly across from you is a huge glass wall, behind which is a massive tree trunk. The trunk is red and white, the white part is bone, and the red part is flesh and blood. The strange patterns on the bark resemble human faces, with red blood flowing upwards along the cracks of the patterns. The corridor beneath your feet is a winding passage that spirals upwards, built around the giant tree, extending all the way to the top of the giant tree. You continue to walk upwards. In the middle of the trunk, you see the branches of the giant tree, which are connected by sections of white bones. At the tip of the tree is a skinny flesh hand, with an eyeball the size of an apple in the palm. As you pass the treetop, those eyeballs all turn to stare intensely at you. You feel a tingling sensation on your scalp, and your body involuntarily trembles. You concentrate, resisting the mental corrosion. You continue to climb up, feeling the power of mental corruption diminish the higher you go. You see the gigantic tree crown, and you vaguely hear a miserable crying sound. A long corridor appears to your left, leading to the tree crown. At the end of the corridor, there is another blast-proof door. You use your access card to open it. Behind the door stands a group of goat-headed people, who all raise their steel forks upon discovering you. You take 3 steps back, quickly pulling out your whip from your backpack. You swing the whip forcefully. The whip creates a whirlwind of gold, and the goat-headed people are immediately torn to pieces. These must be monsters created by the giant tree using strange powers to protect itself from invasion, but they happen to be restrained by your whip. You cross over the corpses of the goat-headed people and continue to move forward. The eyeballs at the tip of the tree are all watching you, and they all fly over, continuously banging against the glass wall. You whip your whip forcefully. The eyeballs all shudder, and the flesh hand at the treetop immediately closes, covering the eyeballs. You continue deeper into the space. Through the glass window beside you, you see a group of people chasing up from the bottom of the passage, leading by Mr. Mouse. You must have triggered everyone by entering the restricted area and killing the goat-headed people. You flap your arms and quickly run forward. You pass through the glass corridor and come to the end. In front of you is a dark tree hole, and without hesitation, you rush in. The tree hole emits the stench of rotting corpses. You hold the flashlight in your mouth and climb up along the inner wall of the tree trunk. Whispers reach your ears. Your vision begins to blur. You take a moment to rest, resisting the mental intrusion. You hear a chaotic sound of footsteps coming from below. Mr. Mouse is already very close to you. You grit your teeth and persevere, finally reaching the top. Your sister lies on the tree crown, countless branches entwined around her body, while bony branches deliver nourishment to her body. Your sister's expression is peaceful. It seems to still be sleeping. You loudly call your sister's name. Mr. Mouse arrived inside the tree hole, shouting at you furiously. Mouse, stay away from her. Mr. Mouse slapped the trunk hard. A white bony branch shot out behind you, and you quickly dodged, only getting scratched on the shoulder. More and more white bony branches attacked from all directions. You made a strong leap and grabbed the branch on your sister's body. Using your hands and feet, you climbed up to the treetop. Mr. Mouse followed your actions and climbed up. You suddenly felt a chill behind you. You looked down and saw Miss Cat popping her head up from under your feet. Cat, meow meow, look into my eyes, cutie, am I beautiful? Your mental world neared collapse. You suddenly felt a heat in your chest. Grandma's lucky bag emitted a golden glow. Your brain became clear for a moment. You ugly beast, go die. You kicked Miss Cat's head away. She let out a painful cry and fell into the tree hole. Mr. Mouse had reached the top of the treetop, countless mice crawling out from his sleeves and pants. You were overwhelmed by mice, unable to move an inch. Mouse, what other tricks do you have? Show me. Mr. Mouse broke a white bony branch and came towards you. Mouse, go die. Mr. Mouse raised the bony branch in hand and stabbed towards your chest. You gritted your teeth and struggled to pull out a lighter and mosquito spray from your backpack, lighting the lighter and pressing the spray towards the flame. Boom! Flame shot up, igniting Mr. Mouse's eyebrows and hair. Mr. Mouse shouted as he slapped at the flames on his head, and you took the opportunity to ram into Mr. Mouse's waist. Mr. Mouse slipped and fell from the treetop. The mice relentlessly chased after you, biting you, your body dripping with blood. You struggled to crawl towards your sister. You, wake up quickly. You shouted loudly, but your sister showed no reaction. You heard a creaking sound behind you. Countless white branches supported Mr. Mouse as he reached the top of the treetop, Miss Cat holding her head, standing behind Mr. Mouse. Mouse, get away from her quickly. Cat, you have no idea what she is. Your sister is the indescribable essence. Since there's no way to wake her, you have to kill her. You took out a fruit knife and stabbed towards your sister's chest. Your sister's body transformed into an ethereal ghost, your fruit knife passing through her body and stabbing towards the treetop below. Mr. Mouse released more mice. You were buried under the mouse swarm, losing too much blood, your vision becoming blurry. You took out the liquor in your arms, smashed it hard, then threw the lit lighter. Flames instantly engulfed the entire treetop. The mouse swarm instinctively fled. You glanced back at the cat and mouse couple, they all showed expressions of terror and jumped off the treetop without hesitation. Your sister was on fire. You felt the giant tree shaking, crumbling little by little. Your sister sat up from the flames, giving you a sweet smile. Sister, who are you? I am your brother. Sister, no, you are not my brother. Your mind shattered. You gradually lost consciousness. You died. The simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes, recalling the scenes just now. He had approached the indescribable, even igniting that giant tree, but in the end, he still died from mental erosion. Clearly, this was not the correct way to clear the game. Did my sister say I am not her brother? Is it because I always think about killing her instead of freeing her? Is the right way to wake her up without harming her? Chapter 86, The Strange Giant Tree, 3. Gooey carefully thought about the details just now. Miss Cat's ability is to turn into a ghost, using mental attacks to scare enemies to death, but Grandma's lucky bag can resist Miss Cat's mental attack at the last moment, so it is not to be feared. Mr. Mouse's strength is comparable to that of an adult male, but he is shorter than you. He can use strange power to control the giant tree. You can also summon a swarm of rats to attack, using ordinary weapons is enough to drive him back. However, even if Gooey burned down the giant tree, he still could not escape his sister's punishment. Gooey has no clue about his sister's weakness to this day. Should I find a way to free those innocent children first? In the breeding area, there are all children who were abducted, can I find a way to save them first? Or perhaps I can use other stronger forces to take down their base? Gooey thought for a moment and decided to change his approach. The regression simulation begins. You stand at a crossroads, walking towards the breeding area. You bite your lip, using the pain to remind yourself to stay awake. You have arrived at the breeding area. Your breath is rapid, your mind is unstable. You pour liquor on the white bone branches and ignite them. The branches are highly flammable, and in a moment, the entire dome is lit by fire. You hear the cries rising and falling in your ears, and your spirit nearly collapses. You leave the breeding area and encounter the staff coming to put out the fire. They chase after you. You run towards the exit, calling the police while you run. Most of the people went to put out the fire, and only a few staff followed. You run to the ground, hiding in the moonlight. Thick smoke is rising from the underground. You hear the sirens of police cars and fire trucks. The cat and mouse couple walks out but never lets the firefighters enter. The police arrive. Miss Cat speaks with the police and they leave. However, the firefighters refuse to leave, insisting on entering the underground base with their equipment. The sounds of painful howls fill the sky. The cat and mouse couple covers their ears and closes their eyes. The firefighters cannot withstand this mental shock and die on the spot with blood pouring from their orifices. You cover your ears and run wildly towards the outskirts of the dock, blood gushing from your nose. Dark clouds cover the sky. You hear your sister's voice from the sky. Sister, brother, save me. Brother. I am in so much pain, lonely, woo-woo. The air before you cracks, as if glass is shattering. Endless emptiness rushes towards you. You turn into a void. You have died. The simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes, lying sprawled on the bed. It doesn't make sense. He had already reached 70% exploration, should have obtained all the plot items, why can he not eliminate the unspeakable? His sister's bizarre power is too strong, actually able to plunge the whole world into emptiness. No wonder the cat and mouse couple didn't let him wake his sister, are they also afraid she would destroy the world? Wouldn't that be a dead end? What if I expose the truth here and get everyone to help? Gooey thought of another method. The regression simulation begins. You arrive at the breeding area. You take out your phone and record a video of this place. You turn and leave, quickly escaping. You know Miss Cat and the police are in cahoots and can't be trusted for now, you decide to upload the video you took online. You walk into an internet cafe. You send out the strange scenes from the underground base, and in no time, it explodes online, but the effect is quite unexpected. No netizens believe this is real, everyone thinks it is CG composite, and some even believe it is a promotional hype for a movie. No matter how you explain, no one is willing to believe. You walk out of the internet cafe. You notice many people in the corners staring at you. You silently feel something is wrong and quickly leave the alley. The people monitoring by the roadside all gather. You are pinned to the ground. Miss Cat walks up to you and grabs your hair. You end the simulation. Public opinion also doesn't work, I also thought of that. When the bizarre world first descended, the people in the real world also didn't believe it, they only accepted reality when bizarre events happened right beside them. Gooey helplessly sat up from the bed, lying on the window, looking outside. There are no streetlights here, only the moonlight to provide illumination. Gooey noticed a few sneaky guys walking back and forth by the street corner, lighting cigarettes and gathering in small groups. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside. Gooey's heart tightened, an ominous premonition surged in his mind. Simulation. The simulation begins. A knock on the door outside. You, who is knocking? Outside, room service. You open the door a crack and see two big men in suits outside. You terminate the simulation. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock sounded from outside the door. Open the door. Gooey bit his teeth, shouldering his backpack. Just now, he had been focused on the simulation and thinking, completely unaware that he was being followed. He had been lying on the bed for at least 10 minutes, enough time for his opponent to set up a web around him. Simulation. The simulation begins. The knocking outside became more urgent. You turn off the lights in the room and open the window. The guys in the corner, clutching several cigarettes, immediately gathered in your direction. At this moment, the clouds conveniently covered the moonlight. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the door behind you. They were using violence to break in. You climbed out of the window and hugged the drainpipe, sliding down. You are slender and light, safely landing on the ground. You hear footsteps coming from behind. You immediately ran forward, putting on your eye mask. You find red dots everywhere around you. They have blocked all the escape routes, leaving only the seaside relatively unguarded. You ran towards the sea. They chased you eagerly, but you were ultimately faster, diving into the water. You swam desperately, diving underwater. You put on your eye mask, observing the movement of the red dots on the shore. They gathered at the shore, with some already heading to the pier to start a boat. You continued to swim forward, heading for a small cruise ship in the distance. You climbed onto the cruise ship. The people on the shore circled around and headed toward the cruise ship. You estimated that in at most 3 minutes, they would catch up. You found a piece of clothing in the small cruise ship and took it. You walked to the engine room on the lower deck and opened the fuel tank lid. Chapter 87 Fire burns the South Pier. You took out a bottle of alcohol and pulled out the cork. You tore the piece of clothing you just found and stuffed a strip into the bottle opening. You heard the footsteps of the enemy chasing the cruise ship. You hurriedly put the bottle into the fuel hole. Enemy, he's below. The enemy discovered your location. You took out a lighter. After a while in the water, it finally lit up. The cloth strip quickly caught fire. You quickly escaped the engine room and jumped off the ship's side. Boom! The cruise ship behind you exploded violently. You were thrown into the water by the shockwave. The explosion of the cruise ship caused a chain reaction, igniting several ships docked at the pier. The enemies were immediately engulfed in flames. You crawled out of the water, feeling pressure on your chest and hearing nothing. You put on the eye mask and noticed a few scattered red dots approaching you. The fire spread ashore. You dashed into the fire and escaped from the other side. 10 minutes passed, and the fire brigade quickly arrived. You hid in an alley, repeatedly checking for enemies with your eye mask. Your chest pained terribly, but you didn't dare to go to the hospital for treatment. You felt extremely exhausted. You were temporarily safe. You terminated the simulation. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking behind became more urgent. Gooey hurriedly turned off the light, opened the window, and without hesitation, slid down the drainpipe. He ran along the path he simulated earlier, heading straight for the seaside. Quick, catch him. He's running toward the pier. It's okay, you guys go around from the east, and others find a fast boat to wait at sea. Even if he jumps into the sea, we must catch him. The enemies communicated via radio, arranging their tactics. Gooey, like a prophet, managed to slip through the enemy's encirclement again and again. What's wrong with this kid? He's slippery as an eel. Don't mind him, just push him into the sea. He's not a dolphin, can he outrun a boat? Splash! Gooey arrived at the shore and plunged headfirst into the pitch-black seawater. The enemies had already boarded their speedboat and were closing in on Gooey. A bald man stood on the boat, holding a loudspeaker and shouting. Gooey, come with us. The farther you are from us, the more danger you're in. Stay with us, and you might survive. Gooey ignored them, focusing solely on swimming towards the small cruise ship near the shore. Damn it, tell the people on land to hurry up. Okay. The cruise ship was docked a bit out of the way, requiring a long detour to reach from land, but swimming in the sea made the distance significantly shorter for Gooey. He leaped out of the water, grabbed the ship's anchor, and climbed up to the cruise ship using all fours. Go faster. The bald man clapped his hands, urging his men to quickly bring the boat to the side of the cruise ship. At that moment, the people on shore had just arrived, scrambling up onto the cruise ship in a flurry. Where did that kid hide? He's down below. Everyone rushed into the lower cabin. The bald man's speedboat stopped beside the cruise ship. Just as he was about to climb aboard, he heard a splash. A figure fell from the cruise ship, creating a huge splash of water. You bunch of idiots, he's right here. Boom! Flames burst into the sky. Everyone on the yacht was consumed by the fire, and the bald man was thrown into the air by the massive shockwave, not knowing where he flew off to. The fire, driven by the wind, surged like tons of flame. The warehouse on shore was filled with various flammable goods, instantly igniting, making the whole dock bright as day in an instant. Splash! Gooey crawled out from the water, gasping as he looked at the flames. Even though he had prepared himself while jumping, he still felt a heaviness in his chest and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. The explosion had already caused internal injuries. His ears rang, and he couldn't regain his hearing for a long time. Cough cough. Thick smoke rolled in, and Gooey picked up his goggles, looking towards the underground base. More red dots were rushing toward him. The people chasing him just now were likely hired thugs by the cat and mouse couple, lacking any strange powers, but the ones in the underground base were different. Gooey didn't dare to rest and ran out without pause. Today was not suitable for exploring the underground base. Dozens of fire trucks blocked the dock. Gooey hid in a corner, staring blankly at the flames to the south. Police and firefighters were coming and going, yet they didn't discover the strange base buried deep underground. Alas, I'm stuck. Gooey leaned against the wall, looking at his arms, which were covered in burns and scalds. He was black and gray all over, and if his parents appeared before him now, they probably wouldn't recognize him. His chest hurt terribly, as if someone had smashed his lungs with a hammer, and he didn't know how much harmful gas he had inhaled while fleeing. Gooey's eyelids became heavier, and his head tilted as he fainted. Child, wake up quickly. An old woman who scavenged found Gooey lying in a garbage pile and bent down to gently wake the sleeping Gooey. Ugh, cough cough. Gooey opened his eyes groggily, his chest still aching. He coughed a couple of times and spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. Ah, why are you spitting blood? It's nothing. Gooey's breathing sounded like a failing bellows. What time is it? It's 8 in the morning. Where are your family? Do you want me to call you an ambulance? No need. Gooey forced himself to crawl up from the corner, looking towards the dock. The thick black smoke had yet to dissipate even now. The firefighters had fought all night and still hadn't succeeded in extinguishing the fire. If this were in the real world, I would definitely be locked up until I reincarnated. Gooey had slept through the night, surprisingly undetected by his enemies. However, this was also because of the large fire at the dock. The enemies didn't dare to leave the base recklessly. Miss Cat could control the police. But he couldn't control the firefighters. Hiding in the underground base was instead the safest. Because of this, Gooey chose to set fire to escape from the enemy's pursuit. Gooey wandered aimlessly on the road, always thinking about what wrong step he had taken, but he couldn't find the reason after thinking and thinking. So, the cat and mouse couple didn't find him through normal means. They must have used strange powers to track him down. Beep beep beep. Gooey's phone rang, and he found it was an unusual number 999. A chill ran down Gooey's back. He touched his pocket, and the SIM card was still lying obediently inside his phone. Without the SIM card, how could the phone receive a call? Could it be that Miss Cat used strange powers to find him? Who is it? Gooey answered the phone. It's me, old friend. Your escape yesterday was truly spectacular. I couldn't help but applaud for you. You are the host? Cough cough. Gooey couldn't help but clench his fist, coughing with excitement. The host laughed loudly. Oh, don't cough yourself to death. Now I can give you a chance. As long as you admit defeat and agree to my conditions, I'll let you live. Otherwise. Beep beep beep. The call ended. The host looked at the surveillance screen in front of him and couldn't help but crush his phone. Gooey raised 2 middle fingers to the sky, rejecting the host with his actions. Chapter 88, The Secret of the Number List, 1. You can see me, right? Stupid asterisk, this is my answer. Gooey held up his middle finger to the sky, sneering as he walked forward. It seemed that the host was determined to force him to submit and admit defeat. No wonder those enemies came out of nowhere. This must be the host using his power to give hints to the enemies, which exposed his position. However, this also revealed the host's own weakness. The host's power was definitely semi-divine level. He had the ability of prophecy, and his prophetic abilities far exceeded his own, which was why he couldn't deduce anything about him. Moreover, he possessed the ability of spatial leap, and he had the strength to approach him unnoticed and shoot him dead. But the host never did that. Just like in the last instance, he used words to trap him. He would never personally kill him. This shows that both the host and the director had to abide by the basic rules of Weird World. If the host wanted to threaten him, he could only sneakily increase the difficulty of the instance. Clearly, the sister's strength could not be that powerful. The cat-and-mouse couple's subordinates couldn't have that many thugs. It was all the host's doing behind the scenes. The harder the instance, the more it proves the host was insecure. Gui's phone rang again, and he opened it to find the unlock for his sister's diary entry from the 16th. May 16, 2021, light rain. My head hurts a lot, and I have many strange little dots on my body. I want Mom to take me to the hospital, but Mom disagrees. She just tells me to sleep for a while, and I'll be fine. I took a nap in the afternoon. I found a potted plant in my bedroom. It looked very cute, and the flowers were like stars in the sky. I told the potted plant that I really wanted a bottle of almond water, the one my brother often buys for me. In the end, the potted plant really put the almond water by my bedside. I asked the potted plant, "Can you make my headache go away?" The potted plant said, "Yes, but you have to pay a price." I didn't understand what the price was. The potted plant said, "You just need to sleep." I said, "Really? Just sleep?" The potted plant said, "Yes, just lie down and sleep." I was very happy and lay down in bed, thinking that tomorrow I could get rid of the torment of my headache. This diary entry confirmed that from this day on, the sister had completely mastered strange powers. But he couldn't control the firefighters. Hiding in the underground base was instead the safest. Because of this, Gui chose to set fire to escape from the enemy's pursuit. Gui wandered aimlessly on the road, always thinking about what wrong step he had taken, but he couldn't find the reason after thinking and thinking. So, the cat-and-mouse couple didn't find him through normal means. They must have used strange powers to track him down. Beep beep beep. Gui's phone rang, and he found it was an unusual number 999. A chill ran down Gui's back. He touched his pocket, and the SIM card was still lying obediently inside his phone. Without the SIM card, how could the phone receive a call? Could it be that Miss Cat used strange powers to find him? Who is it? Gui answered the phone. It's me, old friend. Your escape yesterday was truly spectacular. I couldn't help but applaud for you. You are the host? Cough cough. Gui couldn't help but clench his fist, coughing with excitement. The host laughed loudly. Oh, don't cough yourself to death. Now I can give you a chance. As long as you admit defeat and agree to my conditions, I'll let you live. Otherwise. Beep beep beep. The call ended. The host looked at the surveillance screen in front of him and couldn't help but crush his phone. Gui raised two middle fingers to the sky, rejecting the host with his actions. Chapter 88, The Secret of the Number List, 1. You can see me, right? Stupid asterisk, this is my answer. Gui held up his middle finger to the sky, sneering as he walked forward. It seemed that the host was determined to force him to submit and admit defeat. No wonder those enemies came out of nowhere. This must be the host using his power to give hints to the enemies, which exposed his position. However, this also revealed the host's own weakness. The host's power was definitely semi-divine level. He had the ability of prophecy, and his prophetic abilities far exceeded his own, which was why he couldn't deduce anything about him. Moreover, he possessed the ability of spatial leap, and he had the strength to approach him unnoticed and shoot him dead. But the host never did that. Just like in the last instance, he used words to trap him. He would never personally kill him. This shows that both the host and the director had to abide by the basic rules of Weird World. If the host wanted to threaten him, he could only sneakily increase the difficulty of the instance. Clearly, the sister's strength could not be that powerful. The cat-and-mouse couple's subordinates couldn't have that many thugs. It was all the host's doing behind the scenes. The harder the instance, the more it proves the host was insecure. Gui's phone rang again, and he opened it to find the unlock for his sister's diary entry from the 16th. May 16, 2021, light rain. My head hurts a lot, and I have many strange little dots on my body. I want Mom to take me to the hospital, but Mom disagrees. She just tells me to sleep for a while, and I'll be fine. I took a nap in the afternoon. I found a potted plant in my bedroom. It looked very cute, and the flowers were like stars in the sky. I told the potted plant that I really wanted a bottle of almond water, the one my brother often buys for me. In the end, the potted plant really put the almond water by my bedside. I asked the potted plant, "Can you make my headache go away?" The potted plant said, "Yes, but you have to pay a price." I didn't understand what the price was. The potted plant said, "You just need to sleep." I said, "Really? Just sleep?" The potted plant said, "Yes, just lie down and sleep." I was very happy and lay down in bed, thinking that tomorrow I could get rid of the torment of my headache. This diary entry confirmed that from this day on, the sister had completely mastered strange powers. Became the unspeakable of this world. Her ability is to create something out of nothing, similar to a wish spell, but the cost is to fall into eternal sleep. Could it be? Gui touched his nose and thought of another possibility. In fact, the real reason for his sister awakening her power was not the circus, but the cat-mouse couple. They gradually awakened her power through abuse. His own parents sold his sister to the cat-mouse couple, deceiving her that she was already dead. After adopting his sister, the cat-mouse couple told her that her brother was dead, thus stimulating her. Ice and fire was not abuse, but truly a test of his sister's will. So, the clown of the circus planted the seed, and the cat-mouse couple watered the big tree. Based on the clues currently available, this is the most reasonable explanation. Gooey frowned and pinched his nose, but he felt that some doubts had not been reasonably explained. Was it really a coincidence that his mother got sick? Why did my parents sell my sister to the cat-mouse couple? Was it just for money? Why did my sister use strange powers to trap me in the roundabout town? 1 day 23 hours 07 minutes. Gooey only had 2 days left. Reality world. Gooey's speech spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. That inspiring message motivated all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After the strange phenomena descended, the people struggled to survive. No one wanted to be bitten to death by evil ghosts while sleeping peacefully at home. The mastermind behind the strange world is called the Director, but many also refer to him as a god. In the world, there even appeared fanatics who worshipped the Director, seeking strange creatures in reality, willingly becoming food for these beings. After adventurers returned to the real world, those fanatics would even plot to assassinate them. When the people heard that Gooey would investigate the human trafficking case, all the citizens actively responded, reporting all the clues they knew to the nearest police station. However, the police simply did not have the manpower to handle so much information. Most clues were completely worthless, and only less than 10% were truly valuable. In the capital police station, all the detectives worked overtime through the night. They pulled out all the missing women and children cases piled up over the last 2 years to start focusing on them. Police Chief Hu Chang was working at his desk when suddenly someone knocked on his office door. Who is it? Chu Kongping. Upon hearing this, Hu Chang immediately stood up from his desk. Chu Kongping, a legendary figure in the Dragon Kingdom. He had successfully cleared the copy 3 times in the strange world, and once even achieved a perfect clearance. After suffering severe mental damage that couldn't be restored, he chose to leave the strange world and now serves as the captain of the Dragon Kingdom's strategy team. Group Leader Chu, hello. Take a seat. Hu Chang reached out his hand to greet Chu Kongping. But Chu Kongping ignored him and sat down on the chair on his own. Let's skip the useless formalities, I'm here to ask about your work situation. Hu Chang awkwardly retracted his hand. Right now, we have no leads. Did I not give you the numbers? Group Leader Chu, those numbers are completely useless. Hu Chang shook his head, all of them are dead ends, the only 2 owners have no connection to our investigation. Chu Kongping closed his eyes and said nothing. Hu Chang leaned forward. Leader, is there a problem with the information provided by Gooey? No, I trust Gooey's judgment. These phone numbers must have value. It's just that we currently don't know how to use them. Could it be a code? We've considered this, but what is the password for decoding? Do you know? This. Hu Chang was momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Kongping sighed and shook his head. Our strategy team has not been busy lately, let's work together to investigate. Recently, a bizarre creature called a bookworm escaped from the lighthouse country, and they live by eating documents. Now your police station has the most important files, and without our protection, it will be very hard for you to handle them. Yes, thank you for your help. Chu Kongping nodded, turned, and left. He suddenly stopped at the door, his hand hovering over the doorknob, unmoving. What's wrong, Captain Chu? Did you hear a strange sound? It seems like the sound of little bugs. It's a bookworm. Chu Kongping exclaimed, kicked the office door open, and rushed out. Hu Chang's mouth twitched slightly. Captain, if the door is broken, will you reimburse me? Chapter 89, The Secret of the Number List, 2. Quick, come. Chu Kongping waved his arm and charged into the archive room with 2 subordinates. Squeak, squeak. The jarring sound of chewing echoed in the archive room. Chu Kongping pulled out his gun and led the way deep into the archive room. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the corner, a strange creature was gnawing on documents. It was the size of a hound, with a worm-like body covered in a chitinous shell. 2 big eyes looked like thick-bottomed glasses, and its mouth was extremely large, taking up 2/3 of its head. The bookworm turned its head and let out a sound like a baby's cry towards Chu Kongping. Wow! Chu Kongping raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The silver bullet flew past, piercing the bookworm's head. The bookworm let out a wail and flew back. Sprinkle salt. Yes. The 2 subordinates took out silver salt shakers from their pockets and sprinkled salt on the bookworm. The bookworm screamed in agony. Chu Kongping and the others remained calm, while the police outside could not help but tremble, with some even weak in the knees, kneeling on the ground and crying out in pain. Aegean, you go calm down the police outside. Yes. Aegean nodded, put away the salt shaker, and left the archive room. Dealing with bizarre creatures requires not just equipment, you also need strong mental strength, or you might end up like the police outside, scared to death or going insane before even killing the monster. This bookworm was not very powerful, so it could only scare those with weak will. One subordinate squatted beside the bookworm's corpse to finish up the work. TSK, looking at this, it's at least a 10-year-old bookworm. If it eats a few more books, it will start eating people. Chu Kongping pried open the bookworm's mouth and found a half-eaten document stuck in its throat. This book looks familiar. Captain, this is God Speaks, a subordinate leaned in and said, don't you remember? We once destroyed a fanatic organization, and God Speaks was their Bible. The book is filled with meaningless ramblings, it's the nonsense he heard after going mad. Do you remember what Gui said at the end? What? Reality and the bizarre world have a reflection relationship, the host exists within the territory of Longua. So, if you were the host, what would you do to stop Gui from passing? Captain, do you mean the bookworm came for God Speaks? There might be important clues here. It destroyed all the files to slow down my investigation. Chu Kongping remained silent and walked straight to the chief's office. Hu Chang was sadly looking at his broken door, trying to fix it, when Chu Kongping rushed back in and pushed the door open again. Oh my! Hu Chang clutched his chest, staring at Chu Kongping, and the office door was completely ruined. Chu Kongping spoke rapidly, quick, find me a complete God Speaks. God Speaks? What is that? This is related information, hurry and check it, then cooperate with us immediately. Chu Kongping sat on Hu Chang's desk, picked up the phone, and called Hu Chang's leader. Hu Chang hurriedly nodded, standing behind Chu Kongping to quickly read all the information, noting every detail, and then he picked up the phone to give orders to his subordinates. I don't care what methods you use, in 1 hour, I must see the Word of God on my desk. If you can't find it, I'll rip off your skull. 1 hour later. The Word of God was delivered to Chu Kongping's front, rescued from the mouth of the bookworm by agents from the neighboring city. Although its cover had become tattered, the internal text was still clear and legible. Chu Kongping held the Word of God and the number list left by Gui, calling all the password decryption experts in the city. I will only give you half an hour. Half an hour is not enough. You get out. Chu Kongping pointed at the expert who was arguing back, then turned to the remaining experts. If you succeed, you can gain supreme glory and join our task force. If you fail, you bear the consequences. Chu Kongping was famously domineering, and the password expert dared not defy the order, leaving the office with a confused face. A Jin stood outside the door, smiling as he pulled the password expert aside. This expert, we encountered a strange incident in the northeast of Long Country, and we need your clever brain to study this bizarre case. Me? Hey, I don't want to deal with strange events, I'm not good at it. Anyway, you can't decrypt passwords, right? Just so happens we found you a relatively easy one to crack, come on. I was wrong, can I just stay and decipher the password? The experts left in the office were shaking their hands. If they succeeded, they would gain supreme glory and secure their future without worry. If they failed, they would be sent to undertake dangerous tasks. Half an hour, even the most experienced password experts couldn't possibly crack a code in such a short time. Chu Kongping was simply putting them under immense pressure. 2 minutes have already passed. Chu Kongping coldly said, the state supports you, it's not to have you waste food. Gui is still adventuring in a strange world on behalf of our country. You should be grateful you can decode while enjoying air conditioning in the office. Don't talk to me about conditions. We are on a battlefield, not playing house. The password experts were all bent over their desks, writing furiously. Crash. 20 minutes later, a young expert threw away his paper and pen. Chu Kongping, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked at the young man with curiosity. Team leader Chu, I figured it out. The young man raised the paper in his hand. This is indeed a code. He used 2 classical encryption algorithms at the same time. The decryption method is not difficult, it only requires. Get straight to the result. Dragon Country, Southeast, Coastal Province, Bay City, Huang Family Town. But, this place doesn't seem to be in the mountains, but rather a seaside town? No need to worry about that. Chu Kongping extinguished his cigarette and patted Hu Chang's shoulder with force, set off immediately to investigate this place. I will lead the team myself. Strange world. Gui wandered in the city in shabby clothes, using his keen intuition to spot several hidden sentries. Right now he was heavily injured and had no chance to fight against the enemies. Gui went to a nearby pharmacy to buy some painkillers. It was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, but he had no other choice. If he went to the hospital for treatment, it would be like walking into a trap. Cough cough. Gui covered his mouth, coughed twice, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Son. Gooey's ears slightly moved, he leaned against the wall and looked back. His parents were standing behind him in a car. Why did these two come here? A chill ran down Gooey's spine, he desperately waved his arms. To predict, open. Before Gooey could finish his words, everything went dark, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 90, Hypocritical Parents. Gooey woke up again and found himself seated in his parents' car. His mother was looking down at her phone, and his father was driving, completely unaware of him. He had just fainted due to exhaustion. You didn't even have the chance to use the infinite deduction. Parents are undoubtedly on opposing sides, and I really can't trust them. Gooey didn't speak up and continued to close his eyes. The deduction begins. You open your eyes and sit up from the car seat. Your movement caught your mother's attention. She put down her phone and looked at you with a joyful face. Mother, son, are you okay? You, don't touch me. Your mother looked at you with confusion. You decided to confront your parents. You, I know everything, all the truths. Mother, truth? What are you talking about? You, do you want me to say it, or do you want to say it yourselves? Mother, I don't understand what you're talking about. You are trafficking people, do you think I don't know? Mother fell silent for a moment. Father pulled up the handbrake and stopped at the red light. Mother, we don't listen to what others say. Your dad and I are honest people, how could we do such immoral things? You, since I'm saying this, it must be because I have solid evidence. What were you doing at the South Dock yesterday afternoon? Were you going to trade? Mother, we never went to that place. You, then would you dare to go with me to the police station to check the surveillance? Mother, you. Father released the handbrake and pressed the accelerator. Father, forget it, let's be honest with the child. We are indeed trafficking people, but we are forced, we are doing it to survive. You, hurting others to survive? Father, kid, we can't be entangled in this anymore. Go home, have a good sleep, and everything will be fine. You, what if after I sleep? I never wake up again? Father didn't speak, Mother's eyes kept dodging. You know you are right. As long as you go home and lie down to sleep, that cat and mouse couple will definitely come to kill you. Mother, kid, we love you, everything we do is to save you. You, including giving me to those monsters? Mother, sigh, you really don't know anything. You suddenly felt a pang in your heart, you instinctively looked out the car window, and Miss Cat's reflection appeared on the glass. A sharp pain shot through your head, and your mental world was in turmoil. The lucky pouch on your chest started to heat up. Your mind regained clarity. You took a hammer out of your backpack, smashed the car window, and shouted for help. Mother quickly reached out to grab you, Father immediately slammed on the brakes and locked the car doors. Father, are you crazy? You, I'm doing this to survive. You raised the hammer and smashed it onto Mother's head, you suffered the same injury. The rule of not letting your parents get hurt still worked. You put the hammer away and jumped out of the window. Cars rushed by you. Father also jumped out of the car and chased after you. You held your head and dashed across the street, shouting for help. A passerby came over and held your hand. You, thank you, please help me, someone wants to kill me, call the police. The passerby looked up, their face gradually turned into that of a mouse. Mr. Mouse, am I the one who wants to kill you? You gasped, crashing your head into Mr. Mouse's sharp nose. Mr. Mouse covered his face in pain. You took the opportunity to break free and aimed the hammer at Mr. Mouse's head. Mr. Mouse was left bleeding, he opened his 5 fingers and threw countless mice from his sleeves. You randomly fled in a direction. The mice quickly pounced on you, and you felt unbearable pain. You asked the passerby for help and discovered that the people in the distance had all turned into pixel blocks, staring at you with dead fish eyes, listlessly. You shook your head, forcing yourself to stay alert, the passers-by returned to normal. Miss Cat approached, looking down at you from above. Miss Cat's eyes were red, likely burned by Grandma's lucky pouch. Miss Cat, you can't escape, little loser. The cat and mouse couple pulled you up from the ground and took you back to the car. You felt completely drained. The car continued to drive, returning to the underground base. Miss Cat picked up the almond milk and poured it into your mouth. You found everything in front of you becoming blurry. You fell asleep. You woke up again, finding everyone around you staring with dead fish eyes, and the figures in the distance turned into pixel blocks. Miss Cat walked in front of you, pinching your chin. Cat, you are dead, good for everyone. Miss Cat took a bony branch and stabbed it into your forehead. Everything in front of you turned blood red. You are dead. The deduction ends. Gooey tightly closed his eyes, listening to the noisy sounds outside. In this death scene, Miss Cat said a different line. You are dead, good for everyone. Thus, it is inferred that I actually pose a deadly threat to Miss Cat and Mouse, as well as to all the people in the base, so they must kill me. In the last moment before death, Gooey seemed to briefly return to the inner world, and everyone turned into dead fish eyes. Perhaps the last time I drank almond milk, I also briefly returned to the inner world, so that time Miss Cat killed me in the coffin. Now it can be confirmed. The inner world is the creation of my sister, and the giant tree is the manifestation of my sister's strange power. The cat-mouse couple wants to kill themselves, but the method to kill themselves is very crucial, which is to use my sister's power to kill themselves. Either let themselves return to the inner world, or stab themselves with the bony branch. Moreover, they do not kill themselves to sacrifice to the giant tree, rather, they fear themselves. Isn't this a potential point to utilize? Gooey enters deduction again. Rewind deduction begins. Father pulled the handbrake, stopping at the traffic light. You did not speak to your parents again, but quickly observed the surroundings. You recalled the direction where the cat-mouse couple appeared, based on this, roughly judged the position of the car they were in. You secretly held the small knife, and when your parents were not paying attention, in the second after the green light changed, you immediately opened the car door and ran out. Your parents screamed. You weaved through the traffic. A huge truck was about to turn, and you dashed from the blind spot of the truck's view. If you didn't dodge, you would be caught under the wheels of the truck. Chapter 91, Winning Amidst Chaos. The big truck came towards you. You did not retreat at all, but pounced on the truck. You heard a loud crash. A black sedan crashed into the front of the truck, stopping it. Mr. Mouse jumped out of the car and rushed towards you. You crawled under the truck and continued to run forward. The accident between the truck and the sedan blocked 3 lanes of traffic, and the cat-mouse couple's car was unable to move. You stood in the middle of the road, completely ignoring the nearby traffic. Traffic had fallen into chaos because of you. You ran past the intersection and looked back. Miss Cat also jumped out of the car and was chasing you on foot. You continued to escape, passing through the underpass, arriving at the moat. The cat-mouse couple followed closely behind. You flipped and jumped into the moat, flowing downstream. Mr. Mouse jumped in after you. You took out the small knife and cut open your wrist, blood gushing out. Mr. Mouse froze in place. If you come any closer, I'll slit my throat. Mouse, do you want to die? I'll help you. You reversed the dagger grip, stabbing it through your chin. Mr. Mouse raised his hands in terror. Mouse, don't get agitated. Let's talk properly, please don't do anything foolish. You floated under the bridge, looking up. Miss Cat stood at the edge of the bridge, fearful to come down. Cats are afraid of water, so only Mr. Mouse followed. You continued to flow downstream. A lot of blood loss made your vision blurry. You simply pretended to faint, floating on your back on the water surface. Mr. Mouse quickly swam to your side. You moved from underwater, stabbing the small knife into Mr. Mouse's chest. Mr. Mouse cried out in pain. You forcefully twisted your wrist, enlarging the wound. Mr. Mouse instinctively released countless mice, but those mice couldn't exert any effect in the water. Mr. Mouse gradually stopped struggling. You pushed Mr. Mouse aside and swam to the shore. You took out bandages and medicine from your backpack and quickly wrapped yourself to stop the bleeding. You crawled up the shoreline and continued to run along the riverbank. You temporarily shook off Miss Cat. You hid in a nearby alley. You stopped the rehearsal. Fuzzable. Gooey opened his eyes, silently leaning against the back of the chair. Mother noticed. Gooey, son, you're awake. What happened to you? Why are you so injured? Why didn't you answer our calls? The phone was off. Gooey hung his head, leaned against the window, and secretly took out a small knife from his backpack. The car stopped at the intersection. Father glanced at his son through the rearview mirror and said hesitantly, Son, you seem a bit off? Cough cough. Should we take you to the hospital first? Father didn't know how to communicate with his child. He looked up at the traffic lights, released the handbrake, and prepared to start the car. Suddenly, the car emitted an alarm, indicating the back door was not closed. Then he heard his wife scream. Father quickly turned to look back, and to his shock, his son had opened the car door and rushed into the rushing traffic. Come back! Father called out in alarm. Behind, Mr. and Mrs. Cat were equally startled to see Gooey dash out of the car. You go after him. I know, don't rush me. Mr. Mouse stepped on the gas, completely ignoring the vehicles behind, chasing after Gooey. Gooey ran ahead, slightly turning his head, revealing a mocking smile at Mr. Mouse. A large truck was approaching Gooey. Gooey didn't see the truck, and the driver didn't see Gooey. What's wrong with this kid? Mr. Mouse shouted angrily, stepping on the gas while honking to warn the truck driver. Gooey was about to be caught in the truck's wheels. Mr. Mouse's eyes widened, and he sharply turned the steering wheel, crashing into the truck. The airbag deployed. The truck driver looked confused, opened the door, and Mr. Mouse had already jumped out of the car. "You bastard, how do you drive?" Mr. Mouse ignored the driver, crouched down, and saw that Gooey had already crawled under the truck, heading straight across. This kid was clearly walking towards suicide, specifically heading to the crowded area. The originally orderly intersection was now a mess. Stupid kid. Mr. Mouse got up from the ground, bypassed the truck driver, and chased after him. The driver looked furious. Miss Cat also jumped out of the car, and the driver angrily followed. "Hey, aren't you too responsible? Don't run. Get lost." Miss Cat slapped the driver and turned to run. The three were in hot pursuit. Crossing the intersection. Through the underpass. Straight to the moat. Gooey adjusted his backpack and plunged into the rushing water. Miss Cat held onto the railing, trembling as she looked at the water. He jumped into the water? "I'm going after him." Mr. Mouse took off his coat and dove into the water. Gooey, weak in body, swam slowly. It wasn't long before Mr. Mouse caught up to him. "Stupid kid, stop." Gooey grinned and pulled out the small knife, cutting into his wrist. Mr. Mouse widened his eyes, frozen in place. Gooey held the knife horizontally to his neck. "If you come any closer, I'll slit my throat." Mr. Mouse's hands trembled uncontrollably. Why was this kid so calm, yet could say such chilling things? Did he know something? No matter what, he absolutely couldn't die here. "You want to die? Then go ahead." Mr. Mouse moved his arms. Gooey reversed the dagger and pierced it into his chin, looking coldly at Mr. Mouse, still smiling faintly. Mr. Mouse was completely frozen in place. This kid actually knew the truth? "Wait, I give up." Mr. Mouse raised both hands. "Please don't get excited. Let's talk nicely, don't do anything stupid anymore." Gooey smirked coldly inside. He never expected his acting to be better than in the rehearsal. Mr. Mouse was obviously even more nervous than last time. "If I were to trick him right now. Everything is fake, you are fake, everyone is fake. Even if I die now. I will wake up in bed again tomorrow, right?" "No, that's not it." Mr. Mouse shook his head, his eyes flickering evasively. "You believe me, we won't harm you, we want to help you. Why are you running away? I've seen you there. That was all a dream, you've really misunderstood." "It's not a misunderstanding. You three have tried to catch me over and over again, don't think I don't know what you want to do." Gooey had already gotten the answer he wanted. He pretended to be weak, gradually lowering his voice, slowly closing his eyes, floating face up on the river. "Damn it!" Mr. Mouse cursed under his breath and quickly swam to Gooey's side. He hugged Gooey, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at Gooey in astonishment, the other man's face pale, still wearing a faint smile. "You fell for it." Gooey squinted his eyes, grinning widely, turning the blade forcefully. Chapter 92, Resting at the Inn. Gooey twisted the dagger hard, widening the wound. Blood gushed out, dyeing the lake red. Mr. Mouse made a choking sound in his throat, instinctively pushing Gooey away. A tear appeared in his back, countless little mice poured out from inside. However, when these mice fell into the water, they lost their mobility, bubbling down beneath. Mr. Mouse pushed Gooey away. Gooey stepped in the water and lunged at Mr. Mouse, reversing the dagger to stab at his neck. "Ha!" Mr. Mouse was utterly silenced. He gripped Gooey's wrist, his eyes gradually fading. Gooey, blinded by rage, stabbed 3 or 4 times before finally letting go of Mr. Mouse's body. "Ah! Murder!" The passerby on the shore screamed. Under the adrenaline rush, Gooey felt an inexplicable thrill, but after a while, he felt a wave of fear. The wounds on his wrist and chin began to throb painfully. Gooey quickly swam under the bridge, took out emergency supplies and bandages from his bag to bandage himself. The first aid kit had excellent waterproof effects, and the bandages were still very dry. Gooey had only pretended to cut his wrist, he hadn't actually cut through the artery, he just had been a bit too forceful when stabbing his chin, leaving a somewhat deep wound that wouldn't stop bleeding without stitching. Sirens sounded in the distance. Gooey quickly tied up the wound on his wrist, covering his chin with his hand, drifting down the river with the current. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Gooey crawled out of the water, running up the shore. Gooey walked into a back alley, finding a shabby little inn. "Get me a room." The innkeeper's wife was terrified at the sight of Gooey, covered in bruises and blood, her face trembling. You. I'll call an ambulance for you." Gooey took out the small knife and pressed it against the innkeeper's wife's neck. "Don't you understand human language? I want a room." "Don't worry, I'll get it for you right away." The innkeeper's wife hurriedly took out the key and handed it to Gooey. "Do you have needles and thread? What do you want that for? Bring the needles and thread over here." Gooey held the knife to the innkeeper's wife's neck and walked into the room. Just a moment ago, Gooey had run the numbers. The police wouldn't track this in for another 30 minutes, giving him plenty of time to rest and treat himself. Gooey sat on the sofa, untying the bandage on his chin, blood instantly gushing out. Even with Gooey's strong mental power, he couldn't hold on much longer while bleeding for such a long time. "You, hurry up." Gooey pointed at the needle and thread. "Help me stitch the wound." I can't do it. I'll call a doctor for you." Bang! Gooey slammed the small knife into the coffee table, making the innkeeper's wife jump. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up." Okay. The innkeeper's wife nodded, and under Gooey's guidance, used a lighter to heat the needle, then stitched Gooey's wound just like sewing clothes. Gooey's dagger was always pressed against the boss lady's belly. The boss lady's hands kept trembling. "Stay calm, don't panic." I'm sorry." The boss lady swallowed hard, glancing at Gooey with a bit of fear. This young man looked only 18 or 19, very pale, but his will was incredibly strong. The needle pierced his chin back and forth, yet he didn't let out a single sound. You have to know, he didn't use any anesthetic at all. Gooey's eyes were glazed over, but his mind kept racing. After returning to the surface world, Gooey had a question: why had the countdown on his phone not disappeared? Could this so-called surface world be another layer of illusion? To test this, before killing Mr. Mouse, he deliberately mentioned that it was all just a dream. Mr. Mouse denied it vehemently, but that was impossible to escape Gooey's eyes. His strong mental power told him Mr. Mouse was clearly lying. This world was still within a dream, only it was closer to the real world than Huandao Town, and the countdown on the phone was the best hint. Additionally, there were two clues Gooey had overlooked. One was the unreadable contract found in the underground secret room. The other was the other half of a mask in the basement. The contract mentioned a goo, and he had assumed it referred to his sister, but could this goo possibly refer to me? Could the other half of the mask in the basement be my ticket? Had I also made a deal with Dark Moon? Little handsome guy? Little handsome guy? Gooey suddenly looked up, finding the boss lady staring at him with a terrified expression. "The wound is stitched up." Gooey nodded and stood up from the sofa. He had been focused on thinking and hadn't felt anything until now, when he finally realized the pain. The boss lady looked at Gooey, unsure whether to stay or go. "Can you lend me a set of clothes? My clothes are all dirty." Just a moment." The boss lady left the room, and Gooey followed closely behind. "This is my son's clothes, he's about your height, you should be able to wear them." The boss lady handed a set of clothes to Gooey. Gooey quickly put it on, coughed into his hand, and spat out blood clots. "Are you sick?" "No, it should be an internal injury." "Are you part of the mafia?" "Ha!" Gooey chuckled coldly. "Worse than that, I'm an arsonist." "Child, what problem have you encountered? Maybe I can help you, there's no need to go down a dead end." The boss lady felt Gooey wasn't a bad person and stepped closer to persuade him. "Auntie, what if I told you that you are actually living in someone's dream, and I need to wake up that dreamer? How would you feel?" The boss lady tilted her head, not understanding at all. Gooey shook his head, knowing these people could never understand what he was saying. According to his deductions, the police would arrive in 10 minutes, he had to leave soon. "Child, wait." Hearing this, Gooey froze for a moment. The boss lady approached and grabbed Gooey's hand. "Child, where are your parents? Why don't you think about them? They are gone." "What about your grandparents?" "A few days ago, my grandmother passed away." "Then where is your hometown? Don't you have relatives back home?" "Hometown." Gooey paused for a moment. "Auntie, do you know a place called Huandao Town?" "Ah, I know." The boss lady blinked. "Are you talking about the neighborhood in the east of the city or the neighboring town?" "Where is the neighboring town?" "Huandao Town is an old name, only our elders used to call it that. Now it's renamed Huangdao Town. If you take a taxi, half a day is enough." "Thank you, Auntie." Gooey took 100 yuan out of his pocket and tossed it into the auntie's hand. "Though I really don't want to, I still have to go. Once again, I have been tricked by the system." When I first arrived in this world, Gooey paid special attention to the neighborhood where his parents lived, a community named Island Town, so naturally, he thought Island Town was a reflection of the community. But the truth is not so. In this world, there is another place that is the true Island Town, but it has changed its name now. If it weren't for the innkeeper's wife casually chatting and mentioning her hometown, Gooey would never have thought of this. Gooey stopped a taxi, closed his eyes to think, and realized that there were no police following him on this route. He could safely reach Huangdao Town. "Where to?" "Huangdao Town. Too far, you'll arrive at midnight. 500 yuan, I'll cover the tolls and bridge fees." "Let's go." The driver released the handbrake and hit the road immediately. Silence filled the journey. Gui took a short nap in the car. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at Huangdao town. At this moment, the sun was just setting. Gui paid the fare and walked into the town. Indeed, at the entrance of the town, there was a small shop, and the shopkeeper looked exactly like the one from the inner world. At this moment, he was playing a comedy skit on the radio, laughing foolishly behind the counter. Gui put on his eye mask and looked into the town. There was nothing unusual. Simulation begins. You walk deeper into the town, you see many unfamiliar faces, but the buildings remain unchanged. You find the old house. At this moment, the old house is surrounded by a fence. You leap over the fence and walk into the yard. You push open the big door of the old house. Before your eyes is a void. You terminate the simulation. Gui did not feel nervous, instead, he felt excitement. The inability to continue the simulation instead proved that he had come to the right place. Gui hurried to the front of the old house, leaped over the fence. He took out his phone and glanced at the countdown. At the moment he pushed open the door, the countdown paused. Who? Gui took a deep breath and stepped into the old house. Creak. Creak. The old house was filled with footsteps, yet not a single shadow was visible. Gui took off his grandmother's lucky pouch and held it tightly in his hand. He. Gui heard eerie laughter constantly echoing from the house. It is better to hear ghosts wail than to hear ghosts laugh. In this strange space, Gui had to be cautious. Keep steady. Gui closed his eyes, concentrating his attention. His powerful mental strength kept him from being disturbed by the ghosts, and the faint laughter gradually faded away. Gui stepped onto the stairs but heard another pair of footsteps. If you hear 2 footsteps while going upstairs, stop immediately and wait until the other footsteps disappear before proceeding. Gui stood still on the stairs. The footsteps grew closer and louder. He felt a wave of suffocation. A bizarre ripple appeared before his eyes, and immediately after, he felt his heart contract, as if someone was squeezing it. Damn it! Gui clenched the lucky pouch and smashed it towards the ripple in front of him. A golden flash flickered by, and a faint burnt smell wafted through the air. Grandma's lucky pouch turned into charcoal, and the invisible ghost let out a painful wail. Ah! A gust of demonic wind blew by, causing Gui to reflexively lean back and fall at the stairway entrance. Everything inside the old house aged rapidly until it was covered with dust and cobwebs, so this is the proper use of Grandma's lucky pouch. Gui got up from the ground and stepped onto the stairs. The steps were broken and uneven. If he wasn't careful, he might collapse, so he held onto the handrail and walked straight up to the 3rd floor of the old house. Gui kicked the lower corner of the door and successfully opened it. The 3rd floor attic was pitch black, and the lights were out. Gui took out a flashlight. The floor on the 3rd floor was bumpy and uneven. The mouse had already taken this place as its home, and when it saw Gui arrive, it showed no fear at all, leisurely running past him. He pushed open the room door, and the set of tables and chairs was still in the secret room. There was only a thin layer of dust on the tables and stools, without any damage. However, a new item had appeared on the large table. Gui lifted the flashlight. It was an exquisitely designed clown mask, identical to the clown makeup from the Dark Moon Circus. After hesitating for a moment, Gui put the mask on his face. Congratulations, you have discovered the special storyline item, Tulpa's Clown Mask. Your storyline exploration progress has increased. Current exploration progress, 81%. After Gui put on the clown mask, he felt no discomfort, and nothing in his field of vision changed. What is Tulpa? I feel like I've heard of it before. Gui frowned slightly, thinking carefully. His brain was rapidly processing, and he finally found an explanation for this term in the corners of his memory. Tulpa, pronounced the same as Tupa, can be translated as phantom person. It is a meditative method for exercising mental abilities, where one can create a fantasy companion through meditation. Most children have briefly and immaturely created tulpa playmates, and people who have suffered mental trauma are more likely to have immature tulpas due to their brain's protective mechanisms. A mature tulpa can have real-time conversations with its host, create images in reality, and even touch things. They have self-awareness and will perform actions that the host does not expect. They can also change their persona later on. Adults need up to 200 hours of meditation to create their own tulpa companion. However, if your mind is not strong, the tulpa may escape your control and affect your normal life. A mature tulpa may disappear, but most of the time, it will accompany you for life. You need to have a strong will to rid yourself of the tulpa. So, in a way, I am the ghost in this family of 3. Gui closed his eyes, trying to piece together the truth behind the entire scenario. The sister was an only child, but she was sold by her biological parents. Because the older brother never existed, it was reflected in the sister's diary as the older brother dying in a car accident. In the hands of her foster parents, the sisters suffered various abuses and beatings, which might have been because her foster mother discovered the sister's special ability, creating something out of nothing. The sister communicated with the older brother in her mind, asking him to save her. During this period, the non-existent older brother developed his own consciousness and had the potential to affect reality. The sister placed the older brother into the deepest dream, an island town, where the parents, brother, and sister lived happily. However, the foster parents did not allow the older brother's existence. Once the older brother realized the sister's existence, he would surely try everything to awaken her, and the power of the sister's dream would vanish. So, how could the older brother be successfully killed? The sister had to admit in her consciousness that the older brother was dead to completely destroy him. Otherwise, the sister could endlessly create a new older brother. Thus, the cat and mouse couple had no choice but to use the sister's bizarre powers to kill themselves. Chapter 94, The Capture Operation. Gooey found the blurry contract from his backpack. After he put on the mask, the writing on the contract became clear and visible. Silas Dark Moon's trading contract. The contractor will gain the abilities of the Dark Moon circus clown in exchange for their lifespan. After the contract is completed, the contractor will have only 7 days of life remaining. Contractor, Gooey. I see, no wonder this scenario is so strict with the time limit. The whole world relies on the sister's power to exist. The sister created me to save her, to wake her up from her dream. And the parents, the cat and mouse couple, and all the residents of the island town live off the sister's dream. They naturally do not want me to wake up my sister, so my parents and the cat and mouse always think of all ways to kill me, not even waiting for a mere 7 days. If it weren't for my sister's subconscious always protecting and guiding me to find clues, I would have probably been gone a long time ago. Gooey touched the clown mask on his face, recalling the way the clown blew up balloons. He instinctively reached into his pocket and indeed took out a balloon, skillfully blowing it up and folding it into a balloon sword. Swish! Gooey held the sword and slashed down at the chair. The chair instantly shattered into pieces. Gooey excitedly clenched his fist and noticed his pants suddenly felt heavy. He reached into his pocket and found various strange performance props, including a note with rules written on it. Clown mask instructions. 1. Never speak. 2. Always keep smiling. 3. Always have an audience. 4. Always remember, no matter how sad and wronged, keep your tears for after the curtain call. The real world. Chu Kongping arrived at the destination with the strategy team and the police. This place is called Huangjia Town, a seaside town where all the residents make their living by fishing. 3 or 4 years ago, Huangjia Town encountered a strange arrival, and the whole town was wrapped in a fog. If you don't have a local resident as a guide, you will fall into an endless maze and starve to death in the fog. Today, the originally peaceful town was no longer peaceful. The police, led by the guide, stormed into the town and arrested nearly 20 main suspects overnight. Their entire clan was suspected of human trafficking, smuggling, drug manufacturing, and drug dealing, committing all kinds of evils. The fog outside the town was their natural protective barrier. If it weren't for the involvement of the Dragon Country strategy team, finding evidence against these people might take another lifetime. Everyone behave. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Don't you know what's wrong with you? Come with us. How can you police arrest people at will? Brothers, grab your weapons and go after them. Do not let them leave the town. Seeing their clan members being arrested, all the residents took out their weapons. Some had harpoons, some had kitchen knives, and there were even villagers with homemade shotguns. They blocked the only exit of the town, trying to stubbornly resist. The village had nearly 1,000 residents, while the police team had less than 100. Director Hu Chang stepped forward and yelled into a megaphone. You are now suspected of obstructing official duties. I give you 3 chances to clear the road immediately, or... Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. Hu Chang was so scared that his hat almost fell off. He instinctively hid behind the vehicle, thinking the villagers across from him had fired. Then he looked up and saw that the resident with the homemade shotgun had been shot in the head. In the era of strange revival, everything is based on ensuring that adventurers successfully clear the strange world. Chu Kongping's gun was smoking. You are now suspected of endangering the lives of adventurers. According to the law, we can execute you on the spot. If you are not afraid of death, come on. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then raised their weapons and charged forward. Chu Kongping's subordinates loaded their bullets without hesitation and opened fire. The police, seeing this, finally woke up from their dreams and took out tear gas and electric guns. In just a few minutes, this rabble was completely suppressed. Hu Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead and roughly estimated that Chu Kongping alone had killed 20 residents. Team Leader Chu, why did you kill so many people at once? Is there a problem? Chu Kongping put away his gun and didn't even look at Hu Chang. These people are all deserving of death. I will not kill the wrong person. But how do I write these things in the report? Write however you like. So, do the legal regulations you mentioned just now really exist? Of course not, I made it up. Chu Kongping lit a cigarette. I just didn't want to waste time on these useless people. Special cases are handled specially, the people above will understand you. Ha? Captain, wait a second. Hu Chang looked at Chu Kongping with a face full of fear. Who knew that Chu Kongping didn't pay any attention at all and walked straight into the depths of the village? As a former adventurer, Chu Kongping's intuition and mental power were much higher than ordinary people. He vaguely sensed that there were strange items in the center of the town. He changed to a new magazine and walked forward with a Jian. Captain, is it that old house up ahead? Yeah, I think so too. Chu Kongping arrived in front of the old house and climbed over the fence. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and Chu Kongping couldn't help but take 3 steps back. A Jian hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Chu Kongping with his body. Captain Chu, is it a ghost? Don't be afraid, the ghosts here are gone, I can't feel their presence. Chu Kongping pushed the door open and entered. The inside of the old house was dilapidated, filled with a rotten smell. Chu Kongping walked up the stairs, driven by his intuition to the 3rd floor. On the corridor of the 3rd floor, a black cat was gently licking a huge mouse, while the mouse lay on its back, eyes squinting in pleasure. Chu Kongping closed his eyes and shook his head. The strange cat and mouse immediately vanished. Captain Chu, what's wrong with you? I saw some illusions. Is it mental pollution? No, it's my intuition giving me some kind of suggestion. Chu Kongping thought for a moment with his eyes closed. A cat and mouse together? Poof. I understand now. After we go back, immediately send people to investigate the leadership of Haigang City. No one can escape the punishment of the law. Got it. Chu Kongping pushed open the door to the 3rd floor room. A man wearing a clown mask was staring straight at him. Chu Kongping instinctively raised his gun but found that the clown was also an illusion. Damn it, why does this keep happening today? Captain, what's wrong? I haven't had a loss of control over my intuition for a long time, and today I've had illusions twice in a row. Just now, I saw a clown appear here. Chu Kongping shook his head and walked to where the clown had disappeared. On the floor lay a yellowed piece of drawing paper, covered in dust. He gently blew away the floating dust. It was a child's drawing, depicting a family of 4, a father, a mother, an older brother, and a younger sister. A Jin crouched beside Chu Kongping, also seeing the drawing. His eyes widened as he noticed the older brother in the drawing slowly disappearing. Captain, this is what Gui said, that there is a reflection relationship between the strange world and the real world? The picture on the child's drawing slowly faded until it finally turned into a patch of black-gray. Chapter 95, The Strange Clown, 1. Boss, we've arrived. The passenger didn't say a word, just took out 500 yuan and handed it to the driver. Wait a moment, boss, I'll get you change. The passenger patted the driver's shoulder. OL, boss? The driver looked at the passenger in the back seat with a face full of surprise. When getting into the car, this passenger wore a clown mask and wrote the destination on a piece of paper. The driver thought the passenger couldn't speak, so he didn't communicate with him. Once the car started, the clown passenger fell asleep in the car. The driver focused on driving and didn't pay much attention to him. Who knew that when they arrived, this passenger looked completely different? The clown mask seemed to be fused with his face, and the original clothes had turned into colorful clown costumes, looking extremely bizarre. You. The clown turned his face, revealing a smile. He pulled a rose from his pocket and stuffed it into the driver's hand. Ha! The driver accepted the flower, looking completely baffled. Gui walked down the street, always wearing a smile. The clown mask had completely merged with him overnight. No matter what, he could no longer take it off. Last night, he had been lying in the taxi, replaying everything night after night. But always fails at the last moment. With the power of the clown, Gui could almost ignore Miss Cat and all the strange creatures, successfully destroying the giant tree, but when finally confronting his sister, the deduction would always come to a halt. To untie his sister's mental knot, Gui must search personally. There is no way to avoid class through deduction. Gui took out his phone. 12 hours 34 minutes. Only 12 hours left on the countdown. His sister's final diary entry was also successfully unlocked. May 17, 2021, strong winds. After I woke up, I found a red mass of flesh next to my bed. It kept twisting and changing, like a terrible monster. It lunged at me, and I screamed loudly in fear. Mom came into my room, and I told her there was a monster on my bed. Mom told me it was all fake, and I just needed to sleep well. I am really scared. What is that thing? Could that thing be my brother? This diary roughly describes how the sister created her brother. That twisted mass of flesh became her brother the next day, May 18th, so the sister would be so afraid of him and would ask, "What is he?" Gui took out a selfie stick, set up his phone, and then connected to a certain live streaming website. The third rule of the clown: always have an audience. Live streaming the whole process was a good idea Gooey thought of. Oh? Is it really a clown live stream? Which circus is the streamer in? Why isn't the streamer talking? Gooey smiled mysteriously at the phone camera, making a shushing gesture with his finger, and exaggeratedly put his hand into his pants. Can I show you this? Let me show you a big treasure. What is he doing? Gooey pulled out a 2-meter-high redwood door from his pants, then banged it on the ground. He ran around awkwardly for a long time before finally stabilizing the redwood door. The bullet screen was filled with question marks. Special effects? Is he a clown or a magician? Is this really live streaming? Not edited? It's live. I saw it with my own eyes. Brothers, do you see me in the live stream? A viewer burst into the frame, waving to everyone. Seeing this, Gooey smiled and waved back at the viewer. The bullet screen obviously did not believe it. Is this a setup? I've never seen this script, it's really interesting. It's definitely an edited video. Creak. Gooey didn't explain anything to the bullet screen. He raised the phone stand and pointed the camera at the redwood door, smiling as he opened the door. Outside was a charred ground. Everyone took a close look. This was clearly the pier in the south of the city, where a big fire had occurred the night before, and firefighters had battled here for a day and night. At this moment, a reporter from a TV station was still interviewing at the scene. Gooey held up his phone, walked behind the camera, and exaggeratedly made various funny faces. Whoa! Isn't that a reporter from the TV station? That clown is really on site, appearing on the TV station. Is this guy really a magician? Suddenly, a large number of netizens surged into Gooey's livestream, and the barrage screen completely blocked his face. Gooey laughed heartily. The netizens' admiration filled Gooey with strength. No wonder the clown's instructions required him to have an audience. The more fans and admirers he had, the more strange powers he could use. The photographer and reporter obviously saw Gooey causing trouble, and they all turned their heads. Gooey once again put his hand into his pants, and after a series of exaggerated groping, he pulled out a rope as thick as an arm. The reporter, holding a microphone, had forgotten to interview, staring blankly at Gooey. How can he take out such a big thing from his pants? I don't know. Gooey had an exaggerated smile on his face, squatting on the ground tying the rope into a lasso. He swung it like a cowboy, creating a whirlwind. Wow! The female reporter lost her balance. Blown away by the hurricane. The photographer, tall in stature, quickly reached out and grabbed the female reporter, pulling her behind the nearby container. The container rattled violently in the wind of the hurricane. The reporter and the photographer exchanged glances. This is a monster, we must run. Run? What nonsense! This is such a great news story. If we report it, we can become famous. You can't even stand up straight, what can you report? Aren't you able to stand? Just take my picture first. This is live streaming now, what a great opportunity. The reporter quickly pushed the photographer back. The photographer steadied himself and aimed the camera at Gooey. Gooey's exaggerated laughter echoed across the entire wharf as he forcefully threw the hemp rope, heading straight for the largest container in the middle of the dock. Clunk! The lasso wrapped around the container. Gooey gave it a strong tug. The huge container lifted off the ground and was casually thrown into the sea by him. The waves surged, splashing down like pouring rain onto the wharf. The reporter's hair and clothes were soaked. She stood in front of the camera, microphone raised, excitedly explaining the situation to all viewers. Dear viewers, I am now at the southern dock, where we have encountered a Superman. He has incredible strength like in the movies and possesses marvelous powers. He is like ah. Before the reporter could finish her sentence, she felt the ground disappear beneath her feet. She turned her head and saw Gooey carrying her in one arm and the photographer in the other, bringing them back to the place where the container used to be. There was a straight staircase leading down. Although it was daytime, the area below was still dark, making one shiver. You. Gooey grinned, handing the selfie stick to the reporter, nodding gently. The reporter glanced over and realized Gooey was live streaming with his phone. At this moment, the comments were a chaotic mess. It was impossible to tell what everyone was saying. Do you want me to help you film? Gooey nodded, revealing a brilliant smile. Chapter 96, Mysterious Clown, 2. The reporter trailed behind Gooey, while the cameraman, not wanting to be left out, followed with the camera. Hello, can you tell me your name? The reporter held Gooey's phone in one hand and the microphone in the other. Gooey turned his head, his smile stretching wide. The reporter felt her legs tremble. She had never seen such a charming smile. Gooey placed his index finger on his lips and shook his head. You can't speak? He. Gooey let out a strange laugh and continued down the stairs. The cameraman's instincts were sharper than the reporter's. He vaguely sensed something incredible was lurking below. How about we don't go down? I feel like there's a monster down there. Are you even a man? Hurry and follow me down. The reporter couldn't care less about danger and quickly ran after Gui. Her mind was filled with thoughts of capturing a big news story. The cameraman had no choice but to follow behind the reporter. The three of them arrived in front of a massive blast door. Gui looked around curiously, his movements comical. Mr. Clown, what's behind this door? Gui ignored the reporter's question and reached into his pants again. The reporter awkwardly looked away, focusing on the phone screen. Stupid woman, you're blocking the camera. Stop blocking our view of the clown. What treasure is he going to pull out now? This is a blast door, it can't be opened without a keycard. What does he want to do? The comments were flooding in. The reporter glanced at the number of viewers. It had already exceeded 50 million, with the count rising by 1 million every minute. In less than 10 minutes since the broadcast started, the clown's livestream had already reached the top of the popularity chart. The technical staff of the streaming website were dumbfounded. They had never seen such exaggerated data flow. At this moment, the website staff were engaged in a heated discussion around the clown's livestream. Damn, this clown actually has superpowers? Stop talking nonsense, there are no superpowers in this world, the tech team leader said. The higher-ups ordered to immediately ban this livestream and say it's forbidden to engage in feudal superstition. Bang bang bang. The tech team employees quickly operated, but the livestream room not only remained unbanned but surged to the hot list. Boss, it seems our website has been hijacked by hackers. Boss, it's the same here. Restarting the server didn't help, now all the livestreams are auto-broadcasting the clown. What the hell? Everyone turned to look at the screen. The clown let out a creepy laugh and pulled out a giant inflatable hammer, taller than 2 people, with 100T written on it. The hammer wobbled limply, looking very light. He he he. Gui made a strange laugh and lifted the inflatable hammer that didn't look heavy at all. Bang! The hammer hit the blast-proof door. The reporter and cameraman instinctively covered their ears and opened their mouths. The blast-proof door made a loud noise and shattered into 8 pieces in the blink of an eye, while the inflatable hammer drooped down. Gui turned his head and looked at the two behind him. The cameraman was so scared that he dropped his camera lens and smashed it. The reporter trembled and raised his phone, leaning against the wall to stand up. The barrage in the livestream room went crazy again, blocking the entire screen. However, Gui's clown image strangely floated above the barrage. This livestream site didn't have face recognition functionality yet, so an image couldn't possibly float above the barrage. This is the clown using its bizarre ability to change the rules of the livestream barrage. Gui still wore a smile, and he beckoned to the reporter with a finger. The reporter and cameraman were deeply attracted to him, following him without hesitation. Tap tap tap. Gui's big leather shoes slammed on the corridor, making a rhythmic sound. The reporter suddenly felt her hair stand on end, and when she looked up, she saw some strange people at the end of the corridor, each with dead fish eyes, like walking corpses. Zombies. For some reason, the reporter suddenly thought of zombies from horror movies. Those zombies screeched and charged forward, some even holding guns. Quick! Hide! The cameraman quickly pulled the reporter back, using his body as a shield. Bang bang bang! Gunfire echoed in the narrow corridor. The cameraman could even feel the vibration of bullets flying against the floor and walls. No one knew how long the gunfight lasted. The cameraman slowly turned his head and found the entire corridor was stained red. The bodies of those zombies turned into colorful pixel squares, while the clown still stood there motionless, his right hand shaped like a gun, making a bayubi-yubi sound from his mouth. The scene was very eerie. He he he. Gui let out a strange laugh, waking up the dazed cameraman and reporter. What are these people? Gui didn't respond. He mimicked a wolf howl and dog barking, making some scary faces. Are you saying they are all treacherous people? He he he. Gui nodded, gave a thumbs up, and continued walking deeper into the corridor. The reporter continued holding up her phone. At the end of the corridor, there were 2 signs, one for the living area and another for the breeding area. Gui poked the breeding area sign with his finger, his smile a little stiff. He turned around and took out 2 balloons from his pocket, blowing them up to create 2 crowns and placing them on the heads of the reporter and cameraman. What is this for? Gui pressed his hands together and smiled, bowing. The reporter touched the hat on her head. Are you saying this thing is to protect us? Gui nodded, mimicking the cameraman's filming pose. The reporter held up her phone and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will definitely film your every move. I don't know why, but even though Gui said nothing, the reporter could always accurately understand his meaning. It seemed there was a special charm about him, making people unconsciously trust and rely on him. The closer she got to the breeding area, the more uneasy the reporter felt. Every time she shivered, the hat on her head would slightly heat up, helping to dispel her discomfort. About 10 minutes later, Gooey finally stopped. The reporter turned her phone, aiming the camera at the eerie and bloody hall. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, seeing the bizarre and cruel scene for real made her unable to hold back her vomit. Thud. The phone fell to the ground. The photographer trembled as he picked up the phone and aimed the camera again at the women and children treated like fertilizer. Everyone, I've been a reporter for decades. I once investigated a child trafficking case, and I still remember the photos of the missing children in my mind. I can be sure that the girl with the horn braids in the east is Tong Tong, who went missing last month. It turns out, the children who went missing all over the country were sent here to become sacrifices for demons. I can hardly believe it. Chapter 97, Eerie Clown, 3. The bullet comments suddenly fell silent collectively. The sight before them had completely subverted everyone's worldview. They had never seen such a bizarre and evil scene. What is this place? Hell? Why is there such a thing underground in our city? Please tell me this is just an illusion. I saw my daughter, she is right there. The bullet comments appeared again, covering all the horrific scenes, leaving only Gooey's lonely figure. Gooey turned to the camera, gently bowing, then took a balloon from his pocket and quickly made a Tommy gun with it. Beep beep beep. Gooey held a whistle in his mouth and blew it urgently to simulate the sound of a submachine gun. The balloon gun's muzzle spewed flames, piercing through the tangled white bones above their heads in no time. The branches flailed wildly in the air, spraying countless red and white juices. Gooey blew another whistle, and those juices turned into fireworks that exploded in midair. The photographer immediately aimed the camera at the hospital beds, where the children all showed happy smiles, as if they had just had a beautiful dream. That clown is guiding these children to the afterlife. The pain on the children's faces has disappeared. He is a superhero fighting against demons. Beep. The whistle sounded again. The photographer supported the reporter and brought her to Gooey's side. Hero, what orders do you have? Gooey patted their shoulders and then pointed to his own shoulders. Huh? What do you want to say? Gooey rolled his eyes. The reporter's face turned pale as she cautiously asked, do you want us to hold your shoulders, right? Gooey nodded wildly. The photographer looked at the reporter in amazement. How did you understand? Talent? One on the left and one on the right, they each held onto Gooey's shoulders. Gooey took off the straps from his shoulders and with a swoosh, threw them onto the ceiling. The straps stuck to the ceiling, stretching like rubber bands. Gooey held onto the reporter and photographer tightly and blew the whistle forcefully. Beep. The straps instantly contracted. The three of them were like stones shot from a slingshot, flying up into the sky, crashing through the ceiling. The reporter closed her eyes and screamed, the sound of rushing wind filling her ears. Open your eyes and look. No. The reporter said no, but her body obediently opened her eyes. The eyeball fruits on the tree all focused on the three of them, and atop the canopy were goat-headed men, watching them with ominous eyes. The three's momentum gradually faded, but they were still 3 to 4 meters away from the top of the canopy. Beep. Gooey glanced at the photographer, who understood and hugged Gooey's neck. Now that his hands were free, Gooey took out the whip and with a whoosh, he flicked it away. The whip wrapped around the tree trunk and pulled the three of them up to the top. Oh my God. The photographer lay on the treetop, looking down at the deep pit, still in shock. This is even more thrilling than filming a movie. Quick, raise your phone and take pictures. Oh. The photographer hurriedly lifted his phone to film. With his back to the camera, Gooey bowed deeply to the countless goat-headed people, then swung the long whip hard, as if tearing apart the very air in front of him. The goat-headed people let out painful wails, each transforming into fist-sized pixel blocks. Where did these monsters come from? Who knows? You all hurry up and follow. I want to see how the clown will defeat those monsters. The comments exploded with excitement, urging the reporter and the photographer to move forward. However, Gooey's pace was simply too fast. The two of them were left behind, sweating heavily. Mr. Clown, can you slow down a bit? Exactly, we're almost. The reporter and the photographer all shut their mouths. The photographer's hands trembled as he forgot that he was filming with his phone. The scene before him was something he would never forget. A towering black cat appeared in front of him, its leg longer than all three of theirs combined. Meow, the black cat spoke. Gooey, do you think you're invincible? This world belongs to Gooey, and as long as I control this tree, you can never kill me. Gooey tilted his head and made a finger gun gesture at the black cat. The black cat let out a strange cry and swung its claws at Gooey. The tips of its claws were engulfed in blue lightning, shattering the photographer's phone from a distance. The balloon crowns above their heads also burst, turning into a spray of fireworks. What are you doing? Hurry up and take pictures. Oh right. The photographer snapped back to reality and raised his phone again. Clown, get out of the way. The cat's claws suddenly stopped just above Gooey's head. Gooey slowly raised his right hand, pouted, and squinted his left eye. Bayou. Gooey mimicked the sound of a gun. Before his voice faded, the black cat let out a wail and transformed into huge elemental blocks. Is it that simple? Holy shit, this big monster just died in one hit? This clown is too strong. The comments overflowed with admiration. The photographer and reporter kept dodging to avoid being hit by the falling pixel blocks. Gooey slightly tilted his head to dodge the largest black pixel, climbing up the tree trunk to reach the top of the treetop. Without Gooey's help, the reporter and photographer could only stand below holding their phones. Gooey came to his sleeping sister's side. There was an air wall surrounding her, and he gently patted that wall, revealing a kind smile. Suddenly, Gooey felt the power within him rapidly fading away. He looked back at the reporter and photographer, both seemed to be frozen, like statues. Gooey snapped his fingers, and the photographer's phone immediately flew back to him. The countdown had already paused. Frozen at 99 hours 99 minutes 99 seconds. Gooey closed his eyes, trying to use his innate skill, but all he saw was emptiness. Now, it was the most critical moment. Gooey raised his fist and pounded relentlessly on the air wall in front of him, shattering it only when his fists bled. He gently touched his sister's cheek. His sister opened her eyes, staring blankly at Gooey. Eat? A deafening roar echoed in Gooey's ears, followed by waves from the void rushing towards him. The clown mask on Gooey began to loosen, and a crack formed on its surface. He hurriedly held the mask to prevent it from falling. A flash of golden light passed by. Gooey couldn't help but close his eyes. You little bitch, when you grow up, you should go out and sell. I smashed a bowl, and Mom grabbed my ear, just like grabbing a torn sack of hemp. She pointed at my nose and yelled in a voice loud enough for the whole village to hear, you little bitch, when you grow up, you should go sell yourself, that way you can make money for your old man and old lady. Raising you is a loss. I didn't cry, I kept smiling the whole time. Brother told me, as long as I keep smiling, all the pain will disappear. Mom kept hitting me until my nose bled. She said she hated the way I smiled, it was like a little vixen. Dad came home, and he was going to cook us lamb. I didn't like the smell of lamb, but Dad always made it for us. Mom and Dad ate happily, and I always chewed it a few times before spitting it into my sleeve. This time, Dad caught me spitting out the lamb. He grabbed a rattan cane and hit me on the bottom with it until the cane broke. He said I was a bad child who didn't appreciate food, good for nothing but lying, just like Mom said, raising me was a loss. I saw Brother standing in the corner, looking at me with a face full of pity. He wanted to come help me, but he couldn't, he was too weak, he couldn't beat Dad. I envied other kids because they could go to the zoo or amusement park with their parents. The time I looked forward to the most every month was going to Grandma's house to play. Grandma was really nice to me, she even took me to the circus. At the circus, I met an uncle named Dark Moon, who was about my height. I won the grand prize in a raffle, and the uncle told me he could make one of my wishes come true. I said I wanted Brother to always be with me. Uncle Dark Moon said he couldn't do that, he couldn't make something that didn't exist into something that existed. I didn't understand what he was saying. Uncle Dark Moon gave me a potted plant and said the Dark Moon Circus valued integrity. Although they couldn't make my wish come true, they wouldn't let me leave empty-handed. I returned home. I found Dad and Mom were scolding Grandma, blaming her for losing me. I went to Dad and Mom and showed them the potted plant in my hand, telling them I went to the circus. Dad, you're daydreaming again? Mom, what potted plant? What circus? You're just lying. Dad, if you run around again, I'll beat you to death. Mom and Dad were angry, one grabbed a rattan cane, and the other grabbed a stool, beating me with punches and kicks. Grandma blocked them with her body, but unfortunately, Dad accidentally hit her on the head, causing it to break. Later, Grandma was sent to the hospital, and Mom and Dad didn't let me go see her, so I could only secretly go with Brother. I told Grandma about what happened at the circus. Grandma was happy to see me and Brother. Maybe because Grandma was old, she always couldn't find where Brother was, so I had to hold Brother's hand for her to find him. One day after school, I saw a big sister running out, with a group of adults chasing her. Some were riding motorcycles, some were driving cars, some were running on foot. They surrounded the big sister, whipping her with a leather whip. The big sister cried bitterly, but she still kept pushing forward, ignoring everything. The uncle across the street grabbed the big sister's hair and cursed, "You bitch, I didn't invite you to my house for free food and drink. If you don't give me a son, you're not leaving." The big sister just cried. Only crying. The more I cried, the harder the adults beat me. Until finally, the big sister lay on the ground, completely motionless. The adults dragged the big sister to the small woods behind the middle school. I saw them dig a hole under the poplar tree and bury the big sister inside. It turned out the big sister had been beaten to death by them. I held my brother, crying for a long time. I became sick. My head hurt a lot, like someone was drilling my brain with an electric drill. My parents did not want me to be hospitalized. They said they would take me to find 2 doctors to treat me. The doctors were a man and a woman. The man looked like a mouse, the woman looked like a cat. They took me away, saying I might never come back. I asked why. They said if I wanted to get better, I had to do this. I suddenly felt very happy and very reluctant. Happy because I would no longer have to live with my parents, reluctant because I would never see my grandmother again. I asked, can I bring my brother with me? They said I didn't have a brother. I was confused. My brother was obviously right beside me. How could they not see him? The 2 doctors took me to live in the city. They made me call them mom and dad. I refused. They said nothing, but still fed me and let me live in their home. They just always made me do some strange training, which made my health worse and worse. My head hurt more and more. I talked to the potted plant, saying I wanted to drink almond water. When I turned around, I found that my bedside indeed had a bottle of almond water. I discovered this potted plant actually had the ability to make wishes come true. The potted plant said that to not have a headache, I had to pay a price. If I didn't hurt, my mother would have to hurt. I hesitated. My brother came out to stop me. He said this was all the devil's trick. I nodded. I made a wish to the potted plant while carrying my brother on my back. Sure enough, my head no longer hurt. On this day, my new mom found me. She told me my old mom had a terminal illness and would soon die. I didn't understand why. She said, you are a special person, the strongest person in this world, you can create a world of your own. I still didn't understand. She said, don't you want your brother to always be with you? Then fine, let's make a deal. You let me and your dad have powers beyond humanity, and I will make you be with your brother forever. Did I fall asleep? I fell asleep again. I couldn't wake up. Is this a dream? Yes, this is a dream, the most real dream. Our family of 3 has moved to a new house for nearly a year. We moved into a high-end community. Although it is not as fun as the countryside, I finally live in a building. Dad and mom still love to make lamb for me, but now even if I don't eat lamb, they will no longer beat or scold me. They have become much gentler. Recently, I often have dreams. I dream that I am lying in a pool of blood, and I always hear the crying of children in my ears. I am so scared. I want to find my brother to save me. I opened my eyes and found myself standing in the middle of the road. A big truck was rushing towards me. My brother appeared just in time and pushed me to the side of the road, but he was crushed by the truck, his head smashed. My brother is gone. My brother appeared again. My brother is gone. Brother. It seems like I never had a brother? Hello. I am a happy girl with a family of 3. My dream is to have a brother who can always protect me. I hope he can always be with me. Chapter 99, Who Loves Her? Thoughts gradually returned to Gui. Gui shook his head and looked ahead. In a void, the younger sister was huddled in the corner, quietly sobbing. Gui crawled towards her, the clown mask on his face was slowly cracking apart. Even the clown mask could not resist the assault of the void for long. Gui wanted to shout loudly, but suddenly remembered the rules of the mask's use. He could not speak now. He struggled to walk to his sister's side and gently patted her shoulder. His sister slowly turned her head, her eyes hollow, with dark tears streaming from the corners. It's a clown, it's a clown. Gui pointed to his own face. Ah! His sister suddenly opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Gui's eardrum was instantly pierced, countless bony branches shot from his sister's chest, heading straight for him. The clown mask cracked with countless fissures. He had to hold onto the mask at all times. His sister's strange power was too strong. She could not communicate or interact. Even if he found the strongest plot item in the copy, he could not counter her bizarre power. His sister's resentment was truly impossible to resolve. In their original family, she was insulted and beaten, and after being sold, she was merely a tool for others to exploit. If it was Gui, he would surely fall into despair, becoming as unspeakable as his sister. Was there really no way out? To everyone in the real world, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Creak, creak. Gui's mask began to shatter. A black glove appeared before him, suddenly pulling him out of the void. Wow! Gui's mask shattered into 8 pieces. He sat down heavily in a chair, staring blankly at everything around him. This was the screening room he had visited last time, and the big screen was showing the image of him confronting his sister in the void, the film frozen at the moment before his mask broke. Gui, you cannot survive. The host's voice came from behind. He sat down next to Gui, took out a bucket of popcorn, and ate leisurely. Don't be unhappy, the host said with a smile. My foresight is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than yours. I can predict millions of outcomes in an instant. No matter how you eventually communicate with your sister, you have only one way to die. Gooey remains silent. I know you don't believe it, let me show you, then you will believe. The host pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. The screen flashed countless clips, showing various ways Gooey could die. Pierced through the heart by branches. Crushed into mud by a trunk. His sister gouging out his eyes. No matter how hard he tried or how he persuaded, in the end, his sister would kill Gooey. How about it? Have you lost hope? Gooey slumped against the back of the chair like a pile of mud. The filming is good, I haven't experienced dying from having my eyes gouged out yet, so it might be an opportunity. The host was taken aback, even he felt a chill down his spine. Gooey, I know what you are thinking. You are still worried about your family, right? Don't worry, as long as you promise to join us and become a host, I can guarantee your parents will live well and enjoy endless longevity. What exactly does a host do? He can become the master of the copy world. The host smiled, in your copy world, the more people die, the stronger your power becomes, and the world you can create becomes more dangerous and complex. In the end, you can live forever, undying. Oh, I'm not interested. Gooey remained unmoved, he squinted, reaching into the host's arms to take a popcorn kernel and popped it into his mouth. What are you really resisting? Do you truly care about the survival of other humans? Who in this world is worth you fighting so hard for? Human nature is ugly and selfish, this copy's story is the best annotation. Who caused the tragedy of your sister? It was her parents, who should have loved her most. Because she was a daughter, in her parents' eyes, she was a worthless liability, destined to grow up and be sold, becoming a whore. The small town where she was born lived off the trade of human trafficking, under the poplar forest behind the town. I don't know how many innocent bones are buried here. She fell ill, but her parents refused to treat her, to squeeze out her last bit of value, they sold her to others. The only one who loved her, her grandmother, ended up lying in the hospital, dying without treatment. The only one who cared for her, her brother, lived only in her imagination. Did her parents love her? Did the world love her? Did fairness love her? Did justice love her? Creak, creak. The sound of Gooey chewing popcorn echoed in the screening room. The host grinned and placed the popcorn on Gooey's knee. Join us, let all humanity pay the price it deserves. Pa. Gooey spat out what was in his mouth. Do you know? You are like a stone you chew on while eating popcorn, like a warm soda bought after basketball, like a swollen bump caused by a mosquito bite on the sole of your foot, like discovering an unfinished achievement after completing a game. Though these cannot hurt you, they just make you feel really uncomfortable. The host's face changed colors continuously, he clenched his fists tightly, trembling slightly. Gooey turned to look at the host and revealed a bright smile. Humanity has survived until now not through selfishness, but through sharing, unity, sacrifice, dedication, and courage. This is a belief engraved in our bones. In primitive society, if you did not know how to share food, your companions would starve to death. When faced with dangerous beasts, they would be unable to help you. In the face of terrifying natural disasters, humanity becomes a mutual fortress. We have countless times used our flesh and blood to build walls against floods and tsunamis. I have seen firefighters sacrificing themselves to save others in fires. I have seen quiet volunteers helping disaster victims without asking for rewards. I have seen countless defiant adventurers resisting the divine, daring to challenge the bizarre, unwilling to bow to trash like you even if they die. These are the immortal spirits passed down through generations. We people of Dragon Country do not believe in gods and do not resign to destiny. One day we will eliminate all the bizarre and rid ourselves of the so-called gods. Impudent! The host stood up from his chair, and Gooey also stood up, smashing the popcorn in his hand onto the host's face. You see the ugliness of humanity in this simulation, but I see the brilliance of humanity. Even when life is miserable and full of torment, the sister stays optimistic, always believing her brother will protect her. Even if the sister is a girl, the grandmother still treats her as her dearest granddaughter, willing to protect her even at the cost of getting hurt. Even if the brother is a ghost that doesn't exist, he still willingly gives up his chance to be human, sacrificing his lifespan just to awaken his sleeping sister and fulfill his duty as a brother. And what about you? You're just a traitor to humanity, betraying faith, betraying yourself. What right do you have to judge humanity here? Good, really good for you. You keep being your human hero, hurry and roll. The host clenched his fist and punched Gooey in the nose. Gooey's nose bled profusely, and stars danced before his eyes. When he regained his vision again, his sister appeared before him once more. Chapter 100, Chu Kongping's Fishing Techniques. In the real world. Chu Kongping hurriedly left the old house and took out his phone to make a call. Immediately gather all the leaders in the city for a meeting. By the way, do not let them meet in the city, let them come to Huangdao Town to see me. Don't bargain with me, and don't give me excuses. Everyone must come to Huangdao Town immediately. This concerns the survival of our entire country and even all of humanity. What could be more important than this? I don't want to say it a second time. Immediately. Right away. Chu Kongping hung up the phone. Ajin looked at Chu Kongping, his mood showing no fluctuations. He had followed Chu Kongping for 4 or 5 years and had long understood his character. He always acted decisively in everything he did. Chu Kongping took out a cigarette from his pocket, and Ajin immediately handed him a lighter. Team leader, why are you in such a hurry this time? Didn't I already send someone to investigate? Chu Kongping exhaled the smoke. Ajin, do you remember what my talent was when I unlocked it in the Eerie world? It seems like it was enhancing inspiration. S-level talent, the Eye of Spiritual Vision. It helps me increase my inspiration and passively avoid danger. By the time I reached the second copy, I had already gained new abilities, turning this passive skill into an active one to create illusions for the weak. So, ever since I left the Eerie world, I could no longer use the Eye of Spiritual Vision. My inspiration became dull, only working in particularly dangerous situations. But after I came to this old house, my inspiration reached its peak again, and I found that I could actively control my talent skill once more. The strange power of this old house allows you to use the skills you learned in the Eerie world. Gui was right, there is a mapping relationship between the real world and the Eerie world. Just now on the 3rd floor, I briefly sensed Gui. My inspiration tells me that Gui is likely in the most dangerous moment. We don't have time to collect evidence little by little or investigate incrementally. We must take decisive action and directly capture all the wrongdoers. Ajin gritted his teeth and said worriedly, Team leader, killing those villagers might barely count as self-defense, but if you kill officials without solid evidence. Any issues, I will bear them myself, Chu Kongping said. If I get dismissed because of this, then you can take on the duties of the leader first, since you were once an adventurer. Team leader. Enough, there's nothing more to discuss. Chu Kongping extinguished the cigarette, leaning against the old house's railing in a daze. People say Chu Kongping is arrogant and tyrannical, but few know his deep disdain for the Eerie world, for the fanatics of the director, and for those who slander adventurers. Ajin had also adventured in the Eerie world before. After experiencing the fear of facing the Eerie alone, Ajin understood Chu Kongping's feelings even more. He did not want more people to face that despair. The Eerie world changes in an instant, and opportunities are fleeting. Ajin had to admit that Chu Kongping's choice now, while illegal, was the most correct. Such actions would inevitably attract baseless accusations, endless misunderstandings, and even imprisonment. But they did not have the energy to explain. No time to explain. No need to explain. The sun had set. A bus stopped in front of the old house, and Hu Chang brought a group of officials to Chu Kongping. Team leader, everyone is here. Chu Kongping looked at the crowd and tossed the half-smoked cigarette out of his hand. Hu Chang looked down and saw at least a dozen cigarette butts by Chu Kongping's feet. Let's all go inside. Chu Kongping waved his hand, leading the group into the old house. The group pinched their noses in disgust as they entered the dilapidated house. It's so dirty here. Could there be eerie creatures? What do you want us to sit here for? Said a short man, covering his nose. It smells terrible, I have other work to do. Chu Kongping raised an eyebrow, what do you mean by that? Hey, we are not adventurers, we are all ordinary people. Yeah, calling us to this haunted place at this time is really bad luck. Papa. Chu Kongping stepped forward. Give those 2 smart-mouthed guys 2 slaps. Just now, Chu Kongping has already used his spirit vision eye. In his eyes, these 2 smart-mouthed guys all have wooden heads, which means it is useless to reason with them, only violent means can make them yield. I don't have time to explain to you, all of you line up, I will check you one by one. Chu Kongping glared with big eyes, walking past each official. Some people radiated golden light, they were honest and kind people. Some people emitted blue light, they were people who hated evil as much as they loved good. Some people shone with purple light, they were people of great fortune. Chu Kongping looked at everyone, he needed to find the one radiating red light. Red light meant numerous crimes and a murderous aura. Hu Chang leaned closer to Chu Kongping, group leader, how is it? Didn't find it. Ha? Then we can only kill them all. Eh? What are you talking about? Chu Kongping beckoned to Ajin, pulling a handgun from his embrace. As Hu Chang was about to draw his gun, Chu Kongping shot him in the head. Ah! Murder! Ajin, block the door. Ajin nodded, immediately standing by the door. Chu Kongping shot each person one by one, reaping the lives of everyone present. The woman standing in the last row turned pale, she knelt on the ground, looking at Chu Kongping with fear on her face. Group leader Chu, I didn't do anything, please don't kill me, okay? Chu Kongping smirked, coldly laughing, you wicked woman, got caught, right? Ah. The woman raised her head, looking around. All the people who were shot down got back up from the ground, touching their wounds. Surprisingly, there was not a drop of blood. Chu Kongping's killing was just an illusion. The woman shook her head in disbelief. What is going on? Chu Kongping squinted and smiled. Humph, you must have just acquired strange powers, and don't understand the principles behind it, right? You investigated my gifted abilities in advance, so you deliberately concealed your murderous aura, not letting me detect the red light on you. But by doing so, you also isolated yourself from the illusion I cast on you. In the illusion I released, each of them thought they were the first to die, so everyone fell to the ground at the same time. You were the only one standing. You saw others fall to the ground, and that's when you remembered to act, but it was too late. If I'm not mistaken, your earrings are the items that can shield against strange powers, right? Chu Kongping forcefully tore off the woman's earrings. The woman's ear was bleeding heavily. In Chu Kongping's spirit vision eye, the woman had a fluffy cat face, radiating dazzling red light all over her body. Chapter 101, Returning to Justice. I once met a serial killer in a strange world. He brutally killed 13 women, but the red light on him was not as bright as yours. You are a woman, why do you have such a vicious heart? Chu Kongping was filled with rage, slapping the woman's face. However, there was not a single mark on her face. Instead, Chu Kongping's wrist hurt painfully, as if he had hit steel. He. The woman chuckled strangely. You really have some guts, hitting a woman. The woman turned and slapped Chu Kongping's face. Chu Kongping saw stars, retreating a few steps and falling to the ground. Everyone's gaze turned to the woman, and they saw cat whiskers growing on her face, slowly transforming into a cat appearance. Monster! Run! Everyone screamed and scattered in all directions. The woman, having her identity exposed, simply stopped pretending. She leaped toward the old house's entrance. A Jian and Hu Chang stood on each side of the road. A Jian pulled out a handgun from his waist. Stop, enough! Hu Chang took out a loudspeaker and threw it on the ground, pulling out his sidearm. Stop now! If you run again, we will shoot. Bang bang bang! A Jian and Hu Chang raised their guns and shot. The woman dodged and moved, but in the end, a Jian's marksmanship was better. A bloom of blood erupted on her leg, and she stumbled, crashing to the ground. The two approached with their guns, aiming to empty their magazines at the woman. The woman's blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground red. Brother, is this woman dead? Don't rush, let me check. A Jian took out a salt can from his pocket. This special salt was the best weapon against bizarre creatures. After knocking them down, salt had to be sprinkled on their bodies to completely eliminate or subdue them. A Jian walked in front of the woman, and suddenly her head turned 180 degrees. Those deep cat eyes stared at a Jian, like stars in the sky. Meow, am I beautiful? A Jian held up the salt can, at a loss. Chu Kongping leaned against the wall by the door and took out a stun gun from his pocket, aiming it at a Jian and pulling the trigger. Ugh! A Jian let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. However, this also allowed him to escape the woman's mental invasion. If they had locked eyes for 2 more seconds, a Jian would surely have become an idiot. The woman rose from the ground, covered in blood, her eyes filled with resentment. Chu, I have no grudges against you. Is it really necessary to kill me completely? Less talking when fighting. Chu Kongping pulled out his handgun, aiming at the woman and pulling the trigger continuously. The handguns from the task force were all specially modified. The bullets had mercury added. When the bullet entered the bizarre creature's body, the capsule would rupture and the mercury would flow out, causing great harm. Especially to humanoid bizarre creatures. Meow. The woman let out a roar, releasing all her bizarre power. Chu Kongping felt a sharp pain in his head. He looked at the handgun in his hand and couldn't help but press it against his temple. A Jian lay unconscious on the ground, unaffected by the mental invasion. Hu Chang, on the other hand, completely broke down, screaming as he slammed his head into the outer wall of the old house, blood streaming down. You brought this on yourself, you made me open the killing spree. The woman scoffed coldly and turned to run out of the town. Chu Kongping shouted, raising the gun to the sky, pulling the trigger to empty the magazine. His strong mental power helped him defeat the woman's bizarre strength again. Don't run! Chu Kongping swung his arms and followed her. Now that he had found the culprit, he must not let the tiger return to the mountain. Currently, Chu Kongping had no weapons left, just a stun gun. However, this thing was only effective against ordinary people, and its effect on bizarre creatures was quite limited. The woman stood at the mouth of the town, looking smugly at Chu Kongping. These humans could not withstand the thick fog outside the town, but the woman had come in and out countless times. She could leave alone even without a guide. Team leader Chu, goodbye. The woman waved her hand and stepped forward. Ziz ziz ziz. The stun gun hit the woman's back, but she felt nothing at all. How ridiculous. The woman continued to walk forward. Suddenly she felt her whole body go numb, and a terrible pain struck her face. Crack crack crack. Why is this happening? Why? The woman's cat face transformed into clumps of black pixel blocks, falling to the ground, and her bizarre power flowed away like a tide from her body. The stun gun took effect, she stood stiffly in place and fell backward with a thud. Ugh! The woman fell to the ground, twitching incessantly. Chu Kongping froze for a moment, holding the stun gun as he walked up to the woman, only to see her foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. In the vision of the spiritual eye, a black dead cat lay beside the woman, which should indicate that her bizarre power had completely dissipated. Chu Kongping took out his phone and called his subordinates. Send more people over, I think I've caught a key figure. How is the investigation going? That woman is named Ifei, she is the mayor of Huangdao Town, and she owns dozens of properties in the city. His husband is a small-time human trafficker, and we have also arrested him. Additionally, when we investigated her financial sources, we found that she is likely involved in money laundering. As for the source of her strange powers, we currently have no clues. However, 2 years ago, we discovered that she had adopted a girl from Huangdao Town. Upon investigation, I found that Xiao Ling was also a child trafficked, and the person who sold her was her own parents. Her mother died from lung cancer, and her father was burned to death in a car accident. Xiao Ling has many scars on her body, which are likely from being abused. This girl's fate is very tragic. A year ago, Xiao Ling was diagnosed with lung cancer. Less than 2 months later, it was found to be a misdiagnosis. After a while, Xiao Ling was diagnosed with brain cancer again. The tumor in her brain was as big as an egg. The doctor said there was no need for further treatment, and she probably wouldn't survive more than 3 months. However, this girl is still alive? That's right. Aegean nodded, but she also fell into a vegetative state. She has been sleeping and has never woken up. Hu Chang had bandages wrapped around his head, and Chu Kongping's eyes were red and inflamed. Aegean, except for a slight headache, had not suffered any injuries. Chu Kongping glanced at the report and pushed open the hospital room door. Xiao Ling lay on the bed, her expression stiff, her eyes tightly shut. Aegean leaned closer and whispered, "This girl has been in a deep sleep, never waking up. It seems she doesn't have any strange powers." "No, that's not it," Chu Kongping said calmly. "Yesterday, I already interrogated Miss AI. Her strange powers come from this child. As long as a large amount of fresh human blood is poured onto Xiao Ling's souls, AI Fei can use strange powers. But she doesn't know the specific principle, and we probably won't understand all of this until Gui returns to the real world. So what do we do next?" Chu Kongping looked at the sleeping girl and shook his head. He sat beside her and whispered, "The people who bullied you, Uncle has caught them. They have paid the price they deserve. Uncle promises, you will never suffer again." Chu Kongping drew the curtains, and a beam of sunlight shone on the girl's face. Chapter 102, The Last Beautiful Dream. In the strange world. In the void. Gui felt cold in his hands and feet, and the mask on his face was about to fall off. His sister's eyes were hollow, and black tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. "Clown, it's a clown." She repeated the same sentence and walked toward Gui. Gui stood up straight, suddenly feeling a warm beam of sunlight behind him. He turned his head and, using his hands and feet, ran towards the light. "Don't run!" The bone-like branches pierced Gui's thigh. Gui screamed in pain and touched the edge of the sunlight with his fingertips. The tide of the void instantly retreated, and Gui was once again back in his sister's memories. "You little bitch, when you grow up, you should go out and sell yourself. That way, you can make some money for me. Raising you is a loss." Gui opened his eyes and realized he was watching his sister's memory from a third-person perspective. At this moment, his sister was being scolded and beaten by their mother. Gui rushed over and pushed their mother away. His sister looked at him in confusion. It seemed she couldn't see this brother. "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Why don't you eat the lamb? You're just being difficult. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why do you spit the lamb into your sleeve? Liar." Their father picked up a rattan stick and started beating the sister. Gui slammed the bowl and chopsticks down, pushed the pot of lamb aside, and smashed it onto the ground. "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why do you have to torture the child like this? If the child doesn't want to eat and doesn't want to be scolded, of course, they can only spit the lamb into their sleeve. If one day the child really becomes a liar, that was also your fault." The father was furious. "You are my child, I can educate you however I want. Children are independent beings, not your slaves." Gui snatched the rattan stick from his father and broke it with force. His sister left their parents and lived with their grandmother. Today, Gui took their grandmother and sister to the circus in the city, where the ringmaster, named Dark Moon, placed a lottery box in front of his sister. "Child, you have won a chance to draw a lottery. Wow, I hope I can win." His sister took out a Dark Moon prize ticket from the box. Dark Moon took the ticket with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you have won. I can grant you one wish." "What wish?" "Any wish you want." "Hee hee, I don't have any wishes." His sister held her brother and grandmother's hands and said, "I am already very happy and content." Dark Moon laughed heartily, pulling out a pin shaped like a dark moon and placing it on her chest. "The Dark Moon Circus is trustworthy, how could we let you leave empty-handed?" The island town faced judgment, where over 20 people were taken away, including the parents, and even the mayor was sent to prison for embezzlement. Grandmother gained custody of the sister, but after caring for her for a while, she fell ill and was hospitalized. Grandmother stroked her sister's head, saying, "Sister, go outside for a moment, I need to talk to your brother." The sister nodded and left the ward. "Good child, Grandma may not have long to live." "Grandma, what are you saying?" "You will definitely live a long life. I have never been able to see you, nor hear you, but I know you are right there. If you can hear me, promise me, take good care of your sister." Grandmother stuffed a lucky bag into Gui's hand. Gui reached out to take it, but the lucky bag slipped through his palm and fell to the ground. Only then did he remember, he was just a figment of his sister's imagination. Here, it was only his sister's dream. Without his sister, he could not manifest his own form. The sister was diagnosed with cancer and was admitted to the hospital. Gui stood by his sister's bed, holding her hand. A ray of sunlight fell on his sister's face, illuminating her somewhat pale features. "Brother, can you play the clown for me? I really want to see the clown." "Okay." Gui nodded and took out the tattered mask from his pocket, putting it on his face. "Brother, clowns can't cry." Gui smiled widely and pulled out a balloon from his pocket, skillfully twisting it into a little dog and placing it by his sister's pillow. His sister glanced at the balloon dog and let out a few weak laughs. "Brother, I really feel like I'm going to sleep." Gui took off the mask and gently stroked his sister's head. "You're very tired, aren't you?" "Not tired, I'm very happy." His sister squinted at Gui. "This might be the most wonderful dream I've ever had, but unfortunately, this is also my last dream. Thank you for always being with me." Gui did not speak. "Brother, do you think, is life always so painful?" "Yes." "Then why do we still want to live? Why do we work so hard to live?" "Because." Gui couldn't answer in time before his sister closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Creak. Gui heard the sound of shattering glass by his ear, and his sister's final dream fell apart. In the real world. Chu Kongping instinctively picked up a cigarette but then suddenly remembered that this was a hospital ward and quickly put the cigarette back in his pocket. Beep. The heart monitor by the bed emitted a piercing alarm. A Jian quickly went out to find a doctor. Medical staff arrived in the sister's room, performed some symbolic rescue efforts, and regrettably announced that Xiao Ling had lost her young life. "I'm sorry, are you the patient's family?" "We are the Strange Strategy Group, I am the leader, Chu Kongping." Chu Kangdal said, "This child may possess strange powers. We need to take her away." "So that's it. No wonder her vitality is so strong, most people can only live for 3 months, yet she has lived for nearly a year. It's a pity that her parents have spent so much money on her treatment but rarely visit her in the hospital. I truly can't understand why there are such cruel parents in the world." Chu Kangdal turned away helplessly. At Xiaoling's bedside, there was a cute little dog balloon, and on her pale face, a hint of a happy smile appeared. Gui finally left the copy, opening his eyes again to find himself back in that bloody room. Congratulations, adventurer, for successfully achieving the perfect clearing conditions. Your storyline exploration degree is 100%. Now, all strange events related to the family of 3 will no longer appear in your reality. Your mental power limit has increased, now at 100/100. You have gained a 7-day resting opportunity. Your talent skill has been strengthened, you can choose a new active skill. Please choose your active skill carefully, as it may affect your future growth path. Chapter 103, Rest Day. Gui opened his eyes, the system's prompt voice ringing in his ears. During his time at Chongshan Hospital, the director's wife had once told him, "Don't treat everyone as puppets." This time, Gui felt real emotions during the clearing, and even now he still couldn't calm down. Huff. Gui took a deep breath and patted his face. The adventure would continue. Only by completely breaking through the bizarre world and capturing that high and mighty director could they fully escape the endless cycle of nightmares. "Come on, let me see what new abilities you have prepared for me." Gui gathered his spirits and checked the 3 options provided by the system. 1. Psychological suggestion. Using psychological suggestion on yourself or others, the weaker others' mental strength is, the stronger your suggestion effect. When used on others, it consumes 20 mental power, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown time of 30 minutes, capable of inflicting psychological suggestions of fear, tension, excitement, happiness, etc. When used on yourself, it consumes 10 mental power, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time of 15 minutes, can increase your mental erosion resistance, enhance courage, or stimulate physical potential. 2. Illusory person. Reduces the mental power limit by 50%, creating an illusory person whose physical attributes match that of the role you play and also receives a bonus from the mental power limit. The illusion lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time of 12 hours. 3. Mind spike. Using mind spike on others, the weaker others' mental strength is, the higher the damage of mind spike. Consumes 10 mental power, cooldown time of 1 minute. After using mind spike 3 times in a row on the same person, it will trigger an instant kill effect, which cannot trigger instant kill effects on the indescribable. Note, you can use skills during the simulation process without consuming actual mental power, but if you use skills during the simulation process, you will not be able to use rewind simulation. Oh, how frustrating, why can I only choose one skill? Gooey scratched his head. Each of the 3 skills has its own strengths and can stand alone. The first skill combines control and support capabilities. If Gooey had the psychological suggestion skill from the beginning, he would not have suffered so much in the family of 3 copy. The second skill is similar to his sister's strange powers. It has a long cooldown and high consumption, indicating that the growth potential and power of the illusory person might be the strongest among the 3 skills. However, the difficulty of the copy is very high. Even having one more helper may not crush the copy, and the summoning skill doesn't pair well with Gooey's talent skill. The third skill is a powerful combat skill, likely derived from Miss Cat's strange powers. As long as he holds on for 3 minutes, Gooey can use Mind Spike to kill barehanded. Even if it cannot deal with the unspeakable, it is still good enough. Gooey pondered for a moment. Strangely, both the second skill and the third skill can be found in this instance, but the first skill cannot find a corresponding weird ability in the dungeon. Gooey guessed that it was very likely that the first skill was the one that matched infinite deduction. The system has prompted that this skill choice will affect future growth. It is hinting at me to choose small skills based on my own talent. My talent advantage lies in finding clues and plot items through trial and error. Summoning and strong attacks are not my style for clearing levels. Instead, this auxiliary skill with a bit of control effect suits me better. System, I choose skill 1. A golden light flashed before Gooey's eyes, and the psychological suggestion skill entered his mind. Adventurer, you have gained a 7-day rest period and can return to the real world to rest. After 7 days, you need to return to the weird world for adventure. Do you wish to immediately return to the real world? Return. Gooey nodded and gradually lost consciousness. Real world. 1 day later. A purple lightning bolt appeared above the office building of the Dragon Kingdom strategy team. Chu Kongping extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked excitedly at the clouds in the sky. Brothers, hurry outside, Gooey has returned. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A Jian put down his work and was the first to run to the square in front of the building. Boom! The purple lightning struck down. A void teleportation portal appeared before everyone. Gooey walked out of the portal with his eyes closed, his consciousness gradually returning to his body. Gooey shivered all over and opened his eyes to see the members of the strategy team. Everyone. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone spontaneously applauded in welcome, which made Gooey retreat a couple of steps feeling a little uncomfortable. Chu Kongping walked up to Gooey and put his arm around his shoulder. Well done, Gooey. This is the first time I've seen you in the real world, and I didn't expect you to look much more energetic than in the video. Thank you. Do you smoke? Chu Kongping offered a cigarette, and a Jian offered a lighter. Gooey awkwardly waved his hand. Thanks, team leader, but I don't smoke. Look at this kid, is it necessary to be so formal? You guys are too enthusiastic, I'm a bit not used to it. Gooey touched his nose. In the weird world, he was a brave adventurer, but after returning to the real world, he reverted to his usual shy and introverted personality. After all, he was just a university student. So, does this mean you're retired now? Retired? Oh, I mean you have exited the weird world and will no longer go on adventures. Chu Kongping said with a smile, that's good too, no one will pressure you. You can still fight against weirdness in the real world. No, I haven't retired. Gooey shook his head and rolled up his sleeves. On his wrist was a black chain, representing that Gooey had only temporarily left the weird world. Seeing this, Chu Kongping respected Gooey's courage. Team leader, I want to see my family, is that okay? Of course. Chu Kongping nodded, however, after seeing you, your family can no longer leave our strategy team. This is for the protection of you and your family. We don't know how many fanatics are watching your head outside. I understand. Gooey nodded and followed Chu Kongping to the reception hall to meet his parents. Chu Kongping and a Jian sat at the door, waiting for Gooey. Unexpectedly, after talking with his family for half an hour, Gooey came out of the room. Ha! Don't you want to chat a bit more? Chu Kongping said, surprised with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing my parents healthy is enough. Gui scratched his nose and said, actually, I care more about things in the weird world. Did you all do what I told you? Of course. Is there really a town that traffics in humans? Yes, your guess is correct. Even if it cannot deal with the unspeakable, it is still good enough. Gui pondered for a moment. Strangely, both the second skill and the third skill can be found in this instance, but the first skill cannot find a corresponding weird ability in the dungeon. Gui guessed that it was very likely that the first skill was the one that matched infinite deduction. The system has prompted that this skill choice will affect future growth. It is hinting at me to choose small skills based on my own talent. My talent advantage lies in finding clues and plot items through trial and error. Summoning and strong attacks are not my style for clearing levels. Instead, this auxiliary skill with a bit of control effect suits me better. System, I choose skill 1. A golden light flashed before Gui's eyes, and the psychological suggestion skill entered his mind. Adventurer, you have gained a 7-day rest period and can return to the real world to rest. After 7 days, you need to return to the weird world for adventure. Do you wish to immediately return to the real world? Return. Gui nodded and gradually lost consciousness. Real world. 1 day later. A purple lightning bolt appeared above the office building of the Dragon Kingdom strategy team. Chu Kongping extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked excitedly at the clouds in the sky. Brothers, hurry outside, Gui has returned. Hurry, hurry, hurry. A Jian put down his work and was the first to run to the square in front of the building. Boom! The purple lightning struck down. A void teleportation portal appeared before everyone. Gui walked out of the portal with his eyes closed, his consciousness gradually returning to his body. Gui shivered all over and opened his eyes to see the members of the strategy team. Everyone. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone spontaneously applauded in welcome, which made Gui retreat a couple of steps feeling a little uncomfortable. Chu Kongping walked up to Gui and put his arm around his shoulder. Well done, Gui. This is the first time I've seen you in the real world, and I didn't expect you to look much more energetic than in the video. Thank you. Do you smoke? Chu Kongping offered a cigarette, and a Jian offered a lighter. Gui awkwardly waved his hand. Thanks, team leader, but I don't smoke. Look at this kid, is it necessary to be so formal? You guys are too enthusiastic, I'm a bit not used to it. Gui touched his nose. In the weird world, he was a brave adventurer, but after returning to the real world, he reverted to his usual shy and introverted personality. After all, he was just a university student. So, does this mean you're retired now? Retired? Oh, I mean you have exited the weird world and will no longer go on adventures. Chu Kongping said with a smile, that's good too, no one will pressure you. You can still fight against weirdness in the real world. No, I haven't retired. Gui shook his head and rolled up his sleeves. On his wrist was a black chain, representing that Gui had only temporarily left the weird world. Seeing this, Chu Kongping respected Gui's courage. Team leader, I want to see my family, is that okay? Of course. Chu Kongping nodded, however, after seeing you, your family can no longer leave our strategy team. This is for the protection of you and your family. We don't know how many fanatics are watching your head outside. I understand. Gui nodded and followed Chu Kongping to the reception hall to meet his parents. Chu Kongping and a Jian sat at the door, waiting for Gui. Unexpectedly, after talking with his family for half an hour, Gui came out of the room. Don't you want to chat a bit more? Chu Kongping said, surprised with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing my parents healthy is enough. Gui scratched his nose and said, actually, I care more about things in the weird world. Did you all do what I told you? Of course. Is there really a town that traffics in humans? Yes, your guess is correct. Please tell me in detail. Chu Kongping and Gui sat side by side, discussing the entire process of tracing Huangdao Town in detail. Gui raised an eyebrow, is there really a girl named Xiaoling? Yes, she just passed away yesterday. Such a pity. Can you take me to see her? Chapter 104 Strategy Group Meeting. In the Research Institute of the Strategy Group. Xiaoling lay in a huge spindle-shaped machine, her eyes tightly closed, as if she were asleep. This machine could eliminate strange powers and was the latest achievement of Long Country's research. She still had lingering strange powers on her body, which needed to be processed before she could be buried. Gui glanced through the window, and Xiaoling did indeed look exactly like the younger sister in the replica. Captain, may I ask you a question? You ask. Why do people need to live? Chu Kongping scratched his head, completely puzzled by what Gui was trying to express. Keeping the adventurers mentally healthy is also an important task for the strategy group. Gui had this question, which clearly meant he had encountered something significant in the replica. Why do you suddenly ask this question? I don't know either. Even ants fight for their lives, why should humans not cherish theirs? Gui was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, in any case, thank you all. If it weren't for you resolving Xiaoling's grievances in reality, I wouldn't have been able to clear the level in the replica world. It's really great to be able to help you. Captain, can you help me gather all the members of the strategy group? I want to hold a meeting to talk about some things. Oh, and one more thing, please give me a list of all the adventurers in Long Country. Remember, all of them, including those who have died and those who are alive. What for? I've rested enough, now I need to work. Opportunities are fleeting, there's no time to waste. Gui nodded and walked straight to the conference room. Chu Kongping lit a cigarette and beckoned to a Jian, do as he says. Yes. Also, prepare 3 sets of fishing rods and put them in the trunk of my car. Ha? What are you going to do? Why so many questions? Hurry up and get to work. In the conference room. Gui sat at the very end of the conference table, quickly writing something. Everyone who walked into the meeting room looked at him with admiration and greeted him actively. God, hello. God. Don't call me God. Gui put down his pen and quickly interrupted everyone. It's awkward for me to hear that, just call me Gui. Chu Kongping sat next to Gui and waved to everyone. Alright, everyone sit down. Today's meeting is not hosted by me, it is entirely on behalf of Gui. Please. Gui nodded and walked to the podium, loosening his collar. First of all, I want to thank everyone for your help. If it weren't for you, I might have been torn into pieces in the last replica world. Thank you. Gui bowed respectfully. Everyone nodded in return. Gui held a pile of materials and notes in his hands, reading and speaking at the same time. Regarding the strange world, I have several new pieces of information to announce. But the reality may be even more terrifying. Valuable adventurers, after they die, will return to the Eerie world and become hosts. The hosts once invited me to become one of them, but I refused. 3. The relationship between reality and the Eerie world. Last time we collaborated, we successfully cleared a dungeon. This is enough to prove that the Eerie world and the real world interfere with each other. If the dungeon raid in the Eerie world fails, the bizarre creatures from that world will invade reality. If we can find indescribable prototypes in reality, then we can also weaken the monsters in the Eerie world. From now on, we have another method to deal with the Eerie world, which is to find corresponding Eerie events in the real world. Of course, this is limited to dungeons set in Blue Star, after all, there are many dungeons from parallel worlds in the Eerie world. 4. Investigation into the identity of the hosts and the capture plan. As I said, hosts are former adventurers, and they also need to follow the basic rules of the Eerie world. The Eerie world and the real world interfere with each other. Every 7 days, a dungeon opens. When adventurers clear 2 dungeons in a row, they will get the chance to return to the real world to rest. Therefore, I boldly hypothesize hosts also have a 7-day resting opportunity. Everyone, think about it. Who leads the fanatics in the real world? Who teaches the fanatics about the Eerie powers? Is it really as they say, the so-called whispers of gods? Many of you have been to the Eerie world, you have only heard the indescribable whispers. When have you seen the director personally intervene? If there isn't a powerful host behind the fanatics, how could they form such a scale? If the host doesn't have informants in the real world, how could he specifically send out bookworms to obstruct your investigation? Therefore, from now on, we will investigate all adventurers, focusing especially on those who have already died. The host I encountered incorporated many elements of the Dragon Kingdom's cultural circle when designing the dungeon. I believe he is very likely one of us from the Dragon Kingdom, so we can prioritize investigating adventurers from our own country. Once we adventurers return to the real world, we can no longer use skills. I guess the host can't either. However, we must not let our guard down when capturing him. Although he cannot use skills, it doesn't mean they cannot use Eerie items. Next, we need to identify suspects within a day and determine the capture plan and implement it the next day. He is very cunning, we must be fully prepared. Gui finished speaking a lot and finally put down his notebook. He looked up at the crowd below and found everyone was watching him. Some admired, some confused, some shocked, which made Gui feel a bit uncomfortable. Is there something wrong with what I said? Gui touched his nose and awkwardly loosened his collar. Chu Kongping felt a pain in his finger and looked down to find the cigarette had burned his finger. Gui's speech was so wonderful that everyone forgot about time. Gui, come down. You don't need to participate in the investigation and capture task. Gui looked at Chu Kongping. What do you mean? Did I do something wrong? Or was my reasoning incorrect? Chapter 105 Gui's Fishing Technique. No, you are absolutely correct, but I have another task for you. Another task? A secret task. Chu Kongping leaned closer to Gui, mysteriously blinking his eyes. He turned to look at everyone, cleared his throat, and said, "You all heard what Gui said, right? From now on, you will immediately start the investigation. Before tonight, you must clarify everything. I, Gui, and others have other tasks to complete." Meeting adjourned. Everyone stood up, discussing the meeting just now as they left the office. Gui blinked his big eyes, curious, and asked, "Team leader, where are we going?" Hey, of course, I am taking you to train." Chu Kongping turned back and smiled. "What is your current mental strength?" 100. You should have noticed, right? Your mental strength growth rate in the bizarre world has slowed down, right? That's right. Actually, there are many ways to exercise mental strength. Even in the real world there are methods. Mental strength is your most important protection. It helps you stay calm when facing the unspeakable. Gui silently nodded. Alright, follow me. Gui followed Chu Kongping to the parking lot. A Jian had already started the car. Chu Kongping sat in the passenger seat, chatting and laughing with a Jian. Gui sat alone in the back seat, his mind still recalling the list and information of adventurers. His memory was incredibly strong. Even though he had only glanced at it, he was already familiar with it. We've arrived, get out. Hearing this, Gui pushed the door and got out of the car. The car stopped by a small river, surrounded by desolation, with only sparse greenery. Not far away was a circle of barbed wire, and at the entrance stood a sentry with a gun guarding it. What place is this? This is our strategy team's training range. Chu Kongping pointed into the distance. Do you see the target? I see it. Did you bring me here to practice shooting? I think it's unnecessary. In many instances, the role of firearms is quite small. Rather than practicing shooting, why not? Why not go fishing? Chu Kongping picked up a fishing rod and stuffed it into Gui's hand. Gui looked at Chu Kongping in confusion. Fishing? I don't have the leisure for that. This is an order. Your job today is to fish and relax. Jian, get him a small stool to sit next to me. Oh. Gui was firmly pressed onto the stool by a Jian. A Jian had undergone strict training as a special agent. In terms of physical fitness, Gui was no match for a Jian. Gui reluctantly picked up the fishing rod, baiting it like Chu Kongping did. I think this is simply wasting time. You might as well let a Jian teach me some grappling techniques. You don't understand. Chu Kongping cast out the fishing rod and lit a cigarette. In the bizarre world, your mental acuity will be tense. If you remain this tense in the real world, people cannot endure it. You must have balance. I think I am fine. Oh, I hope so. Chu Kongping lit the cigarette, inhaling calmly. I brought you fishing for a reason. To be honest, my talent skill also possesses the ability of foresight, so I know very well how to train mental strength. You cannot use skills in the real world, but that does not mean you have lost your intuition. Everyone has this intuition. The bizarre world just amplifies your intuition, turning it into your talent ability. I see. Gui nodded thoughtfully. But, how does this relate to our fishing? Fishing is actually the best exercise for mental strength. The most important thing when fishing is patience. You can meditate while fishing, thereby exercising your mental strength. Moreover, fishing is also a great opportunity to train intuition. For example, right now, my intuition tells me that I will be the first to catch a fish, if you don't believe me. Splash. Gui lifted up the fishing rod, catching a fish the size of a palm. Chu Kongping, holding a cigarette, coughed a couple of times. You're quite something. This fish is so small. Gui frowned, removed the small fish, and tossed it into the river. Chu Kongping continued to look at the lake surface. Cough. Anyway, taking you fishing, one goal is to help you relax, and another purpose is to train your intuition and mental strength. Hey, I have a feeling I'm about to catch a big fish. Splash. Gui raised the fishing rod, and a big fish kept thrashing its tail. Gui hurriedly grabbed the fish, tossing it into the water bucket beside him. Chu Kongping wiped the water off his face, coughed twice, and extinguished the cigarette butt. Young man, you have some skill. You remind me of myself when I was young. When I was young, I was quite good at fishing. I was always the first to catch a fish with my friends, even the biggest one. But fishing isn't something you can just do once and be done. I have a feeling that today, I will catch the most fish. If you don't believe me, let's bet. Splash. 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 While Chu Kongping was talking to himself, Gui caught 3 fish in a row. Chu Kongping's mouth twitched slightly. Hey. I'm starting to admit you, but don't get arrogant, it has just begun. When I used to fish, I caught so many that I had to borrow other people's buckets to hold them. I have a feeling. Gui suddenly stood up and walked over to Ajien. Brother Ajien, can I ask you something? What is it? My bucket is full, can I borrow yours for a moment? Oh, sure. Gui took Ajien's bucket and placed it next to him. Chu Kongping looked at Gui, frowning and asking, Kid, are you playing dumb? Huh? What? Have you fished before? No. Then how are you so good? I don't know. Gui shrugged, you are right, fishing really helps to relax. Once I fill the remaining 2 buckets, let's hurry back, we have another big fish to catch. Humph. Chu Kongping dropped the fishing rod, upset, and lit a cigarette for himself. He gestured to Ajien, saying softly, Ajien, don't bring this kid fishing again. Didn't you say fishing can train mental strength? That was just nonsense I made up. Chu Kongping cursed, if I didn't trick him, would this kid come to rest immediately? I almost believed you. Chu Kongping suddenly sensed a shadow behind him. He turned around to find Gui had caught another lively big fish. Team leader, Brother Ajien's bucket is full, can I use yours? Chu Kongping awkwardly smiled and handed his bucket to Gui. Blood. Explosion. Limbs. In a blood-stained interrogation room, only a pair of bloody arms remained. The arms kept scratching the floor, digging up a dead man's head from below the floor. The dead man's head floated up, spinning in the air, letting out a strange laugh. Ah! Gui suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up from the bed. Ajien, who shared a dormitory with Gui, climbed out of bed, looking at Gui in surprise. What happened, brother? I had a nightmare. Huh? Gui thought for a moment, grabbing Ajien's arm, and said seriously, I must go with the team to capture the host. No, Ajien shook his head, that guy is too dangerous, the team leader said we must prioritize your safety. Fine. Gui opened the dormitory door, I'll talk to the team leader myself. Chapter 106 Plans Without Omission. 2 days later. Jinling City. In a roadside gallery, the owner was carefully wiping the dust off the counter. 3 girls in school uniforms entered the gallery, but they had no interest in looking at the paintings, instead pointing and whispering about the gallery owner. He's so handsome. Where? He's just average. Average? Then why were your eyes wide open when you came in? The owner smiled broadly, putting away the cloth and walking up to the girls. Students, do you need any help? No, we just want to look by ourselves. Boss, you carry on. The owner shrugged and continued cleaning. A gust of wind blew by. The feather quill the owner had left on the counter fell to the ground. He bent down to pick up the quill, and surprisingly, the crystal ball on the table rolled off its base. With a crack, it shattered into 8 pieces. What's going on? The boss thought for a moment, picking up a paintbrush and smearing blue paint on his chin. Ding-ling-ling. 5 men dressed in black uniforms walked into the gallery, their expressions serious, even their walking movements strangely synchronized, clearly coming from a military background. The 3 female students felt a chill down their spines upon seeing the 5 men, quickly holding hands and leaving the gallery. What brings you here? The boss flipped his wrist, secretly retrieving a tarot card from under the table. Dragon Country Special Forces Agent. Ajien stepped out from the group, aiming a gun at the boss. Don't move, hands up, keep them where I can see. Alright, I'm raising them. Jin Xin? That's right. Lift your hands, walk slowly towards me, and don't try to play tricks. Can I ask what you want to do first? You know in your heart. Ajien waved his hand, come over slowly. Ah. I see. Jin Xin smiled wide, flipping the tarot card hidden in his palm to his hand. The 5 agents immediately tightened their nerves. Ajien was quick to act, shooting through Jin Xin's palm. Blood splattered everywhere. Jin Xin turned his head to look at the tarot card in his hand, cursing, why did I draw this card? The tarot card depicted a tall tower, with lightning striking it in half. The bottom of the card had the English words "the tower" written on it. Ajien felt a chill down his back, his eyes widening as he saw a pile of bombs with creepy smiling faces suddenly appear inside the gallery, the fuses burning down to the last bit. Get out and find cover. Ajien screamed and left the gallery. Jin Xin sneered, taking advantage of the chaos to escape through the back door. Boom. The gallery was blown into the sky, with glass shards and the shockwave injuring countless passers-by. A piece of debris injured Jin Xin's forehead, and he took out a paintbrush from his pocket, casually drawing 2 lines on his face, instantly healing the wound. The street was in disorder. As Jin Xin ran, he smeared paint on his face, soon transforming into a beggar. He took off his suit, flipped it inside out, and with a gentle shake, it instantly became ragged, tattered clothes. What caused the explosion? Was it a gas leak? Quick, call the firefighters. Passers-by stood nearby, passionately discussing the shattered gallery. Jean Xin hid among the crowd, moving against the flow of people trying to get out. An ominous feeling crept in, and as Jean Xin looked to the side, he saw two agents disguised as civilians approaching him. Jean Xin sneered and walked towards the agent on the left. "Stop. Get lost." Jean Xin punched the agent in the face. The agent grunted and fell to the ground. Jean Xin jumped over the agent, heading into a narrow alleyway, when he heard countless hurried footsteps behind him. He turned to see the disheveled Ajien aiming a gun at his back. Bang, bang, bang. Ajien fired 3 shots. Jean Xin's back was instantly drenched in blood, yet he seemed to feel no pain, continuing to walk towards the end of the alley. Ajien picked up the earpiece. "Gui, he's heading towards our encirclement." "Got it, the helicopter is on standby." Gui replied. "Ajien, check your phone and hide in the place I marked." "Why should I hide there?" "Don't worry about that, just do it." Ahead was a dead end, and Jean Xin climbed over the high wall, only to find he was staring at countless black gun muzzles. "Jean Xin, you are surrounded," Chu Kongping said, holding a cigarette. "Unless you grow wings, don't think about leaving here." He, then you come and try it." Jean Xin pulled out a blue marker from his pocket, drawing a line on his face. "Don't let him cast magic, shoot." "Tut tut tut." Bullets rained down, severing Jean Xin's right arm, and his body was soon riddled with gunshot wounds. Jean Xin grunted, falling to the ground, colors of blood flowing from his wounds. The tarot cards fell from his arms, scattering onto the ground. "Quick, throw salt." The agents hurriedly moved forward, tossing salt canisters at Jean Xin. The salt frost landed on Jean Xin, igniting silver flames. Jean Xin let out a painful cry, enduring the agent's fierce attack, and with his blood-stained fingers, pulled out a card from the pile. On the card, a man was hanging upside down on a cross, and at the bottom, the English words read "The Hangman." Holding the card, a thin line of blood appeared on Jean Xin's neck. "I'm sorry, Captain," Jean Xin smiled, "even though I don't have wings, I can still fly." Jean Xin's head detached from his neck, and a rope appeared out of nowhere, lifting his head into the sky. Chu Keping gripped his pistol and pulled the trigger at the head, but the bullet could not hit the dead head at all. Damn, it actually turned out to be true what Gui said? Chu Keping picked up the walkie-talkie. "Deploy the helicopter." 3 helicopters immediately appeared, surrounding Jean Xin. The propellers stirred up whirlwinds, making Jean Xin's flight less smooth, as the rope above him swayed left and right with the airflow, making it extremely difficult to control the direction. "You mere mortals, dream of slaughtering gods?" Jean Xin shouted loudly. If it weren't for the tremendous restrictions on his power in the real world, how could he end up in such a pathetic state? Jean Xin simply gave up. He controlled the rope, flying chaotically with the cyclone, not even knowing where he would land. Even those people, no matter how clever, could never predict the outcome of a random event. "Still want to catch me? Dream on." Jean Xin's head flew wildly in the air like a kite with a broken string. He glanced below and flew straight toward a manhole cover on the ground. Bang! Jean Xin's dead head smashed into the manhole cover but discovered there was a person underneath it. Ajien raised his pistol, aiming at Jean Xin's head and said, "Sorry, it's full here." Bang! The bullet pierced through Jean Xin's forehead. Jean Xin let out a strange cry, uncontrollably flying backward. Chapter 107, Interrogating Jean Xin. Jean Xin let out a strange cry, uncontrollably flying backward. Who knew? Jean Xin suddenly stopped in midair, unable to move. He rolled his eyes upward and saw that Gui had grabbed the rope at the top of his head. "This rope is pretty good," Gui grinned. "It's definitely nice for hanging you." "Gui? We'll talk later, we've prepared a very comfortable single room for you." "I'll kill you." Jean Xin used his last strength to rush toward Gui's neck, but Gui seemed to be prepared, grabbing a salt canister and shoving it into Jean Xin's mouth. "Ha!" Jean Xin's face gradually turned gray, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jean Xin was locked up in a special cell. Following Gui's instructions, the agents painted the entire cell with black paint. They locked Jean Xin's head inside a glass jar, and the outside of the jar, as well as the ground, were sprinkled with salt frost. The agents interrogated Jean Xin throughout the night, but this guy was very cunning. Although he always answered their questions, the answers he provided were all information that the strategy team had already mastered. The interrogation had made no substantial progress up to this point. Gui stood outside the cell and volunteered, "Captain, let me go in and interrogate him." "You?" Chu Keping raised an eyebrow. "We don't even know if he has other strange powers. What if he hurts you? In a few days, you'll need to go on another adventure." "It's fine, I'll handle it." "Hey, alright, be careful." Gui nodded and pushed the door to enter the cell. He picked up a chair and sat across from Jean Xin, expressionless. "You look pretty handsome as a human." Gui raised an eyebrow. "Why do such things?" How do you know about my abilities? Who told you? Or have you humans developed some technology to counter the strange? Now it is me interrogating you, not you interrogating me. Let me guess. Gene Xian's eyes rolled around wildly. You know how to use strange powers in the real world? Hee, this is a prerequisite for becoming a host. You are naturally cut out for this, Gui. Gui sneered coldly and punched Gene Xian to the ground. The glass cover outside Gene Xian shattered into 8 pieces, and he fell to the ground, special salt frost igniting with silvery flames. Stop it. Gui turned a deaf ear and stepped on Gene Xian's head. Jian was stunned for a moment and wanted to rush in to save him, but Chu Kongping stopped him. Team leader, this is against the rules, we cannot torture suspects. Gui is not part of our strategy group, Chu Kongping said, the rules of the strategy group don't apply to him. Gene Xian's screams echoed in the cell, he kept rolling his eyes as if he could pass out at any moment. Can you talk properly now? I can. Gene Xian glared at Gui with resentment, squeezing out a word through his teeth. Gui grabbed Gene Xian by the ear and put him back on the table. Are there other hosts within the Dragon Kingdom? I don't know. Not being honest? I really don't know. Gene Xian stared at Gui. The strange world selects adventurers randomly, and the selection of hosts is also random. Who knows what the director is thinking? Gui furrowed his brows, judging from Gene Xian's stubborn character. His words must be half true and half false, not to be fully believed. Have you seen the director? I have and I haven't. Gui's face darkened, and Gene Xian immediately added some explanation. The director is a god. We mortals cannot gaze directly at divinity. Every time I see the director, it is just one of his countless incarnations, so of course, I have seen and not seen. What you said sounds just like a fanatic. Am I here to listen to your nonsense? Gui slammed his fist down on the table, and Gene Xian fell into the salt frost once again. How dare you treat me like this? Don't play tricks with me. Gui coldly asked, how many hosts are there within the Dragon Kingdom? Just me, I swear, just me. How could that be? We hosts also have to follow strict rules and compete in survival of the fittest. If a host in a region cannot fulfill their duties, they will be replaced by the next host. Still not telling the truth? If that's the case, why are you so eager to court me? Aren't we supposed to be rivals? Gene Xian groaned in pain. Gui, wake up. Humanity is not worth you selling your life for. Let me go, and I can ensure your immortality. Gui stood up, looking down at Gene Xian. Still not honest? Then keep rolling on the ground. Blood tears flowed from Gene Xian's eyes, but they would soon be evaporated by the silver flames. He cursed Gui loudly, as if only by doing so could he relieve his pain. Gui, you're doomed. One day, you will be betrayed by humanity. You and I are of the same kind. They won't tolerate you. Do you understand this principle? You will understand, sooner or later, sooner or later. Gui looked at Gene Xian expressionlessly until the salt frost on the ground was completely burned out. Gene Xian's face was already completely charred, yet he continued to groan feebly. Hosts have incredibly strong vitality. Even if there's only a head left, they can still survive. Gui pushed the door open and walked out. Jian glanced at Gui. Did you kill him? This guy can't die. Gui shook his head. He is a host. As long as the strange world is still operating, he can draw strange powers from it and achieve immortality. Put him in confinement. Let's do an experiment to see what happens if he doesn't return to the strange world on time. Should we continue the interrogation? No need, this guy is full of lies. It would be a waste of breath to interrogate him. Jian pouted, unsure of what to say. Chu Kongping took his last puff of the cigarette and tossed the butt into the ashtray. Jian, do as Gui said. Yes. Chu Kongping approached Gui, curious, and asked, Gui, I don't want to ask about anything else, I just want to know how you predicted that Gene Xian would fly and would eventually try to escape through the sewer? Well, for the past 2 days, I have been dreaming nightmares at night. I feel like this is my precognition at work. I dreamed of a dead person's head flying in the sky, so I guess Gene Xian would have the ability to fly. The dead person's head came out of the ground, so I guess Gene Xian would escape from the underground sewer. When I arrived at the scene, I found blood on a manhole cover, but when I got closer, I realized it was just my illusion. So, I concluded that Gene Xian would escape from this manhole cover. Also, there is one important thing. In my dream, Gene Xian was saved by another person's arm, so I kept asking if there were other hosts in Dragon Country to help him. I feared there might be accomplices coming to save him. Chapter 108. Start answering questions. Chu Kongping blinked. You can't really use Eerie powers in reality, right? Gui closed his eyes and tried again. No. Gui shook his head. If I could really use Eerie powers, I would probably be like Gene Xian and couldn't touch salt frost. But your sixth sense is too terrifying. It's almost like Eerie power. Yeah. Aegean also sighed, to be able to use Eerie powers and still not fear salt frost, that's invincible. Well. I said, this is not Eerie power. This is sixth sense, or intuition, I guess? Chu Kongping leaned closer, looking seriously at Gui. Can you tell me how you did it? This is an important discovery for us. How did I do it? I did what you said. Me? What did I say? You said that fishing could train intuition and sharpen mental strength. I think that's very useful. Gui rubbed his nose. You all carry on, I need to use the restroom. Aegean watched Gui's departing figure and asked slowly, Leader, didn't you say that fishing to train mental strength was nonsense? Not anymore. Chu Kongping looked seriously at Aegean. From tomorrow on, all agents must fish for 2 hours after work. Adventurer, your rest time has ended. Please proceed to the designated location immediately and return to the Eerie world to continue the challenge. If you cannot reach the designated location within 2 hours, it will be considered as quitting the adventure in the Eerie world. Gui had just opened his eyes when he heard the system's prompt. Purple lightning began to appear in the sky, and a void teleportation portal appeared where Gui had landed before. Aegean pushed open the dormitory door. Gui, are you going back again? Yeah. You could completely stay in the real world, no one would pressure you. You are already a hero of humanity. I am not afraid of pressure. Gui said with a smile, I just want to find the meaning of living. You speak like a philosopher writing an essay. Alright, brother Aegean. Gui stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Keep an eye on Jean Xin. I want to chat with him again when I return. Gui. Good luck. Thanks. Gui arrived at the empty plot, and the members of the strategy team stood by the window, watching Gui leave. Chu Kongping held a cigarette and turned on the monitor. In the video, Gui was sitting in a classroom, completely still like a statue, while the surrounding classmates were writing diligently, not even raising their heads. Chu Kongping opened the livestream from other countries. Last time, only the adventurer Chris from Lighthouse Country survived. He unlocked the talent of inspiration power and also had extremely strong mental erosion resistance. The side effect of inspiration is that it becomes easier to be mentally eroded, but Chris possesses strong resistance to erosion. His strength is on par with Gui. Apart from Gui and Chris, the remaining adventurers are all new recruits. Chu Kongping glanced at his phone. The dark web had already opened the betting, wagering on whether Chris or Gui would ultimately win. These people are quite boring. Chu Kongping looked up at the screen. Gui had regained his mobility. He was looking around, unsure of what he was doing. Dungeon named Final Exam. Dungeon introduction. Every day we answer questions, judge our own lives and deaths, calculate others' futures, and summarize the terror of life. Freedom is no longer our pursuit, we just want to survive. Clearance conditions. 1. Perfect. Investigate the truth behind Wapping High School, pursue freedom or death. 2. Excellent. Successfully escape from Wapping High School, pursue freedom. 3. Ordinary. Successfully pass the final exam, pursue death. Information about the dungeon appeared in Gui's mind. There was surprisingly no requirement to eliminate the unspeakable in the clearance conditions, which was truly illogical. This leaves only 2 possibilities. 1. There is simply nothing unspeakable in this world. 2. The unspeakable in this world cannot be eliminated. Whether it is in the dungeon introduction or the clearance conditions, both mention death and freedom. Do these 2 terms take their literal meaning or something else? Gui guessed it must be the latter. If simply choosing death could clear the dungeon, then wouldn't one be able to complete the dungeon right from the start by committing suicide? No, that's not right. The main premise of this Eerie world is that if an adventurer dies, Eerie powers will invade the real world. There can't be a case where an adventurer's suicide leads to clearance. Gui glanced at the dungeon introduction and immediately reached a conclusion. This dungeon probably needs to discuss the issue of freedom and death, with the background set in a middle school called Wapping. He looked around, all the classmates were bent over writing, and he still had not regained control of his body. He looked at the desk, the test paper was a blur. After about 10 seconds, the writing on the test paper finally became clear, and Gui regained his freedom. Please answer the questions seriously. Once you write, the answer cannot be modified. Please write down the 3 most important people in your life and 3 items. Gui repeatedly examined the front and back of the test paper but found no second question. He did not rush to write but closed his eyes. The simulation begins. You observed other test takers. Everyone's test papers were indistinguishable, and although they all had their heads down, they were not really writing. Their expressions were all very tense and pained. The invigilator came over and tapped your head with a pointer. Teacher, this is an exam, do not look around. I'm sorry. You lowered your head. You observed the classroom layout earlier and found no hint notes. You looked at your pencil case and found a handwritten note inside. Humans are human because we possess complex emotions. You looked at your school uniform and felt an inexplicable irritability in your heart. You withdrew your gaze and focused on the question on the paper. The invigilator announced loudly, "There are 5 minutes left in the exam, please hurry to answer." You pondered for a moment. You wanted to write down your family members' names in the answer box, but your intuition told you not to be so rash. You casually wrote down the names of 3 people, but all shared the same surname as you. Among the 3 items, you wrote the signed Book of Stone Giant, limited edition sneakers, and your beloved little motorcycle. The exam ended with the ringing of the bell. The invigilator collected the papers. You left the classroom along with all the other test takers, and you were all arranged into the next waiting room next door. Some test takers were engrossed in reading, and some are discussing the exam questions just now. You try to blend in with the examinees, casually chatting with them. The invigilator comes to the waiting room, holding a list, and calls your name. You are led into the office by the invigilator. The teachers in the office are all focused on grading papers, and you notice a code of conduct for students from Waupun Middle School written on the wall opposite the office. Waupun Middle School Student Code of Conduct. 1. Always remember the school motto of honesty and trustworthiness. 2. Obey the teacher's management. 3. Be friendly and help each other with classmates. 4. But during the final exam period, please be sure to follow the exam regulations and conduct the exam as required. 5. Our school operates under a strict closed management system, and no one is allowed to leave the school or contact the outside world in any form before completing their studies. Chapter 109, 3 people, 3 items. You ponder for a moment. So far, this school has no strange rules, everything is not much different from an ordinary campus. Since the task name is the final exam, the real difficult rule should be linked to the final exam, and your next task is to find the hint for the final exam. The teacher grading your paper picks up your test and points at 3 names. You feel a powerful wave of mental energy from the grading teacher, and you infer that your mental suggestion is ineffective against the teacher. Grading teacher, who are these 3 people? You, they are my dad and 2 brothers. Grading teacher, don't think I can't tell you are lying. When filling in names, you must prioritize blood relatives. You have failed this test, and you are expelled. 2 security guards come out, one on the left and one on the right, and they escort you out of the office. You decide to test the combat power of the characters in this scenario. You use mental suggestion on yourself. You feel immensely strong and break free from the 2 security guards. You sprint down the hallway, racing down the stairs. A burly man blocks the stairway, also dressed in a security uniform. You start to fight him. You are eventually subdued. The burly man picks you up and throws you into a trash chute. You feel dizzy and slide in the trash chute for 10 minutes, landing in a garbage pile. In front of you is a huge incinerator, with a conveyor belt constantly feeding trash into it. As garbage rushes in, you are pushed into the incinerator. You are burned to death. The simulation ends. Gui opens his eyes. This exam involves real-time grading. As soon as you finish answering, the grading teacher will grade it on the spot. Moreover, the names you randomly wrote can be instantly identified by the grading teacher, revealing your lies. The basis for the teacher's discernment is not rational inference but rather an eerie power. The strength of the security guards varies, some are about the same as adult men, while others far surpass normal humans. Under the boost of your mental suggestion, you can handle 2 ordinary guards at once. However, you cannot deal with that big security guard unless you have a weapon. Gui continues to close his eyes. The simulation begins. You use mental suggestion on yourself. You tell yourself that the 3 made-up names are your most important people. You write these 3 made-up names on the test paper, while the names of the 3 items remain unchanged. You submit your paper and leave the exam room, sitting in the waiting room to wait. After the grading is completed, you are not called into the office by the teacher. The invigilator steps out, stands on the podium, and speaks to everyone. Teacher, dear students, you have finished the information input, and there are more exams waiting for you. The total exam duration is 6 days. Please pay attention to rest and do not leave the school before completing the exam. The first day of the exam is now over, and you can go to collect your dormitory keys and rest. The students disperse, and you follow the crowd to the dormitory building. You look back and see that there are about 300 to 400 students participating in the exam, all orderly standing in line at the dormitory entrance. The team finally reached you. The dorm manager held the roster, took off her reading glasses, and glanced at you. Manager, are you Gui? You, yes. Manager, to receive your dorm key, you must pay a price. You need to choose one of the 3 most important things to give up. What do you choose to give up? You were stunned for a moment. The purpose of the previous questions turned out to be this. You guessed that the exam lasts 6 days, corresponding to the 6 people or items that needed to be written on the paper. Most likely, each day, the school would ask you to give up 1 person or item. This is a test of human nature. Manager, what do you choose to give up? You, the signed book by the stone giant. Manager, very good, a wise choice. The manager snapped her fingers. A small void portal appeared in front of you, and the manager took your signed book from inside. The signed book turned to ashes in the manager's hand. You received the dorm key. You entered the dormitory. Before you was a void. You ended the deduction. Gooey opened his eyes, biting on the pen tip as he thought. The dormitory exists in another time and space or is protected by a higher power. If he didn't personally enter the dormitory, he couldn't deduce the internal situation. It seems that the system had already started targeting him. He captured Gene XIN, and the other hosts must have received the message. To counter his deduction ability, they would definitely make some adjustments to the copy rules. Now, not being able to sit in the classroom to deduce the situation of the dormitory is the strongest evidence. In addition, the rules of the copy are also very disgusting. 3 items, 3 people. If the copy requires giving up one person or item every day, the first 3 days would inevitably lead to gradually giving up beloved items, but the last 3 days would start giving up people. However, if Gooey writes 3 random names for people, will he be found out for lying when the time comes to give someone up because there is no such person? Or will the copy simply turn 3 unrelated unlucky souls into scapegoats? The grading teacher said that blood relatives must be chosen first, they have the ability to investigate the truth. Can he really deceive them with lies? Gooey's heart struggled for a moment, he really didn't dare to take that risk. If he died for breaking the rules, the whole country would fall into danger. He had to write down the names of the people he truly cherished on the paper. This was currently the safest method. There was nothing to worry about. As long as he could uncover the truth of Waping Middle School within 3 days, then he wouldn't have to worry about his parents and relatives falling into danger. Gooey made up his mind and wrote down the names of his parents and grandmother on the paper. In the real world. This copy was called the easiest copy in history. From the start until now, not a single adventurer had triggered an instant death flag. All the adventurers sat in the classroom, and everyone could only vaguely see the words on the paper. Does anyone know what questions they are working on? I don't know, I guess we'll have to wait for the analysis from the strategy team. Chu Kongping sat in front of the monitor, using technical means to enlarge the questions on the paper. When he saw the questions, Chu Kongping silently pursed his lips. Why hasn't Gooey started writing? What is he thinking? Damn, Chris from the neighboring lighthouse country actually submitted his paper early? That guy is almost immune to mental pollution and has a super strong sense of intuition, he can find the answers just by instinct. The barrage was filled with various discussions. This copy was not fast-paced, so everyone focused their attention on Gooey and Chris, the 2-star adventurers. Jian looked at the questions on the paper, puzzled, and looked at Chu Kongping. Captain, why hasn't Gooey moved his pen for so long? This question definitely has a problem. Gooey must have foreseen something. Chu Kongping said, let's keep watching. Chapter 110, Exam Permit of Wapang Middle School. Real world. Everyone watched the adventurers' every move through the strange live broadcast room. The adventurers arrived in front of the dormitory building. There are 2 buildings in total, the east one is for boys, and the west one is for girls. The adventurers lined up to receive their dorm keys, but before getting the keys, each person needed to choose one of 6 people or items to discard. So, does everything we just wrote have to be thrown away in the end? Damn, doesn't that mean we have to throw away even our dearest ones? This quest is too disgusting, right? Gooey and Chris were the 2 adventurers with the calmest expressions, they seemed to have anticipated such a situation long ago. However, other adventurers who were participating for the first time were not so relaxed. An adventurer from Pickled Cabbage Country filled out 3 treasured items, one of which was a watch given to him by his dad. As he watched the watch shatter into 8 pieces, he broke down in tears. The audience from Pickled Cabbage Country immediately erupted in anger. Ah, come on, it's just a watch, is it that serious? Hey, hurry up and get into the dorm, the security is coming. You're going to ruin the adventure over a watch? The security arrived in time and escorted the adventurer from Pickled Cabbage Country away. Many viewers from Pickled Cabbage Country immediately left the live broadcast room, not wanting to watch any longer. They still had to find a way to deal with the strange events. However, what the viewers from Pickled Cabbage Country and the whole world didn't expect was that after the adventurer died, they actually received news that he had successfully passed the quest. It turned out that dying could achieve an ordinary level of clearance? After receiving this news, the entire bullet screen went wild. Many viewers urged their adventurers to commit suicide to clear the quest. Aegean shook his head, what's going on? Why has the bullet screen changed like this? You should take a look at the report first. Chu Kongping handed the report to Aegean, this is what the tech department just analyzed. Aegean picked up the report and looked closely. It turned out that each student's school uniform was marked with strange patterns, If examined closely, one would find scenes of suicide, such as hanging and cutting wrists, in bloody detail. Not only the audience, but even the adventurers had not noticed these terrifying details. These images are really uncomfortable to look at. Yeah, not only that, but the entire live broadcast image has been darkened, and the sky has always been gray. It must be very dark in the eyes of those adventurers. The strange patterns on the uniforms, the gloomy sky, combined with a weird low-exposure filter, were enough to give all the adventurers negative psychological hints. Under the dual torment of strange powers and psychological suggestion, ordinary adventurers could easily break down, and the adventurer from Pickled Cabbage Country just now died because of this. However, the malicious intent of this quest had just begun to reveal itself. The host wanted to play the trolley problem. Adventurers die, but instead, clear the quest. In the real world, viewers, considering their own safety, would force their country's adventurers to commit suicide. If the adventurers knew this information, the pressure would undoubtedly be even greater. See, this is the first trolley problem of the quest. If killing one adventurer could save an entire country from danger, would you kill him? Aegean fell silent upon hearing this. Chu Kongping lit another cigarette and immediately analyzed the challenges of the entire quest. The second trolley problem of the quest targets the adventurers themselves. Would you be willing to sacrifice your entire country to protect your family? Are you still willing to give up your family to protect the country? Gui did not dare to lie while answering the questions. He feared the strange powers within the instance would discover it. So he had to write down his parents' names. He knew he would eventually face such a trolley problem. I understand Gui's personality. He likes to bear all the pressure himself. He would definitely try to solve the truth and achieve a perfect clearance before having to give up his relatives. He didn't want anyone to sacrifice. You're right, Ajin nodded. This kid is like that. He must shoulder everything alone. Team leader, I think we need to do something we can manage. Oh? Do you remember the Scranton stabilizing anchor we imported from the lighthouse country last time? I remember, that's the device we used for Shaoling. This thing can not only eliminate strange powers, but it can also resist the invasion of external strange powers. My suggestion is, if Gui can't solve the problem in 3 days, we let his parents and grandmother sleep in the device. You're right, that's the only thing we can do. In the strange world, Gui gave up the signature book of the stone giant and obtained the dormitory key. The key had the room number 404 written on it. He went to the 4th floor, opened the dormitory door, and walked in. There were 2 beds in the dormitory, with upper bunks and desks below. Gui's roommate had a poker face. He looked like a rather gloomy guy. Gui sat at the table and closed his eyes. The deduction begins. You greet your roommate, but he ignores you. You use psychological suggestion on your roommate, letting him lower his guard against you. Hello, my name is Gui. What do you call yourself? Roommate, just call me Chen Zheyu. The exam earlier seemed tough, right? Chen Zheyu, shoo. Chen Zheyu covers your mouth. Chen Zheyu, do you want to die? You quickly close your mouth, knowing you might have violated some rules. Chen Zheyu, don't you know the rules of Wapan Middle School? You shake your head. Chen Zheyu, this is printed on your admission ticket. You didn't even bother to look? Chen Zheyu unzips and points to the hidden pocket in his clothes. You take off your clothes and indeed find something in the hidden pocket. Ever since entering this instance, you've always felt somewhat suppressed, and you miss these details. You find your school uniform a bit annoying, so you subconsciously avoided it. The front of the admission ticket has the exam schedule, and the back has the exam instructions. Wapan Middle School admission ticket. Day 1, candidate information entry, dormitory assignment. Day 2, public opinion exam. Day 3, moral exam. Day 4, pressure exam. Day 5, freedom exam. Day 6, death exam. None of the subjects for the exams are normal, leaving one completely puzzled. You flip to the back of the admission ticket. Exam instructions. Candidates must follow the following rules. If violated, they will face expulsion. If you find any students violating the rules, please report to the guidance office. If your report is confirmed true, you will receive credit rewards. 1. From the moment you enter the campus, your assessment has begun. 2. Please do not discuss exam content in places outside the teaching building. 3. Please carry your admission ticket, school uniform, and stationery. If lost, it will not be reissued. During the exam, please use a black ink pen or fountain pen. If the pen does not write, please use blood. 5. Any choice made during the exam will change your final score. 6. Trust in the power of reason. This will help you score high in the exam. You do not know what the specific content of the exam will be. Aside from the 4th rule being a bit strange, the other rules seem fine. Rule 6 requires adventurers to believe in reason, while a handwritten note you found in your pencil case emphasizes the role of emotion. The instance introduction mentioned freedom and death, and Rule 5 talked about the importance of choices. Chapter 111, The Truth of Choice. In addition, Rule 1 is also very thought-provoking. The dungeon introduction emphasizes choice, and the exam rules also stress choice, so it is very likely that you will face various choices in the upcoming clearing process that may affect your progress. From the moment you sit in the classroom, the final exam has already begun. Chen Ziyu, did you figure it out? I figured it out. You have many questions you want to ask, but there's no chance to ask. The content of the exam? The purpose of the exam? These are not revealed in the rules. Without information, no one can deduce. Shall we go outside the dorm? Chen Ziyu, look outside, is this even the time to go out? You walk to the window and pull back the curtains. Outside is a void. Chen Ziyu, the void passage only exists at designated times, before that, we can only stay in the dorm. You nod, no wonder your deduction ability has failed. Chen Ziyu's psychological suggestion effect has worn off. He climbs onto the bed, covers himself with a quilt, and falls into a deep sleep. The information you've extracted from Chen Ziyu is enough. You choose to leave the dorm and explore other places. The corridor is empty and desolate. You find the dormitory management regulations on the wall of the corridor. Dormitory management regulations. 1. Please keep the dormitory clean at all times, do not use any high-power appliances. 2. Please do not try to go to the rooftop of the dorm building, the void storm will tear you apart. 3. Please do not attempt to go to the basement, the tide of the void will swallow you. 4. There is a vending machine in the hall on the first floor. When the void passage is not yet opened, you can buy food and water from the vending machine. 5. The doormat lives on the first floor, you can seek her help with any issues. Next to the dormitory management regulations, there is also a map of Wapan Middle School. The school has 3 teaching buildings, 1 experimental building, 1 library, 2 dormitory buildings, and 1 gymnasium. The roads between various floors are connected by dashed lines, representing the void passage. You speculate that there are important props on both the top floor and the basement of the dormitory, and before doing anything else, you must find a safe way to pass through the void. You continue roaming in the corridor and hear strange noises coming from the 4th floor restroom. You walk to the restroom door. You find a small classmate being beaten and extorted by other classmates. You decide to pretend you don't see. You leave the restroom door, and the voice of the invigilator echoes in your mind. Invigilator, when it doesn't concern you, keep your distance. The emotional score loses 1 point, while the rational score gains 1 point. You terminate the deduction. So this is it. Is this what choice means? Gui murmurs to himself at the desk. Chen Ziyu looks at Gui, displaying a bewildered expression. Gui pays no mind to his roommate's gaze. He speculates that every choice adventurers make in the dungeon will affect the final clearing result, and the final scores of emotion and reason must correspond to freedom and death endings in the results. In perfect clearing conditions, adventurers must choose freedom or death by themselves, which means they must maintain equal scores in emotion and reason to qualify for that choice. Therefore, the correct approach is to uphold justice, cannot stand by and watch someone die, and must maintain reason to protect oneself while perfectly dealing with the situation. Deductions begin. You sit in the dormitory for a while. You mentally calculate the time, waiting for unusual noises to emerge from the restroom. You use a psychological suggestion on Chen Ziyu, making him feel the urge to urinate and allowing his mood to become impulsive. Chen Ziyu left the dormitory and walked towards the bathroom. You went with him to the bathroom. You happened to come across 2 tall classmates bullying a weaker one, and Chen Ziyu paused for a moment, frowning. Chen Ziyu, you can't bully your classmates. Tall classmate, what's it to you? Chen Ziyu, classmates should care for each other, this violates the school rules of Wapan Middle School. Tall classmate, who asked for your nonsense? The tall classmate slapped Chen Ziyu. You recorded the entire process of the tall classmate hitting him on your phone. The tall classmate saw you secretly filming and immediately rushed over to delete your video, while Chen Ziyu helped you block the 2 tall classmates. You quickly left the bathroom and ran to the dormitory supervisor on the 1st floor. You showed the video on your phone to the supervisor. The supervisor immediately sent the 2 tall classmates out of the dormitory building. The supervisor has the ability to walk in the void, and in less than 10 minutes, she returned to the dormitory building. Supervisor, well done, kid. Your report has been verified, these 2 classmates were bullying the weaker one and have been expelled. You have earned extra points. The voice of the exam proctor echoed in your mind. Exam proctor, you stopped the violence, your empathy has gained 2 points. You shook your head. You not only borrowed Chen Ziyu's strength, keeping yourself completely out of danger, but also followed the rules and handed over the classmates who violated school discipline to the school for handling. According to reason, even if emotion and reason are unbalanced, at least reason should score higher. Why did emotion score higher instead? You feel you must have missed some clues. You turned back to face the shorter classmate. The short classmate was extremely grateful to you. You, why were those two tall classmates targeting you? Short classmate, they are the bullies in school, a pair of brothers. One is named Gao Chang and the other is named Gauda. They've been bullying me since the first year of high school, everyone knows this. The short classmate spoke sincerely, but you felt he was a bit too sincere. You asked Chen Ziyu if he knew those two tall classmates, and Chen Ziyu shook his head. You felt there was more to this matter. Your skill cooldown had just ended, and you used your skill on the short classmate, making him lower his guard against you. You, what can I call you? Short classmate, my surname is Yuan, my friends call me Monkey. You, why do they bully you? Monkey, isn't this the victim-blaming theory? Why question me instead of those two bullies? You, I'm not blaming you, I just want to know the real situation. Monkey, I don't want to say anymore, if you have questions, go ask those two bastards. Monkey left the corridor and returned to his dormitory. You noted down Monkey's dorm number. You felt you might have wronged someone. Monkey's psychological defense line was strong, even using your skill couldn't make him open his heart, which further proved he was hiding something. You thought this was why you couldn't achieve a balance between reason and emotion. You ended the simulation. Chapter 112, with courtesy and etiquette, with reason and evidence. Gui sat in the chair. In about 15 minutes, a bullying incident would occur in the bathroom, but he only saw two tall classmates beating Monkey, without knowing why they were beating him. Now Gui still had plenty of mental energy, so he decided to explore again. Simulation starts. You greeted Chen Ziyu and left the dormitory. You arrived near Monkey's dormitory, hiding around the corner of the stairs to avoid being seen. Monkey left his dorm, sneaking in looking around. You quickly hid behind the wall corner. Sure enough, Monkey was not a good person. You heard footsteps coming from the corridor. You peered out and saw Monkey arrive at the opposite dorm, 406. The door of 406 was not locked, he just opened it directly. You took out your phone and recorded the Monkey pushing the door. At this moment, the tall and strong brothers who went out to socialize were walking towards the dormitory. The Monkey hurriedly walked out of the dormitory. Tall stood in the hallway watching the Monkey, scratching his head, while Strong dashed into the dormitory, cursing non-stop. Strong, that little brat stole my wallet. Tall, Monkey? Strong, don't let him get away. The Monkey wanted to return to his dormitory, but was grabbed by Tall and Strong and dragged straight into the toilet. You heard the sounds of cursing coming from the toilet. You immediately walked into the toilet. The Monkey was begging you for help. Tall and Strong were filled with rage. You used your skills to calm Tall's emotions a bit. You, don't fight, don't forget the school rules. Do you want to be expelled from school? Strong, why do you have to butt in? Get lost. Tall, calm down. Tall stopped Strong. The Monkey immediately ran over and hid behind you. You grabbed the Monkey's wrist and pulled him in front of you. Monkey, what are you doing? You, did you just steal something? Monkey, what did I steal? You, I'll give you a chance. If you admit your wrongdoing and return what you stole, I will let you go. If you want to play dumb, then don't blame me for sending you to the disciplinary office. Monkey, you are slandering me and bullying me. Strong, I'm going to bully you today, you little loser. You, Strong, hitting someone is also against school rules. Calm down a little. Strong, what's it to you? Tall, calm down, Achang. This classmate is right. Our parents worked hard to send us to this school, don't waste this opportunity. You understood that in the eyes of these students, Wapan High School held significant meaning. Hearing this, Strong immediately calmed down. The Monkey broke free from you. Monkey, I see, you are in cahoots with these people. You're trash. You took out your phone and displayed the video of the Monkey stealing. The Monkey immediately softened and begged for mercy from you and Tall. You, I've already given you a chance, let's go find the dorm manager. Tall and Strong admired you completely, helping to take the Monkey in front of the dorm manager. The dorm manager checked your phone and then sent the Monkey to the disciplinary office. The voice of the invigilator echoed in your mind. Invigilator, be polite, be reasonable, your rationality plus 1 point, emotion plus 1 point. You chatted happily with the two brothers. Tall, are you free tonight? You, of course. Tall, let's earn some credits tonight, let's go work at the school library. You, sure. Tall took out a letter of introduction and stuffed it into your arms. You returned to the dormitory and waited for the night to pass without incident. The empty passage outside the dormitory opened again. You and the Tall and Strong brothers headed to the library. Your vision was engulfed in emptiness. You terminated the simulation. Gui opened his eyes. As expected, as long as he left one building for another, the simulation could not take effect, the system's malice was too obvious. The rules once mentioned that choices would affect the subsequent plot development, and this impact did not take effect immediately but would take a long time to reveal changes. Gooey could only predict the future within a very small range, but he couldn't see the long-term plot development at all. If he wanted to determine the impact of choices on the plot, Gooey had only one way, which was to quickly push forward the exploration of the plot, to gain opportunities to communicate with the real world, and to speculate the effects of choices by understanding the plot developments of other adventurers. The unknown dangers and the feeling of losing control of the plot made Gooey very uncomfortable. Stop overthinking, solve the immediate problem first. Gooey stood up and left the dormitory. Chen Ziyu looked at Gooey, curiously scratching his head. Does this kid have a mental problem? Reality world. Apart from the adventurer from Pickle Country who was expelled from school due to a mental breakdown, all other adventurers successfully moved into the dormitory. After entering the dormitory, 2 progress bars appeared above the heads of all adventurers. One was rationality, the other was emotion. Many new adventurers entered the dormitory and all stayed foolishly inside, afraid to wander around, while some bold guys were already running around in the hallways. Gooey sat in the dormitory and thought for a while, then immediately left the room, hiding around the corner of the stairs, not sure what he was filming with his phone. Look, Gooey moved. He must have sensed that some plot is about to happen, right? Look at Chris over there, he seems to be moving too. Chris sat in the dormitory, staring blankly at the ceiling, probably inspired by some kind of hint. However, he did not leave the dorm like Gooey. Instead, he lay comfortably on the bed, sleeping. Before long, the monkey got moving. Gooey filmed the entire process of the monkey stealing, and then neatly resolved the conflict between the monkey and the tall, strong brother. You all look, Gooey's progress bar is rising. That's right, and both sides are rising together. Chris's progress bar also increased. Look closely, only Chris's rationality progress bar went up, while his emotion progress bar actually decreased. What do these 2 progress bars even mean? Chris lay in his dorm, having long heard the noise of scuffles coming from the bathroom, but he remained completely unfazed, lying on the bed with an indifferent expression. The fighting sounds from the bathroom grew louder. Chris even gleefully leaned against the doorframe to watch for a while. Chris's emotion score decreased again. In the Dragon Kingdom's strategy team, Chu Kongping was watching the monitor, and a Jian came to his side to report. Team leader, Gooey's family has been arranged. Has Chris's information been collected? Yes, a Jian frowned. This kid is nothing but trash. Chapter 113, The Murderer? The Savior? Chris came from Lighthouse Country, Gotham City. He was a famous serial killer, having broken into a kindergarten and brutally murdered 7 little boys and 13 little girls, seriously injuring 2 teachers and a security guard. Last month, he voluntarily turned himself in to the police. During the trial, he put on a convincing act in court to seek a reduced sentence, blaming all of his crimes on alcohol. According to local laws, being drunk is treated the same as being mentally ill. The brain is out of control, so if a crime is committed while drunk, the sentence is reduced. With a reduced sentence for being drunk and being underage at the time of the crime, Chris killed 20 children but was only sentenced to 20 years in prison. After entering prison, he did not get along well with his fellow inmates. Once in the shower room, Chris made a morning star out of soap and a sock, almost killing an inmate. Local media and the families of the victims petitioned together for his execution by lethal injection. However, once convicted, the court could not change the sentence. I kill, simply because I want to kill. History will surely remember my name, just like Jack the Ripper. After serving 20 years in prison, I will only be in my 30s or 40s when I get out. At that time, my life will just be beginning. Those who petition to kill me, just wait and see. This sentence was the last words left by Chris during an interview with a reporter. After Chris finished saying this, he was captured by the Void Portal and was taken into a bizarre world. Because of Chris's drunken murder case, local laws were immediately revised. Committing a crime while drunk would no longer reduce penalties. Chu Kongping finished reading Chris's information and sighed leisurely. Sigh, just look, Lighthouse Country has such simple morals. Not only that. During a psychological test, Chris scored 28 points for antisocial tendencies, with a full score of only 30. This guy is a complete freak. It's ridiculous that the Lighthouse Country has to rely on a murderer to save it? I think this murderer is not here to save the country. Jian shook his head and said, Chris is obviously just enjoying the game. Moreover, because of his meticulous thinking and bold actions, countless fans of Chris have emerged within the Lighthouse Country, and no one mentions his killings and arson anymore. More than that, I'm more concerned about this instance. Chu Kongping pondered for a moment and took out a notebook from the drawer. It recorded the content of every Strange World instance, and Chu Kongping flipped through it, circling 3 instances with a red pen. Did you find something? Captain, just say it directly. I'm good at fighting, but not at deciphering. Pay attention to the style of these 3 instances. Style? That's right, each instance world has a different style, and I have never really understood the reason for it. But GUI's information about the hosts made me understand a bit. Different hosts create different styles of instance worlds. For example, Gene Xin, he loves to create a specific, defeatable unknowable, and likes to set up numerous instant death flags in the instances, adding various metaphors or strict time locks and space locks. And today's host, the instances he manages rarely have specific unknowables, nor are there any confusing metaphors. He particularly likes to use psychological hints, gradually forcing adventurers into a dead end. In other words, you know his rules, you know where the loopholes are, you know where the dangers and traps are, but you have to jump into the traps he sets for you. Do you remember the first trolley problem I mentioned? I remember. If I were the host of the instance, I would definitely give adventurers the ability to see bullet comments. Chu Kongping looked at the screen and pointed at GUI. Look, this kid's mental state seems to be starting to have problems. If what you said is true, what should we do? We have no technical means to block those negative energy bullet comments. Trace the source of these bullet comments, and temporarily lock them away. That's all we can do. What Yi Shun? Can the bullet comments stop exaggerating? So annoying, I hate these people the most, only you boring people would watch GUI clear the game. Do you have a brain? Just commit suicide at the start and you'd clear the game, right? No normal person has this kind of logic, and some even exaggerate him as high IQ. Toxic, very toxic, extremely toxic. If you die, 1,000 families will be safe. GUI has a savior complex, he absolutely will not pass this level. Brothers, I'm preparing to immigrate to the lighthouse country. Hurry and commit suicide, you'll clear the game by committing suicide. That's how the next door pickled cabbage country cleared the game. Hurry and commit suicide, hurry and commit suicide, hurry and commit suicide. GUI sat in the dormitory, strange bullet comments flashing before his eyes. He didn't know whether they were from the real world or a trick of the instance world. Suicide. 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 The sea of red bullet comments made GUI pull out several strands of hair. His eyes turned red, as if they were about to explode at any moment. GUI? What? GUI suddenly raised his head, looking angrily at Chun Ziyu. Chun Ziyu stepped back in fright. Someone has come looking for you. GUI shook his head and stood up from the bed. Gao De and Gao Chang stood at the dormitory door, looking worriedly at GUI. Brother, are you okay? You don't look too good, are you sure you can go to the library with us? I'm fine. GUI closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and hurriedly used psychological hints on himself. The annoying bullet comments finally disappeared. Since finishing dinner, these annoying bullet comments would occasionally appear in front of him, roughly 2 or 3 times every 10 minutes. After 6 o'clock, the frequency of the bullet comments increased, and almost every minute, dozens of bullet comments would float across GUI's eyes. If GUI did not use his skill to hypnotize himself, he feared that he would eventually be driven mad by these bullet comments. Moreover, in the previous deduction, GUI had not anticipated these negative energy bullet comments. This was definitely a sudden rule added by the host to increase the difficulty. Gao De and Gao Chang exchanged a glance. Alright, GUI, come with us. Do you still have the introduction letter? Without the introduction letter, you can't enter the library. GUI smiled and nodded, taking out the introduction letter from his pocket. The three walked side by side out of the dormitory building. GUI looked to the left and right, and apart from a void, he could see nothing. The void path underfoot was just enough for 3 people to walk side by side. After the passage opened, many students also left the dormitory building, all heading towards the library. You have to keep quiet in the library, absolutely don't make any noise. Our job is to organize the books, remember to arrange the books in alphabetical order. Area B of the library is not open to the public. You must not go in there, not even take a look, do you understand? Understood. GUI nodded, remembering every piece of advice from the Gao brothers and immediately summarizing it. 1. Keep quiet in the library and do not make noise. 2. Arrange the books in alphabetical order. 3. Find a way to go to Area B of the library, definitely. Chapter 114, The Secret of the Library, 1. GUI followed Gao De and Gao Chang to the library. There were already many students sitting at tables, reading. Apart from the sound of pages turning, GUI could hear no other noise. Gao De leaned close to GUI, whispering in a tiny voice, you go to shelves 11 to 20 to organize the books, meet at the administrator's office in an hour. GUI nodded and made an okay gesture. He quickly walked to the back of shelf 11 and closed his eyes. Deduction starts. You are organizing the books while observing your surroundings. Gao De is organizing books at shelves 1 to 10, Gao Chang is at shelves 21 to 30. They are focused on their work and do not pay attention to you. You quietly slip out. You arrive at the corridor and glance at the library's layout map. confirming the location of Area B. The library is shaped like a big character, where Area A is on the east side, Area C is on the west side, and Area B is on the north side. You cross the corridor and arrive at the door of Area B. A librarian approaches you and raises a hand to stop you. The librarian doesn't speak, but you still hear his voice in your mind. Librarian, Area B is not open to the public, please do not approach. You use psychological suggestion, but you find the librarian's mental fortitude stronger than yours, and the suggestion fails to work. You apologize and leave Area B. You recall the library map and exit through the side door of the corridor, making your way around to the north side. You reach the outer wall of Area B, where several security guards are stationed nearby. You realize that these guards have weaker mental fortitude than you. You take a short rest, waiting for your skill cooldown to finish. You apply psychological suggestion to one of the guards. The guard suddenly gets into an argument with his companion, pulling out a stun baton and knocking out his own companion. Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, you sneak behind him and stab the pen from your pocket into his temple. Both security guards collapse to the ground. You search the guards and find the key to the back door of Area B. You throw both guards into the void. A voice prompt from the proctor rings in your mind. Proctor, cold-blooded and ruthless, rationality increases by 5 points, emotion decreases by 5 points. You remain silent for a moment. This event was not a special plot arranged by the system, but if you use strange powers to forcefully bypass the rules and commit a crime. The proctor still scores based on his own actions. You decide to temporarily ignore this matter. In any case, you need to know what exactly is in Area B and how to normally enter Area B. You use the key to open the back door. You walk into Area B and find that the space there is completely distorted. Sometimes when you walk forward, the scenery around you follows you forward, you clearly fall into an abyss, but in the end, your head hits the ceiling. Your perception of space becomes extremely chaotic. You close your eyes and randomly pick a book from the shelf. Civilization ** and Yuan. ******* dissipate ******* 18 ** UNFJC ******. The words in the book are all twisted together, completely unrecognizable, you can only make out a few individual words. This book repeatedly mentions words like humanity, civilization, and dissipate, but with just these keywords, you cannot guess what the book is really about. The chaotic space around you begins to regain calmness. You lift your head and find yourself stuck in the wall, unable to move forward or backward. The Area B administrator walks over and pulls out a hammer from his pocket. Administrator, don't worry, I'll get you out. The hammer strikes your head. Everything in front of you turns blood red. You die. The simulation ends. Gui opens his eyes. The reason Area B is not open to the public is that the space inside is chaotic, only the Area B administrator can freely enter and exit. If you want to explore Area B, you must gain abilities similar to the administrator's. The administrator's mental power far exceeds yours, so breaking through by violent means is unlikely, you still need to gather more information. The books in Area B may relate to the truth of the replica world, so the knowledge barrier exists in the books. Before entering Area B, you probably need to master the skills to break through the knowledge barrier. Additionally, the rooftop and basement of the dormitory are also restricted areas, controlled by the void, and there must be other tools in the school that can help you walk through the void. With a direction for exploration, the rest becomes much easier. Knock, knock. A tapping sound comes to Gui's ears. He turns to look, and the librarian from Area A is staring at him, pointing at the bookshelf, indicating that he should hurry up and get to work. Gui nods and starts arranging the books in alphabetical order. His hands and feet are nimble, in less than half an hour, he has arranged all the books. Gui originally wanted to flip through some books during his free time, and he sneaks a glance at Gauda and Gao Chang. Even though they have finished organizing the books, they are still busy working, occasionally using a feather duster to wipe the dust off the shelves. Gui frowns, imitates them by taking a feather duster in hand, and again uses his talent. Simulation begins. You intentionally squat by the bookshelf, slacking off. The Area A administrator walks back and forth 3 times in front of you, repeatedly reminding you. The voice of the proctor echoes in your mind. Proctor, slacking off, rationality -1 point, emotionality -1 point. As you suspected, the brothers Gauda and Gao Chang did not finish explaining all the rules. If you slack off while earning credits during your work, the proctor will also deduct points. You check the time, there are 20 minutes left until the end of your shift. You no longer pretend and quickly look through the books on the shelf. The books on this shelf are all about humanities and social sciences, so you specifically search for some history books to check. The history of this world is similar to that of Blue Star, differing only slightly in details, with many historical figures' names different from those on Blue Star. You suspect this world may have a mapping relationship with Blue Star. The work shift is over. Yu and Gao Chang come to the administrator. The administrator rewards Gao Di and Gao Chang with 10 points, rationality and emotionality each 5 points. Because you slacked off at work, you only received 4 points in total, with rationality and emotionality each 2 points. The administrator gives you the opportunity for free activity. You searched for a while in Area A and found no books worth looking at. You arrived at the unblocked Area C. You felt a coolness behind you, and a sense of restlessness arose in your heart. You quickly used a skill to calm your emotions. Chapter 115, The Secret of the Library, 2. There are not many students in Area C compared to Area A, and you noticed that their expressions were very blank. You think this might be related to the strange powers filling Area C. Low floors, dim lights, and deep corridors. Such an oppressive and quiet atmosphere would make anyone stepping in feel uneasy, even without strange powers. You wander among the shelves in Area C. There are more books on the shelves in Area C, but you can't understand the words inside the books. Finally, in the last row of the shelves in Area C, you found a special book. A note was stuck in the pages of the book. You took it out and found a handwritten sentence that looked exactly like the one you found in your pen case. If a human's weight is 3.5 kilograms, then what is the weight of a civilization? You furrowed your brow. It is impossible for a human to weigh only 3.5 kilograms. Civilization is an abstract concept, how could it be weighed? You couldn't think of an answer for now, so you opened the book and found nothingness in the pages. You stopped the deduction. It seems that I need to see that book in person. Gooey picked up a feather duster and continued to wipe the dust off the shelves. In the real world. The strategy team of Long Country is investigating all negative energy bullet comments, but there are just too many people sending these comments, and the team simply doesn't have enough manpower to deal with them, so they have to seek police assistance. The negative energy keeps spreading, and there was a time when the entire screen was filled with the word suicide. This is really hard to understand. This is the mob, isn't it? Chu Kongping sighed. At this moment, Gooey was focused on working in the library, while the bullet comments kept flooding in with curses. If you die, 1,000,000 families will be safe. If you die, 1,000,000 families will be safe. If you die, 1,000,000 families will be safe. Chu Kongping frowned. He had no way to filter these bullet comments, and occasionally a few comments supporting Gooey would be instantly drowned out by the flood of abusive comments. Captain, could there be fanatics mixed in? I think so too, Chu Kongping said. They know we captured Gene Xin, and they certainly won't take countermeasures. Drowning people in bullet comments is their usual trick. Communicate with Hu Chang and let him increase the investigation efforts. Understood. Gooey had been working in the library, and there wasn't much to see, so Chu Kongping had to look at the situation in other countries. Most adventurers chose to study in the library, wandering back and forth among the shelves, but finding nothing. One adventurer from Cherry Blossom Country awakened a power-type talent. He went to challenge the Area B administrator alone and successfully defeated the administrator, entering Area B. But he got lost in Area B, leading to a mental breakdown, and he ended up smashing his own head with a hammer. Many citizens of Cherry Blossom Country cheered, because whether the adventurer successfully uncovered the truth or collapsed halfway, they didn't have to worry about strange invasions. Chu Kongping shook his head, feeling that the sacrificed adventurer's fate was lamentable. He believed that the strange world would not be so kind. It was impossible for an adventurer to die and for people in the real world to face no punishment. There must be some conspiracy. Now the plot had just begun, and Chu Kongping could not analyze anything further. Chu Kongping shifted his attention to Lighthouse Country. Surprisingly, Chris chose to go against the tide, staying in the dormitory while everyone else went to the library. Chris is a beast. Hurry up and die in this world. If you die, it will be a contribution to all of humanity. Die quickly, die quickly. Just like Gooey, Chris could also see the barrage in the real world. However, he didn't care at all about these people's insults. On the contrary, the harsher the insults from these people, the more excited Chris felt. Short-sighted, ignorant, weak, pitiful. Chris sneered scornfully, enjoying the barrage in his view as he walked towards the monkey's room. He kicked open the dormitory door and pulled the monkey, who was lying on the bed, out from under the blanket. Get out, yellow-skinned monkey. Ouch, ouch, let go. The monkey looked at Chris in fear. Did you steal my wallet? Steal your wallet? Don't slander me. If I say you stole my wallet, then you stole my wallet. What do you want? Stop it, Chris covered the monkey's mouth with one hand and grabbed the monkey's neck with the other, leading him downstairs. Most of the people in the dormitory had gone to the library to study, and the rest were mostly lying in their dorms resting. No one saw Chris kidnap the monkey. Chris reached the door to the basement and kicked it open. The stairs stretched straight down, with no bottom in sight. Chris closed his eyes, and in his spirit vision state, the basement became crystal clear. In the middle of the basement was a thick dictionary, which must be the plot item needed to clear the game. Monkey, help me with something. Chris smiled at the monkey. You go down and bring me something. As long as you go fast enough, you'll be fine. The monkey kept waving his hands, his eyes filled with terror. He had just been beaten by Gao De and Gao Chang, and both his eyes were swollen, tears streaming from his puffed-up eyelids. Aren't you going? Chris pressed the monkey against the wall and pulled out a pen from his pocket, stabbing it towards the monkey's eye. The pen tip was almost touching the monkey's swollen eyelid, and the monkey screamed in fear. I can't hold on in the void for more than a second. I will definitely die. It's okay, I can help you hold on down there for 5 seconds. I just need you to run to the basement and bring me the dictionary in the center. What dictionary? Don't talk nonsense, go down quickly. Chris pulled the monkey and pushed him down the stairs. The monkey screamed and fell down. Chris grinned, and suddenly 20 evil spirits surged behind him, 7 boys and 13 girls, each evil spirit looking no older than 5. 20 evil spirits chattered as they passed through the monkey's body, making him shiver uncontrollably. What the hell? The monkey landed on the ground. He found that the 20 evil spirits had pushed aside the void on both sides, leaving a path for him, but his retreat was still blocked by the tide of emptiness behind him. You only have 5 seconds, hurry up. Chris's voice came from upstairs. The monkey shouted and waved his arms, rushing to the center of the basement, where he indeed found the dictionary on the ground. I found it. The monkey hugged the dictionary and ran back. The evil spirits cleared the way for him up ahead, but the ghostly blue glow on the evil spirits began to fade. Help me, help me. You have 3 seconds left, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 116 The Secret of the Library, 3. No, don't give up on me, I'm almost there. Quick, throw the dictionary over here. Ah. The 20 evil spirits suddenly dissipated, and the tide of void surged in. The monkey had no way to defend against the void's attack and was instantly torn to pieces. The dictionary fell to the ground, constantly being eroded by the void, and Chris's arm crossed the barrier, quickly picking up the dictionary. Ugh, that's disgusting. Chris's arm became ragged, but as long as he waited for his evil spirit skill to recover from the cooldown, the injury to his arm would soon heal. Chris picked up the dictionary and looked around. It was covered with incomprehensible writing. It should be a codebook for decoding. Ruthless, deceitful, and untrustworthy. Sensibility deducted by 5 points. The voice of the invigilator rang in Chris's mind. Ah, don't deduct, I've already got negative points. Chris hugged the dictionary and left, returning to his dormitory to rest and replenish his exhausted mental energy. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Gui finished his work in the library, and he and his tall brother Gao Chang went to the administrator's office. The administrator registered the 3 of them and rewarded them with credits. At present, Gui's scores for both sensibility and rationality were 6 points. You can move freely, but remember to keep quiet. Thank you, teacher. The 3 nodded in gratitude and gently pushed open the office door. Gui greeted his 2 brothers and headed straight towards Area C. Annoying noise filled his ears, and negative energy bullet screens once again floated before his eyes. Chris next door has already found clues to the basement. How can Gui still have the mood to read here? Trash, really trash. Never seen such a stupid adventurer. Just die for us, we only need to clear the normal level. Gui closed his eyes, and the bullet screens transformed into voices echoing in his mind. He took a deep breath and used psychological suggestion on himself again, blocking out the screens before him. I really want to kill them. Gui looked at the floor with bloodshot eyes, muttering through clenched teeth. His classmates around him looked at Gui with confusion. He then remembered that he was in the library. Fortunately, classmates and administrators just stared at him and didn't dwell on it. Gui covered his mouth and sat down at the table to rest for a while, feeling a pang of fear for his earlier violent thoughts. Calm down, calm down. Gui silently encouraged himself in his heart. All of this was the conspiracy of this strange world. Their behavior was meant to make him give up hope for humanity. Gene Xian's warning to himself in the real world was a seed planted in his heart, while everything happening in this copy was fertilizing and watering this seed. Gui believed that all the bullet screens before him must be the thoughts of many people in the real world. They really want him dead. Go commit suicide? Go commit suicide. Go commit suicide. The effect of the psychological suggestion expired. Muffled murmurs echoed once again in Gui's mind. He took out a pen from his pocket, took off the cap, and began to stab it into his eyeball, bit by bit. No! Wake up! Gui suddenly raised his head. Just as he was about to act, he put down the pen. Powerful mental strength and survival instinct allowed him to triumph over the strange power once more. He panted heavily and carefully put the pen away in his pocket. Something is wrong, it must be something wrong. Is it because of this environment? Gooey didn't dare to stay in Area C any longer. He immediately got up and found that strange book on the shelf. He tucked the handwritten note into his pocket and carried the book to the front desk to complete the borrowing procedure. Gooey sat at the desk and looked around. Next to him, an older teacher was reading a book. He held a magnifying glass in one hand and cradled a book bigger than his head in the other, reading word by word. Gooey waited for his skill cooldown to finish and immediately used it on himself. Finally, everything became quiet. He opened the book, and it turned out to be a manuscript recording magical potion recipes. The first page of the book was about a potion called voidwalking. Voidwalking allows you to walk in the void, free from void attacks, lasting for 10 seconds. Required materials: 100 milliliters of blood, 1 piece of dream fragment. The content on the following pages became blurred and unreadable, only the first page could be read. Gooey didn't know what a dream fragment was for now, but at least it provided him with direction and thought. With no more bullet screens and murmurs disrupting him, Gooey finally had time to think slowly. He took out paper and pen from his pocket and wrote down all the current clues and unsolved mysteries. Known clues. 1. Rules of scoring. 2. The basement of the dormitory, the rooftop, and Area C of the library contain props to advance the plot. 3. The way to walk in the void. Unresolved mysteries. 1. The method of obtaining dream fragments. 2. The reason for mental collapse. Gooey folded the upper half of the note and only looked at the 2 unresolved mysteries. He temporarily didn't need to consider the method of obtaining dream fragments. The most important thing now was to resolve the issue of mental collapse. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. In a state of mental collapse, he could barely take any action. Thoughts of suicide filled his mind. Simply because Area C's decoration style was too oppressive and the barrage was too negative was far from enough to cause his collapse. There must be something he was overlooking. Gooey leaned against the back of his chair and looked at his school uniform. When he focused his mental energy, he finally discovered the secret on the uniform. He took off his school uniform, grabbed the magnifying glass from the teacher beside him, and examined the patterns on the uniform. Hanging. Cutting wrists. Decapitation. The patterns on the school uniform were all bloody images. No wonder he always felt uncomfortable wearing it. Classmate, the old teacher leaned close to Gooey and whispered, "Have you finished using the magnifying glass?" "I'm sorry." Gooey whispered an apology and returned the magnifying glass. There was no good solution. Even if he didn't wear the school uniform, the other classmates wearing it would still subtly affect his mental state. He couldn't let other classmates stop wearing it, could he? Gooey could only constantly use psychological suggestion on himself to alleviate the mental pressure. He would rather transform into an elephant and fight the unspoken instead of enduring this dull blade-cutting meat of mental torture. Classmates, the library will close in 10 minutes, and the void passage will disappear in 20 minutes, so please return to the dormitory as soon as possible. The administrator stepped forward and said softly. The students in the library began to pack their stationery and books, lining up to leave the library. Gooey wrapped the potion book in his school uniform, holding it in his arms, and left with everyone. He decided never to wear the school uniform again. Chapter 117, The Mob, 1. In the real world. A keyboard warrior sat in front of the monitor, picking his toes while watching a live stream. At this moment, the camera just captured Gooey preparing to stab his eyes, and the keyboard warrior immediately became excited, rapidly typing. "Hurry up, stab it. Go die, Gooey." Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds echoed. The keyboard warrior put down the mouse and walked to the door. "Who's there?" "Delivery." "So fast?" The keyboard warrior scratched his head and opened the door. A Jin led a team of agents rushing into the room and immediately pinned the keyboard warrior to the ground. "Don't move. What's your name?" "He Changxiang." The keyboard warrior lay on the ground, his face pale. "What are you doing?" "Who are you?" "Dragon Country Campaign Group agents." A Jian showed He Changxiang his identification. The other agents rushed into the room, searching every corner. "Brother Jian, there's no one else in the room." "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" He Changxiang said unreasonably, "I'm not a fanatical believer, and I don't have any strange items hidden." "What right do you have to arrest me?" "Why?" "You should ask yourself that." The agents restrained He Changxiang's arms and took him out of the room. A Jian and the remaining agents searched the room, trying to find any clues, wanting to know if there was any connection between the suspect and the fanatics or if he had received any money. He Changxiang had sent hundreds of abusive comments in a minute, and his presence could be seen in live streams worldwide, which was why a Jian personally led the team to arrest the suspect. "Brother Jian, this is the suspect's phone. We checked the transfer records, and there were no suspicious funds in the past month. I have searched here too, and found no strange items, basically ruling out the possibility that the suspect is a fanatic." A Jian scratched his head in confusion upon hearing this. He sat in front of the computer and turned it on. It turned out that He Changxiang applied for dozens of accounts alone, constantly scrolling through various live broadcast rooms, and there was a software called Bullet Screen Robot on his computer. Using the Bullet Screen Robot can send out 100 bullet comments in a minute, plus He Changxiang has dozens of alternate accounts, which is why he was able to post hundreds of bullet comments in a short time. Sigh. A Jian sat in front of the computer and sighed helplessly. Sometimes, I really wish these people were getting paid to do this.
What do you mean?
If they were getting paid, it means they treat cursing as a job, at least they have a grand reason for it. A Jian pointed at the computer and said, but the scariest thing is someone like He Changxiang.
He wants to insult others purely out of hobby, he just wants to see all adventurers die, he just wants to see the end of the world come, and essentially, he is no different from a fanatic.
A Jian stood up from the chair, clapped his hands and said, quickly gather evidence, we still need to find the next keyboard warrior.
Die already. Commit suicide. Commit suicide. Commit suicide.
Trash, waste. Gui opened his eyes, and once again, negative energy bullet comments appeared before him.
Inhale, exhale.
Gui pinched the bridge of his nose, giving himself a psychological suggestion. Today is the second day of the exam, and the bullet comments before Gui have reduced slightly, but they always appear at the wrong moment. After washing up, Gui returned to the dormitory and found that Chen Ziyu had already left quietly.
His roommate's personality is really too reclusive.
However, Gui didn't say much, these people are just passers-by in his way to clear the levels. He put on his school uniform, grabbed his admission ticket and stationery, and went to the hall on the first floor. Outside, the void passage was slowly opening. At the end of the passage is the teaching building. The passage is about to open. The dormitory manager said as she came out, before entering the exam room, you need to give up one of your most important items.
Many students showed reluctant expressions.
The dormitory manager walked up to Gui. Gui was silent for a while, then pointed at his beloved small motorcycle, I don't need it anymore.
Very good.
The dormitory manager nodded. Gui pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, the sound of the motorcycle shattering filled his ears. You can go to the teaching building now, and remember to wear your school uniform, you should wear it at school at all times.
I know. Gui nodded, reluctantly complying.
The temperature outside is very low, luckily he had put on clothes in advance. Gui followed the crowd into the exam room, the supervising teacher stood on the platform, handing out test papers to each student's desk. Gui looked down and found that both sides of the test paper were blank, with not a single word on it.
The exam has not started yet, wait until the bell rings, then everyone can pick up their pens. Hearing this, Gui closed his eyes. The simulation begins.
You heard the bell ring. You picked up the fountain pen.
Before you is a void. You terminated the simulation.
Gui was a bit surprised, he didn't expect that after the exam started, he still had to go to another space.
Ding-ling-ling.
The exam bell rang. The surrounding classmates all picked up their fountain pens, all lifting their pens with blank faces, staring at the test paper in a daze. Gui imitated them, picking up the fountain pen, and then he felt the world spin, everything around him changed dramatically. He couldn't control his body and couldn't use any skills, he could only listen and watch.
The supervising teacher's voice rang out. The final exam has begun. Subject 1, Public Opinion Exam. Exam Requirements.
1. Please use a black ink pen or fountain pen to answer.
If the ink pen or fountain pen cannot write,
use blood.
2. Once the answer is determined, it cannot be changed.
Please answer carefully. 3. This exam uses a dream simulation method, with an exam time of 24 hours. The time flow does not sync with reality, so please allocate your time wisely.
Everything that happens in the dream does not affect reality. 4. Candidates need to achieve a reversal of public opinion, steering it in a direction favorable to you. 5. The total score for this exam is emotional, 10 points, rational, 10 points.
If the total score exceeds 12 points, the candidate will receive a piece of dream fragment as a reward. The exam will officially begin when the candidate says start.
Gui did not rush to begin the exam but quickly observed the environment.
This is a small supermarket, and in front of Gui is a long line of people, all waiting to buy things. According to the literal meaning of the exam requirements, he should be in a dream now, and everything he does in the dream is his exam answer.
What is puzzling is,
the first requirement states use a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen to answer, which does not contradict the requirement on the admission ticket.
But since it is a dream simulation, why is there a need to use a fountain pen or ballpoint pen and even blood?
Gui thinks for a moment, convinced that he can no longer obtain more information.
Let's start. Chapter 118, The Mob, 2.
As soon as Gui finished speaking, everyone around began to move. He did not rush to move but observed the situation around him. This is a small supermarket, and he has some daily necessities in his shopping basket.
Gooey closed his eyes and began to simulate according to his habit. Simulation starts. You are holding a shopping basket and touch your clothes, finding a ballpoint pen in the hidden pocket at your chest. You put the ballpoint pen in a place where you can easily reach it. You slowly follow the line and walk forward. You look around, trying to see if there are any hints in the supermarket, but you find no suspicious clues. You continue to follow the line, and when it is your turn, you place your shopping basket on the counter. The cashier is a balding man in his middle age, and after scanning all the items, he waits for the next person to pay. You walk away, and suddenly the supermarket security stops you. Security, take out your things. You, what things? Security, I saw you steal. You, when did I steal? Don't slander me. Security, didn't you just steal? I saw you take something. You, what did I steal? Where's your evidence? Security, I saw it with my own eyes, and you still deny it? We've lost a lot of items these days, not less than 8,000, maybe even 10,000. Did you take the expensive red wine that just came in? You, I didn't. Others around you pull out their phones and start recording you. Security grabs you and insists on taking you to the security room next door. You have no right to restrict my freedom, and you have no evidence that I stole anything. Security, I've met many people like you. Put down your things and stand against the wall. Security and the cashier come over, they are bigger and stronger than you, and you cannot fight against both of them. You try to use psychological suggestion on them, but it has no effect, they are already blinded by anger. You are pulled into the room, the security presses you against the wall, taking off your shirt, even removing your shoes. The cashier snatches your backpack, dumping everything out to search. The two of them search for a long time, but they don't find any stolen items. Security, do you have accomplices? You, this is illegal detention, I will call the police. Security, the thief is still so assertive? You put your shirt back on, burst out the door, and the customers look at you, pointing and filled with disgust. You choose to call the police. You are taken to the police station, but the police check the surveillance footage and find that the supermarket's cameras are all broken. Security and the cashier still insist that you stole something. But the police, unable to find evidence, chose to believe you. Police, you have no evidence, what right do you have to say someone stole something? Security, I saw him with a sneaky look, just like a thief. When have I ever lied? I saw him pass by that tobacco and liquor counter. He was the only one who went past the counter in the whole supermarket. If it wasn't him stealing, then who was it? Police, to catch a thief, you must catch him red-handed. You have no evidence, I cannot arrest him. Stop making a fuss. The police helped you uphold justice. You feel your pen heating up, you look down and see that a third of the ink has disappeared. Time jumped from day to night. You arrive at the dormitory, your roommates point and whisper about you. Roommate A, I can't believe it, you actually stole something? Roommate B, that's disgusting, don't play with us anymore. Roommate C, the change I left under my pillow is gone, did you steal it? I knew you weren't a good person. You, I did not steal anything, who did you hear that from? Roommate A, it's all over the forum. You open your computer and log onto the forum. You find a photo and video of the supermarket security catching you pinned to the top post, with all the comments filled with accusations and insults towards you. I never imagined we would have a thief in our school. Why is such a scum allowed into our school? I heard this person comes from a poor rural area, and the school said they would give him a scholarship. How could a thief get a scholarship? At principal, why keep someone like this? You even give him a scholarship? What are you thinking? You never expected that a slanderous video would cause such a huge uproar. You took a closer look and found that someone was exaggerating, deliberately creating a sensational topic. One post stated, scholarship winner from prestigious school is actually a thief, caught by supermarket security on the spot. It all started with jealousy from classmates in school, who capitalized on this small issue to slander and defame you, creating some eye-catching titles around your scholarship-winning identity. Immediately, unscrupulous media just followed the trend, linking scholarship winners from prestigious schools to thieves for clicks, without anyone bothering to verify the truth. You immediately posted to clarify. Please don't believe just one side, those filming only captured part of it, we called the police later. The police came and proved I am innocent, I didn't steal anything. It was the supermarket security and cashier who framed me, they have no evidence. As soon as you posted, you received a flood of replies. No evidence doesn't mean you didn't steal. Really disappointing. Scum, get out of our school. Just spit out the scholarship. You realized that defending yourself was pointless. The pen in your hand heated up again, and you noticed that another third of the ink had disappeared. You understood the rules of the dream simulation. Whenever you encountered a difficult problem in the simulation, any actions you took would consume ink, and when the ink was gone, you would lose your qualification to take the exam. However, what it meant to answer using blood, you couldn't figure it out for now. You had one last third of the ink remaining and needed to find stronger countermeasures. You found the original poster. The avatar was indeed that of the supermarket cashier. It seemed he did this intentionally to twist the facts, and was used by the jealous students in school, which pushed the post to trending. You looked at what netizens were saying, both angry and amused. You could only present your evidence online. Here's my police report. You can call the police and ask. They all say I am innocent. What right do you have to slander me? Who knows if this police report is fake? Exactly, even if you call 110. When you ask someone to move their car, they will give you a police report. Is that considered evidence? Can a police report prove your innocence? Just admit you stole something, you trash. Look, is this the scholarship winner from our school? Do you still have the face to go on stage to accept an award? Before long, a group of internet users started commenting under your post, and you found out your post became the trending topic. Not only that, your photo was reposted by major websites, and they turned you into a meme, mocking you as a thief caught in the act. Your pen began to heat up again. You took out your pen and saw that the ink was completely used up. You heard the voice of the invigilating teacher in your ears. Invigilating teacher, the exam is over. Your final score, emotional, 3 points, rational, 5 points. Before your eyes, everything turned into void. You stopped the simulation. Gooey bit his lip. In this world, the speed at which public opinion ferments is much faster than you can imagine. Those people jumped the gun by uploading the video, saying you were a thief, putting you in a passive position from the start. What if this time, you took the initiative? Gooey closed his eyes again. Simulation begins. You paid as before, but when you were leaving, the security guard stopped you. Security guard, you can't leave. Hand over the items. You took out your phone and pointed it at the security guard. What do you mean? Security guard, wow? A thief like you is so brazen? The guard's words attracted everyone's attention, and just like last time, everyone took out their phones and started recording. Both the security guard and cashier came up at the same time, snatching your phone, and you were taken into a room for a search. Are you stealing my phone? Security guard, why would I be polite to a little thief like you? Get against the wall and don't move. You still couldn't resist the two of them. The plot was exactly the same as the last simulation. You chose to call the police. The police helped you get your phone back, and you recorded the whole process of the police enforcing the law. Your ink supply decreased by a third, time flew by, and you returned to your dorm. You found that your roommates were still mocking and ridiculing you. You took out the video of the police clearing your name. The roommates fell silent, and only one expressed an apology. You went online to check the situation. On the forum, the supermarket owner was still slandering you, posting the video he took along with the explanation of the incident underneath. Everyone, please stop spreading rumors, I did not steal anything. The supermarket owner is slandering me. If you don't believe me, do you not believe what the police say? The owner has no evidence. On what basis can he say I'm a thief? Although your evidence was strong, the wave of public opinion on the internet still couldn't be stopped. Netizen A, who knows if you have accomplices? Maybe you stole something and gave it to someone else? Do you have evidence? Netizen A, do you have evidence to prove you don't have accomplices? Whoever asserts must provide evidence. If you say I have accomplices, then you prove that I have accomplices? Netizen B, oh, you're getting anxious. Does a thief know the law? If you know the law, why steal? You felt very wronged. The storm of public opinion on the forum quickly spread to other social platforms, especially the rapid promotion speed of short video platforms. You also posted your video of refuting the rumors, but it received far less traffic than the slanderous videos. College student steals from supermarket, caught by security on the spot. This video title, in every aspect, garnered much more views than your video of refutation. You sought help from the police, hoping they would help you release the refutation video. The police denied the rumors, however, the views were nowhere near those misleading videos, only a tenth of the slanderous video's views. You did not achieve a reversal of public opinion. Your exam time is up. The invigilator's voice rings in your ears. Invigilator, the exam is over. Your final score, emotion, 5 points, logic, 5 points. Before your eyes, there is nothingness. You have stopped the simulation. Gooey opened his eyes. In this simulation, Gooey still took a series of actions that an ordinary person could take. Call the police. Seek official help. Shoot a video to prove rumors wrong. In the end, Gooey discovered that using these conventional methods was utterly futile. People on the internet only believe what they want to believe. If the contradiction of the matter doesn't escalate, the debunking video will have no views at all. If he takes the route that ordinary people can think of to prove his innocence, it will only speed up the fermentation of public opinion, plunging him into the abyss and resulting in an unacceptable outcome. So difficult. Gooey knocked hard on his head, utterly unsure of what to do. At that moment, the annoying barrage reappeared before his eyes. Not watching anymore, that bastard Gooey only knows how to stand there in a daze. Look at the next door's Chris, he is fighting through. Exactly, isn't fighting through enough? Fight, fight, fight. Don't think too much, you don't have the brains, right? If you can't fight, just kill yourself. Gooey looked at the barrage before him, not feeling angry at all. Instead, he had a moment of enlightenment. Right, answering with blood is actually this meaning. Gooey closed his eyes again, starting the simulation once more. Stand there. Take everything out of your pockets. Huh? Chris looked at the security guard accusing him, at first unclear about the situation. You stole something, you little thief? Me? Stealing? Chris sneered. I never steal, I always rob directly. Chris grew up in a chaotic urban area, seeing plenty of petty theft. He not only knew about zero-cost shopping events but had participated in one. The security guard spoke very rudely, and Chris could tell at a glance that this guy was deliberately looking for trouble. Good for you, foreign devil, so you admit it? I admit nothing, I have no interest in stealing your stuff. Chris sneered and tried to escape from the security guard's view. Who would have thought that the security guard reached out and grabbed Chris's ribs tightly? Ah! Chris cried in pain, realizing that he couldn't match the security guard's strength. His face turned red with anger, and just when he was about to unleash his special ability, he noticed countless customers behind him taking out their phones, pointing them at him and the guard. Right, this is the public opinion exam. If he uses his strange powers in front of so many people, would it affect his score in public opinion? As Chris hesitated, the cashier jumped out from behind the counter. He and the security guard grabbed Chris from either side and pulled him into a nearby room without a word. What are you doing? Chris protested loudly, but he could not resist these two strong men. He was pinned against the wall and searched all over his pockets. Humph, have you finished searching? Chris said coldly. The security guard and the cashier exchanged glances and shook their heads. Do you have accomplices? The security guard questioned. Did you hide the stolen goods? Pa! Chris spat at the security guard. Bastard, call the police. The security guard got angry and immediately called the police. The police arrived at the supermarket. Although there was no evidence that Chris had stolen anything, the act of spitting still caused him quite a bit of trouble. Time passed. Chris returned to the dorm. Just like Gooey, he was met with sarcastic jests from his roommates. Oh, stealing and spitting? You are quite bold. Come on, let's report this to the counselor. Tomorrow we will change dorms. Who dares? Chris slammed the door shut with force, his fierce expression silencing all the roommates present. With a cold sneer, he quickly switched to a friendly smile and asked, My dear friends, who spread the rumor that I am a thief? Chapter 120, A Mob, 4. Brother, it's on the forum, someone said you are a thief. What? It's a rumor, you are not a thief. The roommates were scared of Chris, so they all huddled silently at their desks. Chris turned on his computer and immediately clicked on the profile of the person who first spread the rumor. He found the person's avatar was that of a supermarket cashier. Hee, so you are the one who spread the rumor too easy. There's only one way to stop the rumor. I will use your blood to answer the question. Chris thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. It was late at night, and the supermarket cashier and security guard were counting goods inside the supermarket. Suddenly, the supermarket lights flickered, and even the air became cold and biting. What is happening? The security guard and cashier instinctively huddled together, looking behind them to see a blood-soaked child staring at them fiercely. Get out! The two big men ran out of the supermarket in fright upon seeing the evil spirit. Little did they know, as soon as they stepped outside, they found themselves in a pitch-black graveyard, with ghostly lights flickering among the graves. Help! Help! The two of them hugged each other, shouting loudly. The evil spirit came to their side, gripping their necks tightly. Chris walked out from the graveyard, looking down at the two men from above. Do you understand your mistakes? Ghost, you are a ghost. Ghost? There are no ghosts in this world, and if there are, you two are the ghosts. Chris pointed at them and asked, Do you want to die or live? We want to live, please spare us. Then fine, delete the video that falsely accused me right now and post an apology statement. No problem. Chris watched as they operated their phones, and when everything was confirmed correct, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you can go now.
Chris waved his hand. The graveyard before them vanished, and the two men realized that everything that just happened was just an illusion. They were at the cold riverside, with not a single passerby on the road.
Let's go back.
Okay. The two big men exchanged glances and hurriedly headed towards their homes. But suddenly, a chill wind blew across the river, and the two slipped, falling into the river. They struggled to swim to the surface, but it felt as if their feet were caught by something heavy. Looking down, they were shocked to see countless humanoid monsters wrapping around their legs, pulling them down to the bottom.
The exam is over.
Chris opened his eyes again and found that his pen was somewhat hot. He picked it up to see that a third of the ink was consumed. Then he heard the proctor's announcement. Solve the problem, or get rid of the person who raised it. Emotional, 2 points, rational, 8 points.
TCH. Chris sneered, what emotions? It's just meaningless moral constraints, a bunch of sanctimonious fools. They made me miss out on my reward.
Chris shook his head and quickly left the exam room.
In the real world,
Chris used his gifted skills to kill the rumor monger. Although his rational score was as high as 8 points, his emotional score was only 2 points. However, the barrage of comments from the land of the lighthouse was a celebration.
Nice kill, this is satisfying.
Look at others, if they don't dare to kill in a bizarre world, what good are they?
They are trash.
Chu Kongping stared at the barrage, remaining silent for a long time. Other adventurers also managed to pass the exam, but most scored around 5 or 6 points, and achieving 8 points was already considered remarkable talent. Since the system gave Chris a score of 10 points, it meant his actions were in compliance with the rules and worldview of the scenario. His skills are much more refined than other adventurers. Chu Kongping looked back at the barrage from the Dragon Kingdom side. Everyone was still criticizing Gui, with curses filling the screen, while Gui stood silently, deep in thought about his strategy.
Captain, the analysis results from yesterday are out.
Quick, let me see. Last night, Gui sat in the library, holding a book for a full half hour. He knew Gui was using the act of reading to convey certain information. The strange world blocked all unrelated textual information, and the strategy team had to use very complex technical methods to restore the text on it. Chu Kongping held a cigarette, picking up the report to read it carefully. The book Gui held was a history book, detailing a historical process that was not much different from that of Blue Star.
Gui, are you trying to say that this dungeon's prototype is also our Blue Star? Captain, should we do it like last time? Where's Ajian?
Ajian is still catching keyboard warriors.
Forget about the keyboard warriors, let Ajian go.
Never mind, don't let him investigate this. You guys should ask the police to help us investigate, check all high schools that have encountered strange events, and then send our agents to those schools for on-site inspections.
We must find out the real reflection of Weipin High School.
Yes. Chu Kongping put down his cigarette, not taking a puff for a long time. He stared at the materials in his hand, always feeling out of place, but he couldn't pinpoint where that feeling came from.
Captain, look. Gui is starting to act. Huh?
Chu Kongping quickly turned his head, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Like other adventurers, Gui was in line at the supermarket to buy something. Just as he was about to exit, he was stopped by the security guard.
You stole something, little thief.
I didn't.
Don't go, come with me for a check. Gui seemed somewhat helpless, not even engaging in any verbal arguments.
At this moment, the barrage was full of abuse.
They're cursing you like this, and you don't say a word? Are you even a man? Beat him up. At least you can get 6 points for that.
I'm not watching anymore, he's not a real man.
I'll stick to watching Chris.
Chu Kongping automatically blocked out the insults in his head, looking for those supportive comments. He found that only about 30% of the comments were encouraging. This situation was very unusual. If this is all just keyboard warriors or paid trolls, that would be too exaggerated. Ajian is already off catching people, why hasn't the barrage environment improved at all? Chu Kongping furrowed his brows, attributing this phenomenon to the influence of strange powers.
Time in the dungeon sped by rapidly.
Gui sat in front of his computer, seriously browsing posts on the forum. There were all videos of security guards catching college students stealing, with no one coming forward to clarify or explain the matter. Everyone just jumped in to kick him while he was down.
Some mocked Gui's school. Others ridiculed Gui's place of origin.
Everyone just vented their emotions, no one sought the truth of the matter. Gui remained expressionless, picking up the keyboard and posting on the forum, I am Gui, a freshman literary major.
I did not steal anything.
I don't know how to gather evidence or defend myself, but I am willing to die to prove my innocence.
That evening, Gui picked up his phone, walked to the roaring river, and pointed the camera at himself.
He opened the live streaming software and waved at the camera.
Hello, everyone, I am Gooey, a freshman student in the literary department of Waping University. The small supermarket at the school gate claims I stole something, but I have never done anything sneaky. Everyone knows I don't smoke, don't drink, and couldn't possibly know about any fine wine. The idea of stealing expensive cigarettes and alcohol is simply absurd. Moreover, my scholarship has arrived, but I haven't spent a penny. After I die, I hope someone can donate this scholarship to those in need. I will use death to prove my innocence. Gooey looked at the increasing popularity of the livestream and revealed a strange smile, then turned and jumped into the water. Chapter 121, The Mob, 5. Splash. Gooey jumped into the water. What is this kid doing? Oh my god, he really jumped in. The people from the strategy group watched the screen as Gooey sank like a stone to the bottom, not surfacing for a long time. Why are you all in such a hurry? Chu Kongping said, holding his cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. Gooey grew up by the river, is he afraid of drowning? This is his strategy, just wait and see. The river is so fast, even if Gooey is a good swimmer, he might not survive. So what? Don't you remember the exam rules? This is a dream simulation, whatever happens during the exam won't affect reality. Gooey must have made this move when he was absolutely sure. Do you remember there's a rule that says? Please answer with a black water pen or fountain pen. If the water pen or fountain pen can't write, please use blood. Chris understood the implication of the rule just like Gooey, using blood means you can kill. However, Chris chose to kill others, while Gooey chose to kill himself. Chu Kongping extinguished his cigarette and continued to stare at the screen. The camera stayed focused on the rushing river, and many passers-by immediately called the police for help. However, the online abuse had not stopped yet. Gooey is just putting on a show, right? I remember he can swim. He really went all out, this is just acting, right? You guys upstairs should have some decency. Someone fell in the water and hasn't been rescued for a long time, I hope he will be okay. If Gooey dies, all you online bullies are accomplices. Gooey is willing to use death to prove his innocence, and you are still here making sarcastic comments? Are you human? Gooey dares to prove himself with death, do you dare? Those who posted rumors sensed the situation was bad and deleted their posts overnight. However, the angry netizens did not buy it at all. Overnight, the forum of Waping University was bombarded by netizens from various websites. They all accused the rumor mongers just like how others had bullied Gooey online. Is it okay to judge someone without evidence? Now that Gooey is gone, are you internet judges happy? What mindset do you have to falsely accuse Gooey? Doesn't your conscience hurt? An innocent person had to jump into the river to prove their innocence? This is the ending you online bullies wanted to see, right? The public opinion has really turned around. The strategy group members saw the results and should have felt happy, but they couldn't smile at all. Chu Kongping took out a new cigarette and struggled to light it. Look at the netizens' comments, this kid really committed suicide. The livestream camera also never cut to Gooey, which could be seen as direct proof. Why did it end up like this? I can't believe it. This is not a good sign. Chu Kongping frowned, this indicates Gooey has already fallen into a trap, he has been brainwashed by the copy and only sees suicide as a solution. He clearly could have hidden after jumping into the water and waited until the exam was over, public opinion could have turned around too. Yes, I also think there must have been other more harmonious methods. Maybe there are, but it definitely wouldn't be a high score. This copy has always implied that adventurers should commit suicide, even suggesting that you can successfully clear the level after suicide, it's highly abnormal. We all know that when an adventurer dies, it is considered a failure to get through, and strange forces will invade the real world. So how could an adventurer die and still achieve a normal level of clearing? If that's the case. Everyone fell into deep thought. A young agent suddenly had a flash of insight. He made a bold guess, everyone, is there a possibility? The invasion of strange powers and the ordinary level clearing are not contradictory, right? The invasion of strange powers is because the adventurer died, not because of failing the challenge? Strange world. The voice of the proctor echoed in his mind. Proof of death, emotional, 8 points, rational, 8 points. Gooey had experienced death countless times, so this time drowning in water did not make him feel any discomfort. He had once tried in a simulation, proving himself through fake death. But in the end, he only scored 12 points, barely passing. Only by committing suicide and being fished out by the police could he earn a score of 16 points, which was excellent. Other than that, Gooey really couldn't think of more or better ways to clear the challenge. To gain more credits, Gooey had to choose real death. He tied many heavy objects to himself, sinking himself to drown in the water, while also making his body heavier so that it wouldn't be washed away quickly by the current. He also tried using a skill to suggest the accusers give up their accusations against him, but once the skill time was up, they would come back with other methods to cyberbully him. Gui opened his eyes, returning to the exam room.
In front of him was a test paper filled with incomprehensible words. The first third of the paper was written in ink, while the last two-thirds were written in blood.
Currently, Gui's score was emotional, 14, rational, 14. Good death, good death. If you really died, that would be even better. A good death, hurry up and die. The annoying barrage appeared again.
Gui had long been used to it, and he skillfully used mental suggestions to block out these noisy pests. But he had to admit, if it weren't for these comments constantly urging him to die, he could not have achieved such a high score. It was the troll's barrage that inspired him to clear the challenge.
Time is up, everyone put down your pens.
As soon as the proctor finished speaking, the bell rang.
She stepped down from the podium and collected everyone's test papers.
Like last time, Gui and the other students rested together in the waiting room. The students sat on chairs, excitedly exchanging their experiences and insights.
This exam was really hard. Yeah, I think I can only get a maximum of 12 points.
12 points is already pretty good, be content.
Gui tried to join the discussion. How did you all answer? How to answer? Just answer randomly. Theoretically, this kind of public opinion does not need to be heeded.
The correct method is to kill that girl before the public opinion ferments, then your rational score will be the highest.
Gui looked at the speaker and found it was actually his roommate Chen Ziyu. He raised an eyebrow and then asked, so you completely gave up on emotional points?
There is no perfect solution in this world, you have to give up one.
Chen Ziyu didn't even look at Gui. If you try to do everything, it means you won't do anything well. Gui said nothing. At that moment, the proctor entered the waiting room. Gui, your final score is 16 points.
You have received a special reward.
Come with me to the office.
Gui closed his eyes, deducing for a moment, confirming that there were no traps in the office before following her. The proctor took out a black box and handed it to Gui with both hands.
Congratulations on achieving excellent results in this exam, this is your reward.
Thank you, teacher.
Gui took the box, and a system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations on successfully passing the first exam.
Your plot exploration degree has been increased.
Current plot exploration degree is 17%. Chapter 122, There are rules even in theft. Gui returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed to rest.
It was now 4 in the afternoon, in another 2 hours, the void passage would open. If he could still go to the library to work today, he definitely wanted to go one more time. Gui and Chen Ziyu both received rewards of dream fragments. After getting the fragment, Chen Ziyu swallowed it in one bite.
Why did you eat that? If I don't eat it, should I save it for raising offspring?
Chen Ziyu rolled his eyes and lay on the bed reading a novel.
Gui opened the box and took a look at the dream fragment.
It was a pink crystal with a faintly sweet smell.
Start the simulation. Simulation begins.
You swallowed the dream fragment. You felt no sensation.
You terminated the simulation. Gui scratched his head, unsure why Chen Ziyu wanted to eat this thing. Could it be that the locals and he were not of the same race? So, dream fragments were supplements for them but had no effect on him? Forget about eating it, let's test if the potion in the book works.
Gui shook his head and closed his eyes.
Simulation begins.
You found a bottle, a small knife, a piece of white paper, and a clean white shirt in the dorm. You hid in the bathroom and closed the door. You used the small knife to cut open your palm and drip the blood into the bottle, gathering 100 milliliters of blood. You tore the white shirt and bandaged the wound. You threw the dream fragment into the bottle. You took out the paper and drew the magic circle according to the book's instructions, sticking it at the bottle's mouth. After 3 minutes, you heard a chaotic murmuring sound in your ears. Using psychological suggestion, you successfully resisted this wave of mental assault. Your face was a bit pale. You picked up the bottle, tore off the white paper at the mouth, and the blood turned into a milky gel-like substance.
You went to the area near the basement.
You looked around, confirming there was no one here. You opened the basement door and swallowed the gel-like substance from the bottle.
You felt your body become transparent. You stepped into the void. You quickly walked to the center of the basement and found a thick dictionary. You hurried back to the door. The effect of walking in the void lasted about 10 seconds, enough for you to easily retrieve the dictionary from the basement. You terminated the simulation. Gui opened his eyes. Previously in the bullet comments, Gui learned that Chris found clues in the basement, which is why he rushed to explore it first. Since there was something in the basement, there must also be something on the rooftop. He decided to explore the rooftop as well. However, since he used psychological suggestion during the simulation, he could only simulate it again. Start the simulation. You took the necessary tools and hid in the bathroom. Your technique was more skilled than the first time, and soon the potion was ready. You climbed to the top floor. The rooftop was locked, and you couldn't open it. You used psychological suggestion on yourself. You kicked the door open. The storm of the void rushed at you. You immediately drank the potion. You explored the rooftop. You found the rooftop was just as chaotic in structure as Area B of the library. Even though you could walk in the void, you couldn't explore it smoothly. Your potion time ended. You turned into a void. You died. Simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes again.
It seemed that the next exploration target should focus on the library. Only by figuring out how to solve the spatial chaos could he explore the rooftop of the dormitory smoothly. First, gather all the tools he could take.
Gooey picked up the necessary tools and walked into the bathroom. In the real world. Why does this guy always like to dive into the bathroom? Probably because he's hungry? Ha ha.
In an internet cafe, several punks were typing away, even shamelessly reading the bullet comments aloud. The internet cafe boss deeply loathed these punks and had secretly reported them to the police long ago.
Gooey was not much younger than the boss's child.
While he was adventuring in a bizarre world, the people in his country laughed and cursed at him from behind. Any mentally normal person couldn't stand it.
Ding-a-ling. The bell at the cafe's entrance rang out. AGN brought the agents to the internet cafe. He looked around and walked directly to the boss, showing his badge. Dragon Country Strategy Team Agent. You guys are here to catch those keyboard warriors, right?
The boss blinked and pointed upstairs, saying, "They're on the second floor, seats 43 to 48.
Give me their ID information."
They don't have IDs, they should all be students from nearby high schools.
Are you running an illegal internet cafe?
The boss coughed awkwardly and declared, "I run an illegal internet cafe, but I absolutely cannot allow those kids to slander our heroes in the live streams. I may have to pay fines, but those harmful keyboard warriors cannot escape."
Humph, that's a kind of robbers follow their rules, isn't it?
Ajian sneered, looking at his teammates. "You two, guard the front and back doors, the rest follow me." The agent's arrival caught a lot of people's attention. They all put down their mice and looked at Ajian and the others in astonishment.
Ajian went straight to the second floor and immediately spotted Huang Mao. He was wearing a blue school uniform, with the emblem of Shishan High School hanging on his chest. Ajian looked at the emblem, and his face instantly darkened. He walked over and gently patted a few high school students who were cursing Gooey in the livestream. "Stop playing. What do you want?" The high school student didn't even turn his head, still typing insults. "Are you Sun Soon? Nicknamed Huang Mao? What do you want from me?"
"You are suspected of illegal activities, come with us."
"Damn it, is watching a live stream against the law?" Huang Mao turned his head and saw the badge on Ajian's chest. Agent? It's good that you few come with us." Ajian frowned, dragging several high school students away.
To protect their privacy, Ajian specially put black hoods on them. This was already the second day Ajian personally led the capture of keyboard warriors. They worked day and night, yet the number of trolls online still showed no sign of decreasing.
"You little brat, why are you trolling Gooey in the livestream?" Ajian had long regarded Gooey as his younger brother. Seeing someone slandering Gooey made him angrier than anyone else.
Huang Mao pouted, stubbornly mumbling, "I can troll if I want, it's none of your business."
Bang!
Ajian suddenly slammed the car door open and pulled Huang Mao out. He removed Huang Mao's hood, pushed him against the wall, and punched him in the face, breaking Huang Mao's nasal bone.
Huang Mao immediately burst into tears. "Woo-woo, you damn." Ajian pulled out his gun and pressed it against Huang Mao's chin.
His teammates hurriedly got out of the car to stop Ajian. It was the first time they had seen him so angry.
"Ajian, calm down. It's fine, I have my own measure."
Ajian nodded to his teammates, calmly wiping away Huang Mao's nosebleed with his finger, and said with a smile,
"In this strange revival era, everything is based on ensuring that adventurers successfully clear strange world as the fundamental principle.
You are now suspected of endangering adventurer safety, and according to the law, we can kill you on the spot.
Don't mess with me, do you understand?"
His teammates looked at each other in shock. They felt they had heard this line somewhere before. Chapter 123, Dictionary of 10,000 Realms.
"I was just talking trash online, how does that endanger adventurer safety?" Smack!
Ajian slapped Huang Mao across the face.
Huang Mao's eyes spun, and even his molars felt loose.
Ajian pulled back the gun bolt, pointing the barrel at Huang Mao's head.
"I don't have time to waste with you. The barrage bot is what you uploaded to the internet, right?
You look like you're still in high school, how could you develop such software?" Yesterday, Ajian had taken He Qianqiang's computer to the strategy team. The barrage function in the strange world possesses strange powers, so humans have not yet figured out how to block it. Just figuring out how to identify the users making barrage comments took humans nearly 3 years.
However, He Qianqian's bullet screen robot possesses certain strange attributes, and the technology within surpasses the current levels of human computer technology. This must be software developed by zealots using bizarre powers. You have the ability to kill me. Bang! Ajian pulled the trigger, shooting through the yellow-haired guy's thigh. Ajian, are you crazy? This is a mercury bullet. The teammates looked at Ajian in shock. Mercury bullets could kill bizarre creatures, let alone an ordinary person? The yellow-haired guy covered his thigh, collapsing to the ground. The teammates were scared and rushed over, but Ajian looked at them with red eyes and shouted, "Don't come over, I'll handle this." Ajian's usual prestige played its role, and everyone stood aside, not daring to speak. Help! The yellow-haired guy cried out in pain. Ajian squatted down, the gun once again pressed against the yellow-haired guy's head. You heard that just now, right? I used a mercury bullet, and now the mercury is flowing in your veins. If you don't get to the hospital quickly, you will die in half an hour. I don't know what those people promised you, nothing but nonsense about immortality and everlasting life. But if you still refuse to speak now, you will die immediately. The yellow-haired guy had a sorrowful face, his voice trembling as he said, I'm sorry, I'll tell everything. I'm a student from Shishan High School. I met the zealots behind the little horse beef noodle shop at school. They told me that as long as I post this bullet screen robot online, I could make a lot of money. They didn't promise me any immortality, nor did they grant me bizarre powers. They were just afraid that you agents would track me down. I really just wanted to make money. I didn't want to join any zealot organization. How did you contact them? After they gave me the bullet screen robot, they disappeared. I don't know where they are. Jian let go of the yellow-haired guy and turned to walk into the car. Brother Jian, where are you going? Shishan High School. What about this little yellow-haired guy? You two take him to the hospital. I'll go to Shishan High School to investigate alone. Jian started the car. I already changed the bullets before I shot. That was just a regular bullet, not a mercury bullet. He'll only have a minor injury. Jian started the car and left with the other two teammates. The remaining two agents exchanged glances. They supported the injured yellow-haired guy and got into the second vehicle. Why is Brother Jian so anxious today? He's usually the most rule-abiding person. Do you know where Shishan High School is? The agent picked up his phone to take a look. There's this school on the suspicious list sent by the leader. It has previously experienced bizarre events, and it might reflect the reality of this mission, but isn't this out of our jurisdiction? So do you know which school Jian's sister used to attend? Shishan High School? The agent was stunned for a moment. Wait, Brother Jian has a sister? Used to. Bizarre world. Gu Yi returned to his dormitory holding a dictionary. Chen Ziyu was seriously playing on his phone. Upon seeing Gu Yi holding something, he was not curious at all and continued to stare at the phone screen. Gu Yi felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, took the initiative to speak. The library is opening soon. Are you going to go? Chen Ziyu didn't turn his head. Remember to go to the first floor vending machine to buy some pens as a backup. There's still an exam tomorrow. Oh, almost forgot. Gu Yi nodded, taking out a pen. At that moment, the pen only had a little ink left. He didn't rush downstairs to buy a pen. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and opened the dictionary he just received. Congratulations! You have obtained a special plot item 10,000 domains dictionary. Your mental strength cap reaches 100. After half an hour of reading, you will remember all the contents of this dictionary. Gu Yi blinked and quickly opened the dictionary to flip through it. Many books in Area C of the library were written in unfamiliar characters, and it was clear that this universal dictionary was the tool to interpret these books. Half an hour later, Gu Yi had indeed mastered all the content in the dictionary, and he casually set the dictionary aside, lying on the bed to rest and regain his energy. In a daze, Gu Yi heard the sounds of curses from the comments again. He crawled out of bed and looked outside the door. Students were leaving the dormitory one after another, heading towards the first floor, and the void passage to the library was opening again. I really want to know how these trolls will criticize me. Gu Yi widened his eyes and took a careful look at the comments in front of him. Sleeping, lazybones, you might as well die of laziness. So boring. Best to sleep to death. Gu Yi scratched his head. He discovered that today's trolls seemed to have less fighting spirit, sounding more like a girlfriend teasing her boyfriend. However, as usual, Gu Yi used his skills to block the comments in front of him. Gu Yi went to the vending machine on the first floor to buy a cup of almond water, a portion of royal rations, and a brand new pen. The royal rations were a white, gel-like substance that tasted good and could fill him up with just one bite. But this stuff was very addictive. However, Gu Yi's strong mental power was enough to suppress the desire for gluttony. After eating and drinking well, Gu Yi joined the crowd to the library. Gu Yi wanted to continue working at the library, but the librarian rejected his request. We have enough staff now, we are not offering any positions. But I'm worried about my credits. Is there no other way for me to earn credits? The gym next door is hiring too. Tomorrow afternoon, the void passage to the gym will open. You can ask your PE teacher. Thank you. Hey, watch out, the librarian tapped the desk. Someone complained yesterday that you were too loud and liked banging your pen on the table. The library is a place for everyone to read and study quietly, not for you to use as a percussion instrument. I'm sorry. Gooey nodded and turned to leave the librarian's office. He did not stop at all and walked straight towards Area C of the library. Chapter 124, Desperate History. Tomorrow's exam subject is morality. Based on the trend of the first day's exam, it was highly likely that the second day would also be a dream test. As long as the exam score was above 12 points, he could earn rewards in dream shards. Dream shards seemed to have a unique effect on the indigenous people of the instances, and he could use them as potion materials. Additionally, the part-time job at the library was no longer possible, but the librarian provided a piece of information. Tomorrow afternoon, the passage to the gym would open, and after completing the exam, he could explore the gym. Gooey went to the library and gave himself a psychological suggestion before stepping into Area C. He randomly picked up a book, flipped through a couple of pages, and could easily decipher what was once incomprehensible. The bookshelves were filled with humanities and social sciences literature, among which history books made up the vast majority, some weighing as much as 5 or 6 kilograms, making them a bit challenging to hold. Gooey didn't have time to read each one thoroughly, so he could only skim through them. Each history book introduces different civilizations. In some history books, there were records of a world where humans lived alongside monsters, and those monsters could be captured in balls and carried around. In other history books, there were records of an underwater civilization where marine creatures had the same intelligence as humans, and a place called Beach City was mentioned repeatedly. In some history books, there is a record of a civilization similar to Earth, whose historical process is not much different from that of Blue Star, but within it lies a legend about a stone mask that has never appeared in Blue Star's history. Gooey pondered for a moment. He felt that these history books recorded the histories of various parallel universe civilizations. The efficiency of flipping through these books was too low. He thought every book in Area C was worth watching repeatedly. So he found a spot to sit down and used his infinite deduction ability to flip through all the history books in Area C. After careful reading, Gooey discovered that all parallel worlds had experienced a common disaster: the Strange Revival. Although the time of the Strange Revival varied across worlds, the disasters they faced were no different from what Blue Star was encountering. Their names for the mastermind behind the Strange World were all uniquely bizarre: World Destroyer, Evil God, Lord of Calamity. No matter how objective the compilers of the history books were, their descriptions of this mastermind were always filled with fear and hatred. Many civilizations faced their last historical event, which was the Strange Revival. The duration of resistance against the Strange World varied among civilizations. Some fought for 10 years, while others battled for a century. As Gooey flipped through all the history books, he felt more and more despair towards the end. Because no civilization had ever defeated the Strange World. They all ultimately failed in increasingly difficult scenarios, and even 4 out of 10 civilizations died at the hands of their own betrayal or became parts of the Strange World after surrendering. Humanity would eventually be devoured by more and more strange creatures until the whole world turned to ashes. As Gooey was about to exhaust all his mental energy, he found the thickest history book. Their battle against the Strange World lasted the longest, a full 3 centuries. In the book, the writer referred to their civilization as the Ascendants and the mastermind behind the Strange World as the ruler. This civilization developed a strange culture amidst the disaster of the Strange Arrival and successfully unlocked the technology for interstellar travel. They attempted to leave their ruined home planet to find a new haven for their civilization to continue. Little did they know, right after they settled into a new planet, the ruler followed them like a shadow. Before they could even find their footing, they were engulfed by the sudden onslaught of strange beasts. They were the only civilization to have had direct contact with the ruler. According to their descriptions, the ruler was the embodiment of cosmic will, representing the darkest side of all intelligent beings. He fed on the fear of death and used the hope of survival as bait, playing with all intelligent beings at his fingertips. He would always tell you that if you just tried a little harder, you could kill him. Then, just when you grasped that last bit of hope, he would extinguish it with his own hands. The ruler could never be destroyed, he would always be reborn in the void. Living beings could never resist the ruler, only death was the best answer to the ruler. Students, the library will be closing soon. The administrator played the closing announcement music. The soft sound of the violin lingered in the library. Gooey sat at the table, writing on paper with a pen. He didn't know if the people in the real world could read the words he wrote, but he had to communicate the messages he had gained today to the real world. Gooey held a 3-part skepticism attitude towards the history books of Area C. The entire world of the scenarios constantly emphasized that suicide solves everything, even including choosing death and the requirements to clear the game. Perhaps the history books of Area C were assembled to strengthen the suicidal belief. Gu Yi followed the group back to the dormitory. Chen Ziyu, as usual, turned off the ceiling light as soon as he got back to the dormitory. A person lay in bed, turned on the bedside lamp, and read a book. Gu Yi didn't say much. He climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes. The deduction begins. You used psychological suggestion on Chen Ziyu. You, Chen Ziyu, where are you from? Chen Ziyu paused for a moment and put down the book in his hand. Chen Ziyu, I'm from Wapang. You, what do you think about the strange world? Chen Ziyu, what strange world? You thought for a moment. Normal NPCs cannot know the strange world, and Chen Ziyu's reaction was expected. You recalled the contents of that history book. You, so do you know about Ascenders? Chen Ziyu, are you talking about that novel called The Great Ruler? You, novel? Chen Ziyu, that's right. It's a very popular novel. The Great Ruler tells a story about a star civilization fighting against a natural disaster called the Ruler. You, oh, it's a novel? I always thought it was a history book. Today I saw this book in Area C of the library. Chen Ziyu, you can't be serious about thinking that's real? You're going to make me laugh to death. You, haha, let's not talk about that. I just want to ask you, why did you come to Wapang High School? Chen Ziyu, what's there to say? Of course, it's because Wapang High School is the best high school in the world. If I can get high scores in the final exam, I can pick any school I want. You, what is the outside world like? Chen Ziyu, I can't understand what you're saying. You, I mean. You wanted to indirectly learn about the specifics of the instance world, but no matter how you approached the topic, Chen Ziyu would show a confused expression. You knew this was a cognitive barrier imposed by the system on the indigenous residents, and you couldn't glean more information from them. You ended the deduction. Chapter 125, Have you rested? 1. I'm going to sleep. Chen Ziyu spoke to himself as he turned off the bedside lamp and buried himself under the covers to sleep deeply. Gu Yi took out the handwritten note he found in Area C. This handwritten note should be a record of the extinct civilizations, the ashes of a civilization. If the weight of a human is 3.5 kilograms, then what is the weight of a civilization? The ashes of a human would weigh about 3 to 4 kilograms. The ashes of a civilization would weigh around 4 to 5 kilograms. The books in Area B also had several keywords: civilization, dissipation. The hints there might be closer to the truth. As long as one could enter there, they would surely find out more about the clues. Gu Yi is daydreaming again. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and die. Just kill yourself, be destroyed. The barrage once again appeared before Gu Yi. Boring, it always comes down to these lines. Gu Yi shook his head, too lazy to use psychological suggestion, and fell asleep on the bed. In the real world. Late at night. The leg of the blonde guy was wrapped in bandages. He was throwing a fit in the hospital room, demanding to sue the strategy group for abuse of power. The kid's thug father rushed to the strategy group overnight, insisting that they pay him, displaying a fierce determination for justice, but everyone felt uneasy inside. After all, the blonde guy was indeed shot through the thigh by a Jian. At this moment, the adventurers in the strange world had all fallen asleep. Chu Kongping was also preparing to clock out, and just as he passed the reception, he heard the thug fathers shouting. What's going on? A suspect's father wants to sue us, said the agent responsible for the interrogation. Brother Jian got excited and shot through the suspect's thigh while the suspect didn't resist. That doesn't sound like something he would do. Where is he now? I'm not sure. Who is the suspect? This. Not willing to say? Humph, you really are loyal. Chu Kongping rolled his eyes, turned back to his office, and picked up the documents to read. If I'm not mistaken, it really is this name. The records documented locations where strange events had once occurred. The creek and the mountains stood proudly in view. Chu Kongping cursed under his breath, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Old Jai. Here. Old Jai had just prepared to go back to the dormitory to sleep when he heard Chu Kongping calling, and immediately stopped in place. Did a Jian go to the Shishan company? Don't think that if you keep it from me, I won't know. Chu Kongping said through gritted teeth, that place is one we suspect the most, and any strange powers here must be cleared out, including his sister. Group leader, we're not sure if it's because of her sister. Don't say any more, get the guns ready, bring more salt, I'll lead the team myself. You've grown wings now and don't tell me anything? Group leader, Jianxian's condition is very stable. As long as a Jian goes to comfort her, it should be fine. Forget it, don't come alone. Stay at the base and watch Gu Yi's clearance video 100 times, and you'll understand what's going on. You, and you, get your gear and hurry up to set out with me. Old Jai curled his lips and followed Chu Kongping's instructions to the screening room, watching Gu Yi's clearance video.
When he saw Gui committing suicide to turn public opinion around, old Zhai immediately understood. Jian's sister, Zhang Qian, also died because of online bullying. She was slandered online and, in anger, took her own life to prove her innocence. After Zhang Qian jumped to her death, under the influence of strange powers, she became a bound spirit. Because Jian often went to comfort his sister, Zhang Qian had never caused any casualties, and the situation remained stable. To take care of Jian's feelings, the group leader also turned a blind eye to this matter. By the way, has Jian been to see Dr. Meng recently? Dr. Meng is a well-known psychologist in the country, who recently reached a collaboration with the strategy group. Chu Kongping was worried about Jian's mental state, so he had him visit Dr. Meng often. He went once last month, but I don't know about this month. Sigh, wasting money for him. Chu Kongping shook his head. He had to personally step in this time. Shishan Company. Jian stood alone at the office door. He placed his hand on the doorknob, trembling uncontrollably. Brother, have you come to see me? Jian turned his head, and his sister Zhang Qian was standing in the hallway, her feet not touching the ground, her head covered in blood, with a branch stuck in her right eyeball. I've come. You haven't come to see me for a long time. I'm really lonely. I'm sorry, there's been too much to deal with lately. Jian walked up to his sister, hands behind his back. Why are you here? Zhang Qian took a step back, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Bro, what do you have behind your back? Is that a salt jar? It seems you are no longer a bound spirit. According to the rules, I must eliminate you. Rather than letting others get involved, I should do it myself. Jian's eyes turned red as he pulled out a gun from behind, aiming it at Zhang Qian and pulling the trigger. Bang! The mercury bullet exploded in Zhang Qian's chest. Zhang Qian let out a wail, her body flickering like a candle about to go out. With tears in his eyes, Jian took out the salt jar from behind, biting open the lid with his teeth, and walked toward Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian looked up, let out a strange laugh, and ran through the wall. Qian! Jian shouted and dashed out. Bang! Jian crashed open the emergency exit door. Zhang Qian was running down the corridor, heading downstairs. Jian took out the salt jar and hurled it toward Zhang Qian. Boom! A silver-white fireball soared into the sky, illuminating the entire corridor. You're actually being serious? Are you still my brother? Zhang Qian screamed sharply. Suddenly, Jian felt his leg go soft and knelt on the ground, painfully covering his ears. The scene of his sister's tragic death flashed repeatedly in front of his eyes, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Trembling, he took out a bottle of energy drink from his pocket and gulped it down. Ugh! The drink was extremely bitter, and the moment Jian swallowed it, he couldn't help but gag. Jian covered his mouth, using his strong willpower to swallow the drink down, and the hallucination finally stopped. He leaned on the window and looked outside. His sister had already run to the square, heading towards the back door. Don't run! Jian shouted loudly and quickened his pace to chase after her. Zhang Qian was just a step away from the main door when Jian raised his pistol and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Zhang Qian fell to the ground, her body flickering in and out. Jian walked up to Zhang Qian and took out the last jar of salt from his pocket. Qian, I'm sorry, this is the rule. Jian opened the jar of salt. Suddenly, Jian felt a chill on his back. He instinctively rolled to the side and hid behind a trash can as a series of gunshots rang out. Jian turned to look. Two fanatics were approaching him with guns, all wearing masks, with the forehead of the masks carved with the logo of the Bizarre World channel. Kill him, then take that evil spirit away. Don't wait for the agent's support, it will be too late by then. Okay. The fanatics didn't dare to match Jian's shooting skills. They directly took out grenades from their pockets, pulled the pin, and threw them toward Jian's hiding place. Clang! The grenade fell right in front of Jian. What the hell? Jian hurriedly ran, crouching down and covering his head. Boom! The grenade exploded. Even though Jian managed to lie down in time, he still suffered injuries, with at least 10 shrapnel wounds on his body and temporary deafness in his ears. In the distance, a fierce gunfight broke out, mixed with chilling cries. The reinforcement from the operation team has arrived. They have started releasing bizarre creatures, which can at least hold them off for a while. First, take that little evil spirit away. The two fanatics put on black gloves, which allowed them to touch the non-corporeal evil spirit. They carried the unconscious Zhang Qian and ran out through the back door of the school. A van was parked at the back door. After picking them up, it quickly left the school. The driver glanced at the flickering Zhang Qian, frowning as he said, "What's wrong with this kid? Is she still in the state of a bound spirit? Shouldn't be. She was just sprinkled with salt by an agent, that's why she's like this," said the fanatic. "Don't worry, today is just the 4th anniversary of her death. The resentment she has accumulated is enough to turn her into an evil spirit."
She will recover soon. Let's hope so. The driver pulled the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. Bang! The van suddenly sank, and everyone looked up at the roof. There's something on the roof. Damn, in front. The driver turned to look, and a Jian, covered in blood, was lying on the car window, his face grotesque. Dog thing. The driver cursed loudly, pressed the accelerator down, and immediately turned the steering wheel to shake him off. A Jian lost his grip and was thrown off due to inertia. The van continued to drive forward. Just as they passed the intersection, a Jian's phosphorus grenade exploded on the roof, and the whole car was immediately engulfed in flames. Phosphorus grenades were a globally banned weapon over a decade ago, but after the bizarre resurgence, they became secret weapons for agents against bizarre creatures. The main fuel inside the phosphorus grenade is white phosphorus, which can generate high temperatures of 1000 degrees. Once white phosphorus touches the skin, it is hard to shake off, and the burning high temperature is enough to burn a person down to bones in seconds. The fanatics in the van jumped out and fled, but after just a few steps, they fell to the ground and turned into charred corpses, still burning even after their death. A Jian leaned against the wall, squinting at the flames. Zhang Qian's shadow gradually dissipated in the fire. A Jian finally saw his sister's sweet smile again while she was alive. Have you found peace? A Jian, you bastard. Using phosphorus grenades in the city? Are you looking to die? Chu Kongping rushed to Ajian's side, looking at Ajian's face covered in blood and cursing loudly. Ajian pointed to his ear, grinning foolishly, and said, "Captain, I think I'm deaf?" You damn bastard. It seems like you're scolding me. First, get this bastard to the hospital. If those fanatics have run away, let them go, but save the person first. Chu Kongping lifted the injured Ajian and put him into the car. At the hospital, the doctor nervously performed surgery on Ajian. Chu Kongping, unable to resist his smoking habit, stood at the front square of the hospital, smoking a cigarette. This impulsive act of Ajian was not entirely a bad thing. A month ago, the fanatics had already set their sights on the spirit Zhang Qian. They performed a transformation ritual on her, slowly turning her into a malicious spirit. Using Zhang Qian's strange power, they created bullet curtain robots that could be used in the Eerie world. Originally, today was the last day of Zhang Qian's transformation, and after dawn, the fanatics would take her away. Ajian, using his excellent stealth skills, bypassed the fanatics' surveillance and successfully found Zhang Qian. The strategy team did not expect Ajian to single-handedly go to the school to eliminate the malevolent spirit, and the fanatics were equally surprised that Ajian dared to venture into the den of the tiger alone. Ajian unwittingly made the long-hidden fanatics reveal themselves. Beep beep beep. Chu Kongping's phone rang. What is it? Captain, Ajian has come out of the operating room. How is it? The doctor said there is no immediate danger to life, but he still needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Tonight, you'll stay by Ajian's side, tomorrow you can take a day off. Yes, Captain. Chu Kongping finished his last puff of smoke, threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, and turned to leave. Eerie world. The next day, Gui was awakened by his roommate's push. For some reason, when Gui woke up that morning, he no longer saw those spewing bullet curtains. He guessed that the strategy team must have successfully found the keyboard warriors in reality and arrested them all. Gui got prepared and followed the main group to the first floor. The dormitory manager stood at the door, just like the previous days, waved her finger at everyone. Today is the second exam, you still need to choose to give up one item. Gui nodded and chose to give up his beloved sneakers. Students lined up to walk toward the exam room, and Gui stopped by the dormitory manager and cautiously asked, "Will tomorrow be the same?" "The things for tomorrow, we'll talk about them tomorrow." The dormitory manager was unwilling to reveal more information. Gui did not dare to ask further and walked ahead, focused. Now, all important items had been given up. If he had to give up something again, he would only be able to choose to give up a person. Based on the current dungeon settings, it seemed impossible for him to complete the exploration in 3 days. Only by passing the exam and scoring high could he obtain the rare dream fragments, the most important consumable in the entire dungeon. Gui could only hope that the strategy team from Long Country would be strong enough to help him protect his family. Having already experienced one exam, Gui sat easily in his seat waiting for the teacher to hand out the papers. The blank exam paper was placed in front of Gui, and the bell signaling the start of the exam rang on time. His vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in the bedroom, the invigilator's voice echoing in his ear as the exam requirements were read once more. Most of the content was similar to the last time, but there were some different requirements. 3. This exam will use a dream simulation method, lasting 3 days. The time flow does not synchronize with reality, please allocate time wisely. Everything that happens in the dream will not affect reality. 4. Candidates must uphold morality during the exam. Gui did not rush to start, he looked down at his body and realized he was playing the role of a child, probably not more than 5 years old.
The surrounding houses were decorated simply, looking like old homes from the 70s and 80s.
Start the exam.
As soon as the words fell, Gui's body automatically jumped out of bed. He still could not move freely. This should be the system making him personally experience the plot of the story. He walked out of the bedroom. In the yard, a woman was being beaten by two men. Although she looked very unfamiliar, the system told him that this woman was his mother. Gui hid behind the door, watching helplessly as his mother was beaten to death. His stepfather stood by, indifferent, even handing over a stick to the attackers. It wasn't until noon that the village chief and the police arrived in the yard. However, the stepfather had long since eliminated all evidence. The only eyewitness, Gui, had already been sent to his grandmother's house before the police arrived. The police investigated for a long time, yet still couldn't find the real culprit. The other two men involved in the beating were the stepfather's brothers. They had already colluded in advance, deceiving the police and the village chief during questioning. In the end, the stepfather pushed all the blame for the death of the mother onto those two brothers, who only received 20 years in prison, while the instigator, the stepfather, remained at large.
Chapter 127, The Path of Revenge, 1.
After his mother died, Gui spent his childhood at his grandparents' house, and his stepfather never visited him.
20 years passed in a flash. 3 options appeared before Gui. You can choose a profession to continue the exam. Once chosen, you cannot regret it. 1. Assassin. 2. Police. 3. Soldier. At this moment, Gui still could not use his innate skills. It was obvious that the purpose of this exam was to test his understanding of morality and the law, and this exam would inevitably require bloodshed. Assassin was the first option Gui ruled out. Such a profession could not possibly relate to morality. Police and soldier should be the most reasonable options. As a police officer, the most important thing is to focus on evidence. Finding evidence of a wrongful conviction from 20 years ago in 3 days was not an easy task. The soldier profession allows for easier access to weapons, with physical fitness and combat skills not inferior to an assassin, but the discipline of the army might make him hesitant. After thinking it over, Gui finally made a decision. I choose 3, soldier.
Gui finally regained his freedom of movement, appearing in a military camp, dressed in training clothes, standing in front of a mirror.
Begin the simulation. Simulation started.
You left the military camp and asked for leave from your leader. You spent half a day returning to your hometown. You prepared to start your revenge, but you found your stepfather had become an entrepreneur in the village, and the two thugs were now out of prison, all working in your father's company. You bought knives from the market and borrowed a homemade gun from a hunter. As you prepared to carry out the assassination, your girlfriend came before you. When she discovered your plan, she immediately tried to persuade you.
Girlfriend, why are you doing this? He is your father.
No, he brought people to kill my mother back then. The grudge of murdering my mother cannot be forgiven.
Girlfriend, if you kill someone, you'll be sentenced too, don't you think of me? We're getting married next month.
I'm sorry, but there are some things I must do.
Girlfriend, calm down, your father is not an ordinary person, he is very wealthy and has bodyguards around him.
You don't need to persuade me anymore. You roughly pushed your girlfriend aside and locked her in your house, not letting her out.
The next night, you arrived at your stepfather's residence.
You sprinkled gasoline outside the house. Before you could ignite it, your stepfather's bodyguard rushed out. With your excellent skills, you defeated the bodyguard without a scratch. At this moment, your stepfather came rushing, and your girlfriend was being held at gunpoint by him.
Step-parent, my good son, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let you go back then. Let go of my girlfriend, you scumbag.
Sorry, I don't want to. The stepfather used your girlfriend as a shield, aiming the gun at you. You were hit by 3 bullets, blood flowing endlessly. The bodyguards rushed in, including the thug who had killed your mother back then. You were stuffed into a sack and thrown into the river.
You drowned. The voice of the invigilator echoed in your ears.
Invigilator, brave but foolish, emotional score 5, rational score 1.
You ended the simulation.
Gui opened his eyes and summarized the enemy's combat strength situation. 1. The stepfather should have a very powerful intelligence network. After returning home, he immediately set up defenses, arranging many bodyguards around his villa.
2. The stepfather has firearms at home, and a reckless assassination is likely to fail.
3. The girlfriend is a ticking time bomb. She will become a bargaining chip for the father to threaten you. You should find a way to solve the girlfriend problem first.
Do it again. Simulation starts.
You asked for leave from your boss and called your girlfriend, inviting her out. You had paid for a woman to accompany you to meet your girlfriend. You told your girlfriend that you had found a new love. Your girlfriend was a bit skeptical. Even when you used psychological hints on her, she remained uncertain. You kissed the woman in front of your girlfriend. Your girlfriend finally got angry, breaking up with you on the spot and throwing your engagement ring into the storm drain by the roadside. You secretly followed your girlfriend until you confirmed she boarded the train back home, then you left with peace of mind. You went to the will office to draft a will, leaving all your inheritance to your grandparents. You returned home and smashed 4 teeth with a rock, causing your face to become gaunt. You dyed your hair, changed your hairstyle, and disguised yourself. You looked in the mirror and felt that even if your girlfriend came, she might not recognize you. You didn't get weapons from the village but used the gun knowledge you learned in the army to make a simple homemade gun. You tested it, the effective range was only 3 meters, and it had to be close to cause harm.
First day ended. You arrived in your hometown.
The entire village was grateful to your stepfather, as the roads were all built with his donations. You observed outside your stepfather's villa for 2 days, noting his movements. You discovered that your stepfather leaves the villa every morning at 7 to run around the lake, usually with only 2 bodyguards beside him. Your skills are enough to handle them. Your stepfather's 2 brothers also live in the villa, they are quite lazy and generally get up around noon.
You can assassinate them after dealing with the stepfather. Third day ended. The voice of the invigilator echoed in your ears again.
Invigilator, accomplished nothing, rational, 4 points, emotional, 1 point.
You ended the simulation. Gooey opened his eyes again, recalling every detail from before.
He used the last 2 days to record his stepfather's movements, aiming for a fatal strike.
Gooey closed his eyes again and simulated the assassination twice.
He had formed muscle memory, even with his eyes closed, he could kill the stepfather.
Alright, let's officially start now. Reality world.
With the joint efforts of the strategy team and the police, all suspects behind the barrage robots online were captured.
Unfortunately, those fanatics who developed the barrage robots all escaped. The strategy team only caught a few powerless peripheral personnel.
Chu Kongping handed the interrogation work to his subordinates and stayed alone in the office watching bizarre live streams. At this moment, Gooey was standing in front of the full-length mirror, lost in thought. The barrage started arguing again.
Here to daydream again, so bored.
If you don't want to watch, just leave, don't pretend.
Aren't you going to the Lighthouse Nation to find your Chris dad? Hurry up, I've already booked your flight to Gotham City. Can't it just be quick to kill? What the hell are you thinking?
You brainless person, why don't you just stay home and hug your pig brain while counting your fingers?
Chu Kongping looked at the barrage in front of him and happily whistled. Ah, this kind of comments makes me happy. Chapter 128, The Path of Revenge, 2. Hospital. In the special care ward. Nurse, can you give me my phone? Hey, your neck can't move, just lie still. I really want to watch Gooey pass the levels.
Ah Jian lay on the hospital bed, desperately pleading with the nurse, but the nurse just ignored him and turned to leave. After a while, old Jai walked into the ward and pulled out a phone holder, hanging it on Ah Jian's bed. Ah Jian, you really got me in trouble. Old Jai pointed to his dark circles and said, the team leader punished me to watch Gooey's level clearance video 100 times. I couldn't stand it anymore after the 3rd time and fell asleep. So the team leader sent me to take care of you. Thank you for your hard work. Ah Jian looked at the phone screen.
Gooey stood in front of the mirror, not moving at all.
According to Gooey's habit, he wouldn't move until he had stood for at least 20 minutes. Ah Jian nudged old Jai with his chin and said, let me see someone else first.
Who do you want to see?
Chris.
That scumbag, does he even have morals?
Old Jai shook his head and helped Ah Jian switch to Chris's livestream.
In a strange world. Chris, like Gooey, chose to become a soldier.
At this time, he was still in the military camp.
He was joking and laughing while secretly releasing evil spirits, creating all kinds of strange incidents in the military camp.
The people in the camp all ran to deal with the accidents, while he secretly sneaked into the armory, stealing a handgun and 2 grenades. Chris took the opportunity to leave the camp and return home. As soon as he reached his doorstep, his girlfriend ran out.
Honey, why are you back early without saying anything? Isn't it because I missed you?
Chris sweet-talked, and they were about to get intimate, but his girlfriend immediately pushed him away. Darling, I know you're really struggling.
But we agreed to wait until we're married for that, isn't that better? Alright, I respect you. Chris flashed a charming smile.
His girlfriend comforted Chris a few times before turning back to the kitchen to cook. Chris turned and left, muttering a few curses under his breath. The filthy bitch can really pretend, not knowing how many others she plays with behind my back. As night fell, Chris swaggered into his stepfather's house. The villa's gate stood wide open, with several bodyguards glaring at Chris from both sides.
My dear son, you finally came back.
His stepfather, with his hands behind his back, walked to the gate. Chris sneered and, without a word, pulled out the handgun from his waist and pulled the trigger. His stepfather was startled. The first shot hit him in the chest, and he screamed as he flew back. Only then did the bodyguards react and rushed forward. Chris showcased his military combat skills, emptying the magazine and quickly reloading, soon taking down the guards at the entrance. His stepfather's brothers rushed out of the villa, dragging the injured stepfather inside. More and more thugs appeared, all opening fire. Chris whistled and quickly hid behind cover. He snapped his fingers, releasing all 20 evil spirits to wreak havoc among the crowd, causing everyone to feel a chill of dread and involuntarily drop their weapons. Chris threw out a grenade, killing numerous bodyguards. Seeing the enemies almost dead, Chris finally approached the villa entrance, pulling out the gasoline he had prepared in advance and splashing it all over the villa. "You ungrateful son, look who this is." His stepfather, holding his chest, shielded his girlfriend in front of him. His girlfriend, tear-streaked, cried and begged Chris for mercy. Chris clicked his tongue in amazement and, without hesitation, took out his handgun and shot her in the head. Red and white splattered all over his stepfather's face as he looked at the girl's tragic death, incredulously shaking his head. "You sick freak, you even killed your own fiancée? This damn woman wouldn't let me sleep, what good is she to keep?" Chris walked up to his stepfather, pulling the trigger repeatedly until his stepfather took his last breath. "You remind me of my stepfather. My mother was beaten to death by him when he was drunk, and that scumbag only got 10 years, just 10 years? Can you believe it? Ha ha ha. Rat-tat-tat." Chris's ears perked up slightly, hearing an engine noise behind him, and he quickly ran out the door. It turned out that his stepfather's two brothers had no sense of loyalty. Upon seeing their brother injured, they rushed into the warehouse and hopped on their motorcycles to escape. Chris casually picked up a handgun and accurately shot them down. Chris dragged the two seriously injured men and threw them into the villa, tossing a match in his hand, setting the entire villa ablaze. Before long, Chris heard the voice of the proctor. "Root out the weeds and be ruthless, emotion 3 points, reason 9 points. Damn it, finally passed." Chris laughed heartily. This is really something Chris could do, even killing his own girlfriend? His only goal is to clear the game, he won't even consider the morality. As long as he can perfectly kill his enemies and preserve himself, reason will score high. Now that's refreshing. You can empathize with a murderer, you guys are something else. Saint-like people get out of the livestream. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Only someone as ruthless as Chris can be the savior who leads everyone out of this strange world. Ajien stared wide-eyed, watching Chris's clearing process, and sighed softly, "Sigh, the bullet screen environment in Lighthouse Country is really terrible. Why do they worship a sick killer so much? Didn't their strategy team think about capturing those crazily spamming comments? Hey, you don't understand anything. Lighthouse Country is a free country, of course, speech is free. Forget it, I won't watch Chris anymore." Ajin turned to Lao Jai, "Gui should have cleared it by now, hurry and help me adjust." Coming. In the camera. Gui sat in a cafe, with a weary-looking woman beside him and his girlfriend across from him. A scene of chaos? Damn, how is Gui playing this? What does he want? A row of question marks floated in the bullet screen. His girlfriend's face also showed as many question marks as the bullet screen. "Gui, what do you mean?" "I'm laying it all out with you." Gui said, "You won't even sleep with me, you don't really love me." "So? I already have a new love, let's break up." "I know you're not that kind of person. Are you hiding something from me? Did something happen at home? Or, do you have a terminal illness?" Gui sighed, used psychological suggestion on his girlfriend, kissed the woman next to him, then took off the engagement ring from his hand and placed it on the table. "Darling, go back to your hometown. I said, let's break up. You. Hurry up and leave." Gui slammed the table with force. His girlfriend laughed bitterly with helplessness, she left the cafe and tossed the ring she was wearing into the roadside sewer. Chapter 129, The Road to Revenge, 3. How ruthless. Why are you so skilled? Wouldn't this lower the moral score even more? Some strange comments floated across the screen. After Gui made his girlfriend leave, he didn't leave immediately but secretly followed her until she stepped onto the train back home, then he left. After that, he immediately went to the will office to set up a will, saying he wanted to leave all his inheritance to his grandparents after his death. What does this mean? Because Gui went to assassinate his stepfather with a belief that he would surely die, he prepared the will in advance. Then why didn't he leave half the fortune to his girlfriend? Ajien watched the bullet screen discuss fiercely, and couldn't help but nudge Lao Jai, "Bro, help me send a bullet comment. Your hand isn't broken, so? Do you still need me to help send the bullet comments?" "Hi, the doctor told me not to move around." Ajin chuckled, "Just say that Gui doesn't want his girlfriend to know about his death or any illegal activities, so he didn't leave her any inheritance. He hopes she can find a good person to marry after going back home. I feel like you are just not using your brain." Old Jai cursed while still helping Ajin send the bullet comments. The scene shifted to in front of the stepfather's villa.
The stepfather was jogging around the lake, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the stepfather's head exploded like fireworks. The 2 bodyguards didn't even have time to react and were knocked out by Gui, tossed aside by the road. Old Jai and Ajien stared at the screen, scared to even breathe. This kid, when did his skills get this good? Even with the enhancement of the dungeon, he shouldn't be so skilled. Such a clean and swift method, even Chris is not as good as him, Ajien exclaimed. His innate ability is to foresee the future, practicing in his mind over and over. So that's how it is. Gui collected the stepfather's body, turned around, and sneaked into the villa, using a dagger to slit the throats of the other 2 killers. At this point, Gui had killed all his enemies without harming any innocent bodyguards. After taking his revenge, Gui didn't stop, he went straight to the police station to confess. Why confess? Because of morality, killing is illegal after all. Serving the country as a soldier is loyalty, breaking up with a girlfriend to avoid dragging others down is righteousness, avenging a mother for many years and leaving inheritance to grandparents after death is filial piety, killing swiftly without torturing enemies and without harming any innocents, always maintaining the most basic restraint, is benevolence, confessing instead of fleeing after killing shows respect for the law, is faith. Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, and faith, this time Gui definitely scored the highest. As soon as Ajien finished speaking, the exam supervisor announced the results. Righteousness, loyalty, emotional score, 9 points, rational score, 9 points. Gui's progress bars increased simultaneously, now his emotional and rational scores were both 23, the highest among all adventurers. Ha! Gui let out a long breath, and his consciousness returned to the examination room. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the second exam. Your plot exploration degree has increased. Current plot exploration degree is 34%. Stepping out of the examination room, Gui was quickly called by the supervisor, who gave him a fresh piece of dream fragment. Gui tucked it away and walked out of the office. At the office door, Gui saw his roommate, who also obtained a piece of dream fragment. How many points did you get? I got 18. 18? Shinzayu looked surprised. How did you do that? Did you really get 9 in both emotional and rational scores? Yes. Shinzayu looked at the dream fragment in his hand, feeling it wasn't as appealing. I only got 13 points, how did you manage? I don't know, just guessed. Gui shrugged and left the teaching building. Shinzayu scoffed, damn it, how come I couldn't guess my way to such a high score? Gui returned to the dormitory, resting by the window, silently waiting for the path to the gym to open. Shinzayu sat on the bed and unexpectedly spoke first. Bro, how did you do it? What? I mean, how did you get such a high score? Gui turned his head. Is this score really that rare? Isn't it? Only about 30% of students can get 10 points, and getting 12 points is already considered talent. I see. How did you do it? Shinzayu asked. Since I was young, I've been taught that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. People have to give up some things to gain something. There's no gain without loss. Gui, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Every dungeon world seems to emphasize a problem of cost. This time, the instance was narrated through the words of Shinzayu, expressing the theme of to gain, one must lose. In Shinzayu's worldview, no one can do everything perfectly, one must always abandon something to achieve their goals. You are right, indeed, some things need to be discarded, so I chose to abandon my life and freedom. Life? Freedom? Shinzayu thought for a moment. After you took revenge, you surrendered, right? Yes. That makes no sense. You could have crafted a perfect crime scene to clear your suspicions. Why surrender and waste your life? Why is it meaningless? Life only has meaning when it exists, the dead have no value. It is precisely because there is death in the world that life has meaning. Shinzayu frowned deeply. You talk like a philosopher writing essays. Good metaphor, it suddenly gives me a feeling of going home. Ha? Shinzayu looked confused, and Gui gazed towards the gym, where a void passage was gradually forming. I'm preparing to go to the gym to earn some credits. Do you want to join me? No, I don't want to sweat a lot. Gui went to the gym alone. The air conditioning had just been turned on, and the temperature had not cooled down yet. A few students were already playing on the basketball court. Gui felt the heat from a distance. He looked around and found someone wearing a baseball cap, with a whistle hanging around their neck, who seemed to be a coach. Hello. Gui took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I'm here to earn credits. Oh? The coach glanced at Gui. I know you, you're the student who got the highest score in history, right? Yes. I didn't expect you to get such a high score and still want to work part-time. But no worries, there are still many tasks to do in the gym. As the coach spoke, he took out a pile of cleaning tools from the work area, threw them in front of Gui, and pointed at the glass windows above. Your task today is to clean all the glass within 2 hours. If you exceed the time, I will not give you any rewards. Gui looked up and surveyed the glass overhead. It was a huge workload, but even if he slacked off, an hour was enough for him to clean it all. Understood. Gui picked up the cleaning tools and ran to the steps, and only then did he realize the trap the coach had set for him. The spectator area above the gym, like Area B of the library, was also a chaotic space. Chapter 130, Cleaning the Windows. In the real world. So boring, Gui is daydreaming again. It's just cleaning windows, what's so interesting about that? Let's go, check out Chris next door. On the Dragon Kingdom's bullet screen, negative comments began to rise again. Without a Jin leading, the task of catching keyboard warriors seemed to have become a bit slack. Group leader, someone online has started uploading bullet screen bots again. Sigh. So annoying. Chu Kongping pulled out several strands of hair but couldn't think of how to face the backstabbing keyboard warriors. They had reluctantly given up on catching the fanatics yesterday to save a Jin. It turned out that Zhang Qian was just one of the power sources for the bullet screen bots. Any vengeful spirit who died from online bullying could become the energy source for creating these bots. After resolving one Zhang Qian, there were still countless souls who had died from online bullying. The fanatics could develop Bullet Screen Bot 1.0, so they could certainly develop Bullet Screen Bot 2.0. What did the cyber police say? The ones releasing the Bullet Screen Bots are all foreign IPs, with the Lighthouse country's IP accounting for 30%. We are already negotiating with foreign affairs. No rush, tomorrow we will have a meeting with strategy groups from various countries, and I will bring this issue up then. This instance has too many unexplained mysteries, perhaps asking the leaders of other countries will bring new ideas. Yes, group leader. Chu Kongping nodded and switched channels among countries. 2 more countries' adventurers were overwhelmed. Choosing to end the challenge with suicide, many adventurers were left completely confused, having experienced 2 exams yet earning less than 20 credits. So far, the dungeon had not set any requirements for the number of credits, but having so few always left people feeling uneasy. Finally, the channel switched to Lighthouse Country. At this moment, Chris was sitting alone in his seat, unlike Gui, who worked at the library to earn credits. Instead, he was lying on his desk drawing and writing. Has Chris been infected by Gui too? What is he drawing? Analysts from the strategy team, hurry up and analyze it, I'm so anxious. Chu Kongping was just about to call for technical staff, but to his surprise, the technicians directly placed the report on his desk. You guys are really quick. Leader, it's not that we are fast, the technician replied. Chris was drawing at his desk the night before. We only figured out what he was drawing today. Drawing? Yes, he is drawing, and he is drawing the spatial structure of Area B. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Kongping immediately picked up the report. There were many topological symbols and shapes drawn on it, even a professional mathematician would marvel at Chris's drawing skills. Adventurers from Sakura country used their lives to tell everyone that Area B was a chaotic space. With mere human spatial perception ability, it was impossible to find direction in such a place. So that's it. Chu Kongping pondered for a moment and quickly deciphered Chris's technique. Chris has 20 vengeful spirit servants. He sent these 20 servants into Area B, using them to explore the spatial structure of Area B, then integrated all the information in his mind, finally creating a spatial structure diagram with extraordinary spatial imagination ability. The technician's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He looked at the drawing on the table, then looked at Chris and said with confusion, Leader, is this an amount of calculation that a human can complete? Don't forget, Chris has awakened an SSS-level talent just like Gui, you cannot understand it with ordinary thinking. Oh my, he is truly a genius. But he is a dangerous genius, Chu Kongping said, holding a cigarette. This child has no moral compass at all. I can't imagine what immoral things he will do once he gains powerful strength. The strange world. In the gymnasium. Gui stood in front of the glass window, not moving for a long time. In the end, he actually lay on the ground and slept for half an hour, then sat on the ground, eyes closed in contemplation. The coach shook his head, quickly walking 3 steps to stand behind Gui. Student, if you can't handle this task, then I'll let someone else do it. No, I've figured out most of it. Gui opened his eyes, revealing a confident smile. He picked up a bucket and a cloth, weaving through the distorted space without any pause. The coach rubbed his eyes and found that 3 ghostly figures of Gui appeared before him. Oh? How did this kid find the solution to the chaotic space so quickly? Gui summarized the method of progression through the chaotic space using trial and error during infinite iterations. This place was actually just a complicated maze. As long as there was enough time, anyone could pass through it smoothly. Gui exhausted all his mental power. In the end, he even needed to sleep for a while to recover before he could continue exploring. Effort doesn't betray those who are dedicated. After his relentless attempts, he finally figured out the entire spatial structure of the chaotic space. Got it. Gui appeared from behind the coach, tossing the cleaning tools behind him. The coach checked his watch. Gooey had slept on the ground for half an hour, but his actual working time was only 40 minutes. This efficiency was already incredibly impressive. Truly, Wapong Middle School has the strongest top student in history. Not at all. I currently have 2 rewards for you. Which one do you want? What are the 2 rewards? The first reward is, of course, academic credits. The second reward, well, I think you might not need it. It can help you maintain a sense of direction even in a chaotic space. Gooey did not rush to choose. The coach appeared to be a very easygoing NPC, much friendlier than the dorm manager. Teacher, may I ask, if the scores are too low, will there be any dangers? Danger? Do you think our school is a battlefield? What kind of danger could there be? The coach laughed heartily. If you fail to earn credits, you just get expelled. What's there to talk about? Just as he guessed. Gooey nodded and then asked, so, what is the second reward you mentioned? Your human perception ability is too weak, so you cannot find a sense of direction in chaotic spaces. The chaotic space of this gym is still relatively small, but if it were the chaotic space of Library Area B, it would be a different story. If the entire Library Area B space were to unfold, it would be 50 times larger than our school. So, if you want to navigate through chaotic spaces, you must possess a special organ that we traveler aliens call a compass. I thought you already had a compass, so I didn't want to give you one. No, I want this compass. Gooey pointed to his head. Tell me how to do it. Chapter 131, Compass. Well, you are a human, so you cannot take out a compass from your head like we traveler aliens do. As he spoke, the coach lifted his skull. Inside his head was empty, nothing at all, but he was still able to pull out something that looked like a compass from within. Gooey grimaced and waved his hand. All right, teacher, you don't need to show me specially. Don't rush, tell me, what do you like? What do you mean? You'll know in a moment. First, choose something you like the most. The coach pulled out 3 items from his pocket, a lighter, a flask, and a curling iron. Coach, is your last name you? What? Gooey's mouth twitched slightly, his mental energy hadn't recovered yet, and he had no idea what the coach was up to. He quickly dismissed the curling iron. From a portability perspective, the lighter seemed better than the flask. I want the lighter. Good choice. The coach put away the other 2 items, holding the lighter in one hand and the compass in the other. A flash of white light passed by, and the lighter and compass merged into one. The originally $2 plastic lighter transformed into a stylish Zippo lighter worth hundreds of dollars. It looked really cool. Even if Gooey didn't smoke, he would love to buy one just to collect. So cool. You hold on to it. This is your reward. Thank you. Gooey took the lighter, and a system prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations, you have received the special plot item, Compass. A plot item that can help oneself explore chaotic spaces, but surprisingly, could not advance the plot exploration? It seemed that in the system's eyes, Library Area B and the rooftop dormitory had no connection to the main plot. Gooey looked outside. The void passage of the library had not closed yet. He could return to the library and rest for half an hour to recover his mental energy, then it would be just in time to explore Area B. He stuffed the compass into his pocket, bid farewell to the coach, and returned to the library, lying on the desk to sleep. Half an hour later, Gooey opened his eyes. There was still half an hour until closing time, enough for Gooey to take a quick look around Area B. Simulation begins. You leave your seat and arrive at the door of Area B. The administrator still won't let you enter. You go to the back door and sneak into Area B using the same method as before. You take out the lighter and ignite it. The chaotic space of Area B becomes orderly in your eyes. You discover that there is not only a collection of books, but also there are all kinds of anti-theft systems and traps. Even with a compass you must proceed with great caution. You picked up a book and casually read a bit. Most of the content in the book remained unrecognizable, and the cognitive barrier in Area B could not be removed. You could only see the front half of the book, which mostly detailed the brief history of extinct civilizations. The brief history focuses on how this civilization fought against the bizarre world, but you still could not know what the second half of the book contained. Suddenly, you heard a heavy sound of footsteps. The administrator appeared behind you. Administrator, there is actually a little bookworm here. The administrator smashed your head with a fist. Your vision turned blood red. You died. The simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes. It seemed that the books in Area B were all history books, but they had a slightly different focus than those in Area C. Most of the books in Area C record the entire history of civilization, from its beginning to its collapse. But the history books in Area B only introduced how extinct civilizations fought against the bizarre world, and even some important technologies and theories were recorded. If you could memorize all this content and bring it back to the real world, it would definitely advance human civilization and technology by 50 years. The latter half of the history books was all shrouded in mist, with many cognitive obstacles set by the system. Additionally, the administrator remained an insurmountable obstacle. However, until now, you still did not know how to bypass the administrator. Furthermore, the coach said they are the traveler species, who can traverse through chaotic spaces. That administrator seems to be a traveler as well. Does this kind of being have any weaknesses? In order to improve efficiency, Gooey closed his eyes and used his innate ability to search between the bookshelves. He searched Area C but found nothing except history books of extinct civilizations. So he went to Area A and flipped through, finally finding the book he needed on shelf 23. Gooey approached the bookshelf and found an encyclopedia of the 10,000 realms. He opened it and discovered a bookmark in the middle, on which was a handwritten sentence. "We are the last embalmers." The handwritten note continued with a consistent style, filled with cryptic sentences that felt elusive. This must be the prose written by a philosopher. Gooey contemplated for a moment and hid the bookmark in his pocket. Flipping through the book's table of contents, Gooey finally found the record about the traveler species. This is a special race skilled in spatial technology. Each traveler is born with the innate ability for spatial leap, allowing them to traverse millions of light years in the blink of an eye. They are also one of the few beings capable of contending with the masters of the bizarre world. The Ascenders have fought against the bizarre world for 3 centuries, while the traveler species is still wandering, avoiding pursuit by the bizarre world. They may not be the most powerful, but they are certainly the fastest at running away. It is said that their spatial leap ability was learned in the bizarre world. The only weakness of the traveler species is their love for wine. If you can find the wine they love to drink, they might drink to the point of forgetting everything, until they are completely drunk, and only a few strong-willed travelers can resist the temptation of alcohol. Finally, there is a clue. Gooey closed the book and put it back on the shelf. The closing music of the library sounded again. Gooey turned around and left the library, returning to the dormitory. As usual, Chen Ziyu went to sleep right after he finished washing up. Gooey, however, closed his eyes and began a new round of exploration. The simulation starts. You took all the necessary tools and hid in the toilet. You created a bottle of void-walking potion. You are now becoming more and more skilled. Solely with your willpower, you can resist the spiritual pollution generated when making the potion. You hold the magic potion and sneak up to the rooftop of the dormitory. You open the door, drink the potion, and light the lighter. You break into that void. In the chaotic space, you discover the shadow of a giant object, which looks like a fallen giant. You approach this giant. It turns out to be a shuttle-shaped spaceship, and you easily find the entrance to the spaceship. After you enter the spaceship, your magic potion time also happens to end. You look back, and the tide of the void is blocked by the hatch, unable to harm you. You explore inside the spaceship. You come to the cockpit, where various complex instruments dazzle you, and you cannot distinguish their functions. But the words on the buttons are all in the language of the traveler aliens. On the pilot's seat lie 2 skeletons, similar to human bones. You continue to explore inside the spaceship. In the cabinet of the resting area, you find a bottle of wine. Clearly, this wine is used as a tool to bypass the B-zone security. You ponder for a moment. According to the Encyclopedia of the 10,000 Domains, the escapability of the traveler aliens is the best in the universe, so why did the 2 pilots on the spaceship end up trapped in the Eerie world's copy? Are the 2 traveler aliens in the copy, the coach and the librarian, the true form of traveler aliens or just reflections? How much of what is recorded in the copy about the cosmic domains and the Eerie world can be trusted? Why does this copy specifically introduce a race with perverse escape abilities? The history book of Ascenders mentioned, the master repeatedly gives humans hope and then repeatedly crushes it, so is the setting of the traveler aliens also a momentary hope revealed by the Eerie world? You lie on the floor, your mind a tangle of confusion. After resting for a while, your emotions gradually calm down. You take out pen and paper, just like before, to organize all the clues. 1. The library is a large historical museum, where most of the history books record civilizations that were extinguished by Eerie revival. 2. The Ascenders are the race that has fought the longest against the Eerie world. 3. The traveler aliens are the only race that can escape the pursuit of the Eerie world. 4. What message does the philosopher's handwritten note convey? Whose hand is it from? 5. Are the information provided in points 1 to 3 merely smoke bombs thrown out by the copy world or reliable facts? You lie on the floor, recalling Toto in Chongshan Hospital. She used the Eerie powers of the copy to leave a backdoor, using the force of evil begets evil to help adventurers successfully clear the game. Could the handwritten notes also have the same reasoning as Toto's blood letters? You put together the 3 notes you received and study them carefully. 1. The reason humanity is that we possess complex emotions. This hints at the importance of emotions for adventurers. 2. If the weight of a human is 3.5 kilograms, then how heavy is a civilization? This is a metaphor. The heavy history book is the last remains of an extinguished civilization. It indirectly tells adventurers to believe in the truthfulness of history books. 3. We are the last embalmers. The third note needs to be understood together with the second note. If the history book is the ashes of extinguished civilizations, then those who record and preserve history are naturally the last embalmers. Therefore, the author of the handwritten notes is a witness of history, an embalmer of extinguished civilizations, and likely a race more powerful than the Ascenders and the Traveler aliens. You put down the pen and paper. You feel you are very close to the truth of this copy world. You speculate that the whole Wapang High School is a school created by the embalmers. But knowing all this seems to serve no purpose. The system's plot exploration rate completely depends on the exam progress. Even if you guess the identity of the mortician, it won't help your exam results at all. You continue to explore in the spaceship, finding no useful clues or items. You stop the deduction. Gui opened his eyes. In the chaotic space on the rooftop of the dormitory building, there was a spaceship, within which hid a bottle of red wine from who knows what year, but he was sure the librarian couldn't refuse this bottle of fine wine. However, to get this bottle of wine, Gui needed to have 2 potions to suffice. Gui pondered for a moment and decided to first go to the restroom to brew a cup of voidwalking as a backup, and wait until tomorrow to attempt to enter the rooftop after getting new dream fragments. Ha! Gui dragged his weary body and lay down on the bed. Those untimely bullet comments reappeared in front of his eyes, but he didn't care at all. After losing nearly 200 milliliters of blood over 2 days, his body felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't have professional blood drawing tools, so when he drew blood, he had to keep poking holes in his own arm lest the wounds heal and no blood could flow out anymore. Yet, Gui couldn't sleep at all. Because tomorrow was the 4th day of the exam, and he found himself without any way to end this exam early. This meant he would ultimately have to face the cruelest choice. Chen Ziyu groggily opened his eyes. He looked beside him. Gui actually got up earlier than he did. You've changed today? Why are you up so early? It's not that I'm up early, it's just that I hardly slept last night. What happened? Do we need to give up one of your most important people today? Right. Chen Ziyu nodded and jumped off the bed. Aren't you sad at all? Because you will face this day sooner or later, Chen Ziyu said while changing clothes. Before my parents sent me to this school, they already knew I might have to give them up. They sent me here after being mentally prepared for this. Why still send you here despite that? This is the price, and it's a necessary sacrifice you have to give in order to gain. Gui said nothing. Chen Ziyu turned to look at Gui and smiled. I thought you were a top student, so you shouldn't care about these issues. Why are you losing sleep over such a small matter? Aren't you sad? Abandoning cherished possessions is already upsetting enough. If you had to let go of important people. That's exactly why I am even more determined not to give up this exam opportunity, not to miss out on the chance to stand out. I'll tell you, the 3 important people I filled in are my parents and grandmother. Chapter 133, Sophistry. Gui was shocked by his roommate's worldview. Why are you so cold? Do you really enjoy watching the most important people in your life die before your eyes? Don't be foolish, my friend. What do you think this place is? Think carefully. This is a place where you can rise from being a nobody to being someone important, a place where you can change your destiny. Even if you flunk out of here, you can still walk among ordinary people with confidence. But I don't want to use my family's lives as a stepping stone. How is what you're doing any different from a beast? Haha. Chen Ziyu laughed heartily, turning his head to stare straight at Gui. Brother, do you know? Even if you're not at this place, your parents have always been exhausting their lives willingly to be your stepping stones, and you've been accepting all of this without a second thought. When you were born, your mother endured the greatest pain in the world, risking her life in childbirth to bring you into this world. As you grew up, your father worked day and night, exhausting his body with 2 jobs just so you could grow up healthy and attend the best schools. Maybe when you get married, your parents and in-laws will open up their wallets to help you and your wife buy a home of your own. Aren't you just accepting all of this with ease? Hey, my good brother. What right do you have to judge me? We're on the same path. Chen Ziyu turned and left. Gui couldn't see Chen Ziyu's expression. His worldview was slowly collapsing, and he slumped in his chair, his mind a mess. He found that, for a moment, he couldn't find any reason to refute Chen Ziyu. If he had a child. If there truly was a school where one could definitely become someone important just by entering. If the price of entering that school was sacrificing one's own life, he might also agree without hesitation. But if that child were himself, what would he do? How could he let his parents give up their lives to make him successful? Gui covered his face, unable to stand up for a long time. Despair was closing in step by step. A barely visible black hand was gradually reaching for Gui's neck. We are on the same path. In the real world. Shen Ziyu's words entered the ears of every citizen of the Dragon Country through the live broadcast. Chu Kongping sat in his seat, holding a lighter, shaking his head. This is clearly just a fallacy. How can Gui not know how to refute this? He's still too inexperienced. Team leader, why do I feel like he might be right? Bullshit, he is confusing the concepts. Parents will sacrifice for their children, even give their lives, and that is completely understandable. Every normal parent would treat their children this way. Similarly, every normal child loves their parents and will do everything they can to repay them and alleviate their worries. Because love is mutual. Normal parents are willing to sacrifice their lives for their children, but that doesn't mean you can comfortably give up your parents' lives. No normal child would abandon their beloved parents for their own future. In such a high-pressure environment, Gui couldn't think of a reason to refute, so he fell into a state of shattered worldview. None of us can help him. If he can't figure it out himself, he can only gradually lose himself until he is eroded by the absurd. Until now, he still attributes the responsibility of abandoning his family solely to himself, forgetting that the true culprit causing this trolley dilemma is the despicable director and host. Chu Kongping calmly analyzed. Gui does excel in decoding and adventures, but when faced with tests of human nature, he lacks some experience. No matter what, he is just a university student after all, lacking some wit in the face of the NPC's tricky arguments. Chu Kongping let out a long sigh. At this moment, an agent rushed into Chu Kongping's office, looking flustered and speaking very quickly. Leader, the video conference is about to start. Got it, I'll be there soon. For a rare occasion, Chu Kongping donned a suit, tied a tie, and even styled his hair meticulously. He sat in the middle of the conference room, surrounded by dozens of computers connecting to the leaders of several great nations' strategy teams. Hello everyone, I am Chu Kongping, leader of the Long Country strategy team. Today, our Long Country will host this video conference. Chu Kongping introduced himself defiantly, his fierce eyes scanning the room. Lighthouse Nation, no need for formalities, Leader Chu, let's leave the pleasantries to the Foreign Affairs Department. Chu Kongping, very well, let's jump straight into today's topic. The first matter, we have analyzed the written text from Gui. He discovered some history books in this dungeon that introduced the history of the parallel world. I have sent this to everyone's email in advance. The leaders of various nations flipped through the materials in their hands. Lighthouse Nation, my friend, we have analyzed this as well, but we believe it is most likely fabricated, a setup by the bizarre world to heighten the despair of adventurers. Sakura Nation, do not disbelieve, we must prepare for the worst. Chu Kongping, exactly, better to believe it exists than not to believe it does. However, this is not our most important agenda. I have several other questions to ask the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Pickled Vegetable Nation, us? Chu Kongping, yes, your adventurers were the first to die. Have any new bizarre powers emerged in your country since then? Pickled Vegetable Nation, no, we have also noticed this contradiction. In the past, the death of adventurers meant failure, and new bizarre powers would immediately emerge in our territory. But this time, the death of adventurers led to success instead. Our people are celebrating nationwide, and I believe this abnormal national emotion is a new bizarre power. Sakura Nation, do you think it is possible that your country's people are just taking pleasure in calamity? Pickled Vegetable Nation, can you say that again? Lighthouse Nation, alright, you two stop arguing here. Resolve your issues privately, we are here to discuss matters about the bizarre world. Sakura Nation and Pickled Vegetable Nation both fell silent. Lighthouse Nation, Leader Chu, do you have any other intelligence to share? Chu Kongping, of course, there is one more thing we discussed in our last meeting. We have confirmed that there is a mapping relationship between the real world and the bizarre world. Moreover, this time the mapping may be global. We must intensify our crackdown on fanatics, and secondly, we need to control the barrage from the bizarre world. Our country has developed mature technology for pinpointing barrage senders, and I am willing to share it with everyone for free. Leaders from various countries were engaged in heated exchanges and discussions. At this moment, the conference room's door suddenly burst open. Chu Kongping turned around to see an agent, their face pale and panting heavily. Leader, something bad has happened. Our base has encountered bizarre powers, and it is targeting Gui's family. Chu Kongping quickly stood up from his chair and bowed apologetically to everyone. Sorry, we have encountered some unexpected events here, we will talk later. Chapter 134, Helplessly Giving Up. Boom boom. The entire strategy team's building shook violently. Chu Kongping ran quickly to the Scranton stability anchor. Gui's grandmother lay in that spindle-shaped device, her face filled with terror as she looked outside the glass, wanting to scream but unable to. Chu Kongping felt a wave of heart palpitation. The premonition of death surged in his heart. At this critical moment, Chu Kongping's inspiration power was once again in action. A twisted black hand tore through the void channel, reaching for the Scranton stability anchor, and a fierce battle began between the two, causing everything around to become chaotic and distorted. Ah! Don't come over, don't come over. Help! The cries for help came one after another. Chu Kongping turned his head to look, and many agents were starting to show signs of madness. Even though they had already taken the mental drugs, they could not withstand this powerful mental erosion. The only ones still standing were retired adventurers like Chu Kongping. However, Chu Kongping felt that even he couldn't hold on under such pressure for 10 minutes. Don't touch that switch. A mad agent was walking towards the switch of the Scranton stability anchor. Chu Kongping cursed loudly and unhesitatingly drew his gun and shot. Ah! The mad agent was shot in the calf, blood splattering everywhere. The other agents rushed in and quickly restrained him. Chu Kongping's vision became blurry. He saw a stream of red smoke extending toward the prison. This was the hint from his inspiration power. However, red represents danger and killing intent. Reaching that place is no different from seeking death? Captain, bad news. There is a group of strange creatures outside the base. The brothers at the door can't hold on much longer. There are too many of them. When it rains, it pours. The bizarre forces inside the base are still not resolved, and new monsters have attacked outside. Chu Kongping shook his head. Now he had no other choice but to trust the hint of his inspiration power. Protect the Scranton stability anchor. If anyone dares to touch the switch, shoot them on the spot. Yes. Chu Kongping left this command and ran toward the red smoke without looking back. He reached the end of the smoke and found that it pointed to Jean Xian, who was left with only a head. Jean Xian slowly opened his eyes. Captain, why are you interested in chatting with me today? More than 10 minutes ago. In the strange world. Gui sat in the dormitory, his negative emotions spreading continuously, sinking deeply into self-blame, wishing he could crash into the wall and commit suicide immediately. I'm useless. Gui suddenly felt a tingling on his scalp. He looked up to see a pair of black claws slowly reaching for his neck. Get away. The strong desire to survive made Gui regain his clarity. He pushed the claws away and quickly used psychological suggestion on himself to calm his emotions. The black claws vanished into thin air. Damn it, I was tricked by him. Gui pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. It must be said that Chen Ziyu's speech was very provocative, plus, he hadn't slept all night and was under immense pressure, so he accidentally fell for Chen Ziyu's trick. No classmate in the instance is trustworthy. I cannot let my guard down just because Chen Ziyu is my roommate. The entire worldview of the instance is distorted. If I believe any NPC sophistry, I am not far from death. Gui walked downstairs and bought a bottle of almond water from the vending machine. After drinking it, his brain instantly felt a lot clearer. At this moment, the classmates had gathered in the first-floor hall, chatting in small groups. About 3 minutes later, the dormitory supervisor came to the first-floor hall. Good morning, everyone. Now it has been your 4th day at Wapping Middle School. Before we officially begin, we need to eliminate a group of students with poor performance. Currently, anyone with a total credit score below 25 will be expelled. Gui looked around. At least half of the classmates had vanished into thin air, leaving only a uniform on the ground. The dormitory supervisor looked at the remaining students and showed a smile. Very good, you have strong pressure resistance. You must give up someone you hold dear to gain the qualification to enter the exam venue. Gui stepped back, standing in the middle of the crowd. A classmate stood in front of the dormitory supervisor, reporting a name. Who is this person to you? He is my friend. The dormitory supervisor closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Hey, this person has been dead for a long time. This is cheating. Me? I didn't know. Kid, you were lucky that no teacher found out when you filled out the form, but in the supervisor's eyes, nothing can be hidden. Supervisor, let me explain. Expelled. With a wave of her hand, the supervisor cast the cheating student into the void. Next, it's you. Me? Gui looked around. Yes, you, come here. The supervisor smiled. Who are you prepared to give up? Gui pondered for a moment and decided to choose according to Chen Ziyu's thinking, selecting his grandmother. I choose to give up, my grandmother. Very good. The dormitory supervisor nodded and stepped aside for Gui. You can enter the exam now. Gui quietly sobbed, as if his heart was bleeding, taking one step at a time toward the classroom building. The black claw appeared before him again. He closed his eyes and swung his fist to disperse the claw from in front of him. You bastard. I will kill you one day. At this moment, audiences around the world were in an uproar. Many adventurers had lost their qualifications due to low scores and were thrown into the incinerator, turning to ashes. As adventurers died, a large number of countries achieved the ordinary level clear status. Most of these countries were small and obscure, they had never produced powerful adventurers and had long suffered from strange creatures. Now, they finally achieved the ordinary level clear status. How could they not be happy? Thank you, adventurers. Thanks to the adventurers. Thanks to the adventurers' sacrifice, we finally have some peace. Messages like these echoed around the globe, but the leader of Lighthouse Country, Anderson, felt an ominous premonition.
Leader Anderson looked at his subordinates, picking up the documents and saying, "I remember."
Chris's family is all gone. Whose name did he write? At that moment,
Chris just happened to stand in front of the dormitory supervisor.
"Now you need to choose to give up an important person. Who will you choose?" "Anderson." Chris didn't hesitate at all. "Who is this person?" "He's my superior."
Chris said, "He is my team leader. After I graduate from this school, I will need to work under him."
"Why not fill in your parents or siblings?"
"In principle, we must fill in family first, unless they have no love for you." "I wish I could do that, but unfortunately, all my relatives are dead."
"Oh, I see."
The dormitory supervisor closed her eyes and thought for a moment. "Indeed, this person exists in the world, and you do have that relationship with him. You cleared the exam." The dormitory supervisor nodded and allowed Chris to enter the exam room. The strategy team of Lighthouse Country was in an uproar, all looking towards their leader. But they found he had already turned into a stone statue.
Chapter 135, Subject 3. What is happening?
The leader of Lighthouse Country has turned into a statue.
Just now, Long Country also said something happened at their home. Has any new information come in?
Long Country has issued a red alert. There is currently no new information available. Long Country and Lighthouse Country have always been the two strongest nations fighting against the strange world. Both have the highest number of retired adventurers and the most developed anti-strange technology. If something happened to the leaders of these two countries' strategy teams, the entire world landscape would change drastically.
Everyone, don't panic. The leader of Bear Country stepped forward. "Lighthouse Country, do you need help now?"
On the other side of the camera, a group of agents carried away the statue-like leader Anderson.
An agent sat in front of the camera.
Calmly said, "Leaders, our group leader has been turned into a statue by a strange power, and we currently do not know the principle behind it. I am the deputy leader of the strategy team, and I will temporarily take over the duties of the leader of the Lighthouse Nation strategy team."
"Very good. What about the Dragon Nation?" "Still no news coming in.
They seem to be caught in a tough battle."
"How about the strange world?" "The surviving adventurers have all entered the examination room."
The leader of the Bear Country shook his head helplessly. Now, those countries with the worst scores have become the safest countries. The Lighthouse Nation and Dragon Nation are currently the most explored countries, yet one has lost its leader, and the other has issued a red alert. The difficulty of the copy world is really getting higher, and the influence of the rules is also becoming stronger. I will go to communicate with the government of the Dragon Nation to see if they need support.
You all continue with the meeting for now."
After speaking, the leader of Bear Country hung up the video call.
Strange world. Gooey sat in the classroom, waiting for the teacher to hand out the exam papers.
He stared straight at the teacher, with flames of anger burning in his eyes.
"Your eyes look like they want to eat people."
The invigilating teacher glanced at Gooey. "Just do well in your exam, kid."
The teacher placed the exam paper on Gooey's desk and walked away with a smile.
His gaze returned to the blank sheet of paper, and Gooey once again lost control of his body.
Gooey looked around. This seemed to be a lounge, and he was wearing a uniform.
There were 4 others in the same uniform as him, each with a matching computer behind them. A man in a suit stood in front of a whiteboard, mouth open, as if passionately saying something.
"I've told you all long ago, we have to lose this match. Do you want to die?" "Coach Lee, we don't want to throw the match."
The player wearing the captain's armband said, "If we get caught, we'll be banned for life." The captain spoke like this, but the other 3 teammates kept their heads down, afraid to speak up.
Gooey could not control his body at the moment, so he could only watch everyone.
"Ridiculous, once you're on this ship, there's no way to escape.
Don't forget, each of you still owes me hundreds of thousands."
The captain continued, "No, I don't want to throw the match. If we take the championship, we can pay you back what we owe."
"Do you really think you can win the championship? You bunch of useless people."
"If you win the championship, I can earn 300,000, if you lose the match, I can earn 3 million.
Who do you think suffers? You are just a bunch of gamers. What do you know about sportsmanship? What collective honor? You're just tools for me to make money." The coach opened the door to the lounge and pointed outside. "Look, the media outside are all waiting to interview. You can go out now and see, speak your truth, and guess which way the public opinion will turn. When you participated in the city tournament, you were involved in gambling with me, and if you report it to the media, who do you think will believe you? That was you forcing us. Do you have evidence? Fool. The media and the referees at the door are all my people. How do you think you can fight me? But
just play the match well, don't whine here." The coach threatened, "If you refuse to do as I say, I will throw you all into the sea to feed the fish. But, as long as you lose this match, I will give each of you 1 million as a reward. Which one will you choose? You decide." The coach turned to leave. Suddenly, the phone on the podium rang. The coach looked down and saw it was Gooey's phone ringing.
Gui, your phone. Gui walked to the coach's front. The coach pinched the phone and threatened, "Speakerphone, if you say anything wrong, I will kill you right now." Gui nodded his head. "Hey, son. Dad, what's wrong? Your mom's surgery still needs 500,000. We have borrowed everywhere from relatives and friends. When will you gather the money?" I think I will be able to get it in a little while."
The image and sound suddenly stopped. The invigilator read the exam rules again.
The final exam begins. Subject 3, Pressure Test. Exam Requirements.
1. Please answer with a black water pen or fountain pen. If the pen does not work, please use blood. 2. Once the answer is determined, it cannot be changed, please answer carefully. 3. This exam uses dream simulation, the exam duration is 24 hours, the time flow is not synchronized with reality, please allocate your time wisely.
Everything that happens in the dream will not affect reality.
4. Candidates need to face various pressures during the exam.
The teachers will determine your final score based on your performance in the exam.
Every decision you make, every word you say may become a basis for scoring.
5. The total score for this exam is emotional, 10 points, rational, 10 points.
If the total score exceeds 12 points, candidates will receive a piece of dream fragment as a reward. When the candidate says start, the exam will officially begin.
Gui felt a deep sense of dread. This exam question seemed to stack various debuffs to the max.
To save his mother, he had to find a way to quickly gather 500,000. But getting 500,000 would require him to violate professional ethics and cheat. The power of public opinion was in the coach's hands, and he had no way to use public opinion to speak for himself.
The coach's threats were also difficult to obtain evidence for. Morality. Public opinion.
The third subject's exam combined the first two exams to test the candidate's choices under extreme dilemmas.
No one can have it all, right? Gui suddenly understood Chen Ziyu's warning. "Sorry, I don't believe that. Let the exam begin."
A flash of white light passed before Gui's eyes, and he finally regained control of his body.
Chapter 136, The Moon. Jin Xian slowly opened his eyes, smiling at Chu Kongping. "Boss, why are you interested in chatting with me today?" Chu Kongping gasped for breath as he looked at Jin Xian. "Tell me what to do." You asked me?"
"You asked the right person."
"Oh." Chu Kongping removed the glass cover from Jin Xian's head, poked a finger into Jin Xian's eyeball. "I didn't ask you." Jin Xian cried out in pain, wishing he could bite off Chu Kongping's neck right away. "You old man, you dare to do this to me?" "Shut up."
Chu Kongping dragged Jin Xian's lifeless head and ran outside.
Boom.
Suddenly, a bunch of cracks appeared on the corridor wall. Chu Kongping jumped back instinctively. A monster with black hair broke through the wall, reaching out towards Chu Kongping. Chu Kongping wedged Jin Xian's head under his arm and quickly drew his gun to shoot.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The mercury bullets pierced the black claw, and black blood instantly stained the whole wall red.
Roar!
The black claw did not retreat but instead tore open a large hole in the wall.
I'm here, I'm here!"
Jin Xian cried for help loudly.
The monster heard Jin Xian's voice and turned its head.
"Go to hell, shut up." Chu Kongping opened a salt jar and stuffed it into Jin Xian's mouth. Jin Xian rolled his eyes, his cheeks twitching non-stop.
Roar!
The monster let out a cry and charged towards Chu Kongping. It had a green face and sharp teeth, standing 2 or 3 meters tall. The narrow corridor could barely accommodate its large body.
Boom!
The giant claw swung down towards Chu Kongping's head, brushing off a few of Chu Kongping's hairs. Chu Kongping took a step forward, pressed the gun against the monster's chest, and repeatedly pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Roar! The monster let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Chu Kongping took out his last bottle of salt and sprinkled it on the monster's head.
"Tell me, what should I do?"
Chu Kongping's eyes turned red as he desperately drew on his inspiration power. Finally, a faint red light flickered before him, heading straight towards the west side of the confinement room.
That was where prisoners' personal belongings were stored. Was his inspiration hinting that he should find Jin Xian's personal items?
"I'll treat this dead horse as a live one." In the real world, he couldn't use the strange world's skills, so he could only rely on the rare bursts of inspiration to seek a glimmer of hope. As soon as he entered the storage room, Chu Kongping rummaged through everything and found belongings that belonged to Jin Xian. A paintbrush, an incomplete set of tarot cards, and a suit that could change shape at any time.
"That's right.
I remember Gui said Jin Xian's ability. The tarot cards in his hands also possess strange powers." While thinking, Chu Kongping picked up the paintbrush and the tarot cards. He spread the tarot cards on the table and found that they were all blank, without a single painting on them. After thinking for a moment, he gathered the tarot cards together, shuffled them, and then placed them beside Jean Xian's dead head. Suddenly, his inspiration power went out of control, and his view was filled with red light. He no longer knew if his choice was right or wrong. Bang! Crash! Outside, there were sounds of violent smashing, gunfire, and howling. That black hand trying to invade the Scranton stabilizing anchor was breaking through the wall, heading straight for Chu Kongping's chest. This time, the strange creature was the strongest strange creature ever recorded. If he didn't make a choice soon, what awaited them would only be death. This time, I can only rely on fate. Chu Kongping took out the paintbrush, dipped it in blue paint, and painted it on Jean Xian's face. The tarot cards on the side immediately reacted, bursting with a ghostly blue light. He. Chu Kongping heard a strange laughter in his ear, as a transparent black hand passed through his chest, directly grasping his heart. Ah! Chu Kongping cried out in pain, pulling a card from the pile. The card depicted a full moon, with two tall towers side by side beneath it, and the bottom read in English, the moon. A void teleportation portal appeared before Chu Kongping. Chu Kongping and Jean Xian were both sucked into that portal. Look, Patrick Star, what is that? Is it a jellyfish? No, baby on the sea, that's a human. Pikachu? Don't be afraid, Pikachu, they won't bite. Pop. Chu Kongping crawled out from the dirt, and when he looked up, he saw several oddly shaped people. The sky was pitch black, with only a purple moon shining down. Around him were tents in blue and red, and cheerful music floated in the air. Where is this? Chu Kongping patted the dirt off his body, and when he turned back, Jean Xian's dead head lay obediently in the mud, constantly rolling its eyes and foaming at the mouth. Oh, welcome to the Dark Moon Circus, my friend. Silas Darkmoon walked up to Chu Kongping with small steps. He was so short that he only reached Chu Kongping's knee. Following Darkmoon was a group of clowns, all curiously staring at Chu Kongping. Wait. Chu Kongping was surprised, looking at his palm. I can use my talent skills again, is this the strange world? Well, not exactly, this is the Dark Moon Circus. Dark Moon Circus, I know you, I heard Gui talk about you. Ha, he was the most interesting audience I've ever seen. Darkmoon said with a smile, welcome to the circus, you can enjoy your pleasant time here. Wait, Darkmoon leader. I heard that you can conduct some transactions here, right? You can fulfill my wish? Of course. Chu Kongping thought for a moment and handed the remaining tarot cards to Darkmoon. Can this thing be exchanged for a wish? Oh. Is this such a good thing? Darkmoon held the tarot card in his hand. Looking left and right, he had a look of being unable to put it down. Jean Xian groaned, crawling out of the dirt pit with his chin and yelled at you worthless loser, don't think about playing cards with me. And you didn't even glance at Jean Xian. Jean Xian roared, and suddenly a pallet appeared on his face. Bring someone, don't let me see this ugly monster's face. Beep. A clown whistled as he ran out of the crowd, taking a spittoon from his pants and placing it on Jean Xian's head. Jean Xian bumped around in the spittoon, but he couldn't escape this place no matter what. Chu Kongping glanced at the spittoon, which had a lifelike lotus painted on it, very delightful. On my turf, you must follow my rules, you fool. And you spread out the tarot cards and curiously said, why are a few cards missing from this deck? Death, Tower, and the Moon are all gone. Ha! Even the most crucial fool card is missing? The Moon was your entrance ticket to me, what happened to the remaining cards? I don't know. Chu Kongping blinked upon hearing this, if a few cards are missing, can we not make wishes anymore? Chapter 137, Compromise, 1. That's not necessarily true. However, the wishes I can grant you will have to be discounted, so what wish do you want to achieve? As long as it's not something like eliminating the director, I can do it. Can you move our long country strategy team's base to the NU Circus? Chu Kongping said eagerly, not only the various buildings in the base, but the people and equipment inside must also be moved over. Oh, I see, you want to stay here permanently? No, 3 days at most will be enough. Ha? 3 days is enough? Yes. Aren't you losing out then? Don't worry about that, just move them over first, I'm afraid they will be in danger. Don't worry, they won't be in danger with me around. And you turned to the clowns and said, go take down the fortune teller's tent, he won't need it anyway. Beep. The clowns whistled, exaggeratedly standing at attention, then arm in arm they blew air, lifting the fortune teller's tent into the sky. And you circus exciting adventures are waiting for you. And you opened his arms, shouting at the sky. A huge void portal descended from the sky, flickering with blue and white lightning, and the strategy team's base appeared out of thin air, landing in the spot where the tent used to be. Amazing. Chu Kongping blinked and rushed inside the base. At this moment, the base was in disarray, with people dead or injured everywhere, and the ground was filled with the corpses of monsters and agents. Chu Kongping ran directly to the Scranton stable anchor, thankfully finding Guyi's family safe and sound.
Captain, where is this? NU circus.
What? The agents gathered around Chu Kongping, looking confused. And you arrived at the base with a team of clowns, cheerfully performing for the agents. Chu Kongping had no mood to enjoy the performance, he faintly felt an unspeakable power was chasing after them.
Captain and you.
Oh, what's the matter?
I want to ask, if we hide here, will we still be attacked by the unspeakable power? TSK. Theoretically, it shouldn't happen.
And you pointed to his nose and said, in fact, by the standards of the bizarre world, I am also unspeakable. However, the fundamental principle of the bizarre world is to follow the rules. On my turf they have to obey my rules. As long as you are in my territory, no one can harm you.
The circus needs to welcome every guest. And you bowed slightly. Suddenly, Chu Kongping felt a tremendous energy burst from Anu. Those fallen agents actually came back to life, rising up from the ground. Chu Kongping looked at Anu in astonishment.
And you held a tarot card in his hand, on which was depicted a rising sun. The gift you gave me is too precious, I feel embarrassed to take such a big advantage, so I brought you a small benefit, helping you save your subordinate.
Thank you so much. No need to be polite. And you waved her hand and pointed to the door, we can watch the live broadcast here too. Personally, I'm a loyal fan of Gui. In a strange world.
Gui sat in the lounge, closing his eyes.
The simulation begins. The coach finished training everyone and left the room, leaving only you 5 teammates. You looked at everyone. You, are we really going to throw the match? Mid laner, we have all our dirt in his hands.
Every time there is a meeting, he doesn't let us use our phones or computers.
How can we gather evidence? Support, he's too cunning, we can't defeat him. Jungle, just accept it, it's not bad to make money. Aren't we playing professionally for the money? Mid laner, the coach has kidnapped my family, I dare not disobey him. Gui, you know, we are all in his grasp. He has gang connections, if we resist, we'll die. You closed your eyes and took a long breath. This is a team game, even if you work hard alone, you can't turn the tide.
All your teammates are surrenderists, you can only use psychological hints to change them momentarily, but can't change them for a lifetime.
You must give up one thing. Either choose to give up honor and morals and throw the match.
Or choose to give up your family's lives and report the whole team.
You don't know how to achieve both aims. Mid laner, Gui, what are you hesitating for? AD, we absolutely cannot throw the match.
This concerns not only honor but also our careers.
If we get caught, we will never have a chance to compete again.
You looked at the AD player, he is your captain and currently the only one insisting on resistance.
Support, captain, don't put me in danger. AD, we cannot succumb. Mid laner, you orphan, you have no family, so of course, you can speak.
Our families have all been kidnapped, how can you say such things?
Jungle, resist? How do we resist?
When betting outside, he used my ID. If they expose this, it won't just be a ban, we will end up in prison because of gambling.
AD, that's also because you were originally a gambling dog, you were already throwing matches before the coach threatened us. Jungle, I called you captain out of respect, why did you take advantage of me? You, everyone, calm down. You stood up and used a psychological hint on AD. You pulled AD out of the lounge and hid in the restroom. You, I support you. AD, your support alone is useless.
You, right now our difficulty is that we can't communicate with the outside, we can't prove ourselves.
I have a plan. AD, what are you going to do? You, I will find a way to send a message. The restroom door was suddenly pushed open. You and AD both shut your mouths. The coach looked at you coldly. Coach, what are you two talking about? AD, nothing, just hiding in here for a smoke. Coach, Gui, let me tell you.
If you dare to play any tricks, I will immediately send someone to the hospital and pull your mom off the hospital bed.
If you don't believe it, just try. You, sorry, we really just came in for a smoke.
Coach, get out quickly, the match is about to start.
You, yes. You nodded and followed the coach out of the restroom. You and AD had too little time to communicate, you didn't even manage to express your thoughts clearly. You just told AD that you were on the same side. Chapter 138, Compromise, 2. Your team of 5 stepped onto the stage.
The match began, and 3 people on your team were very negative, often making some strange moves, and the audience booed continuously.
In the first round, you unsurprisingly lost. Back in the break room, the coach felt very satisfied. Coach, good, next, if you all lose 2 rounds in a row, we can make a big profit. Mid, yes, I will pay attention next time. Coach, let's take a 10-minute break.
In the break room, the coach had no plans to leave.
You couldn't communicate with AD. AD frowned at you, seeming to blame you.
Break time was over, and you stepped onto the stage. This time, you lost even worse, and the AD player seemed to have given up completely, becoming the one who fed the most in the entire match. But you knew AD wasn't acting on purpose, he just wanted to rally the team with his own strength. You lost the second match again. You noticed the opponents were looking at you with strange eyes. You knew the opportunity had arrived. The third match. After you picked your hero, you danced on the line, constantly twitching, with a special rhythm.
The camera caught you many times. The coach paused the match.
Coach, what are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Coach, even if you're acting, you can't be this obvious, right?
I understand.
The match resumed, and while last hitting, you kept pressing S, making bizarre movements. The opposing top seemed to be infected by you, also twitching with you while pressing S. The two players in the top lane were dancing, drawing loud laughter from the audience. Halfway through the dance, your opponent suddenly returned to the tower.
The opponent requested a pause.
You noticed the opponent was huddled around the referee, whispering, you didn't know if they understood your hint.
The match resumed.
The opponent gained a huge advantage. But they were intentionally stalling for time.
Until 30 minutes into the match, the police arrived and called off the game.
You were taken off the stage for an investigation. You were cornered in the break room by the coach, whose enforcers blocked the door, trying various means to obstruct the police investigation.
Coach, who called the police? No one answered.
Coach, Gooey, was it you?
I didn't do anything, I didn't even touch my phone.
Coach, is it you, Captain?
AD, I already threw in the towel. The police finally arrived in the break room. The coach denied everything, and the other three teammates wouldn't speak. You and AD explained everything to the police.
The two of you were protected by the police.
Your exam time ran out.
The monitor's voice rang in your ears.
Monitor, cleverness, rationality, 5 points, emotionality, 5 points. You ended the simulation.
Gooey opened his eyes, summarizing the simulation process just completed. He used in-game character dancing to send an SOS signal. The opponent didn't understand at first, but finally grasped his meaning. The coach was cautious, but didn't really understand what was going on. This method worked, but wouldn't give him a high score. Logically, if he wanted to pass perfectly, he had to uphold the spirit of sportsmanship, but his teammates were impossible to persuade, relying only on himself and AD. How could they win against the 5 opponents plus 3 inside ghosts?
The simulation began. You pulled AD to the bathroom and quickly discussed strategies before the coach arrived. The first match began. You stood on the stage.
You and AD exchanged a glance. Years of mutual understanding made you both immediately comprehend each other's intentions. You two gave it your all on the field, while the 3 teammates tried to drag you down but still found it useless. The jungler in support made huge mistakes in the crucial team fight, and your team lost narrowly. This instead made the acting of the 3 teammates more convincing. When the coach returned to the break room, he praised you greatly.
The second match.
You remembered all the opponents' tactics and habits, predicting their moves ahead of time, successfully breaking through a lane.
You led the economy in the entire match.
3 teammates wanted to gift, but you always managed to reap the battlefield at the right moment.
You scored a point. Back in the lounge, you were scolded fiercely by the coach.
Coach, do you think you are a hero? Well then, get ready to see your family for the last time. You tried to use your skills on the coach, but it was useless.
The coach's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people. If you can't break down the coach's defenses, then your skills will be ineffective.
The third game began.
You focused on the game. AD, not good, your parents have been brought over. You took your hands off the keyboard and realized your parents were sitting in the audience.
Your mother looked pale and squinted against the chair back while your father appeared nervous. Beside your parents stood 2 of the coach's cronies.
You pretended not to see. You used your psychological suggestion ability to concentrate all your attention.
This match was like the last one, and you won with outstanding individual ability. You left the soundproof booth and looked down to find your parents had already disappeared.
You returned to the lounge. The coach sneered and picked up his phone.
Coach, I meant what I said. Your parents have already been packed into bags and will soon be thrown into the river.
Are you sure you don't want to throw the match?
Support, coach, aren't you going too far? Mid, don't do that, coach, we can just sacrifice a bit more later.
AD, you scumbag. The coach slapped AD's face.
Coach, I'm giving you one last chance, will you throw the match?
I understand. The 4th match is your match point.
You still played as decisively as the previous 2 games, showing no mercy. Your teammates were scared. They turned off the microphones in the arena and looked at you together. Support, are you crazy? It's just a championship, does it matter more than your parents' lives? AD, forget it, we don't need to go this far. Mid, what are you thinking? Jungle, the coach really will kill. You, keep playing. If we can't win, I can kill you all right now. You pulled a pen from your pocket and stabbed it forcefully into the table in front of you. AD, I demand a timeout. The game paused. Your 4 teammates dragged you back to the lounge. The coach blocked the door, sneering and watching you. AD, what are you doing? You will kill your parents. You, the one who will kill my parents is not me, but him. My job is to win the game, and no one can stop me. Chapter 139, Compromise, 3. The coach sneered and turned to call someone to take action. Taking the opportunity, you sneaked out your phone to call the police. When the coach finished his call and came back, you quickly put the phone back. Coach, you brat, you won't cry until you see a coffin, huh? I've already called for action, they are at the riverside now. If you win this round, I will throw your parents into the river immediately. You walked silently into the arena. None of your teammates reported you for calling the police. You returned to the arena. Mid, did you call the police? You, yeah. Mid, then I might get caught too, I'm a gambling addict. Support, are you still going to play seriously? You, play seriously. Just stall for a bit, they will definitely target me. Jungle, are you sure you can do it? You, trust me. In this match, you were crazily targeted by the opponents, feeling enormous pressure, and repeatedly gave yourself psychological suggestions with skills. You successfully dragged the match to 50 minutes. The police finally arrived. You destroyed the opponent's base. The police regretfully informed you that they couldn't save your parents. The voice of the invigilator echoed in your ears. Invigilator, meaningless sacrifice, rationality, 5 points, emotion, 5 points. You terminated the simulation. Gui opened his eyes, his mind in a mess. If this continued, he wouldn't even get the minimum score of 12 points. Was this exam forcing him to submit to evil? Gui recalled the exam requirements again. The exam subject was called pressure test. Could it be that the requirement for this exam is? Gui, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing? Then hurry up and get ready for the match. Just wait a little longer. Gui closed his eyes again. The simulation begins. You discuss with your teammates. You decide to compromise. You finish the fake match and successfully get the bonus prepared by the coach. The exam supervisor's voice rings in your ear. Exam supervisor, wise compromise, logical 6 points, emotional 6 points. You terminate the simulation. Gui was stunned. He ran the simulation in his mind again, and this time he even saved his parents successfully. He moved all his teammates and won the match, but he didn't bring the coach to justice. In the end, the score was only 10 points. But, why? Why can just compromising lead to passing? Gui suddenly remembered the clearance condition written at the beginning of the instance. The regular level clearance condition was choose death, and this time's stress test correct answer was actually choose compromise? In the first subject exam, if you choose to commit suicide, you can also get a high score. This exam was a complete propaganda for surrenderism. Gui clenched his fists tightly. I was really too stupid, realizing the problem only now. Unusual clearance conditions. Desperate historical records. Roommates talk about giving up. Test content promoting surrenderism. All these things subtly gave him psychological hints that as long as he gave up resistance, all problems would be easily solved. Are we really just going to compromise? What did you say? All 4 teammates stopped walking. Isn't there another way besides compromising? Gui slowly raised his head, his brow furrowed. Dark Moon Circus. Hurry, make some room for me. Go away. I don't want to sit next to that electric rat, he always has static electricity. The agents sit in front of the big screen to watch the live broadcast, but Gui's family still lies in the Scranton stable anchor. The Dark Moon leader also could not guarantee what other tricks the host of this instance would have. He still suggested Chu Kongping let the family lie in the stable anchor. The agents have nothing else to do in the Dark Moon Circus, so they can only watch the live broadcast of the strange world. At this moment, Gui was in the lounge, staring into space, and everyone quickly changed the channel to Chris's feed. After hearing the coach's nonsense, Chris hid in the bathroom and unleashed all 20 evil spirits. When the evil spirits approached the coach, they all shrank in fear, not daring to get close to the coach at all. The bullet comments were all abuzz. What's going on? That coach is a big boss, his hands are not less bloody than Chris, even ghosts fear bad people.
Ha, Chris's skills don't work on the coach anymore. Chris clearly didn't expect this situation. He squatted on the toilet for a while and calmly returned to the arena. The evil spirits were useless against the coach, so he used them on his teammates. He created illusions and intimidated every teammate who was about to surrender, forcing them to take the match seriously. Sure enough, the teammates didn't dare to misbehave and actually won the first match. Back in the lounge, the coach hurled insults at everyone. "You little brats, what do you think you're doing? You can't even throw a fake match? I want you to lose 0:3, understand?" Chris pouted, pointing at the captain AD, saying, "It was this guy who said we should take it seriously." Faced with Chris's attempt to shirk responsibility, the captain accepted it, as he was the one who had insisted on playing for real. The coach looked at the captain with a cold smile. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe I can kill your family right now? You dare." The captain stood up and punched the coach in the nose. Everyone around was dumbfounded. The coach wiped his nose blood and kicked out, knocking the captain down with a few punches and kicks. "You little brat, do you know who is the boss here?" "Coach, forget it, forget it." Chris quickly stood up and pretended to say, "Don't hit the captain, we don't have any substitute players." "Humph." The coach snorted coldly and left the break room. AD got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You can't beat him." "I know, no need for you to say." AD glanced at Chris, unsure whether to feel comforted or angry. "How about we throw the match? Our families are all in his hands." "Fine, I understand." In the following match, Chris truly played along as the coach demanded. Chu Kongping, with a cigarette in his mouth, said gleefully, "Indeed, bad people have bad people to grind against them." He was so arrogant in other exams, but now he has to keep his head down. "Group leader, this exam seems a bit unusual." "You're right, I've watched the videos of other surviving adventurers clearing the levels. They all chose to compromise, no one could successfully resist. Even if someone held on to the mindset of taking down the enemy with them, in the end, they could only score 10 points. That coach's combat power is extraordinary, no adventurer could kill him and escape intact." "I'm not surprised at all," Chu Kongping said. "This instance constantly promotes suicide, abandonment, compromise, despair, as if humanity can never overcome the bizarre world. The rules of the exam are made by them. How can we Earth people impose our moral standards on them?" Everyone kept watching Chris play the obedient one until the second match ended, when suddenly the boy started making small moves. When the coach went to the bathroom to urinate, Chris followed closely behind. He summoned 2 evil spirits to block the door, continuously creating illusions that made outsiders think the bathroom was closed. He pulled out his belt, smirking while standing behind the coach. Chapter 140, Compromise, 4. Chris sneered as he walked to the coach's back and tightly wrapped the belt around the coach's neck. The coach struggled continuously, reaching out to grab Chris's head. Chris wrapped the belt around his hands twice and forcefully pulled back the coach. The coach flailed helplessly, unable to call for help, his hands wildly grabbing, trying to break the belt but to no avail. The coach's struggles grew weaker. Chris continued to choke the coach until he confirmed the coach was dead before releasing his body. Chu Kongping widened his eyes and said quietly, "Wonderful." First, using evil spirits to block the bathroom door, preventing outsiders from coming in, giving himself enough space to commit the crime. His use of gifted skills has far surpassed ordinary people. Killing with the belt won't produce blood, making the scene easier to manage. Previously, when the captain and coach clashed, if the police really came to investigate, the captain would surely be the first suspect. Chris had enough time to delay until the exam ended. He truly is a born criminal. Chris re-wrapped the belt around his waist, preparing to find a suitable time to dispose of it. Then, he hid the coach's body in a bathroom stall and threw the coach's phone into the toilet. Lastly, he left an evil spirit guarding the stall door, using illusions to scare away ordinary people and delay the discovery of the body. Back in the arena, the coach never appeared. The host inquired about the situation, and everyone was unclear. As the time for the match arrived, the host decided not to wait for the coach and started the match directly. Chris sat in his seat, his expression showing no signs of anything suspicious, but this time his performance was very serious, and his approach was much more ruthless. His teammates were very shocked. "Hey! Didn't you say you would?" "I'm sorry, it was a conditioned reflex, next time, I'll definitely hold back more." Chris had a wicked smile, but then turned around and got a double kill. Seeing this, the captain couldn't help but join Chris's ranks. The competition became serious. In this match, Chris's team won another point. Back in the break room, the players couldn't see the coach anywhere, and his assistants began to get anxious, unable to find him. Taking advantage of the situation, Chris led everyone to find a phone and called for help. When the police arrived, the game was paused. The players successfully broke free from the coach's control, and the police eventually found the coach's body in the bathroom. Chris looked at the pen in his hand, the ink was all used up. It's over, the exam is about to end. Chris returned to the examination room, and he heard the voice of the supervising teacher. Almost perfect crime, rationality 7 points, emotionality 7 points. 14 points? I thought it could be higher. Is it because we didn't win the game in the end? After thinking for a while, Chris decided to stop thinking. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Chu Kongping stopped watching the live broadcast. He turned his gaze to the other audience members of the Dark Moon Circus. Hello. Chu Kongping walked up to the muscular guy wearing a blue hat. My name is Chu Kongping, what's your name? I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Ash nodded and pointed to the electric mouse beside him. This is my partner, Pikachu. I'm SpongeBob. And I'm Patrick. Chu Kongping did not speak first. SpongeBob and Patrick each held a balloon and approached to greet him enthusiastically. Hello, are you all from a strange world? No, we are from Bikini Bottom. I just said, I am from Pallet Town, Ash said. 20 years ago, our world faced a catastrophe. It was Uncle Moonlight who made us stay here. Pika Pika. Hearing this, the always cheerful SpongeBob and Patrick also lengthened their faces and stopped their playful antics. What is your world like? In our world, there are magical creatures called Pokemon. Ash sat on the chair, telling the story of his original world, many details of which were not very different from the history shared by Gui. Chu Kongping couldn't help but clench his fists. This instance reflects not only Blue Star but countless parallel worlds. That little brother named Gui is from your world, right? Yes. He is very impressive. Ash said with a smile. However, his impressiveness does not come from talent or skill, but because he can always hold on to his beliefs in the face of pressure. The simulation begins. You step onto the stage of competition. Using your experiences from previous attempts, you withstand all pressure and win the match in just 15 minutes. You return to the break room. The coach is furious. At this moment, the coach just received a message from another club, offering a high price to buy you. The coach is tempted. You take advantage of this and persuade the coach, promising that your market value can increase tenfold overnight. The coach agrees. You indeed perform excellently in the competition, and your value skyrockets. The coach goes back on his word. He beats you severely and confines you, demanding that you continue to work for his team. Your exam time is up. The voice of the supervising teacher rings in your ears. Supervising teacher, collaborating with a tiger to catch a cub, rationality 6 points, emotionality 6 points. You end the simulation. Simulation begins. You step onto the ring. During the team introduction, you forcefully charge in, grab the microphone, and accuse the coach of his actions. Teammates try to pull you back but can't hold you. The entire venue is in an uproar. The host immediately calls off the match. You are pulled off the stage. The coach beats you black and blue, and your 4 teammates are also put under soft imprisonment. The public opinion is chaotic, but the coach quickly suppresses it with his money and power. You are accused of being a gambling dog, a lying expert. Your mother, unable to afford surgery due to lack of money. A life has perished. The coach came to the place where you were under house arrest and threw all 5 of you into the sea. You drowned. The voice of the proctor reached your ears. Proctor, acting recklessly, rationality 3 points, emotionality 4 points. You ended the simulation. The simulation began. You cooperated with your teammates to finish a rigged game. You went to the lounge to negotiate with the coach. The coach chased away a salesperson who harassed him with phone calls and then sent you your share of the profits as previously agreed. Coach, that's better. As long as you follow me, you'll learn something. You received the money the coach gave you, but you didn't spend it right away. You held the transfer evidence and exposed it online. The news online was mixed, but overall it was not in your favor. You decided to jump off a building to prove your innocence. You started a live stream, but it was shut down in less than 10 minutes. You knew the coach had received the news and targeted you in advance. Before you jumped off the building, you posted on major platforms and finally gained some traction. You jumped off the building immediately. You were lucky to survive, but you ended up partially paralyzed. The public finally believed you, but your mother ultimately passed away, and the coach escaped the country at the first sign of trouble. You caught neither the culprit nor won the game, nor did you save your mother. Your exam time was over. The voice of the proctor echoed in your ears. Proctor, a meaningless sacrifice, rationality 7 points, emotionality 7 points. You ended the simulation. Chapter 141, Compromise 5. Gui sat silently in the lounge. He had just completed his last simulation. He had tried so hard but could never achieve a win-win situation. If he called the police, he might save his parents, but he could not win the match. Even if he tried his best to persuade his teammates to play seriously, his parents would still be killed by the coach. No matter which path he took, his final score would not exceed 14 points, and it might even be more refreshing to compromise, as this at least could let him score a passing mark. The only gain from the simulation was that he had thoroughly understood all of his opponent's tactics and refined his own lane skills. What a pity! If only his psychological suggestion ability were stronger, whether it was directly changing the coach's mind or getting all the teammates to follow him, the difficulty of the exam would be much lower. Each time it was just a little bit short of success. What's wrong with you? AD came and sat beside Gui, glancing at the door and noticing the coach on the phone, always watching the two of them. Gui was silent for a moment. Captain, can I ask you a question? Sure. Is there really no way to achieve a win-win situation in this world? Do we always have to give up something? Everyone looked at Gui, even the coach could not help but glance back. Humph, boring. The coach scoffed and left the lounge, slamming the door behind him. Gui looked at his teammates with a serious expression. They did not dare to look directly into his eyes. He was barely 20 years old, but his gaze was profound as if he had lived through several lifetimes. The captain sat quietly for a moment. Even you want to give up? Do you want to play a rigged game like them? Honestly, when do you feel the happiest while playing games? The mid laner scoffed. Happy? As long as I don't get high blood pressure while playing, what's there to be happy about? Gui, we understand your feelings, the support said. Everyone knows. We can't fight against the coach, he is a famous villain. If we really go against him, no one can walk out of this arena alive. The jungler nodded and added, yeah, even if we leave the arena alive, can you guarantee he won't target our families? We're just toys and tools in his hands. Other than compromise, we have no other way to go. Gui turned a deaf ear and simply said to himself, I don't know what you all think, but I believe the greatest charm of the game lies in turning the tables when you're at a disadvantage. When I first started playing this game, I encountered a match where two of our players dropped. The remaining two teammates didn't want to play anymore, only I persisted. The hero I chose was Sword Saint. I desperately sought opportunities to level up and farm items. In the end, I was fully equipped and managed to turn the tables, killing 3 enemy heroes who were trying to gank me. My teammates were inspired by me and picked up their keyboards to focus back on the game. 40 minutes into the match, we won a crucial team fight 2-5. I single-handedly pushed up the lane toward the enemy's high ground. When I saw the enemy crystal explode, I was as excited as if I had hit a high. Turning the tables when at a disadvantage is simply more thrilling than anything else. Gui turned and left the break room, secretly glancing at his 4 teammates. They were staring blankly, not knowing what to say. Gui had tried many times, using threats and persuasion, appealing to emotion and reason, but in the end, his teammates always faltered at crucial moments, rarely offering help. Honestly, the coach's problem is not hard to solve. What's really challenging is how to get all of my teammates on my side, how to ignite their fighting spirit, and how to unite them against the coach. Gui returned to the restroom, sitting on the toilet with his mind blank. This time, I didn't want to think about any scoring issues. I wanted to take on this challenge in my own way, and it didn't matter if I couldn't get a high score or even pass. Since the exam is called pressure test, is the pressure of scoring also a part of the test? Footsteps sounded outside, and the coach barged into the restroom, roughly pulling open the stall door where Gui was. What are you doing in here? Taking a shit. We're about to compete, and you're taking a shit? Hey, I'm nervous. Humph, and this can cause you stress? Gui chuckled and slowly wiped and pulled up his pants. On the competition stage, both teams were ready. Other players were pretending to discuss strategies, while Gui lazily leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the computer screen. The coach walked behind Gui and gently patted his shoulder. Kid, what tricks are you playing? Like I said, I'm just nervous. In a bit, if I call your parents over, you won't be nervous anymore. Hee, coach, you're so caring. Gui turned and flashed a friendly smile. The coach froze for a moment. He vaguely felt like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. Seeing the coach silent, the other teammates were all on edge, fearing Gui would do something shocking. To their surprise, Gui sat up straight and focused seriously on adjusting the mouse settings, completely unbothered by everything around him. BP is over, both coaches please leave the room. The coach shot a fierce glare at the 5 players before leaving the soundproof room. As the game loaded, AD couldn't help but cover his microphone and looked at Gui. Bro, what are you planning to do? Nothing. I just feel like something's off with you. That's right, just don't do anything stupid. I don't care how you all do, I just want to act in my own way. The match officially began. The landing phase had just started when Gui's lane announced good news, scoring first blood. All 4 teammates looked at Gui in disbelief. AD almost dropped his mouse, because Gui had just killed the world-renowned strongest top laner. The coach, sitting below the stage, took a bite of a hot dog, only to quickly spit it out. Gui's operation and positioning were legendary. Even when Gui trained seriously, he had never made such plays. He looked like a prophet. Always able to anticipate others' skills and positioning, as well as possessing script-level operations and reactions. Damn it. After the coach left the stage, he hurried to the restroom to give his subordinate a call. Immediately bring Gu Yi's parents over. Don't care whether she's sick or not, just bring her here. After arranging everything, the coach rushed back to the arena. As soon as he arrived backstage, he heard a burst of cheers from outside. He felt an ominous sensation and quickly hid at the doorway to take a look. The audience was erupting in cheers. A pentakill voice announcement rang out in the game. The AD took a 1-for-5 trade, and Gu Yi's top laner secured 5 kills in a row, while the other 3 teammates were wandering in the jungle. The opposing 5-man team was all AFK, watching helplessly as Gu Yi single-handedly pushed down the base. At this moment, the game time had only just passed 20 minutes, the kill score was 18-3, with Gu Yi alone racking up 17 kills. Such a record could only be achieved if a king-level player faced off against bronze newbies. But this was on the World Championship stage. When did Gu Yi acquire such powerful abilities? Was it just the time it took to go to the restroom and make a phone call, and the game was already over? Chapter 142, Compromise, 6. Damn it, what the hell is this magical plot? The coach put down the phone, cursing under his breath. After the match, the team queued up to enter the restroom. The 4 players, including the captain, looked at Gu Yi with strange expressions, as if they were meeting her for the first time today. The coach had long been waiting in the restroom. He glanced at Gu Yi and sneered, "So, how does it feel to have everyone online calling you the god of E, one god carrying 4 legs?" Gu Yi plopped down on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. The coach was furious, took off his shoe, and threw it at Gu Yi. Left. Gu Yi slightly tilted her head, and the shoe indeed brushed past her left ear and flew by. The coach was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the other shoe and threw it again. Middle. Gu Yi lowered her head and once again dodged the coach's shoe. Your next line is, "You little bastard, if you have the ability, do it again in the next game." You little bastard, if you have the ability, do it again in the next game. The coach pointed at Gu Yi, his pupils shaken. Everyone looked at Gu Yi, then at the coach, unable to find words to say. Gu Yi stood up from the sofa, took a banana, and started eating it with great enjoyment. The coach approached Gu Yi. "I've already brought your..." Gu Yi cut him off. "I know you've brought my parents here, and I know you could easily kill my whole family without taking any responsibility. I know all of this, so no need to repeat it." The coach's expression was serious. He stood up straight and coldly said, "Kid, what exactly do you want to say?" Gu Yi did not answer directly but raised 3 fingers and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Gu Yi finished speaking, the coach's phone suddenly rang. "Open it up. If I'm not mistaken, someone wants to pay to recruit me to the team, right?" The coach was taken aback, almost unconsciously opening his phone. Indeed, someone wanted to pay to sign Gu Yi, and they were offering a price of 3 million right off the bat. This. Coach, give me a chance. As long as this evening passes, my market value can increase 20-fold. Even if all 4 of my teammates are daydreaming, I can still go godlike 1 against 5. How much can you earn betting on the side? 3 to 4 million, right? That money isn't clean, you'll have to find a way to wash it. But I can directly offer you a 6 million contract, and it's legal after-tax income. Which one is a loss? Which one is a gain? The coach's gaze clearly wavered. Gu Yi seized the opportunity, skillfully using psychological suggestion on the coach. It worked. The skill that had never succeeded before, finally succeeded. Finally, it played a role this time. Okay, it's a deal. The coach sneered coldly, but don't forget, I hold all your secrets in my hands. Gu Dashin, don't get too proud. If your value doesn't multiply 20 times tonight, your whole family will celebrate New Year's at the bottom of the Pacific. Thank you, coach. Gu Yi nodded slightly. The coach curled his lips and turned to leave the lounge. Teammates surrounded Gu Yi, their eyes filled with awe. How did you just do that? Can you foresee the future? How did you guess the coach's next words? How did you know someone wanted to buy you? All 4 teammates had come up from the gaming cafe team, facing a bumpy road to promotion, constantly pressured and lured by the coach, lacking any freedom. After all this time, no one had ever mentioned signing fees to them. Gu Yi was the first in their team to get a contract worth millions. It's nothing, everything is within my calculations. AD, sitting beside Gu Yi, asked seriously, how should we play in the upcoming match? Just play normally, like in ranked matches. You guys choose your strongest heroes, and I can carry the game by myself. Let's go, the match is about to start, time to hit the field. Gu Yi finished a banana in a few bites and tossed the peel into the trash can in the hallway. After multiple simulations, Gu Yi was completely capable of ending the battle in another 15 minutes. He had the foresight to tactically crush his opponents.
Now, his teammates had all begun to follow his commands, and the coach had been successfully brainwashed by him. At least for the next 10 minutes, Gui felt no fear of the coach turning against him, and he was confident his value would increase several times. However, Gui's plan was not just that. Getting a high value was merely a way to buy time. His ultimate goal was to find a way to get the corrupt coach locked up. According to previous simulations, it took the police 30 minutes to arrive after calling them. He only needed to dance as a hint in the last round, and the opponents would surely help call the police. One must say, the opponents had a much better sportsmanship than the coach. In Gui's multiple simulations, the opponents had never done anything to kick him when he was down. Every time he sought their help, they would assist him. The coach could buy the media and referees, but he could never buy the sportsmanship of the opponents or the professionalism of the police. The opponents and the police were the only trustworthy side in this exam. That was the only feasible method Gui found in several simulations. Unfortunately, Gui needed his last bit of mental strength to use psychological suggestion. He did not know if this approach would successfully help him score high, but he felt it was the best compromise he could think of. In the competition arena, the opponents indeed left 2 ban slots for Gui as previously anticipated. However, Gui chose an unconventional hero to play, igniting the excitement of all the spectators. At the start, Gui was ambushed by 3 opponents. Gui was already prepared, fiercely trading 1 for 3 under the tower, achieving a triple kill. 3 on 1 and you get killed? Do you even know how to play? Feed, feed, keep feeding. The audience cheered loudly, instantly shattering the opponent's mentality. Gui respawned back to the lane and immediately used a skill combo to send the opponent home. The opponents switched to the bottom lane, but unexpectedly, Gui TP'd in for a timely rescue, commanding the jungler to come down and helping his AD secure a triple kill. At this point, only 10 minutes had passed in the match, and the kill count was already 6-1. Gui had no intention of stalling for time, completely denying the opponents any chance to develop as he commanded his teammates to aggressively dive the tower. The game is pushed at high speed. His entire operation process is no different from playing a machine. Yet another new record is born. 15 minutes and 57 seconds. The shortest match time in the world competition, Gui's team took the match with lightning speed. The coach couldn't help but smile. He took out his phone and found that 3 more club agents had contacted him. 5 million. 7 million. 10 million. The prices they offered were getting higher and higher, causing the coach to temporarily forget about the betting outside. Could it really work? Chapter 143, Compromise, 7. The coach's thoughts gradually calmed down. He felt he could eat Gui for a lifetime. He had always held the evidence of Gui's match fixing in his hands. If he sold Gui in a single sweep, wouldn't that be giving away a golden goose? He mustn't let go until he has squeezed Gui's resources dry. Thinking of this, the coach suddenly felt relieved. He truly hoped Gui could perform another game with 20 shots, as that would definitely solidify Gui's status as a top player. Boss. What? The coach turned around and saw that his subordinates had brought Gui's parents over. The 2 looked timid, trembling and unable to speak. The coach sneered and pointed to the audience, saying, "Since you're here, take good care of them and have them rest in the audience. Make sure to watch over them well." Yes. The third match was the match point for Gui's team. Gui already knew all the tactical distribution and movements of the opposing team, down to how many minions the opponents intended to kill, allowing him to make tactical plans in advance. Now, his teammates were completely ignited with passion, all fully focused. The camera focused on Gui's hero. He was dancing non-stop in the lane, seemingly mocking his opponent. Hee, why is the top laner starting to dance? What do you know? This is psychological warfare. The commentator didn't catch Gui's intention, but the opposing top laner understood what Gui meant. He put down his mouse and glanced at Gui. Gui also glanced at the opponent. With a thought, he immediately used psychological suggestion on the opposing top laner. The opponent released the mouse, and Gui also put down his mouse. What's wrong with you? Gui is asking for help. Help? Haven't you heard about this? Gui's team is accused of match fixing. Damn it, how could match fixing make us play like this? In the last match, he beat you so badly you didn't dare to leave the tower. That's what makes it the most dangerous, the top laner said excitedly. They must be threatened to throw matches, but Gui's team refuses, so they showed 120% of their ability instead. Is that really possible? Gui has been dancing, it's an SOS signal. He's asking us for help. It seems to be true. Immediately pause the match, we need to call the police. The top laner pressed the pause button and rushed into the rest area without looking back. After the match was paused, it resumed. This time, Gui was still targeted by the opposing team. However, Gui did not choose to stall like last time while waiting for the police to arrive. He needed to end the match quickly to execute his plan.
His teammates looked at Gui in disbelief.
His parents were sitting in the audience, and the coach's henchmen stood beside them. Anyone under such pressure would have their mindset explode and their play deteriorate. Yet, Gui acted as if he felt no pressure at all, performing miraculous multi-kills with barely any health left. Gui glanced at the time. In 10 minutes, the police would arrive. There's no time left, push hard. Be stable, let's get a dragon first. Trust me. Gui's eyes lit up, go straight in, I can kill 4. Let's go. With Gui's command, the whole team surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, diving into a tower dive to eliminate the enemies, 4 for 1. The opponents let go of their keyboards, eyes wide open, watching Gui's teammates rush up the high ground and demolish their base. Another 20-minute crushing game. Like a demon descending from the sky, truly a god of misfortune, this Gui.
Awesome.
The commentator was overly excited, nearly losing his voice. The audience cheered and celebrated, with even a female fan throwing her shirt onto the stage. Teammates stood up in excitement, hugging and cheering.
But Gui's gaze never left the audience below. At this moment, the coach was also swept up in the energetic atmosphere, glancing at his phone.
He had lost 4 million on the outside bet. However, other clubs had already offered 20 million to acquire Gui. Seeing this, the coach was even more unwilling to let Gui go. This kid was simply a huge money tree. Damn, I really didn't expect esports could be this profitable. I've truly been narrow-minded. The coach cursed as he turned off his phone, preparing to head to the stage to accept the award with the team. Little did he know, at that moment, one of his subordinates called him.
Boss, the police have arrived.
What? We're doing our best to delay them.
No problem, let them come. The coach sneered, haven't I done nothing?
Understood.
The coach left the backstage, preparing to go on stage to collect the award.
He glanced at the stage and found Gui was not there. An ominous feeling surged in his heart. He hurried to his private rest area and found Gui standing by his computer, holding a USB drive.
What are you doing?
The coach kept his hands behind him, coldly staring at Gui.
Gui raised the USB drive in his hand, smiling as he said, this USB contains all your criminal records, remember to delete the chat history next time you chat online.
The coach slowly walked towards Gui.
Gui walked towards the window holding the USB drive. You better not come any closer, the police could arrive at any moment.
Humph, you're clearly trying to trick me. The coach reached the desk, touching the computer. The computer is still cold, you haven't even turned it on, how did you gather evidence?
Gathering evidence on you doesn't need the computer to be on.
I forgot to tell you, I'm not just an esports player, I'm also a hacker. While you were just on the phone with your subordinate, I collected all the evidence.
Impossible.
The coach's eyes flickered. He was confident that his security measures were flawless, and his criminal evidence could never be so easily obtained by Gui.
Don't be too quick to deny it, boss. Gui said with a smile, these pieces of evidence will be sent to the police in 1 minute. As long as you spare me and my family, I'll destroy this evidence and I can continue to help you and your team.
The coach's eyes began to blaze with fury.
You brat, do you think I would believe your nonsense? Gui continued on his own, raising 3 fingers, 3, 2, 1.
As soon as he finished speaking, the coach's phone rang. He felt a chill run through him. Last time, Gui had tricked him into thinking he would receive a text. During the game, Gui always seemed to outsmart the opponents. That almost prophetic behavior couldn't just be explained as exceptional awareness, he was like he had a wall hack. What was this kid's deal? Was he truly so strategic?
Aren't you going to check your phone?
The coach instinctively pulled out his phone from his pocket. It displayed an unfamiliar call. If I were you, I wouldn't answer because that call is from the police.
Gui said with a smile, you still have time to run. Stop messing around.
The coach, filled with suspicion, dared not answer the call. He pulled a dagger from behind him. He looked at Gui with a fierce appearance but a weak heart. Gui grinned, and he saw panic and shock in the coach's eyes. Using his skills at this moment would definitely work. He counted down 3 numbers in his mind and immediately used his skills on the coach. Come on, if you dare, kill me.
Gui completely ignited the coach's killing intent. He rushed at Gui with a dagger in hand. Left. Right. Middle.
Gui could always predict the coach's attack route in advance, which made the coach even angrier.
Die. The coach reversed the dagger and stabbed toward Gui's head. Chapter 144 Compromise, 8. Gui crossed his hands and placed them on his head, successfully blocking the coach's dagger. The coach widened his eyes and took a closer look. What Gui held was not a USB drive.
That was clearly a silver lighter.
Your next line is you little brat, you are indeed playing me. You little brat, you are indeed playing me. Hee hee, so what if I am playing you? Gui grinned, fool, look outside.
The The coach raised his head and locked eyes with the police outside the window. The police did not expect the coach to dare to commit a crime in front of them. They immediately drew their guns and aimed at the coach. "Don't move!" Bang bang! The police pulled the trigger without hesitation. The coach had long covered his head and fell to the ground, scrambling out of the break room. Gooey quickly chased after him, shouting at the coach, "You bastard, you can't escape! Go to hell!" While running, the coach picked up a garbage bin by the road and threw it at Gooey. Seeing this, Gooey dodged to the side. The coach suddenly felt his foot slip and fell to the ground with a crash. He cried out in pain as his ankle swelled up. "Why?" The coach squinted and looked forward, only to see a banana peel by his feet. If he remembered correctly, before the match, Gooey had eaten a banana and casually threw the peel in the garbage bin. The coach's right hand trembled as he pointed at Gooey. You monster, did you calculate this too?" Gooey was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he did not understand what the coach was saying. However, this did not stop him from continuing to provoke the coach. "Of course, everything is within my calculations." "Ah!" the coach yelled, scrambling to get up, supporting himself against the wall to walk outside. Unfortunately, his foot was already sprained, and he couldn't run fast at all. At this moment, the police finally jumped through the window and rushed in, overwhelming the coach and pinning him to the ground. "Don't move! Raise your hands!" Clang! During the struggle, the coach's phone fell out of his pocket. Beep beep beep. The phone rang loudly. The police glanced at the incoming call, and there was no name displayed. "Who is this phone from?" The police held the phone in front of the coach. The coach cursed silently because it was the strange call he received earlier. "I don't know." "Pick it up." The police pulled the coach up from the ground. "Don't play tricks, we are all listening." "I understand." The coach smiled bitterly and shook his head, following the police's instructions to answer the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang?" "Yes. I am from PA Insurance. Your car insurance is about to expire." "I have already purchased insurance." The coach instinctively hung up the phone. The two police officers stared intently at the coach, their expressions unfriendly. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? This is a sales call for insurance." "You have a problem." "Very problem. This must be a code you discussed with your accomplices, right?" "Crap, don't overinterpret. Come with us." "Damn." The coach cursed loudly as he was led away by two police officers, one on each side, out of the corridor. Huff. Gooey let out a long breath. Leaning against the wall, he took out a pen from his pocket, but the ink had already run out. "The exam time is over." The supervisor's voice rang in his ears. "Was this also in your calculations?" Rationality, 7 points, sensibility, 7 points. A total of 14 points. Except for the coach, no one was injured. Gooey's consciousness returned to his body. He sat in his seat, looking at the densely packed answers on the exam paper, lost in thought. The Dark Moon Circus. Gooey once again scored high, and all the agents cheered with joy, almost wanting to lift the top of the tent. As expected, Gooey is amazing. Dark Moon said with a smile. He seems to be getting more skilled. Look, the other contestants chose to compromise. Even that unruly Chris bowed under the pressure, yet he managed to find a glimmer of hope. Yes, I didn't expect Gooey to be this impressive. Chu Kongping said this, but deep down, he always felt something was off. The whole scenario spoke of compromise, sacrifice, and the ugliness of humanity, yet Gooey stubbornly refused to compromise, always thinking about achieving a win-win situation in the exam. In the first exam, the outcome was death. In the second exam, the outcome was a death sentence. In the third exam, the result seemed perfect, but the final score was only 14 points, just 2 points higher than the compromise result. I think the reason for not getting a high score is that he failed to successfully expose the coach's crimes, right? Yes, and the end of the exam was somewhat abrupt. The parent's final outcome was also not revealed. He used up all his ink and had no chance to continue the exam. Logically, the parents should have a good ending. They became champions, and the prize money is enough to cover the surgery costs. The problem is, although the coach was arrested by the police, it was only for attempted murder, right? He has evidence of being involved in organized crime, gambling, and extorting players, but Gooey never obtained it. He was just bluffing against the coach. The agents were debating fiercely, but Chu Kongping shook his head, denying everyone's guesses. You are all wrong. The only reason Gooey did not score high is that in this exam, he did not choose death. The teacher collected the exam papers, asking all the examinees to wait in the lounge for a while. Gooey sat in his seat, deep in thought. In a certain simulation, he chose to expose the coach's criminal evidence by committing suicide, and the final score was the same as now, also 14 points. What a sarcastic scoring standard this is.
He guessed that if he followed his previous method, using death to prove himself and arranging his family, collecting evidence of the coach's crimes before dying, perhaps the score would increase by 2 to 4 points. Ha, so if you want a high score and want to achieve it all, you can only die? That's right, you're correct. Chen Zheyu, sitting next to Gui, smiled at him. I heard you scored 14 points this time? I scored 16 points. How did you do that? Just like you said, death was the answer. I found the coach's company address, jumped from their building, and left crucial evidence before I died, which got me a high score. By the way, this was also inspired by you. Hey, you're really impressive. Why did you only get 14 points this time? I thought your abilities should score higher than mine. Gui smiled and did not answer. Chen Zheyu directly confirmed his suspicion. The most dangerous aspect of this scenario was subtly making one believe a fallacy: suicide could solve everything, sacrificing oneself could achieve a win-win situation. But Gui instinctively felt that all of this was a trap, and if he followed the scenario's logic, he would surely be unable to achieve a perfect finish. Chapter 145, The Secret of Area B, 1. Gui. The invigilating teacher called out Gui's name. Gui went to the office and received a new dream fragment, and the system prompt arrived as expected. Your plot exploration degree has increased. Current plot exploration degree, 53%. After receiving the reward, Gui followed his roommates back to the dormitory. He lay on the bed for a while, recovering his mental energy. When night fell, the library opened, and most of the roommates left the dormitory. Gui took this opportunity to go to the bathroom and prepared a bottle of potion. With 2 bottles of potions in hand, Gui successfully reached the rooftop of the dormitory, retrieved the wine from the wreckage of the spaceship, and safely returned to the dormitory. He hid the wine in his arms, went to the library, found a spot, placed a book on the table to act casual, closed his eyes, and began to deduce. Deduction begins. You arrive at the entrance of Area B. The administrator sees you and steps forward to stop you. You pull out the wine from your arms, and the other person's eyes widen at the sight of the bottle. Administrator, how do you have this? You, oh, it's nothing. I admire you very much, so I bought a bottle of wine. Administrator, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You just want to get me drunk and sneak into Area B to steal something, right? Dream on, I won't let you in, now get lost. You are startled and leave reluctantly, turning away. The administrator quickly approaches and holds you back. Administrator, you can leave, but leave the wine with me. This is crucial evidence of your bribery, and I can't let you take it. You hand the wine over to the administrator. You hide in the dark and secretly observe. The administrator bites open the bottle cap and gulps down 2 big swigs. His face turns red and he leans against the door, snoring. You walk over and punch and kick the administrator, but he has no reaction. You search the administrator and finally find the key to the entrance of Area B. You successfully open the door to Area B. You enter Area B and light the lighter. The chaotic space in front of you turns into a clear path. You carefully browse through every bookshelf in front of you, filled with the technologies and theoretical knowledge of strange civilizations, taking note of everything. You leave the library area and continue to explore. This is the exhibition area. You see the surviving artworks of various civilizations, all witnesses to extinct civilizations. You try to move those artifacts, but your strength is far from enough. You continue to explore further. The space ahead becomes even more chaotic, and you need to keep using the lighter to tell the direction. Here is a new collection of books. They are still history books, but with a different focus. This part mainly introduces how morticians helped save extinct civilizations. Morticians collaborated with travelers to place the last survivors of extinct civilizations on the travelers' territory, while the morticians were responsible for preserving the ash of civilization, the history and cultural heritage of extinct civilizations. It mentions that morticians also helped those civilizations resist the apocalypse, but ultimately all efforts ended in failure, yet morticians never lose hope. You discover an interesting issue. Morticians rarely mention their own history, and if they need to in books, they always refer to themselves as the author. So far, you still cannot learn what race morticians belong to, what planet they come from, or what powers and technologies they possess. You continue to explore for a while. You find the highest bookshelf in Area B. You climb to the top of the bookshelf using your hands and feet and find the 4th handwritten note in the center at the top. Never compromise. You peel off the note and find a hidden compartment underneath. You take out a copper key from there. You continue to explore Area B. After wandering for a whole half hour, you finally find a large door with a heavy lock hanging on it. You use the copper key in your hand to open the door. You step through the door. Before you, everything is void. You terminate the deduction. Gui opens his eyes, thinks for a moment, and begins to write down everything he saw in Area B.
For safety's sake, he imposed a psychological suggestion on himself, boosting his resistance to mental attacks, and then swaggered towards the gate of Area B. The Dark Moon Circus. In the live broadcast, Gooey was sitting there, holding a book, writing and drawing. Seeing this, the agents quickly turned on the equipment to analyze the text above. And you squinted and laughed, saying, "Team leader, watching Gooey write is just too boring, why don't we change the livestream room?"
It's fine, we can play split screen.
And you stood on the chair, tiptoed, and slid her finger. Gooey's split screen appeared in the upper right corner, and suddenly dozens of split screens appeared on the big screen. At this moment, only a dozen adventurers remained, their spirits showing signs of collapse. Some pulled out all their hair. Some broke their fingers to dip in ketchup for food. Others pressed their heads into toilet water and drowned themselves. The only ones still holding onto their sanity were Gooey and Chris. Now, Chris was sitting in the library. Unlike Gooey, he didn't use dream fragments to concoct potions, but imitated a classmate and swallowed the dream fragments.
What's the use of eating this?
Chu Kongping turned to Yu, asking about the dream fragments that had appeared in the strange world for the first time. No one knew their purpose. Gooey had always used them to make potions, so the strategy team had not been able to analyze the specific effects of the dream fragments. And Yu nodded and smiled, saying, "This is a special resource, swallowing it can enhance inspiration and void resistance. Gooey is on the path of mental strength enhancement, so eating this shouldn't have much effect. Chris is on the path of inspiration enhancement, so he would choose to swallow the dream fragments."
I see.
Chris shivered while sitting on the chair, as if he had successfully digested the dream fragments, and walked straight to the gate of Area B, waving his hand to summon 20 evil spirits. The administrator turned his head, looking at Chris in horror.
Surprise! Chris laughed loudly 3 times, and the 20 evil spirits surged forward.
The administrator was so scared he lost control and kicked open the gate to Area B to escape inside. Chris closed his eyes, manipulating the evil spirits to chase down the administrator. This guy was running way too fast, but he was no match for the evil spirit minions. Besides running away, he had no means to fight back.
Chapter 146, The Secret of Area B, 2.
At first, Chris's evil spirits could only harm ordinary people, but now they can damage slightly stronger NPCs.
This administrator isn't really that strong, an S-level power talent can handle him. But he sure can run.
In the midst of the barrage of comments, Chris entered the chaotic space of Area B. He casually picked up a book, flipped through it twice, and lost interest for good.
It's all just headache-inducing text. Without that broken dictionary, I can't understand anything.
Chris didn't have the powerful mental strength that Gooey had, so even with the dictionary, he couldn't smoothly interpret the text. He picked up the map in his hands and, without any guiding props, successfully found the tallest bookshelf. Chris climbed to the top of the bookshelf, took a glance at the handwritten note, tore it into pieces, and threw it down, retrieving a hidden copper key.
Done.
Chris jumped down from the bookshelf, successfully finding the hidden door in Area B. He inserted the key into the lock, but suddenly felt a chill all over.
An inexplicable fear made him hesitate to turn the key. Gulp.
Chris swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and activated his spirit vision. The towering stone door in front of him radiated a bloody red light. He let out a yell and hurriedly dropped the key in his hand.
Red means a danger that could easily kill him. Damn, so much red? I'm outta here. Chris took off running. The audience looked bewildered, the screen filled with question mark. Team leader, why did this kid run away?
It seems the source of inspiration warned him, Chu Kongping said. There seems to be something incredible behind that door.
ZZZZ.
The administrator leaned against the wall, snoring thunderously, with the half-empty bottle of wine at his feet. Really just bad at it and loves to play, drinks a couple sips and gets drunk. Gooey squatted beside the administrator, pulled out the key to Area B from his arms, and swaggered into Area B. With the help of the lighter, Gooey found the highest bookshelf in a blink of an eye, climbed to the top, found the handwritten note, and discovered the brass key in a hidden compartment. Gooey jumped down from the bookshelf, rolled 3 times on the ground, and looked up to find himself in front of the huge stone door.
Click.
The key went into the lock, turning gently. The door lock clicked open, and with a light push, the stone door automatically swung open.
A dazzling white light shone, blinding Gooey's eyes.
Gooey raised his hands to shield his eyes. Countless chaotic murmurs filled his mind. He quickly used self-hypnosis, relying on his strong will to withstand this wave of mental attack.
Countless dark hands flew towards Gooey, his eyes reddened, biting his lip hard to stay awake. Get away.
Gooey kept retreating, but the stone door in front of him flew towards him, drawing him into the endless white light. Light and darkness kept alternating. The black hands instantly wrapped around Gooey's whole body. Those black hands fed on Gooey's mental energy, and in no time, half of it was gone.
Smack. Gooey ignited the lighter.
Behind the stone door was also a chaotic space. He quickly found a route with the fewest black hands and desperately ran through.
He kept rolling on the ground, shaking off the ghostly hands, and by the time he finally reached his destination, his clothes were tattered, and his mental energy was down to single digits. Get away! Gooey yanked the last black hand off his shoulder, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it hard to turn it into dust. Roar! From the darkness behind, an array of chilling roars echoed. Although there was light in front, Gooey could not see the path ahead. The lighter flickered weakly until it suddenly went out. Suddenly, everything went dark, and a piercing whistling sound filled Gooey's ears. He felt a chill in his heart and instinctively began to run backwards. Boom! A huge bookshelf fell abruptly behind Gooey, and the light restored once more. Gooey ran around the bookshelf for a full 10 minutes. Each book on the shelf weighed 20 kilograms, and it took all his effort to take one out to check. The book was blank, nothing inside. Strange. Gooey wanted to sit down and regain some mental energy, but he heard the black ghostly hands outside starting to stir once again. He had no time to waste, he had to find the secret of this bookshelf. Gooey closed his eyes to think, remembering that there were 3 spots on the bookshelf where there were no books when he was running around it. Those clear gaps were clearly the key to breaking the situation. The reason he could successfully arrive here was all thanks to the guidance of the handwritten notes. Every time he found a key clue, he would also find a handwritten note. Gooey made a bold hypothesis. The mortician represents the factions of resistance, freedom, and emotion, while the school represents the factions of surrender, death, and rationality. Obviously, the forbidden area here is also under the influence of the morticians. So, among these 4 notes, only 3 should be placed into those gaps. The first note is the most special, it is the one hidden in the pencil case from the start and the easiest to find. The remaining 3 notes require some effort to obtain. So, these 3 notes should be placed into the gap. But what should be the order of insertion? Right, it's alphabetical order. Gooey suddenly realized. This is a library, organizing books in alphabetical order is their rule. Gooey hurriedly took out the 3 notes and placed them into the gap according to alphabetical order. After placing the first note into the gap, it immediately radiated golden light and transformed into a thick book, which indicated that Gooey's reasoning was correct. The dark hands around him started to stir again. They finally found Gooey's position and surged towards him. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Gooey's forehead as he placed the last handwritten note into the gap. It's over! Gooey shouted excitedly. The surrounding time and space came to a halt, and those howling dark hands instantly vanished into thin air. Boom! Boom! The bookshelf beneath him vibrated violently, and Gooey quickly ran to the edge to escape. The bookshelf stood up by itself, and Gooey gasped as he slid down the inclined bookshelf to the ground like a slide. Damn, my butt is so sore. Gooey rubbed his burning bottom and turned to look at the enormous bookshelf. Gradually, Gooey noticed something unusual. He stepped back while staring at the giant bookshelf in front of him. It turns out that all the illustrations on the spines of the books were connected, forming a gigantic pattern that resembled some kind of profound magical circle. At the very bottom of the bookshelf, there were a series of alien characters. Continue on, brave adventurer. Gooey's gaze swiftly fell down, and he realized there was a small door, tall enough for a person, at the bottom of the bookshelf. Chapter 147, The Secret of Area B, 3. Gooey jogged his way to the door and turned the doorknob. What lay ahead was a small room, 3 meters square, with a glass display case in the center containing a dark black sphere. Gooey touched the glass case. The glass shattered instantly. What is this thing? Gooey reached out and touched the black sphere. Suddenly, his mind went blank, as if he entered deep meditation. When he regained his thoughts, he found himself in the dormitory. What happened? I remember. I seem to have obtained something in Area B? Gooey frowned, looking at his right hand. A circle of black runes appeared in his palm, identical to the mysterious magical circle on the bookshelf. However, when Gooey focused his consciousness on his palm, the runes immediately vanished. What the hell is this? Gooey frowned tightly. After all that effort and risking his life, he didn't gain any plot items, only a strange tattoo, and he didn't even know how to use it. This made him feel utterly powerless, like punching a wall of cotton. Gooey felt drained of energy. He leaned against the wall as he returned to his dormitory, and as soon as he touched the pillow, he fell asleep. What was that just now? Why did the live stream suddenly cut off? Huh? Why is Gooey back in the dorm sleeping again? What did we miss? The audience was confused, discussing the situation in the comments. Gooey, like Chris, reached the giant stone door of Area B, resolutely walked in, but as he stepped through the stone door, the live stream screen instantly went black. The black screen didn't last long, maybe just 2 or 3 minutes. When the live stream picture returned, Gooey was already lying in the dormitory bed, snoring loudly. Chu Kongping was puzzled. What is this situation? Instant teleportation? Dark Moon said nothing. He glanced at his watch, yawned, and said, "It's time, we should go to sleep." Ha! Chu Kongping turned to Dark Moon.
But he found himself standing like a horse, asleep, with snores increasingly loud. The other audience members of the Dark Moon Circus also entered their respective tents. No one lingered outside anymore. A few clowns gathered behind Chu Kongping and the others, making gestures of invitation. There are many strange rules in the Dark Moon Circus, and the strategy group didn't dare to violate them. After all, they were using the power of the Dark Moon leader to escape pursuit. They lined up to leave the screening room and return to the base. In the mysterious world. The next day, Gui woke up from bed, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was confronted with an onslaught of abusive comments. A few days ago, the abusive comments had gradually decreased, to the point where Gui could largely ignore them, but who would have thought that upon starting his day today, he would see so many filthy things? Did something happen in the real world? Gui frowned, but quickly decided not to dwell on it. The real world was beyond his control, and now the only thing he could do was to think of a way to safely pass the game as soon as possible. After washing up, replenishing his new water pen, and having breakfast, Gui was the first to quietly wait on the first floor of the dormitory. He leaned against the vending machine, staring blankly at the palm of his right hand. That thing from yesterday must have some special function, he just hadn't figured out how yet. Even more troubling to Gui was that the black ball in Area B was hidden so deep, and the way to obtain it was so difficult. Why didn't the system give any hint? What are you daydreaming about? Chen Ziyu stood next to Gui, his face expressionless, still feeling guilty about abandoning your family? You don't need to worry about it. The first 3 subjects are just warm-ups, the last 2 subjects are the hardest subjects in Watanabe High School. You better not get eliminated. After all, you are my only friend who shares a common language. Common language? Humph, Gui sneered, I really don't want to have anything to do with you. Ding-a-ling. The dormitory manager appeared in front of everyone again. She took out the registration form and counted the names of 20 students. Students whose names I just called, step forward. The 20 students turned pale and stood up. Gui glanced over and saw the tall, strong brother among them. You 20, currently your exam scores are the lowest. You will be expelled from Watanabe High School. Now you can go to the guidance office to collect your academic certificates. The 20 looked at each other, not only showing sadness but instead happily ran out. For them, as long as they weren't expelled, even being dropped out felt worth it. The dormitory manager looked at the remaining students and continued, the next 2 days are the final 2 subjects of our exam. Everyone standing here is already incredible. Come, as per the old rule, one by one. Chen Ziyu glanced at Gui and was the first to step up to the dormitory manager. I choose to abandon my mother. Very good, go inside. Chen Ziyu nodded and walked towards the examination room. Stick your head out for a knife, pull your head back also for a knife. Gui mustered his courage and was the second to walk up to the dormitory manager. Who do you choose to abandon? My mother. Very wise choice. The dormitory manager coldly replied, your mother will be pleased with you. Gui bit his lip, using psychological suggestion on himself, trying to calm his excited emotions, but no matter how hard he tried, tears still streamed down. Group leader. Brother Ajian, I can only rely on you all now. The Lighthouse Nation was in chaos. The former group leader Anderson had just turned to stone, and a wave of armed protests erupted in the country, demanding freedom of speech and the cessation of barrage reviews. The government was in a mess, even the usually untroubled president turned gray overnight. Sai, how is Anderson doing? He has been declared dead. The new group leader Roger said. Mr. President, I suggest you take refuge in our base. Professor Scranton believes you are likely to be Chris's next target of abandonment. Damn it! The president cursed loudly, dropped his pen, and followed group leader Roger to the base. He lay down in the stable anchor that resembled a coffin and fell into a deep sleep. The members of the strategy group stared intently at the screen, as Chris stood before the dormitory manager. Kid, it's your turn now. Who do you want to give up? The president of the Lighthouse country. He has no direct relation to you. TSK, in a way, he is my savior. If he hadn't signed the amendment order, I might not just face 10 or 20 years for my drunk murder, I could be locked away for 100 years. So, I must thank him. It seems there is indeed some connection, you passed. Chris turned and walked towards the teaching building. Suddenly, various bizarre events occurred at the strategy group base in the Lighthouse country, with countless strange creatures appearing out of nowhere and launching fierce attacks against them. Mr. President lay sleeping in the Scranton stable anchor, completely unaware of the danger outside. Chapter 148, Your Freedom, 1. The Dark Moon Circus. Early in the morning, all the residents of the circus gathered in front of the live broadcast screen. The Dark Moon specifically gave all staff a day off to enjoy Gui's wonderful performance together. When Gui announced he would give up his mother, the purple moon in the sky trembled just a bit. Chu Kongping quickly stood up from his seat and glanced nervously at the direction of the base. Don't worry, leader. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Dark Moon carried a small stool and walked over to Chu Kongping, stepping on the stool to climb the steps with great effort before finally sitting in the audience. Chu Kongping pointed at the moon in the sky and said, "Leader, the moon up there is swaying."
"It's fine, as long as it doesn't fall down, it's okay." Boom.
Just as Dark Moon finished speaking, the moon shattered into 8 pieces and fell. The circus lost its only source of light, and the audience screamed in terror. Dark Moon took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it hard.
Beep. When the audience heard the whistle, they finally calmed down.
"It's just the moon that broke, there's no need to be afraid." Dark Moon said, "The host wants to kill on my turf, it's not that simple.
Don't forget, the rules of this world are set by me."
As Dark Moon spoke, he took off his hat. He pulled out a canvas and paintbrush from his hat, waved it casually, and painted a new moon. The moon flew out of the canvas and hung in the sky. But it still trembled continuously in the air, looking like it could shatter at any moment.
What's going on?"
Chu Kongping's heart raced, and in his spiritual vision, the entire sky turned red.
"Don't worry, my friend."
Dark Moon patted Chu Kongping's shoulder.
"Since I dared to take you in, I have full confidence to keep you safe.
Within 3 days, there will be no casualties."
Thank you."
"You're welcome, just keep watching the live broadcast." Dark Moon leaned back in his chair, smiling happily.
In a bizarre world.
Gui sat in the examination room, received the exam paper, and sank his consciousness into it, once again arriving in a strange place. This was a prison cell. The air was filled with the smell of mold and sweat, and the walls were mottled. In a room of less than 50 square meters, there were 2 rows of large bunk beds, with at least 20 men lying shoulder to shoulder.
The invigilator's voice came through. "The final examination begins. Subject 4, the Freedom Exam. Exam requirements. 1. Please use a black ink pen or fountain pen to answer. If you cannot write with an ink pen or fountain pen, please use blood. 2. Once the answers are determined, they cannot be changed. Please answer carefully. 3. This exam will take place in a dream simulation mode.
The exam lasts for 24 hours, and the flow of time does not sync with reality. Please allocate your time wisely.
Everything that happens in your dream will not affect reality.
4. Candidates need to gain their own freedom during the exam.
The grading teacher will decide your final score based on your performance during the exam.
Every decision you make, every word you say may serve as the basis for your score. 5. The maximum score for this exam is emotion, 10 points, reason, 10 points. If the total score exceeds 12 points, the candidate will receive a piece of dream fragment as a reward. The exam officially begins when the candidate says start.
Gui did not hesitate. Start. Time began to flow.
Gui heard a series of neat footsteps approaching, and he immediately closed his eyes. The deduction begins. You sat up from the bed, and the other inmates beside you also sat up. You checked the clothes on your body, the material seemed to be cheap synthetic fiber, very uncomfortable to wear. You reached into your pockets, and they were empty, you couldn't even find a pen necessary for the exam. You raised your arm and noticed a tattoo on your forearm.
You recognized it as an alien script, meaning slave.
The footsteps got closer. You all looked towards the outside of the bars, a group of guards was blocking the door. These guards had horns and were much bigger than you, clearly not of your kind. Guard, it's time for work, get out of bed and squat with your hands on your head.
You complied.
The guard opened the cell door and came in, putting handcuffs and leg irons on all of you.
Guard, let's go. You lined up and followed the guards to a quarry.
You received your tools and began to break rocks and move stones, while the guard with a whip monitored you. You worked while thinking. Based on the tattoo on your hand, you knew you were not a prisoner but a slave. This place was not a prison but the estate of a slave owner. You wore handcuffs and leg irons, making it hard to move.
You decided to test the guard's physical condition first.
You used psychological suggestion on yourself to unleash your potential. You dropped the heavy hammer in your hand and ran towards the edge of the quarry. The guards all followed you. A guard raised his club and struck you on the back. You turned around, and instead of fighting, you used the iron chain to choke the guard's neck. The guard couldn't break free. Other guards rushed in and tied you up tightly. The guard's physical condition was comparable to yours. After using psychological suggestion on yourself, you could easily fend them off, but you couldn't fight more than 2 guards barehanded.
You were locked in the isolation cell.
The isolation cell was dark, narrow, and damp, with no place to escape. You stepped back a few paces and charged violently into the large iron door.
Your head was split and bleeding. You died.
You opened your eyes again, finding yourself turned into a ghost, still in the isolation cell, with the shackles still on you.
Isolation is over.
The guards were surprised to see you become a ghost, pulling you out of the isolation cell and sending you to another work site. You became a ghost and still could not gain freedom.
You worked day and night until the exam time ended.
You heard the voice of the exam proctor.
Proctor, live or die, it's not up to you. Reason, 5 points, emotion, 5 points. You terminated the deduction. You actually received a failing score, not even scoring 10 points.
In previous exams, as long as you died thoroughly and correctly, you could generally get a high score. It could even be said that simply dying guaranteed you a minimum of 10 points. But in the freedom exam, even death couldn't grant you freedom, and the score was still low.
This clearly promoted a certain ideology. Freedom is something you can never obtain, even in death.
You are forever a slave of this bizarre world.
Chapter 149. Your freedom belongs to you, too. Gene Xin once said.
The host absorbs strange energy through a bizarre world. The more adventurers die in the bizarre world he manages, the stronger his strange power becomes. Adventurers are like slaves in the bizarre world. They risk their lives in adventures, filming shows that the director likes. When adventurers die in the show, they become nourishment for the host and the director. The bizarre world acts like a pest in the universe, consuming this world before heading to the next parallel world. No level is a guaranteed death. This is the fundamental rule of the bizarre world, and this time is no exception.
Gooey comforts himself and uses his skill again.
The deduction begins. The jailers put handcuffs and leg irons on you, leading you to the quarry. You work peacefully while carefully observing the environment here. There is a circle of fence around the quarry, and outside the fence is a void.
With your current physical condition, staying in the void for 1 second would turn you to ash.
You have long memorized the potion recipe for void walking. Perhaps you can concoct the potion here to escape the void. You finish your work. The jailers take you to the canteen. You are chained by the neck, sitting in front of a pig trough to eat. The food is a mix of leftover scraps, some even spoiled. You cannot swallow. The jailers forcibly press your head into the trough.
You almost choke to death. After lunch, you are taken back to the quarry.
Suddenly, another slave collapses on the ground.
The jailer doesn't even look and says this slave has died. You happen to be closest to the dead person, and you are asked to carry the body to the trash bin.
You are released from handcuffs, and with another slave, you lift the body, following the jailer.
The so-called trash bin is actually a crematorium.
You throw the body into the furnace, and before long, the dead person's soul floats out of the chimney, captured by another slave with a fork. Taking advantage of the jailer's work, you give yourself a psychological suggestion.
You cover the jailer's neck and twist it off with all your might.
You find that you have unconsciously learned the art of killing. You speculate that during your last exam, you played a soldier, and in multiple deductions, you remembered these skills through your body.
You do not have time to think. Your slave partner sees you kill the jailer and starts screaming.
You can't care too much. You feel around the jailer's body and find the key, unlocking your leg chains.
More jailers run over.
You run around like a headless fly, but thanks to your excellent physical condition, you escape the jailer's pursuit. The effect of the psychological suggestion ends, and you are pinned to the ground by the arriving jailers. However, through this action, you have grasped the basic layout of the entire prison.
You are stuffed into the trash bin, transformed into a ghost.
You are locked with 7 or 8 locks, completely losing your freedom.
Your exam time has ended.
A voice of the invigilator whispers in your ear.
Invigilator, reckless behavior, emotion, 4 points, reason, 3 points.
You stop the deduction.
Gooey remains silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, his score is getting lower? The jailers come over and pull Gooey and others to work in the quarry.
Nothing special happens along the way. Forcibly escaping while working will definitely lead to a bad outcome in the end. Gooey does not dare to deduce while working. Standing still for even a second means getting whipped by the supervisor. At that moment, a slave slips, and the stones on his shoulder spill everywhere. The jailer curses at him, and the slave instinctively retorts to the supervisor.
I didn't do it on purpose. Oh? You dare to talk back? You are not intentional, so am I intentional?
Gooey saw this and secretly used psychological suggestion on the slave, making him more impulsive. However, the slave was scared to death, his face pale, and he did not make any more extreme actions. He knelt on the ground, crying and shouting, "I'm sorry, my lord, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked back." The slave had his head broken by the guards and was dragged into the confinement room.
Gooey shook his head. These slaves had internalized the awareness of obedience to management into their bones.
Even if he suggested to them, it would not have any significant effect. After finishing the work at the quarry, the slaves were sent to eat.
Gooey put his head into the feeding trough and took the opportunity to close his eyes. The simulation begins.
You finished eating and continued to work at the quarry. You followed behind a slave, silently waiting for him to collapse and die.
You came to the trash can just like last time.
The guard was immersed in work. You used psychological suggestion on yourself, first knocking out the slave with a slap, then quickly killing the guard. You stole the keys, unlocked the shackles, and also stole everything usable from the guard, like his lighter and phone.
You quietly left the room.
You had long been familiar with the layout of the entire prison, easily slipping past all the guards.
You arrived at the processing workshop. You climbed in through the window.
You climbed onto a beam, carefully observing in the processing workshop. All the workers in the workshop were slaves, the guards still acted as supervisors.
If the slaves strayed just a little, the guards' whips would fall.
You squinted your eyes, observing carefully. You discovered that the products produced on the assembly line were actually fragments of dreams. You observed for a while. You went upstream of the assembly line and found many flammable materials.
You jumped down from the beam and took out the lighter to ignite.
Your actions caught the attention of the guards. They wanted to catch you, but the fire had already spread in the blink of an eye. The guards ordered the slaves to line up and leave in an orderly manner. You picked up a few incendiaries and threw them into the crowd, instantly causing chaos. The guards took out stun guns and shot at you. You hid in the chaotic crowd and stole a few dream fragments to escape.
You ran wildly in the crowd and quickly disappeared into the flow of people.
You took out the shackles and, while everyone wasn't paying attention, put them on yourself, continuing to blend into the crowd. The guards temporarily gave up trying to catch you and turned to put out the fire.
The slaves on the production line were escorted by the outside guards to the square for a body search.
You swallowed the dream fragments you had taken.
The guards brought out a special detection tool and quickly located your position.
You were exposed. You were restrained by several guards and sent to the trash can. Your body was burned to ashes.
You turned into a ghost.
The guards found intact dream fragments from your ashes. You were sent to endure eternal servitude. You heard the voice of the exam supervisor in your ear. Exam supervisor, cleverness backfires, emotion, 1 point, reason, 2 points.
You terminated the simulation. Chapter 150, The Freedom That Belongs to You, 3. Hurry up and eat.
The guard struck Gui's head hard. Gui suddenly opened his eyes and nearly choked on the leftover slop and scraps.
Cough, cough. Gui forced back his nausea and pretended to eat a few bites. This simulation reached a new low.
The exam's requirement was to gain the freedom that belongs to you in the exam, and he had been working hard for his freedom, yet the outcome remained a low score.
Gui pondered for a moment and decided to make a second attempt. The simulation begins. You eat quietly. Lunch ends, you work with everyone.
On the construction site, a slave suddenly dies.
You are asked to deliver the corpse.
You help the guard put the body into the trash can.
You are sent back to the quarry to work with everyone again.
2 hours later, you were assigned to the assembly line to move things, and the goods you were transporting were dream fragments. After you finished transporting, the guards would use instruments to check all the slaves, to ensure no one was hiding dream fragments. After dinner, you were pushed into the bathhouse to wash up. You stayed in the pool with all the other slaves. The slaves rarely showed smiles, they chatted and laughed in the pool, and occasionally, there were even songs. You suddenly felt a sense of relief, you even wanted to stay here forever and not go out. You instinctively realized that such a thought was very dangerous, so you quickly used psychological suggestion on yourself to eliminate it. Bath time was over, and you left the pool. You returned to the cell to sleep with the other slaves.
Your exam time was over.
A voice from the supervisor reached your ears. Supervisor, brief freedom, emotion, 6 points, logic, 6 points.
You stopped the simulation. Damn it, so it is like this. Gui opened his eyes and cursed in a low voice.
Similar to the previous exams, the scoring criteria distorted the candidates' values. In this exam, the so-called freedom that belongs to you was simply a false proposition. What they hoped you would achieve was actually their freedom, belonging to their values. Waping Middle School aimed to cultivate completely unaware slaves, the kind that could abandon their own lives and those of their loved ones to achieve a certain goal, mere cannon fodder. Gui's emotions became more and more agitated, he felt a sudden warmth in the palm of his right hand, and he stretched his hand out in front of him to find that the tattoo was emitting a faint black light.
Hurry up and eat. Gui nodded, quickly lowering his head and closing his eyes. The simulation begins. You finished lunch and went to work at the quarry. You received your tools, and while working, you concentrated your awareness on the palm of your right hand. A stream of black light emerged from your palm, and a black light sphere appeared there. The light sphere was about the size of a half basketball, and when you pushed the black light sphere toward the stone materials, the fragments were surprisingly swallowed by it. You continued to immerse your consciousness in the black light sphere. You found yourself in an empty room, about less than 5 square meters, with stone fragments resting steadily inside. Not only that, but your water pen, fountain pen, exam ticket, lighter, and other narrative tools were also inside. When you shifted your gaze to the walls of the room, you exited this space. You were filled with wild joy.
The black sphere you obtained in Zone B turned out to be a storage space where you could hide certain items. The sudden incident of a slave dying unexpectedly came as expected. You took him to the trash can. You deliberately displayed your black light sphere in front of the guard, who seemed unaware of it. You could easily use the light sphere to stash away your handcuffs and shackles, which was much more convenient than stealing the guard's keys. You obediently completed your work, and in the evening, while transporting dream fragments, you stole a little and hid it in the light sphere. The guard did not notice when checking you for hidden items. You excused yourself to use the restroom. The guard took you to the toilet, where the floor was everywhere littered with filth, and he simply stood at the door, unwilling to follow you in. You fought back your nausea and squatted in the restroom. You sank your consciousness into the black light sphere and discovered that you could easily work on potion making inside the sphere. The guard outside urged you. You pulled up your pants and walked out, also using psychological suggestion on yourself. You tightened the handcuffs around the guard's neck and dragged him to the cesspit, letting him drown in the filth. You ran out and climbed over the wall to the quarry. The guard at the quarry spotted you and came rushing toward you. You ran to the edge of the quarry. Drink the magic potion. You are running wildly in the void, and this is actually a chaotic space. You took out the lighter from the glowing orb. After you ignited the lighter, you instantly left this chaotic place. Before your eyes is nothingness. You stopped the deduction. I've got it. Gooey opened his eyes, feeling incredibly excited. This prison is not impossible to escape from, and outside the prison is another space where surely more explosive things are waiting for him. Thinking of this, Gooey couldn't help but eat a few more bites. For his escape plan, even if it tastes bad, he must fill his stomach. The real world. The headquarters of the Lighthouse Country Strategy Group has completely fallen. Mr. President is lying in the Scranton Stability Anchor, buried under a pile of ruins, and is in unknown danger. The new group leader, Roger, announced the abandonment of the rescue for the president and left the base with Professor Scranton. Scranton was also once an adventurer. Like Gooey, he unlocked a cognitive talent that can permanently increase his IQ, so even if he left the bizarre world, he could still invent various technological products to combat the bizarre. The Scranton Stability Anchor is a device he invented to resist bizarre powers. How is the president? Scranton looked very young, no more than 30 years old. It's too dangerous there, we can't do anything for him anymore. Scranton thought for a moment, this bizarre power is unprecedentedly powerful, sometimes I really wish this was the end of the world. Why? Because future challenges will only get harder, not easier, Scranton said. I have found my stability anchor is already struggling to withstand the bizarre power. Who knows what troublesome instances the bizarre world will design in the future? The entanglement between the real world and the bizarre world is getting deeper. It's only a matter of time before we become a part of the bizarre world. You don't have to be so pessimistic, right? The professor didn't speak. He turned on the in-car TV and switched to Chris's live stream, sneering as he pointed to the screen and said, "The Lighthouse Country needs a perverse murderer to save it. That is the most pessimistic thing in the world." Chapter 151, Your Freedom, 4. Chris returned to prison as if he was going home. Other adventurers saw the guard enter and took 2 seconds to realize they should squat on the ground. Chris saw the guard immediately crouch down and hug his head. After all, a professional convict. Really skilled. Trash, scum, dead pervert. I hope the guards can take good care of Chris. Some friendly bullet screens floated in front of Chris, but he wasn't displeased. In his eyes, these people's reactions were extremely ridiculous. If these keyboard warriors came to the bizarre world, they wouldn't last even 3 minutes. Laughing at others, one is not better than them. Bang bang bang. The guard knocked on the cell door and loudly said, "It's time for labor, everyone follow." Chris obediently put on handcuffs and leg irons and used his spirit vision. The guards were flickering with a faint yellow light. They posed a certain threat to him, but it was not fatal. The whole prison was flickering with red lights, and could kill him at any moment. The power of the prison is irresistible. If he wants to live, he must not dream of escaping. But, how should he achieve his own freedom? Chris thought for a moment and shifted his gaze to the people around him, coming up with a win-win solution. Quarry. Chris held a large hammer, directing 20 slaves to work. The whole work efficiency increased tenfold or more, and he arranged a malevolent spirit servant behind each slave to force them to mine. The guards looked at Chris in amazement and all gathered around. How did you do that? It's hard to explain to you all. Chris said after thinking for a while, I can control the evil spirits. With that, Chris waved his hand. 20 evil spirit minions lined up, standing behind Chris. The guards looked at each other, their faces full of excitement like they had found a new toy. They tugged at each other, all eagerly claiming to take Chris to their master. Hey, I found this person first, don't fight. He is in our team, of course, I should take him. I am your leader, you all have to listen to me. Chris curled his lip. Their struggle was just to ask the master for some benefits.
Each looked fierce and menacing, clearly not good company. Rather than work with them, it would be better to find a seemingly dull guard. Thinking of this, Chris controlled the evil spirit minions, intimidating the 3 guards in front of him. The guards all shut their mouths, too scared to speak. Chris looked at the least favored guard by the roadside. "Hey, you." "Me?" "Yes, take me to see the master." "All right." The guard nodded, suddenly unsure of who was the slave. Chris was finally brought to the master of the slaves. The master was rotund, with 3 pairs of horns on his head, and spoke with a constant grunt. Not bad, you can actually use necromancer's abilities?" It's a waste to have you as our slave, be our advisor instead." "Thank you, master." Suddenly, Chris felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as a horn sprouted from his brow. Before long, Chris received the announcement that the exam was over. Class promotion, emotion, 7 points, reason, 7 points. This is too easy. Chris laughed and shook his head, leaving the examination room. 2 flowers bloom, each shows its branch. Gooey worked steadily until evening came. They lined up, carrying out the freshly produced dream fragments, placing them on the transport vehicle, while Gooey secretly took some fragments to hide in the black orb. Before the inspection, Gooey completed the potion mixing inside the black orb. To his surprise, during the potion mixing process, he felt no influence of mental pollution at all. So, this thing can block mental pollution. Gooey looked at his palm, unsure if he entered the black orb with his physical body, consciousness, or soul. Clearly, he drew 100 milliliters of his blood inside the black orb, but as long as his consciousness left the black orb, he felt no discomfort at all. The ability of the black orb exceeded his imagination. If this thing could be taken out of the instance, that would be wonderful. "All right, let's go back to the room," the guard said and led the slaves toward the cells. Gooey summoned the black orb, absorbing both the handcuffs and shackles. He used psychological suggestion on himself and turned to run out of the line. "Ha! A slave is running away. Quick, chase!" The guards immediately discovered the escaping Gooey, but their speed was nowhere near fast enough to catch him. So, they took out stun guns, aiming at Gooey, only to find that every time, Gooey could predict their trajectory and dodge the bullets using his agility and cover. Is this guy cheating? What to do? Did he lose his mind? He's actually walking into the void? In the astonishing eyes of everyone, Gooey plunged into the void, pulling out a potion from the black orb and gulping it down. The tide of the void instantly swallowed Gooey. He took out a lighter and, amidst the chaos, found the only passage, darting headfirst into it. Boom! The Gooey crashed into a strange place, groggily getting up from the ground, with the void passage right behind him. What is this place? Gooey's vision was stained red with blood. He looked up to see a big fat man with 3 pairs of horns lying on a bed, staring at him in astonishment. Gooey immediately closed his eyes. The simulation begins. The fat man sat up from the bed, angrily pointing at you. "Fat man, you filthy, lowly slave, why have you come to my room?" You looked around. This room is beautifully decorated. It seems like a noble's residence. This fat man should be the head of the entire prison, maybe even the slave master. The fat man drew a sword from beside the bed and walked towards you. The sword lunged towards your throat. You instinctively dodged. The fat man faked a move, swiftly changing tactics, and stabbed towards your chest. Instead of retreating, you advanced, taking out a pen from the black ball and lunged for the fat man's eyes. The sword emitted a golden light, protecting the fat man's entire body. The fat man closed his eyelids, and the pen couldn't even pierce through his eyelids. He let out a weird laugh and kicked towards your chest. You flew towards the wall, your right hand touching the void. Your palm was swallowed by the void, the pain unbearable, and the black ball instinctively activated. You withdrew your right hand and discovered a large mass of voids tied inside the black ball. The fat man ran over, raising his sword to stab you. You instinctively reached out to block. The void in the black ball instantly devoured the sword. You pressed the advantage and shoved the black ball into the fat man's mouth. The fat man let out a strange scream, his head shattered into 8 pieces. You heard the proctor's voice next to you. Chapter 152, Your Freedom, 5. Proctor, *% you and hashtag, emotional, 6 points, rational, 6 points. You terminated the simulation. Ah. The fat man had already charged at you with his sword. Gooey's gaze was incredibly cold, he slightly turned his head and sidestepped. The enemy's attack was easily deflected. The fat man was clearly startled. It was the first time he saw someone so easily see through his sword moves, as if they already knew what he was going to do. Gooey stepped back, reaching into the void behind the wall, sucking a large mass of voids tied into the black ball. "I will kill you." The fat man let out a strange scream and lunged at Gooey with his sword. Gooey thrust his right hand forward, the black ball in his palm instantly devoured the sword in the fat man's hand. "What? Ugh. Before the fat man could even be surprised, Gui's attack followed. He struck the fat man's Adam's apple, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Thud! The fat man fell to the ground, shaking the floor 3 times. Gui straddled him, pressing his knee against the fat man's chin, coldly saying, "Don't move, or I'll break your neck." Ugh! The fat man rolled his eyes, stammering and too afraid to speak. Gui looked at the black ball in his hand. The pen, fountain pen, and exam card were intact, but the fat man's sword and the bottle for the magic medicine had been ripped apart by the void. Seeing this, he casually threw it back, discarding all the junk from the black ball. "Who are you?" Gui slightly loosened his knee, then took out a pen and pointed it at the fat man's eyes. "Don't play tricks. I ask one question, you answer one." "Yes, I know." "Who are you? What do you do?" "My name is Deluoshan, I am your master." "Not anymore." Yes, I know, you are my master." "Everyone is their own master," Gui corrected. "What is this place?" "This is a factory that produces dream fragments, specifically for the slaver." Gui fell silent for a moment. Indeed, everything in the dream simulation has its real-life counterpart. This slave factory was built to supply the slaver's school. In the previous simulation results, the proctor had spoken a string of unintelligible words, sounding like a recording played backward. This was likely because his method of passing the level was completely beyond the proctor's expectations, and all these variables were brought about by the black ball in his hand. The more unexpected it is to the proctor, the more it proves that he is on the right path. "Friend. Who is your friend?" Gui raised the pen in his hand and stabbed it into Deluoshan's eye. Big Losan struggled hard. Gui exerted force on his leg and easily broke his neck. Gurgle. Big Losan spat white foam from his mouth, gradually losing his breath. Gui's heart was surprisingly calm. His repeated experiences of killing had left him emotionally flat. Everything around him began to blur, and he instinctively closed his eyes. *UN hashtag, emotion, 6 points, logic, 6 points. The invigilator's incomprehensible voice appeared in Gui's ears. He opened his eyes and found strange runes drawn on his test paper. He felt a wave of fear, but not long after, the runes on the paper scattered and turned back into a dense mass of words. At the same time, the system's notification sound also rang out. "You have completed the subject for examination. Your plot exploration level has increased. Your current plot exploration level is 70%. You have gained an opportunity to communicate with reality. Would you like to use it now?" Gui was about to agree but quickly shut his mouth. "No, I give up." The school's rules clearly stated that no communication with the outside world was allowed in any form. The system's reward of a communication opportunity might not be anything but a trap. He dared not take the risk of communicating with reality. "The exam is over, please hand in your papers." The invigilator walked down from the platform, collecting all the students' papers. Gui sat in the waiting room, carefully pondering something. Chen Zheyu sat next to Gui and initiated a conversation. "I heard you only got 12 points? How many did you get?" 18 points. "How did you manage that?" "I used my knowledge and abilities to help the slave owner improve production methods. He rewarded me with my freedom," Chen Zheyu said. "What about you?" "I killed the slave owner." Chen Zheyu stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you speaking nonsense? What's wrong? How could you possibly kill him? He is invulnerable. Even if you could sneak into his room, you might not be able to kill him. You must be talking nonsense." "Believe it or not." Chen Zheyu didn't want to argue with Gui. He turned to the teacher's office to claim his reward, and Gui followed closely behind. When the invigilator saw Gui, he showed no signs of abnormality. This surprised Gui a little. The only explanation is that the black light ball in Gui's hand surpassed the host. At least it was above the entire instance world. Neither the NPCs in the exam nor the teachers in the school could see the light ball and tattoo in his hand. Gui returned to the dormitory, lay on the bed, and continued to study the black light ball in his hand. To his surprise, the light ball still contained some fragments of dreams. "Amazing, I can actually bring things back from the dream simulation?" Gui was very pleased and immediately sat in the black light ball to concoct potions. Every time he bled, as long as he exited the black light ball and re-entered, he would revert to his peak state. He drained himself of a whole liter of blood and felt not an ounce of discomfort but instead felt more spirited. The power of the black ball filled Gui with both joy and fear. An unknown powerful force always instills fear in people. At least for now, it is still under my control, so there is nothing to worry about. Gui exited the light ball and clenched his palm. Feeling a bit tired, he simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the real world. Dragon Country Strategy Team Base. An extremely bizarre scene had emerged here. The strategy team base had completely vanished, replaced by a vast void. However, this void was very stable, neither expanding nor contracting. For safety's sake, agents scattered across the country returned to the base and established protective measures around the perimeter of the void.
The agents from Bear Country also arrived at the scene last night. With their technical support, the protective measures were established very quickly.
Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. Old Jai shook hands with Ivan, the representative from Bear Country. After discussing work situations, he did not stay at the base on the night of the accident because he needed to take care of the injured Ajian, thus avoiding disaster. Ajian sat in a wheelchair, a bandage wrapped around his head, but he still came to the base despite the persuasion to stay away.
Ajian, let me take you back to rest. No, I don't want to, Ajian said in frustration. What is the current situation with the team leader and the others? We have no idea at all. How can I relax in this situation?
The people from Bear Country said that our base might not have disappeared, they just went to a strange world.
Chapter 153, The Final Test. Went to a strange world? Such a big building has gone to a strange world?
Yes, I heard them say that. They had similar incidents in their country, and their situation was just like ours now. Ajian shook his head, still unable to let go. Old Jai, push me to the meeting room, I want to hear what they are discussing.
All right.
Old Jai pushed Ajian to the temporary meeting room built by Bear Country, where they were analyzing the video footage from yesterday.
The only adventurers still persevering were Gui and Chris.
The strategy team from Dragon Country had completely disappeared, while the strategy team from Lighthouse Country fled in embarrassment. Now the analysis of the copy can only be handed over to other countries.
Ivan glanced at Old Jai and Ajian, nodded slightly, and then pointed to the big screen. Everyone has noticed, right?
Gui's talent ability seems to have evolved again. Let's take a look at this shot. In the footage, Gui secretly took a dream fragment from the box. No one could see where he was hiding it. We all know that a person can only have one talent ability. Gui possesses a mental, cognitive talent, but now he has also acquired a spatial ability. This is a significant discovery. Your adventurers from Dragon Country are really extraordinary.
Thank you.
Ajian, sitting in the wheelchair, smiled and nodded. He beckoned to Old Jai and whispered, "Take me away." Old Jai looked up, smiling, and said, "Everyone, we will take our leave, Ajian is feeling unwell."
You may leave.
Old Jai pushed Ajian away, and when they were out of sight, Ajian suddenly spoke up. These old Russians really speak half hidden and half revealed, they are either stupid or bad.
What do you mean?
Gui may not have unlocked some new talent, instead, he might have gotten some kind of item we don't know about.
Why have they not considered the possibility of it being a plot item at all? What were you just saying? I didn't understand. I mean...
Ajian's mind suddenly became a mess. He felt he had vaguely guessed something but quickly forgot it. No, I meant to say, it might not be a talent issue, but rather he has. Ajian, this must be a talent ability, what else could it be?
Ajian felt something was off.
That feeling was like there was a poop yellow button in front of you. You clearly knew it was a poop yellow button, but your mouth just couldn't say it, your mind just couldn't recognize it, and you might even uncontrollably call the poop yellow button update request.
Yes, it's dual talent.
Ajian said confidently, when Gui comes back, we definitely need to ask him what's going on.
Yes.
In the strange world.
On the 6th day of the final exam. Gui crawled out of bed and looked out the window.
The void outside was more turbulent than ever, even through the glass, one could feel the power strong enough to swallow a person's heart. Chen Zhayu still quietly got up and washed up. He took out a clean school uniform from the cupboard, signed his name on it, and handed it to Gui.
Here. What is this for?
A souvenir, Chen Zhayu said.
Today is the 6th day of the exam.
After it ends, regardless of the results, we won't have a chance to see each other again.
To be honest, if that's really the case, I might feel a bit happy. Gui took Chen Zhayu's clothes and let out a cold laugh. Chen Zhayu didn't explain much, he smiled slightly and left the dormitory. Gui went to the lobby on the first floor.
After finishing breakfast, he bought 2 pens.
He tossed Chen Zhayu's school uniform on the dorm bed and didn't bring it with him.
The dorm manager stood at the entrance again, just like the previous days.
All right, come up according to the list. Chen Zhayu.
Here.
Who was the last person you gave up on?
It was my father.
Wise choice, proceed.
Gui. Here.
Who was the last person you gave up on?
My father.
Wise choice, proceed. Gui took a deep breath and headed towards the teaching building. This was the last major challenge in the entire scenario.
As long as he completed this final test, he would surely find a way to save everyone. He glanced at the endless void beside him, gathered a handful of black orbs of light, and continued moving forward. On the other side, Chris was also standing in front of the dorm manager.
Chris.
Here.
Who was the last person you gave up on? A hint of hesitation appeared on Chris's face. Aunt Donna. Who is she? She is the only one who treats me like a human.
Whom?
She does have that relation to you, but I think she should be the first person you gave up on. This old lady is nearly 70 years old, she serves no purpose other than wasting food, and she also suffers from rheumatism. The other two people you listed contribute significantly to society, you should have given up on them last and her first. Can I know why you arranged your order of giving up this way? They are only useful for society, not for me, Chris said with a cold smile. Aunt Donna is a great tool. She always believes in me unconditionally. If I give her up so early, it would be too unfortunate. Without her, I could hardly find a suitable base to land on. Finding a second person who trusts me like that is not easy. Oh, an interesting thought. I look forward to your performance in the final exam. Hey, thanks. Chris shrugged and turned to head towards the teaching building. In the dark moon circus, Chu Kongping sat with everyone in front of the big screen, watching the movements of the strange world. When Gui said he would give up on his father, the entire circus shook. Oh! Earthquake, earthquake! Patrick Star, get away! The audience became a mess. Chu Kongping followed everyone out of the room. As Gui gave up on his last family member, the invasion of strange powers reached its peak, and even the dark moon circus could hardly hold on. Chu Kongping turned to look at the dark moon. The leader had become the support for everyone present. The leader of the dark moon shook his head, looking at his clowns. They were swaying like the audience, in a mess. Hey! I told you to practice more regularly, now that trouble has arrived, you all are turning into soft-footed shrimp. Starting tomorrow, everyone will practice 3 extra hours on the balance board. As soon as the dark moon's voice fell, a large tear opened in the purple sky. A huge black hand descended from the sky, heading straight for the dark moon circus. I can't fight you, but I'm a master at escaping. The dark moon stomped his foot, and a black cane grew from the ground. He held the cane like a steering wheel and pushed it forward. Sorry, tickets sold out. We won't be able to accommodate. Boom! The dark moon circus turned into a rainbow and instantly disappeared into the endless void. The enormous black hand let out an angry roar, shattering the purple moon in the sky. Chapter 154, The Tram Dilemma, 1. In the strange world, Gui and many students arrived at the exam venue. He looked around. Today, their exam room was a lecture hall, where all the students participating in the 5th exam were gathered. Gui turned to the left and saw Chen Ziyu was also here. The proctor's footsteps sounded as she walked to the podium, yet she was not holding any test papers. Hello, students. Your presence here shows that you are already much better than other students, but if you want to truly graduate from Waping School, you still need to go through one last test. Today's exam subject is death. The rich will die, the poor will die. The high-ranking officials will die, the common people will die. Men will die, women will die. Death is the only fair thing in the world and something we must face together. Today, you will face the most difficult proposition in the world, only those who truly possess rationality will receive the highest score. This time, the exam will no longer be a simulation but an internship. Please, candidates, be mentally prepared. Now, Subject 5 Death Exam officially begins. A flash of white light crossed Gui's eyes, and all the candidates found themselves in the sky, with the proctor hovering right in front of them. Everyone looked down at their feet. The masses crawled on the ground like ants, even skyscrapers seemed as small as toy blocks in their eyes, and this city was the imperial capital of Long Country. Gui's legs went weak, and he quickly closed his eyes, afraid to look at the ground. Begin simulation. Simulation starts. The proctor took a sheet of paper from her pocket. Proctor, the first question, please listen. The scene before you changes. A pregnant woman and an old man appeared before you. Proctor, please choose, give up the old man or the pregnant woman. You paused for a moment. Chen Ziyu, the old man. You looked around, and everyone calmly chose the old man. You did not speak. Proctor, time to answer is over, a total of 29 people chose the old man, 1 person abstained. The scene shifted. The old man and the pregnant woman appeared together on the road. While crossing the street, the pregnant woman suddenly dropped her bag on the ground, she reached down to pick it up. The old man continued to move forward. A large truck sped past, instantaneously killing the old man, while the pregnant woman escaped disaster. Proctor, the second question, please listen. A top scientist and 3 young children, whom do you choose to sacrifice? You remained silent. You now understood that the so-called death exam was about solving the trolley problem. Moreover, the final result of the exam would affect real people. In this moment, you and all the candidates would become gods who decide life and death. The answers of the crowd began to diverge. Proctor, time to answer is over, 13 people chose the scientist, 16 people chose to abandon the 3 young children, 1 person abstained. A car broke through the guardrail and fell into the river.
All 3 children in the car drowned, while the scientist survived, and those 3 children turned out to be his biological children. You felt immense grief and tried to stop the exam, but you could not move your body.
Stop. Don't say any more. This exam is utterly.
An airplane flew past underneath you, the sound of its engine drowning out your cries.
The proctor noticed you.
Proctor, please take the exam seriously. If you abstain again, you will have your test results cancelled and be expelled from Waping School. Please abide by the basic exam discipline. No one can decide another's life or death, everything in the world isn't just a matter of either this or that.
Proctor, violating exam discipline, you have been expelled.
The proctor pulled out a switch and hurled it towards your head.
You were pierced through the head.
Your vision turned blood red.
You died. Simulation ends.
Gooey took a deep breath. In this exam, he could not give up answering. If he abstained 3 times, he would directly judge himself to lose. He thought about interrupting the exam, which was likely a wild fantasy.
When one flies in the air, the range of activities is very limited. Gooey looked at his right hand and decided to try once more. The simulation begins.
The invigilator takes out a piece of paper from his pocket.
Invigilator, for the first question, please listen. You concentrate your awareness on your right hand, the tide of emptiness flows out from your palm. You finally regain your freedom of movement.
But your body uncontrollably falls down.
You land on the ground, turning into a mush of flesh. You are dead. The simulation ends. Gooey opened his eyes again, suddenly thinking of a bold idea. Once more. The simulation begins. The invigilator takes out the test paper, ready to ask questions. You immediately interrupt the teacher.
Teacher, I have a question to ask.
Invigilator, what question do you have?
I want to know, where is this place?
Invigilator, I cannot tell you, to avoid you cheating.
I can only say it is a parallel world. Teacher, I have another question, I hope you can answer it for me.
Invigilator, this is not class time, this is an exam. Please follow the exam rules.
Teacher, even if you disqualify me, I still want to ask this question.
Why do we have to make a binary choice? On what basis can we decide the lives and deaths of others with our choices?
Invigilator, it is not we who decide life and death, but fate. We stand here, making the hardest decisions, because all of this is our duty and part of our destiny. Child, believe in reason, control your emotions, but do not let your emotions control you.
Is it because we are morticians? Invigilator, because we are morticians. You fell silent for a moment.
You had been pondering a question, whether the morticians mentioned in history books are the same as the ones in the shed.
Today, you finally received a positive answer from the invigilator.
From the perspective of the content of the shed school's exam and the values conveyed, they certainly do not deserve to be called saviors.
However, thinking from another angle, absolute rationality, or even cold thoughts are more suited to perform the duties of a mortician.
The morticians need to retain those most valuable people or things through repeated choices. For the morticians, the strange world is absolutely unbeatable. Since the collapse of civilization is unstoppable, they can only choose to preserve those most valuable people or things.
Now, the shed school has become a replica of the strange world. This indicates that the previous morticians have either been destroyed or have surrendered. This school is the last ashes of the morticians. Chapter 155, The Trolley Problem, 2. Invigilator, do you have any other questions?
No. You shake your head, because you notice that a plane is currently passing beneath your feet. The invigilator takes out the exam paper, ready to start reading the questions. At this moment, you calculate the timing and immediately release the tide of emptiness from the black ball in your right hand. You regain your freedom, but your body uncontrollably falls from the air. You hear the sound of rushing wind in your ears, you adjust your position, just managing to land on the wing of the plane. You hear the sound of bones breaking resonating through your chest.
Both of your legs are already broken.
You endure the unbearable pain, gripping the edge of the wing tightly with both hands. In the sky, the tide of emptiness begins to spread.
The invigilator waves his hand, sending the other students back to the exam room. You notice your body starting to become transparent. The invigilator flies in front of you.
Invigilator, it seems there has been an accident in the exam, it looks like we need to terminate the exam.
You are saved by the teacher. Before you, there is nothingness. You terminate the simulation.
Gooey opened his eyes, feeling a sense of calm in his heart.
As he expected, all the NPCs in the replica were unable to perceive the black ball.
The recent accident was clearly caused by himself, but the supervising teacher not only did not blame him, but instead attributed everything to an accident. The level of the black light sphere might be higher than everyone else's.
But, can it be higher than the host's level? Gooey raised his head and found the supervising teacher taking out the test paper, preparing to read the questions. "Teacher, please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" "I have some questions to ask you." Gooey showed a harmless smile. He needed to buy some time until the airplane came to his feet. Chris opened his eyes and found himself in the sky above Gotham City. Looking down at the bustling city below, Chris revealed a happy smile. "Is this back to my hometown?" He. The supervising teacher floated in front of everyone, raised the test paper, and expressionlessly announced the question in hand. "All right, students, the exam officially begins. Here is the first question: an elderly man on the brink of death and a pregnant woman, who would you choose to give up?" Chris didn't rush to raise his hand but looked around at the classmates. Everyone unanimously voted to give up the elderly man. So that's what it means. Seeing this, Chris chose to vote to give up the elderly man, like everyone else. Immediately, the scene before everyone changed, and they saw the elderly man fall and get run over by a car. In addition, some bullet comments from the real world floated before Chris's eyes, where everyone was praising their own heartlessness and lack of humanity. The second question: 3 small children and a top scientist, who would you choose to give up? Chris unhesitatingly chose to give up the children. The supervising teacher glanced at everyone's votes and calmly said, 13 people chose the scientist, while 17 people chose to give up the 3 young children. The scene changed again. The scientist and the 3 children fell into the water at the same time, but in the end, only the scientist survived. The third question: 1 top scientist and 300 innocent citizens, who would you choose to give up? Some people fell into hesitation. Chris sneered at those indecisive people. Their hesitation came from identifying with those 300 innocent citizens. But in fact, Chris never saw himself as an ordinary person. He was an elite, a strong one, and strong ones should enjoy all social resources while letting other weak ones support them. Chris thought for a long time and decided to give up the 300 innocent citizens. 15 people chose to give up the scientist, and 15 people gave up the innocent citizens. Did you all learn in vain? The scene changed. A fire broke out in a hospital, including the scientist. All 300 citizens perished in the flames. Chris fell into deep thought. He began to somewhat not understand the thinking of others. Could it be that the judgment standard of each candidate is not fixed? However, using the complex ethics and morals of human society to judge, the answer to this question is very hard to discuss. Chris turned to look at the other candidates and activated his spiritual vision. Those who chose to give up the scientist had green light flickering above their heads, representing harmlessness. Those who chose to give up the civilians had yellow light flickering above their heads, representing slight danger but not fatal. Simply observing these classmates could not help him find the correct way to pass. Next, the last question. The supervising teacher put away the test paper and smiled at all present. Yourself and all your fellow citizens, which one would you choose to give up? Chris chose to give up his fellow citizens. The supervising teacher waited for all the students to finish answering, smiling as he said, very well, a total of 29 people chose to give up themselves, while 1 person chose to give up their fellow citizens. WTF? Chris cursed softly. So many people chose to give up themselves but left other fellow citizens behind? Why? This completely contradicts their previous values, right? Aren't the people of the tile shed all selfish individuals? No. The people of the tile shed should be extremely rational individuals. In the face of themselves and their fellow citizens, the weight of all their fellow citizens must be heavier, so they would choose to give up themselves. Ruined. Everything around Chris fell into a dark gloom. He felt like he was suffocating, as if drowning. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stood on solid ground again. This was a spacious museum, surrounded by all kinds of handicrafts. Upon closer inspection, he realized that those handicrafts were all alive. They turned their heads and looked at Chris with curiosity, some even making chirping, strange sounds that made one shiver uncontrollably. Welcome, brave adventurer. Who is it? Chris turned around, looking warily behind him. Black tailcoat. Black shirt. Black top hat. Black leather shoes. Black cane. Black skin. Black eyes. Black beard. A gentleman dressed entirely in black appeared behind Chris. He was not old, at most 30 years old, and his movements had a unique rhythm, as if he were dancing. Let me introduce myself. I am the host of this instance. You can call me Drive W, said the young gentleman. Are you satisfied with my level design? Chris tilted his head, not answering. In the months before entering the strange world, Chris had spent all his time in prison, and after the last clearance, he had not returned to the real world. Therefore, he knew nothing about the latest intelligence regarding the host, and he dared not speak or answer carelessly in front of this host. Not bad? He. Thank you for the compliment. I must say, I have always been very satisfied with your performance. You are the person we have been looking for. Looking for me? For what?
The subject 5 just now was merely a rehearsal, the real examination is completed here with me, please follow me.
Chapter 156, The Trolley Problem, 3.
Chris felt a great deal of wariness towards Drive W. His proud talent skill had no effect in front of Drive W. This feeling was like a healthy person suddenly going blind, feeling completely lost. Chris tried to remain calm, not letting Drive W see any signs of panic. Before knowing Dr. W's stance, Chris dared not show his true nature.
Drive W led Chris to a screening room, and both took their seats. Popcorn? Sure. Drive W nodded and snapped his fingers.
A box of popcorn fell from the sky and landed in Chris's lap. Chris took a few bites, and his tense emotions immediately calmed down. He found that Drive W did not seem to want to harm him, and he appeared to be very friendly.
I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
Just now you chose to give up all your fellow citizens, was it for clearing the level? Or because, if you truly encountered such a situation, you would sacrifice your fellow citizens to save yourself? Chris thought for a moment before speaking. I don't know, I just feel that if it were the people of the tile shed doing the problem, they would all do the same. In these 6 days of contact, I found that they are a group of people who disregard family, friendship, and love. I thought the way to clear this instance was to abandon all human emotions. But, in the final exam, I found that it didn't seem to be like that.
Oh? Are you serious?
Of course. Chris nodded hard, his expression as solemn as it could be. Drive W laughed heartily. If I tell you that you will soon really encounter this problem, what would you do?
What do you mean?
Drive W lightly tapped the floor with his cane. The surrounding screening room vanished, leaving only the bench beneath them. They passed through an expansive void. The two appeared again high above Gotham City.
Here, very familiar, right?
Of course.
I can now tell you.
In the strange world, every decision you make can affect the real world. What will you do?
What? Are the decisions we make in the strange world going to affect the real world?
Exactly. Chris was stunned for a moment. While filling out the exam, Chris had written down the names of those 3 people just for a prank, not expecting to cause such serious consequences. So, the president of the lighthouse country right now.
He's really dead.
Ah, served him right, so tragic. Chris was overly proud and almost accidentally revealed his true feelings. So, you now have an opportunity to decide. The life and death of the entire lighthouse country is in your hands. If you choose death, your country will be safe from strange disturbances. If you choose freedom, you will become a host like me, avoiding danger in the strange world, and gain supreme power. What do you choose?
Chris thought for a moment.
Upon realizing that the ground beneath him was truly his hometown, he felt a moment of hesitation. According to the choices of his classmates during the exam, he should choose to sacrifice himself to save all his fellow countrymen. But according to the host's previous inducement,
what if this guy was deceiving him? What if it didn't matter how he chose, the world would end, and he would die anyway?
Before Chris could speak, a barrage of messages appeared around them. What's there to choose?
Go die.
On one side are over 300 million people, on the other is just you. Everyone knows which side is more important.
Chris, don't choose wrong.
Your family and friends will be taken care of, and you will become a hero for all humanity.
You can't be selfish.
Countless thoughts rushed into Chris's mind, all forcing him to choose death. Unable to use his gifted abilities, the intense mental shock nearly drove Chris insane.
He took a deep breath, finally regaining himself from the chaos. What's wrong, Chris? Drive W said with a smile. Your decision is. I choose freedom.
Chris shouted angrily. These stupid mortals, one and all, can go die. They brought this on themselves. Chris cursed with red eyes.
Just as expected.
These ignorant humans did not think of themselves at all, they were just a bunch of selfish, arrogant fools.
If that's the case, why not let everyone be destroyed together?
In that moment, Chris completely betrayed humanity and chose to surrender to the strange world. You are right, Chris. Humanity does not deserve to be saved.
Join us, I am looking forward to what kind of changes you will bring to the strange world. Drive W laughed heartily, placing a hand on Chris's head. Chris's figure gradually became transparent until he completely disappeared.
Just as Drive W was sending Chris off, he suddenly realized that an accident had occurred in the instance where GUI was located during the final exam. A void invasion incident had occurred.
Strange, has a fault occurred? Drive W pondered for a moment.
GUI was one of the adventurers most valued by the master and had the ability to foresee the future.
He should not easily die. It's time to have a good chat with this student GUI.
In the real world, the sky of the lighthouse country was covered by a vast darkness.
Professor Scranton looked at the darkness above and sighed helplessly. The end has come.
Scranton looked at his right hand, from his fingers to his palm, from his palm to his wrist, from his wrist to his arm. His body was gradually turning into stone.
The entire lighthouse country fell into silence.
Everyone had turned into lifeless stone sculptures. The darkness in the sky did not stop spreading, it was inching closer to neighboring countries, and those countries where adventurers had long since perished were the first to suffer. Everyone saw the faces of the sacrificed adventurers before dying. They all harbored resentment, casting the most vicious curses upon all of humanity.
Do you know what that watch means to me? No, you don't. Sacrifice one for the happiness of millions? Then I'll sacrifice millions for my own happiness, okay? Didn't you all want me dead?
Now that I'm dead, it's your turn to join me in hell. Darkness crossed the ocean, heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. The end of the world really was approaching. Gui opened his eyes and found himself back at school. His legs were broken, making it impossible for him to move.
The exam supervisor came to Gui's side, looking worried.
Child, are you okay?
Both legs are broken. Gui wiped his cold sweat from his forehead. What should we do about our exam?
You should heal first, what's more important than that? The supervisor said this and turned to leave. At that moment, the grading teacher, who always gave Gui exam rewards, walked over with a bag of dream fragments.
Child, are you Gui?
Yes.
The principal wants to find you.
But my legs?
It's okay, I'll brew a potion for you, you'll be bouncing around in less than 3 minutes.
Chapter 157, The Trolley Problem, 4. The grading teacher indeed did not exaggerate.
After drinking the potion, Gui's legs returned to normal.
They supported Gui and pointed towards a void outside, saying, "The principal is waiting for you over there."
But outside is a void storm.
No problem, I'll take you there. The teacher held Gui and flew towards the storm. Gui closed his eyes, feeling a sense of suffocation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge museum. At that moment, a system notification rang in Gui's ears. Your storyline exploration level has increased.
Current storyline exploration level is 82%.
The teacher nodded at him and turned to disappear. The exhibits in the museum creaked, each sprouting eyes and mouths, making chattering sounds.
A new human has arrived.
He looks like a fresh cream cake.
I want to eat him. He. Gui stood calmly in place.
The treasure spoke in an alien language, but he understood it with no difficulty. He closed his eyes, attempting to use a skill.
Simulation begins. Before you is a void.
You have terminated the simulation.
Gui sneered and stood straight. Come out, host, stop pretending, it's boring.
Ha, as expected of Gui, a total score of 72. You have achieved the highest score record of all parallel worlds, and more remarkably, you can keep reason and emotion always balanced.
Gui turned to look at Dr. W.
He noticed that Dr. W walked with each step the same length, as if measured with a ruler, each heel landing perfectly in the center of a tile. His tie was straight, aligned with the suit button, precise enough to create a strange sense of discomfort.
Hello, Gui, you can call me Dr. W.
Gui stared coldly at the other person without speaking.
What do you think of the dungeon I designed?
Trash.
Dr. W's mouth frowned slightly, clearly displeased. You think I'm trash?
Others saying I'm trash is one thing, but you, with the deepest exploration of the entire dungeon, why do you still say I'm trash?
Everyone's values in the dungeon are distorted, and the teacher's grading standard is maliciously misleading, isn't it trash? The trolley problem is absolutely the most boring thought experiment in the world.
Ha ha ha. I thought you were so smart, turns out you're just like this.
Don't you know that all dungeons in the strange world have their real-life prototypes?
All the exams in this world are inspired by your world.
Gui remained silent.
Dr. W's eyes lit up.
As we walked towards the screening room, I said,
"As for what you said, this world has everyone with distorted views? Then I can tell you, the people of Wapen in real history are just like this. They can give up the lives of an entire city for a top scientist. They can give up the lives of an entire nation for a so-called leader. They can give up an entire ethnic group for a so-called legacy of history and civilization. They call it for the continuation of civilization, to battle the uncanny. They always consider problems from a macro perspective, yet they do not realize that every individual sacrificed is an independent person. Each life happens only once. It is not 300 people died at once, but rather the event of one person dying is repeated 300 times. The people of Wapen have never understood this." Drive W opened the door to the screening room, stood by the doorway, and gestured for me to enter with one hand. Gui pouted and stepped into the screening room first, easily sitting in the chair while keeping his mouth shut without a word.
Drive W sat next to Gui. "Popcorn?
Forget it, your popcorn is all sand." Drive W smiled slightly and nodded. "Then, let's proceed to the final test."
Bang! Drive W gently tapped his cane. Before us, the large screen displayed the scenery of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital. Drive W smiled slightly and said, "Next is the time for you to make a choice. Choose freedom, and you will perfectly pass. Your country will be safe from the uncanny, but you will become one of us. Choose death, and your country will be invaded by the uncanny." Gooey sneered and stared intensely at Drive W. "My friend, did you mix up your words?" "What did I mix up?" "I can boldly guess. If it were other adventurers, you might say choosing death means peace for the world. Choosing freedom means an uncanny invasion. Am I right?" "Hee, what nonsense are you talking?" "Because you know my character. If I knew that by dying I could save all the people of the nation, I would undoubtedly choose to commit suicide without hesitation. So, you've changed the rules on the spot." Others, after experiencing such a long instance, enduring multiple psychological hints, after seeing the reality's bullet screen at the last moment, will inevitably be mentally broken and completely abandon their humanity to become one of you. "But you know, I will never surrender like this. You don't want me to die, you want me to join you, to surrender to you. Only by changing the clear conditions of passing can you threaten me into submission. Are you being too clever for your own good? Oh, by the way, there's one more thing." Gooey raised a finger, revealing a smile. "This is a trap that was set from the start of the instance. First, in the uncanny world, there is a basic rule: as long as an adventurer fails and dies, the uncanny will invade the real world. But in your instance, choosing death can reach a normal level pass, which is extremely unreasonable and contradicts the basic rules. The only explanation that doesn't contradict is, if an adventurer dies, the uncanny will invade the real world, regardless of whether the adventurer successfully passed the instance. Therefore, even if an adventurer ultimately chooses death, the uncanny will still invade reality. You are a despicable person who plays with words. Once we come before you, regardless of whether we choose freedom or death, our blue star will face danger. Unless the perfect clearance is completed." Drive W remained expressionless, crossed his legs, and stared at the big screen. Hee, then what's the second point?" "The second point. The perfect clearance condition in the uncanny world is usually to eliminate the unspeakable, but your instance world does not have this option at all. This will convey a piece of information to all adventurers. There is no unspeakable in this instance, or the unspeakable cannot be eliminated. It has been proven that the unspeakable in this instance indeed cannot be eliminated. Because it is a belief, the belief of the Wapan people. The belief of the Wapan people is to choose the most rational option when facing the trolley problem, even sacrificing their family and their own lives, which is an almost pathological obsession. They were originally on the front lines fighting against the strange world, but gradually lost themselves in battles that lasted for centuries, until now they have become a part of your strange world, becoming a part of the eerie replica world of Wapan High School. But, you have overlooked one thing. Chapter 158, The Trolley Problem, 5. What? Drive W awkwardly adjusted his tie, which had strayed from its center line. Gooey felt a sense of relief at this, knowing he was right. You've overlooked one point, which is the true identity of the mortician. And, the correct solution to the trolley problem. When I first entered the replica, I found a handwritten note in my pencil case. The reason humans are human is that we possess complex emotions. At first, I thought the mortician was an alien race. But after careful thinking, I finally confirmed that the mortician is actually human. We humans are the race that has fought the longest against the strange world. The morticians once tried to fight against the strange world, they abandoned emotion and chose pure reason, and these people are called the Wapan people. But the fact proved that pure reason cannot defeat the strange world. So the morticians told me, to maintain emotion, they also regretted abandoning emotional thinking. What good is knowing all this? Drive W said, hurry up and make a decision for me. Gooey suddenly felt a strong mental pressure, but he quickly resisted this intense impact with psychological suggestion. The host cannot inflict too much harm on himself in the replica, so Gooey dared to be so unscrupulous. Why are you in such a hurry? Gooey sneered, are you worried that I will uncover the whole truth and thus meet the conditions for a perfect clearance? Why should I be in a hurry? Well, then I ask you, do you know what the best way to solve the trolley problem is? What? Eliminate the person who proposed the trolley problem. Gooey clenched his fists, consuming all his mental energy, summoned a black sphere in front of Drive W, and roared as he swung his right fist at Drive W. Dr. W's eyes widened. There was clearly nothing on Gooey's fist, but he felt a powerful force, a strange power completely foreign to the replica world. What the hell is this? Bang! Gooey's fist hit Dr. W's face, and a torrent from the void gushed out, instantly engulfing Drive W. The entire screening hall crumbled to pieces. Drive W opened his eyes again, finding himself floating in the void. Master? Drive W felt the presence of a deity and quickly bowed his head in humility. He felt a splitting headache, as the deity was punishing him with divine power. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Next time I will definitely succeed. I will personally bring GUI to you. Drive W broke into a cold sweat, unable to get up for a long time. GUI was seeing stars. When he regained his vision, he had left the replica world and arrived in the system's settlement space. Images of every moment of his clearance flashed before him, and the system's notification sound rang out again. Congratulations, adventurer, for successfully achieving the conditions for a perfect clearance. Your plot exploration level is UN**. All strange events related to Wapen High School will no longer appear in the reality you are in. Your mental power limit has increased to 120/120. Your skill, Psychological Suggestion, has leveled up. Psychological Suggestion, new attributes are: 1. You can use Psychological Suggestion on multiple people, but its effectiveness decreases as the number of people increases. Consumption, 20 points of mental strength, duration 20 minutes, cooldown time 30 minutes. 2. There is no cooldown or consumption when you use Psychological Suggestion on yourself. GUI scratched his head. When the system reported the completion of the plot, it surprisingly announced a bunch of garbled text. This was likely because he had used the power of the black orb to drive away the host, causing a system error. It could not only deceive the host but even influence the system's judgment. GUI attempted to summon the black orb again, but a sudden sharp pain shot through his head, a side effect of mental overstretch. According to GUI's guess, this orb should be a legacy left by the Wapang people, specifically a weapon made for the bizarre world. So far, GUI had developed 3 functions of the orb. 1. Storage space. The orb provides a storage space, and as long as something is stored in this space, the characters in the instance cannot perceive it in any way. 2. Screen mental pollution. His mind can enter the orb, thus blocking mental pollution, and any harm done to him inside the orb will be fully restored once he exits the orb. 3. Powerful attack. The orb can store void energy, causing damage to the host or powerful enemies. However, using this move in front of the host will bear enormous mental pressure. If used against the host, he would become dizzy and completely lose combat capability. Additionally, GUI had 2 things he always couldn't let go. One was the safety of his family. The second was the true identity of the Traveler Star people. While browsing through the library books, GUI found mentions of several special ethnic groups, which he had seen in the Dark Moon Circus. He believed Dark Moon was a Traveler Star person. Although Dark Moon lived in a bizarre world and had to follow certain rules, he likely had been secretly resisting the bizarre things. In this light, Dark Moon could not just be considered neutral, he could entirely be categorized as on the side of justice. Adventurers have earned a 7-day rest period. May I ask if you want to return to the real world now? Yes, let's go back now. GUI closed his eyes. Real world. The darkness in the sky gradually spread over Dragon Country. People stared at the dark cloud at the edge of the sky, left with no other choice but to pray. It will definitely succeed. We will not lose. Trust GUI, trust the Dragon Country strategy team. Trust my ass, it's the end of the world, I'll do whatever I want. While everyone was praying, a mad voice wrecked the atmosphere. They saw a man ripping off his clothes, standing on the car roof screaming wildly, while a few police officers climbed onto the car and tried to pull him down. Ah, what are you doing? It's the F*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** End of the world? You think death means the end of the world? Foolish, you ignorant people, you. Before the man could finish his sentence, the darkness at the edge of the sky suddenly vanished in an instant. He looked up at the sky, his mouth closed tight. You see, a police officer laughed, it's not the end of the world, right? Can you give me a pair of pants? Now you know shame? Idiot. You are now suspected of disturbing the peace. Come with us to the police station for some tea. The police dragged the madman away. The people on the street cheered and shouted Gui's name. Gui opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of the old base of the strategy team, where a group of burly men from Bear Country rushed towards him. He was so scared that he kept stepping back, muttering with a twitching mouth, "Damn it, how did I get sent abroad?" Chapter 159, The Vanished Fool Card. Are you Gui? The representative from Bear Country, Ivan, walked over and communicated with Gui in fluent Chinese. Gui wiped the sweat from his palms. Squeezing out a smile, "Hello, I am Gui. What is the situation here now?" The situation is quite complicated. I can't explain it clearly at the moment. I can only tell you that the base of the strategy team has suddenly disappeared, and we have no way to bring it back for now. How is that possible? In short, we can only wait here. Maybe one day they will suddenly return. Ivan said, before the Longwa strategy team comes back, it is our responsibility to protect you. Forget it, I don't need your protection. Doesn't Longwa have a single agent? There are only a few sporadic agents out on assignments. Just as Gui finished speaking, Old Jai pushed Jin's wheelchair in front of Gui. Old Jai was too agitated, and accidentally let go of the wheelchair. Whoa! Jian shouted as he fell from the wheelchair. Boom! A loud noise came, causing the entire ground to shake 3 times. Bro, what happened to you? Gui was stunned for a moment and quickly helped the fallen Jian up. Was that loud noise just now caused by you? Damn it, it wasn't me. Jian excitedly grabbed Gui's arm. Help me up quickly, it must be the leader and the others who came back. Gui helped Jian back into the wheelchair, looking curiously at the enclosing wall in the distance. In less than 5 minutes, the agents from Maoshan country removed the enclosure, and the building of the strategy team reappeared in front of Gui and the others. Gui stood still, his legs stiff, unable to take a step for a long time. His family was standing not far away, smiling and waving at him. Mom and Dad, I'm back. In short, this is how we escaped. In the conference room, Chu Kongping introduced everything he had seen at the Dark Moon Circus, but deliberately modified the method of getting to the Dark Moon Circus. So, you were brought to the circus by the host? That's right. Can we really trust the Dark Moon Circus? At least for now, yes. Chu Kongping said, however, since they live in a strange world, they also need to follow rules. Be sure to be careful not to break the rules when communicating with them. Chu Kongping calmly communicated with the agents from Maoshan country. During his time with the Dark Moon, he learned about the unique power of tarot cards. There are 22 tarot cards, each with different effects. The Fool card is the most special card among the tarot cards. Legend has it that it has only one function, which is to continuously generate the other 21 tarot cards. Upon learning about the Fool card's function, Chu Kongping immediately searched the entire base for tarot cards but found no clues. Such an important card, Jin Xian definitely wouldn't lose it casually. This indicates that someone in the base must have stolen the Fool card. Jin Xian was still imprisoned by them, and the only people who had come into contact with him were himself, Jian, and Gui. Now that he had returned to the real world, he naturally had to investigate Jian and Gui first. Although both of them were upright in character, no one could guarantee that they could remain true to their heart in the face of great power's temptation. As the leader of the Longwa strategy team, Chu Kongping had to stay alert. Dangerous strange items could not be easily handed over to any individual. Because they could very likely corrode human minds, leading humans to gradually slide towards the strange world. By the way, Ivan, I want to borrow an instrument. What instrument? All our instruments were destroyed during the fight against the strange, and I need to borrow a con counter from you. What do you need that for? Chu Kongping got a con counter from the laboratory. This thing looked like a thermometer, and its function was to test the Hume index of an object. The higher the Hume index, the stronger the strange power of that thing. If someone in the base was secretly hiding strange items, it will inevitably be discovered by the con counter. Ajian, come here for a moment. Ha? I want to help you with a health check. Didn't we have a health check last time? Ajian shook his wheelchair and moved closer to Chu Kongping. Chu Kongping waved the counter around Ajian's body. The reading was 37, which is within the normal range. Where's Gui? Still chatting with his family. Let's wait at the door for a while. Oh. Ajian shook his wheelchair. Just as he was about to come over, Chu Kongping stopped him. You stay here and don't move, I've given you a month off. I can do some clerical work at the base. Be obedient. Chu Kongping stood at the dormitory door with the counter. After a long while, Gui finally walked out of the room. The two made eye contact. Captain, is there something? Chu Kongping smiled. Your performance last time was great. He. What do they mean by dual talents? How did you unlock it? Gui's eyes rolled. He didn't expect the black orb to have such powerful distorting cognitive abilities, making it incomprehensible not only to the host and NPCs but to people in the real world as well. I don't know either. Maybe I am just exceptionally gifted. Oh. Chu Kongping nodded. By the way, I want to take you for a health check. Can you come with me? Health check? It's a benefit in our unit. I see. Do I need to provide a urine sample? No need. Then let me go to the bathroom first, okay? Sure, I'll wait for you here. Chu Kongping followed Gui to the bathroom door, suddenly hesitated. Last time Gui interrogated Jin Xian, he hurried to the bathroom. Could he have hidden the card in there? Thinking this, Chu Kongping quickly took out the counter and pointed it at the bathroom door. Reading, 37. Completely normal. Click. Gui pushed the door open and walked out of the bathroom, looking curiously at Chu Kongping. Captain, are you measuring the door's temperature with a thermometer? Oh, it's nothing, I'm just practicing gun skills. Chu Kongping said with a smile. First, let's do the health check, then take a good rest. Tomorrow I will take you to the shooting range to feel a gun. I
I don't like playing with guns. Sai, just think of it as a way to relax, you don't really need to learn anything. Come on, let's go for the health check first. Alright. Chu Kongping watched Gui's back and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Night. Gui lay alone in the dormitory. Aegeon, due to his injury, had returned home to recuperate, leaving him alone in the room. He covered his head with the blanket and opened his right hand. The palm of his right hand began to heat up. The black orb had somehow returned to the real world with him. It not only distorted everyone's cognition but could even deceive instruments. However, the real world still limited its power. The storage space of the black orb was now only the size of a basketball. Gui looked into the orb's heart. A tarot card lay quietly within. The card depicted a young man singing at the edge of a cliff, a small dog by his side, seemingly reminding the young man to beware of danger. At the bottom of the card was the English line "The Fool." When Gui had just stolen this card from Jean Xan, the young man on it had Jean Xan's face. But now, that face had changed to his own. Chapter 160, Return from Target Practice. The next day. By the small river outside the shooting range, a group of agents were leisurely fishing. Gui looked at the serene scene and couldn't help but ask, is this team building? A fishing competition? Oh, didn't I tell you? Fishing can train mental strength. Then can I go fishing too? I beg you, no. Chu Kongping quickly grabbed Gui's arm. If you go fishing, will others have anything left to catch? Ah, I see. Gui raised his eyebrows. By the way, how is Jean Xan doing? He was sent to the prison in the imperial capital the moment we returned to the real world. No one can come out of there, and no strange power can invade that prison. Now he has completely lost his vitality. Just as you guessed, if he does not return to the strange world within 7 days, he will die for breaking the rules. Die? If it were that easy to die, that would be great. Gui shook his head, following Chu Kongping to the shooting range. There weren't many people in the shooting range. Only Old Jai and 2 other agents were practicing shooting. Old Jai, bring me 2 guns. Yes, team leader. Chu Kongping took a pistol, explaining while disassembling it, the first step in learning to shoot is to learn how to load and unload a gun, and understand the principles of firearms. I'll demonstrate it for you first. Click, click. As soon as he finished speaking, Gui swiftly disassembled and reassembled a pistol. Chu Kongping's lips twitched slightly. You little brat, are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger again? Team leader, what does pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger mean? Have you played with guns before? No, Gui shrugged, but it doesn't seem that difficult, right? No one would watch it once and still not learn it, right? Chu Kongping and Old Jai both awkwardly cleared their throats. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Chu Kongping raised the pistol, standing at the shooting point, body facing the target, feet shoulder-width apart but slightly wider, knees slightly bent, toes pointing slightly inward, chest in and shoulders down to lower the center of gravity, arms naturally extended. Chu Kongping explained the key points of the movements while demonstrating. 3 points in a line, pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Old Jai looked at the target, 1 shot in the 10 ring, 2 shots in the 9 ring. Team leader, your shooting is divine. Chu Kongping whistled and nodded towards Gui. It's your turn. Oh. Gui nodded, awkwardly mimicking Chu Kongping's stance, raising the pistol, aiming at the target, and pulling the trigger. Ha! Why didn't it go off? Hey, don't aim the gun at yourself or your teammates. Chu Kongping quickly walked over. You forgot to release the safety catch. Oh, like this. Gui raised the pistol again. Bang, bang, bang. Gui emptied the magazine in one go. Old Jai squinted at the target and said slowly, not bad. How many rings? 10 rings. All 10 rings? Only 1 shot in the 10 ring, the rest all missed the target. Shooting is so hard. Gui shrugged and placed the pistol on the table. I'm not playing anymore, it's boring. Can you take me somewhere else to take a look? Chu Kongping's anxious heart finally relaxed. This weirdo actually has something he's not good at. Sai, it's okay. Marksmen are made by bullets. As long as you practice diligently, one day you can be like me. Really? Yeah, really. Chu Kongping said with a smile, since you don't want to play, I'll take you to try something else. Rest well for these 2 days, the day after tomorrow, you have a ceremony to attend. Ceremony? What ceremony? Your award ceremony. Me? Yes, the chief just sent a message. Chu Kongping raised his phone, shaking it proudly. He wants to award you for your heroic act of saving all humanity. Can I not go? Ha ha ha, look at what you're saying. Chu Kongping pulled Gui along as they walked out of the shooting range. An agent pressed a switch, moving Gui's target in front of him. There was only 1 bullet hole on the whole target, but that bullet hole was very deep. He suddenly had a strange premonition, quickly removing the target and examining it closely.
Inside the bullet hole, 7 or 8 bullets were stacked, each bullet embedded into the back of the previous bullet. Gooey hadn't missed the target, every shot had hit the same spot. What the hell, am I filming a movie or writing a novel? The air was filled with the smell of blood. Gooey walked in a dark alley, taking out a lighter from his pocket. His fingers completely would not listen, flicking for a long time without lighting it. Click. The lighter slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He picked up the lighter, only to find that his chest had been stabbed through from behind by someone. Looking back, a figure dressed entirely in black stood behind him, one hand holding a knife, the other gripping a head. And that head was his own. Ah! Gooey suddenly opened his eyes and screamed. Chu Kongping lit a cigarette, looking at Gooey with confusion. What's wrong? I had a nightmare. What did you dream about this time? Is it another prophecy? No. Gooey forced a bitter smile as he looked out the window. Outside was the bustling street of the capital city, with people coming and going, cars streaming by. It's great to be alive. Their happy lives depend entirely on you. No, it's thanks to all of us. Gooey replied with a smile. To defeat the bizarre world, we cannot rely on one person, only when all of humanity unites and fights together can we overcome it. That's true. Chu Kongping sighed helplessly upon hearing this. This time, the instance had exposed many problems in the real world. The fanatic organization had infiltrated various places in Longwa. Their actions, which started off loud and crazy, had become secretive and insidious. Just the matter of the barrage robots had left both the strategy group and the public security department in a frantic state. The fanatic who developed the barrage robots had fled abroad and was only captured within the borders of the lighthouse country 2 days ago. Can you tell me what you dreamed about just now? Nothing much. Gooey waved his hand dismissively, just a very ordinary nightmare. Chu Kongping frowned but did not pursue the topic. The car bypassed the National Grand Hall and continued along the road. Gooey raised his neck and asked in confusion, Captain, are we not going to the National Grand Hall? Why would we go there? Chu Kongping took a puff of his cigarette. We are going to the International Hotel of the capital. I always thought the award ceremony would be held at the National Grand Hall. I didn't expect it to be at the International Hotel. Gooey rested his chin on his hand and asked, is it because my qualifications aren't enough to enter the National Grand Hall? I heard it's because many high-ranking officials are coming this time, and the National Grand Hall can't accommodate everyone, so the International Hotel was chosen instead. Are there officials from other countries coming too? Gooey was taken aback. Of course, this is your honor. Gooey furrowed his brows. This choice of location was indeed very strange. Why had no one noticed? For such an important and serious ceremony, why was it being held at an international hotel? You must know that the National Grand Hall can hold 1,000 people at once. If it's not Chu Kongping who has a problem, then it means they have already been influenced by bizarre forces, and the earlier nightmare is powerful evidence. Moreover, this time the enemy seems to have invested heavily. How come so many officials from various countries haven't discovered anything unusual? Gooey, are you okay? I'm fine. Gooey smiled at Chu Kongping. Let's keep going. Chapter 161, The Outsider. The convoy soon arrived at the International Hotel of the capital. Today, all the core members of the strategy group followed the convoy to the International Hotel to participate in Gooey's award ceremony. The strategy group and the public security of the capital were responsible for the security work this time. Even the recently recovered Ajian was in a cast following the team. Gooey was wearing a suit for the first time in his life, and no matter where he went, he kept loosening his tie. Chu Kongping, the leader of the strategy group, although he disliked such social occasions, still smiled and shook hands with leaders at various levels. Gooey, extremely socially anxious, could only follow behind Ajian, pushing a wheelchair. His eyes kept scanning the crowd. He had to find the mastermind hidden among them. Ajian, bro. What's up? When will the ceremony end? It hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about the end? No, it's just that this suit is too uncomfortable. Gooey remained silent for a moment before saying, it's so tight, it's too hard to bear. Ajian rolled his eyes at this. At this moment, Chu Kongping walked over with a middle-aged man towards Gooey. Gooey quickly lowered his head to pretend he didn't see. This is Gooey. Oh, truly a hero at a young age. You look much more handsome than in the video, but why are you in a wheelchair? Injured? Hello, Director Wang. Ajian awkwardly said, I am not Gooey, the person behind me is Gooey. Director Wang. He lifted his head and looked at Gooey. Gooey felt the atmosphere was awkward. With no way to escape, he had to raise his head. He strained to pull his mouth into a thick smile. Hello? No need to be so polite. Wang. He extended his hand, you are a hero of the people. Really? Chu Kongping walked up to Gui's side and whispered in frustration, "Idiot, extend your hand." Gui extended his right hand. "Fool, both hands." Gui then extended his left hand. Wang Yi laughed out loud and grabbed both of Gui's hands. "I said no need to be so nervous." "Hee, not nervous, not nervous." Good boy." Gui withdrew his palms. He thought for a long time, but didn't know where to put his hands, so he ultimately placed them on a Jian's wheelchair armrest. "Is it tough?" "Not tough." A good child." Wang Yi squinted his eyes and said, "I heard your family is still recovering?" "They have been sleeping too long in Scranton's stable anchor, a little mentally fatigued, but they will recover soon." "That's good. Do you have any wishes?" "Wishes?" Gui was taken aback. To make the Eerie world disappear? Everyone present laughed heartily, only Gui didn't understand what they were laughing at. Wang Yi rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "That's a wish for all humanity." "What I meant was, what do you want me to do for you?" "Lower the housing prices." Then let's talk about how to defeat the Eerie world." Everyone laughed even harder. More and more leaders came over, some of whom Gui could name, and some he could not. They were members and leaders from various countries' strategies, or retired powerful adventurers. In such a serious occasion, Gui felt increasing pressure. He would rather venture into the Eerie world again than communicate with these people. "Sorry, I need to go to the restroom." Gui touched his nose and made an excuse to escape. The restroom was right next to the hall. Gui walked into the restroom, pushed open a stall, pulled down his pants, and adjusted his underwear and pants. The tailor's craftsmanship is really terrible. All morning, Gui felt uneasy. There were too many people earlier and he couldn't adjust, only now did he manage to fix that. He sat on the toilet, carefully thinking, recalling the appearances of all the guests, trying to find the most out-of-place person. After thinking and thinking, it seemed the most out of place was himself. Splash splash. Outside came the sound of running water. Since Gui entered the stall, the sound of water had not stopped. He didn't know who had forgotten to turn off the faucet after washing their hands. He opened the stall door and looked outside. A man of medium height stood by the sink, washing his hands repeatedly. The foam had filled the entire sink, and it was only after his fingers were raw that he stopped. The man took out 7 or 8 sheets of tissue, repeatedly wiping his palms, and only stopped after he had used up the last few sheets. Obsessive-compulsive. And a particularly severe case. Gui didn't think twice and immediately labeled the man. The man walked to the restroom door, hands in pockets, refusing to touch the doorknob but instead turned back to look at Gui. Gui curled his lips, casually flushed the toilet, and walked over. When Gui opened the restroom door, the man finally followed him out. "Thank you." The man left behind a word and departed. Gui looked at the man's back, silently following behind him. The man glanced back at Gui, and Gui stopped pretending and casually walked beside the man. "Hello, I am Gui." I know you." The man smiled and said, "My name is Love." Love's tone was very strange. "You aren't from the dragon country?" "I am mixed blood. My mother is from the dragon country, and my father is from the lighthouse country." Hearing this, Gui noticed that the man's eyes were brown, his hair was a bit curly, but his face and build were completely like a person from the dragon country. "It seems your mother's genes are a bit stronger. If you hadn't said, I wouldn't have noticed your foreign blood." Thank you. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious?" "A friend," Love said, "I came to attend your award ceremony." "Oh." After saying that, Love nodded and returned to his family. Gui rubbed his chin. This guy seemed even more socially anxious than himself. "Gui, you finally made it." Chu Kongping jogged over. "Where have you been?" "Didn't I say I went to the restroom?" "Hurry over." Chu Kongping led Gui into the grand hall of the restaurant. The Imperial International Hotel is the landmark building of the Dragon Country and the only designated hotel for entertaining foreign guests. The whole building is 117 meters tall with 40 floors. Today, Gui's award ceremony is held in the grand hall on the top floor. Gui looked around, feeling a bit uneasy. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart again. "Now, please welcome our hero, Gui, to the stage." The host walked onto the stage, holding a microphone, smilingly calling Gui's name. The applause thundered. Despite Gui's unwillingness, he had to step onto the stage. The host handed the microphone to Gui. "Hero, do you have anything you want to say to everyone?" Looking at the sea of people below, he felt his palms sweat, his throat tighten, unable to say a word for a long time. I. Suddenly, a man stood up from the audience, took a handgun from his pocket, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Gui felt nothing until 2 seconds later, when he felt a warmth in his chest. Then, a sharp pain followed. Blood instantly soaked his white shirt. Gui coughed twice and collapsed to the ground, his legs weak. Before his eyes, everything was blood red. Chapter 162, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 1. Ah! Gui exclaimed, clutching his chest.
Chu Kongping and Ajian were startled, looking at Gui in surprise.
What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Gui ignored the two, quickly scanning the audience.
That feeling just now was not a nightmare at all, he had unconsciously activated his gifted skill.
Just as he had anticipated, this award ceremony was a trap. Drive W had a different ability than Gene Xin.
Gene Xin's ability was to foresee the future in Space Leap, and it had to rely on the power of tarot cards to be realized.
Drive W had a mental control ability. He could subtly change human cognition, creating psychological pressure that would eventually lead them to suicide or gradually lose their humanity. Chu Kongping and others overlooked the obvious danger, carelessly attending the award ceremony as it was undoubtedly Dr. W's doing.
Deduce. Gui closed his eyes, trying to activate the skill himself. He was sweating profusely, but he couldn't find the previous feeling.
Now, please welcome our hero, Gui, to the stage.
The host walked onto the stage, holding a microphone, smilingly calling Gui's name.
The applause thundered. Everyone was eagerly looking at Gui. Chu Kongping looked at Gui in confusion and gently poked his arm. Hey, they're calling your name. No way.
Gui said decisively, there's a killer hidden in the audience.
How could that be? We are responsible for the security, there will absolutely be no accidents. Damn it. Gui cursed softly.
Dr. W's cognitive lock had not yet been lifted, everyone remained unaware, and it was impossible to rely on them for help.
Now, he could only rely on himself.
Gui closed his eyes, ignoring the applause of the crowd, and began to think, undisturbed by anyone. The enemy went to great lengths to deceive members of various countries' strategy teams, surely at a considerable cost. If their goal was merely to kill him, that would be too extravagant.
So what are they really after?
Suddenly, Gui felt a warmth in his palm, and he quickly opened his eyes, looking at the black ball. The Fool card had now split into another stack of tarot cards, but these tarot cards were still blank. Unless he used his mental power to guide them, they would not reveal any strange powers.
So that's how it is. Gui opened his eyes.
Not only did the Dark Moon want the tarot cards, but even Drive W wanted them. However, he probably didn't know the true Fool card was in his hands. He always thought the Fool card was still with Gene Xin. Gene Xin was locked up in the Imperial Capital's prison. Trying to snatch him forcefully wouldn't work, as the strange powers could not penetrate there. But if he kidnapped the leaders of the strategy teams and outstanding adventurers from various countries, he could make the Dragon Country's strategy team release Gene Xin.
No. They didn't even need to threaten them.
The International Hotel was over 100 meters high, easy to defend and hard to attack.
As long as they made enough noise here, the anti-strange forces in the Imperial Capital would surely concentrate on the International Hotel.
The defense of the Imperial Capital's prison was weak, the strategy teams could not mobilize their troops, and all they needed was to send a powerful team of fanatics to rescue Gene Xin. Afterwards, with Dr. W's strength, he could swagger into the crowd of hostages and leave the crime scene. The remaining pawns, whether they lived or died, Drive W wouldn't give a damn.
Is this your plan?
Chu Kongping and Ajian looked at Gui, unable to understand the situation for a moment. The surrounding audience also focused their gaze on Gui, all with puzzled expressions.
Drive W, where are you? Gui suddenly turned his head, and his gaze immediately locked onto Love.
Indeed, the other party was also watching him, and with a contemptuous smile, he made a throat-cutting gesture at Gui.
Gui recalled all the details about Love.
Every step he took was consistent in length, as precise as a machine.
Obsessive-compulsive and privileged, this matched Dr. W's character perfectly.
Gui leaped over the back of a chair and recklessly ran toward Love.
I see you.
Humph. Love sneered, unfazed, and left the venue through a side door. The venue was in chaos.
Gui's heart sank, and he instinctively lowered his head, rolling forward.
A bullet grazed his scalp and whizzed past. The enemy's gunfire never ceased, yet Gui always managed to dodge the bullets at the last moment, successfully escaping the venue like an eel.
Everyone, lie down.
Chu Kongping shouted loudly, and the next second, the host on stage was shot by a gunman, blood instantly staining the white wall. The cognitive lock was just released at that moment.
Chu Kongping recalled Gui's various reminders, regretting deeply, damn it, why did I not realize it until now?
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you cooperate with our work, we are not here to kill. A waiter stepped onto the stage, rolled up his sleeve, and showed everyone his tattoo. It was the logo of the Strange World. These waiters were fanatics of the Strange World, and the entire International Hotel had long been controlled by them.
Tat tat tat. Gunfire rang out in waves.
Everyone screamed and lay on the ground, no one daring to resist anymore. In the chaos, Ajian fell to the ground, and the plaster on his foot shattered into 8 pieces. Chu Kongping carried him on his shoulder, hiding behind a chair.
Ajian, are you okay? Not dead yet. Ajin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What about the other brothers?
The fact that these waiters dare to brandish guns means our security forces outside have already been dealt with.
Where is Gui? I just saw him run out. Who knows what this kid is doing?
A waiter walked up behind Chu Kongping and pressed a gun against Chu Kongping's head.
Chu Kongping? It's not me, you have the wrong person. Bang!
Without saying a word, the waiter randomly pulled the trigger at a passerby. The passerby was shot in the shoulder, hot blood splattering all over Chu Kongping's face.
Same question, I don't want to ask a second time. It's me.
Chu Kongping turned around, raised his hands, and said coldly, "You can hit me, just don't hit others."
Oh, I will. The fanatic raised his foot and kicked hard at Chu Kongping's stomach.
Chu Kongping gasped, his facial features twisted in pain. The fanatic grabbed Chu Kongping and threw him onto the stage. In no time, the fanatic had gathered all the retired adventurers who could be named in the center of the stage. Faced with the dark muzzles of the guns, they had no choice but to obey the arrangement.
Come on, let's go live.
The leader of the fanatics stepped up, taking out a phone and pointing it at everyone. "Dear family members, welcome to my livestream.
Those who like it, don't forget to click to follow." Chapter 163, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 2. The fanatics' livestream appeared on millions of viewers' phone screens. The camera focused on all the hostages as the fanatics pulled out ropes and tied everyone's hands and feet. In under 3 minutes, a bunch of police cars appeared outside the International Hotel.
Hu Chang's face darkened as he raised a loudspeaker and said, "People inside, hurry and release the hostages."
Bang! A sniper's shot rang out.
Hu Chang was shot in the chest and fell to the ground. The crowd on the street screamed in panic. The fanatics laughed loudly while holding up their phones, live streaming the moment the police chief was shot, spreading fear like a plague among the crowd.
All right, police comrades, your firepower cannot compete with ours.
The fanatic said into the camera, "We not only have powerful mysterious forces, we also have strong armed firepower. Even special forces can't defeat us." The comments were filled with curses, yet seeing the viewers in distress only excited the fanatics more.
Killing the police chief is just an appetizer, there's more exciting shows to come.
The camera switched, focusing on the political leaders on stage.
Now let's play a lucky draw, whoever gets pointed at will go bungee jumping. How does that sound?
Turtle, come here.
Coming, boss.
A short man with a hunchback came over, standing beside the leader eagerly.
You all come over and form a circle. The hostages stood up timidly and formed a circle around the turtle.
The leader patted the turtle and said with a smile, "You lie down."
Okay.
The turtle lay on the ground, naturally pointing his toes upward, like a spoon lying on the floor. "Now, whoever the turtle's toes point to will go bungee jumping." The leader kicked the turtle, and the turtle immediately spun like a top. Before long, the turtle stopped between two people, pointing at neither. The man rolled his eyes, forcefully bumped into the woman beside him, making her perfectly align with the turtle's toes.
No, not me, someone pushed me.
The woman turned pale, shaking her head repeatedly. Her legs weakened, she knelt on the ground begging the fanatics for mercy. The leader showed a smile, his gaze piercing as it fixed on the man who made the small move, rushing forward to grab the man's ear. "Ouch, it hurts, please spare me, sir."
What's your name? I am Qin Youngjun. Oh, I know your name, Qin Bansheng, who specializes in real estate development? Yes, I am very rich.
Qin Youngjun forced a smile, "I can give you money, a lot of money, enough to last 2 lifetimes. As long as you spare me, I will agree to any condition."
Really? Really? Then can you make house prices drop?
Yes. TSK, I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what you developers say. The leader grabbed Qin Youngjun by the ear and brought him to the window. He opened the window and unceremoniously threw Qin Youngjun out.
Ah!
The scream echoed through the tall buildings. Qin Youngjun hit the ground, turning into a puddle of flesh. The leader raised his phone, taking a photo of all the hostages present, laughing cheerfully as he said,
"People of Dragon Country, listen. We don't want to kill anyone. Our only goal is this: immediately release Jin Xin and hand him over to us. Once we take Jin Xin, we will release all hostages. Please complete my request as soon as possible. After half an hour, if we don't see Jin Xin, we will kill 1 hostage every 5 minutes. We keep our word."
Gui rushed out of the conference hall, while Love strode down the middle of the street as if he were strolling in his own backyard.
Stop! Gui chased around the corner and happened to find 2 operatives from the assault team. "Quick, catch him, he's the host." The operatives rushed up, hastily drawing their guns. Shoo!
Love made a silencing gesture, his eyes turning pitch black. The operatives weakened at the knees, falling to the ground, involuntarily lifting their handguns and aiming at their own temples to pull the triggers.
Bang!
Blood stained the milky white tiles. Gooey's eyes widened, fists clenched. Lav turned his head, staring intensely at Gooey with dark eyes.
Gooey, you've surprised me again. I didn't expect you to be immune to my mental attacks in the real world.
If it weren't for the Master's repeated emphasis on not killing you, I would really want to make you my collectible.
No wonder the Master values you so much. Go to hell.
Gooey swung his fist towards Lav. Lav scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly grabbing Gooey's wrist with one hand. At that moment, a group of fanatics disguised as waiters emerged, swiftly overpowering Gooey.
The dark muzzle pressed against Gooey's head, sending chills down his spine. Gooey, I advise you not to move.
Lav said, bullets don't have eyes. If one accidentally injures you, that would be terrible. A person only has one life, you can't die in a place like this.
You're a bastard.
Yes, so what?
Aren't you now captured by this bastard?
Lav laughed, tie him up.
The fanatics came forward, bending Gooey's arms behind his back and tightly binding them with rope. Gooey struggled hard, realizing the rope only tightened more.
Stop struggling, this knot is meant for cows.
Do you think you're stronger than a cow?
Hoof.
Gooey let out a cold laugh. The fanatics brought Gooey to the adjacent conference hall.
Chu Kongping looked up and saw Gooey unharmed, unsure whether to feel happy or sad.
Lav looked around and pointed to a corner, saying,
don't let Gooey be with those people, hang him up high.
Yes. The fanatics dragged Gooey, suspending him from the railing on the second floor of the hall.
Gooey's feet dangled in midair, all his weight concentrated on his waist, making it almost impossible for him to breathe.
Hey, this will choke me to death.
Stop talking nonsense.
The fanatic shot Gooey a glare before turning back to the entrance of the hall. Gooey closed his eyes, trying once more to activate his ability.
Some fragmented images appeared in his mind, but he still couldn't smoothly use his skills. He refocused on the palm of his right hand, the power of the black orb was still usable. Being hung up high made it impossible for Gooey to freely observe the situation in the entire hall.
How many enemies were there? What was their strength? What was the troop distribution? Right now, he was completely in the dark.
The whole building was fully under enemy control. Gooey looked out the window. The sound of helicopters came from afar, the army had indeed arrived. However, before the helicopter could reach the building, the fanatics blew it up with rocket launchers. Even from a distance, Gooey could clearly see that the plane in the sky had turned into a fireball.
Chapter 164, A Shocking Kidnapping Case, 3.
The sound of helicopters came from the edge of the sky, the army had indeed arrived.
However, before the helicopter could fly in front of the building, the fanatics blew it up with a rocket launcher.
Even from a distance, Gooey could clearly see that the plane in the sky had turned into a fireball. Luo Fu walked to the window, took the live streaming phone, and smiled at the camera saying, listen, people of the Dragon Nation, you cannot win against us. Within 10 miles of the International Hotel, I don't want to see any flying objects, even if a pigeon flies into our sight, I will shoot it down without hesitation.
5 minutes have already passed, and if you don't bring Gene Xin to us in 25 minutes, I will start to kill. I won't say the same thing a second time.
After Luo Fu finished speaking, he continued to lean by the window to enjoy the view. In less than a minute, the live streaming phone received a call. Luo Fu sneered and answered it.
Hello, this is Luo Fu. Hello, I am Guan Hong, Vice Director of the Dragon Nation Strategy Bureau.
The other party said, I am here to negotiate with you.
Oh, we have nothing to negotiate about. There are still 24 minutes left, and if I don't see Gene Xin, I will start killing. Mr. Luo, you know that Gene Xin is currently in the Emperor's capital prison.
To resist the invasion of strange forces, the Emperor's capital prison has very strict protective measures, and getting him out of prison requires a very complicated procedure.
30 minutes is simply not enough for us to get him out. Can you extend the time a little? That's your problem, not mine. Mr. Luo, we really came here with sincerity.
Not a word of what you people from the Human Strategy Bureau say can I trust. Real estate developers are more reliable than you.
Luo Fu glanced at his watch and said, another minute has passed, all wasted time counts against you.
If any hostages die, it is also because of you.
Luo Fu hung up the phone and looked down at the street.
The anti-strange forces unit had gathered downstairs, but their numbers were still far from enough.
Luo Fu needed to drop some heavy ammunition to completely deplete the defensive forces of the Emperor's capital.
Luo Fu closed his eyes and carefully sensed the distribution of the troops. Right now, on the 2 adjacent buildings, 3 groups of snipers were already ready. Luo Fu sneered and stretched his head out the window.
Captain, the target has stuck his head out the window.
Don't act rashly, observe the situation in the building first.
Okay, now.
The second half of the sniper's words got stuck in his throat, a blood red eye blocked the sniper scope, preventing him from seeing anything clearly. He was so frightened that he hurriedly put down his gun only to find that the blood red eye was floating right in front of him. Ah! The sniper realized he was under an illusion. He took out a potion from his pocket, but before he could drink it, his heart stopped beating. Captain, number 1 is down. What? How did he die? Captain, Hey. Number 3, are you still there? In less than a moment, 3 snipers fell at the same time. Without even collecting an ounce of effective information, this enemy was far more powerful than before. Captain, should we borrow the core of the monster suppression tower from the Emperor's capital prison? No, the captain said, if we borrow that thing, how can we suppress so many criminals in the prison? Hurry, gather the Scranton stabilizing anchors and urge them to hurry. They said it would take at least 15 minutes. The Monster Suppression Tower is an anti-strange technology developed by the Dragon Nation, possessing strong suppression power against strange forces. This tower was made based on the principle of the Scranton stabilizing anchor. The power of the Monster Suppression Tower is greater than that of the Scranton stabilizing anchor. But there were no Scranton stabilizers that were easy to carry. To suppress the strange power of an international hotel, at least 50 Scranton stabilizers were needed, but if using the Demon Suppression Tower, 1 would be enough. Gooey hung in midair, watching Lav and the bandits discussing their tactics from a distance. It was very easy to break free from the rope, but escaping without letting everyone discover it was impossible. Now, he could only bet that the tarot card could help him. Gooey closed his eyes and drew a card from the tarot deck. He turned his head to take a glance at the card's face. The magician had an infinity symbol above his head, a belt made of a snake that bit its own tail, holding a staff pointing to the sky with his right hand, and a finger pointing to the ground with his left hand, with the words "the magician" written below. What use is this thing? As soon as he finished speaking, Gooey suddenly felt a severe pain in his forehead, as a huge amount of knowledge surged into his mind. In his spiritual world, a massive magic book appeared before his eyes, and he could choose any spell from this giant magic book to use. Substitution technique. Gooey closed his eyes and silently cast the spell. He himself became transparent, jumped down from midair, while his substitute hung in the sky. After casting the spell, Gooey suddenly had a feeling of being completely emptied. Even the black sphere of light temporarily entered a closed state. He had no time to rest and quietly sneaked away from the Grand Hall. Once outside, the entire floor was filled with fanatical believers, guarding all the passageways, leaving no space for escape, except that by the huge glass window, there was no guard. Gooey calculated the time in his mind. After 1 minute, his invisibility would disappear. There was no time to hesitate, he could only escape from outside the building. Gooey approached the window and gently opened it. The bandits did not notice at all. He flipped onto the window ledge and tightly grasped the edge of the window. This was over 100 meters in the air, and the wind was very strong. Any slight misstep could send a person falling. Gooey took a deep breath and mustered his courage, beginning to climb down the window. After finally descending 1 floor, his back was already drenched in sweat, and the invisibility effect of the substitution technique ended. Hey, what is that? Damn, why is that kid lying on the wall? The troops below raised their binoculars and saw the Spider-Man. When Spider-Man slightly turned his head, everyone gasped. Damn it, isn't that Gooey? How did he escape? This is too dangerous. The captain rushed over and ordered, everyone, don't look at Gooey, pretend you didn't see anything. Hearing this, everyone immediately withdrew their gazes. Though they didn't know how Gooey escaped, if the bandits inside found out, Gooey would surely be doomed. They shouted from below, and besides exposing Gooey's position, it would provide no help whatsoever. Whoosh! A strong wind blew by. Gooey's coat flapped loudly, tugging him outward, and his palms began to sweat, causing his right hand to slip. Creak! Creak! Gooey heard the bones of his left hand making a sharp noise. The soldiers below couldn't help but glance up at Gooey. He was holding the window ledge with one hand, looking as if he might fall at any moment. Everyone held their breath, as if the one risking everything on the outer wall was themselves. Chapter 165, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 4. Huff, it's okay. Gooey took a deep breath, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Even in such a dangerous situation, his heartbeat remained steady. This level of danger was not even comparable to what he faced in the strange world. Gooey raised his right hand, concentrating all his mental power onto it. The black sphere of light reappeared, and he pressed the black ball against the external glass wall, making the room's glass vanish in an instant. Taken into the black ball space. Gooey swung his body and successfully drilled into the room downstairs. Success! The soldiers downstairs couldn't help but clench their fists. Luofu suddenly felt something was off, and he came to the window again, looking downstairs. What's wrong, doctor? It's nothing. Luofu shook his head. I just felt the emotions of those people were very excited, like they just won 5 million. Is it because the stability anchor is coming soon? That shouldn't make them that excited, right? Luofu turned back to look at Gooey.
that kid was still hanging in midair, swaying like a salted fish. Gooey stood in the room, glancing back at the shattered window glass, gently patting his chest. He turned to look around. It was a double room, clean and tidy, with a faint scent of orchids in the air. Long ago, the international hotel rooms had been emptied, only members of various countries' strategy bureaus would stay inside. Gooey sat on the edge of the bed, propping himself up. It was only at this moment that he realized his arms were trembling non-stop from exhaustion. What's worse, using strange powers in the real world came with a greater price. His head hurt as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. He could sleep until tomorrow morning if he just had a pillow. However, Gooey had no way to rest. He had to think of a way to protect everyone and disrupt Dr. W's plan. Gooey rummaged through the cupboard and found a bag of coffee and a pack of tea leaves. There was no time to boil water, so Gooey simply tore open the instant coffee package and chewed it. After swallowing the coffee, he stuffed the tea bag into his mouth, brewing tea with his saliva. Tisk tisk. Gooey rested on the edge of the bed for a while and found he had regained some energy. Holding the tea bag was more flavorful than brewing it. He simply took out another bag of tea, tore open the packaging, and poured all the tea leaves into his mouth to chew. All right. After resting, Gooey raised his hand to check the time. It's already been 21 minutes. In another 9 minutes, the fanatics would begin slaughtering the hostages. There were about 20 to 30 fanatics upstairs, each armed with weapons. With his current mental strength, he could only use the tarot card once at most. His first task was to find a way to rescue the hostages on other floors, using their strength to fight against the fanatics. However, Gooey was a bit afraid to rescue the strategy team's agents. Because, in Gooey's many dreams, he had been killed from behind, which he felt symbolized betrayal. This time, Drive W was able to fool so many dignitaries, indicating that his speculation was not wrong. He secretly kept the tarot cards because he didn't want any traitors in the strategy team to know this information. Until he confirmed the identity of the traitor, Gooey didn't dare to trust any agents. I can only see what surprises you can bring me. Gooey took a deep breath and again pulled out a tarot card from the black ball. The card showed a successful door, with the goddess of success standing in the doorway, smiling and waiting for you, with the English words "the world" written at the bottom. Hiss, what an invincible card. Gooey held the world card and suddenly felt his soul floating away from his body. Immediately, the dynamics of the entire 10-mile radius filled his mind. He even clearly knew where the mice and cockroaches in the building were hiding. It felt like having full map vision when playing CF. His soul returned to his body. He could now separate his soul at any moment to observe the entire building. With his current mental strength, he could probably maintain the tarot card's effect for about half an hour. Gooey closed his eyes and discovered a batch of hostages hiding in the presidential suite in the southeast corner. Most of them were innocent passers-by and strategy team agents. A few strong men were specifically taken care of by the fanatics and had their hands and feet bound. There were only 4 fanatics on this floor. 2 fanatics stood guard at the door, while the other 2 guarded the room. Each wore an earpiece and communicated updates with each other occasionally. Who? Gooey took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and planned a stealth route in his mind while recalling his experiences in the strange world. In the last world, Gooey had played the role of a soldier. Those skills and knowledge had been practiced countless times during simulations, which was why he could learn about firearms so quickly in the real world. This was the most extreme aspect of infinite simulations. Gooey, you can do it. Gooey gently patted his face and cautiously stepped out of the room. He walked on his tiptoes, bypassing several checkpoints, and arrived at the presidential suite. He crouched in the shadow of the corner and pulled a shard of glass from the black sphere space with his right hand. Clank! Gooey smashed the shard against the corner. The 2 fanatics at the door were immediately attracted. What was that sound? A mouse? No, it sounds like glass. Go check it out. Okay. The 2 fanatics walked over one after the other, and just as the one in front reached the corner, Gooey made a sudden move and cut the enemy's throat with the glass shard, swiftly taking the handgun from his waist. Enemy attack. The enemies at the back realized something was wrong and immediately raised their submachine guns. To their surprise, Gooey moved faster. Before the other could pull the trigger, Gooey shot and blew off the enemy's head. Hearing the commotion, the fanatics inside rushed out. Gooey used the corpse of the fanatic as a shield, hiding in the corner, and took down the 3rd fanatic with another shot. Damn! The last one hurried back into the room, afraid to come out. This guy's shooting skill was so sharp, he must be an agent from the strategy team. He quickly picked up the earpiece and just pressed the call button. Hello? Bang! A bullet passed through the wall and shot through the last fanatic's head. The hostages in the room screamed in shock, all looking towards the door. Gooey, covered in blood, walked to the door and waved to everyone. Hello everyone, I am Gooey, I am here to save you. Who among you can use a gun? Mr. Goo, I can use a gun. Are you a soldier? So young. No, I'm just a student. Student? Forget it, forget it.
I come from Gotham City, and I participated in a summer camp in Hawaii, where I had 2 adventures in a strange world. Upon hearing this, Gooey gasped in surprise, quickly picking up a submachine gun and handing it to the student. Remember to follow my commands later. Chapter 166, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 5. Bang bang bang. Luo Fu was on the rooftop when he suddenly heard several gunshots from downstairs. He exchanged puzzled glances with his subordinates. What's going on? Did they break into the hotel? How could it happen so fast? Luo Fu frowned, asked the people downstairs. Doctor, they aren't responding. Bastard, send a few people down to check the situation, send more. Yes. Luo Fu closed his eyes, extending his mental tendrils to the presidential suite downstairs. The people inside were all very tense, which was a normal reaction, but there was one person who was incredibly calm, with almost no emotional fluctuations, as if he were asleep. This situation was something Luo Fu had only encountered once, that was Gui. Bang bang bang. Sounds of intense gunfire came from downstairs, and a voice from the intercom reached Luo Fu's ears. Doctor, it's an agent. His shooting skills are too abnormal, our people will die if they poke their heads out. Agent my ass. I've been played by him. Luo Fu raised the intercom in his hand and threw it at the Gui hanging from the ceiling. Gui was struck. Turning into a wax figure, it fell to the ground and shattered into 8 pieces. Chu Kongken stared in astonishment at the corpse of Gui, unable to comprehend what had happened. How did he do that? Luo Fu looked at the wax block on the ground, his mind a chaotic mess, and for a moment, he felt his opponent was not a powerless adventurer, but a divine servant just like himself who was all-powerful. Without the gods' permission, it was difficult for adventurers to use strange powers in the real world. Even if they could use them occasionally, it was purely due to luck. Just like in the screening room last time, how did he summon the void to escape? Why, even after returning to the real world, could he still use such power? Luo Fu kept pondering, but soon he realized his thoughts were becoming sluggish. Until finally, his brain told him that all these questions were natural, no need to doubt at all. He glanced at his watch. There were 2 minutes left until half an hour passed. It was time to fulfill his promise. Hand me the phone. Luo Fu took the phone from the fanatic's hands, went to the window, and pointed the camera at the endless blue sky. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. Today is a beautiful day, the perfect time for bungee jumping. Next, I will pick a lucky person to perform the bungee jump for us. Luo Fu raised his phone and moved into the crowd. All of you, line up and stand still. The hostages lined up neatly. Luo Fu grinned and closed his eyes, walking to the front of the line, singing as he walked. Whoever I stop in front of after I finish singing will have to go bungee jumping. Row, row, row your boat, gently down the stream. After finishing the nursery rhyme, Luo Fu opened his eyes and turned his head. The person standing in front of him was Wang He. Oh dear, I really hit the jackpot. I never expected my first draw would be you. Poof. Wang He scoffed coldly and turned his head away. Chu Kongken stepped forward, loudly saying, Hey. Let him go, I like bungee jumping, let me do it. Never seen someone fighting to die. Luo Fu's eyes turned black, glaring at Chu Kongken. Chu Kongken felt an unbearable headache, unable to help but collapse to the ground. Luo Fu dragged Wang He to the window, pointing the camera at him. Everyone, I said, if I don't get Gene Xin in front of me in half an hour, I will start killing. There's still 1 minute left till half an hour. Why do I see nothing? Luo Fu leaned against the window, looking down at the street. The anti-strange force had secretly stabilized the Scranton anchor nearby and was quietly installing it. Yet, this was exactly what Luo Fu wanted to see. The more troops present here, the proof that the defense of the Imperial prison would be even more hollow. The crowd saw Luo Fu take Wang He to the window and all began to feel anxious. Luo Fu held Wang He with one hand, dangling him outside the window. Wang He's face turned pale, but he stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. Below, the soldiers were in chaos, some holding loudspeakers and continuously trying to persuade. Beep beep beep. Luo Fu's phone rang. He answered with one hand and held Wang He's rope with the other. It's me. Listen, release Director Wang immediately. If you dare to kill him, we won't agree to any of your demands. Sorry, I am a man of my word. If I say I will kill a hostage, I will kill a hostage. If you refuse to meet my conditions, I will keep killing. If you have the guts, fire a missile and blow up the building. You bastard. I'm sorry, the negotiation is over. Luo Fu hung up the phone. So, how about it, Director Wang? Luo Fu said with a grin, you are about to take a trip to hell. Do you have any last wishes? Humanity will never bow to the strange world, victory will eventually belong to. Enough. I don't want to listen anymore. Luo Fu shook his head and loosened the rope. Ah. Luo Fu confidently turned around,
hearing Wang Yi's voice still nearby, he paused, leaning over the window to look down. Gui was half hanging outside. At a critical moment, he held onto Wang Yi tightly. Gui! It's you again! Luofu angrily snatched the gun from his subordinate's hands. Gui gritted his teeth and shouted, "Pull me back!" The hostages downstairs worked together to pull Gui and Wang Yi back. Bullets grazed the outer wall, almost hitting Wang Yi. Wang Yi finally returned to the ground, rubbing his trembling thigh, looking at Gui with sincerity. "Gui, you saved my life." "Don't say that." Gui waved his hand, still paying attention to the movements of the bandits upstairs. "I don't know how to thank you. Let the housing prices drop a bit." "Well, that's not up to us." "Then why don't you just jump down?" "I like your sense of humor." "I'm not joking." Gui shrugged with a smile, then looked back at the floor. "There are people downstairs coming after us, a total of 10, but they aren't rushing up. They should be waiting for reinforcements to prepare a wave to finish us off. There are still 5 people coming down from upstairs, blocking the stairs down. We shouldn't go out for now. Let's hold our ground here and wait for help." "How much ammo do you have left?" "Ego, we only have 3 magazines left." Gui picked up the gun, removed the magazine, took a look. "I only have 4 bullets left too." "It's okay, killing 2 will give us more ammo." The high school student from Gotham City had a calm expression. He had killed the most among everyone. Gui did not comment. If trapped here, there was only a dead end. The only way was to find a way back to the top floor and take out Luofu to have a glimmer of hope. Wang Yi looked at Gui and then at everyone, curiously asking, "Gui, can you know the enemy's movements throughout the entire building?" "Yes." "Then why don't you contact the anti-supernatural unit? If we work together, we can solve these people quickly." "I don't know their contact number." "I can call them here." "Wait, don't rush." Gui stopped Wang Yi. "Right now, the key is to have them withdraw some troops to the capital prison." "Why? Could it be?" Wang Yi understood Gui's meaning after a brief thought and quickly picked up his phone. Chapter 167, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 6. Capital Prison. The warden sat in his office, answering the phone. "Hello, Capital Prison. Can you send us 10 more stable anchors?" "We can't give any more. We won't be able to suppress the prisoners here." The warden looked out of his office window. What exactly is going on over there? "The numbers are still not enough. The enemy likely possesses very powerful supernatural tools. According to the current Hume Index, a strong assault will still result in significant casualties. I can only say I'm powerless to help." The warden hung up the phone. Capital Prison is a circular prison. The outer ring structure consists of dormitories and offices for the guards, while the center holds the cells for inmates. The cells are tower-shaped, and the external Hume Index must always be kept below -100 to ensure that inmates cannot escape, and external supernatural forces cannot invade. However, this also makes the internal spacetime extremely unstable. A normal person can undergo permanent supernatural transformation just by being inside for 10 seconds, and even with protection, one cannot stay inside for more than 30 minutes. Thus, the internal structure of the cells is highly automated to minimize human workload. At the same time, this capital prison also hides a secret, known only to the task force. Most of the criminals in the cells are vicious and undying. Imprisonment is the only means to restrain them. Among these prisoners, about 70% were once retired adventurers. After retired adventurers return to the real world, they may hear the director's whispers again. Once these adventurers lose their will, they will immediately fall into darkness, becoming furious, bloodthirsty strange creatures. Those who survive the strange world are either gifted with powerful skills or possess brave and delicate personalities. If these people become strange creatures, their threat to humanity may even surpass that of the strange world. Therefore, all adventurers are invited to join the strategy group after retirement. Even if they are unwilling to participate, the strategy group will register them and conduct home visits on time. This is both a protection and a surveillance of the retired adventurers. Former teammates could become current enemies. The warden picked up a lighter and tried to light it for a long time, but it wouldn't work. Feeling a bit frustrated, he threw the lighter into the trash can and leaned back in his office chair. It has been a troublesome season lately. The warden took out his phone and opened a live broadcast. At that moment, it happened to show the scene where Love threw Wang He down from the building. What the hell? This guy has gone crazy? The warden sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the screen. The imagined bloody and mutilated scene did not happen. Gui actually made a timely move and saved Wang He. This kid is really impressive. The warden couldn't help but pat the armrest. Bang! A loud explosion came from outside, almost causing the warden to drop his phone onto the floor. He quickly walked to the window to look outside. Dust suddenly rose from the southeast corner of the prison, and the guards rushed towards the explosion site in a frenzy. Hey, what's happening? The warden left his office and grabbed one of his subordinates. Sir, someone is attacking the prison. Attacking the prison? What do they want?
The explosions outside grew louder, and the prison's main gate was blasted open by the enemy with shells. It's hard to imagine how these people brought so much ammunition into the Dragon Kingdom. Why is their firepower so fierce? It must be weapons smuggled in.
Don't worry about that, you take people to defend, I'll call for reinforcements.
Yes, sir.
The warden quickly picked up the phone, requesting military support. This is the Imperial Capital Prison, we are under attack from fanatics, request reinforcements.
We received the message a long time ago and are on our way.
Boom! Suddenly, a bomb blew open the warden's office, burying him under rubble and debris.
Several armed fanatics broke into the office and quickly found the key to the demon-slaying tower door. Their movements were skilled, clearly well prepared.
Did you get it? Got it. Hurry up and go. The fanatics left the office but suddenly heard a noise from the corner.
The warden crawled out from the ruins, charging at the fanatics like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey.
He grappled with the fanatics, and with no weapons, he could only bite them. Ah! Shoot, don't care about him.
The fanatics shot the warden and his teammates together, then separated the two bodies and took the key from the warden's hands. Don't dawdle, if it can be solved with a gun, use a gun.
Yes. Two fanatics left the office building, heading straight for the prison cells in the middle.
Outside, guards were still engaged in fierce gunfire with the fanatics, and they no longer had the energy to manage the cells. The fanatics set fire outside, and thick smoke quickly filled the entire prison.
Get in, Gene Xin is in area C-1047.
Yes. The two put on protective suits and charged into the cells without hesitation. The distorted space made them dizzy, but the talisman given to them by Drive W quickly showed its effect, and they instantly found the correct path.
In less than 20 minutes, they found the cell where Gene Xin was held. Are you sure we didn't go the wrong way? Of course not. Then why is there a spittoon in the cell? Well, never mind, take this spittoon out. The two took out the keys and opened the cell door.
The spittoon swayed from side to side upon hearing their movements.
One of them pulled out a dog-legged knife and smashed down hard. Clang! Clang! Clang!
The person smashed 3 times in a row, finally breaking open the spittoon.
Inside was just a thin, skin-and-bones dead man's head. Gene Xin slowly raised his eyelids, looking weakly at the two fanatics. Are you here to save me? Exactly. I'm out of strength. It's okay, we have this. The fanatic took out a dream fragment from his pocket and stuffed it into Gene Xin's mouth.
Gene Xin's head instantly filled up, the flames of revenge burning in his eyes. Hurry, take me out.
Okay. The two carried Gene Xin, returning the way they came.
Once they burst out of the demon tower, they were all stunned. The anti-supernatural army had actually come back to kill, and no one knew who leaked the information, allowing them to rush back for rescue ahead of time. According to the original plan, they should have another 10 minutes before arriving.
Open fire.
The army shot without hesitation, instantly killing 2 fanatics. Gene Xin's dead head dropped onto the chests of the two, his face covered in blood.
Capture the criminal. Gene Xin grinned, moving his head with his chin, pulling out a paintbrush from the two's chests.
The army's eyes widened, immediately raising their guns.
Shoot that paintbrush out of his hand. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets shot out. However, it was already too late.
Red ink glided through the air in a beautiful arc, and Gene Xin vanished before everyone's eyes.
Quick, start the space anchoring device. Have we located where he is?
He's headed towards the Imperial Hotel, should arrive in about 3 minutes. Hurry back, give the order for a strong attack on the building.
What about the hostages? This is Director Wan's latest order. The safety of the world and the safety of the hostages, which one is more important? Yes. Chapter 168, The Shocking Kidnapping Case, 7. Doctor, there's a problem at the prison. What happened?
The army came to assist ahead of time, but Gene Xin successfully escaped from the cell and is heading our way.
Oh. Lav nodded, seeming not surprised by this outcome. Gui wouldn't be influenced by his psychological hints, naturally able to maintain a clear mind, quickly analyzing the intention behind their action. As more stable anchors surrounded the building, his psychological hint effect on the crowd would become less and less. If Gene Xin couldn't arrive within 3 minutes, the army would likely launch a strong attack. Zzz. Suddenly, a sound of current crackled in everyone's ears.
Lav turned to look, as a skin and bones head fell from the sky, landing on the ground. The head rolled to Lav's feet, opening its panda-like eyes, weakly saying, "Bro, I finally escaped back."
"How did you end up like this?"
Lav exclaimed, "You look like you've soaked in a spittoon for 7 days and nights.
When did you start telling fortunes? Did I guess wrong?" Gene Xin gritted his teeth, blaring out the window, saying resentfully, "Quick, blow those bastards to bits, you have no idea how much humiliation I've suffered."
I know you can do it, hurry and blow them up. Don't kill innocents at random, I've already made a huge sacrifice to save you, I don't have the extra strength to kill.
What nonsense are you talking? Are you sympathizing with humanity? Rat-tat-tat. Suddenly, gunfire echoed in everyone's ears.
They looked toward the sound, realizing it was coming from the intercom. Love closed his eyes, carefully sensing the situation downstairs, but found that the number of stable anchors was too many, and he could only feel the conditions of the third floor below.
What's happening? Doctor, it's Gui. Boom.
Suddenly, an explosion occurred beneath Lav's feet, and he was the first to bear the brunt, instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. The hostages huddled together.
In the chaos, they ran out.
Chu Kongping helped Jin up and escaped with the crowd, exchanging a glance that was both funny and helpless.
This must be Gui's doing.
I don't know whether to praise him or scold him.
After the initial confusion, the fanatics stood up again, firing their guns as a warning. Tat-tat-tat. Don't move. Hearing the gunshots, everyone screamed and dropped to the ground.
The leader of the fanatics raised his gun and shouted loudly, "Don't panic.
You and you, go check on the doctor. The rest of you, keep an eye on the hostages." Seeing Lo Fu blown up, the fanatics were thrown into disarray.
The leader glared fiercely at the hostages and walked toward the explosion. As he passed the doorway, a bullet pierced through the door, striking his temple with deadly accuracy.
Red and white splattered everywhere.
The hostages screamed in terror. Seeing this, the fanatics focused their attention back on the doorway.
Aim at the doorway and shoot. Tat-tat-tat.
The doorway was riddled with bullets, while the sniper who shot the leader had already escaped. Outside, the sound of a helicopter rotor filled the air.
Quick, bring down the helicopter.
A fanatic picked up a rocket launcher, just as a distant sniper had already taken position and pulled the trigger immediately, killing the fanatic. Lo Fu was clearly either dead or injured by the explosion. Without his help, the group had no ability to counter the sniper.
The counter-anomaly troops landed on the roof, rappelling down.
The fanatics gathered the hostages together, trying to set themselves on fire, wanting to take a few down with them, not caring about their own lives.
Everyone, let's die together. One fanatic pulled out a grenade and removed the pin.
Just then, a vent cover above him was kicked open, and Gui descended from the sky, shooting that fanatic dead mid-fall. The grenade dropped to the ground.
Other fanatics quickly turned their guns, aiming at Gui.
Gui nimbly rolled behind a pillar, bullets ricocheting off, causing all the hostages to cover their heads and scream. Chu Kongping acted fast, suddenly standing up, pushing the corpse of a fanatic out of the way and kicking the grenade out the window.
Boom!
The grenade exploded outside the window, sending glass shards flying.
The hostages all lay on the ground unharmed, while the standing fanatics were injured by the flying glass. At that moment, the counter-anomaly troops descended, accurately taking out the remaining fanatics.
Gui stepped out from behind the pillar, raising his hands and saying, "Don't shoot, it's me."
"Mr. Gu, are you okay?" "I'm fine."
Gui glanced outside. There are 23 fanatics downstairs, 13 have already committed suicide, and 10 are preparing to escape. They've already run to the basement. Another group of hostages is trapped on the 23rd floor. Don't force an assault through the main entrance, they've planted many explosives.
"Is there anything else?" "No."
Gui said confidently, "I've already killed the remaining scattered fanatics, it's up to you to finish them off."
"All right."
The counter-anomaly troops nodded and turned to leave, starting to chase the remaining fanatics according to Gui's instructions.
Gui let out a long sigh of relief.
Thanks to the effect of the world card, Gui was able to successfully ambush Lo Fu with the bomb and take care of the scattered fanatics, saving Wang He, who was nearly killed. Chu Kongping, bloodied, walked up to Gui and patted his shoulder hard.
"You little brat, you did well. How did you do that?" If I told you, you might not understand." Chu Kongping tilted his head, not asking further questions.
Gui limped towards the explosion site, and Chu Kongping turned around to see that Gui's leg had been shot.
"Gui, you are hurt." "It's nothing, a small problem, just a scratch." Gui waved his hand and continued walking forward, working so hard just to eliminate those two hosts in the real world.
If in the end they both escaped, all his efforts would be for nothing. The explosion site left behind a pile of mangled bodies. Luo Fu was charred, his lower body blown apart, and in his arms was a jet-black deadhead. It was Jin Xian. Gui bent down to pick up Jin Xian's head, but found it had shrunk to the size of half a basketball. He slowly raised his eyelids, his face filled with resentment.
"Gu. You can't escape."
Gui reached out his right hand, and Jin Xian's head was drawn into the black sphere. It banged around inside until it shrank down to the size of an apple seed. Chu Kongping watched as Gui disposed of Jin Xian's head. What are you doing?"
"Dual talents, remember? You can actually use strange skills in the real world?" Shu Kongping's brows furrowed tightly as he grabbed Gui. What is going on with you? I don't know. Have you ever heard a terrible sound? That's usually only heard when no one is around. What terrible sound? Shu Kongping grew increasingly agitated, suddenly understanding something, and asked in a low voice, let me ask you, is the tarot card in your hands? Chapter 169, Shocking Kidnapping Case, 8. Gui fell silent for a moment. He knew that keeping strange objects hidden was a serious violation. If caught, he would likely end up in the Imperial Capital Prison for life like Jean Xin. However, he had no choice but to do so. There were many fanatical undercover agents in the strategy group and even in the national agencies. If he hadn't hidden the Fool card early on, it would have fallen into the enemy's hands long ago. And it had been proven that even Shu Kongping could not be trusted completely. They had no resistance against psychological suggestion skills. Luo Fu deceiving everyone this time was a reminder. I don't have it. You don't? No. Good, you better not have. Shu Kongping said, I can't protect you forever. In the real world, you might be able to use it secretly, but in the strange world, if you use a power that doesn't belong to you even once, everyone in the world will see it. The fact that you have dual talents has already made you the center of global attention, if you do any more. Hearing this, Gui couldn't help but shiver. Today, he had used strange powers to escape kidnapping, if the country were to investigate. Wang Yi came to the top floor under the protection of the anti-strange forces. He walked over to Gui and shook his hand firmly. Kid, thanks to you. Thank you. I will consider the housing issue. Is that for real? Of course. Wang Yi turned and winked at Shu Kongping. I have something to discuss privately with you. Shu Kongping froze for a moment and hurriedly followed Wang Yi. What happened to your face? It's all enemy's blood. Shu Kongping wiped his face. Director Wang, just say it. You don't need to worry about Gui. What? I know you are worried that Gui will turn into a strange creature, but don't forget, those who turn into strange creatures are all retired adventurers. Shu Kongping fell silent. Wang Yi continued, he can freely use strange powers in the real world, this must be kept a secret and not made public. Otherwise, it will definitely cause panic among the populace, and you wouldn't want another incident like Quentin's, right? The Quentin incident in Lighthouse Country is very famous. Quentin was the only powerful adventurer to have completed 5 instances in a row. During one time using strange powers in the real world, he saved the populace but ended up facing online harassment and was ultimately shot dead by extremists in a dream last January. The public is ignorant. They possess immense fear towards things they do not understand.